on a bus hurtling forward. The young man jolted awake, his eyes wide with bewilderment. At first, Kim Woojin thought he was still trapped in a dream. However, reality quickly crashed over him. He was shocked to realize he was back in his teenage body. The surrounding scene gave off a chillingly familiar vibe. It was the exact memory he had lived through so long ago. Just as the vehicle was speeding along, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, sending everything lurching. The cause was a pack of hideous orcs blocking the path ahead. The driver frantically pounded on the partition, screaming his lungs out. "Orcs are blocking the road. Grab your weapons and get out now." Without hesitation, the people around Woojin scrambled for their guns and hurriedly jumped out. On the other side, the ferocious monsters had caught the scent of their prey and charged madly like moths to a flame. Listen up and listen good. Ammo is limited, so don't waste a single drop. Only pull the trigger if you're sure to hit. Got it? A seasoned veteran barked out orders. The moment he finished speaking, a deafening gunshot tore through the air. The group whipped their heads around in panic, looking for the trigger-happy fool who shot before the order. Instead, their eyes were met with the lead orc getting a bullet straight through its skull, dropping dead on the spot. And the one behind that godlike shot was none other than Kim Woojin. Seeing their kin fall, the monster's blood boiled, and they roared as they charged forward. In response to their fury, the young man named Kim remained cold as ice, calmly squeezing the trigger. 2 crisp gunshots rang out, instantly claiming the lives of 2 more monsters. The 4th orc closed in on its target at a lethally close range. It was so close he couldn't even raise his gun, but with the combat reflexes of a veteran, Woojin smoothly slid backward by a hair's breadth, avoiding being smashed into a bloody pulp by the club, which would have been the fate of any amateur. The moment he created enough distance, his muzzle spat fire again, drilling straight into the enemy's vitals. Terrifyingly enough, the bullet was fired while his body was still suspended midair. This was absolute proof of the young man's infallible marksmanship. Only a single target remained. And naturally, unable to turn the tide, it quickly joined its brethren in the afterlife. Swift and ruthless, Kim Woojin had single-handedly wiped out the entire pack of monsters. A feat that the rest of the group combined would likely have shed blood to achieve. Because of this, everyone's faces were frozen in shock. Rightfully so. How could the brains of these ordinary people process a mere kid soloing 5 muscular orcs? In stark contrast to their bewilderment after that brief warm-up, Woojin was absolutely convinced this was no dream, as the stench of blood and the feel of the trigger were entirely too real. Suddenly, the old commander stomped over to him, fuming. But instead of praising their savior, he let out a torrent of curses. "Kim Woojin, what the hell were you doing, trying to get us all killed?" His only response was absolute, dismissive silence. His brain was still busy processing the "I have returned from the dead" file, so Woojin just kept his head down and walked away, completely ignoring the old man who was turning red with anger at being brushed off. "Hey, you little punk, how dare you stay mute when an elder is talking to you?" The unusual behavior of the young man named Kim sparked a wave of murmurs among the crowd. They whispered back and forth, wondering what kind of crazy pills the kid had taken today. Just a moment ago, he was carrying the whole team and stealing all the glory, but now he was sitting in a corner, clutching his head and muttering to himself. But how could those people possibly fathom the storm raging inside Woojin's mind right now? Even he himself found this whole turning back time thing utterly absurd. Because just a few heartbeats ago, Lee Sejun and that bitch Park Shin-hai had orchestrated a backstabbing plot, ending his life during a life-or-death battle, having been granted a golden ticket by fate to redo his life. In this life, he swore to make that bastard couple pay the ultimate price. They wouldn't even get the luxury of a peaceful death. Right as his thoughts were boiling over, a crisp ding echoed in his mind. The system announced his official awakening, granting him the status of a player. 3 paths immediately opened before him: Immortal Warrior, Emissary of the Underworld, and Silent Hunter. Thinking back, today was the exact anniversary of when he received his powers in his previous life. However, these 3 choices deviated completely from what had happened before. Skimming through the system panel, the title Emissary of the Underworld drew his entire focus like a magnet. This was a class that wielded the exclusive power to manipulate lethal poisons and dark curses. A master who could summon an undead army from lifeless corpses, thanks to possessing a power that was overwhelmingly superior to those self-righteous light attribute classes. The inevitable consequence was that only a single person could ever reach the absolute peak of this path. In the past, Johann Georg, the one who wore the crown of the King of Five Poisons, had monopolized the Grim Reaper's favor, hoarding all the power to sit comfortably on the throne of the absolute strongest. If in his past life, Lee Sejun played the role of the hero saving humanity, then Johann Georg was the ultimate nightmare of extinction. And Kim Woojin, the very man who had once racked his brain to dissect and analyze every single weakness of this class just to bring that devil down, was now unexpectedly walking the exact same path as the monster he once destroyed. Without a shred of hesitation, the young man decisively locked in his choice. Everything had been set in stone. In this life, there would be no room for Johann Georg's reign. He himself would become the true devil, tearing those hypocritical bastards and their masks of morality into bloody shreds. The rise of players also birthed the guild syndicates that amassed power and ruthlessly fought for benefits. At the time, the Phoenix Guild used every despicable trick in the book to hoard resources, securing their spot as the second most powerful faction in South Korea. It was the sheer filth of Phoenix that served as the perfect backdrop, elevating the fake, radiant halo of the Messiah Guild led by Lee Sejun. This time, Woojin took a complete detour from his old mistakes. He boldly marched right into the heart of Phoenix's lair. The recruiter slid a folder toward him, clearly rattling off every single clause of the guild's contract, along with empty promises of handsome bonuses after every dungeon raid. His eyes scanned every word. Truthfully, this loose change was nothing compared to the high-tier gear he had his eyes on, but he had to settle because walking into the Messiah's den right now was suicide. How exactly do you verify a player's identity? Don't tell me I just flash my status window for you, he asked with a smirk. The man across from him gave a knowing smirk, pulled a bizarre item from his pocket, and tossed it onto the desk. He boastfully introduced it as a magic scroll, specifically tailored for the Emissary of the Underworld class. All he had to do was tear one open to complete the screening. If you're the real deal, the skill will automatically activate right before my eyes. Woojin cast a cold glance over the pile of scrolls, and immediately locked onto the one named Venomous Blood. To learn this grimoire, a player was absolutely required to walk that dark path. Its mechanics were brutal, turning fresh blood into lethal poison. The higher the user's power, the more fatal the venom coursing through their veins became. So this is where these juicy items ended up, he mused with interest. It was a highly tactical skill, crude in nature, but if paired with a blood golem summoning spell, it would transform into a devastating wide area combo. Without a second thought, he locked in this deadly poison skill, and decisively ripped the fragile scroll apart. Instantly, the knowledge fused into his mind. Killing two birds with one stone, he bagged a new skill and successfully proved his identity to the recruiter. Everything went off without a hitch. Kim Woojin officially joined the ranks of Phoenix, sketching out the very first steps of his dungeon raiding conquest in this second life. In the dead of night, he slipped into a dream. There, the silhouettes of those who had fought life-and-death battles beside him in his past life flickered. Back then, he was branded with the moniker Hunting Dog. It sounded jarring compared to the holy light abilities he wielded back then, but the moment he stepped onto the battlefield, his true nature would erupt like a rabid beast, viciously tearing into its prey. That sheer insanity was enough to make every single one of his comrades shudder in fear. And on that particular day, the familiar scene played out once again. Midst their hushed whispers about that bizarre title, Woojin's icy voice suddenly cut through, making everyone's heart skip a beat. The bloodbath is starting. Get your gear ready. Those grueling massacres back in the day had been the very foundation that helped him rebuild his crumbling hope in humanity. Sadly, sweet dreams are fragile. When he opened his eyes, dawn had already broken. Glancing at the time on the screen, Woojin was dragged back to harsh reality. He was a man who had returned from the dead. And because the timeline had been rewritten, his absolute scum of enemies were still out there breathing, completely untouchable. Every single cell in his body was screaming, eagerly awaiting the day he would reunite with them and tear them limb from limb. The morning was bright, and his very first day of deployment had arrived. The designated rendezvous point was Wanmun Park. The party required 5 heads, and the other 4 guys had been standing there waiting for who knows how long. The most prominent in the group was a bald guy named Joseph, banking on the fact that he had been in the trenches 4 times before. He effortlessly commanded the admiration of the other 3 clueless rookies. "So when is this last guy planning to show his face?" Joseph grumbled. The moment the words left his mouth, an ear-piercing screech of brakes tore through the air. 4 pairs of eyes instantly locked onto the source. A beat-up, rusty jalopy slowly rolled into view. A rookie actually daring to show up late. What a disrespectful piece of trash. The blonde guy clicked his tongue, throwing out a snide remark. The door opened, and Kim Woojin leisurely stepped out. He should be on his knees thanking us for letting him piggyback on our team, yet he rocks up in that pile of scrap metal just to show off. The only girl in the group chimed in with her own mockery. Looking at that pathetic getup, I bet he couldn't even scrounge up a single decent piece of gear from headquarters. Trash like him will probably just cower in a corner clutching his head so he doesn't end up dead weight. Just ignore the loser, let's head out. And just like that, the moment introductions began, Woojin was officially kicked out of the team's circle of trust. Even the self-proclaimed boss, Joseph, gave a nod, signaling his followers to treat the kid like thin air. Just pretend we brought along a pet dog for entertainment. Having already tasted all the bitterness the world had to offer, as he watched those idiots laughing and forming their little clique. Woojin's mind remained as placid as an autumn lake. He couldn't care less. Right before the 0 hour of their life-and-death run, the organizers gave a brief rundown of the rules. Target, an E-rank dungeon goblin lair. Level cap, under 10. Victory condition, wipe out every last goblin without leaving a single one alive. Anyone got questions or want to run home crying to mommy, raise your hand now. Otherwise, do a final gear check. We're going in, the supervisor shouted coldly. The young man calmly tuned them out, utterly indifferent to the scornful glares coming from his 4 teammates. Internally, he scoffed with pure disdain. Just a bunch of nameless nobodies. Whether they lived or died was none of his business. He didn't have the time to care, especially since he could slaughter this entire trash tier lair single-handedly anyway. With their gear secured, the party marched toward the spatial gate. The 3 complete novices in the group, experiencing this for the very first time in their lives, couldn't hide their foolish awe, utterly mesmerized by the mystical sight. Stepping through the magical membrane, they officially set foot into an entirely different dimension. Welcoming them was a dense, overgrown forest. An eerie silence blanketed the area as the clothes on their bodies automatically transformed, morphing into the signature armor and gear of their respective classes. This ain't a video game, kids. If you die here, you die in real life, so snap out of it. There are no respawns here, stay sharp. Joseph started acting like a true leader, barking warnings at the rookies. Unfortunately for him, before he could even shut his mouth, Woojin had already silently peeled off and vanished. The young man was currently engrossed in inspecting some markings on a tree trunk, using them to mentally calculate the sheer, overwhelming number of monsters lurking in the woods. Seeing that the quiet kid was an easy target, Joseph immediately let his thug nature show. He shoved the dangerous job of scouting ahead onto Woojin, leaving the rest of them to comfortably set up camp and rest. It was clear as day, this was a move meant to send someone straight to their death. And yet Woojin didn't even bother arguing. He just gave a brisk nod, turned on his heel and walked away. Thought he was a tough guy, turns out he's just an obedient idiot. Getting sent as cannon fodder and still acting like a good little dog, what a hopeless loser, the ones left behind snickered. Let's warm up, boys. Now that we've kicked that dead weight, all the loot is ours to split. Joseph smirked as he drew his sword. His scheme was incredibly simple, get rid of the eyesore so he could hog all the profits. Such a childish trap, Kim Woojin had naturally seen right through it from the very first second. But that actually suited him perfectly, because he was already sick of breathing the same air as those brain-dead morons. Meanwhile, back at the Messiah Guild's headquarters, all the core elites were fully gathered in the Grand Assembly Room. The occasion was to welcome a brand new recruit to their ranks, the very person who would shoulder a massive responsibility in their upcoming campaign. As the heavy doors cracked open, Yang Jihu, a major big shot of the guild, clenched his jaw and cursed internally. Damn it, it's that little bastard again. Yo, the name's Suzuki Achai. The newcomer swaggered in with a flippant smirk. Looks like a bunch of familiar faces. Guess I can skip the whole polite introduction act, right? His tone was so obnoxiously arrogant that even the guild master, Lee Sejun, sitting on his high chair, had to secretly commend the sheer audacity of it. A pleasure, I am Lee Sejun. All right, cut to the chase. What's the job? Achai rudely interrupted. Witnessing this blatantly disrespectful attitude, Yang Ji, who lost his temper, slammed his hand on the table and pointed straight at his face. You insolent little brat. Is that how you speak to the guild master? Do you have a death wish? Despite getting screamed at, Achai couldn't care less. He just lazily shifted his eyes over, not even bothering to turn his head to look. That heaven-defying arrogance only fueled the raging inferno inside Jihu. He was seething, unable to fathom why the big boss had brought this massive thorn in their side here. It wasn't like this room lacked top-tier experts. Masters like Noda Hajiro, the Bow God, and Sukahara Ken, the Sword God, were sitting right there in total silence. It was only Ji who couldn't stop the hot blood from rushing to his brain. But the angrier the older man got, the more Achai seemed to enjoy it. Oh, is somebody throwing a tantrum? Am I that much of an eyesore, or are you still holding a grudge over that comment about your size last time? You call yourself a man, yet you're this petty. What the fuck did you just say? Jihu roared. Fine, today I'm gonna teach you a lesson. The surrounding crowd collectively facepalmed. They had seen this tired old veteran bullying the rookie script way too many times. The problem was, Suzuki Achai was no pushover. Just as the two were about to rip each other to shreds, Lee Sejun's patience finally ran out. He slammed the table, put an end to this circus right now. Jihu flinched and turned around, instantly meeting the razor-sharp, freezing glare of the guild master. All of his boiling rage evaporated instantly, replaced by a terrifying chill that ran straight down his spine. Even with the lump of anger still lodged in his throat, he had no choice but to pull out his chair and plop down in bitter resentment. He silently swore to himself that once this meeting was over, he would drag that arrogant prick out and beat him to a bloody pulp. That's enough for the warm-up. Park Shin-hai tapped her pen to reset the mood in the room. If the mission is strictly limited to locating the specific materials I mentioned, then I only need 3 days. Before she could even force the rest of the words out, Achai confidently cut her off and set the deadline. Lee Sejun nodded in deep satisfaction. 3 days, that's a very impressive number. As for what sinister plot this 3 days entailed, only time would tell. Returning to the dark depths of the dungeon, the lone wolf Woojin was currently on the prowl. Every single nook and cranny of this place had already been permanently etched into his memory from his past life. After doing a quick sweep of the perimeter, the reality of the situation aligned perfectly with the old intel. As he stalked his prey, a wave of bitter irony suddenly washed over him. Thinking back on it now, it was utterly laughable. Because everything, from his stealthy footwork to his vicious combat style, was all a byproduct personally molded by none other than Suzuki Achai. Back then, he had been foolish enough to believe that the bastard was genuinely trying to mentor him. Little did he know, every single step and technique was carefully groomed just to turn him into a tool for the Messiah Guild's ambitions. After shadowing that cold-blooded butcher for years, Woojin had ultimately been forged into a mindless killing machine, blindly obedient to the guild. But there was no way those bastards could have ever anticipated that the very skills they had drilled into him would now become the very blade pressing against their own throats. In a flash, Woojin did a perfect backflip from a high branch, landing silently on the ground. The exact moment his boots hit the dirt, the whistling shriek of something cutting through the air came flying at him. The young man smoothly glided to the right, effortlessly sidestepping the sneak attack. The roadblock had finally revealed itself, 3 goblins oozing with violent bloodlust. Kim Woojin calmly pulled up his inventory screen and materialized a razor-sharp dagger. His assassin's blood began to boil. These little runts reminded him of the trash mobs in that 7-story dungeon he used to stroll through like a walk in the park back in the day. But today, they would serve as the perfect guinea pigs to test out the venomous blood skill he had just snatched. Suiting action to thought, he brutally dragged the blade across his own palm. Thick, dark crimson blood immediately welled up. As the 3 ravenous beasts lunged at him in unison, Woojin warmly welcomed them with the very same dagger, now dripping with his fresh blood. In reality, he could have effortlessly cleaved their skulls in half in the blink of an eye. But he purposely opted to just barely graze one of their arms, purely to gauge the potency of the poison. A system prompt popped up, Target has been infected with lethal poison. Mere seconds later, the unfortunate victim began to thrash around violently, overwhelmed by flesh-tearing agony. Despite that, it still fought tooth and nail, desperately lunging forward to take a bite out of him. Woojin let out a heavy sigh. Taking a hit from lethal poison and still thrashing around this hard. Looks like the damage is pretty garbage, he analyzed in disappointment, accurately guessing it was simply because the skill's current level was too low. Realizing that one of them wasn't even enough to serve as a scratchpad for the human in front of them. Its sworn brethren immediately swarmed forward as backup. At this point, Woojin's patience officially flatlined. He wound his arm back and hurled the dagger with full force. It buried itself deep into the center of the lead monster's forehead, sending it straight to meet its maker. The corpse hit the dirt with a heavy thud under the horrified gazes of the remaining survivors. To be brutally honest, the formula for slaughtering goblins was incredibly bland. This mob of trash had agonizingly predictable movement patterns. However, the longer he dragged this out, the more backup they would call in, making it a massive pain in the ass. Throwing a sideways glance at the swarming horde of monsters pouring in, the young man immediately switched to plan B: no more playing with knives. He swapped out his gear, opting for a heavy leather whip to crack some skulls. The moment this weapon, which he had looted straight off a goblin chieftain, unleashed its power, it made the entire horde of low-level runts tremble violently in pure terror. This overwhelming aura of intimidation put a visible smirk on Woojin's face. It never hurts to be prepared, he gloated internally. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the four foolish rookies, who had just kicked Woojin out, were currently getting absolutely pulverized by an ambush of goblins. These hideous monsters were terrifyingly ferocious, causing the three sheltered kids who had never seen real bloodshed to stand frozen stiff in absolute panic. Luckily, Joseph, the guy who loved thumping his chest as the most experienced, stepped up to hold the front line, tanking the entire opening wave of the monster's assault. In the eyes of the three rookies, his figure was currently radiating a blinding light, exactly like a messiah. "The hell are you guys spacing out for? Why are you pissing your pants over a few creeps?" Joseph bellowed as he cleared a path. "Snap out of it right now. These runts can't even leave a scratch." He talked a big game, but his heart was hammering against his ribs like a war drum. Still, there was no turning back now. He forced himself to stay calm by gripping tightly onto his expensive longsword. After all, those little green bastards were nothing more than walking slabs of meat anyway, he told himself. But life is rarely a dream, and karma came back to bite the bald guy almost instantly. His supposedly legendary sword suddenly got wedged tight into the ribcage of a dead goblin. No matter how hard he yanked, it absolutely refused to budge. Sheer panic immediately washed over him. Veins bulged on his neck as he pulled, sweating bullets, but the blade remained stuck fast. Meanwhile, the second wave of the monster horde was already baring their fangs and lunging right at him. This time, their supposed messiah completely powered down in front of his followers. He took a solid club straight to the head, tumbling face first into the dirt. These monsters might have been small fry, but their strikes were vicious and entirely merciless. Blood gushed freely from his bald skull. The agony shot straight through his nervous system, paralyzing his body and making the world spin. But the moment he saw the green Grim Reaper ready to pounce, sheer survival instinct forced him to scramble away on all fours. He dragged himself across the ground, shrieking until his throat gave out. "Save me, you useless pieces of trash! What the hell are you standing there for? Attack!" Witnessing that pathetic display, all the color instantly drained from the three rookies' faces, leaving them with no choice but to bite the bullet and plunge headfirst into the chaotic fray. Because their only pillar of support, Joseph, had completely snapped in half. If they stayed rooted to that spot, the whole party might as well hold hands and march straight to the afterlife together. In complete and utter contrast to the catastrophic mess happening on the other side, Kim Woojin, who was currently being swarmed by no less than 7 monsters, was casually toying with his prey, as if he were just taking a leisurely stroll through the park. The crisp crack of the whip slicing through the air echoed out. Every single strike swept away a whole cluster of enemies. A few of the more cowardly monsters were terrified out of their minds, dropping their weapons to flee for their lives. But in Woojin's dictionary, the concept of mercy had never existed. The pitch-black leather coiled through the air like a venomous viper. violently cutting off the prey's escape route as it wrapped tightly around the target's neck. With just a light, effortless flick of his wrist, a sickening crunch of bone echoed out, and the unfortunate creature instantly stopped breathing. A message immediately popped up on his screen. The emissary of the Underworld had been thoroughly entertained by the massacre, bestowing upon him the title, the one being watched. Well, it doesn't take much to impress them, huh? Woojin muttered with a triumphant smirk. It was almost unbelievable. Just casually wiping out some trash-tier mobs was actually enough to bait the gaze of an evil god. Thinking back to the 4 useless sacks of meat on the other side, he secretly mocked them. Only brainless idiots would haul bulky iron swords into a place like this. When dealing with this specific species, a single whip was more than enough. Sweating bullets over these runts was truly the peak of stupidity. Without even needing to peek, he already knew his glorious team was getting their asses handed to them. And right on the money, after a chaotic life-or-death dogfight, the quartet barely managed to drive the monsters off. But the price they paid was heavy. Every single one of them was bruised, battered, drenched in blood, and their morale had absolutely hit rock bottom. "Hey, what do you think happened to that kid who vanished earlier?" A weak voice rasped out, referring to the young man named Kim. "He's been gone for a while. He's definitely dead meat by now," Joseph brushed it off. Unfortunately for him, the bald guy's reputation had plummeted to rock bottom in the eyes of his juniors. Absolutely nobody respected him anymore. They instantly started dogpiling on him, blaming him for throwing Woojin out. If they had all 5 bodies holding the line earlier, they wouldn't have been reduced to this pathetic state. Joseph shamelessly yelled back, and just like that, a fiery shouting match erupted. The cursing match was abruptly cut short when a series of horrifying, bone-crunching sounds echoed through the woods. Jumping out of their skin like a bunch of startled cats, the group scrambled back-to-back into a defensive circle, their trembling hands pointing weapons in all directions. That savage noise was undoubtedly a signal that the goblins had returned for round 2. It was definitely goblins, all right, but there was no grand ambush waiting for the bald guy's party. Those were just the desperate, agonizing shrieks of the monsters being butchered alive under Woojin's ruthless hands. His leveling spree flowed as beautifully as a symphony of death. The young man continuously farmed looks of deep admiration from the dark entities. The reward this time was a brand new spell, Summon Skeleton Soldier. Woojin eagerly popped open his storage space. He truly hadn't expected such a jackpot to drop this early on. Back in the day, this was the exact undead army that had served as the King of 5 Poison's most terrifying vanguard. The very trump card that villain used to sow absolute terror. But as a trade-off, it came with a fatal flaw, the very same weakness that had allowed him to shatter that bastard's throne in the past. The caster was strictly required to use a corpse they had personally killed in order to resurrect it as an undead minion. This was an incredibly restrictive and troublesome condition. Even so, armed with his wealth of experience and the time he now had, Woojin was more than confident he could turn this fatal flaw into absolute child's play. And so, another beast's skin scroll was brutally torn, etching the summoning magic deep into his very soul. Because his skill level was still pathetically low, his current maximum capacity could only scrap together a single skeleton soldier. But that was more than enough to serve as a meat shield and throw the enemy's formation into total chaos. Mopping up the rest would be an absolute breeze. Instantly, he molded a fresh corpse into his first skeletal minion. He had to admit one thing. Watching that sickening, bloody mess literally peel its own flesh off right before his very eyes was enough to make even his seasoned stomach churn a little. However, staring deep into those hollow eye sockets brimming with pure, unadulterated resentment, the young man couldn't help but crack a sinister, deeply satisfied smile. The sky was crystal clear, with faint white clouds drifting lazily over the lush green peaks. Shattering that picturesque peace was the cold, rhythmic clattering of bare bones. Kim Woojin leaned back comfortably against an ancient tree trunk, his eyes lazily admiring the masterpiece standing before him. Stroking his chin, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "A little too flimsy compared to what I imagined," he clicked his tongue. "My mana is just too pathetic right now, so I could only mold this fragile piece of junk." The goblin skeleton clattered as it tilted its head, somehow picking up on its master's blatant insults. Its stiff joints were painfully clumsy, but deep within its hollow, empty sockets, a pale soul fire flickered to life, the undeniable proof of a newly ignited undead consciousness. He strolled over and gently placed his hand atop its bleak white skull. The very first wild card has been drawn. Suddenly, his gaze halted, locking dead onto a bizarre object in the distance. The grotesque sight made the corner of his mouth twitch. A player, he mused in mild surprise, staring at the corpse of a fellow human dangling from a tree like a slab of rotten meat hung out to dry. The gears in his head immediately started spinning. The law of survival in this place was absolute. From the lowliest goblin to an ancient dragon, every single one of them possessed a bottomless thirst for human blood. There was absolutely zero chance they would ever go easy on a bunch of defenseless amateurs. One man and one skeleton seamlessly slipped into the pitch-black entrance of the monster's den. He came to a cold, hard conclusion, which means this so-called humanity is better off being fed to the dogs. Meanwhile, in another secluded corner, night had already dropped its thick, heavy velvet curtain, completely swallowing the forest. Flickering feebly in the eerie darkness was a crackling campfire, casting long shadows over the exhausted faces of the party. The nasty gash on Joseph's forehead was still steadily dripping blood. He ground his teeth together and cursed aloud. "Motherfucker, those absolute goddamn freaks." Sitting right next to him, the girl named Sung-mi was curled up into a ball, hugging her shoulders tightly as she violently sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Minso nervously gripped the hem of his own sleeve. "Boss Joseph, what do we do now?" The other rookie stared blankly at the dirt, his voice hollow and full of despair. "We're all gonna die in this shit hole, aren't we?" The bald guy chewed his lip until it bled, grinding out every single word. "It's not our time yet. There's no way in hell I'm dying such a pathetic death." His brows knitted together in a fierce scowl, and he growled, "What the fuck are you guys so scared of? Those little runts are literal garbage." He shot up from the ground as if he'd been electrocuted, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Even if we go down swinging. We are not dying like cowards cowering in a hole." His sudden roar made Minso flinch, stunning him so badly he couldn't even stammer out a reply. Sung-mi jolted in fear, instantly choking back her sobs. She frantically wiped her tear-stained face, her wide, bloodshot eyes staring blankly straight ahead. Ha-jin just sat there frozen, sweating bullets as he hesitantly stammered, "Boss." Joseph only grew more irritated, barking back, "What the hell are you staring at? No matter what gets in our way, we'll crush it." The rookie pointed a violently trembling finger at him. "No, it's not that." He frowned in sheer confusion, glaring at the spot the kid was pointing at. "What the hell are you babbling about?" Minso panicked, his voice barely a squeak. "Right above your head." Joseph irritably slapped a hand to his own forehead. "What the fuck is it?" At that exact moment, floating right in the empty space above his head, a golden level-up notification practically exploded into existence, radiating so brightly it illuminated that entire corner of the forest. Joseph was completely petrified by the blinding phantom text. Level up. He hadn't killed a single goddamn thing, so how the hell did he level up? There was only one logical explanation for catching a free ride like this. He gulped hard, struggling to force out a calm voice. "The party's exp sharing system. Someone in our team is slaughtering mobs." His face completely drained of color as utter disbelief washed over him. "Don't tell me. Is that lost little bastard actually still alive?" Meanwhile, standing at the very gates of hell, the young man named Kim leisurely held up a blazing torch, the violent flames completely tearing through the pitch-black darkness of the cave. Strewn casually around his combat boots was a massive pile of stiff, dead goblin guards. The entire entrance had been completely boarded up with dry, brittle logs. The corners of Woojin's mouth curled up as he slowly let the words slip. "If there's one thing years of bloody experience has taught me, the most basic rule for roasting goblins is..." A terrifyingly sinister smile blossomed across his refined face. "Go big or go home." He casually parted his fingers, letting the burning torch slip from his grasp. It landed perfectly dead center into the massive pile of dry logs choking the cave entrance. Instantly, a raging inferno erupted, weaving itself into a towering, hellish wall of fire that completely annihilated any chance of escape. Master and servant simply crossed their arms, leisurely standing by to watch the grand show. The roaring flames cast the long, imposing shadows of a literal devil and his undead skeleton across the cold, hard earth. Thick, suffocating smoke violently rolled into the cave, slithering into every single crack and crevice. A snoring goblin suddenly twitched its nose, snapping awake and rolling its bulging, bug-like eyes in sheer panic. The entire colony frantically whipped their heads toward the entrance, their muscles twitching violently as a terrifying sense of doom washed over them. What met their terrified eyes was a tidal wave of pitch-black smoke flooding rapidly into the cavern, carrying with it a pungent stench of death that chilled them to the very bone. The oxygen in the enclosed space was instantly devoured. The monsters began aggressively clutching their throats, mouths gaping wide like fish out of water, thrashing around wildly in the suffocating haze. A few of them couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the floor, rolling around in agony as if their lungs were being shredded from the inside. One of the larger chieftains frantically waved its arms toward the exit, desperately signaling a full retreat. Like drowning men clutching at straws, the miserable horde abandoned all rational thought. They blindly threw themselves forward, charging madly toward the only flickering source of light, pushing their frantic legs to the absolute limit. However, the hellish blockade of flames outside was still roaring with furious, unyielding intensity. Suddenly, the blazing barricade of logs began to violently shake, accompanied by a chorus of deafening, desperate scratching and pounding. Kim Woojin remained as still as a statue, his icy gaze piercing right through the sea of flames. A few seconds later, peering through the blazing gaps were the grotesquely deformed, agonizing faces of the monsters, frantically clawing at the flames in a desperate bid for survival. Their high-pitched, piercing shrieks were laced with an unimaginable, sky-shattering bloodlust. Their bloodshot, hateful eyes were locked dead onto the ruthless human, looking as though they wanted nothing more than to rip him apart and devour him alive on the spot. He stood motionless in deep thought. Smirking coldly, satisfied with the masterpiece he had just created, Kim Woojin spoke in a mocking tone. "The lives of the players who fell by your hands, shall we settle that debt all at once today?" In the sea of blazing red flames, countless arms reached out desperately, trembling as they clung to a fragile shred of life. In the blink of an eye, the inferno had swallowed everything, leaving behind only the crackling sound and a pungent charred stench filling the air. Roaring flames blazed intensely, brightly illuminating a vast section of the deep forest. Suddenly, the system window popped up with a praise. "The emissary of the Underworld is extremely pleased with your cold-bloodedness." In a flash, the goblins were reduced to nothing but fluttering ashes. Frowning in thought, he fixed his gaze on the pitch-black pile of ashes ahead. Kim Woojin let out a faint scoff. "Well, that's truly bizarre." Gripping his whip tightly, he muttered, "I thought by this point I'd at least get to see its face." Carrying a sense of boredom, Kim Woojin turned on his heel to leave, grumbling inwardly. "What a pain, or is it hiding in some corner?" Just as the skeleton goblin moved away, a faint cracking sound echoed, and the ground beneath the ashes slowly splintered, as if a creature was rising from the underworld. Catching the strange noise, it hastily turned its head to look. Instantly, the ground burst open, and a colossal goblin tore through the soil, launching itself upwards. The skeleton goblin stood rooted to the spot, letting the rocks and dirt rain down on its head. The creature was absolutely furious, its nostrils snorting out puffs of scorching air. He reflexively spun around, cracking his whip hard against the ground. "Lucky me, this place was starting to get boring." Kim Woojin clenched his jaw. "Thank heavens you popped up right under my boot." The giant now radiated an overwhelming murderous aura, its eyes burning with hatred. It was undoubtedly the goblin champion. He said in an even tone, "Countless rookies have laid down their lives in this damn dungeon." Kim Woojin added, "In the end, it all comes down to this monster." Spreading his hand to release mana, his eyes darkened. For those greenhorn rookies, encountering a goblin champion in its lair is no different from receiving a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. A decisive wave of his hand triggered a burst of radiant light, while a thought swirled in Kim Woojin's mind. Even so. The glow flickered out, revealing a razor-sharp sword resting obediently in his hand. He swore viciously in his heart. From this moment on, no one else will have to die in vain. The bone warrior slightly turned its neck, its gloomy eye sockets locked onto the blade. Its scrawny legs slowly stepped forward, crunching against the ground and shattering the silence. The skeleton's movement immediately caught Kim Woojin's attention. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wow, it actually knows how to lie in ambush and bide its time. Suddenly, the skeleton soldier froze, its limbs completely stiff. The creature slowly turned its head, a melancholic light flashing through its eye sockets. Kim Woojin spoke with amusement, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Look at its posture." He further evaluated, "Its attitude has changed. Taking a few steps back, Kim Woojin leaned against a tree trunk, leisurely observing the situation. Despite the suffocatingly tense atmosphere, he remained relaxed, awaiting the impending melee. The dungeon goblin boss roared madly, its eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glare. At that exact second, the skeleton soldier fiercely stomped the ground to borrow momentum. Riding the inertia, it launched itself into the air, tearing through the wind as it darted straight toward the target. The blinding speed of the dry bone warrior was astonishing. In a mere flash, it was already at the enemy's throat. The dungeon monster lunged forward fiercely, swinging its weapon in sweeping arcs and roaring with deafening threats. Right after gliding behind the target, the skeleton sharply shifted direction, delivering a sweeping kick that sent dirt and sand flying into a blinding cloud. A lethal slash hacked straight down, causing blood to geyser from the monster's ankle. He was stunned, his pupils trembling continuously as a memory flashed across his mind. That technique. Kim Woojin recalled the bloody battle with a giant dragon, the vicious beast's figure engulfed in brilliant flames, with bursts of explosive heat seeming to melt heaven and earth. A man roared in despair. How the hell are we supposed to tear this vicious beast apart? He offered a strategy, crush its two hind limbs then. Kim Woojin swiftly drew his sword, break its pillars of support, seize that opening and victory will be right in our hands. Furrowing his brows tightly, his razor-sharp gaze exuded an unwavering will, disregarding the surrounding dangers. Ignoring the risks, Kim Woojin leaped into midair, hacking his blade straight into the giant dragon's leg joint. The frenzied attack struck like lightning, bursting the blood vessels in the beast's two massive pillars, and its mournful roar tore at the eardrums. The current scene further solidified Kim Woojin's belief. This footwork, I'm 100% sure of it. Right now, the dungeon boss collapsed in agony, forced to plant its wooden club into the mud to support its battered body. The goblin bone soldier rushed in, unleashing a barrage of damage, replicating the exact same lethal combos from earlier. It slipped behind the enemy, then shot up into the sky like a bolt of lightning. He assessed in astonishment this slaughtering style. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton's sword plunged into the boss's skull, sending it to the afterlife. Kim Woojin exclaimed in shock, "It's an exact carbon copy of me." Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he told himself, "I always knew these skeleton minions would inherit a portion of their master's martial arts and magic, but..." Kim Woojin's inner mind screamed with excitement. "I never expected them to literally photocopy my actual combat style." In a state of exhilaration, he recalled, "Before reversing time, I had mastered every kind of weapon in this world. Even within the Messiah Guild, not a single soul was skilled enough to take me on one-on-one." Its master's next statement left the skeleton soldier looking utterly bewildered. "Still, that's exactly my taste," he whispered. "Looks like my upcoming strategy is going to need a slight detour." Suddenly, a loud beep echoed, and an electronic panel flashed right in Kim Woojin's line of sight. The blinding light made him jolt. Swiftly tapping on the inbox, he stared blankly and blurted out, "What is this?" Right at this moment, the system clearly displayed a line of text. "Dark Lord, congratulations on successfully unlocking a hidden glory. A legendary skill has been packaged as a gift for you." Kim Woojin rubbed his eyes repeatedly, unable to believe his own sight. Legendary. Bursting with joy, a bright smile bloomed on his lips. Who would have thought I'd pick up a rare item right in this dump? Shifting the scene to the watchtower, a young man panicked and roared, "The dungeon has been cleared." Hansik shot up to his feet, slamming his hand on the wooden desk, his eyes bulging. "What did you say?" Before his soul could even fully return to his body, he roughly twisted the doorknob and sprinted straight outside. The scene unfolding before his eyes completely petrified Hansik. From behind the spatial tier, a group of players sluggishly dragged themselves out. A storm of astonishment surged in his chest. A miracle had manifested, they had actually returned alive. Hansik's jaw dropped, sweating profusely. So this devil's den was wiped clean in less than 24 hours. Isn't that supposed to be impossible? Right as the medical team was frantically administering first aid to the wounded, he dashed over at full speed, overjoyed. Thank heavens, the whole squad made it home intact. Scanning endlessly without finding the main person, Hansik hit the brakes, his eyes darting all over the crowd. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, his voice reeking of unease. "Weird, I've counted over and over and there are only 4 people. Where is Mr. Kim Woojin?" A dead silence fell over the air, no one bothering to utter a single word. Everyone's face was ashen, their eyes dodging away guiltily. Han-sik lightly rubbed the frame of his glasses, his voice choked up. This attitude, don't tell me Mr. Kim Woojin has. Suddenly a sound rose from the flank, making his heart skip a beat. A ray of hope lit up, someone was walking over. When that figure revealed itself clearly, the surrounding crowd nearly dropped their eyeballs in sheer shock. Stepping through the blinding spatial rift, Kim Woojin strolled out leisurely, hands stuffed in his pockets, his expression as light as a feather. Han-sik completely froze for a few seconds, stammering before finally finding his voice. Mr. Kim Woojin. The young man took decisive strides, not even bothering to throw a single glance backward. He frantically chased after him. Wait up, Sir Kim Woojin. Joseph stared with extreme bulging eyes. He's still breathing. What kind of miracle did that bastard use to swallow that whole dungeon by himself? Watching Han-sik run after him to strike up a conversation, his guts churned with a massive wave of jealousy. Joseph's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Is this a joke? What the hell is this? In his head right now, only a giant question mark was buzzing. What kind of deity is that guy? In the following days, the media exploded with breaking news. The global economic chart had plummeted for 4 consecutive years. The European Union finalized a plan to increase the bonus for players who cleared dungeons by 30%. The United States officially passed a special privilege bill for players, completely abolishing the 10% income tax. Were all the demanding requests of the players really going to be met this smoothly? Through a giant billboard in the middle of a noisy downtown street, the anchor's voice echoed. The greed of the player community on Earth is swelling exponentially. Based on analyzed data, only the player class has the power to close dungeons, thereby giving birth to demanding privileges. Even so, right in the eye of the storm, the Messiah organization in South Korea silently crushed a 5-floor dungeon without uttering a single word of demand. Television waves enthusiastically broadcasted the news of the Messiah Guild setting the record for clearing the first 5-floor dungeon. The MC shouted in excitement, Lee Sejun, that living saint has once again saved the world. The MC continued to spill. Following this resounding victory, Hansung Corporation, the parent company backing the Messiah Guild, has seen its stock ticker fly as high as a kite in a storm. At the same time, Joseph grumpily slammed the phone, gritting his teeth in a curse. Damn it, that rotten Messiah gang. He tossed the phone onto the table with a thud, growling. Turn on the TV and it's full of their faces, it's seriously infuriating. Joseph grumbled resentfully, making us get roasted alive like a bunch of blood-sucking trash. Ho-sung smirked and laughed. Why bother fussing over such trivial things? It's an everyday occurrence, nothing strange about it anymore. He nosily shifted to another topic. Speaking of which, how did that recent dungeon run go? He crankily yelled out, don't even bring it up. Because of that rookie Kim Woojin, the whole group almost ended up as fertilizer. Ho-sung gaped in shock. What was there something that intense? Joseph raised his eyebrows, pointing his finger at his stark white bandaged skull. Open your eyes wide and look. This is the consequence gifted by that lunatic. He stammered hesitantly. If so, are those rumors actually true? Holding the lump of anger on his forehead, he confirmed firmly. That's right. He disguised himself as a rookie and, greedy for some gear, threw himself into a goblin hotpot. Joseph continued ranting. Out of humanitarian goodwill, I rushed in to save him and ended up stuck with this battered appearance. Ho-sung let out a startled howl. Really? Hey, a brat like that needs to be reported to the organization to demand punishment. He shook his head wearily. Forget it, just consider it bad luck stepping in crap. It's just a case of being so poor it drove him to recklessness anyway. He raged in indignation. Even if he's dead broke, he shouldn't be so messed up. I can't just ignore this. I'm going to leak this to everyone so that punk won't have any way to make a living anywhere else. At the same time, in a quiet room, Kim Woojin's eyes were pinned to a portrait on the wall. Stroking his chin in calculation, he thought to himself, the present is different from the past. I can't just rashly rush headlong to meet that guy Lee Sejun right away. Kim Woojin outlined a clear goal. I must forge my strength to be rock solid before catching his eye. To do that. He stood still, admiring the wall completely covered in photos and papers. Every piece of information was layered, with red threads intricately hooking the knots together to form a complex spider web. Kim Woojin mercilessly ripped off the piece of paper located right at the intersection of the thread, connecting himself and his target. Starting right from this crux is the perfect move. Shifting the camera angle to a high-rise building, a startled voice tore through the space. An orc hunter dungeon. Secretary Nam stammered, his demeanor restless. Or is it because of the recent internal rumors that you're planning to risk your life to salvage your reputation? He looked bewildered. Rumors? I'm completely clueless about that. To be blunt, I'm just strapped for cash. Chairman Lee's gaze scrutinized the figure standing in audience, his sharp stare looking as if it wanted to strip bare the other party's soul, just for a few meager bucks. He spoke words of instruction, his expression utterly righteous. Mr. Kim Woojin, life is priceless. Wealth is indeed tempting, but isn't preserving your life first and foremost the better choice. Chairman Lee tossed out a bait. If you're that hard up, just take a temporary loan from the guild's relief fund. Kim Woojin waved his hand dismissively, rejecting it flat out. No need to trouble yourself, just arrange the schedule for me. I'll handle it perfectly on my own. In his gut, he calculated, bet he's the one spreading those rumors to drag me down. But thinking about it, it was for the best. A lone wolf adventure seeking a worthy opponent was still his life's true love. Waiting for Kim Woojin to disappear from sight, Secretary Nam urgently reported, "It seems the rumors about this young man are spot on." He crossed his arms, casting his gaze over the city, and sneered, "Let rumors be rumors, but it looks like the guy himself hasn't caught wind of anything. However, what's the current status of the dungeon that punk is about to enter?" He continued to report. Ever since an elite squad charged in and got completely wiped out, it's been gathering mold for a solid month, with no one daring to register anymore. Chairman Lee spun around sharply. Whose elite group was that? Secretary Nam broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "Sir, they were potential seeds belonging to Park Yang-won's faction. What should we do now?" He sneered sarcastically. Even Park Yang-won's core soldiers were forced to surrender with their hands tied, yet this kid wants to go in there all by himself. He casually delivered the verdict. The fate of this rookie is pretty much sealed right here. His sixth sense telling him someone was stabbing him in the back, he hastily glanced back, the echoes of Chairman Lee's words still lingering in his ears. "But you never know, let's just disperse the support funds as a matter of formality." Kim Woojin curled his lips in mockery. To send a hero off to heaven, step 1. Right then, the screen of his phone stopped on the name Park Yang-won. Kim Woojin coldly added, "You have to shake hands with the evil faction first." Right after that, he sped off in his car, parking in a flash in front of the Chuncheon City Hall. The moment Kim Woojin's shoe hit the ground, a middle-aged man bustled over and asked, "Are you Mr. Kim Woojin?" Hanzon's face was dripping with sweat, his demeanor half believing and half doubting, but still, "Are you really planning to go solo?" Met with only silence in response, he pouted and secretly cursed. With a money-grubbing nature like that, no wonder not a single soul wants to share a table with him. Once done, Hanjo jogged ahead to clear the path, politely calling out, "Please follow this direction to enter the dungeon right away, sir." He glanced around shiftily to the side, cursing inwardly. What a psycho, actually daring to crawl into a tiger's den alone. Oh well, sink or swim, it has nothing to do with me anyway. The spatial rift slowly opened, blinding rays of light pouring out, washing away the dark veil of mist inside the catacombs. The moment Kim Woojin's heel slipped completely inside, the barrier instantly slammed shut. The system immediately popped up the stat board. Target, Orc Hunter. Scale, 1 floor. Difficulty, Rank C maximum capacity 3. Restriction level 13 or below. Mission, eliminate the Orc Hunter. He braced himself. If I solely rely on my measly level right now, soloing this is guaranteed to be an impossible task. Kim Woojin swiftly drew his sword, his rippling muscles dropping into a defensive stance. Even so, as long as he turned the orcs into sacrifices to summon skeleton soldiers, the tide of the battle would completely turn. In the blink of an eye, an orc suddenly popped up, pouncing on him with the speed of lightning. Knitting his brows tightly, his pupils flashed with a sharp glint, overflowing with judgment and killing intent. The exact tick the giant club smashed down, he craftily slid past the monster's flank, escaping danger by a hair's breadth. Pressing his palm firmly against the ground, he pivoted to borrow momentum to spring himself upright incredibly smoothly. The sword was raised high, brilliantly glowing slashes tearing through the air, aiming precisely at the enemy's body. Ironically, the effect was far from what he desired, the harsh reality making him freeze in his tracks. Kim Woojin broke into a sweat as he assessed. Although it's just a grunt with this tough hide, hitting it will merely scratch an itch and leave a bump. Shifting his gaze to the murder weapon it had just smashed, the mind-boggling power had shattered the stone floor into thousands of pieces. A stream of thoughts surged in his mind. If its destructive power stops at that level, all it takes is one final strike to send it to its maker. Anyway, as long as I make mincemeat out of this one to summon a skeleton soldier, everything will be smooth sailing. A seed of hope kindled in his heart. The solo wager to smash this dungeon was indeed still in the palm of his hand. Without hesitation, Kim Woojin leaped into close combat, his terrifying speed making everything around him seem to solidify. The orc glared with wide eyes, tensing its muscles and bones in an attempt to catch the fleeting silhouette of its opponent. Sniffing out a ripe opportunity, it pounded its heavyweight fist into the floor, uprooting dirt and rocks that flew everywhere, creating a thick smokescreen of dust. A piece of gravel inadvertently tore through the wind and grazed his cheek, drawing a streak of blood instantly. With godlike reflexes, Kim Woojin shifted his steps to flank the vicious beast from behind. His rapid footwork aggressively closed the gap with the target. In a flash, he was pressed right up against the orc's side. His gaze flared up with the flames of slaughter. Kim Woojin aimed straight for the opening of the earlier wound. The blade slashed horizontally, tearing through the wind to embed itself precisely into that weak point. A storm-like combo of attacks was unleashed, a continuous stream of deadly light ribbons wrapping around the beast's legs. The sheer, terrifying speed completely paralyzed the orc's brain, leaving it standing there dumbly to tank the damage. A moment later, Kim Woojin landed smoothly, the soles of his shoes as steady as a rock, his entire body radiating an immensely majestic aura. The vicious beast staggered to stay upright, the flesh-tearing pain making its whole body tremble violently, its eyes dilated in shock at the tragedy that had just struck. Instantly, crimson blood erupted, bathing an entire corner of the battlefield in blood. Turning around and strolling toward the target, the monster, whose lower limbs had been cleanly reaped, had no choice but to kneel helplessly in the mud. Raising its crude eyebrows, its eyes oozed a flame of hatred that pinned onto the enemy before it. Raising the death-dealing blade high, he mocked, "Looking this close, you're past your prime of scaring people, huh?" The fatal stab pierced brutally straight into the giant's chest. Bleeding out in a deep red pool, the orc collapsed, dying in battle with its eyes rolled back. Immediately, a notification panel popped up, successfully summoned a skeleton soldier. Dawn washed over the city, golden rays gilding the concrete skyscrapers with their sparkling signboards. A spider web of power lines crisscrossed the blue sky, and a bustling stream of cars signaled a vibrant new rhythm of life. In an office room, two men were sitting and chatting. Osechin nodded in praise. "An outstanding guy, absolutely an outstanding guy." Li Jin frowned in suspicion. "What have you been staring at so intently all this time? Confess, are you planning to cop some more bizarre junk from some hidden corner for your business again?" The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and a whispering smile escaped, brimming with both amusement and deep-seated cunning. Osechin tossed the stack of documents onto the desk, sliding it across to the opposite side. "If you're curious, take a peek at this file." The exact moment his eyes skimmed over the words, he turned to stone, his pupils dilating to the extreme. Li Jin jumped in shock and shrieked, "What the hell is this?" He couldn't dare to believe his own sight. A rookie who just awakened and hasn't even warmed his seat, yet he's already solo carried his very first debut dungeon. He spoke with a voice full of excitement. Rumor has it that the kid has already moved on to his second dungeon. This time, the moment he stepped in, he went straight into a solo run. Doesn't that just violently slap the rookie label right in the face and show incredible guts? Li Jin blankly poked his finger at the stack of papers. "Oh, Sechin, you actually buy such a fictional story. Considering how much I struggled back in the day, is Sechin really planning to place complete trust in this anonymous report?" He continued grumbling. "Sechin was never a gullible person to begin with, but in this case, you're being a bit too green." Coincidentally, Li Jisoo brought some water over, her sub-zero, razor-sharp voice giving Li Jin goosebumps. "Is there a flaw in the documents I gathered?" His heart leaped into his throat, and he whipped his neck around with a snap. Face pale with fear, Li Jin hastily tried to cover it up. Good heavens, this dossier was compiled by Secretary Li's own hands. No wonder it's so smooth and top-notch. Where did you hunt down these priceless insider sources? She slammed the water tray hard onto the desk, droplets of liquid splashing everywhere, and dropped a cold remark. "That is my rice bowl, after all." Osechin sipped his coffee. Goods dug up by Secretary Li are unquestionably credible. Before he could even finish his sentence, his eyes collided with the coffee packaging on the tray. If we don't trust Secretary Lee, who else can we rely on? Osechin flew into a rage and screamed. Can't trust a single soul either. I specifically nagged that I'm allergic to instant coffee and banned buying it. Lee Jisoo calmly slurped down her entire drink, turning a deaf ear to her boss's string of curses. What category of stuff is this exactly? Huh. She leisurely lifted her eyelids, her facial expression as placid as an autumn lake, without a single ripple of emotion. Lee Jisoo replied unhurriedly. This instant coffee packet was scavenged from the meetup with the Phoenix Guild last week, and the report file you're holding was printed on recycled scrap paper. Osechin flipped his attitude instantly, gulping down several mouthfuls consecutively, praising it lavishly as he swallowed. What an elegant flavor, pretty excellent. To do it right, you have to enjoy instant coffee to be a true connoisseur. A fake halo of tolerance wrapped around him, the old man acting out a sincere facade. It's the truth. If I don't place my faith in Secretary Lee in this mortal realm, what ghost could I ever depend on? Lee Jin-ah glared so hard his eyes could tear, a clear expression of contempt showing. His brain sighed inwardly, stingy nature, lord of weasels. His eyes locked tightly onto the figure opposite him, secretly assessing. No wonder his hair is going gray and he's still. Looking away for just a moment, the cup of water was already bottomed out, leaving only a crumpled paper cup sitting bare on the desk. Suddenly remembering their business venture, Osechin spoke up. By the way, Secretary Lee, what stage is the dungeon acquisition project at? She reported promptly. A few decent caves have popped up, but the problem is the hosts are screaming outrageously steep prices, so I'm still scouting for more. Catching wind of this snippet of news, Jin-ah's insides couldn't help but stir. Acquiring dungeons now. Lee Jin-ah squirmed. Oh, Sechin, isn't that batch of dungeons you hoarded a while back still stagnating? His eyes lit up with a spark like he had struck a gold mine. What a weird thing to say. The kid is going to have to crawl back into the dungeons to grind soon, and sooner or later, resources will dry up. He grumbled loudly. What kind of rule is that? I just dragged my corpse out of a demon's den yesterday. You should at least grant me some time to breathe and recover my strength. Osechin waved his hand, putting on the air of an enlightened philosopher. When a human sits around doing nothing for too long, their bones will quickly rust and become sluggish. Furthermore, shutting off the switch midway on a machine that's grinding passionately will invite even worse illnesses. I, Sechin, am pouring my heart out purely because I'm worrying for your sake. Lee Jin-ah gritted his teeth until his jaw ached. What did you just say, old man? Lee Jisoo lifted her coffee cup, a thin wisp of smoke spiraling up and blending into the air, carrying with it a series of weary, heavy sighs. The camera panned back to the dungeon. The orc pack shrieked out savage, threatening roars, their eye sockets radiating a terrifying murderous intent. The beast army went berserk, charging straight toward the skeleton soldier. With just a single smash of a weapon, the skeletal frame was shattered into a bloody mess. Countless fragments shot out in all directions, then fluttered down onto the dirt floor. Kim Woojin swiftly reaped the heads of the entire orc pack, taking a seat on the mountain of corpses, his eyes locked onto the scattered bone fragments, complaining, "At the end of the day, it's because my skill level is still too pathetic, making my minion as paper-thin as a sheet." Saying that, Kim Woojin nimbly vaulted down to the ground, however. His hand immediately slapped onto the corpse of an orc. That 5 poisons King Johann Jorg, whom I encountered in my previous life, crammed a course into me until I was completely sick of it. Right at that moment, spiritual power flared up on Kim Woojin's hands, seeping deep into every blood vessel of the monster's corpse. A radiant halo was released, throwing the remaining orcs into utter panic, bewildered as to what calamity was falling upon them. A moment later, the system window burst with a notification again. You have successfully summoned a skeleton soldier. At the same time, the zombie's flesh tore open, and a bare skeletal arm thrust straight into the air. Its teeth gnashed together with a crunching sound, exactly like a predator whose switch had just been flipped on. In a flash, the skeleton soldier stood up tall and proud, dark energy billowing from its joints and weaving into an icy fog. He boldly declared, "As long as my mana limit hasn't dried up, then the number of summoned skeleton soldiers." His voice continued to boom. "Will be directly proportional to the number of corpses casually discarded across this battlefield." Hearing those words, the orcs wore bewildered faces, their gazes lifeless, completely oblivious to the Grim Reaper's scythe eagerly waiting to snatch their lives. In just the blink of an eye, a tragic choir of moans and screams filled every nook and cranny of the dark dungeon. The system panel continuously popped up messages. Congratulations on leveling up, all personal stats have been further enhanced. The Blood, Poison, Water ultimate skill has just evolved to level 2. Kim Woojin wrinkled his forehead, letting out a scornful sound. Just this measly amount, huh? Farming monsters in a dungeon only to get such a meager harvest is way too trashy. I better just clean up the rest of these small fry orcs and drag my ass to find that orc hunter. Resting his chin on his hand, his inner mind churned with a messy jumble of questions. Kim Woojin scrutinized his self-drawn map. I kept assuming that a species that devours its own kind would definitely play the boss ruling over this entire pack. Frowning, his mouth muttered, who knows, maybe it's camouflaged and hiding out among the pack, so the only remaining area is. Suddenly the skeleton soldier lowered its head, its vision glued to the sketch on the ground. Kim Woojin exclaimed, "What's going on, this guy?" Seeing his disciple staring so absorbedly, he curiously interrogated, "Did looking at this bring you some sort of enlightenment or what?" Kim Woojin scratched his head awkwardly. "Is it really that magical? Whatever, I've managed to pinpoint where the orc hunter's lair is anyway." Jumping to his feet, his brain crunched the numbers constantly. If that coordinate is correct, then where on earth will I dig up a specimen qualified enough to be used as a sacrifice for the skeleton soldier? He tapped a tree branch rhythmically against its skull, concluding, thinking it over and over, there's only this freak left. After that, the master and disciple turned their backs and set off to hunt down the jackpot prey, telling themselves internally that no matter what, they had to rack their brains to come up with backup plans. As the battle subsided, the rusty scent of fresh blood rose, coaxing flocks of vicious dark birds to swarm in thick masses. Witnessing its underlings' corpses laid out everywhere, the orc leader ground its teeth noisily, its eyeballs streaked with the blood vessels of resentment. A throat-tearing roar shook the space, scaring the flock of crows into taking flight and scattering in a panic. The boss bent over, its crude claws grabbing firmly onto a corpse's skull, ruthlessly dragging it along the ground. The terrifying friction tore up the injuries on the unfortunate one's face even worse, the bright red liquid painting long, gruesome streaks. The dragging trail of blood dyed the entire path a dark shade, as deep red as the very eyes boiling with hellfire of the vicious beast. Tucked away in a dark corner, the orc leader sat still amidst the mountain of its kin's corpses it had just taken the effort to haul back. It savagely ripped off chunks of still steaming flesh, opening its mouth to stuff them in and chew loudly. Hiding behind a volcanic rock, Kim Woojin held his breath entirely, establishing a vantage point to observe. His optic nerves were stretched taut like a bowstring, locking his target onto the pitch-black shadow, smacking its lips right before his eyes. His hand drawing the bowstring tight, his inner core calculated. Dungeon bosses inherently possess physical strength that crushes those regular small fry. Charging headlong into a melee with them is a brainless move, he told himself. However, as long as I can plant this poison-tipped arrow into its bloodstream, the matter is settled. Kim Woojin jerked his chin, issuing the attack order to the skeleton soldier. Without a shred of hesitation, the bare-boned disciple shot out of its hiding spot, silently marching straight toward the enemy. A strange noise catching its ear, the orc boss snapped its neck around instantly. It sniffled its nostrils, opening its jaw wide to flaunt a full set of razor-sharp fangs, spitting out a series of threatening sounds. In a blink, the orc leader shouldered its club and charged forward like a rabid beast. The skeleton soldier gripped its sword hilt tightly, transforming into a sweeping tornado as it rushed in to brawl to the death. With nimble movements swinging its steel blade, the skull exuded an overwhelming aura of killing intent. The orc leader hurriedly brought up its weapon to meet the attack, the clashing sound of metal grating harshly on the ears. Its eye sockets glowed as red as hot coals, glaring fiercely at the enemy with sheer hatred. Suddenly, the giant took a devastating bite right into the skeleton soldier's shoulder blade. The bone soldier thrashed wildly, attempting to snap the opponent's chainsaw-sharp fangs. Seizing the golden opportunity, he raised his bow high, silently concluding, with bloodshot eyes glowing that red, it's 100% the orc hunter that specializes in devouring its own kin. Kim Woojin locked onto his target, his neurons firing rapidly. The absolute perfect spot is aiming for where it isn't covered by its thick hide. The arrow of death zipped off the bowstring, carrying the ambition to pierce the vicious beast's sole fatal weak point, tearing through the wind and zooming like a bolt of lightning cleaving the air. The moment the orc boss caught a whiff of the killing intent, everything was already set in stone. There wasn't a single opening left to dodge the strike. It widened both its pupils, welcoming the incoming needle-like projectile in utter despair. Tick, the shaft of the arrow plunged deep into the orc leader's retina, the concussive force blasting its massive body backward. It hastily dropped to its knees to regain its center of gravity, its heels plowing up the ground and dragging a long skid mark that kicked up a blinding cloud of dust. In an instant, the tank-like body braked hard, its sharp gaze pinned straight onto the scene ahead. It crazily swung its arm to tightly grab the foreign object impaled in its retina. In a flash, the bleeding arrow was uprooted and mercilessly tossed onto the floor. The orc boss panted through waves of pure rage, its heaving chest reflecting a fiery resentment meant to incinerate the enemy. At that moment, the system window ticked with a notification. The target has been infected with blood poison. He rubbed his chin smugly, strike the vital spot, and the poison spreads like wildfire. Kim Woojin smirked, his eyes brimming with arrogant contempt. That provocative look was like pouring oil on the fire, igniting a maddening rage within the beast's chest. At this moment, the system text flashed. The effects of the blood poison are rapidly draining the target's vitality. The venom seeped deep into its veins, leaving the giant dizzy and disoriented, like a dried leaf drained of its life force. Watching his prey collapse to the ground, Kim Woojin clicked his tongue. The damage of the level 2 blood poison is still a bit underwhelming, but... The corners of his mouth curled up as he added, seeing such a top-tier effect makes it pretty damn satisfying to use. Seizing the moment the boss was reeling, the skeleton soldiers unsheathed their swords and brought them crashing down. Kim Woojin delivered his cold-blooded verdict, "Your little performance ends here." In a flash, the sharp blades were bathed in dark red gore. The beast face-planted into the dirt, its last breath fading away, bringing an end to its brutal existence. Then the system chime rang consecutively, announcing, "Congratulations on claiming the head of the orc hunter. The dungeon has been cleared. You have leveled up, commencing 1-hour countdown to return." Kicking lightly at the scattered dry bones, he grumbled, "These bastards eat everything from humans to their own kind. Who knows if there are any of Park Yongwon's people mixed in this mess?" The residual force made the bones clatter against each other, resembling a mournful nocturne of departed souls. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a strange object. "What's this?" Exposed before his eyes was a bare skeletal frame, the ribs jaggedly chopped up and jutting out like a spine-chilling death sentence. Running his hand over the wound, Kim Woojin would bet his life that this clean cut was 100% not the work of an orc. Staring intently, his mind raced with deductions. Looking at how smooth this backstab angle is, it's definitely the masterpiece of a cold-blooded, skilled assassin who specializes in silencing people inside dungeons. Kim Woojin's mind was filled with suspicion, unable to guess whether this murder was meticulously planned or just an impulsive act. However, if it involved Park Yongwon's faction within the Phoenix Guild, the culprit was highly likely just someone blinded by wealth and items. He let out a heavy sigh. His time in the dungeon was running out. Where in the world was he supposed to scavenge for clues about that guy now? The pale moonlight tore through the dungeon's darkness, like a guiding beacon, kindling hope for Kim Woojin. To get close to Park Yongwon, anything that could be used as an excuse was worth its weight in gold. Suddenly, the cliff face ahead flashed with a bizarre light, blinking eerily amidst the dead silence. He raised a hand to shield his face, his eyes narrowing at the blinding light that had just struck him. Kim Woojin hurriedly stepped forward to investigate. It turned out this place concealed a secret cave entrance. He squatted down gently, his cold, sharp eyes cautiously sweeping deep into the narrow cave that could barely fit a single person. Hitting Kim Woojin's eyes right then was a slumped skeleton curled up in a dark corner, its bony hands still tightly clutching a sword. The young man silently noted that this person's weapon was still gleaming, and the corpse was completely intact without a scratch. Unlike those other unfortunate victims, it seemed the situation held many hidden secrets. Glancing over the chaotic scratch marks on the wall, Kim Woojin was absolutely certain that this coward had abandoned his teammates as monster bait and crawled in here to count down the moments until his death. Catching sight of the badge pinned to the tattered cloak, his eyes revealed extreme contempt. The scum capable of pulling such dirty tricks were definitely from the Phoenix Guild. Kim Woojin smirked, It would be even more ridiculous if this corpse used to be a promising prospect under Park Yongwon's wing. A bitter thought crossed his mind. Being buried in this obscure corner was a tailor-made grave for him. Suddenly, a small notebook clattered to the ground from the skeleton's chest. Kim Woojin paused slightly, his brows furrowed. What kind of toy is this? Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down and snatched the strange object into his hand. Kim Woojin flipped open the cover, writing a diary before kicking the bucket. Skimming through the yellowed pages, he muttered in disappointment. It seemed to be nothing but a pile of worthless words. But then, Kim Woojin's sharp gaze immediately froze on a peculiar page. His eyes widened in surprise. Well, Park Yongwon's gang's hit list somehow ended up all the way down here. Kim Woojin slammed the notebook shut, his voice choking with thrill. Picking up this bargain was a real jackpot. I'll milk this for all it's worth. The system's clear voice rang in his ears. The emissary of the Underworld applauds your resounding victory. He bestows a legendary skill magic scroll as a reward. Upon hearing the notification, he blurted out in disbelief. A legendary skill? Kim Woojin's lips curled up in sheer arrogance, so this is where the treasure was hiding. He glued his eyes to the precious scroll as the lines of text gradually became clear. Eye of Anubis. Awakening condition, emissary of the Underworld class, skill level 1 or above. Special effect, read a corpse's memories. Skimming to the final line, Kim Woojin smiled devilishly. He exclaimed in pure satisfaction, rummaging through a dead man's mind. How interesting. Wasting no time, Kim Woojin swung his hand and tore the scroll into 100 tiny pieces, an incredibly absurd stroke of luck compared to his past life. As the fragments vanished into the void, the system immediately announced, "You have successfully assimilated the Eye of Anubis, honoring the title heir to the Underworld." Kim Woojin casually walked over to Yeonju's pile of dry bones. He clicked his tongue in thought while reaching for the skull. The dead tell no tales, after all. His 10 fingertips gently caressed Yeonju's rough, dry skull, slowly pulling it closer to his face, but then Kim Woojin's mood flared with extreme exhilaration, his pupils blazing with an eerie aura. For him right now, the laws of death had been completely shattered. The deep magic within his eyes condensed at a terrifying speed, churning into a violently dark vortex. The entire source of dark energy hiding behind his retinas gradually leaked into the air. The system instantly popped up a brand new notification. The Eye of Anubis has been successfully activated. In a blink, Kim Woojin's mana poured out like a broken dam, driving tens of thousands of light rays straight into Yeonju's pitch-black eye sockets. Right after, everything around was instantly swallowed up by the blinding beam of light, bridging the living and the dead. The residual memories of Yeonju's life vividly rewound one by one, a savage scream tearing through the eardrums echoing out, "You damn orcs." Amidst the bloody chaos, a teammate screamed themselves hoarse, hoping for him to lend a helping hand. "Yeonju, please save me." Facing those despairing eyes, this cold-blooded bastard didn't even bother to act. His face hardened with disgust at being caught up in a mess. Yeonju decisively trampled on their brotherhood, leaving his dying comrade behind before sprinting headlong into the deep forest. The coward threw away all shame to flee, running out of breath for a long stretch before stumbling upon a small cave. He trembled, pulling at his hair, howling miserably. "I absolutely cannot die here. Hunting people down to silence them is a capital offense." The tragic reel of film in his brain flickered rhythmically like static interference. In the final moments of his life, Yeonju thoroughly degraded into a raving lunatic. He cackled loudly, echoing through the cave, screaming out, "The time for him to take over the Phoenix Guild is coming." The next second, only a single silhouette remained in the battered fragments of his mind. It was a man with bloodshot eyes sitting triumphantly on a throne. The name Park Yongwon was roared from the dying man's throat. At this moment, all of Yeonju's filthy secrets had been stripped bare by Kim Woojin. The dark energy swiftly retracted back into his eyes. Kim Woojin gritted his teeth, swallowing the residual knowledge of the ill-fated manhole, bracing himself against the brain-piercing ache spreading from his eye sockets down his body. The energy assimilation complete, he mercilessly tossed the now useless skull onto the cold ground. He clutched his temples, grimacing, a natural rejection response to tasting memories from the Underworld for the first time. Muttering between heavy pants, Kim Woojin thought to himself in horror, "Is this exactly what spirits taste like?" He caught his breath, eyes fixed on the skull rolling beneath his heel. Rummaging through someone else's past was a bitter experience, not to mention it hollowed out his mana much more heavily than calculated. A satisfied smile bloomed on the young man's face. Quickly wiping a drop of sweat from his forehead, he schemed inwardly. The bait is set. By putting these dirty secrets and this notebook on the table, no matter how cautious that guy is, he'll obediently fall into the trap. Scene transition, a grand estate stood tall against a clear sky. Next, a blood-stained hand shattered the tranquil atmosphere, its knuckles grinding together to form a mighty fist. Looking down at the floor, a skinny guy was curled up, squirming as he took a beating. Park Youngwon's icy voice struck down. You had the nerve to pave the way for other small fry to snatch away that dungeon. The sinner's face was beaten to a bloody pulp as he sobbed and begged. I was wrong. To prevent future trouble, I swear I'll take care of that brat myself. Park Youngwon scoffed sarcastically. Take care of him. You couldn't even do a thing about some rookie who single-handedly cleared the dungeon. He whipped around to question the woman next to him. Do you have any bright ideas, Secretary Kim? Suddenly called out, she lowered her eyes, instantly catching her master's intent. 1,000 apologies, I will clean up this mess immediately. Park Youngwon merely smirked, continuing to leisurely flip through his newspaper. Hitting his eyes was a news headline. A+ rank 1-floor dungeon discovered. In a flash, 2 bodyguards rushed in to drag the useless guy toward the door. The man tore his throat screaming, Wait, please spare my life, please have mercy and give me one more chance. Ignoring the pathetic wailing, Park Youngwon calmly scrutinized the news. A bidding war for the dungeon with a capacity of 150 lives is about to erupt. Despite his desperate struggles, the heavy wooden door slammed shut, sending the failure out to the trash pile for disposal. Park Youngwon leisurely turned the page. A large headline quickly caught his eye. Korean representative crushes A+ dungeon using only level 20 rookies. His eyebrow twitched in interest. A newbie clearing a whole instance. Not a bad skill set, even if it isn't earth-shattering news. Park Youngwon rubbed his chin curiously. Rumor has it this brat's reputation in the guild is riddled with scandals. The secretary quickly nodded in confirmation. She meticulously reported the ins and outs of the story. On his very first deployment, that kid kicked his teammates to the curb and pocketed all the loot for himself. But those were just unverified rumors. Park Youngwon tapped his fingers on the table analytically, brushing the doubts aside. With such an infamous label slapped on him, his path to promotion is practically cut short. Human strength has its limits. He can't act like a king all by himself forever. Suddenly, a ringing cell phone tore through the conversation. He picked up the phone and spat out a curt word, Speak. The other end of the line timidly reported, Boss, someone claiming to be Kim Woojin is waiting to request an audience. Hearing that, Park Youngwon threw his head back and laughed heartily. Well, walking right into the tiger's den to offer his life. This little brat is truly interesting. Scene transition, the secretary's tense voice rang out to report. Regarding the bidding for the A+ rank instance this time, the Phoenix Guild has been allotted a quota of 20 tickets. At first glance, the split seems quite fair, but... He carefully explained, the situation is incredibly volatile. All 3 major factions, including Park Youngwon's camp, are glaring at each other, ready to tear each other apart just to sink their teeth into that lucrative piece of land. The secretary scratched his head in frustration, revealing the headache-inducing bottleneck. No matter how you slice it, if each side grabs 6 spots, whose face do we throw the 2 remaining slots into? The chairman stroked his chin and mused. 3 factions biting each other over 2 leftover pieces of fat, it really is a tough spot. The secretary gloomily chimed in, Yes, which is why internal negotiations are still frozen, sir. The secretary pushed up his glasses, boldly dissecting the issue. Because an A+ rank instance already drops rare items constantly. What's more, this one is a 1-floor quick-clear type, so the profits pouring out will be utterly unprecedented. The boss rested his chin on his hands and let out a long sigh. With bottomless greed, who would be willing to yield to whom? So arrogant. If they're so good, let's see them figure out what's buried down in that hole. Drowning in a quagmire of a stalemate with no tactics left, the chairman irritably loosened his tie, muttering, What a massive headache. He turned around and pressed. Is it really impossible to dig up any independent mercenary brave enough to jump into those 2 slots? The secretary replied in a small voice. Reporting to you, sir, there's absolutely no one to be found. He slumped back onto the cushion, smirking sarcastically. Well, it's plain to see who would dare. Walking into a trap without a faction backing you is no different from handing your life over to the Grim Reaper. Right in this boiling hot moment, the switchboard rang. Incoming call from Park Yongwon. The secretary's face completely fell. What kind of trick is this old fox planning, calling right in the middle of this chaos? The chairman calmly pressed the receiver to his ear. I'm listening. Instantly, the old man's facial muscles twitched wildly, his mouth dropping open as he let out a string of astonished gasps. Unable to control his shocked expression, the old man sprang up from the sofa, questioning rapidly. Kim Woojin, what the hell are you joking about? The secretary's eyes bulged, his ears ringing as he caught the name Kim Woojin. The chairman suppressed his anxious breathing, replying ambiguously, I've grasped the situation for now. I'll contact you later if anything comes up. As soon as he hung up, the aide immediately poked his nose in. What's the big emergency, boss? The chairman rubbed his face and recounted Park Yongwon's earth-shattering demand. He wants to secretly funnel one of the 2 remaining tickets to that brat Kim Woojin, keeping it so strictly confidential that not even a fly could hear about it. The old boss dissected the issue. That Woojin guy is known as a dirty, lone wolf in the underworld. Tossing him in won't make the other factions bother taking random bites at him. Aide probed, itching with curiosity. So that guy named Kim has already joined Yongwon's ranks. He sighed helplessly. Who knows what that old man's move is? He might just be pulling the kid out to act as a disposable meat shield to use once and throw away. The bespectacled aide pondered and added, then what about the very last slot for the instance? Leaving only one piece of the pie like this will make them tear each other to shreds. But the cunning chairman had already calculated his move. Cutting a slot for Kim Woojin means Park Yongwon's faction automatically withdraws from the battlefield. All we have to do is sit back and watch the 2 remaining tigers fight it out. He slowly eased himself onto the cushion, resting his chin on his hand in thought. He truly is an old fox with 100 schemes, even sharpening a sacrificial pawn like Kim Woojin to slip into the chessboard. Deep down, a myriad of questions buzzed around in his chaotic mind. Perhaps that old fox is setting a trap to demand both principal and interest later. But at the end of the day, who the hell is that brat Kim Woojin, and why is he getting tangled up with Park Yongwon? Scene transition, the secretary named Kim twisted around, questioning her boss with full dissatisfaction. Boss, why did you give in to that brat Woojin's haggling so easily? Park Yongwon replied indifferently. He tossed that treasure onto the table and named a price. I found it quite amusing. Not to mention, our faction is running dry on capable personnel, and furthermore. A wicked smile cracked on the corner of his lips. Using someone like that to the fullest, and then kicking him into a landfill like a scrap pawn kills 2 birds with 1 stone, doesn't it? Rolling back the timeline 1 hour prior, Kim Woojin, clutching the notebook tightly, charged straight into Park Yongwon's lair. The older man casually flipped through the item and tipped his chin in questioning. Do you even know what this is to dare bring it here? Kim Woojin nonchalantly lowered his eyes. Of course, I've already analyzed every single word in it to shreds. The man narrowed his eyes defensively. Then what is your purpose? Looking to line your pockets by demanding hush money to bury the secret. He bowed his head cunningly, the corners of his mouth curling into a disdainful smirk. With just this scrap of paper. Park Yongwon's face darkened drastically. He shot a razor-sharp glare into the skull of the person across from him. You little brat, you plan to pull the tiger's whiskers and threaten me, Park Yongwon? Is that what you think? The 2 giant bodyguards started drawing their weapons. Woojin immediately raised a hand to placate them. This isn't a threat. I brought myself here to offer a lucrative deal. Kim Woojin was brutally honest without holding back. That A+ rank 1 floor dungeon everyone's going crazy over out there. I want a ticket to monopolize it. That shocking declaration left Park Yongwon frozen for a few seconds. But very quickly, he cleared his expression and unexpectedly burst into uproarious laughter. He waved the notebook in his hand, pointing it straight at Kim Woojin's forehead, cursing, "This little shit is a renowned comedian." Having laughed enough, Park Yongwon's face suddenly hardened like a demon. He scrutinized strictly. Do you even have a clear idea of how terrifying that living hell is to be running your mouth like that? Kim Woojin nonchalantly scratched his neck, replying coolly, I know it all too well. It's the very slaughterhouse where countless guilds from all directions, including both Phoenix and Messiah, are tearing each other apart to snag a piece above the quota. Park Yongwon growled, grinding out every word. You know damn well it's a death swamp, and yet you stubbornly want to dive headfirst into it. Then he slammed the notebook onto the wooden table, shouting loudly, You're completely out of your mind. Despite that, a sly smile crept onto Park Yongwon's face. He nodded, sealing the deal, approved. I'll grant your wish, but in return, I have a condition attached. Scene transition, the campus of Kyungbu University. Woojin stealthily blended into the lecture hall, where a scholar was passionately shooting the breeze about dungeon ecosystems. He swiped a laser pointer across a giant chart, lecturing loudly. Sticking to the reconnaissance data, we can be certain that this instance contains a minimum of 1,000 orcs. The data on the projector screen spelled it out crystal clear: A+ rank orc population, 1-floor structure, attack condition, obliterate 1,000 grunt orcs in the boss orc. Entry limit below level 20. Maximum capacity, 150 lives. Ultimate reward, slay 1,000 orc heads, claim the title of Orc Hunter. Woojin bowed his head, sinking deep into thought. Rooted in a hidden corner, the memories of his past life surged back to life. He was mentally calculating the number of people who managed to drag their intact bodies out of this instance. He leaned his back against the freezing wall, straining his brain to squeeze every drop of memory. Although there might be a slight margin of error, merely around 70 souls were still breathing, meaning more than half the troop had perished. Kim Woojin rubbed his chin, dissecting the logic. Those who snagged tickets in here were nothing but elite soldiers from various regions. Logically speaking, if it was purely an ambush on monsters, where on Earth would such disastrous casualties come from? He shifted his gaze to stare at the lecturing scholar. Back then, due to a lack of evidence, he had to let it slide, letting the incident slip into the past, but now. Kim Woojin's face was covered in a layer of frost. He confidently pinned down his theory. It was absolutely certain that among these fierce rivals, backstabbers would inevitably emerge. An instance was the golden land to purge opponents and scoop up the entire hall of items without getting caught. Kim Woojin decisively turned his back and slipped out of the boring lecture hall. This dungeon this time. He engraved in his brain the most top-tier loot granted to the one who finishes off the monster head honcho, the fang of the boss orc. Woojin was all too clear on whose mouth that precious item would fall into. In the end, all the glory and prime bait were pocketed by the Messiah Guild. He couldn't wash away the image of Lee Sejun beaming as he tightly clung to that treasure. Now, digging up that radiant smile from the past, Woojin smelled a hint of hypocrisy. Back then, he was foolishly led by the nose. Now, seeing through it, he realized the countless glaring flaws. Chances are that little brat had become corrupted God knows when. He sluggishly pushed open the glass door, strolling out to embrace the vitality outside. Walking alone down the lengthy corridor, Kim Woojin continued to piece together the distorted evidence. If the one pulling the strings from the shadows was truly Lee Sejun, the Messiah Guild definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to let their core soldiers get their hands dirty directly. Narrowing his sharp eyes, the young man squeezed out every drop of his brainpower to trace the truth. It wouldn't be a stretch if they had secretly planted a bunch of moles inside the enemy's heart long ago, relying on his past life's memories to predict their next moves. Kim Woojin unhurriedly left the dull grand hall. Deep down, he seemed to have already grasped the core answer. It was highly likely that. Scene transition, the lineup of warriors bustled as they gathered in clusters amid the bustling street, countless camera flashes lighting up the sky. A shrill, booming voice snatched the spotlight. Everyone is preparing to march into the monster's den, right? Surrounded on all sides by a crowd of fanatical spectators. They shrieked, whistled to the heavens, snapping endless photos of the roster of heroes before they set off to battle. The game gathered 4 heavyweight factions. Each gang decked themselves out in flashy uniforms to flaunt their prestige. Striking the eye was the Messiah Guild, a lineup in pristine, elegant white like descending angels. Following right behind was the Phoenix Guild, an entire army draped in blazing red suits that burned the eyes, radiating a majestic, valiant aura. The third gang, the Lion Guild, stood out with golden yellow tones over jet-black undershirts, imposing as hungry lions waiting to tear their prey apart. Closing out the roster was the Skull Guild, draped entirely in pitch black from head to toe, wrapped in tight masks, completely concealing their eerie movements. Kim Woojin calmly shoved his hands in his pockets, taking root amidst the noisy chaos. He slowly trailed behind the tail end of the 4 guilds' grand army. Kim Woojin leisurely claimed the rearguard position, dragging his feet through the instance's spatial gate. Next, he slowly pulled off his tightly wrapped hood, the corner of his mouth splitting into a grim reaper's smile. That ragged lord's pig fang you guys are drooling over. I'll graciously snatch it right out of your hands. In just the time it takes to finish a cigarette, all the mercenaries had fully entered the dungeon. A grotesque light flared up, illuminating the gloomy forest deep in its slumber. Just as they landed in the realm of death, two clueless fools got disconnected and thrown out of the main formation. The girl frantically darted her eyes around for help. Where did our guild vanish to? The guy next to her clicked his tongue gloomily. With troops this dense, how the hell are we supposed to find them now? Junkie suddenly strained his neck and roared. All of Messiah form up on the front lines. The moment the command fell, the white-clad legion seamlessly fell into a perfectly straight line, showing off their iron discipline before the wide, bewildered eyes of dozens of ragtag players. Some lowly grunt popped out from a corner, clapping in awe, truly living up to the name Messiah. Look at their perfectly synchronized deployment speed, absolutely peak. A bearded man standing behind him scoffed and scolded, spare me the pointless flattery. And slung his massive sword over his shoulder and strolled leisurely, sticking out his lip in mockery. What good does rushing to the front do? Waiting over there are 1,000 orcs grinding their fangs. And jabbed a finger pointing straight at a dense strip of forest, shouting, the orcs are holed up over there. While the ragtag crowd was still standing dumbfounded like headless chickens at the sight of the wild beast, the thumping footsteps of someone slamming against the ground tore through the tense atmosphere. Rex galloped valiantly straight toward the alpha orc. He charged in to strike first, using his own body to block everyone's line of sight. Rex glared fiercely at the monstrous pig, loudly rallying his comrades. Brothers of Messiah, skin it for me. Everyone go on high alert. Instantly, a blaring red system notification flashed. Melee warriors provoke skill activated. The monster has taken the bait. The giant shield in Rex's hand released an ear-piercing ring of sound waves, completely capturing the wild beast's attention. Taking the full brunt of the loud shockwave, the monster startled and whipped its massive body around, its killer instincts boiling over. The orc's eyes became streaked with mad bloodlust. It raised its huge iron fists high, charging like an enraged tank toward the one blocking its path. With godlike reflexes, Rex swung his shield hard, taking the full brunt of its brutal attack head-on. The warrior ground his teeth, exhausting every ounce of his bulging muscles to firmly anchor his defensive shield. Rex leaned in and dug his feet into the dirt, struggling to hold his ground after the deafening collision from the freakish force. The orc's wrinkled face suddenly twisted, its bloodshot pupils staring wide open in obvious shock. Rex disdainfully curled his lip, glancing at the monster with a mocking look. Is that all the scratching you can do? Stationed on the outer perimeter waiting for her moment, Alina exuded a faint magic from the corners of her eyes and her 10 fingertips, her lips muttering eerie incantations. In a blink, tens of thousands of roots as thick as thighs burst from the ground, strangling the beast's neck and limbs. The system chimed again, plant binding skill cast, target is now immobilized. Alina strained her neck and roared the incantation, the glowing aura around her body exploding blindingly, causing the vines to dig deep into the flesh of the monster's throat. The pig orc thrashed wildly, its clumsy hands flailing to tear at the tangled vines, its cloudy eyes webbed with desperate blood vessels. The beast roared tragically from the excruciating pain. The savage roar shredded the thick night. Suddenly, a violent shockwave of backlash blew violently toward the players standing nearby. The shockwave veered and pinned straight into the earth, violently churning up the cracked stone beneath the mercenaries' heels. The scattered troops frantically shrieked, "What the hell is this, an earthquake?" A man lunged forward, pointing straight into the pitch-black fog, shouting, "It's not an earthquake. Something hideous is swarming in from the forest edge." Just as the words faded, hundreds of panicked eyes simultaneously glued themselves to the darkness the man had just pointed out. A freezing atmosphere blanketed them. The crowd held their breath, shivering, every single hand gripping their sword hilts tightly, getting into a stance ready to sell their lives to the Grim Reaper. In a flash out of the deep darkness, over a dozen giant meat tanks galloped forward and smashed straight into the ranks. A vicious beast guarding the rear fiercely opened the battle with a crazed diving attack. Its unlucky target was a soldier enlisted under the Phoenix Guild. The young man nimbly dodged and unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, fresh blood spraying out to dye the steel blade red. The razor-sharp blade cleanly sliced through the monster's muscular arm. Taking the signal, guilds from all sides simultaneously grabbed their weapons and charged into the sweeping battle. The orc horde boiled with mad bloodlust, headbutting and charging like deadly darts aimed straight at the mercenary lineup. The scene morphed into a chaotic cauldron of fire. One side of the battle line was humans swaying with swords and knives, while the other side was a pack of beasts wildly tearing at raw flesh. The Messiah faction alone played a cunning trick, entirely avoiding the dirty melee, choosing to plant themselves on the perimeter and spam wide area magic to lock down the orc pack. Buried in gruesome gore, the hunters' animalistic instincts were provoked to the extreme. They hacked and killed with such bloodlust that their faces flushed bright red. Seeing the monsters getting choked half to death by Messiah's magic, the remaining guilds seized the opportunity, hoisting their weapons and swarming up to slaughter them. The golden hour had struck. The roars to advance shook the entire corner of the forest. The grunts of the guilds cast aside their grudges, harmoniously teaming up to carve up every single monster. Right in the thick of the boiling chaos, absolutely no one caught the scent of Kim Woojin lounging on an ancient tree branch. He took in the whole bloody comedy show in his sights, clicking his tongue mockingly. Clearly, a fading nobody vanishing into thin air isn't even worth a passing glance from them. A chilling smile sliced across the young man's face. It's my turn to make a move, slowly but surely. Kim Woojin leisurely clasped his hands and peered down at the battlefield, thinking to himself, running from this position still isn't a safe enough distance from those noisy runts down there. Swiftly launching himself to ride the wind, his ultimate goal now was to track down the boss orc's lair. Dashing along with the howling wind, the gears in his brain spun rapidly. This stage requires sending 1,000 pig grunts plus their boss to the Yellow Springs. Those guilds, stingy about their manpower, will definitely wear down the underling's stamina first. Following the familiar route, only when 1,000 pig orc corpses are piled up will the hunt for the overlord boss orc finally beat its drums to commence. The corners of Kim Woojin's lips pulled up into a scheming curve. The countdown alarm is set. I need to snatch that boss's wolf fang before those useless fools can even drag their bodies over. Panning the camera back to the slimy lair of the Orc Monster Legion. A minion kneeled flat in the middle of the dilapidated main hall, trembling as it waited upon the heels of the orc chieftain. The boss kept its mouth shut, shooting a vicious glare as if wanting to skin the traitor flattened on the floor. Thick black blood oozed in a long line from the corner of the deserting pig's mouth. A split second later, a heavy iron blade was swung fiercely into the air. A spine-chilling sound of meat being chopped cleaved through the great hall. The sinner's head was completely severed from its neck. The gory lump of flesh and bone rolled all the way to the feet of the lackeys, terrifying the surrounding henchmen to the extreme. Just as its underlings were cowering, the boss orc slammed its hand heavily onto the armrest of its throne. The meat tank stood up aggressively, carrying an oversized battle axe reeking of the stench of death. Tilting its head up toward the cave's ceiling, it unleashed an eardrum-shattering roar. Answering the overlord was a frantic, bloodthirsty howl of excitement from hundreds of butchers under its command. After that bloody show of force and intimidation, the crazed pig army grabbed their weapons and scrambled madly straight toward the bloody frontlines. Witnessing the whole play from the dark corner, Kim Woojin smirked in admiration. Beheading the deserters to boost morale, that's a very sharp leadership move. Fixing his eyes on the giant figure on the throne, he muttered, "Is that bloated thing the boss? It looks buffer than I imagined, but ultimately." A jackpot scenario flashed through his mind, making his blood boil with excitement. Right time, right place, waiting for the exact moment that Brat sent all the grunts out to the battlefield. Glancing at the lone ringleader rooted to the chair, Kim Woojin knew a delicious prey was served right to his mouth, seizing the moment when its horde was exhausting themselves fighting far away. His mind calculating rapidly, he broke into a wicked smile. Let's crack the skull of this lonely boss. Shifting the camera to Jonki's muddy battlefield, having just slaughtered the pig soldiers blocking their way, some arrogant guild members barked wildly. "These trash orcs are all show, let's charge in and wipe them all out, brothers." Contrary to those delusional fools, Jonki frowned in deep thought. The numbers are way too low compared to the report. They must be hiding their main forces in the back. Suddenly, a dark shadow brushed past and loomed right next to his shoulder. It turned out to be the scout Henry, panting heavily as he delivered the breaking news. "Red alert, boss. A massive orc legion is sweeping toward this direction." Jonki startled and interrogated, "What's the estimated number of their troops?" Henry gulped down hard. "From what I saw and heard, it must be soaring up to 900 or even 1,000. They've poured all their firepower in." This news perfectly matched Jonki's ominous premonition. As expected. Without a second of hesitation, Jonki roared, mobilizing all his soldiers to exhaust their remaining strength to clear the trash today. To confront the army of death, restructuring the defensive line was a matter of life and death. Ironically, a bucket of cold water was splashed right in his face by guys from other guilds. "Hey, who gave you the authority to give orders?" Ronan from the Lion Guild pushed through the crowd aggressively. "We aren't errand boys for the Messiah Guild. My Lion brothers will take up arms and smash them if we feel like it." Suppressing his anger, Jonki tried to persuade the stubborn fools. "A massive orc army is trampling the ground heading here. Put guild rivalries aside for now. If we don't chain ourselves together, then." He emphasized every word of his warning. Everyone will be left as dead corpses in this dungeon. Unfortunately, the stubborn Ronan ignored everything, even curling his lips to mock. "Losing your confidence, if you're that faint-hearted then." He cast a scrutinizing glance at Jonki and sneered. "If you're scared, then scurry back home. What's the point of hiding in here?" After dropping his sarcastic remarks, he waved his hand, leading the Lion Guild troops straight into the storm. Witnessing the foolish ones acting out, Henry smacked his forehead and sighed. "Their brains are completely fried." Pushing the arrogant fools aside, Jonki quickly ordered his troops. "Find a safe corner to retreat and recover, gear up and prepare for the next battle." Panning the screen to the other end, Kim Woojin's skeleton spirits had crawled up from the dirt. At this moment, the young man and his two bone servants rolled up their sleeves for a 3-on-1 brawl with the boss orc. Out of nowhere, 3 Deathwishers revealed themselves, leaving the Lord Orc dumbfounded in confusion. But shaking off the surprise, the beast stretched and stood up, flipping its slaughter switch on. Kim Woojin and his bony disciples maxed out their rage meters, weapons at the ready, waiting to peel the skin off the brutal orc. At the same time, the 2 skeleton warriors bravely charged straight to the front line. Without flinching, the orc immediately activated its signature fang skill. Exactly at the moment, the 2 bone soldiers closed in on the Lord Orc's position. The giant monster suddenly cast a chilling gaze downward, then swung its hammer, crushing a skeleton with just one devastating blow. Witnessing this scene, Kim Woojin exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" As for the monster, it continued to dash madly toward the remaining target. Naturally, the bony warrior knew no fear, even growling back in a provocative manner. Suddenly, the orc's fatal axe blade slashed through the air. Unfortunately for the monster boss, the skeleton agilely dodged it. Nevertheless, with sharp and cold eyes grasping every flow of movement, the Lord Orc easily turned the tide and followed up with a precise fatal slash on the opponent. The situation forced Kim Woojin to bitterly admit that his skeleton soldiers would be shattered earlier than expected. Without further hesitation, he decided to loose the arrow waiting on his bow. Kim Woojin drew the bowstring taut, aiming the sharp tip straight at the Lord Orc. This was the one golden opportunity. He absolutely could not miss it. Exactly the moment the last bone soldier was drawing all of the monster's attention. Right at the moment, the giant swung its axe to take the skeleton's life. The wind-piercing arrow from Kim Woojin's hand was immediately fired. However, the orc acutely sensed the murderous intent rushing straight at it. Unbelievably, from an angle that seemed like certain death, it still managed to twist its body and dodge perfectly. The turn of events stunned Kim Woojin. It dodged. This monster is way beyond all the rumors I've ever heard. By this time, the bone soldier had successfully slipped under the Lord Orc's feet. It gathered all its strength and violently swung its sword at the target. Contrary to expectations, the orc's body remained unharmed. Instead, the skeleton's sword blade shattered into pieces, leaving Kim Woojin rooted to the ground in utter shock. The vicious beast coldly swung its sledgehammer, delivering a thunderous blow down onto the skeleton's skull. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the area. Shattered bone fragments scattered everywhere, piercing all the way to where Kim Woojin was standing. Witnessing the bloodthirsty monster, he clicked his tongue softly. This is going to be really tough. Caught in a dilemma, no matter what, he had to completely change his tactics. His gaze lingering on the fang resting on the monster's neck, Kim Woojin froze. The enemy is carrying the Orc King's fang. Fighting head-on right now is a lost cause. Therefore, he decisively chose to take 1 step back to take 3 steps forward. Retreating is the best policy. Magic energy is almost depleted too. Acting on his thought, he immediately ran for his life. However, a bizarre phenomenon confused him. Weird, why isn't it bothering to chase me? The orc suddenly twitched, making Kim Woojin think it changed its mind, but he was completely wrong. Observing its sluggish and delayed posture, he finally realized. It turned out that chasing, after running targets costed too much stamina. This discovery lifted a burden off his chest, and a plus-ranked dungeon boss indeed has a weakness. That's great, I'll just casually stroll away. As he sped off, he silently declared war. The next time we meet, you'll regret letting me go today. Right as Kim Woojin retreated, his back was caught by hidden figures from a mysterious guild. Who is that punk? Ronan mistook him for a member of another faction and gritted his teeth in resentment. Turns out the Lion Guild wasn't the only one making excuses to withdraw from the battlefield. At the same time, the nearby henchman quickly whispered, "Boss, maybe that guy already scouted the boss orc's location before us." Ronan frowned and replied maybe, but not certain. Then he chuckled faintly and added, "There are no clues to conclude anything. Whether he's coming back because he met the boss orc or not is still an unknown. Seeing is believing, don't trust anyone too quickly." Despite having mediocre skills, his greed was boundless. At any cost, the treasure of the plus-ranked dungeon boss must fall into the hands of the Lion Guild. Suddenly, Ronan's henchman staggered in a bizarre manner. Right after, he collapsed to the ground, dragging countless other Lion Guild members down with him. The incident struck so fast that Ronan froze, completely unable to react in time. He frantically yelled out, "What the hell is going on?" His nerves were stretched like bowstrings, his mind in chaos. What is this? There have never been any records of other monster species besides orcs appearing in this area, right? Instinctively, glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness, boring deep into Ronan, sending chills down his spine as he painfully realized the enemy wasn't a monster. Nevertheless, he still tried to salvage some face by shouting, "Who are you? Show your face now. You think you can sneak attack and slip away unscathed?" Of course, the ending for these boastful fools is always a one-way ticket to hell. Meanwhile, at a distant rocky cave with a flickering fire, Kim Woojin had safely regrouped with members from other guilds. He swept his gaze around once and breathed a sigh of relief. Good, not a single soul is paying attention to me. Excellent. However, facing the gloomy faces around him, he couldn't help but be surprised. What is this depressing atmosphere? It's like walking into a funeral by mistake. Next, his sight landed on countless freshly dug graves. A question popped up in his head. The casualties are already this disastrous on the very first day of deployment. Kim Woojin's eyebrows furrowed tightly, filled with doubts. There is definitely a hidden agenda. Only seasoned experts armed to the teeth are allowed in here. Or did the guilds turn on each other and start massacring earlier than the script? Suddenly, a grumpy voice rang out, "Hey, why is your faction so battered? As if your side is doing any better." "Way better, why wouldn't we be?" A member of the Pixiu Guild asked anxiously. "Our Pixiu Guild is still holding its formation. Do you guys have any news about the remaining guilds?" Someone from another guild clicked their tongue and replied, "Rumor has it that the Lion Guild took the heaviest blow. A whole scouting squad heading into the forest vanished without a trace." The whole camp began to whisper and chatter. There's no way just one or two people could suddenly vanish. What a nightmare, their bodies might be mangled beyond recognition. Orcs are man-eaters after all. A person tremblingly said, "I'd rather die with honor than become monster food." Immediately, a scolding voice cut in, "Stop jinxing it, that's bad luck." "Yes, I'm sorry, senior." From the flickering campfire, a silhouette spoke up, even knowing that this incident is still way too bizarre. A suspicious individual analyzed, usually there should be corpses left behind, or at least they would escape and then collapse from fatal wounds. The person next to him nodded, "I think so too. Hopefully there are still survivors holding out among the missing." Kim Woojin remained quiet, hiding in the shadows, gathering every fragmented piece of information. Screw that matter, worry about keeping my own life first. Once you're dead, fancy gear is just for show, right? Those confessions caused ripples in his mind. Even knowing that in a plus-ranked dungeon is brutally ruthless, an entire squad being cleanly wiped out in just one day is completely illogical. The hidden threat of an underground faction lurking outside gave him a terrible premonition. There's definitely a shady conspiracy here. If the total strength of the player faction drops, my schemes will all go down the drain. Tomorrow is bound to be an exhausting day. The light of dawn gradually appeared, shattering the silent night. The Orc Legion continued to march thunderously, showing off their might. The monster force was so massive it completely blocked out the view. This overwhelming sight scared the players from the guilds out of their wits. Damn it, where the hell are they spawning so crazily from? Curses mixed with desperate cries. No matter how many we hack down, they keep pouring out like a river. "Shut up and focus on fighting, you idiots." The player alliance began a fierce clash with the orc horde. A monster threw its head back and let out a roar that tore through the air. The battlefield officially erupted into a gruesome scene of bloodshed and severed heads. The chaotic sounds echoed in Kim Woojin's ears. He smirked. The mess has started. Even so, he couldn't be bothered because his mind was busy figuring out a weapon to counter the orcs. My corner is the main stage. With this pile of junk gear, inflicting fatal damage on the boss orc is an impossible mission. After yesterday's clash, he understood perfectly well that sacrificing skeletons as meat shields was pointless, since their bones were as brittle as crackers. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed through his head. Wait a minute, I wonder if those boneheads can hold a bow. Immediately, he summoned a skeleton out to act as a guinea pig. The skeleton warrior was summoned successfully. A few minutes later, Kim Woojin was hovering around the Lord Orc's territory again. Seeing the tyrant still arrogantly sitting on its throne, he sneered, "You still look pretty laid back today. Then I'll just have to ruin its sweet dreams." Round 2 begins. Same old trick, the system notification for the Orc King's Fang skill popped up again. The vicious beast's stamina instantly exploded exponentially. An earth-shattering sound echoed across the ground. The boss orc shattered the stone ground, launching itself to pounce on Kim Woojin like a hurricane. Right at the boundary of life and death, a strange object tore through the wind and shot straight at the vicious beast. The unexpected attack made the giant pause for a split second. However, it immediately regained its composure, raising its axe blade to swat away the obstacle. The arrow bounced off the hard steel, falling helplessly onto the dirt ground. The orc's bloodshot eyes immediately swiveled to search for the one daring to shoot a sneak arrow at it. That daring culprit was none other than the Bone Soldier. Enraged by the dirty play, the orc hoisted a giant boulder and hurled it straight at the skeleton. Lady Luck smiled as the two skeletons agilely dodged to the side. Their hands kept relentlessly drawing their bows and firing while retreating. A barrage of sharp arrows rained down on the orc, but were still cleanly parried away. Just while it was absorbed in dealing with the boneheads, Kim Woojin's figure had already loomed right above its head from out of nowhere. It turns out the skeleton army was pretty smooth at using bows and arrows too. He smiled cunningly. Everything was unfolding perfectly according to the script. Kim Woojin leaped with a beautiful trajectory. Only when his heels were about to land on its skull did the Lord Orc shudder and sniff out the Grim Reaper. Sadly, all reflexes at this point were too late. Kim Woojin ruthlessly cleaved his sword straight down. His masterful sword strike conveniently scooped off the Orc King's fang resting on the tyrant's neck. The exact second the precious jewelry left its throat, Kim Woojin acutely snatched the loot he had been craving. An abundant stream of energy instantly converged into his body. The notification of acquiring the Lord Orc's fang appeared. At the same time, all of the vicious beast's survival stats plummeted rapidly. The orc's physical damage stat was dragged down. The boss's defensive armor gradually crumbled. The boss orc's agility was completely paralyzed. Suddenly, the giant staggered and collapsed to its knees onto the ground. Thankfully, Kim Woojin had moved away early on, otherwise he would have been crushed beneath tons of rubble. The reason the Lord Orc collapsed was the poison-coated arrow firmly lodged in its leg. The system signaled that the boss orc was infected with a spreading blood poison. And the authors of this masterpiece were none other than the brave skeleton duo. The bright situation made him unable to hide his triumphant look. "Sweet, the treasure is safely in my hands." The damage effect had taken thorough effect. The system began to scan and display the detailed attributes of the Lord Orc's fang. Legendary dropped item requires level 1 or above. This is an orc fang possessing ultimate energy. Equip effects: physical damage plus 30, critical strike chance increased by 5%, physical armor increased by 5%, 10% damage amplification against orc species. Grasping the power of this top-tier item, Kim Woojin instantly loaded it into his inventory without a second thought. Everything was ready for the final step. The notification, confirming the equipping of the Lord Orc's fang, immediately displayed. He broke into an arrogant smile. Weapons are locked and loaded. His finger trailed along the cold, blood-stained sword blade, muttering, "Now I'm going to harvest your head." As for the Lord Orc, the monster was still locked in a death match with the skeleton pair. Exploiting the perfect blind spot, a bone soldier tightened its bowstring, burying an arrow straight into the target. The painful blow made the monster go berserk, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The boss orc lost control, flailing wildly to swat away the rain of arrows pouring down. Abruptly, its blazing eyes widened in sheer panic. It turned out an arrow had deeply penetrated its soft underbelly. The notification that the boss orc had contracted lethal blood poison popped up again. Fast as lightning, a human figure darted past its line of sight. Like a ghost, Kim Woojin was already standing tall right behind the Lord Orc. Spotting its prey, the vicious beast furiously lunged, intending to tear him apart. But he gracefully slipped away and used momentum to step right onto its giant arm. Kim Woojin's entire figure shot up into the sky. He executed a perfect circular somersault midair. Capitalizing on that moment, Kim Woojin gripped the sword hilt tightly with one hand, channeling his strength to press hard onto the pommel with the other. With terrifying speed, he drove the sword straight through the monster's thick skin. The system immediately displayed, the orc continues to suffer from acute blood poison. Realizing it had fallen for the brat's trap again, the Lord Orc glared at him with fiercely burning hatred. Without giving it a chance to strike back, Kim Woojin decisively kicked away the axe lying in the vicious beast's hand. He smirked in amusement, "Your weapon looks pretty sharp too." The heavy axe went flying and landed precisely toward a bone soldier. Every move and step aligned perfectly with Kim Woojin's chessboard. Instead of dodging, that skeleton spread its arms to welcome it. The skeleton intercepted and neatly grabbed the heavy axe handle. At first, it examined the loot with a somewhat clueless gaze. But a second later, it ruthlessly tossed the flimsy bow onto the ground. It seemed the bone soldier was extremely satisfied with this awesome toy. Seeing that scene, Kim Woojin nodded smugly, "That will be the perfect scythe to take your own life." Cutting to another coordinate, a figure had just landed smoothly on the branch of an ancient tree. The guy looked around frantically with a bewildered expression. "What's that weird sound? Normal orcs don't scream like this." After pondering for a while, he decided to trace the noise with the solid hypothesis that someone was clashing with the boss orc around this area. The thought of someone snatching the loot made him curse bitterly under his breath. "Damn it, which bastard is so bold? I have to expose him quickly and report back to the guild immediately." Acting on his thoughts, he launched his body forward at breakneck speed. The moment he crossed the boundary of the gloomy ancient forest, he carefully landed on a protruding rock ledge from a safe distance. But the scene unfolding right before his eyes turned him completely to stone. He witnessed the entire scene of Kim Woojin and the skeleton pair playing with the Lord Orc like a child, 2 skeleton soldiers and a solo player. Only a single human figure in the middle of the battlefield made him rub his eyes trying to find his teammates, but it was hopeless. There was absolutely no sign of any other players around here. He fell into extreme shock, unable to believe that Kim Woojin was soloing the vicious beast. Is that guy single-handedly challenging the boss orc? What kind of absurd fantasy is this? Terror overrode all reason. He instantly decided to head back and make an emergency report to his guild. Without further delay, he swiftly turned on his heels intending to flee. But this unlucky guy never expected that his every move had been completely within Kim Woojin's sights the whole time. Right as he was running for his life back to the camp, a fatal arrow from the void buried itself deep into the middle of his back. The sneak attack made him jolt and scream in terror, an arrow. However, no matter how hard he tried to endure, his legs turned to jelly and he collapsed onto the cold ground. The sneak attack left him utterly bewildered, looking around frantically. "What the hell is happening? Who played a dirty trick on me?" The image of Kim Woojin flashed through his brain. He broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that I've been exposed? It must be that guy. He shot me to silence a witness, but his hands were tied with the boss, wasn't he? Suddenly, a flickering light flared up beside him, making him instinctively glance over. A dark shadow loomed into existence from the void. This mysterious figure was actually a core member of the Skull Guild. He was looking at the pitiful man with bloodthirsty eyes. The victim also tremblingly recognized the Grim Reaper's insignia, a member of the Skull Guild. Before he could even utter his last words, he was coldly sent off to the Eternal Realm. The Skull Guild's assassin ignored the cooling corpse, his gaze chillingly calm. As for the unlucky victim, his bland life was permanently closed. Having disposed of the prey, the assassin leisurely crossed out a name in his book of life and death, tallying the debt book again. There are still 5 lives left. He glanced down the long list of crossed-out names and sighed heavily. Who has the energy to hack and slash those orcs anyway? Wouldn't it be much more lucrative to use that time hunting players for PK and looting? Out of the blue, a voice rang out from the tree canopy. Hey rookie, perk your ears up and listen closely. Split that guy's loot in half for me. No holding out on me. The guy below replied wearily, I know you don't need to keep nagging. Stop worrying over nothing. Then he casually probed, by the way, are you really planning to devour the guy fighting the boss earlier? The hardcore member of the Skull Guild cleared his throat and replied, even though that guy isn't on the blacklist, meat dangling right in front of a cat, why not snatch it to get some free loot? The rookie hesitated, but he dared to go toe-to-toe with the Lord Orc, proving his strength is on par with a monster. Won't we get crushed if we jump in? However, the senior member stubbornly brushed it off, even assuming he's a tank. After slashing the boss, his mana and stamina will be plummeting unstoppably, right? Plucking his feathers then will be as easy as flipping my hand. Dropping his final words, he leaped and vanished into the night. I'm slipping out. Finish cleaning up the battlefield and follow me. The rookie grumbled under his breath. It's wiped clean, there's nothing left but dust to clean up. Saying so, he grabbed the soulless corpse from earlier by the armpits and hoisted it onto his shoulder, and decided to throw it away to destroy the evidence, tossing it straight into the monster zone so the orcs could chew on the bones, making it disappear cleanly. Right at that moment, a figure quietly separated from the shadow of the ancient tree. That person was exactly Kim Woojin. The whole time, he had fully gathered the comedy show and the dirty schemes of the Skull Gang. Shifting the perspective back to the bloody frontline between the Guild Alliance and the Orc Legion. The player forces had successfully swept through the massive monster army. Hen cast a satisfied look at the results, clicking his tongue complacently. The weed-clearing progress is faster than I calculated. Seeing the boss happy, a lackey immediately chimed in, if we keep up this momentum, we'll clear the dungeon in no time. Hen nodded excitedly, exactly. But from this moment on, our team doesn't need to charge to the front line anymore, seized the chance to gradually pull back to the rear. The unexpected order left the subordinate dumbfounded. Yes, what does the leader mean? A selfish scheme clearly showed on Han's face. The small fries have mostly been swept away. Starting tomorrow, the entire army will focus all efforts on hunting the final boss. Next, he smirked and ordered, it's time to kick off the highlight act of this trip. Exactly at the moment he finished speaking, the system notification panel simultaneously popped open in the vision of all players. This sudden appearance made Han's heart skip a beat. A line of glaring red text blinked. The notification clearly stated, the Orc Lord has been slain. The news struck like lightning to his ears, leaving Han completely dumbstruck with his jaw dropped. What? The surrounding crowd was also so shocked they started screaming, what the hell is going on? God forbid, tell me I'm hallucinating. Damn it, what random bastard snatched the kill? Jonky himself was in utter shock after reading the message. What kind of fantasy is this? The elite forces of all the guilds are all concentrated in this area, aren't they? Henry, standing next to him, frowned slightly and whispered, Boss, what is the meaning of this? Could the Lion Guild who split off early have hit the jackpot? Jonky shook his head wearily. What's done is done. I won't bother with it anymore. His eyes carried a deep contempt. I know full well that those bastards from the Lion Guild are only good at flapping their gums and thumping their chests. Shifting the frame back to the orc battlefield, the brutal battle axe was now drenched in blood. The skeleton warrior had excellently used the enemy's own weapon to counterattack, using the tyrant's own axe to send it to the Underworld. At that very life-and-death moment, a barrage of notifications flooded Kim Woojin. You have leveled up, achieved the title of Orc Lord Hunter, rewarded with a new skill. Discovering he just hit a jackpot, he curiously opened the system panel, pumped with another new skill. I hope it's top-tier stuff that's actually useful. Just skimming through the skill description, his pupils contracted in utter shock. This thing, an ability beyond imagination, had just been programmed into his body. The Grim Reaper's Notebook, E-rank skill, an ancient artifact hiding the power of Osiris, maximum capacity of 5 undead monsters. Effect, deceased souls sealed in the notebook will absorb Osiris's power, enhancing all stats by 5%. After studying its functions, Kim Woojin immediately connected it to an old skill, but this thing was completely groundbreaking. It turns out its mechanics are exactly like a spatial inventory, but specialized for storing my guards. Even better, the little minions hiding inside get their stats buffed. To see how overpowered this new toy is, he decisively put it into practice right away while it's hot. Acting on his thought, Kim Woojin immediately chanted the spell, sucking the two bone soldiers dry into the Book of Dead Souls. The stream of magic from the dark artifact surged violently, trapping the skeleton duo in a limitless space. The terrifying pressure forced Kim Woojin to grit his teeth and tightly grip the notebook, trembling violently in his hand. Accompanied by an ear-splitting explosion, lightning tearing across the sky and thick dust flying everywhere, it made him smirk. The entrance effect is actually pretty lit. Admiring the words skeleton orc imprinted on the page, he nodded in satisfaction. From now on, I don't need to waste energy killing the first prey to get a corpse anymore. I can just stroll into the dungeon with bodyguards ready to the teeth. He gave a triumphant half-smile. With this treasure in hand, the Achilles heel of skeleton summoning has officially become a thing of the past. At that moment, deep within the silent forest, an army was running for their lives at a terrifying speed. It turned out to be Han's gang. His crazy action of charging headfirst into the boss orc's territory made his underlings extremely bewildered as they questioned, "Boss, where are you running to? The orc lord has already been hacked to pieces, hasn't it?" Pissed off by the talkative grunts, he turned his head and roared, "Do you think I'm blind?" The trusted aide beside him still stupidly argued back, "Then why the hell do we have to run headlong over there?" And had to grit his teeth and reveal the bitter truth that forced him to risk his life rushing to the Lord Orc's location. "You brainless fools, at the very least I have to directly gather on-site information to have something to report. Do you plan to show up empty-handed to explain to Mr. Park Yang-won and hope to keep your worthless lives?" The moment they heard that taboo name, the whole gang of grunts immediately broke into a cold sweat, their spines shivering in terror. Mr. Park Yang-won. As a result, the entire squad ran for their lives, sprinting toward the Lord Orc's stronghold. Shifting direction to the remnants of the Skull Gang, even they didn't expect the game to turn around so rapidly. "We're screwed. Who could have predicted that tanky boss would die so fast?" The squad leader hastily changed tactics, put the guy who just devoured the boss orc aside, prioritized purging the targets on the death list first. A guy in the group heard that and asked, "What about the rookie who stayed back to clean up the scene?" The white-haired guy among them frowned and clicked his tongue. "I told him to clean up and tail us immediately. After this mission is over, I'll drag his neck out to retrain him." The leader coldly solidified the team's spirit. "Absolutely do not expose your identities. If we are caught, the entire higher-up network will take a hit. We have to cover it up at all costs, and if pushed into a dead end, everyone must know to end their own lives." With this urgent situation, he urged his lackeys, "There isn't much time left, but every move must absolutely remain in the shadows." While speaking, he suddenly shuddered, catching an abnormal signal. "Wait, it seems someone is approaching." Turning their heads to observe, the whole group finally realized the thorn in their eyes was the rookie from earlier. The fact that he was running headlong for his life left the gang dumbfounded. What the hell is that brat doing running like a maniac? The answer was immediately deciphered, as hot on the heels of the Skull Guild rookie were two bloodthirsty skeleton assassins. The moment the white-haired guy identified the traits of the skeletons, golden words immediately popped into his head. Did he poke a fire ant nest? Before long, the rookie flew like the wind, crashing straight into the gathering hideout of the Skull Guild remnants. This foolish action made the white-haired guy flare up, cursing loudly. "You uneducated idiot, did you snap a nerve? Bringing this burden back here means we all go down the hole." Then he frantically looked for a solution from the leader. "Boss, what do we do? Because of this stupid rookie, the whole team's whereabouts are exposed." In this suspended life-or-death moment, the leader's brain worked rapidly. The guy risking his life to attack us must have grabbed hold of some weakness. Lingering here for one more second, other factions will sniff us out and surround us immediately. By then we'll all be minced meat. Even if this mission falls apart, we still have to crush this guy and wipe out all remnants. While engrossed in malicious calculations, the rookie suddenly drew the sword tucked at his side. Exactly at the moment, the leader spun around and roared, "Are you brothers ready?" The rookie cold-bloodedly dashed past, sending the entire squad down to meet the Lord of Hell in the blink of an eye. The white-haired guy collapsed onto the cold ground with a sword slash across his throat. The accomplices around him shared an equally bleak fate. The tide was completely turned. The Skull Gang was wiped out entirely, leaving only the leader and the traitorous rookie standing. The shock made him freeze, staring with wide eyes, unable to understand what was going on. What the hell? The rookie bites the hand that feeds him. Very quickly, the new recruit threw off his disguise, revealing his true identity. The enemy was no lackey of the Skull Guild, but Kim Woojin himself. Witnessing his arrogant smile, the leader was utterly terrified, stammering speechlessly, "You are." Rewinding the timeline to a few minutes ago, Kim Woojin's eyes radiated overwhelming killing intent, aiming straight at the mercenary of the Skull Guild. All the knots had been untied. He finally knew why the number of players was so disastrously depleted. It turned out that these scumbags were the reason half the forces never returned. After extracting the sequence of memories from the subordinate's brain, he felt a bit regretful for not digging up any valuable classified information. In the patched-up memories of this nobody, there was absolutely not a single clue related to the Messiah Guild. Right after that, his gaze fell upon the cold corpse that had just been murdered by the other guy. Recalling his past life, this short-lived guy was also just neatly placed in a missing persons file. Wasting no time lamenting, he decisively stripped off the assassin's uniform. He immediately put on that set of armor, secretly calculating, it's time to meet the ringleader of the Skull Gang in this place. His main purpose was to dig up top-secret information, but the top priority was still to subdue the orc boss. If things went smoothly, he would find the connection between the Skull Gang and the Messiah Guild, but first, he had to slaughter this monster. Back to the present, the leader stared wide-eyed at Kim Woojin in utter bewilderment. Who the hell was this bastard, and where did he come from? At this moment, the remnants of the Skull Gang were trembling, their eyes glued to the haunting skeleton duo. Witnessing the two skeletons silently closing in, the bastards were scared out of their wits, screaming uncontrollably, "Get lost, stay away from me." In contrast to them, Kim Woojin was thoroughly enjoying this gathering. Hitting the jackpot, all the targets present in the new recruit's memories are lining up here waiting to be slaughtered. While the skeleton duo was busy tormenting the Skull Gang's pawns, Kim Woojin personally went to intimidate the captain. Losing interest in playing with these little mice, a skeleton soldier growled and swung its axe high up. The dying men on the ground saw that scene and screamed miserably, "No, spare me." But all screams faded into despair. Their fate had been sealed. They were all sent to the afterlife. The Skull Gang captain was terrified by Kim Woojin's ruthless aura, this devil. Killing without blinking an eye, this cold demeanor proves his hands have been soaked in blood countless times. Although shaking like a leaf, he still tried to salvage a bit of arrogance. "I don't care who you are, but trying to pry my mouth open is useless." Realizing the massive gap in strength, he gritted his teeth and chose an extreme measure. "Even if I escape, I'll just be a stumbling block for my superiors. This is the only move left." Disregarding the consequences, the leader drew his sword and ruthlessly stabbed it into his own chest to commit suicide. This extreme self-destruction made Kim Woojin freeze for a moment. Dying in glory, huh? Regaining his composure, he sneered in contempt, "Quite fierce, but it's useless, kid." Staring at the ringleader's cold corpse, he suddenly realized, "I should be sending my deepest gratitude to you, right? Your choice to commit suicide inadvertently revealed that your brain contains countless top secrets." Wasting not another half-second, Kim Woojin immediately activated his overpowered skill, triggering the eyes of Anubis. The film of memories rushed back. In a luxurious mansion echoing with the sound of a flowing stream was a man's voice. "This global disaster is the perfect stepping stone for the Japanese Empire to be reborn stronger." Secret vows echoed from a hidden room. "We will join hands with the Messiah Guild to establish an organization expanding our power globally." Two men were sitting opposite each other. "Hayato no, I am Seong-jun, go to Korea, join the Skull Guild, and dedicate yourself to the motherland." The figure whose face was hidden in the shadows was manipulating the person opposite him. "As long as we swallow all the dungeons and treasures of both Japan and Korea." He outlined a brilliant vision to I am Seong-jun. "We will create an immortal dynasty. The name of the Yamato Empire will be engraved for eternity." Right at this moment, two strange figures abruptly appeared at the doorway and were praised by the mysterious boss as, "I am Seong-jun, let me introduce your guides. The guardian angels of Japan will assist us in building the Yamato dream." I am Seong-jun stammered in horror, "You two are." Just by glancing at the appearance of those two, he was so shocked that he completely lost his dignity. Next, he frantically prostrated on the ground, bowing respectfully, "It is a profound honor to meet you two excellencies." In his heart, He felt like exploding, never expecting to encounter the masters of the sword and bow in this place. Rewinding the memory tape that had just passed, the Skull Guild commander was questioning his subordinate. There is a prey that needs to be eliminated as soon as the plus dungeon opens. What is his background? Then he received a report about a Korean dungeon broker. He's quite capable, but lately he dared to stand in the way of the Japanese brokers. We must remove this thorn at all costs. And then a familiar name rang out. I heard a rumor that Korea also has an extremely formidable broker. What was his name again? Sechin, I think. After unraveling all the dark schemes, Kim Woojin roughly threw the Skull Leader's corpse into the filthy mud, his eyes filled with disgust. I used to hope things weren't that bad, but the truth makes one gag. You guys really are disgusting scum. He gritted his teeth, immersed in a surging resentment. Even when facing the darkest times, we used to always stand firm and fight side by side together. The familiar figures of Noda Hajiro and Sukahara Ken suddenly rushed back into his mind. Majestic leaders of the sword and bow, yet both of them were accomplices. In Kim Woojin's memory of his past life, before being reborn, I once braved life and death with them to conquer countless dungeons. He once gave those two absolute respect because they were the pillars of the Messiah Guild, always charging at the front lines. I once longed to become a great person just like them. In his heart, they were the guiding torches. They were not merely mentors, but also a solid spiritual anchor for me. Furthermore, they used to be the ones he placed his complete trust in. They were precious comrades to whom I was ready to entrust my life. Even having to go through the bloodiest battles, he always maintained an undying faith in them. But now, everything has completely collapsed. Right at this moment, Kim Woojin understood the cruel truth that all of them were in cahoots with Lee Sejun. Because of this, he was determined to crush all their dark schemes. In this life, I absolutely will not let them do whatever they please. The next target they just aimed for was Sechin. He muttered softly, a dungeon broker. The fact that this guy named Sechin is on the priority assassination list proves he must possess an extremely outstanding ability. It seemed like a puzzle piece just flashed in his mind. In my past life, I had never heard of him, which means the assassination was successful. If the Yamato Guild could take his place, Lee Sejun would surely pocket no small amount of profit. Finally, he decided to embark on the path of investigation. As long as that name is still on the death list, the assassins will keep throwing themselves into the jaws of death like moths to a flame. Thanks to that, I can gather more clues to dismantle them step by step. Besides, he was also planning to kill two birds with one stone. I originally needed a broker to find dungeons, truly the best of both worlds. Everything here is considered settled. It's time to leave this place. In the outside world, inside a car, some people were chatting lively. Senior, is the area around the gate always as quiet as a mouse like this? A man called Senior felt the question was rather silly, so he clicked his tongue and replied, "There's no way the monsters can escape. Of course it has to be quiet. However, once the dungeon is cleared, this place will instantly turn into a chaotic mess, you'll see. So take advantage and get some shut-eye." Hearing this, the rookie's eyes widened in amazement. You mean when the dungeon is conquered, everyone will rush in to interview the players? The senior kept a straight face and replied, "You idiot. The real reason is that those players will tear each other apart to fight for the loot." That answer shocked the young man so much he yelled out, "They actually slaughter each other." The senior sluggishly explained further, "Except for those in the Messiah Guild, anyone else will use any means necessary to grab as many items as possible. Whatever, we'll deal with it when the time comes. Now close your eyes, soon we'll have to work our asses off." Suddenly, the rookie pointed in a direction and stammered speechlessly, "Senior, look at that." Feeling that his junior was too annoying, the senior irritably yelled out, "Why is your mouth blabbering so much? What is it now?" Meanwhile, the junior was still dazed, his lips moving faintly the gate. Noticing the anomaly, the senior also wore a look of total bewilderment, following the direction of his colleague's hand. Striking their eyes was the image of Kim Woojin walking out with his entire body soaked in blood. That horrifying sight made them scream in panic. A player has appeared. Immediately, the medical team rushed over and urgently prepared to administer first aid to Kim Woojin. And a plus-ranked dungeon has just been cleared. Prioritize treating the survivor's wounds first. The commotion around made Kim Woojin frown in annoyance. A player has started to appear. Quickly bring the stretcher here. In another development, two factions were growling, getting ready to brawl without anyone knowing the exact cause. "Senior, a scuffle is breaking out over there, damn it. Why is the situation even worse this time compared to the last? A few days passed. The events of that day had covered the newspapers from politics, economics, social issues to international news. 31 people had died, and not a single member of the Skull Guild made it back alive. All of them had been wiped out. On the daily newspaper, a bold headline read, which mysterious figure took down the orc leader, all dungeon rewards vanished without a trace. Fierce conflicts erupted among members from various guilds. This series of shocking news had angered a hidden figure, making him furiously crumple the newspaper in his hand. Park Young-won ground his teeth, growling, "What the hell is going on? Why haven't we tracked down the identity of the bastard who took down the orc leader yet?" His eyes were glued to the headline "Who defeated the orc" on the newspaper, lying haphazardly on the table. A furious voice tore through the atmosphere. "Are you trying to make me believe this piece of trash?" The people of the Lion Guild were kneeling in a row on the floor. The representative named Lewin timidly looked up to justify, "Extremely sorry, sir. Because this incident came too unexpectedly, I swear from now on I absolutely will not let this situation happen ever again." Park Young-won leaned forward, his narrowed eyes radiating killing intent. "From now on? Then what about the amount of time and money I've poured into you along with my immense disappointment? What do you useless fools plan to use to compensate for it?" He propped both hands on the desk, dropping words full of threats. "This place is not a charity organization to hand out opportunity after opportunity to garbage like you." Park Young-won clenched his jaw, issuing a cold-blooded order. "In exactly 1 week, you must cough up 5 times the capital I've invested. When I take pity and grant an opportunity, you'd better hold on to it tight. Only then will your lives be safe." From deep inside the lavish villa, an utterly terrified voice leaked out, 5 times. Waiting until Rodan's group was out of sight, Park Young-won turned to ask the person standing beside him, "Is that Kim Woojin guy still in the hospital?" Secretary Kim immediately reported, "Yes, according to the information received, he sustained injuries in the recent dungeon run." That answer made Park Young-won frown in frustration. He turned his head and muttered, "Truly a bunch of useless trash, getting injured running a crummy 1-floor dungeon." Secretary Kim hesitated a bit when speaking up to correct, "Sir, the injuries he suffered in the dungeon were not caused by monsters." Park Young-won slowly shifted his gaze to scrutinize her. "What's this? You mean he was attacked by players from other guilds? Is this source reliable?" Secretary Kim cautiously offered her assessment. "If we had more time, we could dispatch someone to verify its authenticity. But at this moment, I think we should temporarily put our trust in his statement." Park Young-won suddenly stood up, casually slipping a hand into his pocket, and strode toward the door. "Fine, let's go to the hospital and see. That guy shouldn't be stupid enough to blab about this everywhere, right?" Secretary Kim hastily followed him. "Yes, sir, I have already instructed him to keep his mouth strictly shut." In another development inside the hospital, a person was gently advising the one on the hospital bed, "Just be a good boy and rest well, Kim Woojin." Nam Sang stood outside the hallway, bowing slightly toward the patient inside. "If any memories flash in your mind, please report to the guild immediately." Turning his back to leave, he scratched his head in frustration, letting out a long sigh and muttering, "This is gonna be exhausting. Why did he suddenly lose his memory out of nowhere? How am I supposed to explain this to the superiors?" Upon walking to the elevator area, the electronic screen above was displaying a downward arrow, simultaneously showing the number 4 indicating the current floor. Nam Sang looked up and secretly wondered, with such severe injuries, why is Park Young-won's faction so insistently demanding Kim Woojin to participate? Right as he stepped into the elevator on this side, the door of the adjacent elevator slowly opened. Park Young-won aggressively stepped out along with Secretary Kim, his eyes coincidentally meeting Nam Sang's. Both stopped in front of a hospital room door. Right before Secretary Kim was about to turn the doorknob, Park Young-won spoke up to share his deduction, just looking at the demeanor of the guy who walked past. It seems Kim Woojin knows how to keep his mouth zipped. The sound of the door swinging open caught Kim Woojin's attention, causing him to leisurely shift his gaze toward the noise. Park Young-won stepped fully inside and offered his greetings. "Long time no see. Has your body's condition improved at all?" Kim Woojin didn't rush to reply. He only smirked inwardly, thinking, the fish has finally taken the bait. The crystal-clear Roman 4 fluid was steadily dripping drop by drop through the transparent plastic tube. Leaning against the hospital bed, Kim Woojin calmly recounted, Although I haven't grasped much information about the people from the Skull Guild, putting everything together, there is indeed something fishy going on. In his mind, the chaotic images of that battle rushed back once again. I can be certain of one thing: they had a hand in the raid on the orc boss. Kim Woojin glanced slightly to the side, slowly continuing. The fact that the whole group was wiped clean proves that all the loot has fallen into the hands of another mysterious faction. The patched-up fragments of memory about the bloody battle in the past kept rewinding in his head. Kim Woojin added a decisive detail. The last scene that entered my sight was the moment they activated the stealth skill of the Shadow Hunter. Park Yangwon had already settled into the chair next to the bed at some point. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If we're talking about stealth techniques, I'm quite familiar with them. That skill helps the caster completely erase their presence, so it's extremely dangerous. So it turns out their sole target was the players and the orc. Kim Woojin lowered his head, his eyes suddenly turning profound. That's right, if it weren't for the blood poison saving my life, I would probably be meeting the Grim Reaper right now. That guy tailing me, if I hadn't proactively let him get infected with the toxicity from my own blood, I'm afraid this life of mine would also be gone. Park Yangwon heard this and smacked his lips in exclamation. Then you sure have 9 lives. Well, since the Skull Guild has been entirely wiped out anyway, the fact that you are a living witness will be buried forever too. Kim Woojin probed him. Even so, I will still have to stay on guard in the coming time. However, is our Phoenix Guild just going to accept returning empty-handed, sir? Park Yangwon's face suddenly darkened. He angrily gritted his teeth. Bringing that up makes my blood boil. Just because of that damn Skull Gang, we suffered heavy losses this trip. He rubbed his chin while silently plotting. I absolutely cannot let this debt slide so easily. At the very least, I have to drag that Skull Guild into the light to compensate for the lost damages. However, the amount of info pried from Kim Woojin's mouth is poorer than I expected. Park Yangwon forcefully slapped both hands on the armrests, raising his voice to ask directly, I understand the situation. Do you want any reward? Kim Woojin put on a clueless expression as if not understanding a thing. What reward? What do you mean by that, sir? Park Yangwon decisively stood up from the chair, dropped the innocent act, boy. He turned around, his voice filled with certainty. Because we had a prior agreement, you took the trouble to tail those players to gather intelligence for me. But to pry that much information from your mouth, you definitely must have attached a condition for exchange. Kim Woojin feigned contemplation for a moment, then slowly made his request. Since you've spoken so directly, I want to ask you to help me find a person. Park Yangwon looked confused, raising an eyebrow and asking, a person? Who are you looking for? Kim Woojin immediately threw out the bait. Have you ever heard of a broker named Sechin, sir? Rumors say this guy has very formidable tricks, but the problem is my network of connections is too limited. Park Yangwon narrowed his eyes, smacking his lips and muttering the unfamiliar name, Sechin. By what chance did you come to know of this character? But whatever, in the next few days, if you see an unknown number calling, remember to pick up. He and Secretary Kim turned on their heels heading toward the room door, suddenly dropping a suggestive remark. That guy is an arrogant prick who cherry-picks his clients, but in terms of ability, he's definitely no joke. Park Yangwon suddenly stopped, shooting a sharp, cold gaze full of warning at the young man on the hospital bed, emphasizing every word, and the last thing I want to remind you, I'm only saying this just in case, but you must bury this matter deep in your gut. Once any rumor leaks out, your life will be the very first thing threatened. Kim Woojin slightly tilted his head watching the back of the person standing by the door, responding in a flat voice, yes sir, I fully understand the severity. The room door slammed shut roughly as soon as Park Yangwon and Secretary Kim stepped out. He didn't forget to leave an empty farewell. All right, we'll see each other later. Kim Woojin only silently lowered his head without replying. He leisurely dangled his legs off the bed, slipping them neatly into the slippers on the floor. In his mind, he started fast-forwarding the next steps. The first step has unfolded exactly as I outlined. They don't suspect me in the slightest bit. Park Yangwon is currently completely clueless about the secret connection between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild. Kim Woojin walked to the window, casting his gaze afar and calculating. Once he starts sniffing in this direction, then Lee Sejun, or the bow god or the sword, will sooner or later fall into Park Yangwon's sights. A deeply satisfied smirk appeared on his lips. Park Yangwon is still ignorantly unaware that his own hands are bringing disaster upon himself. I'm afraid he will have to suffer a lot of mental anguish soon. taking advantage of Park Yang-won and Lee Sejun being engrossed in tearing each other apart. I'll have plenty of time to go all out in increasing my own strength. The black luxury car with glaring headlights was speeding down the road, tearing through the wind. From the backseat, a contemplative voice rang out. Even though the Skull Guild possesses a massive scale, yet there isn't any economic conglomerate backing them. If so, there's only one possible explanation. Park Yang-won sat imposingly in the backseat, his eyes glued to the phone screen in his hand. Smuggling domestically hunted items into the international black market will help them multiply their profits manifold. He stared thoughtfully at the tangled red arrows on the map, quickly forming a scheme in his head. We have no choice but to go after the transnational black markets. Digging into their den will definitely catch some smugglers who have done business with the Skull Gang. Park Yang-won absent-mindedly shifted his gaze to the night outside the glass window. This case will definitely drag out a whole network of phantom corporations secretly collaborating with them. Just watch. This morning, Kim Woojin was finally discharged from the hospital. As he strode outside, he reached into his pocket, rummaging around, secretly wondering, there's still no movement by this time, are they working that slowly? Right when he finished his train of thought, his phone suddenly rang. Kim Woojin pulled it out to check, couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Wow, the timing is quite precise. He pressed the phone to his ear. From the other end came a hoarse voice. I've heard the rumors, kid. Are you interested in doing business with me? Kim Woojin narrowed his eyes, immediately confirming the identity of this guy as Oh Sechun. He calmly replied to him, that's right, I'm looking for a suitable dungeon. Oh Sechun immediately stated his price with a firm condition. I need to verify how capable you are before making a final decision. Kim Woojin pretended to be puzzled. Capable? What do you mean? Oh Sechun was too lazy to explain at length. He just concluded with one sentence, I will send the detailed info to you via text. Right after that, the call was abruptly cut off. Kim Woojin's phone screen instantly lit up with a new message. The content displayed, sweep the Kobold dungeon. Structure 1 floor, difficulty C+ rank, player limit maximum 4 people, level requirement below level 28, clear condition annihilate all 100 kobolds, coordinates Songpo Ward Ilsanseo District Goyang City Gyeonggi Province. Skimming through those lines, Kim Woojin smiled inwardly in confirmation. Rumors say he's an extremely picky guy, and they aren't wrong, using a C+ rank dungeon just as an entrance test. If this deal goes through, his network will be a huge help to me. At the same time, in a bustling commercial street in the heart of the city, there was a high-rise building with its facade covered in all sorts of colorful signs. Inside a rather messy room, Lee Jin-ah pointed at the mobile phone and asked curiously, Hyung, whose unlucky turn is it to hand over their life this time? The man sitting opposite replied unhurriedly, well, it's still for the purpose of screening new clients. Park Yang-won is the one who vouched for him and provided his phone number. Lee Jin-ah hung his head, squeezed his eyes shut, and let out a long sigh. Hyung, wasn't the bloody lesson from last time enough? Why do you keep diving headfirst into these matters? What if this time it's another assassin who wants to take your life? Then what? Oh Sechun jumped up, patting his chest and declaring confidently, you're worrying over nothing. A handful of those insignificant grunts wouldn't be able to pluck a single hair of mine even if you shipped a whole truckload of them here. Lee Jin-ah leaned back in his chair, grimacing to remind him. But what if he's a subordinate under Park Yang-won? The level of madness would be no joke, Hyung. Oh Sechun brushed off his younger brother's worry. If he truly worked for Park Yang-won, that old man would have personally come forward to negotiate with us. He leisurely walked to the desk, pulled the bottom drawer open forcefully, and smacked his lips anyway. If he can't crawl past that life-and-death test, everything will just sink into oblivion. Even if he harbors the ambition to take my life, as long as his capability is good enough, he's approved. Oh Sechun casually tossed the phone into the drawer, flashing a sly smile. If he truly possesses such terrifying capability, then. The phone hit the bottom of the drawer with a thud, making a dry sound. Inside the drawer lay dozens of messy cell phones of all kinds. Oh Sechun's voice echoed with ambition. Sooner or later, he will plow through all the dungeons and put an end to this damn survival game. That is exactly the factor we have been desperately searching for. Lee Jin-ah's face suddenly brightened. He cheerfully pointed his thumb right at his chest. Hey Hyung, how could you bear to say such hurtful words? If you're looking for such a savior, the talent is standing right in front of your eyes. Oh Sechun showed no mercy and splashed a bucket of cold water right on him. You're still too green and naive, kid. Lee Jin-ah widened his eyes in protest. Huh? Am I that weak, Hyung? He smirked judgingly. You're only good for being as tough as an ox, but to single-handedly clear a dungeon is beyond imagination. Osechin laughed evilly in pure amusement. I've thrown out the bait, which is the kobold dungeon. Let's just sit back and watch how he performs first. Li Jin-ah shook his head vigorously, squinting at his brother and asking, using the kobolds as a trial bait, don't you think that's a bit cruel, Hyung? Osechin replied nonchalantly, I didn't force him to go. If he feels his skills aren't enough, he will automatically give up. Li Jin-ah laced his hands behind his neck, looking up at the ceiling and groaning in complaint. Hyung, you truly don't have an ounce of business sense, but did you completely forget that I burn energy very fast? My stomach is already drumming on empty here. Hearing that, Osechin jumped up. You just stuffed a whole pile of food into your stomach. What the hell are you whining about now? Shifting to another angle, a lemon-yellow car was slowly moving towards a giant crater. Deep at the bottom of the pit, a dungeon gate was emitting a bizarre light. Kim Woojin extremely casually pushed the door open and stepped out of the car, conveniently slamming the door shut with finality. He swept his gaze around, assessing the entire surrounding scene, his brain starting to work. A monster kobold dungeon. Is this old man allergic to money or something? He has absolutely no intention of holding back by tossing me a dungeon so far out of league for mid-tier players like this. He crouched and slid lightly down the side of the crater, the corners of his lips curling up disdainfully. However, this difficulty only applies to rookies who don't know how to deal with kobolds. Hiding in a fairly close location, Lee Jisoo was glued to her binoculars, continuously reporting the situation over the phone. I've entered the observation position right next to the dungeon in the Songpo area. She slowly lowered the binoculars, glancing at the communication device to update the other end. Target Kim Woojin is starting to enter the dungeon's perimeter. Back at the office, Lee Jisoo's clear voice transmitted straight from the speakerphone, I'm starting the timer right now. Osechin jumped when he heard the sound, hastily staring at the phone. What the hell? That guy has already made his way there. He pounced on the phone on the desk, eagerly asking, truly a guy with an extremely impatient personality. So what weapons has he equipped himself with? Lee Jisoo calmly replied, according to my observation, he came completely empty-handed, nothing special at all. Osechin gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath, with this kind of thing, I don't know whether to praise him for being brave or curse him for being brainless. Li Jin-ah looked up and mocked, so it turns out he's just a psycho who likes to show off, huh? Osechin only let out a cold snort, not bothering to argue back. Li Jin-ah smacked his lips with a look of pure contempt, but having said that, who knows, maybe he's so overpowered that he doesn't even bother preparing any self-defense items. Osechin muttered in agreement, can't rule out that possibility either. But another thought crossed his mind, what if that sky-high confidence isn't just an empty barrel making a lot of noise? Deep inside a restaurant imbued with traditional Japanese style, the sound of someone tossing sarcastic remarks could be heard. Being completely in the dark about the situation up to this point, it seems the world-renowned Messiah Guild is just an empty vessel making a lot of noise, isn't it? From inside the closed room, a pacifying voice rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere, I hope you won't use such heavy words, please calm down first. Kim Ji-hoon, the representative of the Messiah Guild, waved his hand trying to soothe the situation. You also fully understand that predicting dungeon anomalies is an impossible puzzle because it harbors too many unpredictable elements. It's truly a bit regrettable having to return from this trip bloodied, but regardless, the level of loss wasn't too heavy. The person sitting opposite growled, repeating the two words he had just caught, not heavy. Noda Hajiro's face darkened as he growled back at him. 5 of my best students died there, and you dare open your mouth to say the loss was insignificant. Kim Ji-hoon was immediately speechless at his aggressive attitude. He clumsily stammered to explain himself. No, that's not what I meant at all. Tsukahara Ken, who had remained silent next to Noda Hajiro this whole time, finally spoke up. Lee Sejun must have already caught on to this, hasn't he? About our friendly relationship with the Skull Guild. Isn't that why he prioritized giving us those A+ rank dungeons to handle first? Kim Ji-hoon broke into a cold sweat, cursing inwardly, damn it, I had a slip of the tongue. However, Tsukahara Ken sitting opposite him calmly continued. Of course, we completely agree that no one can fully control the risks that arise inside a dungeon. He frowned with murderous intent, interrogating, but do you really buy the script that those cheap orcs have the skills to slaughter our men? Kim Ji-hoon's face turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat upon hearing the cold declaration that they absolutely would not let this slide. He frantically pressed both hands onto the tatami mat, bowing his head to the ground submissively before the two powerful figures. I sincerely apologize. I should have thought twice before speaking such nonsense. Please generously grant me a little more time. I bet my life that I will dig through everything to track down the truth. Sukahara Ken gave a faint smirk, leisurely reaching for the liquor bottle on the table. There's no need to trouble you anymore. Our side has already sent our own people to track them down. Don't be so tense, my friend. Have a drink to warm your stomach. Kim Ji-hoon's eyes widened, sharply catching the hidden threat inside the man's words. He shakily raised the small ceramic cup. Sukahara Ken slowly tilted the bottle, pouring the strong liquid into the cup in Kim Ji-hoon's hand, calmly explaining as he poured. Even if the situation has become as terrible as it is now, at least we still bear the title of allies with the Messiah Guild. I just want to remind you to understand. Sukahara Ken's demeanor suddenly radiated an oppressive chill. We feel our honor is being severely trampled upon. The liquor poured into the cup kept filling up until it overflowed the rim and dripped down onto the wooden table. Sukahara Ken fixed his eyes on the patchy puddle of liquor on the table. Since we are known as comrades on the same front line, if any friction occurs, we just need to sit down and raise a few glasses to settle it. He suddenly added an eerie sentence. Then all misunderstandings can be written off, isn't that so? The hand holding Kim Ji-hoon's cup trembled violently, making the liquid splash and almost spill. Noda Hajiro had already stood up and left the room at some point. Sukahara Ken also strolled out after him, leaving behind an ambiguous sentence. Of course, the prerequisite is that we still maintain our status as comrades. Kim Ji-hoon looked like he had lost his soul, still tightly gripping the glass, blankly muttering, "Yes, you are absolutely right." A rough pull slammed the sliding door shut mercilessly. The banquet room was now left with only Kim Ji-hoon all alone. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. I was too careless when facing the masters of archery and kendo. I have to rack my brains to find a way to cover this up immediately. Right in front of the restaurant, a luxurious black sedan was already parked waiting. Noda Hajiro brought the phone to his ear and coldly interrogated, "Has your side cleaned everything up? What is the casualty count of our forces?" He nodded in response while listening to the detailed report from his subordinate. "All right, I've grasped the situation." As soon as the car door closed, Sukahara Ken immediately turned to his companion and asked curiously, "Did everything go according to what we outlined?" Noda Hajiro crossed his arms over his chest, nodding in admission. "Exactly. The attacker wasn't on our blacklist to be eliminated, which means he is completely a hidden factor that has never appeared in the world of experts." He continued to reveal the plan. "The next prey will be the Phoenix Guild. They are the only ones left on the map now." Sukahara Ken analyzed thoughtfully. "If the culprit isn't in the Book of the Dead," Noda Hajiro cut him off, "then it proves he is a pawn of some underground power, intentionally hiding his cards to plot a bigger gamble." At another location, the night had covered the sky in a tranquil dark blue, right next to the Kobold dungeon area in Songpo Ward. From an upper floor of an apartment complex, Bumbum shoved his hands into his coat pockets, casually remarking, "That weirdo who crawled into the dungeon today will probably help us have a few free days." Yeon, who had his legs crossed on the sofa, widened his eyes and retorted, "What nonsense are you blabbering about? He walked into the jaws of death all by himself." He slapped his thigh, confidently delivering a prophecy. "I bet there's no normal player in this world who would pull such a stunt. He's bound to die early, and the gate will just fly wide open again soon." Yeon barely had time to spit out another half-sentence. "Maybe it'll open in just a moment," when right at the location of the giant crater behind him, a blindingly bright beam of light pierced through the night, tearing the sky apart. Bumbum's jaw dropped as he pointed at the streak of light, excitedly exclaiming, "Boss, you're a psychic." Yeon snapped his head back in a daze, stammering, "No way that beam of light is." The giant pillar of light pouring out from the deep abyss was fading and then completely disappeared. The man glued his eyes to the magical phenomenon that just occurred, muttering, "That's the sign proving the dungeon has been fully cleared." Bumbum was so shocked he stuttered, "What the hell, boss, you just said?" Yeon grabbed the binoculars at terrifying speed, pressing them tight against his eye sockets and roaring, "That's impossible. That dungeon couldn't be taken down even if you stuffed the maximum number of people in." Bumbum hastily tugged at his hem, frantically calling out, "Boss." Yeon irritably lowered the binoculars, snapping angrily, "Are you crazy? I'm trying to hunt down where that monster who just cleared the dungeon is hiding." Bumbum's mouth was hanging open so wide he couldn't close it, pointing a trembling finger in a distant direction. "No need to look anymore, boss. I bet I see him. He pointed his finger straight at the lime-yellow car accelerating through the wind on the highway. He's right over there. Seeing the car getting further and further out of sight, Yeon grabbed his head in despair and howled, "We're so dead." Returning to the building covered in signs in the heart of the city, a piercing scream echoed throughout the room. "What the hell did you say? You lost the target." Osechin, red in the face, roared into the walkie-talkie. "If you take people's money, you have to do your job properly. You swallowed my money, did a trashy job, and now you're trying to argue." Lee Jisoo, who was typing at the computer desk opposite him, had to grimace, hurriedly bringing both hands up to tightly cover her ears to avoid a ruptured eardrum. She calmly spoke up to interrupt the wrath of the man foaming at the mouth, cursing, "Boss." Osechin whipped his head around, snapping back, "What is it now?" Lee Jisoo shrugged, reporting an obvious truth, "I haven't disbursed a single penny to that group yet." She leisurely stood up from her chair, questioning him, "Didn't you brag that those guys were your close brothers from the same hometown?" Osechin froze for a few seconds. But I clearly remember we finalized the payment plan." Lee Jisoo firmly denied it. "No such thing, they only came here to help out of loyalty." Osechin skeptically crossed his arms over his chest, asking again, "Really, it didn't cost a single dime?" Lee Jisoo shot him a helpless look. "Exactly. In return, you made empty promises to treat them to a wasted drinking session." Osechin shrugged shamelessly, quickly cooking up a lame excuse to dodge the debt. "Tusk, what a pity, starting from today, I made a solemn vow to quit drinking completely." Lee Jisoo grabbed her leather bag and slung it over her shoulder, decisively walking briskly toward the door. "If you're worried sick about Kim Woojin, drop it. I have to run some errands now." Osechin looked bewildered and curious. "Hey now, where are you going, Secretary Lee?" She didn't even bother to look back, dropping a blunt remark, "If he really wants to board the same boat as us, he'll soon take the initiative to hook up." Osechin stared blankly at her slender back disappearing behind the door, clicking his tongue and muttering, "Did this girl take the wrong medicine today? Why is she so intensely cold?" A vague stream of memories suddenly rushed back into his mind, an image of Lee Jisoo tightly hugging a worn-out backpack, curled up freezing on the cold sidewalk. Come to think of it, it was around this time last year that I picked her up. Lee Jin-ah clumsily carried a bunch of miscellaneous stuff in from outside. "Boss, is Secretary Lee upset about something today? I just invited her to stay and eat something before leaving, but she treated me like I was invisible." Osechin slumped into his chair, rubbing his tired temples. "Let her be. She probably has urgent matters to handle today." Just a blink later, his eyes suddenly snapped wide open, shooting a sharp glare at Lee Jin-ah. "Let me tell you some earth-shattering news. That kid Kim Woojin wiped that dungeon clean, and it only took him a mere half-day to do it. That guy is truly an invaluable monster." However, as soon as his eyes caught the mountain of junk food his younger brother was tightly holding onto, his blood boiled, and he shrieked, scolding, "You prodigal son, did you burn all my money at the convenience store downstairs again?" Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah kept munching and chewing loudly as if nothing had happened. "Calm down, boss. Stop wearing that grumpy face." Osechin gritted his teeth and roared, "You have a death wish, don't you? Take all this back and refund it for me right now." Lee Jin-ah immediately started whining tearfully. "How could you have the heart to be so stingy to your little brother over a few snacks?" Turning back to the issue, Kim Woojin's lime-yellow car was cruising smoothly toward an intersection with a traffic sign. Sitting firmly at the steering wheel, he rested his chin on one hand, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, letting himself drift in a mess of tangled thoughts. Recalling the earlier moment, right after flawlessly clearing that godforsaken dungeon, Kim Woojin casually climbed out of the deep crater and leisurely walked toward his familiar car. As he approached, what caught his eye was a bulky walkie-talkie and a small piece of paper placed prominently on the hood. Kim Woojin curiously raised an eyebrow, reaching out to lift both strange items, muttering, "What kind of witchcraft is this?" Pulling his mind back to reality, he reached out and touched the walkie-talkie lying idly on the passenger seat, smirking and whispering, "So do you want to cooperate, or do you like playing cat and mouse?" The neat handwriting on the note read, "After you drag yourself out of the dungeon, please use this walkie-talkie to alert us. Office hours start at 9 in the morning. Strict adherence to the schedule is required." Kim Woojin chuckled in praise. This broker works quite systematically. A bright red sports car was already parked in the basement lot, its headlights flashing continuously, emitting blinding beams of light. Kim Ji-hoon gripped the steering wheel tightly, sweat pouring down and soaking his forehead. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, I absolutely cannot bring this face back to report to the leader." In his panic, the silhouette of a certain figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Do I really have to lower myself to beg for help from that guy Yang Jihu? The phone tossed carelessly in the storage tray suddenly vibrated violently, its screen lighting up brightly followed by a series of piercing ringtones. Kim Ji-hoon frantically grabbed the phone and pressed it against his ear, snapping at the person on the other end. "It's me, Kim Ji-hoon, what kind of plague has happened now?" Suddenly, his jaw dropped and he yelled, "The Skull Guild, who?" Immediately, the bright red car roared its engine and sped out of the underground parking area. Kim Ji-hoon hurriedly shouted into the phone, "I get the situation, keep the scene intact, I'll rush over there right away." Cutting to a luxurious bar, Park Yang-won smirked ruthlessly and issued an order. "Just use the old playbook, cleaning up everything in silence is the optimal plan. I suppose I don't need to waste words explaining the reason to you, do I?" Jiang Hoyoung, sitting with his legs crossed opposite him, nodded in confirmation. "Rest assured, sir, I understand the rules of the game perfectly. So have you tipped off the target I need to protect?" Park Yang-won blandly replied, "I'm in no rush, but once I finalize the plan with you, I'll immediately arrange that matter." Jiang Hoyoung, hearing that, decisively made a decision. "If that's the case, I'll take the time to go instruct my subordinates right now while it's hot." Park Yang-won showed approval of his swift working style. "Excellent, your core mission is to preserve his life and smuggle him out of that den successfully. Leave the rest of the aftermath to me." However, neither of these two old foxes realized at all that, on the second-floor balcony area, a mysterious dark figure had appeared since who knows when, holding his breath and taking in their every move. Kim Ji-hoon glued his sharp, cold eyes to the ground floor, his mind constantly raising big question marks. What kind of dirty scheme is Park Yang-won hatching here? Exactly what percentage of the truth about the Skull Guild has that old man grasped? Suddenly, from the darkness behind him, a man slowly approached and whispered, "I'm wondering the exact same thing as you. Park Yang-won is known as someone with deep and wide connections, but for his tentacles to reach all the way to the Skull Guild is truly hard to believe." Romeo slightly curled his lips, throwing out a bold hypothesis. He's using the excuse of wanting to dig up more information about the Skull Guild to serve his business line, but the words he spat out contain far too many dark hidden meanings. Rewinding to an earlier time, in a soundproof VIP room, Dongman had an encounter with Park Yang-won. He slammed his hand on the table, bluntly refusing, "Even if it's an order from Mr. Park Yang-won, forcing me to spit out top-secret information about the Skull Guild is an unreasonable demand." Park Yang-won sat leisurely on the opposite side, smiling craftily. "Well, you seem more guarded than usual today. Fine, if you're going to be so stubborn." His face exuded a terrifying confidence. He slowly uttered every word. "What if I possess the earth-shattering secret behind the tragic death of all the Skull Guild members in that A+-rank dungeon?" Back to reality, Kim Ji-hoon was so shocked his jaw dropped, stammering to confirm, "Did he really say that?" He hung his head down, cold sweat pouring out and soaking his entire face. His brain was screaming in despair. If what he knows is the truth, then this incident has completely gone out of my control, and if I show my face to report to the leader, my head might not even stay attached to my neck. Kim Ji-hoon shifted his eyes to the ground floor, secretly wondering who the sacred entity chatting with Park Yang-won was. Crossing his arms, the man beside him revealed that it was Jung-hoon Young, a familiar business partner of Park Yang-won. Casting his gaze toward Jung-hoon Young, he added a few interesting details, saying that this guy was a bona fide freelance mercenary, ready to get his hands dirty in any gig as long as the pay was thick enough. Right at that moment in the seats below, Jung-hoon Young bowed submissively to see Park Yang-won off. Upstairs, Kim Ji-hoon sincerely expressed his gratitude to his companion for sharing classified information with the Messiah Guild. The other guy calmly replied, "After all, the Messiah Guild once took me in." Having said that, Kim Ji-hoon gave a slight nod, his expression dropping slightly as he sank into silence. Down in the lobby, Jung-hoon Young had just settled back into his seat when Kim Ji-hoon suddenly appeared right in his line of sight, throwing out an invitation. "Shall we find a place to chat a bit?" Jung-hoon Young looked up, his brain instantly putting the pieces together, exposing the other party's identity as Kim Ji-hoon from the Messiah Guild. Taking a seat on the opposite bench, Kim Ji-hoon interlaced his 10 fingers, opening the conversation. "I have no idea what Park Yang-won poured into your ears, but I have a lucrative deal I want to negotiate." He emphasized every word, "a gig collaborating with the Messiah Guild." Jung-hoon Young smirked, acting naive and retorting, "What exactly are you referring to, sir? Speak human so it's easier to understand. Kim Ji-hoon's gaze suddenly flashed with a cold, sharp glint. A gold mine is served right to your mouth and you still play dumb. This will probably waste a lot of time. Cutting to a street corner, the jet-black car obediently parked right behind the white line, waiting for the red light signal. Inside the cabin, Secretary Kim, seated in the passenger seat, crisply reported to Park Yong-won in the back, "The public dungeon you requested has been finalized, but your move this time seems a bit sketchy." She craned her neck to question him. Wouldn't wading into the mud yourself just complicate things further? Park Yong-won rested his chin on his hand, his eyes glued to his phone screen, ignoring her. "Since I've stirred things up so wildly, the Skull Guild will naturally jump up in anger. Chances are they'll be panicking and tangled up in a mess." As soon as the name Kim Woojin flashed on the screen for an incoming call, he smirked. "The background and extras are all set up. Time to pull the curtains for the main act to shine, right?" Returning to the tavern, Kim Ji-hoon sat in solitary contemplation by the table near the exit. He bit his fingernails, thousands of question marks popping up in his head. What kind of dirty scheme is Park Yong-won harboring after all? Kim Ji-hoon rewound the train of thought from Yong-hoon Young. He carefully dispatched a whole 5 people, including myself, to shield that guy. It's definitely a big shot. His identity is... His gaze locked onto the line of data on the screen. Kim Woojin, level 16, from the Phoenix Guild. Kim Ji-hoon drowned in a sea of doubt. This guy got his name entered for an A+ rank stage, but there's no way he can solo a bunch of old foxes from the Skull Guild. This trap reeks so strongly that he hesitated, not knowing whether to close his eyes and jump in. Under a radiant dawn, a dazzling yellow car pulled up in front of the gate of a lavish villa. Seated comfortably in the driver's cabin, Kim Woojin cleared his throat into the walkie-talkie. "I passed the qualification test, didn't I?" The man's voice transmitted from the device. "Spot on. Your speed even exceeded the quota. You're playing hide-and-seek with your skills, aren't you?" Not waiting for a reply, he rambled on incessantly. "Never mind, it's not like I'm being overly suspicious, that's just my curious nature." Kim Woojin calmly explained, "I only went all out to cater to your wishes." The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie rang out again. "Got it. By the way, you're looking to purchase a dungeon, right? I threw the premium list into locker number 19 at Woojin Station. Drop by and pick it up when you have time. Give me a holler if you need any assistance." Kim Woojin stepped out of the car while broadcasting. "Received, but I'm stuck with some trivial matters right now. I'll contact you again in a few days." Osechin on the other end happily sealed the deal. "Approved. I'll look forward to your news." Throwing himself onto the chair, Lee Jin-ah clearly showed his skepticism. "Boss, are you really planning to join hands with that guy? Has your sixth sense ever hit the jackpot?" Osechin smiled, turning around to retort, "Has your intuition ever been right even once? Besides, don't brokers treat risks as their meal ticket to make a living?" As for Kim Woojin, he lowered his head, acting utterly panicked. "Boss Park Yong-won, this operation is too risky. You're pushing me out to be a meat shield." Park Yong-won didn't bother to hide it, bluntly saying, "You catch on fast, kid." He tilted his head, resting his arm on the armrest, and spoke, "I have no idea how this classified info leaked, but it's only a matter of time before the Skull Guild sniffs it out." He was sneering inwardly. The brat seems scared now, but I couldn't care less. Kim Woojin kept his head down in silence, letting Park Yong-won's words pound against his eardrums. "Are you planning to just sit there waiting for things to be handed to you on a silver platter and die?" He stretched out his hand, dropping sweet words. "I have personally recruited a squad of top-tier players to cover you. Just put your trust in me and clear the dungeon with them." Kim Woojin looked up, staring straight at Park Yong-won, arguing back. "But how is this any different from gambling with my life? Is there any divine reason that forces us to make this move?" He cooked up an excuse. "Sorry, kid. The problem is I owe them a few favors, and my nature is such that I can't sleep or eat peacefully unless I settle my debts fairly." Eventually, Kim Woojin opened his mouth to lock in the price. "Understood. If that's the case, I'll have to accept it, but my compensation has to be bumped up." Park Yong-won smiled victoriously, eyes crinkling, screaming inwardly, "Hook, line, and sinker." Kim Woojin curled his lips into an evil smile. Park Yong-won snapped his fingers to signal the person behind him, "Piece of cake." Secretary Kim stepped forward, slamming a dark piece of paper onto the table. "The boss has specially prepared this gift for Mr. Kim Woojin." Park Yong-won added, "If you're beefier, your survival rate should also be slightly higher, right?" Kim Woojin threw a wink at the item Secretary Kim had just presented, instantly seeing through it as a skill book. Who knows how long it took before he dragged his ass out of the villa. Kim Woojin strolled around, pondering to himself, to think he actually knows how to feel pangs of conscience. Before I reincarnated, Park Young-won pulled a solo heist with the Yamato faction and he cast his gaze toward the mansion, clicking his tongue in assessment. Venturing down the path of selling out your comrades is quite a trendy move, but it has nothing to do with me anymore. Kim Woojin pulled out the paper he just received from his jacket pocket. Who would have thought he'd generously bestow this thing? This guy is actually pretty useful. Deep inside the freezing stone cave, short breaths and long sighs echoed steadily. Why is our life going downhill like this? At this rate, we probably won't even clear our debts by the time we draw our last breath. Han took the lead. Catching those complaints, he irritably looked back and shouted, "Zip it and keep walking." He crossed his arms, asserting dominance over the remnants. That bastard Park Young-won acting like this is already humane enough for us. The number one underling retorted resentfully, but pushing us this far is too hard to swallow, boss. The second lackey also chimed in. It's not our fault, right? Besides, who the hell knows what kind of divine entity that guy is? Exactly how long do we have to be stuck in this shithole? Han cursed, then trudged forward. I don't know a damn thing either, just save whatever breath you have left to slaughter the monsters. Engulfed in a pitch-black corner of the stone cave, a hideous creature with jagged, razor-sharp teeth was silently keeping an eye on the group's every movement. As night fell, a train thundered through the air, tearing through the wind on the elevated railway. Hidden under the bridge, a car obediently parked, serving as a gathering spot for a group of mysterious figures. The man clamped the phone tightly to his ear, reporting to the other side, "Everything is locked and loaded. Yes, I'll execute it immediately." He slowly lowered the phone, pressing the disconnect button. The name Park Young-won was still glowing brightly on the screen. Jung-hoon Young glanced at the person opposite him. "So to sum it up, we just have to throw Kim Woojin to you guys and we're done, correct?" The other guy nodded firmly. "Dead right, that's it." Jung-hoon Young smirked, shifting his gaze to the suitcase brimming with crisp bills. "But it seems like this much is a bit stingy. Considering we have to lose a fat business deal, compensating us a bit extra would only be fair and reasonable." Kim Ji-hoon waved his hand, assuring, "When it comes to money, rest assured, once this gig is sorted out smoothly, the reward will be abundant. I can throw a few other fat clients your way too if you like." Jung-hoon Young pushed his luck. "In exchange, I'd prefer signing a fat contract with the Messiah Guild. If you can manage that, consider the surcharge waived." Kim Ji-hoon brushed it off instantly. "That's out of my reach. How can I single-handedly decide on the guild's core interests?" Jung-hoon Young didn't bother to dawdle, bluntly stating, "Understood, whatever you say." A moment later, Kim Ji-hoon hopped into his bright red car and hit the gas to leave. Jung-hoon Young's lackeys behind obediently bowed in respect. He stretched out and delightfully yelled, "We struck gold, guys. Once this job is done, we'll be eating well." An accomplice in the back also clicked his tongue. "I never expected such a character to exist within the Messiah Guild." Jung-hoon Young laughed it off. "Well, they're just ordinary mortals too. Not everyone is as noble as Lee Sejun." He craned his neck, boldly concluding to his pack, "But what the hell does that have to do with us? Let's just grab this opportunity and go all out once our pockets are full of money." On another horizon, a light flashed and then died out, spitting out a group of strangers, followed by a voice echoing in the void announcing that the dungeon had been leveled. A man in a black suit frantically rushed toward the three figures who had just escaped from the pillar of light, amid a screaming voice. The entire Skull Guild force is still alive and kicking. The male secretary's jaw dropped witnessing the Skull Guild members strolling past. Thousands of questions boiled in his head. Where is everyone from the Phoenix Guild? Are they all dead? He stood rooted to the ground, calculating in his head, those guys are all top-tier players from Park Young-won's faction. It took a long while for the male secretary to come to his senses. He hurriedly called out after them, "Excuse me, please stop for a moment." He eagerly interrogated the people from the Skull Guild. "Do you gentlemen know what happened to our faction's members?" The male secretary earnestly pleaded in an incredibly pitiful voice, "At least reveal a little bit of the situation so I know what to say to their families. I'm begging you." The butcher of the Skull Guild suddenly stopped in his tracks. He tore off the mask covering his mouth, flashing a smile reeking of demons. "Ah, that bunch. I hacked them into 100 pieces to the point even their ancestors couldn't recognize them anymore." Throwing back those sinister words, Hong Zi slid into the car, letting the pitch-black vehicle tear through the wind and disappear into thin air. Matsumoto sat with his legs crossed in the car, swiping his phone while grumbling. "Did you throw the leader's instructions out the window? Tone it down, you're forbidden from making a scene." Hong Zi clicked his tongue, replying curtly, "I know, give it a rest." Matsumoto clamped the phone to his ear, identifying himself. "This is Matsumoto. We just finished cleaning up the mess. How the hell did another job pop up?" On the other end of the line, Kim Ji-hoon frantically urged, "We've caught the prey. As soon as the sun rises, he'll head straight into the dungeon. Bring your troops over quickly." Matsumoto's sluggish voice groaned through the speaker. "So why should we obediently listen to you?" Kim Ji-hoon flared up, threatening, "Time is running out. If we lose this deal, what face will you have left to report to the big boss?" At this point, Matsumoto bit his lip and gave in. "Fine, we'll figure it out when we get there." Right after hanging up, just a split second later, a message dinged on his phone. The message content clearly showed, "Wipe out the lizard soldiers, second floor, D+ difficulty, max capacity 10 people, entry requirement below level 29. The goal for clearing is to completely eradicate the lizard pack." In another development, on the grounds of the luxurious villa, Park Young-won stood majestically with his hands on his hips in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, his brain calculating endlessly. "So a foreign power actually planted its roots in Korea. I'll hit the jackpot if I know how to manipulate the Skull Guild." He stroked his chin, muttering smugly, "I was so sure it would be a waste of talent if I only roamed around to dominate this country." Park Young-won glanced at the gold-plated watch on his wrist, reassuring himself, "If the plan fails and Kim Woojin loses his life, at the very least I'll have extracted a bunch of classified info on the Skull Guild. H-hour is approaching." Panning the camera over here, dozens of people were already standing around waiting in front of a pitch-black tent. Kim Woojin stood motionless from a distance, slightly raising his eyebrows and taking in their every move. Jung-hoon Young's sharp eyes spotted him first. He waved his hand, eagerly calling out, "Newbie, over here." He reached out his hand, eagerly trying to get close. "A pleasure to meet you, I'm Jung-hoon Young." Kim Woojin politely nodded to introduce himself. "I'm Kim Woojin." Jung-hoon Young acted incredibly welcoming. "In that case, let's squeeze out all our strength to clear the dungeon, right? Logically, there should be one more team, but it seems they're stuck in traffic and haven't arrived yet." His words had barely hit the ground when right behind Kim Woojin, a snow-white car roared its engine and sped over, trailing a blinding storm of dust. Jung-hoon Young grinned widely, staring at the car. "They're here." 4 players from the Skull Guild poked their heads out the car doors. Their faces were all tightly concealed behind pitch-black masks reeking of dark energy. Kim Woojin narrowed his eyes, throwing a probing look at the newcomers. He suddenly spoke up, "Pardon me, which way is the WC?" Hearing that, Jung-hoon Young seized the opportunity. I was just planning to take a leak too. Let's go together for fun, I'll lead the way." Glued to the wall was a bright blue sign, clearly displaying the word toilet in huge letters, along with the figure of a man. Jung-hoon Young crossed his arms over his chest, leaning his back against the wall to probe. "So you're the VIP that we have to act as bodyguards for?" Kim Woojin ignored it and mocked back. "So you guys are the squad that Park Young-won recommended." Jung-hoon Young stood up straight. "G-hour is approaching. Let's take a walk and have a deep talk." Briskly walked while pulling out the script to pitch. "Those rookies coming later won't know we're on the same boat, so we need to avoid letting them catch us strolling together in the dungeon." Kim Woojin immediately retorted, "You mean you're telling me to roam around all by myself?" Jung-hoon Young waved his hand to reassure him. "What are you worried about? My brothers and I wouldn't dare let you off the leash. There will always be a shadow tailing and guarding you to the teeth." Kept flapping his gums. "Anyway, the ambush rate on the second floor is extremely high. If we just rush in and start a brawl the moment we show our faces, clearing this stage will be doomed." Meanwhile, Kim Woojin strode beside him with his head bowed, his inner thoughts hiding some unknown scheme. Jung-hoon Young thumped his chest and swore, "Throw that worry away. We know exactly what to do. Just entrust your life to us and proudly step inside." He glanced at him and finalized, "Sounds pleasing to the ear. I will strictly follow your orders." Jung-hoon Young cheered in delight, approved. "Then you take the lead. Dragging the whole pack in at once will raise suspicions right away." Kim Woojin remained silent, obediently turning on his heel to disappear alone into the tent, as arranged. Watching his silhouette gradually fade, a sly glint flashed in Jung-hoon Young's eyes, feeling smug inwardly. "This play seems to be running smoother than I thought." Nestled deep in the old forest were dozens of massive ancient trees crowding together, blocking out the sky, with only a few patches of golden sunlight struggling to pierce through the leaves to illuminate the damp, moldy ground. In the middle of the clearing, the formation immediately split in half. The right wing was the territory of Jung-hoon Young and his subordinates, while sitting imposingly on the left wing was the group from the Skull Guild. The system popped up a notification, note, to unlock the next floor, please eliminate the goblin playing hide-and-seek to avoid clashing with the giant horde. Someone muttered, looks like the first stage prefers scouting over brute force. Jung-hoon Young gruffly barked orders at his pack. The clearing conditions are just child's play, split up and tear this place apart. Then he jerked his chin toward Kim Woojin, and you, seeing you looking so lonely, will assign someone to tag along for fun. Jin-guk quickly volunteered, boss, let me go with him. Jung-hoon Young gave a crisp nod, approved, leave it to you, Jin-guk. He loudly yelled at the rest, cut the crap, drag that goblin out, finish it fast, and get down to the second floor. In the blink of an eye, the two factions scattered in different directions, leaving only the silhouettes of Kim Woojin and Jin-guk. Before disappearing from sight, Jung-hoon Young didn't forget to sneak a glance backward, giving a slight nod as a signal. Kim Woojin keenly caught on, returning a subtle nod of acknowledgement. After that, he shifted his gaze toward the enemy group from the Skull Guild. Muttering to himself, so the real arena is actually on the second floor. Matsumoto closed his eyes, curiously asking, why not just take down Kim Woojin right now to save the trouble? What if he actually dies, wouldn't we be screwed? Kim Ji-hoon calmly explained, the mercenaries I hired will babysit him carefully, he won't get a single scratch. The trouble is when the script goes off the rails. He added a thorny remark, and Kim Woojin vanishes without a trace. Matsumoto stammered, you're implying that. His gaze was extremely scrutinizing, you look down on our abilities, that's why you went through the trouble to crawl into this hellhole, isn't it? Kim Ji-hoon casually denied it entirely, don't be so sensitive, man. I didn't mean that at all. Inwardly, he added a sentence, I only came here to clean up Jung-hoon Young's corpses after the game is over. On the other side of the battlefield, Jung-hoon Young leaned against a tree and questioned his subordinate, what kind of trick is that punk Kim Woojin pulling now? The tightly hooded minion whispered, he's hunting orcs. Looks pretty decent too. He's using blood poison to snipe them one by one. Jung-hoon Young stroked his chin in thought, blood poison, does he have any hidden cards left? The hooded guy twisted in confusion, why are you being so paranoid, boss? The bald guy next to him was equally resentful, you think we can't handle a little brat, boss? Jung-hoon Young shot them a sharp glare, wrong, it's exactly because things are going too smoothly that I smell danger. He waved his hand and stood up abruptly, his brain working at full capacity. Park Young-won and Kim Ji-hoon aren't the types to just throw their money out the window so easily. Is Jin-guk still tailing him? One guy nodded, spot on, what's up, boss planning to pay him a visit. Jung-hoon Young immediately cooked up a trap, if we show up out of nowhere together, he'll trust us even more. The moment he lowers his guard, grabbing him by the neck will be a piece of cake. Jung-hoon Young's lackeys sneaked deep into the core of the forest, only to be met with countless bleached white bones scattered everywhere. The subordinate craned his neck, looking around like a windmill. He was clearly lurking around here. Where the hell did he run off to now? Jung-hoon Young quickly made a judgment. Even if he grew wings and flew away, he must have left some clues. He swept his gaze around, following the scent of blood. He's definitely still nearby, but where did Jin-guk vanish to? Right in the clearing ahead were the corpses of several hyenas lying around. Jung-hoon Young furrowed his brow, something went down here. He fixed his eyes forward, dropping a chilling assessment, this is wrong, something is off. The hooded guy hit the jackpot, trembling as he pointed and screamed, boss, over there. In the distance, Jin-guk was lying limp. Pooling beneath his back was a horrifying puddle of crimson blood. Not far away, Kim Woojin was also lying stiffly unconscious, a large puddle of blood spreading out beneath his body. Jung-hoon Young hastily screamed, gesturing for his lackeys to gather and check on Jin-guk's condition first. The rest scattered to keep watch, making way for Kim Min-sik to heal Jin-guk. Hearing the order, the subordinates immediately dispersed to form a perimeter, while Kim Min-sik sprinted toward Jin-guk's body. Suddenly, his footsteps halted, his eyes rolling back as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Jin-guk, who had been unconscious all this time, suddenly opened his mouth wide, vomiting a torrent of dark red blood. Kim Min-sik broke into a cold sweat, screaming tragically, we're screwed, the slash on his neck is too severe. Jin-guk's eyelids fluttered open sluggishly, coughing incessantly. Kim Min-sik pressed his hands tightly against the wound on his neck, yelling, "Lie still, I won't be able to stop the bleeding if you keep squirming or trying to speak." Jin-guk's entire body convulsed wildly. He gathered his last bit of dying strength to lift his arm, pointing his index finger in a certain direction. Kim Min-sik traced the direction of his fingertip, immediately spotting Kim Woojin's exposed body over there. Sweat poured profusely down Kim Min-sik's face. He furrowed his brow and roared, "We were going to sell him to Kim Ji-hoon anyway. Leave him be for now. Save our brother's life first, screw the client." Jung-hoon Young stood far away, anxiously turning his head to ask, "What is it? What happened? How is Jin-guk?" Kim Min-sik applied healing magic to Jin-guk's body while crying out, "He's in critical condition, bleeding like this. He's really going to meet his ancestors, boss." Jung-hoon Young gritted his teeth, tearing his hair out, wondering what the hell just happened. We're clearly on the same boat. Where did this ambush from the other side come from? Wait a minute. In his head, Kim Ji-hoon's warning suddenly replayed, "This deal involves the Messiah Guild, so watch yourselves. At all costs, do not let a single word leak out." Jung-hoon Young flinched, his brain clicking into gear, so he's planning to silence this entire gang. On this side, Kim Min-sik's whole body glowed with magic, frantically screaming, "Don't lose consciousness, boss, Jin-guk has bled out." He desperately reported, "Just relying on my blood-pumping magic won't be enough." Before the words fully left his mouth, Kim Min-sik suddenly went dead silent. Looming right behind him was a skeleton. His intuition warned him of something ominous. He shivered and turned his neck to check. The moment he met the eyes of that bone soldier, it mercilessly swung its blade down in a fatal strike. In a split second, a foul stream of blood erupted from his body into the air. All 10 of Kim Min-sik's fingers were instantly stained with uneven splashes of thick blood. The bald guy witnessed the tragedy, his whole body turning to stone as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kim Min-sik." Jung-hoon Young was also stunned, analyzing in his head, carving a hole in Jin-guk just to lure our healer into a trap. Taking out the healer first, these guys are definitely professional PK players. He shot a glance at the bald guy. "I bet Kim Ji-hoon played us. I should have been more careful with that shady deal." Right at that moment, a squad of skeletons charged out from some corner, trapping the 3 of them inside a deadly barricade. Meanwhile, on the Skull Guild's front lines, Kim Min-sik softly grumbled to his accomplices, "Tone it down and stop acting so much. Save some energy." Hongzi stomped his foot heavily on a hyena's corpse, thumping his chest narcissistically. "These things have good eyes. They caught a whiff of my handsome scent and swarmed in to tear me apart." The other guy waved his hand, mocking disdainfully, "Stop with the narcissism. It's because of the foul stench reeking from your body. Next time you enter a dungeon, please wear some perfume for my sake." Hongzi brought his sleeve up to sniff repeatedly, then argued loudly, "What the hell are you talking about? Do you know how much money I spend on perfume?" The other guy calmly pointed his finger behind his friend's back. "Don't be stupid. How many times have I reminded you how sharp monsters' noses are? Look, your fans are rushing over again." Looming in the distance, a pack of starving hyenas was charging madly toward them. Hongzi stood his ground, tilting his face up confidently. "If I just throw a warm, welcoming party, what the hell is there to worry about?" The hyena opened its jaw wide, full of jagged teeth, saliva dripping profusely. Before it could even bite its target, its throat was choked by a steel-like hand reaching out. Hongzi strangled its neck with one hand and gripped its leg tightly with the other, lifting its entire body into the air. His eyes narrowed, emitting a terrifyingly bloodshot murderous aura. He channeled his internal energy and swung his arms outward, ruthlessly tearing the unfortunate beast's body into 2 halves. Seeing its companion fall, another hyena lunged forward, swiping its razor-sharp claws in an attack. Before its claws could even touch the ground, a fatal punch slammed straight up from below. Hongzi delivered a devastating blow to the monster, shattering its skull and sending blood splattering everywhere. The lifeless body of the hyena collapsed onto the cold ground right in front of him. Hongzi's face was speckled with fresh blood streaks as he smugly glanced to the side. Right over there, a hyena was staring at him with its mouth wide open, looking at him like he was an alien creature. Shifting the scene to the deep forest filled with ancient trees, rays of sunlight filtered through the lush canopy, shining down on the ground. Jung-hoon Young's lips bled. He gritted his teeth, hissing out venomous words, "You bastard, why did you betray me?" Kim Woojin looked down at him with his head bowed. You call this betrayal. You're about to meet your ancestors and you still refuse to be honest. He scoffed in disdain. I've seen enough of you players who cling to the power granted to them for personal gain to the point I'm no longer surprised. But your greed this time has crossed the line. Kim Woojin asked indifferently, you once uttered the phrase that everyone's life is priced differently, right? Jung-hoon Young shot his head up and roared, so what? Rewinding the past, under the flickering, dim light, a voice echoed, why the hell is someone from the Messiah Guild here? What kind of outstanding talent does that Kim Woojin have to make both Park Yong-won and Kim Ji-hoon thirst for him so much? Jung-hoon Young smirked, shedding light on the matter. He said he wanted to keep Kim Woojin alive to extract information. The hatted minion grumbled indignantly, if killing is forbidden, then there goes your elegant hobby, boss. Jung-hoon Young rolled up his sleeves to show off his interwoven scars. You mean this? Let's leave it for next time, it's fine. There's no shortage of prey for me to hunt in this world. The bald guy narrowed his eyes, reaching out to point, your track record is already massive. This mark is from those three who kneeled and begged us to spare their lives last time, right? He happily rambled on, with many requests like this, our lives will be set. Taking out 3 measly lives pays more than 10 times what we get for clearing a dungeon. Jung-hoon Young cracked a sinister smile. You delusionally think everyone's life is listed at the same flat rate. Everything in this world has a different value. He and his subordinates turned to leave, leaving a sentence echoing in the air, and we only kill when people offer the right price. From the bench out of sight, Kim Woojin had caught every single word of the entire conversation. Pulling back to the present, a sword suddenly materialized in his hand, and right now I'm quite curious. Jung-hoon Young had no way out, helplessly looking up at him. Kim Woojin didn't hesitate a bit, swinging his sword in a clean slash. How much is your life priced at? The exact moment he turned on his heel to walk away, Jung-hoon Young's severed head fell with a thud onto the ground. Exactly how much is it? The night swallowed the gloomy forest. Kim Woojin frowned, judging the goblin in front of him. Turns out it still hides in this exact hole just like when I visited this dungeon in my previous life. He dropped a chilling remark, now, time to land on the next floor. Kim Woojin muttered, shouldn't keep our comrades from the Skull Guild waiting too long. Finishing his sentence, he swung his sword, sending the goblin to meet the Grim Reaper. The system panel popped up a notification. You have completed the first floor of the dungeon. A blinding beam of light tore through the night sky, instantly catching the attention of Kim Ji-hoon's group. The others gasped in panic. The first floor has been cleared, how the hell? Kim Ji-hoon turned his head back to analyze. Logically, Jung-hoon Young should have fired a signal the moment he dragged that goblin out. Matsumoto rubbed his chin in suspicion. With this kind of reaction, this incident is definitely not part of your script. He smacked his lips in contemplation. The first floor was cleared way too unexpectedly. Those guys clearly rushed straight down to the second floor to set up an ambush for us. It's obvious. The whole gang immediately changed direction, running for their lives toward the pillar of light. Kim Ji-hoon furrowed his brow in frustration. Damn it, did they figure out our assassination plan? Getting betrayed first by this bunch is truly humiliating. Kim Woojin had already rooted himself in front of a massive, imposing gate. He reached out and lightly touched the gate's surface. Then, with just a gentle push from Kim Woojin, the heavy double doors slowly creaked open. The light from the other world cast directly onto his face. The system popped up, teleporting to the second floor. Panning the camera back to the company headquarters, Secretary Kim suddenly spoke up. Pretty much every player carries a bunch of those items when preparing to enter a dungeon. Park Yong-won leaned back in his chair, interrogating, is there something wrong with that? Secretary Kim scanned the report and replied, that guy hoarded a whole mountain of test tubes, so I found it a bit strange. She rambled on endlessly. I know full well that blood, bodily fluids, skin, and parts of many monsters sell like hotcakes. But the catch is, the dungeon he targeted is completely empty, holding nothing valuable at all, which is why I had to report it to you. Park Yong-won slightly narrowed his eyes, stocking up on material containers while risking his life acting as bait. What the hell is that Kim Woojin thinking? Cutting back to the gloomy forest, Kim Ji-hoon's group was inching step by step toward the gate. Matsumoto whispered, it seems they went down to the second floor first. High chance they're plotting an ambush, so brace yourselves. Hongzi stood nearby, loudly clapping Kim Ji-hoon on the shoulder. Thanks to someone's grace, I finally get to let loose today. Gotta show some enthusiastic gratitude to be polite, right? However, deep down he was fuming. That bastard Jung-hoon Young, you will pay the price for daring to pluck the tiger's whiskers and making me lose face. The entire gang tightened their grips on their sword hilts, slowly crossing the threshold. A notification popped up, executing teleportation to the second floor. The gate suddenly unleashed a blinding, overwhelming light. However, deep at the bottom of a tranquil lake, a grotesque creature was still sound asleep. Suddenly, it widened its fiery, blood-red eyes as if it had just been awakened. Matsumoto wore a baffled expression. What kind of trick is this? I thought the moment we showed our faces they'd swarm in to tear us apart. Turns out that's not the case. Hongzi strutted forward arrogantly, accidentally snapping a thin wire under his feet. They probably got scared witless and ran away, right? Han caught the scent of a bad omen and paused his breathing for a beat. An entire shower of arrows flew at them relentlessly. Hongzi raised his hand and cleanly blocked them. Who would have thought that as the arrows shattered, the crimson liquid spilling out from inside was entirely blood. The other guys were also unlucky enough to bear the brunt of the blood, rain splattering everywhere. Hongzi stared blankly at the blood clinging to his hands, grumbling, "What the hell is this? Blood." The group looked at the puddle of blood under their feet and asked each other in confusion. Attaching test tubes to arrowheads, what on earth were they expecting? Someone picked up a shard and examined it, their brain hanging in suspense. I don't get this at all. Throwing away a perfect 10 out of 10 ambush opportunity. Hongzi grimaced, complaining about the overly foul stench. Kim Woojin appeared out of nowhere. Please excuse this slightly strong scent. I thought this level of stench suited you guys perfectly. Hongzi roared, foaming at the mouth. You bastard, stop playing tricks. What corner is Jung-hoon Young hiding in? You delusionally think you'll get away safely after messing with us. Kim Ji-hoon alone silently called out the name, Kim Woojin. Kim Woojin furrowed his brow in calculation. As expected, this guy is still convinced I belong to the union organization. He cracked a half-smile and spoke. What do you mean? I know perfectly well that after this, you'll definitely send Jung-hoon Young and his crew to the afterlife anyway, but it's quite a surprise that you took the trouble to tail me all the way here, Kim Ji-hoon of the Messiah Guild. Kim Woojin waved his hand, but whatever, why dig into it? This isn't the right time to ramble. Matsumoto keenly noticed an anomaly emerging from the dried-up lake behind them. A strange creature was madly charging toward them. A massive, imposing lizard beast unexpectedly breached the surface of the water. Its target was the blonde guy standing in the middle of the formation. Unfortunately, the lizard opened its wide jaws and clamped down hard on his head, instantly killing the blonde guy. Hongzi could only stare with wide eyes. Dirun was terrified out of his wits by the horrifying scene that just unfolded. The lizard beast loomed as it stepped onto the shore, its sharp teeth still tightly clenching the unfortunate victim's corpse. Matsumoto whipped his head toward Kim Woojin and yelled loudly, "You bastard, what kind of despicable trick did you just pull?" He raised a small vial of blood to eye level and calmly replied, "The dark red liquid staining all of you was originally goblin blood." Kim Woojin chuckled coldly and continued, which coincidentally happens to be the favorite delicacy of the lizard monsters. I went through the trouble of marinating you thoroughly, so naturally, you'll become a lavish feast for them to devour. Matsumoto roared in absolute fury, "You piece of trash, I will take your life." He lost his rationality, aggressively lunging toward Kim Woojin. Hongzi turned and called after him, "Matsumoto, don't just leave us behind." Matsumoto swung his razor-sharp sword down heavily. He immediately raised his weapon to block the strike. He threatened, "I will gouge your eyes out and crush you to pulp." He tossed out a sarcastic remark, "If you're so capable, let's see you talk a little bigger." Suddenly, Kim Woojin keenly noticed a strange detail. His eyes locked onto the carved patterns on Matsumoto's weapon, silently evaluating. This is the treasured sword of the kendo master. Kim Woojin held his head high, observing his opponent. Seeing your furious demeanor, I originally thought you were just a small fry, who knew you bore the title of that kendo master's disciple. Matsumoto gasped in shock, "What did you say?" He stammered, asking back, "How do you know that?" Kim Ji-hoon looked around frantically for reinforcements. Where the hell did the Union guys disappear to? Kim Woojin isn't even worth worrying about. He pondered in a daze. Even if our side is dropping like flies, with 4 lives left, we still have more than enough power to clear this dungeon. At this moment, Hongzi was using his massive axe to fend off the lizard monster's giant snout, straining as he yelled loudly. "What the hell are you doing just standing there like an idiot, Kim Ji-hoon?" He roared, "Get your ass over here and lend a hand." Kim Ji-hoon frowned in calculation. What if the Union group jumps out right at the moment our formation is falling apart like this? The lizard monster was towering, casting a dark shadow over the two men. Kim Ji-hoon understood inwardly, the side that's going to die is definitely ours. The sharp, cold sound of metal clashing rang out. Matsumoto, full of suspicion, interrogated, "How can you know about it so clearly?" Kim Woojin smirked in response, "Just a random guess, but it seems I hit the nail on the head." Matsumoto furiously swung his sword blade grazing past Woojin's body. "Shut your mouth." He raised his weapon to block. "What a short temper, but I have to admit my ability to piss people off isn't bad either. Maybe he thinks I'm not skilled enough to cross swords with him, but you've miscalculated." Suddenly, Kim Woojin bit hard on his own lip. Matsumoto pulled his arm back, drawing his sword behind to gain momentum for a forward slash. He carved a sharp line in the air, forcing Kim Woojin to hastily retreat backward to dodge. Matsumoto shot a gaze as sharp as a dagger at him. Instantly, Kim Woojin played his trick, spitting a mouthful of blood outward. The streaks of fresh blood immediately splashed right onto Matsumoto's face. Realizing the imminent danger, he hastily backed away. "You bastard." Matsumoto used the back of his hand to wipe the blood, cursing in frustration, "You petty scum. You dare play the trick of spitting blood on my face." The system displayed a notification. "You have been infected with blood poison. Your health bar will continuously decrease." He gritted his teeth. "I will definitely send you to hell. This move is indeed his." Matsumoto slowly rotated the sword he was holding. He raised his weapon high, and a terrifying surge of power began to gather at the tip of the blade. Kim Woojin showed a fleeting look of surprise witnessing this. There's no mistaking it now. His mind fast-forwarded to images of Lee Sejun and Ken, the exclusive ultimate technique of the butcher known as Holy Light. Matsumoto aimed the tip of his sword straight at the ground. Immediately after, he swung his arm up forcefully, creating an earth-shattering slash lunging toward Woojin. The system instantly warned, "Holy Light slash. The ultimate move from the butcher Holy Light has locked onto you as the target." He narrowed the corners of his eyes, utilizing his entire focus to defend against it. Matsumoto's powerful slash kicked up a blinding cloud of dust and smoke. He stumbled, almost collapsing from exhaustion. "I still can't control it smoothly. This skill drains the body's stamina completely." Matsumoto gripped his sword hilt tightly. "I should have left him with his life." Suddenly, Kim Woojin's silhouette had been looming right behind his back since God knows when. He turned around in sheer terror. Impossible. How could he have escaped that attack? Kim Woojin relentlessly unleashed countless slashes onto Matsumoto. He was dumbfounded, unable to believe a nameless nobody had completely dodged his fatal strike. He widened his eyes, his mouth coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Memories flooded back. Matsumoto recalled the moment he was diligently swinging his sword at upside-down brooms. Matsumoto fell to his knees in exhaustion. "I finally managed to execute your ultimate technique, Master, even though at my current realm I can only swing the sword exactly once." Ken approached coldly. "You finally comprehended this move." He instructed, "But don't be foolish enough to use it in actual combat. You only swung it once, and your hands are already shaking like a leaf." Ken pointed straight at his chest, warning, "The destructive power comes at the cost of a massive amount of stamina and bodily erosion. If you use it in actual combat and your opponent sees through your weakness, you are guaranteed to die." Matsumoto opened his mouth, about to argue back. But Ken could read him like a book. "Sooner or later, you will clash with those who can still stand after your all-out attack. And the moment you drain your stamina after that strike." Kim Woojin cleanly slashed across Matsumoto's torso, Ken's teaching echoing back in his mind. "The one who dies will be you." Finally, Matsumoto collapsed completely. "Master, I have encountered that person." Hongzi, witnessing that scene, frantically roared, "Matsumoto." But due to losing focus, the lizard monster seized the opportunity to ram him away with its head. Hongzi's body crashed hard into a large tree, the fatal impact causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Kim Ji-hoon glanced over and evaluated inwardly. Didn't they boast about being the true disciples of the kendo master? How come every single one of them is so useless? On top of that, the Union group is still nowhere to be seen. our side probably has no chance of winning anymore. Backed into a corner, Kim Ji-hoon lowered his voice to plead for peace. I demand a truce. There's no need for the two of us to fight to the death like this. He turned toward Kim Woojin and persuaded, we should join hands to clear this dungeon. If we just keep slaughtering each other, we'll both end up as tasty prey for the monsters. He smirked coldly, my business doesn't require your concern. He panicked and yelled, what do you mean? Kim Woojin calmly replied, sending you guys to the grave will just make it easier for me to clear this place. Kim Ji-hoon's eyes widened in shock, what the hell is going on? A pale, bony hand slowly pushed through the soil and emerged. Right after that, an entire legion of skeletons loomed into presence. The system announced the summoning of the skeleton warriors is complete. Kim Woojin threw a look of disdain at him. Why should I trust someone who, just a minute ago, was loudly demanding my life? Kim Ji-hoon stared at him in speechless horror, first blood poison and now necromancy. Why were none of these things ever mentioned in the documents? A massive dark shadow was quietly casting over his back. The lizard monster bared its fangs and brandished its claws, opening its foul-smelling, gaping maw. It lunged forward for a heavy bite, but Kim Ji-hoon still had a shred of luck left. He had hastily dodged out of the way by a hair's breadth. Even so, the lizard monster agilely sneaked around to block his escape route from behind. Kim Ji-hoon covered his face with his hands, squeezing his eyes shut and giving up waiting for death. But the reptile's finishing blow never descended. He cracked his eyes open to peek in absolute terror. It turned out Hongzi had swung his axe, hacking straight into the beast's tail. He mocked, you lapdog of the Messiah Guild. Hongzi growled, you had plenty of time to kneel and beg for your life, yet you hesitated to lend a hand and save me. The lizard seized the chance to flip the script, using its long tail to wrap tightly around Hongzi's body. In the blink of an eye, he had become a plaything in its grasp. The lizard beast widened its yellow eyes, glaring intently at Hongzi. He showed no signs of submitting, shouting loudly, let me go, you stinking beast. Your foul stench is making me sick to my stomach. In response to the insult, the monster tightened its tail coil even further. On the other side, Kim Ji-hoon stood frozen, thinking to himself, saving you now is no different from inviting disaster upon myself. He looked up at the terrifying scene, racking his brain to find a way out. Damn it, how do I escape this mess? Kim Ji-hoon gritted his teeth in despair. My strength definitely can't match this monster so. His cowardly nature took over, and he decided running away was the best policy. He turned his heels, ready to tuck his tail and run. I'll just have to scurry and hide, waiting for these guys to clear the dungeon. He walked briskly, turning away, telling himself he'd formulate his next plan while waiting. Staying alive is the top priority. I can't just die pointlessly in this hellhole. While running head down, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks because of something. Kim Ji-hoon turned his head back to evaluate. It looked like a strange shadow just darted past. A skeleton swung a sharp sword, plunging it deep into the lizard's neck. He muttered in shock, a dried bone guard. The notification panel blinked. The lizard beast has been corroded by blood poison. Kim Ji-hoon stared intently at the anomaly in terror. It's clearly just a pile of dry bones. How can it move so nimbly? This combat power isn't much lower than a high-ranking player's. The skeleton legion quickly surrounded the beast tightly, and what's scarier is that there are as many as 5 of them. Wait a minute, if Kim Woojin's power is this overwhelming. He broke into a cold sweat piecing things together. That means the entire Union group was sent to their graves by him early on. No wonder I've been waiting until my throat is dry and still haven't seen a single one of them show their face. The lizard beast growled, baring its jaw full of jagged teeth. And the secret behind the massacre, where every member of the Skull Guild vanished from the A+ ranked dungeon a while back. As the lizard beast's tail whipped forcefully into the air, everything began to make sense. Kim Ji-hoon sweated coldly. He had to escape at all costs to report back to headquarters, however. That beast clung relentlessly to him, refusing to let go. Why would it ignore the army of dry bones and insist on hunting me down? A skeleton soldier charged forward to block the way. It swung its sword, slashing relentlessly at the beast's legs. The monster glared at the pile of bones obstructing its path. Finally, the giant lizard crashed heavily onto the ground. The system screen updated. Under the effect of blood poison, the lizard's strength stats are plummeting rapidly. Kim Ji-hoon cheered in excitement. That beast is finally dead. Unexpectedly, the lizard beast staggered back up. Its fierce, razor-sharp gaze immediately locked onto him. Kim Ji-hoon panicked, crying out inwardly, "Is it still not dead? Just how tough is this monster?" As the giant reptile glared at him with murderous intent, Kim Ji-hoon was scared out of his wits. He frantically asked himself, "This is absurd. Why is it so hell-bent on taking my life, acting as if those skeleton soldiers are completely invisible?" Kim Ji-hoon ran for his life, while the army of bone soldiers swarmed in to tear at the monster. Kim Woojin stood leisurely with his arms crossed, watching the good show. Having someone obediently act as bait made the battle so much easier. He looked at the man running for his life and said, "It seems you are still completely clueless about the current situation, huh?" Kim Woojin smirked. In an era where players only focus on comparing levels and relying on items to clear dungeons, his memories drifted back to the past. Back then, Misen was fiddling with a handful of slushy mud. She frowned and complained, "Why do I have to smear this disgusting stuff on my skin?" Rodan gently explained, "I don't know the exact details either, but sources say the lizard monsters have limited vision." He playfully pointed at his own eyes, "So this is the perfect camouflage to exploit their weakness." Rodan turned his head and called out behind him, "Is my assessment correct, Kim Woojin?" He showed a rare smile, turning his face to answer, "Completely wrong." Snapping out of his thoughts, Kim Woojin felt a brief pang of melancholy, wondering how his old comrades were doing now. The lizard monster swung its claws straight at Kim Ji-hoon. He agonized, blindly running away like this forever isn't a solution. Kim Woojin's figure caught Kim Ji-hoon's eye. Although he didn't understand why, this monster seemed to only hunt players. Using the last bit of his strength, he sprinted desperately toward him. Kim Ji-hoon treated Kim Woojin as a malicious lifeline, thinking, "I can't go down alone. Share my fate, you bastard." He replied to him with a gaze of utter contempt. A skeleton soldier immediately stepped up to block Kim Ji-hoon's path. He gathered his momentum and leaped high into the air. Kim Ji-hoon swung his sword and shouted, "Do a few broken bones really dream of stopping me?" Right after, he vaulted straight over the skeleton soldier's head. But in an instant, Kim Ji-hoon stared in bewilderment and ambush. Another skeleton waiting in the rear had already unleashed a slash that grazed past him. Kim Ji-hoon lost his balance and fell face-first onto the cold ground. His eyes widened in terror as he stared fixedly at the ground. The mask he had been wearing all this time was split in two. The skeleton, having completed its attack, stepped lightly to the side to yield the stage. He sat slumped on the ground, his limbs too limp to even move. The lizard monster had already chased right up behind him. It lunged forward, using its hard head to ram him into the air. Kim Woojin watched indifferently, his icy expression not wavering in the slightest. Kim Ji-hoon dragged himself in agony, "Damn it, my legs." He turned in terror to look at the ferocious monster. Luckily for him, the skeleton army had thrust a barrage of swords into its body, forcing it to its knees. Right before the moment, it was about to take Kim Ji-hoon's life. He rejoiced as if he had struck gold. "They killed it. I managed to keep my miserable life." Kim Woojin calmly stepped closer, "Thanks for acting as the bait to distract this lizard for me." He spoke in a sharp, cold voice, "Now it's time to clean up the mess." Kim Ji-hoon stammered, "What do you mean, clean up?" Suddenly, he bawled and pleaded, "Wait, we can negotiate. You can have any treasure you want, as long as you get me out of this hellish dungeon." Kim Woojin jutted his chin toward the back. "Fine, if you want to keep your life, turn around and bow to the one behind you. Begging me is useless." Kim Ji-hoon snapped his head back and exclaimed in panic, "What?" The lizard monster was still very much alive. Woojin then began to explain. "You must be incredibly confused as to why it only aimed to swallow you whole." He pointed at those bizarre eyes. This creature's eyes have the ability to sense temperature, similar to infrared goggles. To the lizard's vision, Kim Ji-hoon carries the body heat of a living person, making him shine as brightly as a torch. Therefore, it naturally ignored the cold, gloomy skeleton soldiers. He stared blankly at the giant reptile in absolute terror. In the blink of an eye, the monster lunged forward, pouncing on him and tearing him apart. Media channels simultaneously broadcasted, "Breaking news, and a plus rank, 2-story dungeon has just appeared." Countless digital news outlets scrambled to publish sensational headlines. World News, "The final boss of the dungeon is confirmed to be the Needle Snake. Special report, All international players have surrendered to the needle snake monster. Daily news, the Messiah Guild has also announced their withdrawal from this dungeon. On the TV screen, the news anchor delivered an urgent message: breaking news. The Phoenix Guild has officially declined to participate in the new dungeon. Right in the main lobby of the headquarters, Secretary Kim and Park Young-won were thoughtfully watching the news. She spoke in a calm voice. Who could have foreseen that this incident would break out right at the same time as your plan to conquer the 6-story dungeon? The timing is truly unbelievably unlucky. Secretary Kim swiped her tablet screen to go over the news. Just as expected, public opinion is directing its fury at the Phoenix Guild. The masses are taking turns hurling insults. Whenever they face a high-level monster, they immediately shrink their heads like turtles. What the hell is this? Why are all the major guilds backing out of this dungeon one by one? Cowards afraid of death, but acting like great heroes on TV. A bunch of rats. I foresaw this outcome. The trash from the Phoenix Guild is scared out of their wits. Now we can only put our faith in the Messiah Guild. Park Young-won frowned and brushed it off. What's the use of pricking our ears to listen to the complaints of the commoners? The core issue right now is to focus all our efforts on handling that 6-story dungeon. The television screen continued to display the news ticker, hot update. The Messiah Guild announces they need more time. This is an official statement released by the Messiah Guild. Shocking news, the Messiah Guild reschedules their dungeon raid, holding an emergency press conference to announce, due to the serious nature of the situation, we will delay the subjugation plan to ensure our preparations are as thorough as possible. The online community buzzed with comments. Indeed, only the Messiah Guild brings a sense of security. Comment 11, Goddess Park Shin-hye has spoken out personally. Comment 8, as long as you have Korean blood, stand with the Messiah Guild. Comment 14, I am willing to wait, putting my complete trust in the Messiah Guild. Comment 12, in another area, Oh Sechin was surfing the web reading public reactions, so even a giant like the Messiah Guild had to hesitate. Lee Jin-ah slurped his noodles and chimed in. It's obvious, the title of Death Snake isn't just for show. France, America, and Japan have been struggling for 2 years since it first appeared and still haven't managed to dig up any valuable information. He eagerly commented, and to this day, not a single soul has returned alive after entering to hunt it. Whenever that creature descends, the difficulty ranking system becomes nothing more than scrap paper. Oh Sechin stroked his chin thoughtfully, yet that monstrosity suddenly landed in our country while information is still completely in the dark. He furrowed his brow and analyzed. The commoners blindly worship the Messiah Guild without a hint of suspicion. But could that delay tactic hide some sort of conspiracy? Suddenly, Oh Sechin seemed to realize something, his fingers swiping quickly on the screen. Wait, could it be? He let out a sarcastic smile. So this is the scheme of those bastards. He asked the person sitting opposite him, what do you think will happen if all the big shots simultaneously abandon this dungeon? Lee Jin-ah looked up and mumbled, what else? The fearless fools will just invite each other to dive headfirst into death, and eventually, they'll all end up staying there. He declared boldly while chewing loudly, that in a few days, the government will anxiously look for ways to clear the mess out of sight. Other countries will also race to grant permission to raid the dungeon. Oh Sechin nodded with his face buried in the screen. Exactly, to sum it up, they'll launch a large-scale sweeping operation. And if, at that golden moment, a great hero jumps out and takes the snake's life. Lee Jin-ah continued, well then that person will become a god in one step, right? Or wait, do you mean the Messiah Guild is intentionally stalling to set a trap for public opinion? Oh Sechin replied cautiously, I can't confirm it 100%, but considering their actual capabilities. As he spoke, he held out the data analysis board of the Messiah Guild in front of him. And the act of stalling this dungeon clearly has an ulterior motive. The longer they let it sit, allowing the public's terror to escalate, the more the rewards dropping from the dungeon will pile up. When the time is ripe, the one who takes down the needle snake will single-handedly embrace both fame and fortune. The system displayed a notification. The player has unlocked the title of Lizard Monster Hunter. The accompanying reward is a series of new skills. Congratulations, you have leveled up. The skeleton soldier pierced its blade through the monster's body. The fatal slash finally claimed its life. The system immediately sent an alert. The blood poison skill has leveled up. The skeleton summoning skill has upgraded. The Emissary of the Underworld has just imparted a fraction of their supreme authority to you. Kim Woojin slowly walked toward the monster's corpse. Thanks to the zero body heat advantage of the skeleton army, the battle went much smoother. He rolled his eyes in thought, however, once I get tangled up with the lackeys of the Messiah Guild. Kim Woojin looked at his reflection in the dead lizard's eyes. I'm afraid these days of freedom won't last much longer. He briefly glanced at the dry skeleton, standing by on standby. Kim Woojin lifted Matsumoto's sword to weigh it. Whatever, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The system retrieved the weapon's data, sword forged from an armored turtle shell, unique rank, requirement, level 20 or above. A sword refined from an incredibly durable armored turtle shell, physical damage 109, strength stat plus 11, buffs 20% damage for each sword swing. He raised an eyebrow, examining the short sword. A weapon that caught the eye of the kendo leader seems pretty decent after all. Woojin casually tossed the precious sword to a skeleton soldier. It bowed deeply, catching the weapon with both hands. From this moment on, that toy belongs to you. He strode past the skeleton army. It swung its newly acquired sword, the gleaming metal surface reflecting the pitch-black eye sockets of the skeleton. Kim Woojin slowly approached Matsumoto. Time for a little heart-to-heart, isn't it? System notification, activating the Eyes of Anubis skill. Outside in reality, a flare tore through the sky. The guards cheered loudly. The dungeon has been cleared. A support staff member rushed over in a panic and asked, "Excellent work, but where are the remaining members?" Kim Woojin shoved his hands into his pockets and answered nonchalantly, "They're all dead. I am the only survivor." The staff member was shocked and pressed on, "What did you say? What exactly happened? Please give a detailed account. I have to file a report to the higher-ups." Woojin coldly pushed past the staff member. "Just write directly in the report that the lizard monster went out of control, and that'll be the end of it. I'll take my leave now." The man could only call after him, Mr. Kim Woojin. He put the phone to his ear just as he set foot on the rooftop. "Yes, I have settled everything smoothly according to instructions." He lowered his voice to report. "Mr. Park Yang-won predicted things like a god. Among the assassins targeting me, there was one who possessed the unique rank precious sword of the kendo leader." Kim Woojin analyzed clearly. "As you well know, that leader is a top figure of the Messiah Guild, and also holds the seat of alliance leader of the Yamato faction in Japan. This is absolutely the headquarters of the Skull Guild." He briefly cast his eyes to scan the surroundings. Kim Woojin's gaze stopped at the TV screen. "Other than that, I haven't gathered any more valuable clues. If you could spare me more time to tail them, I'm sure I'd dig up some more hot news." "Understood, I'll reconnect later." He turned the doorknob and strode outside. The corner of Kim Woojin's eyes still stared intently at the TV. Sure enough, someone had planted a bug on the back of the device. Kim Woojin leisurely stuffed his hands into his pockets and stepped entirely out onto the balcony. Suddenly, he looked back at the just-closed door and gave a slight, triumphant smirk. Turning back time, Matsumoto had secretly visited a coffee shop to trade with a man from the guild. "Secret recording, are you doubting my loyalty?" The other man waved his hand defensively. "No, of course not. The organization's rule is to maximize vigilance because you are about to clash with a target blacklisted by the guild." The man instructed, "I have stuck a device behind the TV, just giving you a heads up so you can prepare yourself mentally." Matsumoto pulled up his mask to cover his face and replied, "Understood." Kim Woojin let out a mocking smile. "The bastards from the Skull Guild are about to dig their own graves. Now let's see what face they'll put on to deal with Park Yang-won's fury." The phone tucked neatly in his jacket pocket suddenly vibrated violently. Kim Woojin pulled the device out to check. The caller's name clearly displayed the words Park Yang-won, "Speak of the devil." The man on the other end spoke up. "I've learned of the results. Wow, the whole team wiped out and you're the only one left alive. Did the Grim Reaper miss you? So, do you have any juicy news to report?" Kim Woojin replied calmly, "I was too busy keeping my miserable life to dig up any more valuable clues. But it seems I've grasped the location of the Skull Guild's lair." He paced down to the curb and opened his car door. Park Yang-won showed his excitement openly. "Well done, head straight to my private residence tomorrow morning. I need to hear the full story." Kim Woojin replied decisively, "Yes, I will meet you tomorrow." He inserted the key to start the engine. Woojin's next stop was the train station, locker number 19 at Woojin Station. He stood in deep thought in front of the row of lockers, muttering, "This guy Sechin is truly a meticulous person." Kim Woojin turned the lock. He must be more than capable of realizing that he is in the crosshairs. He reached in to grab the document folder hidden inside. It was the list of dungeons. He hoped inwardly, hoping this pile of paper was worth it. Kim Woojin brought the stack of documents back to the driver's seat to ponder over them. He never expected the data to be this detailed. A look of astonishment clearly appeared on his face. No wonder even a giant like the Messiah Guild considered him a thorn in their side. Kim Woojin flipped through the document pages. The content was perfect in both quantity and quality, compared to the dungeons he had experienced back when he was a hunting dog for the Messiah Guild. He had an epiphany, finally knowing where that pile of classified information originated from. There was indeed a reason Osechin was being hunted down so fiercely. Suddenly, a note line caught Kim Woojin's attention. This is printed clearly on the paper, Albino Lizard Egg. Albino Lizard Egg Dungeon, 2-story structure, difficulty level A-, limited to 8 participating players, maximum level requirement below 30, mission, collect the eggs of the albino lizard breed, rewards include skills and titles. Woojin expressed his admiration. I never expected him to dig up such precious data. He racked his brains to recall. Data on this albino reptile was incredibly scarce. Even in his past life, he had never tracked down its whereabouts. Woojin thoughtfully hypothesized, what secret is hidden inside it after all? Suddenly, he knitted his brows tightly. It seems I'll have to dig up the truth myself. He reached for the communication device. These are exclusive secrets that only Lee Sejun clearly grasps, a key bringing us closer to the truth. Kim Woojin gripped the walkie-talkie tightly and swore a vicious oath. At all costs, I must clear this dungeon. The sound of static interference rang out from the other end of the line. Park Yang-won was pricking his ears to listen to the signal. Hello, hello, is there a signal? Kim Woojin, do you read me? He smirked maliciously. Kim Woojin, finally the first transaction is officially opening. The next morning, Kim Woojin stepped on the gas and drove straight to the headquarters as agreed. Park Yang-won spoke up with his eyes still glued to the newspaper. In short, the Union and the Skull Guild tore each other to death. Kim Woojin replied respectfully, yes, there is a player with quite a high skill level in the Skull Gang. He presented clearly, based on their sword-fighting style and the equipment gathered, I am certain they are a force from Japan. Park Yang-won frowned. The Japanese. There are some hardcore factions over there too. He threw the newspaper onto the table and concluded, after cleaning up this dungeon, I will personally investigate the matter thoroughly. The front page of the newspaper printed bold words, Vice Guild Master Park Yang-won of the Phoenix Guild is determined to conquer the 6-story dungeon. Will the Phoenix Guild perform a miracle? The Prime Minister has personally held talks with Park Yang-won. He crossed his arms over his chest and instructed, the fact that you returned in one piece twice in a row while the entire Skull Guild cast died will surely trigger their alert radar toward you. Park Yang-won warned, absolutely do not go solo until I return triumphant. He gave additional instructions to Secretary Kim. She swiped the screen and spoke, the compensation money has been transferred directly to Mr. Kim Woojin's card. Park Yang-won added, you've heard and seen it yourself, your hazard pay. He grabbed the daily newspaper casually. Once this dungeon business is done, I will proactively connect the line. Woojin nodded slightly, thank you, sir. Ending the meeting, he left the main hall and went straight to the parking lot. Kim Woojin laughed triumphantly, waiting for the day he drags his corpse back from the dungeon. His mind replayed the wiretap charade. Now those bugs firmly believe Park Yang-won is the mastermind protecting me. Every spearhead will be aimed straight at him instead of me. Kim Woojin opened the door and slipped into the driver's seat. I'm eagerly waiting for Park Yang-won's good show after he crawls out of that 6-story cage. He reached for the walkie-talkie and thought to himself, all the preparations are in place. It's time to throw that warning against going solo into the trash can. At a dilapidated warehouse, deep inside a reinforced container shell turned into a miniature apartment. Lee Jisoo was whispering over the phone, all preparations are ready, boss, but I have a bit of hesitation regarding Kim Woojin. She turned her head to look at the man sitting proudly at the table. Will he agree to this? Osechin's hearty laughter echoed out, don't worry, little sister, if there's any trouble, I will personally set him straight. Kim Woojin happened to stride right up to the container door just as Lee Jisoo concluded, yes, I understand. He was about to turn the doorknob when he stopped. There was a sound of argument echoing from inside. Lee Jisoo knocked on the table and instructed, Mr. Lee Jin-ah, the boss ordered you to start the machines. The man grumbled in annoyance, Ms. Lee, I told you to address me as sir when working. He babbled on, How many times have I reminded you not to call out the name Li Jin Ah because it sounds so uncool? What if the walls have ears and people judge me for it? Kim Woojin was slightly startled when he caught the name Li Jin Ah of the Phoenix Guild. Could it really be such a coincidence? He decisively pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the room, the duo Li Jin Ah and Li Jisoo were already on standby. Woojin threw a probing glance toward the secretary. Li Jisoo calmly spoke up. A handler will escort you since you just drew a dungeon that exceeds your current capabilities. She pushed the stack of contracts in front of him. If you have no objections, put your pen down and sign. All questions will be answered thoroughly. Kim Woojin stared at the rugged man opposite him to evaluate, the one known as the immortal Li Jin Ah, a player immune to death. He chuckled inwardly. Back when I was a mercenary for the Messiah Guild, this guy luckily slipped through the net twice, and before there could be a third time. Truly, enemies often cross paths. Who would have thought he was under Oh Sechen's command? Kim Woojin pulled out a chair and sat down. This is the first time in my life I've heard of a rule requiring a babysitter. To sum it up, I have to drag this guy Li Jin Ah down into the dungeon, right? Li Jin Ah glared hotly at him. You brat, have you been deaf this whole time? What did I just tell MS? Li. Kim Woojin didn't hold back either. Excuse me, are you the one who likes to be called sir? His sore spot hit. He jumped up immediately. You still dare to mock me? You clearly eavesdropped, brat. Are you trying to pull a tiger's whiskers? Kim Woojin cast a sidelong glance at the one throwing a tantrum, inwardly evaluating that his crude personality remained exactly the same. Then he proactively changed the subject. Anyway, drop that matter. Could you connect the walkie-talkie to Oh Sechen for me? Li Jisoo pointed at the communication device. Be my guest, just use that device over there. Kim Woojin picked up the device and tuned the frequency. Hello, hello, do you copy? Oh Sechen's voice rang from the other end. Is there a problem? Don't tell me you're complaining about the guardian we dispatched. Kim Woojin frowned. It's not about that. He frankly expressed his concern. What if this guardian ends up meeting the Grim Reaper in there, who can predict life and death down in a dungeon? Li Jin Ah frowned in anger. Is this little brat cursing me? Oh Sechen, on the other hand, burst into a boisterous laugh. You worry too much. His life is as tenacious as a leech. You'd better worry about yourself first. Kim Woojin hardened his face. I understand. Just as he finished speaking, the giant guardian-like figure of Li Jin Ah was already looming right next to him. He roughly snatched the device right out of Kim Woojin's hand. Then he started nagging Oh Sechen, boss, I bet this VIP guest has some mental issues. If he turns out to be completely useless down in the dungeon, can I just send him on his way? He flew into a rage and scolded, send him on his way your ass. Didn't I forbid you from smacking your lips while chewing during work hours? Li Jin Ah retorted, slurping a single bowl of udon noodles is nothing to my stomach. I have to consume 10,000 kilocalories every single day. Oh Sechen roared loudly, then just grab a whole jug of cooking oil and chug it. That'll be faster. 1 liter of cooking oil contains 9,000 kilocalories, my boy. Now hang up the damn machine for me. It's going to run completely out of battery. Li Jisoo scratched her chin, interrupting the group, concluding that everything was settled and offered to lead the way to the dungeon entrance. Woojin replied politely, I'll be in your care. As soon as the group stepped outside, Li Jin Ah immediately issued a warning, telling the other not to even think about mocking him. He grimaced and declared he wouldn't show mercy to anyone daring to follow him in there with shady intentions. Of course, no one had ever returned in one piece. Kim Woojin glanced at him, inwardly recalling his past life's memories that this guy knew absolutely no fear. He curved his lips slightly. I never expected to run into the immortal Li Jin Ah in this place. My luck lately has been unbelievably good. He will definitely be an extremely capable pawn. Li Jisoo looked out the window, her phone pressed to her ear to report that the two had just left, her voice mixed with a bit of unease as she asked if it would be all right. She anxiously wondered what would happen if Li Jin Ah left and never returned. Over the line, Oh Sechen replied calmly, if that happens, Kim Woojin will immediately become a target that needs to be purged. In the middle of the dense forest, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly shone down. The system panel blinked with text, requiring players to defeat 111 wolf demons to proceed to the next floor. Fully equipped in armor, Li Jin Ah swung his limbs around, arrogantly provoking Woojin, saying that since he dared to joke with him earlier, he would now leave him to fend for himself. He acted smug, challenging him to deal with the giant pack of wolf demons alone, while he himself would sit idly by, drinking water and waiting for him to crawl over and beg in tears. Having said that, Li Jin-ah settled on a rock next to a large tree, waving his hand to urge him to quickly show off. Kim Woojin was speechless, only quietly watching him put on a show. Li Jin-ah opened his inventory, leisurely pulled out an energy bar to nibble on, and kept mocking without a pause, feeling pity for him over his uselessness even before the fight started. He took a huge bite, thumping his chest and proclaiming himself to be naturally forgiving. With an arrogant expression, he declared that as long as he humbled himself, knelt down, and pleaded, perhaps he would be moved by compassion and lend a hand. Kim Woojin observed calmly, inwardly evaluating that the man was lucky enough to possess the Blessing of Sticks, a legendary skill meant only for those protected by the tenacious gladiator god. He knew very well that anyone bearing this power would still be alive and kicking, even if they lost their head or had their heart pierced. A completely immortal existence. Ignoring Li Jin-ah's boasts, he calmly turned his back and started walking. The man could be smug about his indestructible body, but unfortunately, his opponent was him. The system's alert sounded, confirming the completion of summoning the skeleton warrior. Li Jin-ah suddenly froze, the piece of cake not yet swallowed, his eyes wide open in sheer shock. A dry skeleton suddenly emerged, bowing respectfully to serve its master. Woojin tilted his head slightly to look back, his lips forming a faint smile, silently promising to prove the man's confidence was nothing but a joke. A roar filled with wild fury suddenly tore through the space. The skeleton tightly gripped its Japanese sword, executing an evil wolf in a flash. Li Jin-ah squatted down and commented animatedly, praising the skeleton's skills before casually asking for its name, even boldly making a wild guess that it was Bone Bone. He nodded in admission that all his past doubts were finally resolved. Laid bare right before their eyes were dozens of wolf corpses piled up in a mess, everything wiped out single-handedly by that bony subordinate. Li Jin-ah smacked his lips in conclusion. No wonder he has enough strength to sweep through dungeons single-handedly. Although his eyes had registered the truth, he was forced to retract his mocking attitude to seriously acknowledge this unbelievable power. The neat sword swings from earlier made him discard the thought that the bony minions were just a hindrance. They moved as smoothly as true masters, and what was more formidable was that, as the master's level increased, the numbers of this army would only grow larger. He narrowed his eyes at Woojin, inwardly vigilant that clashing with this guy was no different from inviting disaster upon himself. Intently observing that tranquil back, he silently agreed with his boss's judgment. This person was absolutely not a force to be trifled with. Stroking his chin as he calculated his secret report upon leaving, he was suddenly startled when Kim Woojin unexpectedly turned around to ask for his thoughts. Li Jin-ah responded clumsily, offering a few praises before bitterly admitting that it seemed his help had become redundant. He squeezed his eyes shut, dropping a promise to report the results to Oh Sechin right after the mission ended, only to receive a soft yeah from Woojin. Li Jin-ah snapped awake, dropping his jaw and letting out a cry full of confusion. He immediately jumped up, grumpily asking if he had misheard that condescending attitude from the other side. Instantly, a surge of black aura billowed up right behind his back. The cold sensation made Li Jin-ah immediately realize something was amiss. The system coldly announced once again that the skeleton summoning operation was complete. An entire squad of skeletons loomed into presence, forming a tight circle encompassing him. He twisted his mouth in a mocking smile, sarcastically asking why these bony friends were suddenly so annoyed, while internally panicking upon counting 5 of them. Kim Woojin tapped his chin lightly, dropping a sarcastic remark reminding him about how someone was talking big earlier about sitting idly by and waiting for him to bow down. Li Jin-ah scratched his head and pulled his ears, laughing it off to do damage control, justifying that he had just misspoken and joked around a bit. He quickly admitted his fault, clarifying that he had absolutely no ill will or intention of belittling his abilities. While speaking, Li Jin-ah inched slowly step by step toward Woojin. Suddenly, he gathered his strength and dashed forward like an arrow, his mouth roaring to continue the unfinished sentence. He launched a high kick, intending to strike straight at the position where Woojin was standing. "Apologies are useless anyway, you obnoxious punk." He only smirked, tossing back a gaze full of mockery. With a neat motion, Kim Woojin seized the opportunity to grab Li Jin-ah tightly, slamming him face first into the ground. A patch of sunlight from above shone straight down onto the rustling forest canopy. Resting on the dirt, Li Jin-ah looked up at the blue sky, letting out a dumbfounded sound, not understanding what had just happened. Kim Woojin pinned his sharp, cold gaze on him, dryly praising his strategy of striking straight at the summoner instead of wasting energy on the minions. Li Jin-ah scrambled up, bitterly realizing that all his moves had been completely read by the other party. He cursed his opponent inwardly for hiding his cards so well, wondering if his true target was himself or Oh Sechin. He smirked challengingly, affirming that no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to pry half a word of a secret from his mouth. Kim Woojin nonchalantly ordered the skeletons to tighten their encirclement, sarcastically asking if he was truly that tight-lipped, causing him to panic and scream to be let go. 5 gray swords pointed straight at his vital spots in unison. Li Jin-ah stiffened like a statue, not daring to move half a step. Ultimately, Kim Woojin chose the solution of hanging him upside down, dangling from a tree branch. He struggled wildly, roaring to be let down to the ground. From the ground, he clasped his hands behind his back, leisurely looking up to admire his masterpiece. Li Jin-ah burned with anger as he twisted around, interrogating him about how long he had been hung out to dry here. He swung violently, straining his neck to demand food supplies and cursing him for intending to starve him to death. Without saying a word, Kim Woojin swung his sword, cleanly severing the rope holding him in the air. Li Jin-ah dropped down with a thud, his massive body hitting the ground like a flattened frog. He coldly announced that he would grant him a favor, telling him to mentally prepare himself. Rubbing his butt and grimacing without understanding what was going on, Woojin responded, reminding him that his power had already been clearly displayed. Now it was his turn to prove his worth. This made Li Jin-ah extremely bewildered, grumbling as he wondered what the hell he had to do now. Woojin laid out his conditions with indifference. He had to charge out and act as bait to distract the enemy in order to be spared. Li Jin-ah stubbornly raised his chin, declaring he had no obligation to obediently comply. Kim Woojin gently tightened the remaining rope in his hand, raising an eyebrow to ask if he really wanted to refuse. He casually dropped a threat, hinting at hanging him up on the tree to catch the wind once more. Li Jin-ah gritted his teeth in frustration, silently cursing that the guy in front of him was truly a psychopath. Biting the bullet, he managed to squeeze out a twisted smile and a flattering tone, praising his logic and proudly patting his chest, claiming to be an excellent tanker. The formation immediately took position. Li Jin-ah ran for his life, pushing himself to the limit to drag the ferocious pack of demonic wolves along. While running, he used his momentum to swing his fists, crushing the skulls of a few that blocked his way. The problem was, as soon as one wave fell, another wave of wolves frantically rushed forward. They swarmed him thickly, rolling into a massive ball to bite and tear at Li Jin-ah's body. He swung his arms wildly while cursing out loud, complaining about the absurdly high number of monsters. In the blink of an eye, an entire legion of dozens of beasts had completely pinned him down to the ground. Stuck tightly under a hairy mountain of flesh, he desperately stuck out one arm, waving for help. Another wolf bared its fangs and claws, preparing to pounce and tear into the remaining flesh. But its keen nose suddenly sniffed, forcing it to look back warily. Waiting for it from behind was a skeleton warrior gripping its weapon, ready to deliver a lethal blow. The skeleton swung its razor-sharp weapon forcefully into the air. Following that, the entire skeletal army charged in unison, swinging their swords and slaughtering the wolf pack as smoothly as splitting bamboo. A monster was sent flying, crashing heavily into the trunk of an ancient tree. Another, more unfortunate one, took a full slash and rolled onto the dirt. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jin-ah exploded with all his might, throwing off the remnants that had been weighing him down this whole time. Standing in a hidden corner, Kim Woojin rubbed his chin, letting out a sound of admiring praise. Perched on a high tree branch, he calmly admired the wolf pack being crushed one by one. Down below, Li Jin-ah was also enthusiastically delivering mighty punches right into the maws of the beasts. His 2 fists were dyed bright red with the foul-smelling liquid of his enemies. Li Jin-ah rested his hands on his knees, panting heavily, surrounded by a battlefield littered with mangled corpses. While struggling to gasp for air, he rolled his eyes around to scan the surroundings. The system chime rang out, announcing that the player's level had increased. He looked up, furious at the sight of Kim Woojin still standing idly on the branch, arms crossed and enjoying the breeze. He thoughtfully evaluated Lee Jin-ah, silently noting that although this strength hadn't recovered to its past life peak, it was already quite formidable. Woojin smiled calculatingly. This toy would be of immense use on the journey ahead. The mournful howling of the wild beasts continued to tear through the silent night. With a stretch, he launched himself from the branch and darted into the darkness. Leaving behind Lee Jin-ah, who was standing there breathing frantically, his lungs ready to burst from exhaustion. A new wave of beasts madly crashed toward him like moths to flame. Watching Woojin's fading back, he was so enraged he wanted to scream curses. That bastard was so cruel, he didn't even grant him a single minute to rest and recover. He braced himself and unleashed a kick, shattering the skull of a beast in his way. On the other front, another unlucky one had its head sliced off by a skeleton soldier. The skeleton squad coordinated flawlessly, frantically harvesting the lives of the monsters. Lee Jin-ah was haggard, his lungs pumping like bellows from overexertion. He used the rough back of his hand to quickly wipe away the foul, sticky streak of blood on his cheek. By some stroke of bad luck, a stubborn beast clamped its jaws tightly onto his calf, leaving him with no choice but to let out a long sigh. Grumbling in annoyance, he wondered where such a stubborn bastard had slipped through from. With that said, he lifted his leg and kicked the poor creature meters away. The beast slid across the ground and stopped right at the feet of a skeleton warrior, prompting him to lift his chin and offer this piece of meat to his teammate. Understanding the gesture, the bony subordinate ruthlessly brought down a sword strike, sending the monster to the afterlife. The system rumbled with a broadcast, signaling that the first stage had officially been conquered. In the aftermath, Lee Jin-ah hunched over and muttered to the barren skeleton, lamenting that they were being brutally exploited just for serving a heartless master. Taking the opportunity to take a jab, he threw shade at Woojin, who was leaning against a tree enjoying the peace, praising the skeleton's spirit of absolute dedication. He eagerly raised his palm, asking for a high five to celebrate the victory. The skeleton stood motionless, staring blankly back at him with its two empty, pitch-black eye sockets. Lingering for 3 seconds, it coldly turned its back and walked away, leaving Lee Jin-ah standing frozen in bitter humiliation. He threw a fit of indignation, scolding a pile of mindless bones for daring to show a disdainful attitude toward the living. He brought his hand down intending to smack its head, but the skeleton dodged nimbly. He raged and yelled, challenging it to a death match to establish the hierarchy right then and there. From a hidden corner, Kim Woojin thoughtfully analyzed him, realizing that this entity was far too divergent from the blood-soaked memories he had experienced. He reminisced about the madman who once relied on his immortal body to single-handedly take on the Messiah Guild, an absolute powerhouse that even he had to bow in admiration to. Contrary to those dangerously dark thoughts, the present Lee Jin-ah was eagerly bickering with a dry skeleton just because it refused to be touched. Kim Woojin clearly remembered his death-defying combat style from the past, willing to trade chunks of his own flesh to break the enemy's bones, wearing down their vitality with his super-regenerative abilities. He rubbed his chin in thought. That mutually assured destruction combat style had once made him wary, but now the guy showed not a shred of manic malice, indicating there was clearly a hidden reason. A major incident must have reshaped him. The name Osechin didn't exist in his past life memories, yet looking at their current close bond, it was highly likely that the man's death was the spark that burned away Lee Jin-ah's sanity in the past. Connecting the dots, he deduced that as long as he kept Osechin alive, the Messiah Guild's elaborate schemes were very likely to crumble. Ending his train of thought, he looked up at Lee Jin-ah just as the man was also casting a scrutinizing glance. He silently evaluated the other party. Though he hadn't grasped the scheme, his intuition warned him of something ominous. Piecing together all the events, he realized that Woojin always calculated and herded the monsters with an exactitude that left him half dead, but absolutely never killed him. He was certain this was no fluke, as the attack pacing perfectly matched his recovery rate. This transcendent calculation ability went far beyond common sense, proving the mastermind behind it knew every nook and cranny down to the millimeter. Bitterly enough, this level couldn't be measured by conventional standards. Squinting at Woojin, even with a heart full of pride, he was forced to admit that he was completely outmatched by that mysterious young man. Once the cleanup was done, Woojin walked over, dropped a half-hearted compliment, and then urged them to move to the next stage, making him jump and stammer. He gave a meaningful half-smile, reassuring him that the second floor would feel much more comfortable than this place. A beep signaled that the spatial transfer process was underway. Familiar as always, a blinding burst of light exploded, splitting the air in two. The moment he set foot on the ground, Li Jin sighed and moaned, complaining that his battered body felt like it was going to shatter. He trailed behind, demanding his rights, complaining that he had worked his fingers to the bone without rest and deserved some time to recover. Ignoring the grumbling, Woojin quietly extracted 4 vials of bright red liquid from his spatial storage. Staring at the shady liquid that didn't look like a health potion at all, he grew bewildered and curious. Woojin didn't answer, merely asking in a flat voice if he was confident in his running speed. Li Jin wore a dumbfounded expression, completely in the dark about that seemingly harmless question. The words barely out of his mouth, Kim Woojin ruthlessly smashed the vials containing the dark red liquid onto the shattered stone floor. Li Jin panicked and looked around wildly, growling to ask what kind of devilish trick he was pulling now. With a cold curl of his lips, he threw back a sincere piece of advice that he should start running for his life right about now. From the murky distance, an ear-piercing roar echoed back. A chill running down his spine, he whipped his body around to look in the direction of the sound. A giant albino lizard smashed through the rocky ground, looming as it emerged. It locked its bloodthirsty red eyes and bared its razor-sharp teeth straight at its prey. He gritted his teeth and cursed in fury, frustrated that he hadn't even had a moment to breathe the quiet air before having to run for his life again. Outside the world's door, Sechin leisurely flipped through a physical newspaper, muttering that a storm was brewing. Striking his eyes was a massive headline announcing that the South Korea government had permitted foreign forces to intervene in the plus-rank Dungeon Needle Snake. He muttered softly. Even though he had envisioned this scenario the moment the Messiah Guild let go, it still left a bad taste in his mouth. Sechin looked up at Lee Jisoo, clicking his tongue as he asked just how incredibly long the list of foreign organizations sniffing out this tasty bait would be. Fondling her warm teacup, the beauty slowly reported that the data had been compiled this morning and the cross-referencing analysis was urgently underway. He nodded in satisfaction, reminding her to keep speeding up the process even though there was plenty of time before Li Jin finished his mission. Lee Jisoo furrowed her brows in unease, unsure if her brutish colleague down there was still in one piece. The scene shifted back to the dungeon, obscured by flying dust, smoke, and scattered rocks. Li Jin was running his heels to the bone on the cracked ground, screaming 10,000 curses in his head. The giant lizard stomped heavily, crushing everything in its pursuit, and he bitterly realized why he was always the sole unlucky target. Trailing closely behind was a squad of skeletons wielding weapons, relentlessly swinging their swords to carve into the beast's flesh. Casting a quick glance over his shoulder, he had an epiphany. It seemed that in this game, he was cast purely in the role of bait. He slowed his pace and then dug his heels in to brake abruptly. Then he pivoted his body, facing the lizard's massive, mountain-like body head-on. Li Jin gnashed his teeth, silently cursing that Woojin's definition of easier to breathe than the first floor was a blatant lie. Harboring resentment in his heart, he swore to the heavens that once he got out of this place, he would pin that mastermind down and beat him to a pulp. The vicious beast lunged forward to swallow its prey, but Li Jin had stiffened both arms to hold back its jagged teeth. Meanwhile, the instigator, Kim Woojin, was still leisurely sitting on a high branch, peacefully watching the show. He let out a soft HMPH, showing amusement intertwined with a bit of surprise. The shockwave sent dust flying, blurring the entire area. Li Jin planted his feet deeply into the rocky ground, resolute in not stepping back. He squeezed out every last drop of his strength to contend with the wild power of the beast. He smirked, urging his opponent to stop playing cat and mouse to stall for time. Right at that moment, looming behind the lizard was a skeleton soldier swinging its sword, rushing in to dissect it. He curled his lips, demanding that the skeleton squad quickly end this farce. The skeleton soldier raised its sword high, aiming straight for the monster's vital point. The blade smoothly pierced the thick scales, burying deep into the soft flesh. The display panel announced that the beast was officially afflicted by hemolysis poison. Seizing the moment, the remaining skeletons leaped up in unison, plunging their weapons all over its body. Updated data showed that the accumulated toxin level had reached its peak. Li Jin Ah widened his eyes, judging that the bony army was as disciplined and sharp as a top-tier elite force. Although this type of magic was normally only used for harassment or as meat shields, this level of coordination was absolutely terrifying. The system continued to chime, announcing that the lizard's vitality was plummeting uncontrollably due to the corrosive poison. The giant creature writhed madly from the pain tearing through its internal organs. It heavily whipped its scale-armored tail to crush a skeleton, but the attack merely struck empty air. Enraged, it flailed its tail, smashing everything around to pieces. Unfortunately for it, the skeletal squad still flexibly slipped away and dodged neatly. The lizard glued its vengeful gaze onto an enemy made entirely of bones. Its bloodshot red eyes glared fiercely at the opponent before it. A towering wall of dry bones blocked its line of sight. Ironically, the monster ignored the looming danger, stupidly directing its attention elsewhere. Li Jin Ah was dumbfounded, vaguely realizing that the monster was completely blind to that skeletal army, which was why it had only targeted him from start to finish. He looked up to find Kim Woojin's figure high above, intensely wondering what kind of dirty trick he had deployed. The memory of that earlier sarcastic advice flashed through his mind. His pupils dilated, shockingly realizing that the entire script had been right in his opponent's palm from the very first minute. Suddenly, the lizard rammed a lethal strike into his ribs, knocking the breath out of him. The brutal impact forced his eyes to bulge in agony. Like a broken toy, he was launched by the beast, pinning straight into a towering tree trunk. The horrific aftermath caused the ancient wood to snap cleanly in half. From a sweeping vantage point, Woojin calmly enjoyed the sight of man and tree collapsing together in a cloud of dust. A thick cloud of dust billowed up, obscuring all vision. Piercing through the hazy curtain, Li Jin Ah's silhouette slowly stretched itself to stand upright. He clutched his crushed ribs tightly, gritting his teeth to swallow back a groan. The system light flashed, announcing that the blessing skill from the river Styx was taking effect. Shaking off his battered state, he puffed out his chest proudly, raising a hand to wipe the blood seeping from the corner of his lips. Kim Woojin secretly admired him, knowing well that with that absolute protection, these minor injuries would heal in a flash. He took steady strides, tilting his chin to challenge the vicious beast. Craving the delicious prey, the animal's drool dripped steadily along its jawline. He cursed bitterly, mourning the bunch of calories that had been wasted for nothing. His two hands flashed with a blinding magical aura. The energy condensed, turning into a pair of badass combat gauntlets encasing his fists. Without hesitation, he launched himself like a bullet leaving the barrel. Getting into range, he jerked his right arm back to take a stance. All his muscle strength and rage were compressed into a single punch. The 1,000-pound fist slammed straight into the beast's massive body. The monster widened its eyes in shock as it took the impact. The terrifying destructive force shut down its nervous system, forcing the lizard to collapse on its knees. The time being ripe, the bony skeleton soldiers immediately swarmed up like a broken beehive. A vanguard skeleton clung tightly to the flank of the dying beast. Li Jin Ah felt a chill down his spine upon realizing that these barren subordinates also saw him as a disposable meat shield, perfectly mirroring the personality of their creator. The skeleton mercilessly plunged its sword through the scales on the right flank. The second skeleton didn't hesitate either, following up with a fatal stab to the left flank. The vicious beast roared until its throat tore, thrashing about in its death throes. The system bell confirmed that the hemolytic poison had spread through every corner of the creature's body. The third skeleton launched itself into the air, casting a dark shadow over the top of the beast's head. It swung its cold blade, delivering the decisive blow straight into the prey's skull. The giant corpse collapsed with a crash, lying flat on the cold ground. The notification screen glowed brightly, declaring that the boss creature had been eliminated. Li Jin Ah breathed out, shedding 1,000-pound weight off his shoulders. The congratulatory level-up sound rang out crisp and clear. As the play concluded, Kim Woojin gracefully leaped from the branch and landed on the ground. A series of system messages poured in, honoring the Lizard Hunter title and rewarding an upgrade to the hemolysis skill to a new level. Immediately after, the potency of the skeletal poison was also upgraded. A supreme existence from the dark world expressed admiration for this cold-blooded execution, deciding to bestow an additional ability as a reward. Kim Woojin let out a smug little laugh, looking utterly satisfied. In another development, a guardian troll creature was wildly flailing and roaring. Its brutal strength was more than enough to crush a skeleton with just a light swat. The bony minions fell one after another under the storm-like devastating blows. A tenacious skeleton warrior charged forward, plunging its blade into the sinister flesh. The monster staggered, lost its balance, and crashed heavily to the ground. Seizing the opening, the three remaining skeletons rushed in simultaneously to hack the massive body to pieces. Johann Georg stood watching, smacking his lips as he evaluated the weakness of his minion army, concluding that if he wanted to achieve anything, he would have to spend heavily to increase their numbers. The achievement board ticked up, confirming the milestone of taking down 50 trolls and rewarding a level up. The Troll Hunter title was established, but all that effort still wasn't enough to catch the eye of the god governing the darkness. He looked up into the vast emptiness, his eyes brimming with disappointment. Johann Georg gritted his teeth in frustration, unwilling to accept that his feat of killing 50 monsters was still ignored. He was madly jealous, wondering exactly which divine entity had monopolized that aura of grace. Returning to Woojin's dungeon stage, he toyed with his sword hilt, his eyes glued fixedly to the lizard's corpse. Li Jin Ah was half-blind with hunger, restlessly wondering why that madman was still dawdling. Unable to take it anymore, he grumpily urged him to finish the job soon so they could retreat. He grumbled, questioning if there was anything left to linger for in this middle of nowhere. Kim Woojin muttered in a low voice, revealing that the most crucial part was only just beginning. He pressed his bare hand against the beast's icy scales. He moved slowly along its body, carefully scanning every inch of flesh. Stopping at the rugged belly, he muttered softly to pinpoint the location. Without hesitation, the blade drew a razor-sharp line, slicing open a patch of flesh. A bleeding fissure appeared in the middle of the monster's stomach. He roughly spread the wound open, thrust his hand into the slimy pool of blood, and pulled out the loot he had long desired. An egg radiating an illusory light was brought out, followed by the mission completion chime. The system commended the player for finding a rare item and officially locked down the dungeon. Fondling the item in his hands, Kim Woojin envisioned the layers of deceptive fog the Messiah Guild had taken pains to cover it with. Now, the truth was forever exposed before his eyes. Li Jin Ah suddenly remembered, scratching his head to confirm that the hurdle to clear the stage was to collect a specific sacred relic. He frowned, making the excuse that today's intense beating made him completely forget, and casually asked how he planned to handle the egg. In response, Kim Woojin nonchalantly turned his hand and smashed the shell with his sword hilt. Li Jin Ah shrieked in horror, pained by his partner's brutishness in destroying a treasure with unknown functions. The fragments crumbled, fluttering down to stain the ground. Buried within the slimy fluid was a faint light, he muttered. It was a skill manual, concealing a supreme technique. Gripping the scroll so tightly it crumpled, he gritted his teeth in utter fury. Li Jin Ah peeked over nosily, marveling, because it was rare to see a manual incubated inside a dragon's egg. Woojin skimmed his eyes over the faint text, viciously cursing a profanity in his heart. The information line clearly displayed the skill name as the power of Apophis, along with extremely strict requirements. The title of Hell's Emissary, only applicable to rookie players, in exchange for a shield granting immunity to all poisons. Kim Woojin frowned, wondering why the ultimate technique associated with that bloodthirsty maniac was resting in this place. His mind automatically etched out the silhouette of a demon, the king of deadly poison. That lunatic amused himself with lethal poisons, sowing death while remaining eternally invulnerable by absorbing the blessing of Apophis. Countless blood-soaked crimes flooded back, a scumbag who desired to take others' lives using the most ultimately barbaric poisoning methods. He reminisced about the peak of the madness, when the Messiah Guild boldly issued a purge order against the villain king of deadly poison. Kim Woojin remembered vividly. Countless warriors of the organization, including himself, had voluntarily joined that bloody crusade, only for countless lives to be permanently left dead on the battlefield. His eyes grew red. The silhouettes of his comrades falling and groaning under the lethal poison still haunted his subconscious. He bitterly realized that the organization had long since acquired this horrifying source of power, but had hidden it from everyone. Staring blankly at the shattered shell, He judged that there was absolutely no way this sacred relic could leak out, and that lowly Poison King had even less of a chance to snatch it. The cruel truth gradually unveiled itself. Only the top brass could have secretly offered this ultimate technique to that butcher, cultivating a flawless demonic figure so they could play the glorious saviors vanquishing evil. His fury blazed as if wanting to burn the fragile manual paper to ashes. He gritted his teeth and called out the name of the traitor Lee Sejun, bitterly realizing that his friend's blood and bones were merely stepping stones elevating his wicked ambitions. But the tides had turned, and Kim Woojin absorbed that priceless power. His hypocritical play of using innocent people's blood as a springboard would be permanently stopped in this lifetime. The system rang out with a congratulatory message, confirming that the authority of Apophis had integrated, bestowing an adamantine wooden eye immune to all poisons. The image of the hypocrite flashed by, and he swore a deadly oath before the spirits of his friends. With a face radiating overwhelming killing intent, he resolved to personally tear apart the one who had trampled on his brother's corpses to build dreams of supremacy. Beads of sweat poured down. Li Jin-ah was wary of the gloom enveloping Woojin, not understanding why he was fuming like a scorched leech after sweeping all the loot. After a brief moment of silence, he ordered a retreat in a flat voice, leaving behind a bewildered Li Jin-ah, who grew increasingly clueless about the complexities of his reluctant comrade. The familiar pillar of light tore through the gloomy night, welcoming them back. Both of them safely landed back at the base, in the familiar iron container. Li Jin-ah gleefully pounced on the paper bag resting on the table, endlessly flattering Leader Oh Sechen's understanding of his subordinate's psychology. He opened the bag while rubbing his stomach, groaning and complaining about being dead hungry. Unfortunately, inside were only 2 clear filtered water bottles and a brick-like mobile phone. He screamed in rage, cursing the stingy, miserly boss for being so pretentious and wasting wrapping paper. 100,000 miles away, Oh Sechen unconsciously used his pinky to dig at his itchy earlobe. He cast a suspicious glance at the communicator, muttering to himself to wonder which audacious person was gossiping about him, causing his ear to ring non-stop. With a slight crinkle at the corners of his eyes, he proudly praised the godlike dungeon farming productivity that had exceeded expectations. Pressing the connect button, he playfully praised the miracle of sweeping away all obstacles in less than 3 days, then caringly asked about their experience. Kim Woojin indifferently replied that everything was still under control, quickly shifting the topic to the volatile situation outside. Sechen quickly scrolled his computer mouse, clicking away at a few spots on the screen. Scanning through the pile of breaking news, he recounted that the whereabouts of Park Yong-won's team, who had entered the 6th-floor dungeon, were still unknown. To make up for it, world news was being shaken by the alliance handshake between the 2 giant monster-hunting syndicates, Great One and Frontier. Oh Sechen added another piece of hot news. The Dragon Hunter faction had just successfully subdued a golden dragon in the 5th-floor sector. Hearing this, Kim Woojin thoughtfully evaluated it. Early people only craved its solid, heat-resistant scales to forge indestructible armor, elevating the warrior's equipment. But he grasped the crux of the matter. The golden treasure that determined the game was the essence of its gastric fluid, not that barren skin. In those early days, no one had the vision to imagine the earth-shattering function of that slimy residue. It wasn't until a historic stroke of luck occurred that its power to cleanse all seals and curses was officially revealed. The painful memory of having his chest pierced by Lee Sejun's sword suddenly rushed back. The very divine sword Bameng that took his life had also been fully awakened by bathing in that stream of gastric fluid. A priceless bargain, he silently calculated in his head. He definitely had to snatch it up before this earth-shaking secret came to light. The transmission was still buzzing with Sechen, concluding the brief amount of news, asking if he had any other concerns. Woojin flatly replied that it was more than enough to plan the next step. The boss nodded, saying the rest would be handled by the supervisor, while pointing out that the pitch-black brick on the table was an absolutely secure hotline. The moment he picked up the phone, he heard Oh Sechen loudly affirming the unquestionable security of the device, casually growling a strict ban on Li Jin-ah snooping around, forcing him to drag his body back to the camp to report. Upon hearing his name called, Li Jin-ah immediately threw a fit and argued, begging for some time to recover and sulkily resenting the one who had condemned him to be a lowly coolie. Oh Sechen roared through the walkie-talkie, leveraging his authority as a leader to promise a meager bowl of cold rice as a reward, ordering him to drag his battered body back immediately. Li Jin-ah jumped up in annoyance, roughly snatching the device from Woojin's hand, criticizing his older brother for only being good at sweet-talking and being incredibly stingy, boldly demanding compensation of 10 bowls of white rice to make it worth his while. He stomped his feet heavily, kicking the door open and stepping outside. Before disappearing from sight, he threw a glare like a bullet back at Kim Woojin, silently praying to the gods not to continue cursing him to share a plate with this madman again. Receiving the piercing glare, Kim Woojin did not hesitate to shoot back a gaze that was twice as cold and sharp. Li Jin-ah choked on his resentment, venting his anger by slamming the door hard enough to shake the corrugated iron walls. Early the next morning, at the headquarters reeking of paperwork, Li Jin-ah stretched his massive body and groaned on the soft mattress, grumbling about being dragged out of bed before his eyes could even open, using the excuse that he had already submitted his report the day before. Oh Sechin tapped a stack of files on the desk, announcing that it was precisely because of those reports that the next move had to be deployed urgently. Tossing the messy stack of papers in front of him, he urged him to absorb it, only to be met with a barrage of nagging complaints from the big guy about his breakfast being ruthlessly stripped away. While still half asleep, his eyes suddenly lit up with stunned realization, and he swore. Crumpling the page, he screamed as if the house were on fire, accusing his older brother of trying to push him into a death trap. The specs were clear as day, and a plus-rank snake-slaying stage meant for a syndicate of 99 mercenaries. The strict conditions limited the level to 35 and under to cleanly eliminate the boss and snatch the Philosopher's Stone entirely. Accompanied by this was a packed list of domestic and foreign legionnaires waiting to tear it apart. Oh Sechin wrinkled his forehead and barked at him to stop causing a scene, who would have the free time to push him into death's door alone. Of course, he would assign a heavy-hitting teammate to assist him. Li Jin-ah scratched his chin thoughtfully, beginning to list big names from dragon hunters to Li Sejun, but quickly brushed them off due to the level barrier. He arrogantly wondered where they could find anyone more outstanding than himself at this greenhorn level. The corners of Oh Sechin's lips twitched into a cunning smile as he subtly brought up the mighty name of Kim Woojin. The moment he heard that butcher's name, he sweated bullets, howling an outright refusal, absolutely not wanting to deal with that psychopath for even one more second. He flailed his limbs to wave it off, crying and complaining about an abnormal lunatic possessing terrifying strength. He resented his cold-blooded apathy, daring to subject his comrade to being a meat shield for monsters to tear apart. Squeezing his eyes shut to throw a tantrum, Li Jin-ah held his stomach hostage, threatening to go on a hunger strike if he had to fight alongside that demon again. Oh Sechin leisurely fished around in his breast pocket, giving a half-smile as he said that if he could actually do that, he would be even more grateful for saving money on feeding a freeloader. Clearly, he pulled out a tiny voice recorder and played back the exact interview tape from before, with Li Jin-ah's voice loudly demanding a partner who wouldn't get in his way during battle. His eloquent and resounding voice brushed aside all moral factors, emphasizing that tearing monsters gave no regard to whether one's personality was good or bad. Majestic conclusion affirmed that strength was the absolute truth, challenging him to find someone stronger and bring them back. Hearing his own boasting played back, Li Jin-ah's face turned as pale as a banana leaf, stuttering as he called out to his boss. Oh Sechin bared his teeth in a sinister smile, sarcastically asking if he found it grating to the ears. He tore at his hair in despair, never expecting his idle boss to be so petty and play so dirty as to keep backfiring evidence for this long. Neatly pocketing the recorder, he casually finalized the deal. No matter how much he complained, the paperwork had already registered the two as partners, a heavy-hitting duo ready to be shipped out. Li Jin-ah panicked and shouted, "You've already finished registering. Wait a minute, what do you mean it smells fishy?" Oh Sechin stared at the guy with a face reeking of conspiracy. Night fell at a deserted ruin in the outskirts of Seoul. Kim Woojin was standing there, sharpening his sword. He carefully used his hands to press the blade firmly against the grinder. Afterward, Kim Woojin lifted the sword and used a cloth to wipe the surface clean. It's heavily damaged, huh? As expected, weapons also need a proper place to be stored. He glanced at the briefcase placed right next to him. Anyway, Kim Woojin slowly pressed down on the briefcase's lock. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Oh Sechin to possess an item of this caliber. Just who is the Skull Guild trying to eliminate? I really want to meet them just once. Early in the morning at the office, Lee Jin-ah curiously asked Oh Sechin, "Boss, is there still room in that monster's dungeon? The government has already started loosening restrictions for foreign players." Right then, Lee Jisoo walked up the stairs towards them, carrying a briefcase. Oh Sechin replied confidently, "No need to worry about that. This secretary and I have already sorted everything out." Lee Jin-ah remained skeptical. They prioritize foreigners, so squeezing my name and Kim Woojin's indefinitely wasn't easy. You had to throw money around again, didn't you, boss? The office door slightly opened. Oh Sechin looked out and replied briefly, "Do I really have to use money?" He turned to ask Lee Jisoo, "You just got back. Did everything go smoothly?" The female secretary pushed the briefcase forward, calmly reporting, "Yes, the agreement to enter the dungeon with the Russian side is done. I also just transferred the items you requested to Kim Woojin." Lee Jin-ah exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh, Russia?" Lee Jisoo maintained her composed demeanor. "The mask you ordered has also been crafted." Oh Sechin smirked slightly, "Excellent, you've worked hard." The media simultaneously reported, from audio comics, sports, weather to social politics, 41 foreign players had confirmed their participation. The news bulletin raised a question. Will the 99 players who completed the world's first daily recruitment successfully conquer this new dungeon? At a location named Zin Bang Rai in Nonsan. Outside the waiting room hung a sign with the words, "Real Mokos of Russia." Lee Jin-ah frustratedly squeezed the mask. "This damn thing is so annoying." He grumbled, "Wearing this makes eating and drinking a real pain." Lee Jin-ah grabbed a piece of cake, glancing at his companion Kim Woojin, or rather, Isaac Ivanov at the moment. "Are you okay? Are you stuffing your face like that because you're too nervous?" While chewing loudly, Lee Jin-ah boasted, "Nervous, that word doesn't exist in my dictionary." Kim Woojin, under the guise of Isaac Ivanov, took a leisurely bite of cake and replied dryly, "Right, but your legs are shaking." He thought to himself, he's never been in a large-scale dungeon before, yet this idiot can still act like he's totally unfazed. Lee Jin-ah, under the identity of Spasiba, quickly covered up, "Aren't you the one shaking? I checked everything thoroughly, so why the sudden shivering?" He calmly replied, "Of course I'm worried." Lee Jin-ah quickly played along, "So that's it, it's normal to be anxious, but just relax and put your full trust in me." Meanwhile, Kim Woojin kept his eyes glued to the system screen, thinking to himself, "It's hard to believe this item actually fell into my hands." Lee Jin-ah glanced at him, warning, "Counting the last time and this time, you absolutely cannot bail on my barbecue treat. After all, we have to fight side by side in the same team this time." He warned further, "So cut it out with the weird stunts like last time, you hear me?" Isaac Ivanov remained focused on reading the item information floating in midair. Mask of the Grim Reaper, legendary grade equipment, requirement, level 1 or above. This is a memento of the Reaper, allowing the user to contact and manipulate summoned undead entities. Effect: increases magic power by 10% and mana recovery speed by 10% when equipped. He marveled inwardly. I didn't expect Oh Sechin to hide such a valuable item. The night before, Kim Woojin had received a call from Oh Sechin. "I heard about your sweeping performance in the dungeon. Are you interested in entering the Needle Snake dungeon?" He replied calmly, "Let's wait and see the situation. Rushing in blindly is too risky." Oh Sechin laughed heartily, "So you don't want to step into death in a boring way, I knew it. I heard you control skeleton souls quite well." Back to the present, Kim Woojin sat lost in his calculations. The king of the invincible, something that even Johann Jorg coveted but could never reach, is now right in my hands. He wondered curiously, "I've never seen that guy use this item, so I don't know exactly how effective its true power will be." His train of thought was interrupted by Lee Jin-ah's loud voice. "Hey Kim Gu, Isaac Ivanov, have you been listening to me at all?" He gave a faint, cold smile. It seems the timeline to uproot the Messiah Guild has been pushed forward much faster than expected. Right then, a staff member swung the door open, loudly announcing, "Players from the Russian group, please get ready." He pushed himself up from his knees and stood. The two walked side by side out of the waiting room. Woojin calculated inwardly, "I need to maximize the testing of the Grim Reaper mask's power right on the first floor." The dungeon system echoed with a mechanical voice announcing, "To proceed to the next floor, players must survive for 5 days." The surrounding hunters immediately burst into a chaotic uproar. "What the hell? A survival mission? This is a total disaster." Frustrated curses echoed everywhere. Some tore at their hair in complaint. Li Jin Ah in his Spazaba armor pondered, a survival mission, sounds like a piece of cake at first, just stay alive through the days and that's it. He clicked his tongue and continued, but in reality, it means the number of monsters will be countless, surviving won't be easy at all. Li Jin Ah turned to Kim Woojin for his opinion. What's the plan? He replied indifferently, let's test a few things first. Li Jin Ah muttered, test. Suddenly, the memory of being surrounded by a pack of wolves rushed back, sending a shiver down his spine. Don't tell me. Li Jin Ah screamed internally, is he going to use me as bait again? His face dropped as he grumbled, you didn't forget what I told you, right? You're not trying to pull that old trick again, are you? Woojin replied nonchalantly, I have a new item, so naturally I need to test its quality. Li Jin Ah instantly flipped his attitude, clapping in agreement, new gear, absolutely gotta test it right away. Saying that, Woojin turned and walked away, finalizing, first, we need to find a quiet place. In a secluded corner deep within the dense forest. The system reported, skeleton soldier has been summoned. A dry bone warrior rose up in front of the two. Li Jin Ah happily waved his hand, well, hello there. He exclaimed in excitement, wow, it even comes with ready-made armor. He inched closer to tease the skeleton, move aside a bit, are you trying to steal my spotlight again? Kim Woojin quietly pulled the mask from his inventory. As soon as he put it on, the system's information panel popped up immediately. Mask of the Grim Reaper, legendary grade item, requirement, level 1 or above. This is a memento of the Reaper, allowing the user to contact and manipulate summoned undead entities. Effect, increases magic power by 10% and mana recovery speed by 10% when used. The screen flashed another notification, achieved the title Master of the Grim Reaper. Kim Woojin evaluated inwardly, just the mana stat boost alone shows this item isn't bad at all. Suddenly, he noticed a thin thread floating down from the void. The end of the thread was firmly embedded in the skeleton soldier's skull. Woojin couldn't help but be curious, what is this thread? It turned out that the flow of energy originated from his veins, pouring out through his fingertips. Kim Woojin showed a look of utter amazement. The system confirmed, connected. His eyes suddenly snapped wide open. A blinding light flashed across his vision. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Li Jin Ah tightly hugging his head, grinning, gotcha. He rubbed the bald skull with an extremely joyful expression, how about that? Suddenly, the skeleton soldier glared with its hollow eye sockets and roared, get your hands off. Li Jin Ah in his Spazaba shell jumped in fright and yelled, the skeleton can talk. The skeleton began to stir, its joints twisting haphazardly. It flailed its arms and legs completely out of control. Li Jin Ah frowned in confusion, what kind of weird movement is that? After dragging itself for a few steps, the bone soldier fell flat on its face on the ground. Seeing that, the guy yelled out, is it dead? Having said that, Li Jin Ah poked the tip of his shoe against the skeleton's skull. Kim Woojin, in the identity of Isaac Ivanov, snapped in annoyance, hey, move your foot right now. He sank into deep thought. It seems maintaining balance wasn't as simple as he imagined. Elsewhere, a group of hunters was buzzing with discussion. John Jun, what's our plan? Hold our ground here or send someone ahead to scout and come back. John Jun replied calmly, without knowing the exact number of monsters, we absolutely must not move recklessly. He looked around and analyzed, for now, let's just set up camp here and observe for a day or two. All of our people have gathered. If we hold this formation, our chances of survival are firmly in our hands. The crowd looked around. It seemed the groups gathering over there shared the same thought. John Jun pushed up his glasses, smirking calculatively. After all, this dungeon doesn't have major powers like Messiah interfering. In a risky situation, the one with brains rules the game. We will persuade them to solidify our central position in this hunt. The dense night enveloped the forest. Li Jin Ah dashed forward, delivering a powerful strike, taste my polite fist. A single swing of his arm sent the massive orc's head flying. He smiled smugly, what the hell is this? I was worried sick about the survival challenge label, but it turns out it's just a headcount of trash like this. No way, it's just that I'm way stronger than them. Right behind Li Jin Ah, the skeleton soldier swung its sword, cleanly severing two bloodthirsty orcs. The monster's corpses collapsed under its razor-sharp blade. Li Jin Ah looked back at the bone soldier, his face visibly dropping. He glanced at Kim Woojin, who was controlling the skeleton, and clicked his tongue internally. That bastard is truly an absurd monster. Li Jin Ah recalled the ridiculous scene from a few minutes ago. Back then, the bone soldier was still stumbling around. It was exhausted after just a few steps. It would crawl a short distance before tripping and falling face first. Yet in a flash, it was sprinting like a madman. Now the skeleton was doing acrobatic sword dances. Its speed was truly astonishing. Li Jin Ah stared blankly at Kim Woojin, who was smoothly moving his fingers. Just summoning the skeleton soldier was exhausting enough, yet he even had the leeway to directly control it. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This is too unfair. People have to risk their lives struggling to fight, while he just stands in the back, leisurely waving his hands and feet. So stupid. Suddenly, he felt a chilling aura gathering behind his back. An exceptionally large skeleton had just been summoned. The system announced, "Skeleton soldier has been summoned." Li Jin Ah's eyes widened at the giant bony monster. Unbelievable. He wondered in bewilderment. He's focused on manipulation, but still has power left to use another summoning skill. Li Jin Ah thought to himself, casting skills while synchronized with a skeleton is possible, but the mana consumption triples. Although this is a natural rule, recovery potions can't be used during this time. The small bone soldier turned and asked, "How are you feeling now?" He crossed his arms, complaining irritably, "Hey, when you talk to someone, you should at least look them in the face." Li Jin Ah clenched his fists. The feeling of being ignored by a pile of dry bones is really weird. Do I need to teach you a lesson in manners? Kim Woojin threw out a challenging remark. Oh, really? Li Jin Ah kept his eyes fixed on the empty space in front of him. Kim Woojin had taken off his mask and appeared looming right behind him out of nowhere, smoothly asking, "So, are you satisfied now?" Li Jin Ah jumped in shock and whipped around. "Good lord, you scared me." Woojin frowned and asked, "So, how is your physical condition now?" He gave a forced smile, waving his hands to cover up, awake enough to teach those with no manners a lesson. "I'm not talking about you, I mean those monsters." Kim Woojin coldly finalized, "How fortunate. Well then, let's officially begin." Li Jin Ah looked dumbfounded and cried out, "We've killed a bunch of monsters already. Why are you spouting nonsense all of a sudden?" He asked in confusion, What do you mean officially begin? Was that orc horde just a joke?" Li Jin Ah clapped his hands, stammering, "What was it again?" "Right, anemia, I have anemia." He held his head, feigning a groan. "I suddenly feel so dizzy. What's wrong with me?" Suddenly, a cold, sharp sword was pressed against Li Jin Ah's body. He yelled irritably, "What are you doing?" Kim Woojin replied half-jokingly, "I heard you have anemia, so I was going to add a little iron to your system." Li Jin Ah screamed in panic, "Add iron? You don't mean cutting me with the sword, do you?" Kim Woojin calmly retorted, "Either way, it's just putting iron into your body." He yelled in indignation, "How can you even say that?" Kim Woojin teased through the skeleton soldier's mouth, "Seeing you so energetic, your anemia must have gotten better. Let's go, or did you really want me to supplement your iron?" With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. "There's still a mountain of preparations to do. Follow me." Li Jin Ah was furious to the point of madness. "I'm such an idiot, what do I do now?" Appearing before their eyes was a bare, dead tree. Immediately after, the tree crashed to the ground with immense force. Kim Woojin and Li Jin Ah were sweating buckets acting as lumberjacks chopping wood. He shot a suspicious glance at Woojin. What exactly is Kim Woojin plotting? Did he dive into a dungeon to chop trees instead of grinding monsters? In another development, a goblin was charging forward at a terrifying speed. A whole squad of hunters was relentlessly tailing it. John circled to the middle and cut it off. A dark-skinned man swung his sword and decapitated the monster. A veteran hunter also skillfully cleared out a few more goblins. The third day in the survival dungeon. Since the crack of dawn, the group of players was still fiercely grinding. An older man frowned in confusion. "This is too dull. A survival challenge isn't supposed to be this boring, right?" John Jun, standing next to him, nodded in agreement. "It really is abnormal. The monster count is way too sparse." He rolled his eyes and analyzed. "This isn't a ranked dungeon, after all. Instead of running for our lives from monsters, we are way too relaxed. This isn't good, no matter the risk. We need to organize a scouting team to investigate the situation." Finally, Woojin and Li Jin Ah had finished building a sturdy wooden barricade using the tree trunks. The system chimed to signal a level up. The representative of the Dark World is highly satisfied with your brilliant development and has sent a scroll as a reward. Kim Woojin, in the persona of Isaac Ivanov, picked up the paper and furrowed his brows slightly. What's this? The scroll read, Skeleton Warriors Command. Skill learning conditions, sponsored by the representative of the Dark World, reach level 20 or above. Effects, comprehensively enhances the abilities of skeleton soldiers, increases summoning limit. The higher the skill rank, the more outstanding the effect. He skimmed through it and gave a faint smirk. Kim Woojin decisively tore the scroll to absorb it. The system immediately announced, Acquired Skeleton Warriors Command. Kim Woojin stood perched on the fence and called down, Take it easy. Li Jin under the moniker Spazaba, looked up blankly. Why the sudden change of mind? He knocked on the wooden fence and complained, This spot is perfectly fine, why go through the trouble of moving? Do you know how exhausting it was for me to work like a dog yesterday? Kim Woojin hopped down to the ground, calmly explaining, The situation has changed, we have to adjust the plan. Li Jin became even more bewildered. What situation? Don't tell me some crazy boss is about to spawn. Kim Woojin smirked, gesturing with his chin behind Li Jin back. Lying neatly, there was the corpse of an orc. He strode closer, reaching out to lightly touch the corpse. The notification panel popped up, Skeleton Soldier has been summoned. Skeleton Soldier has been summoned. This sight left Li Jin jaw dropping in astonishment. He stared intently at the squad of skeleton soldiers that just appeared, exclaiming in shock, What is this? Li Jin stammered, Weren't you limited to summoning only 6? Woojin turned around and replied leisurely, That was true before. He smirked with full confidence, but the times have changed now. Shifting to another front, a shadowy figure was moving swiftly through the canopy. John Jun looked back in panic. He hastily signaled to his teammates, Everyone, scatter in this direction, hurry. The crowd looked around curiously. Their eyes were met with scattered monster corpses. They all gasped in shock, It's the orcs. John Jun frowned and pressed, How many corpses in total? He pushed his glasses up, sweating as he analyzed, This isn't a normal battle, this is a massacre. Exactly who is behind this? I've already pulled all the capable ones into our team, could we have missed someone? Suddenly Jin Hong pointed in a direction and cried out, Yeon Jun, look down there, there's something really strange. He immediately followed the direction his teammate pointed. John Jun stuck close to Jin Hong, Did you find something else? His expression changed instantly, stunned by the scene laid out before him. Lying neatly at the foot of the hill was a massive wooden structure. Without guessing, it was obviously the architectural masterpiece of Kim Woojin and Li Jin John Jun exclaimed in shock, Is this thing a maze? Saying that, he leaped onto the wooden wall to observe the entire layout. John Jun and the members looked down at the ground inside the maze. Scattered below were countless monster corpses piled into towering heaps. He went pale with terror. Did someone take the trouble to build an entire wooden maze just to lure monsters into a trap? John Jun cast his gaze further out. The number of corpses scattered outside was also quite substantial. He looked back at the massive structure, but compared to the mess inside, it's nothing. John Jun broke into a cold sweat. What divine mastermind devised this tactic? This method is completely different from anything I've ever witnessed before. Sweat poured down his forehead as he pushed his glasses up, calculating internally. This is why they could live leisurely for days despite being stuck in a brutal survival challenge. Back to the two youngsters, Li Jin spoke up defensively. It was my total misjudgment. We should have dragged all the players into this. Using traps to massacre monsters this easily, though not my style, is admittedly pretty awesome. He groaned, So why do we have to move all of a sudden? Doing this makes me dog-tired. Kim Woojin smiled faintly. Are we supposed to hide and repeat the exact same tactic forever? He lightly patted the skeleton soldier's skull, reassuring, Don't worry, those trivial things aren't needed anymore. Woojin explained further, Our firepower has been upgraded. Those traps and wooden mazes are just a waste of time now. Li Jin eyes immediately lit up. So from now on, hunting directly will be faster. Exactly, now that's the real taste of violence. Abruptly, Kim Woojin summoned a razor-sharp sword. Li Jin startled, thinking he was about to attack him, quickly took a defensive stance, flailing his arms and legs and yelling, Fine then, this time I'll let you witness my true power. Woojin said coldly, Then you take the vanguard. Li Jin eyes widened in surprise, But then he also summoned his combat gloves and declared boldly, In that case, I'll also go all out. I don't know what you're plotting, but I don't have the time to endure a clumsy guy getting in the way. A long while later, Li Jin-ah stood panting, out of breath. He reached out and called as a last resort, "Hey you." Li Jin-ah struggled to speak. "Can we take a little rest?" A skeleton soldier waddled past him. Li Jin-ah instantly shot daggers from his eyes, glaring holes into the dry bones. The bone soldier actually shook its head in disappointment, as if mocking his weakness. After that, it walked straight away. Seeing this, Li Jin-ah went crazy and yelled, "Get back here! Did you just look down on me? Stop right there!" Li Jin-ah stood there cursing profusely, while the skeleton had already run off into the distance. He scratched his head and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, that Kim Woojin guy's stamina is insane. No, his fighting style is entirely different from mine." Li Jin-ah silently analyzed, "When I fight, I brawl hand-to-hand with every single one, so my stamina drains like crazy. But he plays the numbers game, swarming into sweep and then retreating swiftly. It's overly effective." Li Jin-ah stared intently into the empty void ahead. Noticing the intense gaze of his companion, Woojin stopped. He looked back and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't your mouth just say you'd broaden my horizons?" Li Jin-ah wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered, "You hold grudges, still hung up on that sentence." He tried to save face. "Well, I'm still doing it." A new horde of monsters came swarming in again. Li Jin-ah shouted loudly and charged into the crowd, determined to clear them out quickly. Kim Woojin stood on the sidelines, calmly observing. If it were the Li Jin-ah I knew, he would definitely secretly learn my moves. Li Jin-ah was struggling to punch the monsters away. Kim Woojin thought to himself, up until this point, no one has ever stepped up to guide him on tactics. He watched closely as the guy struggled to dodge attacks. He relies too much on his immortal body and innate endurance. If he keeps up this brute force fighting style, he won't get anywhere. Kim Woojin frowned slightly. Over time, he will definitely improve a bit from how he is now. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled into a triumphant smile. Ah no, he will definitely have to make a tremendous breakthrough. On the 5th day, the first rays of dawn peeked through the leaves, illuminating the dense forest. Sprawled on the ground was the bloodied corpse of a pitch-black hyena. The system announced, survival mission time remaining is 24 hours. Li Jin-ah panted heavily, his clothes soaked in sweat, glaring at Woojin. He screamed internally, "This is crazy, it's just a survival mission. Why is he forcing me to grind my life away like this?" Kim Woojin casually looked at the status board that just popped up with the text, "You have leveled up," ignoring Li Jin-ah, who was full of doubts. Did the monsters steal something important from him? The system continued to send him level-up rewards. The Emissary of Hell is extremely thrilled by your decisively brutal nature. You have received a special skill reward. Exhausted, Li Jin-ah started complaining, "Kim Woojin, this is hard labor. How is this a mission? I've been a punching bag for 8 hours straight. I'm a human, not a horse." Kim Woojin replied indifferently, "Then take a break." As if striking gold, Li Jin-ah rejoiced, his eyes sparkling. "Really? Where do we rest?" Allowed to relax, he quickly pulled out a bag of rations and devoured it ravenously, his mouth working at full capacity. A skeleton soldier casually walked over, causing him to pause for a moment. Feeling a surge of pity, Li Jin-ah held out his food towards it, coaxing, "What? You want a bite?" He waved the piece of ration. "Be a good boy, hold out your hand, and I'll give you a piece." Who would have thought the stubborn bone soldier actually listened, obediently holding out its hand to receive it. Li Jin-ah's eyes widened in surprise. Then he chuckled in delight. "Has this bony kid finally submitted to my command?" Li Jin-ah turned with a smug face to show off. "See that, Kim Woojin? This is the power of comradeship right here." He acted so deeply that his eyes teared up, immensely touched. Brotherhood is truly a sacred thing that words cannot describe. Li Jin-ah kindly turned and asked, "Are you hungry, Kim Woojin?" But the last word caught in his throat before it could come out. Hitting his eyes was the sight of his brother-in-arms skeleton, respectfully offering the food it just begged for to Kim Woojin. What the hell is this? Realizing he had just been led by the nose, he bounced up like a spring, roaring a question. "So you've been manipulating it this whole time. Making a fool out of me makes you real happy, doesn't it?" Kim Woojin smiled faintly. "I just wanted to taste what your comradeship tastes like." Poor young man Li Jin-ah looked no different from someone who just got scammed by a pyramid scheme. He put his hands on his hips and cursed, "You bastard, exploiting people's labor ruthlessly, not offering a meal, and then scamming them out of their food." With this cheapskate attitude, no wonder you'll go bald just like Boss O Sechin. Kim Woojin chewed his food while thinking to himself, did he just mock him for being bald? This is the first time I've heard someone expose O Sechin's appearance. Suddenly, a flare exploded brilliantly in the sky. Li Jin Ah narrowed his eyes. Oh mother, firing in So's flare, the survival time is almost up though. He snorted in disdain, we almost cleared out the whole monster zone, and those useless guys still can't survive. Kim Woojin coldly poured cold water on him, it's not a distress signal. Li Jin Ah was dumbfounded, smirking back, if not for help then what is it? He took off his bone mask, sharply analyzing the situation. The survival time is almost out, so we are about to be transferred to the second floor. They are gathering together to take turns taking down the snake boss. Li Jin Ah crossed his arms and mocked. These crazy fools, ganging up isn't even a guaranteed win, and they want to split into turns to fight it. Their delusions of grandeur are off the charts. Kim Woojin nonchalantly finalized, because you and I already carried the weight and cleared out the monsters on this floor. They've just been relaxing these past few days, so being overconfident is completely normal. Li Jin Ah looked dumbfounded. Huh, so that's it. Kim Woojin opened his inventory to check the loot. Let me take a good look at this skill scroll before heading over. Li Jin Ah caught a glimpse of the item in his hand and his jaw dropped. Huh, that's... He couldn't control himself and yelled, it's a real gold rank skill scroll. Woojin gave a faint, amused smirk. This is the signature skill that Johann Jorg frequently used. The information displayed on the scroll, corpse explosion skill. Activation condition, possess the title Emissary of Hell level requirement 30 or above. Effect, inject mana into monster corpses to turn them into time bombs which can be detonated at will. The scene shifted to an open clearing illuminated by torches, where a crowd of players had gathered fully under the falling night. Standing perched on a high rock, John Jun shouted loudly, everyone quiet down and listen. He began his arrogant speech. The majority of survivors are already here, so please allow me to announce the rules. There's only a little time left before the survival mission ends, and all players will be teleported straight to the second floor. Our alliance, including the Pixiu Guild, will be the ones to open the battle with the Needle Snake. Does anyone have any objections? Li Jin Ah nudged Kim Woojin with his elbow, whispering, you were right, these lunatics really plan to play by jungle rules. On the high platform, seeing everyone dead silent, John Jun pushed his advantage. Since no one objects, I'll be blunt, it's strictly forbidden for anyone to interfere in our hunt. He paused for a few seconds, his voice dropping into a threat. If anyone intentionally ruins this, the Alliance will execute them right on the spot. Kim Woojin thought indifferently, what a show of authority. Li Jin Ah lowered his voice and probed, what's the plan now? You've plotted everything right. Suddenly, someone shoved hard against Li Jin Ah's shoulder. A muscular hunter swaggered over, lifting his chin and asking, did you understand what the boss up there said, punk? With his hot temper, Li Jin Ah gritted his teeth and cursed internally, is this guy crazy? Can't he just speak Korean? Just as the guy was about to throw a punch to knock the other guy out. His arm was tightly held back by Kim Woojin. Li Jin Ah turned in annoyance, seeing him shaking his head slightly, signaling not to make a mountain out of a molehill. Kim Woojin spoke up to defuse the situation, we won't interfere in your fun, feel free, good luck. The muscular guy smirked, know your place. Saying that, he turned his back and walked straight away. Li Jin Ah was extremely indignant, complaining in a low voice, why did you stop me from beating him up? Kim Woojin calmly enlightened his teammate, are you planning to take on that whole pack over there all by yourself? Li Jin Ah looked blank, the whole pack. He jerked his chin to point it out. Look at that red cloth band wrapped around his arm, that's their identification mark. Now open your eyes wide and look around this clearing. Li Jin Ah scanned the area, a chill running down his spine as he realized that apart from the two of them, almost everyone here was wearing a red band. He scratched his head trying to salvage some dignity. I noticed that too, you know. Internally, the guy understood, no wonder not a single soul dared to voice an objection. After weighing the forces, Li Jin Ah started sweating. They're all wearing red bands. Wait, do you mean we are at a disadvantage against them? Kim Woojin smiled with deep meaning. Do you really think so? The countdown ended, and the system simultaneously broadcasted a notification to all players. The survival mission is complete. Prepare to teleport to the second floor. Midst the dense forest of the second floor, the gigantic needle snake monster was slithering around. Its massive tail whipped against the ground, creating terrifying friction sounds. The hunters held their breath, hiding behind the large tree trunks, lying in wait for the perfect moment. The snake monster looked around wildly. Its survival instincts told it the atmosphere reeked of danger. Few faint-hearted ones started trembling as they saw the snake's cold, sharp eyes darting back and forth. They were so terrified they didn't dare to breathe heavily. The needle snake continued to slither, its tail swinging and smashing the ground randomly. But little did it know, its path of movement had already been rigged with traps by the ambushing hunters. Seeing the fish in the barrel, John Jun immediately waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Open fire." Upon receiving the order, the mage squad in the back simultaneously bombarded the monster with magic from afar. Caught off guard, the snake had no time to react. It thrashed around madly, causing the ground to crack open. Countless magical explosions flashed, blindingly lighting up the entire area. Deafening explosions tore through the silent night. Li Jin Ah and Kim Woojin stood leisurely on a high cliff, casually casting their gazes over the battlefield. Itching to speak, Li Jin Ah poked fun, "Are you seriously just going to watch the show? With that kind of concentrated firepower, they might just wipe the boss out completely." Kim Woojin coldly poured cold water on his thoughts. "No, that's not happening anytime soon." Li Jin Ah frowned in confusion. "Why not? With that many people, don't tell me they can't defeat a single snake." Instead of explaining, he asked a question in return. "What is the first thing you usually do when you encounter a monster?" The guy crossed his arms and thought, "What do? I just dive in and hack it to pieces. I have no idea what tricks they might pull, so if I don't strike first, how can I anticipate any sudden changes?" Kim Woojin nodded and pointed at the monster. "Exactly, and that monster thinks the exact same way. Look at the boss taking a fireball straight to the face. Would you still charge in for a hand-to-hand fight with it?" Hearing this, Li Jin Ah choked on his words for a few seconds. He stammered to cover his embarrassment. "Well, of course not. Wouldn't it be safer to crush it with firepower?" Kim Woojin kept his arms crossed, watching the battlefield, and concluded, "Yeah, if the mission were that easy, it would be great. But if killing the boss was as easy as flipping your hand, why hasn't anyone survived and escaped this dungeon before? Is it because they lacked manpower, or were the ones who came before just useless and weak?" Back on the ground, seeing the snake take a heavy hit, John Jun felt extremely smug and prepared to issue the next command. He shouted excitedly, "Great job, everyone charge forward and attack." But the snake wasn't foolish enough to just stand there and take the beating. It abruptly turned its head and fled for its life. Its massive body slithered away at a terrifying speed, flying right over the hunters' heads. Seeing this, a member frantically reported, "Boss, the snake is trying to escape." John Jun smirked complacently. "This hunt really is a piece of cake. As long as we maintain this formation, catching it is only a matter of time. The title of the first person to take down the poisonous snake will definitely belong to me." The needle snake slithered swiftly, its massive body plowing the ground into a deep trench, leaving a crystal-clear trail. But suddenly, the monster's eyes widened, astonishment evident on the reptile's face. Blocking its path right in front was a field of sharp stone spikes, cutting off its escape route. Someone had made a move. The master skill of destructive knowledge was officially activated. Rough, jagged stone pillars violently erupted from underground. The needle snake charged forward recklessly, ignoring the obstacles in its way. In terms of durability, its scales could easily withstand the impact. A series of stone pillars were crushed into pieces as the boss continued to rampage freely, as if entering an empty land. Li Jin Ah's eyes widened in amazement. "Looks like those guys came prepared. They even predicted that the snake would run away." However, Kim Woojin's perspective was the complete opposite. He spoke in a cold tone. "The real battle has only just begun." Li Jin Ah asked in a daze, Just begun? No matter how you look at it, the boss is about to die." Kim Woojin explained meticulously, "No, that cunning monster isn't stupid enough to engage in a direct clash. Not to mention the bristles of spikes all over its body. Are you so blind you didn't notice?" In the midst of the fierce battle, John Jun screamed his commands. No one is allowed to stop. With firepower concentrated on its head, the beast raised its neck, glaring at the torrential rain of magic pouring straight toward it. A series of deafening sounds shook the space as the spiky monster roared in sheer fury. At that exact moment, a massive dark shadow silently loomed right behind the mage and archer squad. The giant tail whipped up into the air, carrying a terrifying force ready to strike down. A mage flinched in panic. What the hell is this? Just as predicted, the beast unleashed a devastating tail swipe that wiped out the long-range attack formation. The monster's cruel eyes coldly scanned the area from a safe distance. The advantage of its massive, elongated body allowed it to easily launch vicious flanking attacks from afar. However, life is not a dream. An unexpected turn of events forced the beast to look back. A sharp crash erupted, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that made the aforementioned mage cough violently, hastily covering his face. A warrior strained his neck and roared, "Reform the ranks immediately. Do not stop under any circumstances. We have orders to defend this coordinate to the death." The mage squinted through the dust screen, suddenly catching sight of a razor-sharp streak of light flashing across his vision. In that direction, the armored vanguard was bracing themselves, blocking the beast's terrifying tail whip. Thanks to this, its fatal bite completely missed the main damage-dealing squad. Pressing his trembling hands firmly against the ground, the mage gritted his teeth and used the leverage to launch himself forward. "That's right, let's send it straight to the afterlife." The storm of long-range firepower crazily rained down on the monster's skull once more, the resounding blasts showing no signs of dying down. John Jun waved his hand and ordered, "Its pace is slowing down. Everyone spread out and prepare the battle formation." The remaining personnel quickly formed up, but under the beast's disdainful gaze, they were nothing more than a swarming colony of ants. Its blood-red eyes pierced sharply through the dense curtain of dust and smoke. Suddenly, the needle snake stretched its body straight up into the air, standing as majestic and imposing as a colossal pillar. Witnessing this, John Jun froze in bewilderment, because up until now, this monster had only focused on fleeing. Right after came a horrifying sight. Its neck flared out like a king cobra, and countless sharp spikes bristled in all directions like porcupine quills. John Jun panicked and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Everyone stop. The whole squad fall back into a defensive stance immediately." The words had barely left his mouth when thousands of death-infused spikes shot from the monster's body like a meteor shower, sweeping straight down onto the hunters below. The storm of sharp spikes poured down like hail. The crowd scrambled in a chaotic frenzy, running for their lives. Deafening impacts erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere, making it completely impossible to determine the number of casualties. The needle snake's body was now riddled with dark, gaping holes where the spikes had once grown, looking sickening and utterly repulsive. The beast threw its head back and let out a roar of absolute fury. The sonic shockwave swept through the dense forest, forcing Li Jin-ah and Kim Woojin, who were chilling on the cliff, to take a step back to keep their balance. Kim Woojin raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. He had assumed those spikes were coated in highly lethal poison, but who would have thought they were just cheap physical projectiles with no real kick? Li Jin-ah stared wide-eyed and stunned, silently marveling that clearing attack packed quite a punch. But the performance ended there. Once the aftermath faded, the monster suddenly stood as still as a statue, not even bothering to twitch. The thick dust gradually settled, revealing John Jun's figure, completely intact without a single hair harmed. The lenses of his glasses were shattered, but his mind was in a state of utter bewilderment. What the hell just happened? An ultimate attack this anticlimactic. John Jun froze for a beat before his soul finally returned to Earth. He was certain the beast was hiding some horrifying hidden ultimate move, but who knew it was just a wide-area bullet spray that didn't even scratch the itch. A warrior who had fallen right next to the base of a giant spike slowly grabbed onto it to pull himself up. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound rang out as the massive spike crumbled into pieces. The guy reached out and gave it a light twist. The inside of the spike was completely hollow, and the outer shell was as thin and brittle as an eggshell. This toy fell off the beast's body. I thought it would be incredibly sturdy. After thinking for a moment, it dawned on him. Peering deep into the core, he saw nothing but empty air. The beast crazily roared to show off its might, but the tragic irony was that its bare body was now completely devoid of weapons to threaten the hunters' lives. John Jun loudly declared his verdict. The time has come, that bastard is completely out of ammo. He immediately seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to launch a full-scale assault before the target could recover its strength. The hunters surged forward like a storm, burning with fighting spirit, no longer taking the needle snake seriously. This time, the close combat vanguard wielding shields and swords swept straight into the center of the fray. John Jun pushed up his chipped glasses with a smug smile. Is this all there is to it? I thought dissecting this beast would be tough, but it turns out to be a walk in the park. The halo of glory looming right in front of their noses sent the entire mercenary squad into a state of extreme excitement. Right at that moment, a member staggered, his footing unstable. A blonde vanguard shielder caught sight of this and snapped, "Hey you, stand still right there." He shoved his way through the ranks of his comrades. "What the hell are you fumbling around for? Time is money, stop standing there like an idiot and charge." To his surprise, the sight that greeted him was his brother-in-arms covering his mouth tightly, mouthfuls of fresh blood violently bubbling out. Instantly, the teammate collapsed heavily onto the ground with a loud thud. This gruesome turn of events terrified him out of his wits for a few seconds, his feet nailed to the spot, unable to take another step. From behind, the heavy sound of metal crashing against the ground echoed once more. Another comrade fell flat on his back, eyes wide open in a dead stare, blood coughing up from the corners of his mouth. The blonde vanguard shielder shuddered as he watched his brothers dropping like flies. He stood there dumbfounded, muttering, "What is?" Just a second later, a suffocating churning built up in his chest, and waves of nausea hit him relentlessly. The warning screen flashed with cold text, "You have been afflicted by the needle snake's lethal poison." The vanguard and rearguard panicked and slammed on the brakes, screaming the alarm, "It's a poisonous miasma, emergency retreat." A member hastily relayed the message back to the commander. "John Jun, the front line is decimated. The shield bearers are collapsing left and right and can't get back up." John Jun felt as if he had been struck by lightning, dazedly muttering to himself, "Lethal poison." He glued his eyes to the pile of empty spike shells bristling on the ground, his mind twisting in knots looking for a solution. How are we supposed to deal with this now? There wasn't a single trace of killing intent to warn them. Could that vicious toxin have been hidden inside those harmless-looking shells? The vanguard forces frantically turned and fled for their lives, leaving John Jun rooted to the spot, his whole body trembling. If even heavy armor collapsed in the blink of an eye like this, it was undoubtedly an incurable deadly poison. High up on a branch, the eye sockets of a skeleton minion flashed with an eerie green light, capturing the entire tragedy in its vision. The hunters frantically trampled over each other to escape, their miserable screams tearing through the air, "Get out of the way, let me run." Through the shared vision of the scout skeleton, Kim Woojin shook his head and clicked his tongue, "Absolute trash, a true disaster for humanity." Standing far away watching the drama, Lee Jin-ah scratched his head, unable to understand what those guys were doing. Good lord, this is an eyesore. Why are they running around like headless chickens in the middle of a fight? Kim Woojin flatly replied, "They're retreating to save their lives from the needle snake's miasma." Hearing that, the guy jumped up and yelled, "Poison? What do you mean? Were those darts that just rained down laced with anesthetic?" Lee Jin-ah scratched his chin, pretending to be wise, or did the core of the spikes contain a lethal liquid? Of course, his guess was completely off the mark. Kim Woojin poured a bucket of cold water on him. Wrong, that barrage earlier swept through the area all the way to the back. If the spikes contained poison, the squishy rearguard would have dropped dead before the vanguard shield bearers. Lee Jin-ah blinked like a kindergartner thirsting for knowledge. How weird. Then when did they inhale the gas? Suddenly, he remembered the moment the beast roared, creating a sonic shockwave that blew away a chunk of the dense forest. Oh man, that stupid commander said everything was under control, but it turns out this was the true face of the Grim Reaper. The clueless guy stomped his feet and asked persistently, "So what's the plan now? Are we going to jump down and save that battered bunch?" Kim Woojin dusted his clothes off and stood up straight, summarizing in one word, "No." He smirked dangerously. Now that we've grasped the prey's secret, the hunter should start setting the net. On the desolate rear front, the skeleton minion army had already cleanly wiped out a squad of aggressive goblins. Looking at Kim Woojin's eager expression, as if he was about to dive in and play with the beast. Lee Jin-ah turned pale and stammered, "Are you crazy? Are you planning to serve your life to it on a silver platter?" He calmly tossed a sentence back without even turning his head, "Me going over to say hi is enough. You set up camp here and take care of the aftermath." Lee Jin-ah patted his chest in relief, but in the blink of an eye he smelled the stench of labor exploitation. "Thank God. Wait no, you sly fox, I'm not your servant for you to order around." Kim Woojin turned back with a bright smile. "Is that so? Great, then feel free to scram, every man for himself." Seeing his partner ruthlessly flip the script and try to kick him to the curb, Lee Jin-ah immediately chickened out. scratching his head and laughing awkwardly to save face. Just joking. What I meant is that I'm completely willing to stay and dedicate myself to this noble task. At this moment, the needle snake was rooted imposingly on the ground, obediently standing still. Gusts of cold wind blew past, carrying a faint, invisible miasma seeping out from the countless empty holes on the beast's skin. Peeking from behind a nearby tree trunk was a mysterious dark silhouette. Kim Woojin coldly analyzed, invisible killing intent swirling around, colorless and odorless, which is why those rookies over there fell into the trap without realizing it. The entire operation went up in smoke because of this, and the final puzzle piece has finally been solved. He glanced down at the pile of lifeless corpses on the ground. By the time the brain realized it was on the verge of death, the body had already withered beyond saving. However, this rule had to exclude him. Kim Woojin reached up a finger to adjust his skull mask, right as the notification window glowed. The hidden power of Apophis has been activated. The lethal poison from the needle snake is completely neutralized against your body. The needle snake's miasma stimulates the power of the hemolysis spell. Skimming down to the final status line, the corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. To think that the authority of the god Apophis was enough to bolster the lethal power of the hemolysis blood magic, killing two birds with one stone. Suddenly, the corner of Kim Woojin's eye caught an unusual sight. He lowered his gaze, locking onto a spear lying bare on the ground. Kim Woojin relaxed his body and crouched down, activating the system screen to check his inventory. He meticulously inspected every piece of equipment stored in his virtual bag. Kim Woojin calculated in his head, with a colossal body like that, its dermal armor must be as tough as a fortress wall. I need to peel it apart piece by piece. Charging headfirst into close combat will only put me at a disadvantage. He smirked, playing a game of cat and mouse like this is true art. In a hidden corner not too far away, a guy with a red string tied around his wrist was heavily punching a large wooden trunk to vent his frustration. John Jun tore at his hair in extreme regret. This is awful. He achieved absolutely nothing, and all those innocent lives lost were entirely due to his blind leadership. He looked up and asked his comrade to see how many surviving lives could still be salvaged. Jin Hong turned his head away and sighed, "There's nothing we can do." When it was every man for himself, I glanced over. Probably around 30 people made it. But why even care? The current situation is already completely ruined. The guy pleaded in despair, "John Jun, think of a way to salvage our people." Who knows, maybe a miracle would still favor those left trapped behind, but unfortunately, John's mind had pivoted in a different direction. We will hold our ground here and herd all the remnants together into one unit. He coldly reached up to push his glasses. Anyone who hasn't escaped can be considered already in the grave. Jin Hong strained his neck and roared, "Wait for what? This crippled handful of people isn't even enough to scratch its itch, especially when our defensive shield-bearers are all dead and gone." John's face hardened as he delivered his verdict. Going back is just collecting corpses. Don't even think about wasting more manpower. Just regroup our formation, recharge our spirits, and go back for a clear-cut fight to the death. Even knowing it was a 9 out of 10 chance of death, dragging their bodies back to that battlefield was no different from spoon-feeding themselves to the beast. Jin Hong tore at his hair, furiously cursing under his breath. The guy waved his hand and pointed straight at the trembling remnants huddled together. "It's right in front of us. There's still hope to save them." Miserably, the aftereffects of the death smoke left the whole group staggering in pain. Jin Hong gritted his teeth and interrogated him. "Do you really have the heart to just abandon our helpless brothers like that? Do the words coming out of your mouth even sound right to you?" John Jun clenched his fists until they turned pale, his inner mind tearing itself apart. His mouth was shouting to rally their spirits, but the truth was glaringly obvious. Bringing a fragile formation with no vanguard armor out to take hits was nothing short of mass suicide. The harsh reality was that, on the precipice of life and death, the commander was forced to keep a head colder than ice. Suddenly, from far away, a booming explosion echoed over, snapping the whole group out of their daze. "What the hell is it this time?" A rookie, his face drained of blood, stammered, "What if that monster is sniffing its way over to us?" "Better safe than sorry," John growled and shouted loudly, "Quickly pinpoint that bastard's coordinates for me." The mercenary skilled in scouting immediately kicked hard off the ground and vaulted up into the canopy. With squirrel-like agility, he swung and perched himself on a sturdy branch of an ancient tree far above the ground. Scanning his eyes through the branches and leaves to find the beast's silhouette, the scout suddenly froze stiff, his jaw ready to drop to the floor. Seeing their teammate as mute as a clam, the remnants below flared up and called out, "Are you just sightseeing? If you see something, spit it out." The scout stammered, racking his brain for words to describe it. "I know it sounds absurd, but it looks like some madman is going toe-to-toe with the needle snake." The moment he finished speaking, John was dumbfounded. "Are you hallucinating?" Jin Hong was half believing and half doubting. He snapped and pressed, "This isn't a funny joke, you know. Tell us the details, hurry up." The scout pointed straight toward the smoke-filled front lines. "I'm just calling it as I see it. There is clearly someone dissecting the monster. If you don't believe me, climb up here and broaden your horizons." Hearing this, John Jun felt as if lightning had struck his heart, his limbs freezing. In the middle of that hellish crucible full of toxic mist, someone was taking a casual stroll. Jin Hong's jaw dropped in disbelief, still gritting his teeth to ask one more time, "You're not seeing things, are you?" Beads of sweat poured down John's forehead as he racked his brain to deduce that miasma was so horrifying that just getting close would turn your lungs to mush. Unable to bear the curiosity, the whole group nimbly climbed up into the canopy, gathering around to spectate. And then, striking their retinas, was the sight of the colossal beast being battered to a pulp. Without prior agreement, the exact same thought exploded in all their minds: what the hell is going on here? John Jun suddenly woke up and realized the key point. Hold on. If that guy is safe and sound, does that mean the miasma has vanished into thin air? Otherwise, how is he alive? He gritted his teeth, crushing a piece of tree bark in his hand. If we seize the opportunity to jump in right now. The tragedy is that our stamina has hit rock bottom. After a few seconds of intense inner turmoil, John growled decisively, "Brothers, rally your spirits, we're making a comeback." Jin Hong rolled his eyes so far back they were white. "Dive headfirst into our graves. You were the one who just adamantly forbade suicide." John mercilessly barked back, "Are you blind, or did you not hear the report? The cloud of deadly poison has completely evaporated." He was itching for revenge. This was the perfect time and place to wash away their previous humiliation. He rallied the courage of the whole team. "If we let the prey slip away now, where are we going to find a second chance to turn the tables?" On the fierce, distant battlefield, the bare needle snake, completely stripped of its spikes, was roaring in fits of madness. A rain of arrows violently pelted its tough scales, ringing out with suffocating clacking sounds, but the tragic part was that the damage was negligible. To make up for it, the fly-like harassment from the skeleton soldiers made the beast flare up with fury. The mindless skeletons below were completely stone-faced. Knowing no fear, they senselessly drew their bows and loosed arrows in perfect sync with the rhythm Kim Woojin dictated. Using the skeleton legion as a distraction, he leisurely circled around to the blind spot far behind the prey, his brain analyzing, right out of the playbook. A few chipped spears and arrows could never pry open this transcendent defensive armor. At that exact moment, the beast was completely blind to the death sentence hovering right at its nape. Kim Woojin wielded 2 razor-sharp long spears and vaulted over its body. The wisest move was to bypass the physical defense and inject the lethal poison directly into its bloodstream. The needle snake grew increasingly impatient with the annoyance of the dry bones wielding bows, hovering around and threatening it. Mad blood rushing to its brain, its bloodshot eyes burning with killing intent like lasers, it unhinged its giant jaws and charged violently toward the skeleton soldiers. The 2 skeleton minions standing at the forefront keenly grasped the enemy's intent to tear them apart and immediately switched to a do-or-die defense mode. The smooth-bodied beast drove its head close to the ground, opening its mouth wide in an attempt to swallow whole the 2 piles of bones blocking its path. But the army of death was more graceful than expected. Both bent their knees and sprang up into the air, lightly dodging the brutal bite. Missing its prey, the monster's head slammed heavily into the ground, plowing up a blinding cloud of dust and sand. Amidst the chaos, Kim Woojin smoothly glided right up to the top of its skull, while the beast remained clueless, oblivious to the scent of killing intent. Fishing in troubled waters, he twirled the razor-sharp spear in his hand into a deadly arc. His razor-sharp gaze coldly sealed the deal. Thwack, a sweet sound of tearing flesh rang out as the 2 spears ruthlessly impaled into 2 empty pores on the monster's body. The system display flashed. The needle snake has been afflicted by the hemolysis blood magic. The agonizing pain made the bastard jerk and whip its head around, glaring wide-eyed at the hunter who had just stabbed its flank. Kim Woojin leisurely spoke out like a soulmate, shedding your protective spikes just to expose these adorable, sensitive little holes. Let me inject a needle laced with a full dose of lethal poison right into your fatal pressure point. From deep within the hole, a wisp of toxic vapor hissed out. He ignored it and mocked. Compared to human anatomy, this spot is as sensitive as a pore. Stabbing a needle into it must hurt like hell, right? It's unclear if the beast could digest the joke, but it growled and bared its fangs, showing its hostile attitude toward him. Kim Woojin's lips curled into a contemptuous smirk. That bloody escape act from earlier was just bait, huh? Doing that was the only way those rookies would drop their guard and charge straight into the death zone. The monster lunged forward to tear him apart. He leisurely drew another razor-sharp spear and readied it, chuckling inwardly. The naive hunters being led by the nose by it wouldn't even be able to close their eyes in the afterlife. Kim Woojin raised the long spear up to eye level. Once that proud armor falls off, all that's left are fatal weak points. The moment he saw the hideous head draw near, he flexed his arm and forcefully hurled the spear, tearing through the wind. In reality, the miasma had been pouring out incessantly this entire time. The trajectory of the sharp spear tore through space, violently piercing into the beast's pupil. A bitter thwack rang out. The bastard roared wildly, one of its eyeballs having been blinded. The screen immediately updated with more data. The needle snake continues to deeply absorb the hemolysis blood magic. Hit by a combo of deadly poison, the monster writhed and rolled miserably, its massive body thrashing heavily against the ground, throwing up clouds of dirt and rocks. Unfortunately, its desperate death throes couldn't even touch the hem of Kim Woojin's clothes. He gracefully launched himself and swung through the canopy, gently swerving into a safe direction. He craned his neck and cast a sidelong glance at it, poking fun. You're so huge, yet so slow, huh? Does it feel fun having your organs boil after a taste of lethal poison? On the garbage-clearing front, a goblin's corpse fell to the dry ground with a thud. Li Jin Ah, in the guise of the foreign backpacker Spasiba, glared toward the fiery crucible, muttering his grievances. You told me to sneak in invisibly, and now you're the one turning this dungeon upside down. The guy gritted his teeth in frustration, and on top of that, you order me to act as a corpse carrier. Isn't it evil to torment an outstanding talent like this? Although Kim Woojin still had the mercy to toss him a few dry skeletons as helpers, Li Jin Ah was still too bitter to swallow his anger. He immediately shoved a massive middle finger right into a skeleton soldier's face to salvage his dignity. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he got. Taste this local delicacy, son. Suddenly, the skull's jaw dropped, emitting Kim Woojin's monotone voice, report your progress right now. Li Jin Ah's heart skipped a beat as he jumped up, hastily hiding his finger behind his back. Oh my god, that scared the life out of me. Since when have you been haunting me? Kim Woojin didn't bother calling out the vulgar gesture, simply asking in a flat voice, are you done with the chores I gave you? Li Jin Ah squeezed out a twisted smile. Of course it's all good. I'll wrap up once I finish this spot. But are you absolutely sure that giant python is going to drag its corpse over to this corner? Which deity gave you that tip? Kim Woojin splashed cold water on him mercilessly. I don't have time to teach a class right now. Pack up quickly. Li Jin Ah fumed with anger and screamed in indignation. Hey, you exploit my labor until I cough up blood, and now you're just going to ignore me. Sadly, he didn't even bother to respond. The dry skeleton standing in front of Li Jin Ah simply drooped its head and powered down, disconnecting from the channel. Kim Woojin calculated his next moves. The stage over there has been set. It's time to draw the curtains and begin the show. He dashed swiftly through the dense forest matrix, aiming straight for the prey's pinned coordinates. In the needle snake's hellish crucible, a dry skeleton warrior holding a sword was unleashing a flurry of strikes against the tough scales. Suddenly, its eye sockets darted in another direction, as if catching a signaled command. The hollow pupils flashed with an eerie, magical cyan light. Synchronization successful. It was Kim Woojin himself possessing and pulling the strings of this underworld soldier. He dropped the chipped sword onto the ground. He turned the skull to look at the bundle of razor-sharp, long spears, emitting a cold, killing intent behind his back. Without hesitating for half a beat, he strode over and swiftly grabbed a spear. Using the skeletal body, Kim Woojin carried the weapon and charged heavily toward the front lines. The deadly target was none other than that eyesore of a bastard, the needle snake, thrashing a few strides away. Building up enough momentum, he kicked hard and soared to the peak of the sky. Carrying the flying momentum, Kim Woojin manipulated the skeleton to zigzag through the lush canopy. Taking advantage of the sudden ambush, he dive-bombed with precision, driving the two spears deep into the beast's vulnerable pores. The beast convulsed and writhed madly, astounded at being flanked from behind by its prey. The system panel flashed, notifying that the needle snake had absorbed more lethal poison. Suppressing the agony, it violently swung its massive flared head to seek out and destroy the skeleton soldier that Kim Woojin had just possessed and manipulated. However, his mind calculated even faster. Synchronization successfully cancelled. The soulless corpse was returned to the cruel reality, realizing that its boss, Kim Woojin, had just passed the buck and handed it a hilariously tragic death sentence. Dead center in front of it now was the needle snake's reeking, giant mouth, gaping wide like a black hole. But the play wasn't over. In a nearby hidden corner, another skeleton warrior kicked through the wind and shot up high. The soldier was also tightly gripping two lethal, poison-laced spears. He contorted his body in midair, aiming perfectly at the bull's, the snake's armored skull. Missing no shots, the pair of spearheads cleanly pierced right into the fatal pore holes on the top of the monster's head. This spectacular assist not only bailaid out the ally, but also delivered a blow that sent the beast's proud head plunging into the mud. The skeleton minion stroked its chin and spat out words in Kim Woojin's monotonous, mocking voice. "Let me pin a few bristles back on you so you can live up to that shoddy needle snake label of yours." He gritted out every venomous word. "I am personally touching up your beauty for you." His words trailing off, Kim Woojin spurred the skeleton soldiers to relentlessly smash their spears into every dark hole on the needle snake's body. The follow-up stabs rained down incessantly, while the bastard could only offer its head to take the beating, entirely powerless to defend itself. The system sounds echoed continuously. The needle snake is drenched in blood magic. All of the needle snake's resistance stats are plummeting endlessly. At this point, countless long spears had been planted like bristles, filling up the empty holes on its skull. From afar, it looked as if its sharp spikes were growing back, but heaven knows how excruciatingly those decorations tormented its very core. Panicked to the point of losing its mind, the beast fled for its life without looking back. Slipping away to a distant corner, a dry skeleton shadow clutching a deadly poisoned spear gazed obsessively at the prey. It was yet another shell steered by Kim Woojin. He twisted his body into a javelin-throwing stance, muttering in disdain, "With a massive body like this, it's going to take quite some time to circulate the lethal poison into its bloodstream." Tossing those words into the wind, he used all the strength in his life to hurl the javelin straight toward the colossal body. A blink later, his consciousness shifted directly into the skeleton soldier, aggressively clinging onto the beast's back. Connection successful. This dry skeleton's heavy responsibility was to catch the death spear that had just flown its way. Kim Woojin pulled the strings, sending the dry skeleton leaping nimbly into the air, riding the wind. The leather-gloved skeletal hands accurately snatched the wind-piercing spear. Borrowing the momentum of the free fall, he channeled maximum power into his arm muscles. Twisting his shoulder, he delivered a brutal strike straight into the beast's sensitive hair follicle. Squelch, a spine-chilling sound of bone being pierced echoed as the spear drilled a deep hole. The virtual screen flashed red repeatedly. Needle Snake sank deep into the deadly poison. Needle Snake's vitality plummeted. Needle Snake's defense was completely shattered. The flesh-tearing agony made it writhe half-dead, but alas, the enemy was too cunning and scheming. The beast could only roar in despair. It frantically shook its skull to shake off the bony fleas, but unfortunately, they were clinging tightly to the spear shaft embedded deep in its fatal spot, sticking like hungry leeches no matter what. With no way out, the vicious beast tucked its tail and fled, absolutely not daring to engage in close combat with Kim Woojin for another second. Taking advantage of the prey's panicked escape, Kim Woojin steered the skeleton soldier to flawlessly dismount from its back. Perched on a nearby branch watching the fleeing baggage, he smiled contemptuously. "Reached your limit so you had to sneak away, huh?" Kim Woojin cut the connection, returning his consciousness to his original body. The monster, half-blinded, staggered and plunged forward to clear a bloody path. Right on the sole path it was dragging itself across lay the scattered, charred corpses of the goblin monsters. The clueless beast didn't know the cruel nightmare had just begun. As it slid past, an ear-splitting boom rang out. The Underworld emissary's corpse explosion skill had been triggered. The bomb's aftershock hit its face directly, making its skull ring. The vicious beast staggered, lifting its battered head out of the thick smoke. It shook its head vigorously to dispel the burning smell, struggling to gather its remaining shreds of consciousness. Immediately, the monster veered to flee in the opposite direction. Kim Woojin, viewing through the skeleton soldier, gave a mocking smirk. Left or right, you're just running into a dead end, kid. Clearly, its backup escape route had already been decorated, with a pile of rotting goblin meat waiting for it. The moment its giant snout opened and swept past the pre-laid minefield of corpses. Kim Woojin ruthlessly pressed the execution button once more. The representative of Darkness's corpse explosion secret art officially fired. The beast looked dumbfounded, seeing hellfire blindingly erupt right at its eyelids. The explosive shockwave this time was as brutal as a chain-reacting minefield. A continuous barrage of deafening explosions tore through the space, the flames swallowing the night sky. The system panel flashed red. Needle Snake was drowned in deadly poison. Needle Snake's protective armor was torn to shreds. Needle Snake's life bar was evaporating uncontrollably. In a quiet office, a newspaper page was slammed onto the wooden desk. Catching the eye was the sensational headline sitting on the front page. Bloody tragedy, the campaign to clear the fourth-floor dungeon completely collapsed. Osechin curled his lips into a deep sneer. The trump card pampered by Park Yang-won ended up falling so pathetically. The play is getting more and more captivating. If they somehow drag their bodies out of that sixth-floor monster nest, old Park Yang-won would be absolutely heartbroken, right? He snapped his fingers, instructing his secretary, rent a luxury car and send it straight to the Needle Snake cave entrance quickly. Lee Jisu's eyes widened in surprise. Hold on, that group has been in there for less than a week. Osechin grinned mischievously. I didn't spend all that money on masks for them to just wear as decorations. As long as there are no prying eyes, they have more than enough power to wreak havoc and show off all their tricks. Lee Jisu tilted her head, giving her boss a sharp glare. So that means we can't reuse those trashed cars from the junkyard like usual. Their label right now is Russian foreigners, you know. She stood up decisively. We must mobilize a car with diplomatic plates to evacuate them immediately in case things get tense. The word diplomatic hit Sechin's eardrums, making him sweat bullets, his heart aching. A diplomatic plate? How many digits is this gold mine going to drop by? Feeling the pinch, he shamelessly tried to salvage it. Hold on a second, Secretary Lee, is there any diplomatic delegation in the world that walks without needing a luxury car? Knowing her boss's stingy, penny-pinching nature too well, she mercilessly threw cold water on him. Dream on. Followed by a harsh, loud door slam. Turning the lens back to the dungeon's cauldron of fire, Lee Jin-ah stood with crossed arms on a stone arch, taking in the whole situation, his eyes wide as he saw the beast dragging its battered body to run exactly along the trajectory Kim Woojin had mapped out. He scratched his head in stunned analysis. Are you kidding me? Did that madman predict its escape route like a god, using meat grenades to corner the prey into a shallow trap? Kim Woojin casually stepped out carrying his spear, together with his skeleton army, tightening the encirclement to trap the beast in the center. After sweating buckets, the big fish was finally herded right into the prepared net. The beast shook its dizzy skull, trying to brush off the acrid smoke lingering on its head. Its proud armor was now torn to shreds, bloodied and too pathetic to look at. The system analysis panel flashed the Grim Reaper's message. Blood magic has permeated every cell of Needle Snake. Kim Woojin gave a faint smile. On the outside, you try to look majestic, but the hourglass has completely run out. The minions below were still tireless, taking turns raining arrows on that massive body. Furious at these pesky ant bites, it turned its skull and glared at the skeleton soldiers with fiery eyes. But those underworld creatures had no fear nerves, their hands still rhythmically plucking their bowstrings, thwack thwack. The beast, boiling with rage, turned its snout, intending to chew off the heads of these annoying runts. But just as it swept its jaw to the right, it got flanked and bombed by the left-wing soldiers. Startled, it retracted its head and snapped to the left to defend. Seeing his skeletal minions having so much fun, Kim Woojin didn't even bother going all out, just taking his time to enjoy the show. The deadly poison had seeped into its marrow. Dragging out the time would only exhaust it and make it endure the full force of the flesh-tearing pain. On another front, John Jun hurriedly led the remnants of his troops, sprinting toward the monster's coordinates. Legs pumping at full speed, his mind was still tangled in a mess. All he had heard were echoing wails. It was obvious that tons of mercenaries had been slaughtered by this meat grinder. John's gut churned with curiosity. Just how unparalleled was the power of that mysterious hero? Before reaching their destination, all surviving souls in this hellish stage were struck by a system thunderbolt. The vicious beast needle snake has been purged. The crowd stood dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? The dreaded needle snake has fallen. A rookie shed tears of happiness. We lived. We get to take our lives back home. Another curiously whispered, did that benefactor do magic? Before slipping away from the drop zone, he will surely strip the beast's corpse bare for us to see. John Jun bulged his eyes out. Absurd, taking the head of a beast king single-handedly. Jin Hong, seeing him nailed to the spot, quickly turned his head and shouted, John Jun, this way, run as fast as you can. Without hesitation, he lifted his legs and dashed off. It makes sense, after wading through all this mud, one should pick up some loot. Who would go back empty-handed? John reviewed the script in his head. Taking it to the grave, I must witness the face of that madman before I can close my eyes in peace. As for Kim Woojin, the system chimes rang out crisply, delivering a new title. Congratulations, you have fully claimed the ultimate needle snake hunter badge exclusive to the Emissary of the Dark World, inheriting a sliver of supreme authority. The follow-up notification immediately arrived. The Peak Needle Snake Hunter title is activated, permanent buff adding 20 points to all stats. The Common Needle Snake Hunter title effect, a bonus of 3 points to all attributes. Not stopping there, a blinding streak of light confirmed that blood magic had ascended to a new rank skill. And the attached reward was an abundant basket of proficiency points. A gilded holy light struck straight down from the void onto Kim Woojin's body. His level skyrocketed. Closing the chain of gifts was an exclusive secret order just for him. Latest directive, dismember Needle Snake and seize the precious Emperor Dragon's heart hidden deep within its veins. Looking at the massive pile of mushy meat looming before him, Kim Woojin scratched his head and clicked his tongue. Really brought this upon myself. Right at that moment, John Jun's mercenary squad trudged to the scene. However, their path of advance was blocked by a looming figure. Li Jin Ah, in the guise of the Western Guy Spaziba, was swaggering with his arms spread wide, blocking the way. He unleashed a volley of heavily thug-accented English to intimidate the crowd. Everyone stepped back to the starting line now. Jin Hong looked dumbfounded. What's this? Why block the road all of a sudden? John Jun hurriedly raised his hands in peace. Calm down, friend, we're not here to cause trouble. Li Jin Ah couldn't be bothered to open his mouth, only raising a cold hand like a stop sign, absolutely not letting even a fly pass. A rookie on John's side asked a comrade for help. This guy is deaf to Korean. Is there anyone in the team fluent in English? John Jun sweated bullets, raising both hands high in surrender. Listen, buddy, I swear I just want to take a tiny peek. He poured his heart out swearing. We are 100% innocent, with no intention of robbing anything. Unfortunately, in exchange for that sincerity was only Li Jin Ah's iceberg face, along with 3 looming skeletal guardians appearing, sending chills down his spine. Good lord, is this the legendary skeleton summoning art? Glued to the skull army, John's brain was running at full speed. That's right, with lifeless bodies, releasing tons of poison gas would be useless. This trick is absolutely top tier to counter Needle Snake, but whoever could manifest this fictional magic is truly something supernatural. He gritted his teeth. The mighty Hunter Alliance was completely shattered, yet some random force effortlessly chopped Needle Snake to pieces. What mysterious puzzle piece was lying outside his control? Midst his brain plotting a way to sneak past and admire the ruined corpse of the vicious beast, suddenly an earth-shaking tremor echoed, causing flocks of birds to flap their wings and scatter in surprise. Jin Hong and his subordinates widened their eyes as they caught sight of the source of the earlier explosion. A rookie from John's side stuttered, pointing his finger, that giant thing over there is. Even the gatekeeper Li Jin Ah, Kim Woojin's sworn brother, curiously turned his head to take a peek. Sitting majestically in the distance, the skull of the vicious beast sluggishly raised up, its flesh and skin beginning to fall like leaves, dissolving into the air, leaving only a gigantic, stark-white skeleton. John Jun swallowed hard, his throat burning, just to recover his trembling voice. What the hell did the legendary butcher Needle Snake turn into? He shivered, talking to himself. That's taking a joke too far. Is someone trying to summon its soul and turn it into a giant skull? Seizing the moment, the foreign backpacker dropped his guard. Jun flashed forward like an arrow released from the bowstring. He hunched his back low, slipping past Lee Jin-ah's blind spot, pouring all his firepower into his legs with the ultimate goal of scrutinizing the face of the hidden mastermind. Jun exhausted his vitality, sprinting, sliding smoothly past the blonde giant's shoulder. But who can predict the unexpected in life? In just a blink of an eye, a looming shadow capable of moving mountains and filling seas crashed right into his line of sight. Lee Jin-ah smoothly wrapped an arm around him, putting John in a stiff chokehold, and slammed him to the ground as lightly as a feather. He was scared out of his wits by the demonic martial skills and the sheer muscle mass of this Russian player. A loud thud tore through the ground as Jun's body skidded pitifully for a long distance. When he managed to hit the brakes, he rubbed his aching back and grimaced, asking, what kind of freakish chokehold was that? Playing the role of a grumpy foreign thug, Lee Jin-ah spewed a string of English full of gunpowder. The road is closed, get the hell back to the starting line. Knowing a mere shrimp couldn't overturn this steel defensive wall, Jun had to swallow his pride and order, brothers, step back, let's retreat. I've already seared his face deep into my brain. Panning the camera to Kim Woojin's area, right at the moment the vicious beast shook off its mortal dust to transform into a magnificent skeleton, a dazzling golden core appeared right under its chin. The blindingly radiant gem, hovering and spinning in midair, fully contained a surging, rolling spiritual aura. Playing the mysterious foreigner Isaac Ivanov, Kim Woojin curled his lips into a triumphant smile. Having it served right to his mouth like this was quite relaxing, wasn't it? At that exact moment, the notification panel popped an error text, skeleton summoning ritual unsuccessful. Simple reason, level 2 low to conjure a massive skull monster. The gigantic skeleton began to crack into pieces and plummeted to the ground with deafening crashes. The oversized frame, the terrifying combined weight, created a series of ear-piercing tremors. A massive cloud of dust billowed up, obscuring an entire corner of the sky. Moments later, the forest wind swept through, blowing away the murky curtain, outlining the silhouette of a solitary figure walking out. In Kim Woojin's palm right now nestled that precious gem. System text flashed brightly with good news. Successfully collected legendary item, Emperor Dragon's Heart. Exclusive privilege for the possessor of the Emperor Dragon. A terrifying 50% buff to the power of all burst magic. A bonus 20% energy regeneration rate whenever mana is depleted. Requires one more level up to unlock activation. Outside the dungeon, a pure white car with its engine running was already waiting right at the gate. Inside the car, a guy typing clack-clack on a news article titled "The Failed Needle Snake Raid" blurted out a complaint. It's been a week already and still dead silent, huh? His colleague rubbed his head with both hands, replying in frustration. Not a single clue. From the start, no one dared to believe this net would succeed. Us journalists are just following the crowd. But then again, if this actually pulls through, it would be earth-shattering news for the hunter world. He shook his head wearily. I just hope this settles quickly. Staking out here forever isn't the way. Even as reporters, it's time to throw in the towel. Suddenly, the system outside the car broadcasted a notification that the campaign had been brilliantly completed. The pot-bellied reporter immediately threw open the door, flying out to catch the situation. His eyes wide as saucers, he exclaimed in shock, How could this happen? Right in front of them, countless reporters from various publishers had surrounded all the exits. The sound of camera shutters clicked like pouring rain. Amidst the chaos, a loud voice rang out, Who is the manager of this area? Come out here now. No one stepped up to take responsibility. At this moment, Jun and Jin Hong had just stepped out of the dungeon gate, looking around wildly for their target. Someone snapped, Where the hell did the support team of the Kirin Guild hide? Immediately a voice answered, We're over here. Jun almost went mad, his neck veins bulging as he roared, Block all the Russians. They are the ones who took down Needle Snake. Hold them tight later. Absolutely do not let them escape from here. Jin Hong immediately identified the target when he caught a glimpse of the two Russian hunters disguised by Kim Woojin and Lee Jin-ah stepping out. He frantically yelled, There, it's those two guys from earlier, they killed Needle Snake. The reporters crazily snapped photos and shoved microphones close. Please accept our interview. How do you two feel right now? Amid the jam-packed encirclement, Jun was blocked by the journalists, only able to scream helplessly as he watched Woojin fading from view. Stop them. Quickly stop them from leaving this place. Suffocatingly crushed by the crowd, he angrily shouted, "Get out of the way! Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me?" By the time he struggled out of the sea of people, the pitch-black car with blue diplomatic plates had smoothly carried Kim Woojin and Lee Jin-ah out of sight. Staring at the car's license plate, John Jun fumed to the point of bleeding, grinding his teeth cursing those bastards because the law didn't allow anyone to intercept a diplomatic vehicle. Settled in the car, Lee Jin-ah happily jiggled his leg in triumph. "Hey, Brother O'Sechin is really a big spender. Now we can rest easy and sleep deeply in some luxurious place." As he spoke, he peeled off his disguise mask, revealing his handsome male god face. So what item dropped? Taking down that giant needle snake, the worst it could be is still a top-tier artifact, right? Seeing Kim Woojin keep his eyes glued to his phone and ignoring him, he glared annoyedly. "If you used me like a dog, you should at least throw a bone so I know the taste." He casually ignored the nagging, calmly putting the phone to his ear. "Kim Woojin here. Yes, I just finished the battle." The person on the other end was O'Sechin. He was sitting leisurely in front of his computer screen to update the news. "Kim Woojin. Ah no, Isaac Ivanov is correct. How does it feel to be a savior hero?" Woojin didn't answer but asked back. "Yes, how is public opinion reacting right now?" O'Sechin laughed heartily. "All the major newspapers are calling out your name, from the Needle Snake Extermination Campaign to who the real Isaac Ivanov is." The name Isaac Ivanov is the center of discussion, especially with the appearance of a new skill. Overall, trading a bit of reputation for a huge score like this is well worth it. O'Sechin began to reveal his cherished plan. "I'm thinking of elevating Isaac Ivanov's value, bringing this name to a grander stage. If you don't mind, I've already prepared a script." He secretly thought this fake title would be a perfect passport to enter specific dungeons. He had originally intended to propose it himself, but since the other party initiated it, things were even smoother. He displayed a rare, respectful attitude. "That's great, then I'll leave everything to your guidance from now on." O'Sechin excitedly shared, "Good. While you were engrossed in fighting, there was a very interesting drama outside. You know Jin Hyami, Park Yong-won's core bodyguard, right?" The entire team, led by Jin Hyami, was wiped clean right after setting foot on the 4th floor. Hunters dying in the dark dungeon is a daily occurrence, but this time, it reeks of something shady. According to my private intelligence network, an insider had infiltrated Jin Hyami's ranks. At the same time, I also got hold of the list of players receiving sponsorship money from the Yamato Alliance. Holding a stack of bank statements in his hand, O'Sechin clicked his tongue in praise. Even though the move was anticipated, you have to admit the Skull Guild just landed a fatal sneak attack. Kim Woojin frowned in confusion. "Why are you telling me this?" O'Sechin calmly replied. "What's the use of hiding it from you? I'm well aware of the personal grudge between you, Park Yong-won, and that Skull Guild too." Kim Woojin assessed inwardly. Is this uncle starting to bite Park Yong-won in secret using wiretapping tricks? O'Sechin has truly never been an ordinary guy. The diplomatic plated car, slowly pulled into a roadside rest, stopped right on schedule. Woojin decisively opened the door and stepped down. "We stop here." Lee Jin-ah stretched and yawned. Getting out of the car now." He began to write his own script with a gleeful face. "Oh, did Brother O'Sechin say he'd treat us to a big meal to make up for our hard work?" Lee Jin-ah's mouth kept blabbering nonstop. "Even if he doesn't treat us, I'm already drooling for the tofu udon noodles at this rest stop." "What are we getting out here for?" Kim Woojin coldly patted the hood of a dilapidated, battered car. "From now on, we travel by this warhorse." Staring at the scrap metal pile that might be older than him, Lee Jin-ah rolled his eyes back. What the hell is this? His muscular body was completely oversized for the cramped space. As he curled his body to squeeze into the driver's seat, Lee Jin-ah cursed bitterly. "So that's it? Damn it. I was wondering why that old man was so generously lending us such a nice car." He grumbled continuously without letting anyone get a word in. "Look at it, this thing isn't even fit for the junkyard. So filthy and shabby it makes me sick. Who in this day and age would dare take this disaster on the road?" Kim Woojin felt slightly offended, lightly dropping a sentence. "This is my car." Hearing that, Lee Jin-ah instantly flipped his attitude faster than flipping a pancake. He smiled awkwardly. "Ha ha! In our country, this lightweight car that doesn't waste a drop of gas is obviously a unique masterpiece. Clearly, the one driving it must be a man of both brains and brawn and extremely patriotic." Suddenly remembering his protesting stomach, Kim Woojin reminded him. Come to think of it, he mentioned he left some food money in the glove compartment. He suggested, "If you're hungry, get a bite to eat first and we'll figure out the rest." Woojin hurriedly lunged to open the glove compartment lid. Inside lay a lonely envelope. He grabbed it, his eyes shining with expectation. Unbelievable, meal money sponsorship, the sun might just rise from the west tomorrow. But the joy was short-lived. Turning the envelope upside down for ages only yielded a few torn bills, a mere 2,501. Holding the meager amount that wasn't even enough to buy a pack of instant noodles, Woojin was left speechless. Kim Woojin calmly started the engine and hit the gas, truly worthy of the name Osechin. Headlines continuously splashed across all news outlets. The hunter who took down Needle Snake, who exactly is Isaac Ivanov? Is Isaac Ivanov really a necromancer? Has a new skill branch truly appeared? Forums debated fiercely. Will foreigners continue to intervene in dungeons in Korea? From politics and economics to international news, everything was flooded with John Jun's exclusive interview. Below the video recording a campaign member's account, thousands of angry comments erupted. That big-nosed Russian brat dared to blatantly steal an A+ ranked dungeon, and he has the nerve to bite back and say he was attacked. Those bastards. Why tolerate foreigners coming in here? How ridiculous. I knew it, our domestic hunters are only good at running their mouths but can't get anything done. If they're so incompetent, they should have just handed it over to the Messiah Guild from the start. Lee Jisoo scrolled through the screen reading the community's reaction, her expression grave. Public opinion is shifting completely from curiosity to attacks. Especially that guy John Jun, his interview is intentionally igniting and leading the masses. She asked for permission to act. "If you agree, I will launch a counterattack campaign immediately." Osechin nodded with a faint smile. "Deploy it, we have to slap them with a lesson they'll remember." Before long, social media was once again in an uproar when international news sites simultaneously released correction articles. Exclusive interview with the hero Isaac Ivanov. Sensational headlines. Isaac Ivanov, I always hold absolute reverence for the Messiah Guild. Isaac Ivanov affirms, my greatest idol in life is exactly Sir Lee Sejun. I long to shoulder the missions that the world rejects, just like the ideals of the Messiah Guild. In the blink of an eye, the wind of public opinion shifted spectacularly. If he idolizes Sir Lee Sejun, Isaac Ivanov is definitely not a petty villain. I told you so, listening to one side ruins everything. Full support for Isaac Ivanov. The great Sir Lee Sejun has reached the global level. We have to issue him a visa quickly. Reading the series of news dancing on the screen, Woojin smirked triumphantly. He secretly praised Osechin's freakish cunning. Excellent, this isn't just media manipulation. With words praising them to the skies like this, even if the Messiah Guild wanted to, they couldn't sit still and play deaf and blind. He glanced at his phone, shaking his head to mock the opponent's dirty moves. If they couldn't recruit talented people, they should at least pretend to be magnanimous. Who would have thought the Messiah group would throw up a smokescreen intending to borrow a knife to kill someone? Looking at the pile of gear lying scattered before him, Woojin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Really looking forward to seeing how the Messiah Guild will take the bait. Before they come looking, I need to sharpen my sword really well. The phone suddenly buzzed with a new message notification, and he casually tapped it open. A brief message appeared on the screen. Breaking news. Park Yong-won has successfully cleared the 6th-floor dungeon. Kim Woojin broke into a cold smile. Finally caught you. At the press conference hall, Park Yong-won stood imposingly before a forest of camera lenses, casually taking the continuous flashing lights. The sound of camera shutters clicking like rain blended with the whispering of the media. Amidst all that, Secretary Kim ran up hurriedly, her face pale, and whispered into his ear. "Director, there's a huge incident that needs reporting immediately." Park Yong-won slightly furrowed his brow. "If the house isn't on fire and no one's dead, save it for later." Secretary Kim sweated bullets, emphasizing, "It's extremely urgent, sir. Jin Hyami's entire vanguard team was wiped out in the dungeon." The bad news was like a splash of cold water to the face. Park Yong-won's arrogant smile instantly froze, his eyebrows knitting tightly into a sharp line. He swung his hand decisively, signaling a male secretary to step up to the podium and take over the spokesperson position. He gave a perfunctory nod to the journalists and strode away, leaving the representative to placate the crowd. "The press conference will respectfully end here. Mr. Park Yong-won needs to be transferred to the hospital for a sudden health checkup." The representative announced loudly. The Phoenix Guild will compile official documents and send them to the publishers as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Park Young-won marched angrily to the parking lot. Get in the car and tell me everything clearly. He slid right into the luxurious armored car, the engine roaring before shooting off. Inside the quiet cabin, Secretary Kim began to report timidly. A few days ago, an anonymous package containing bank statements was sent to the office. Park Young-won interrupted irritably. Anonymous stuff with unknown origins, what gives you the right to trust it? Secretary Kim explained, trembling. I thought the same as you, sir, but the evidence inside was too detailed. According to the report from the search team that just returned from the dark dungeon, the situation is extremely dire. Most of the bodies of the Vanguard team had fatal wounds caused by weapons, absolutely no trace of monsters. That dungeon was only infiltrated by Jin Hyami's team, with absolutely no interference from other guilds. Hearing this, a surge of murderous intent flared up in Park Young-won's eyes. He had faintly pieced together the truth. Crack, the expensive tablet was snapped in half in his grip. So you're saying those bastards dared to plant a spy right into my core guard team? Skull Guild. You guys are good, daring to sneakily bite me this hard. Night fell at the top floor of the Messiah Guild's headquarters. The atmosphere in the council meeting room was suffocatingly quiet. Suddenly, a voice rang out, tearing through the silence. This matter with Park Young-won, how do we plan to clean it up? Shin Hai coldly dropped sharp words. If we need a pawn later to soothe public opinion, just let him fend for himself. But lately, it seems you've dipped your hands too deep into meddlesome business. The person called out, Sukahara Ken, shrugged back. Well, I'm still doing business with the Skull Guild. I'm just trying to take care of the trash cleanup here. Shin Hai slammed the table and stood up. What nonsense are you blabbering? This isn't a playground for you to do whatever you want. Did you fucking forget the mess in the Lizard Warrior dungeon? She pointed straight at the empty chair. If you want to handle it, make it clean. Even getting that idiot Kim Ji-hoon dragged into this leaves only the path to death. Are you planning to strip bare the relationship between us and the scum of the Skull Guild for the whole world to admire? I'm warning you, even though we usually turn a blind eye, this incident has crossed the line. The man glanced at the empty chair, a hint of contempt rising in his heart. Kim Ji-hoon, that useless, incompetent brat, finally had to suffer a humiliating death bearing his own name. Park Shin-hai crossed her arms, issuing an ironclad order. Our Messiah Guild officially cuts off all ties with the Skull Guild. All collaboration projects must be frozen immediately. Sukahara Ken slammed the table and sprang up, arguing with bulging veins. By what right? The guild master is absent. We have no reason to obey your dictatorship. Shin-hai didn't flinch at all, her eyes stabbing straight into him like daggers. I'll let you know you can be foolish enough not to understand, but this is the holy decree of master. Hearing that title, Sukahara Ken flinched, his eyebrows knotting tightly. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it but absolutely silenced. At the corner of the table, Noda Hajiro narrowed his beady eyes observing Shin-hai, his lips moving as if to object, but then stopping. The meeting ended in a suffocating atmosphere. The crowd dispersed, the two Japanese men walking closely side by side. Sukahara Ken tilted his head, lowering his voice to ask, What do you think about this, Noda Hajiro? The old man stroked his beard and snorted coldly, clearly looking down on us too much. Sukahara Ken nodded in agreement, his eyes flashing with a hint of betrayal. Exactly. Maybe it's time we pave our own way. We can't bow down and be dogs for the Messiah bunch forever. The next morning, at the luxurious mansion of Park Young-won, Kim Woojin sat across from him, leisurely speaking. I heard Jin Hyami's team was full of invincible elites. Didn't expect them to capsize in a ditch so easily. Park Young-won scratched his head, furiously cursing. Yeah, what a bunch of useless trash. I originally planned to squeeze some benefits out of the Skull Guild before settling the score. But now that the cards are on the table, I won't be satisfied until I hack them to pieces. Kim Woojin calmly enjoyed his tea, maintaining absolute silence. A moment later, he slowly spoke, his tone casual yet deliberate. Memories from his past life surged in Woojin's mind. Park Young-won, the man sitting before him, harbored the ambition to swallow the whole world. 10 years from now, Park Young-won would smuggle all precious items to Japan and begin a life of luxurious exile. Those who didn't know the truth cursed him as a despicable traitor, but the real reason behind his flight to Japan was to preserve his life, dodging the devouring tentacles of the Messiah Guild. Even if this man would sell out his country to save his own skin, it was still a godsend opportunity. Kim Woojin tapped lightly on the table, stating his condition. Let me join your personal guard. He laid his cards on the table. I know you plan to borrow my knife to kill, using me as a hound to tear them apart. But I, Kim Woojin, am not a disposable tissue to be thrown away after use. This arrogant declaration of war made Park Yang-won throw his head back and laugh out loud. He secretly sneered. Wants to join my inner circle? Brat, let's see what you're capable of. He drummed his fingers on the table, narrowing his eyes in calculation. This punk is offering himself up. If he really has talent, using force to make him work like a dog wouldn't be a bad idea. What is he scheming anyway? But whatever, the immediate goal is to remove the Skull Guild thorn. Let him do whatever he wants, as long as he has exploitable value. At that thought, Park Yang-won slapped his thigh and cheerfully agreed. Such audacity. He finalized the deal. So you will tear the Skull Guild apart for me, and in return, I will be your umbrella. Do I have that right? Kim Woojin nodded in confirmation. Exactly. If you want to use me, you have to pay the corresponding price. Coincidentally, I also have a few blood debts to settle completely with the Skull Guild. Park Yang-won flashed a sinister smile, rejoicing inwardly. Very good, an obedient hound. Stepping out of the gates of the massive villa, Kim Woojin secretly calculated every move. From this moment on, every heinous sin he committed. He looked up at the clear blue sky, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Dear Mr. Park Yang-won, you will be the scapegoat taking the fall for this entire mess. I am deeply indebted to you. The next day, at Park Yang-won's office, reigning atop the Orc Tower. In the grand office, he met with the chairman. Secretary Nam pushed the contract toward him, professionally announcing, based on your abilities, the terms have been elevated to the highest level of special treatment. I will process your joining procedures immediately. Kim Woojin stood up, bowing to the two powerful men. Understood, please take good care of me. Having said that, he turned sharply on his heel, leaving behind the dry thud of the closing door. Secretary Nam pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of suspicion. What kind of magic potion did that kid Kim Woojin use to slip into Mr. Park Yang-won's vanguard? He joined the guild less than half a year ago. He raised an eyebrow in dissatisfaction. I've dedicated so many years, with a flawless resume, and I'm still not qualified to step into that vanguard. The chairman thoughtfully stroked his chin. You can't say for sure. There must be an underlying reason we haven't grasped yet. Mr. Park Yang-won is a sly old fox. He would never do anything that brings a loss. Inside the descending elevator, incessant murmurs of gossip echoed. Heard the news. That little punk who betrayed his old teammates has groveled his way into Mr. Park Yang-won's guard. Kim Woojin pulled his hood down, standing silently in the eye of the rumor storm. Yeah, heard it, just dumb luck. He probably snagged some trash item by chance. Tusk, saying I'm not jealous would be a lie, damn it. As the elevator doors opened, the crowd still wouldn't shut up. What the hell is there to be jealous of about someone clinging to another man's coattails to get promoted? How long can that kind of guy survive? Kim Woojin treated them like thin air. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number, the corners of his mouth twitching into a bright smile. Indeed, the goddess of luck was on his side. But what do a few idle gossips matter? The bloody hunt has just barely begun to stir. On the messy desk, the phone rang, its screen lighting up with 3 words, Kim Woojin. Osechin picked up, his tone teasing. Well, what wind brought Mr. Isaac Ivanov here? I bet someone has to die for you to interrupt my prime time. Right after hearing the request from the other end, the middle-aged man jolted, frowning as he asked again. What, make a fake id? Sitting opposite Osechin, Lee Jin-ah yawned widely, pouting in disdain. That bastard again. What sinister plot is he hatching this time? Honestly. He pricked up his ears as Osechin replied. Well, it's not that I can't do it. He scratched his head and explained. It just takes a bit of effort to bypass those dungeon managers. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Just as he hung up, Osechin immediately reported the situation. He needs a fake name to sneak into a dungeon. We'll definitely find out what he's up to soon enough. Lee Jin-ah ruffled his messy hair, his sleepy eyes narrowing in vigilance. But bro, you don't know a damn thing about his plan, and you're still rushing to help. Don't tell me you've entrusted your very life to that Kim Woojin. Osechin smirked, a sharp edge hidden in his smile. I don't trust the man. I'm just curious to see whose neck his blade is pressed against. That will determine whether he is worthy of being our ally or not. His target will expose everything, because human greed never lies. The scene shifted. a white sports car roaring, tearing through the wind on the highway. Sitting in the passenger seat, the heavily muscled man growled, "You mean that brat Kim Woojin is stalking the Skull Guild?" T-Sung glanced at him, nodding firmly. "It's highly likely." He analyzed further. It seems Park Yang-won also plans to fight to the death with the Skull Scum. T-Sung rested his chin on his hand, his eyes calculating. Today, most of the remnants of the Skull Guild are gathered in this dungeon. This is truly a gold mine for both Park Yang-won and Kim Woojin. However, we can't rule out the possibility that Kim Woojin will establish his own faction and use a fake id to deceive us. Yang Ji-hoo sat in the back seat, his voice cold as ice. "I don't care about those trivial matters. My only goal is to take his life, as long as that punk steps foot into the dungeon." The car continued to accelerate, speeding straight toward the coordinates of death. As dusk fell, the quiet Yojung Island was torn apart by the dim streetlights, illuminating a desolate clearing. At the makeshift registration desk, the manager looked up and asked, "What's your name?" Kim Woojin calmly stepped forward, using his newly issued fake identity, Lee Jong-hoon. The manager jotted things down while instructing. "You're going solo, right? Sign here. This dungeon doesn't have a guide, so take this information sheet and read it yourself." His eyes swept over the paper. Two-headed dog dungeon. 2 floors. Difficulty D rank. Capacity 61 people. Condition under level 40. Objective kill the two-headed dog. Reward none. Woojin raised an eyebrow. A trashy D-rank dungeon with a capacity of up to 61 people. The vetting process was pathetically lax. Truly a perfect sanctuary for dirty tricks. Walking back to his car, he pondered deeply. This was well within his expectations. This dungeon was born to be his grave. Suddenly, a blinding light from a cluster of headlights shone directly into Kim Woojin's face. Pulling up right in front of his junk car were 2 expensive, pristine white subs. Rugged men stepped out one after another. Kim Woojin narrowed his eyes to evaluate this group. He was mentally prepared to clash with notorious assassins, but he didn't expect this guy. At Oh Sechen's hideout, Lee Jisoo had just received the secret report and screamed, "What? Yang Ji-hoo?" Oh Sechen jolted, snapping his head up. "Why did that bastard find his way all the way here?" Lee Jisoo quickly reported, "I just scanned the system. He used the fake name Yang Yun-hyo to infiltrate the dungeon." Oh Sechen grimaced, matching the dungeon on Yojung Island that Kim Woojin just entered. Lee Jin-ah scratched his head in bewilderment. Who the hell is Yang Ji-hoo? Oh Sechen clutched his head and groaned. "He's a monster among the rookies under level 50. He's a core member of the Knights of the Round Table. We're screwed." Back at the clearing on Yojung Island, the headlights allowed Woojin to clearly see his enemy's arrogant face, Yang Ji-hoo. He cast a disdainful glance. He didn't expect the Messiah Guild to be in such a rush to send Yang Ji-hoo to an early grave. Speaking of which, that guy also bore the title of a Knight of the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table, an arrogant group, holding mythical treasures linked to the legends of King Arthur. They proclaimed themselves messengers of justice, acting on behalf of the rotten government to protect the impoverished masses. But just like the Messiah Guild, their noble ideals were quickly eroded by time. The corrupted knights willingly turned into loyal hounds for Park Shin-hye. The mages who inherited Merlin's power were the very foundation that built the Messiah Guild. Later on, Woojin discovered that all those heroic tales were just a clumsy play orchestrated by them. The downfall of the knights was undoubtedly the masterpiece of the Poison King, and countless knights had become wandering spirits by his hands. Kim Woojin silently evaluated the sparkling necklace of Gawain around Yang Ji-hoo's neck. He had certainly stolen it from its true owner. They were willing to do the dirtiest things to seize power. They were just a bunch of scum masquerading as divine beings. Brushing aside his frivolous thoughts, he waved his hand to summon the system window. Control stone see fixed item. Effect, upgrades a skill from rank D to rank C. An ordinary person would see it as useless, but to Kim Woojin it was different. This was a lethal weapon. Now was not the time to hide his true strength. The system chimed with a clear ping. The control stone has been activated for the skeleton control skill. Skeleton control skill rank C. Effect, increases the strength and number of summoned skeletons. Growth stats are proportional to level. Enhances all skeleton stats by 20%. Allows the summoning of 5 additional units. Kim Woojin leisurely stepped out of the car, slamming the door shut. In the distance, he faintly heard the enemy's loud voice. "We are advancing into the dungeon. Lock and load." A while later, when the crowd was fully engulfed in the dungeon, a glaring red notification panel appeared. Quest, Purge 3,000 monsters to unlock the next floor. The hunters began to whine and complain. Fuck, 3,000 of them. One guy let out a long sigh. What a dogshit dungeon. I'd rather bleed out fighting a boss or two than play this tiring game of slaughtering chickens. T-Sung glanced at Yang Ji-hoo and complained, 3,000 monsters. Not enough to kill us, but it will definitely drain our stamina. Yang Ji-hoo plunged his heavy sword into the ground, commanding in a cold tone, even better. Take advantage of the chaos, just backstab that brat Kim Woojin and fake a tragic accident. Stop wasting your breath and scatter to find out what corner he's hiding in. Not far away, T-Sung jerked his chin toward the people from the Skull Guild who were pointing at each other. Yang Ji-hoo turned his head to look, smirking in contempt. The Skull Guild. They dragged their bodies in here with those rags. Do these idiots not know how to spell death? With sharp eyes, he noticed someone stealthily waving their hand from a hidden corner. The whole group flocked in that direction. Yang Ji-hoo cursed under his breath. Can't even take care of themselves, yet they love putting a stick in the wheel. Truly a bunch of useless incompetents. Then the image of the two treacherous bastards, Noda Hajiro and Sukahara Ken, flashed through his mind. They were definitely warned not to meddle in this. Treacherous dogs, I will strip the flesh from your bones as soon as I get out of this hole. Ji-hoo ordered his lackeys. Ignore the skull scum, mind your own business. Even if the sky falls, we must personally send Kim Woojin to hell. He hoisted his greatsword, stabbing it fiercely into the trembling ground. His face twisted in bloodlust. Report immediately if you spot the target. He uses toxic blood, absolutely no getting close. Anyone who dares stand in our way, kill without mercy. I will cover for this. Deep in the dense forest, the sound of dry leaves crunching echoed with a rustle. A dark figure dashed nimbly between the tree trunks, muttering curses. He didn't expect the bloodbath with the Skull Guild to break out right on the first floor. Kim Woojin, that bastard. Did we even have a grudge deep enough for this? After running for his life for a while, Sung-ho was exhausted, leaning against an ancient tree trunk, panting heavily. He poked his head out, straining his eyes to scan his surroundings. Have Park Yongwon's elite troops already found their way in here too? His pupils suddenly constricted, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Because Sung-ho had just witnessed a chilling scene, stark white skeletons frantically slaughtering monsters. Skeletons? God damn it, there's someone with the Necromancer class among those hounds, cunning bastards. He looked around frantically in fear. Why haven't I seen a trace of Kim Woojin anywhere? The thought had barely crossed his mind when a wave of murderous intent surged from behind. Sung-ho whipped around, cold sweat pouring down like rain. The person standing there menacingly was none other than the Grim Reaper named Kim Woojin. In a panic, Sung-ho's hand tightened around his blade's hilt, preparing to fight to the death. He let out a roar, drawing his weapon and slashing straight at his opponent's head. Thwack, the sound of metal tearing through flesh rang out, bright red blood splattering everywhere. With just one ruthless sword strike, Sung-ho's weapon was sent flying far away, the armor on his chest split open, revealing a deep gash down to the bone. He collapsed, raising his trembling hands in surrender, his voice whimpering, Stop! Stop! Why do you suddenly want to kill me? Is there a misunderstanding? I swear I have nothing to do with that Skull Guild. Kim Woojin nonchalantly pointed the tip of his sword towards the treetops. Nothing to do with them. Then why did that guy up there so confidently claim you are a remnant of the Skull Guild? Sung-ho looked up blankly. What guy? A dangling corpse was swaying in the wind, on a branch right above his head. Seeing clearly the livid face of the corpse, Sung-ho bit his lip until it bled. No, impossible, he would absolutely never talk. They were brothers who had gone through life and death together. Having sworn an oath in a cramped restroom that blonde guy had carefully instructed, the Moto group is wiped out. So even if I'm chopped to pieces, you must not show your face. At all costs, you have to survive to report everything to the master. Your life is more important than anything, remember. Bearing the crucial mission of survival, Sung-ho tried his best to scream. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know that person at all. Are you crazy? Kim Woojin didn't bother wasting words on a dying man, casually swinging another cold sword strike, hacking the man down into a pool of blood. Feeling the life force draining from his body, Sung-ho still gritted his teeth to protect the secret. I, really, don't know. Kim Woojin flicked the blood off his blade, his voice echoing like a voice from hell. You guys are only trustworthy when you become soulless corpses. At that exact moment, the system chimed. The Eye of Anubis has been activated. On another battlefront, the skeletons glided across the battlefield like ghosts. Two skeletons brandishing twin blades charged madly toward Yang Jihu. He snorted coldly, tightening his grip on his greatsword. A horizontal slash fell from the sky, carrying the power to crush the dry bones of the skeletons. But he was wrong. One skeleton leaped into the air to dodge, while the other slid close to the ground. Both perfectly evaded the fatal sword strike. Their terrifying reaction speed left Yang Jihu momentarily stunned. But the skeletons had no intention of engaging him in a prolonged fight. They nimbly slipped past, continuing to rush off to slaughter monsters. Leaving him standing dumbfounded amidst the battlefield, they dodged. They're just dry bones. This is the first time I've seen such abnormal skeletons. Suddenly, a dark figure darted forward like a phantom. Kim Woojin closed the gap to his feet in a flash. The razor-sharp sword in his hand tore through the wind, aiming straight for Yang Jihu's shin. But his reflexes were no joke. He immediately retreated a hairsbreadth away. Woojin stood up straight, looking at the enemy with indifferent eyes, his mind as tranquil as a lake. Yang Jihu smirked triumphantly for having just broken a perfect sneak attack. Kim Woojin twirled the hilt of his sword, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. This brat Yang Jihu indeed had some skill, much more agile than he had anticipated. Without a moment's delay, he swung his sword and charged, breaking the suffocating stalemate. A slash came down with terrifying speed, so sharp and vicious that the air was torn apart, leaving behind a blurry afterimage. However, that furious attack slid off the defense. Yang Jihu's massive greatsword was raised as a shield. He cackled, "Little punk, are you scratching an itch for me?" Yang Jihu feigned deep disappointment. "The skill I've been looking forward to is just this parlor trick." Kim Woojin didn't care to argue. If the strike missed, he immediately retracted his sword and retreated, maintaining a safe distance. He internally assessed. "Although I anticipated the difficulty, this thorn won't be easy to remove. I've accumulated abundant stamina, but taking him down will require getting bruised and battered." Suddenly, the system's bells simultaneously rang in both of their heads. A resilient warrior is watching this battle. Yang Jihu licked his lips, his eyes flashing with extreme excitement. "This is getting interesting. It's been a long time since I saw an aura descent notification." Kim Woojin remained mute, his face expressionless and cold as ice. Right after, the system's sound chimed again. A representative of the dark world is watching this battle. Yang Jihu plunged his sword into the ground, evaluating the opponent. If he wasn't a prominent figure, the system wouldn't have announced it so loudly. "You belong to the type with a dazzling aura too? Nice, taking you down will definitely yield a very handsome reward." Kim Woojin didn't bother to reply. He furrowed his brow slightly, entering a combat-ready state, secretly mocking that dreaming is always easier than reality. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a hand casually reached for a fragrant slice of pizza. In the end, it's all just to make a living. Hurry up and eat. What's the big deal to worry about? The person sitting opposite Li Jin was surprised. Acting this normal, he asked curiously while chewing noisily about what kind of player Osechin evaluated Kim Woojin to be. Hearing his name mentioned, Osechin's face suddenly dropped, full of resentment. "His power far exceeds yours, why even ask?" Hitting a nerve, Li Jin annoyedly threw his half-eaten pizza slice back into the box. "I have feelings too, you know. If you're going to speak so bluntly, I'd rather starve." Osechin irritably kicked the empty boxes under the table. "You say you'll starve, but you've already devoured 5 whole pizzas." Li Jin flared up, arguing back until the veins popped in his neck. "I paid for it, so I'll eat it. Is this even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth?" Osechin had to quickly wave his hand to appease this gluttonous god. "All right, what's your point anyway? In short, what is Kim Woojin capable of?" Putting his pride aside, Li Jin analyzed thoughtfully. "That guy fights dirtier than anyone else." Osechin frowned dirty. Recalling Kim Woojin's underhanded tactics, Li Jin affirmed that he was someone who would rather die than taste defeat on the battlefield. As long as he judges he doesn't have absolute certainty of winning, he will absolutely avoid combat. Back in the dungeon, streams of black aura billowed, mingling with the chilling sound of howling wind. The abnormal distortion of space put Yang Jihu on high alert. "What the hell is this?" The black smoke is slowly taking shape. The system announced the summoning of skeletons. Kim Woojin had calculated carefully. Despite the power gap, he had to unleash his entire force for a desperate fight. A massive army of skeletons immediately flooded out. Standing out the most were 2 burly skeletons, towering as guards on both of Kim Woojin's flanks. Yang Ji-hoo scanned them, sneering dismissively. Thought it was something special, but it's just some dry bones. How many are you pulling out hoping to hold me off? After calling his minions, Kim Woojin single-handedly charged straight at Yang Ji-hoo again. A target delivering itself right to his mouth like this is even easier to swallow. Blades clashed with a deafening screech. Yang Ji-hoo didn't expect Kim Woojin's small weapon to be able to withstand the barrage of ton-heavy slashes from his greatsword. At this moment, the two guardian skeletons behind him began to make their move. Yang Ji-hoo smirked. The fun is only just beginning. He eagerly welcomed the fight. Come at me all at once, I'll take you all on by myself. But the skeleton mob completely ignored him, darting past to aim straight for the weak targets in the back. Yang Ji-hoo finally snapped back to reality, hastily turning his head back in shock. What? Seizing the golden opportunity, Kim Woojin glided backward to create distance. Only then did the man realize their initial target was never him at all. But by the time he understood, the deed was done, right behind his back. Ear-piercing screams rang out. Several teammates had been driven to a dead end by the skeleton horde. A bloodied team member named Anjang cried out in despair. Captain, save us. How can we hold out when monsters are swarming the sky like this? Yang Ji-hoo gritted his teeth, secretly cursing the deadweights. He jutted his chin, glaring at Kim Woojin. Hey, you playing backstabbing games now? He just smirked, dirty. Whose dog is barking so loudly? Kim Woojin leisurely added fuel to the fire. Hasn't your brain processed the situation yet, puppy? The taunt successfully enraged Yang Ji-hoo. He decided to reveal his trump card. You picked the wrong opponent to piss off. The system immediately signaled that the Blessing of the Sun skill from Gawain's necklace had been activated. The jewelry around Yang Ji-hoo's neck emitted a blinding light. A brilliant halo carrying immense power enveloped his entire body. Kim Woojin secretly formed a triumphant half-smile. The prey finally took the bait. At that exact moment, a few skeletons stealthily ambushed Yang Ji-hoo from a blind spot. Without even turning his head, his sharp senses accurately pinpointed the enemy's location. With lightning speed, he spun around and swung a powerful sword strike, chopping two skeletons in half simultaneously. The sound of cracking echoed as the bones shattered to pieces, scattering everywhere on the ground. Kim Woojin still calmly stood at a safe distance. He evaluated the necklace of Gawain, one of the rare holy relics belonging to the Knights of the Round Table. Its power truly lived up to its reputation. When the prey had unleashed its ultimate move, this was the perfect signal to transition to the next act. He decisively ordered the entire army to retreat without a moment's hesitation. Kim Woojin's unpredictable move left Yang Ji-hoo dumbfounded. What? Retreating? The dry bone subordinates were extremely obedient, immediately falling back to form a barricade. After relieving the siege on Yang Ji-hoo's side, Kim Woojin himself turned his back to escape. Yang Ji-hoo narrowed his eyes at the receding back, his mind racing continuously. Running away because you know you can't win, but he absolutely had to deal with this thorn before other factions cleared the dungeon. He turned to command his subordinates. I will hunt that guy down, you deal with the dry bones yourselves and follow after me. His teammates could only stare in shock, calling out to their irresponsible captain. Kim Woojin's figure darted nimbly through the dense canopy. As he glided away, he internally assessed. Yang Ji-hoo, your cruel nature will never change. Someone willing to discard subordinates just because of an illusion of personal power. Of course, that becomes meaningless when possessing a treasure like the necklace of Gawain. It's enough to push all of the user's stat limits to their peak. But falling into the hands of someone with brawn but no brains, who doesn't even know how to optimize the skill like him. He pouted in disdain, truly a waste of God's gifts. Suddenly, the heavy thud of footsteps echoed. Yang Ji-hoo was hot on Kim Woojin's heels. He briefly glanced to gauge the situation. No matter how carefully calculated, the gap in level was still too huge a barrier. Yang Ji-hoo overflowed with confidence, treating him like prey in a trap. Kim Woojin, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't escape my grasp. During the chase, he smugly thought to himself, once I've used the blessing of the sun, you can only wait for death. Lost in his arrogance, he ignored the corpse lying at his feet. Kim Woojin seized the golden opportunity, immediately casting the explosion of the Underworld messenger skill. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, a sea of fire slapping straight into Yang Ji-hoo's face, leaving him no time to react. Billowing black smoke mingled with terrifying heat waves, swept away everything in the vicinity. The aftershock was so strong that the subordinates far away could feel it clearly. Anjung looked over in panic. What the hell is that? Why is there an explosion over there? T-Sung tried to calm the formation. Calm down, the captain won't lose his life that easily. Let's just clean up these bones and then chase. Before he could finish his sentence, an icy arrow pierced through his chest. The horrifying shooting force pushed him sliding across the ground before he reluctantly came to a stop. The system immediately announced the state of toxic blood infection. It was a perfect sniper, shot from the seemingly harmless skeletons. T-Sung broke the arrow, gritting his teeth to warn them. We can no longer underestimate them as bait to buy time. Fight with all your might. Returning to the center of the explosion as the dust settled, Yang Ji-hoo roared in deep resentment. Damn it, you despicable bastard. He glared around, screaming madly. Stop with the cowardly tricks, show your face if you have the guts. Kim Woojin casually poked his head out from behind a tree trunk, throwing back a mocking gaze. So what if I am a coward? I know full well I'd be at a disadvantage in a hand-to-hand fight. So if you want my life, you'd better pick up your feet and run. Having said that, he turned the car around and darted off, provoking Yang Ji-hoo's fury. He ground his teeth. Fine, once I catch you, I'll personally tear you in half. The cat-and-mouse game continued with intense tension. To finish off the target, Yang Ji-hoo didn't hesitate to activate the speed-boosting skill of the immortal warrior. His massive body shot forward like an arrow, and in a flash, he swung his sword, ready to split Kim Woojin's back in two. On the thin line between life and death, his face retained its strangely calm demeanor. Yang Ji-hoo was certain victory was in the bag. Surrender your life, brat. But life isn't a dream. The ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way. The incident happened in a flash, leaving him staring down in bewilderment. What the? He fell straight into the deep trap that Kim Woojin had painstakingly prepared. As for him, he gently dodged the Grim Reaper's scythe. At the bottom of the pit, the surprise gift waiting for him was the corpses of goblins. Of course, the ensuing scenario was yet another deafening fireworks display. Kim Woojin didn't bother running anymore, leisurely standing to admire his masterpiece. From the dust and smoke, a dark silhouette filled with wrath slowly stood up. Yang Ji-hoo was so furious his eyes were bloodshot, green veins popping clearly on his distorted forehead. I've had enough of your cheap tricks. He looked down into the pit, dropping a harsh taunt. Cheap tricks? Your tactical thinking is still too green. Did you think I had the free time to play tag with you? Meanwhile, Yang Ji-hoo's brain started overloading. What now? What the hell is he blabbering about? He stood with folded arms, lecturing him, grasping the enemy's weaknesses, utilizing the terrain, and picturing every scenario is the absolute baseline on the battlefield. Someone like you, blinded by hatred and relying solely on brute strength, will forever be a useless captain who brings nothing but death to his teammates. The words hit the bullseye, making Yang Ji-hoo freeze. A terrible memory from the past rushed in to besiege his mind. It was the time he dragged himself out of the dark dungeon amidst countless whispers. Isn't that the notorious assassin Yang Ji-hoo of the Messiah Guild? Is he the only survivor? How many times has this been? I heard his squad was surrounded by monsters. At that time, he furiously yelled right in the faces of the nosy crowd. Shut your mouths! Who dares spread rumors? If you have the guts, step forward and I'll wring your necks one by one. A man fanning himself with a folding fan slowly stepped out. Saying that means you don't feel an ounce of pity for your subordinates' lives, huh? He tapped the fan lightly on his head, dropping a mocking remark. How ridiculous, is your brain just for decoration? I warned you that camping there would easily get you killed, yet you still did it. The consequences are plain to see. Poked in his sore spot, Yang Ji-hoo lunged forward to crush Suzuki Achai's skull like an orange. Who do you think you are to lecture me? But Suzuki Achai didn't even blink, calmly observing every flaw in his stance. With just a gentle lean backwards, he neatly dodged the fatal blow. Borrowing the momentum to push straight into his pivot leg, he tossed away all of the man's defenses. Losing his balance, he fell flat on his face, eating dirt in front of a crowd. Humiliated to the core, he scrambled up, shifting the blame to the dead. They died because they were too weak. What does that have to do with me? But Suzuki Achai just coldly replied. No, you were the one who killed them. Everyone knows that clearly. He stepped forward, staring intently into Yang Ji-hoo's eyes, uttering a curse that would haunt him forever. You are just a garbage captain who pushes his comrades into the jaws of death. The memory drifted by, leaving behind a surge of pent-up resentment. Right, he remembered now. Kim Woojin's fighting style eerily resembled Suzuki Achai's. This humiliation is unforgivable. Whether it's Kim Woojin or Suzuki Achai, he will personally send both of them to hell. His voice suddenly rang out, snapping him back to reality. The time has come. He frowned, leaning on his sword to struggle up. What are you planning to do? Kim Woojin answered his doubt. Listen carefully, my soldiers operate on thought. There's no need to roar out retreat orders. But I still shouted on purpose, guess why? Yang Ji, who felt his tiny brain couldn't comprehend this toxic mindset. Bewildered, he asked himself, what does he mean? Did he pretend to shout to lure me into a trap? Looking at the guy's dumbfounded face, he smirked. It seems you've vaguely figured it out. If my calculations are correct, the sun's blessing is about to run out, isn't it? Yang Ji, who flinched, hastily checking his status window. Sun's blessing duration, 30 seconds. Extreme panic began to gnaw at his mind. How did this guy know the holy relic's cooldown so precisely? To hide his fear, he roared threateningly again, who the hell are you? Kim Woojin raised an eyebrow in contempt. Still haven't recognized me? How pathetic. Listen well, my name is. But before the self-introduction could slip out, the system coldly announced that the sun's blessings effect time had ended. The necklace around his neck lost its light, and the system delivered its final verdict. Gawain's necklace entered a dormant state. Kim Woojin looked down on the fool in the pit. Your toy is out of battery. Thanks for playing the fool perfectly from start to finish. You took the bait every single time. Yang Ji, who growled meaningless curses. He glanced around to check the surroundings. It seems the skeleton boys have finished cleaning up the mess too. Suddenly, the sound of rustling footsteps approached from behind him. The grand skeleton army had fully assembled, forming inner and outer rings surrounding the pit, trapping Yang Ji-hu. He kindly reminded him, you were so busy chasing and biting me that you didn't even bother to remember where you were standing. Kim Woojin thoroughly analyzed. This location is very close to our initial clash. I just took you for a scenic run in circles. Let me deliver some more bad news while I'm at it. During that time, my disciples sent all your grunts to the afterlife. That's why they regrouped so quickly. Saying that, he reached out and patted the head of a skeleton standing next to him like a pet. The grim news left Yang Ji-hu frozen. All my subordinates wiped out. He trembled with rage, his chest feeling so tight it might burst. You bastard, how dare you play me? He mustered all his strength, crushing the ground beneath his feet. The undying warrior's acceleration skill was activated again. Like a compressed spring, he shot up from the pit, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. He delivered a powerful overhead slash straight at where Kim Woojin was standing. But strangely, he remained rooted to the spot, seemingly giving up completely against that lightning-fast speed. The one whose eyes widened in horror was Yang Ji-hu. His sword tip was blocked by the body of a giant skeleton soldier. No matter what he did, he couldn't touch a single hair on his head. Kim Woojin smirked mockingly. Why in such a hurry? The real fun is just getting started. In the real world, a car was speeding down the highway. Li Jin-ah frowned, gripping the steering wheel and grumbling. Good Lord, is he trying to squeeze every drop of labor out of me? Glancing at the photo of Yang Ji, who tossed on the passenger seat, he scratched his head in frustration. Why do I have to go all the way to scout this guy out? Earlier at the office, Sechin had given the mission. Hey Li Jin-ah, do me a favor and swing by the two-headed dog dungeon. He sulked, why do I have to go there? Sechin patiently explained, I've thought it through, we need to see it with our own eyes to be sure. Despite complaining all day, Li Jin-ah had absolute faith in Kim Woojin. Why bother checking? A guy like him has more than enough power to smash the dungeon and walk out. Are you afraid he'll lose to that Yang Ji-hu guy? Sechin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The opposite, actually. If Yang Ji-hu is dead meat like you say, there are a few things we need to clarify before making our next move. He analyzed further. I bet Kim Woojin is thinking the exact same thing. With that cunning brain of his, he definitely wants to probe our intentions too. His expression became extremely serious. The reason we fabricated the name Isaac Ivanov, or the shady relationship between Park Hyang-won's faction and the Skull Guild, even. Pausing for a moment, he continued. The reason we agreed to back him up despite knowing the Messiah Guild is involved, it's all just a small piece of the grand puzzle to overthrow them. He pushed an envelope of documents toward Li Jin-ah. Even if Kim Woojin slaughtered Yang Ji-hu, it's very hard to guess his true next move. But at the very least, We must know whether he intends to keep walking with us or not. That's why Li Jin was busting his back behind the wheel, rushing to the two-headed dog dungeon at this hour. Inside the battlefield, nightfall choked the space into a chillingly gloomy expanse. On the ground littered with pale bones, evidence of a brutal massacre that had just occurred. Yang Jihu leaned on his greatsword, panting miserably. Damn it, the poison is corroding all my senses, making my body heavy as lead. His entire body was covered in bleeding wounds. And a ferocious skeleton soldier was building momentum to pounce. These demons are really too many. The skeleton swung its scimitar straight down. Yang Jihu was desperate, unable to believe it. How could a few nameless bags of bones push me this far? With a loud boom, he gritted his teeth to block the strike. The shockwave was so strong that his feet sank deep into the shattered ground. While struggling to hold his ground, a dark shadow flashed by. He opened his eyes in panic, forced to split his focus to defend. Doing so only exposed a fatal opening. A short skeleton slipped behind him and delivered a vicious blow. Yang Jihu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The system sounded the death knell. The poison had completely invaded his body. He dropped to his knees, gritting his teeth hard. Utter helplessness mixed with burning resentment tore at his core. He swung his sword in vain, but the two skeletons easily dodged out of the way. His body suddenly lost its balance, dropping heavily as if falling into a trap once again. But this time it was just one of his legs getting stuck in a rock crevice. He struggled madly. Damn it, it's stuck. From beginning to end, Kim Woojin just stood with crossed arms, watching the show like a bystander. This guy's endurance is something else, holding out against 12 skeleton soldiers. Now there are only 2 left. It's a bit of a shame since he couldn't summon more soldiers with the Master Stone yet. Watching the man feebly fighting back against the last 2 skeletons, he coldly muttered to himself. The poison has already destroyed his body. This play can end now. That apathy drove Yang Jihu crazy with frustration. He roared hoarsely, "Come at me. I told you to fight me fair and square." Answering him was only an echo in the dark forest. "Come out and fight." As his time ran out, he collapsed into the mud, his mouth still mumbling his final obsession. "Fight, fight me." Yang Jihu weakly pushed himself forward. "I can still fight." But the toxicity had completely destroyed his life force. His eyes rolled back, turning totally white. He took his last breath, dying at the bottom of the damp dungeon. A death with unclosed eyes, carrying too much grievance and humiliation. The system displayed a notification. The Emissary of the Underworld is highly amused by your overwhelming victory and grants you a portion of power. The rank of the skeleton soldiers has upgraded. The opponent has been eliminated. Kim Woojin casually strolled over to the cold corpse. He activated the item collection feature. The most valuable piece of loot appeared in his hand, Gawain's necklace. Rank, legendary. Requires level 22 or higher. A relic of one of the Knights of the Round Table, containing the Sun's blessing. Effects: health times 40, strength times 40, magic times 40, attack increased by 10%, defense increased by 10%, stamina increased by 10%. The Sun's blessing skill can be used once a day. He was quite satisfied with the haul, first time looting a Round Table Knight's gear, however. He began to calculate. A guy like Yang Jihu definitely had to show his true face outside, if I want to dig deeper for information. He immediately invoked the Eye of Anubis skill. The deceased's memory reel played back in his eyes. He was walking down the road when Suzuki Achai blocked his path to provoke him. Dragging your empty brain all the way here must have been tough. The old man walked past him, mocking. I'm mourning for your subordinates right now. The man coldly snapped back. A hunting dog should know its place and walk with its tail between its legs. He dropped a threat. I'm busy seeking an audience with the master today, so I'll spare your life. If you wander in front of me again next time, don't blame me for tearing your mouth off. Suzuki Achai sneered, completely unfazed. I'll be eagerly waiting for it. The scene shifted to the Round Table Guild's meeting room. He bowed subserviently, presenting himself. I am the new recruit, Yang Jihu. It's a great honor to meet the great hero. When he raised his head and the frame aligned, the face sitting prominently in the master's seat struck Kim Woojin's eyes directly. It was Lee Sejun. Kim Woojin ground his teeth. So it's your hypocritical face. He silently assessed. If the Messiah Guild catches wind of this guy's death, they absolutely won't let it slide. But he also made a silent vow. Anyone who tolerates Lee Sejun's ambitions and turns their back on humanity, he will obliterate them all. In another development, a pack of orc monsters was rolling around, snoring loudly. Behind the bushes, a group of people was lying in ambush. One guy grumbled restlessly, "Are we gonna wait till the cows come home?" Baek Jin frowned and hushed him. "Shut your mouth. If you're impatient, you'll never catch the two-headed dog." He explained the tactic. "We have to wait for it to fall into the trap and then gang up on it all at once. That's how we minimize casualties." Just as he finished speaking, the system's sound rang out. "The two-headed dog has been defeated." Baek Jin stared wide-eyed at the report screen, stammering incoherently. "What?" The dungeon got cleared. The game was set. Kim Woojin leisurely walked out of the dungeon gate, heading straight for the parking lot. His line of sight bumped into a familiar figure. Lee Jin-ah had been waiting there for ages. He waved enthusiastically, "All done." He frowned. "What are you doing here?" The guy scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, just running a taxi gig on the side, saw a crowd here so I dropped by to be nosy." He held out a file folder, winking. "The boss sent a little gift, hop in the car and we'll chat." Both of them hopped into the car and sped off. Very quickly, the car stopped at a deserted, empty lot. At this moment, Lee Jin-ah finally handed the documents over. "The big boss finalized the deal. He wants us in a new dungeon." He leaned forward curiously and asked, "So what happened to that Yang Ji-hoo guy?" Kim Woojin didn't answer right away. Taking the papers, he silently assessed, "So they've already grasped the situation." He pieced the data together. Yang Ji-hoo entered the dungeon under a fake identity. Sechin definitely knew the reason I asked for a fake identity, yet he still played along. Seeing him stay silent, the guy impatiently leaned closer. "So did you beat him up or not? What level is that guy at?" He smirked. "Oh, he'd land every single punch on you, that's for sure." Lee Jin-ah's ego exploded, jumping up. "Apologize right now. Are your eyes on top of your head? Do I need to show you a few martial arts moves to open your eyes?" He slowly flipped through each page of the file. That guy was surrounded and beaten by 12 skeleton soldiers, but still managed to take 10 of them to the grave. "If you want to prove yourself." Kim Woojin sharply turned to him, his eyes icy. "Then I'll oblige, set up a siege match right here, right now." A cold chill ran down his spine, cold sweat pouring out. He sneakily changed the subject. A master should be humble and keep a low profile. Why bother fighting? Anyway, back to business, where was I? He slapped the file hard against his thigh. "The Horned Fox dungeon in Bucheon, where 12 parties took a stroll and never bought a return ticket." His eyes locked onto the info board. Difficulty rank A, capacity 40 people, level limit 40, mission to collect fox horns. The rewards are a title and a special skill. Lee Jin-ah clicked his tongue. "Since you read it, I don't have to chant it again. This op is public and you'll continue playing the role of Isaac Ivanov. You can figure out the reason yourself. So, deal or no deal?" His brain calculated continuously. "Intentionally pushing me into the Horned Fox dungeon right after killing Yang Ji-hoo? The motive is too obvious." He nodded. "Deal, I accept." The two returned to the parking lot. Lee Jin-ah shoved his hands in his pockets, silently watching Kim Woojin's car disappear into the exhaust smoke. Waiting until it was far enough, he pulled out his phone to report. "I just finished up with Kim Woojin. I told you there was no need to worry over nothing. He's not stupid enough to throw himself into the jaws of death." The person on the other end was eager. "I know you're good, so how did he react to the offer?" He sounded smug, nodded right away, even studied the documents thoroughly. Sechin slapped his thigh. "Excellent. From this moment on, you must keep your eyes peeled and observe him." He added a warning. "Once he's accepted, there's no turning back." Sechin silently calculated. "I don't trust you 100% yet, but to uproot the Messiah Guild, I have to take a gamble." His eyes glued to the news headline. "The Messiah Guild is granted special privileges to clear disaster dungeons." He sighed. "Time is running out, 2 to 3 years at most. If no faction is strong enough to balance the scales, they'll reveal their true monster forms." Very soon after, Kim Woojin was sitting comfortably in his apartment. Looking at the info sheet in his hand, a fragment of his past life's memory rushed back. Come to think of it, that period was also when I cleared the Horned Fox dungeon. Lee Sejun's arrogant secretary had blocked his path. "I watched you perform in the dungeon. You seem stronger than the rumors say. Interested in joining the Messiah Guild?" He frowned in disgust. "If you want to invite me, tell your guild master to come here himself." Right after he finished speaking, a burly figure stepped out of the back seat. "I'm starting to like you." He spread his arms wide. We need your strength to shoulder this world. Lee Sejun smiled sincerely. Fight by my side. The flashback swirled deep in his mind. Lee Sejun, that was the first time I crossed paths with him. The light from the phone cut off his train of thought. A message popped up on the screen. The application to raid the Horned Fox dungeon has been approved. Please shine your brightest in 2 days. Kim Woojin was slightly surprised. Shine? The corner of his lips curled into a sly smile. Just like the old script, the Messiah dogs have definitely set up an ambush there. He tossed the phone aside. Fine, if that's what you want, I'll play along. He opened the system inventory, his gaze sharp. I'll transform into a superstar and crush you all. Oh wait, Isaac Ivanov, that is. His finger touched the needle snake skin item. This campaign requires being armed to the teeth. The item instantly appeared. He caressed it, confidence surging. After all, I used to grind this dungeon to dust. An arrogant smile bloomed on Kim Woojin's lips. This stage was built specifically for me. Dawn broke, rays of sunlight shining across the Buchan Stadium. The loudspeaker announcement echoed. All players are requested to gather. The dungeon gate is about to open. A guy standing nearby asked casually, "Did you bring enough gear?" Lee Jin-ah patted his chest proudly. "I was born in a ready stance." He continued to brag. "The man who wiped out the needle snake dungeon like never before is me. This difficulty level is just a mosquito bite on stainless steel." However, the moment he stepped through the spatial gate, a bone-chilling gust of wind blew in, making him shrivel up. "This mosquito bite freezes the brain, even my teeth are numb." Right then Kang Yang-jai's sharp voice rang out. "Everyone, put on your thermal gear. Squishy mages and clerics, do your best to protect yourselves." She emphasized in a harsh tone, "If you fall behind, you're on your own, nobody has the time to babysit you. Don't turn yourself into a dead weight dragging others down." Kim Woojin evaluated the woman in front of him. This lady is quite capable, seems like she's full of experience. Sometimes in places like this, the weather takes lives faster than the monsters. Lee Jin-ah shivered uncontrollably. His jaws chattered nonstop. Even a tank like me wants to freeze over. What the hell is this temperature? He then jerked his head and urged, "Let's go." The guy looked bewildered. What's the rush? He was too lazy to explain, taking long strides and disappearing from sight. Lee Jin-ah hurriedly scrambled to chase after him. In a blink, the two broke away from the group, stopping in the middle of a desolate wasteland covered in white snow. He grumbled resentfully. "The weather is already sub-zero, and you still want to go solo. Wouldn't it be warmer to stick with the Messiah Guild?" He shot a sarcastic glare. "What? Your balls shrunk so much you don't dare to make a move." Hitting the nail on the head, Lee Jin-ah bristled and yelled loudly, "Not a chance. I'm practically radiating brute strength." He put his hands on his hips and lifted his chin. "I'm a Siberia brown bear. This little cold weather is just like turning the AC down too low. Does my face look like I'm shriveling from the cold?" Kim Woojin nodded, his tone full of implication. "That's good then. Let me give you some good news. This dungeon is even bloodier than the needle snake incident." His rising morale instantly deflated. Cold sweat poured down like a shower. "You mean it's more terrifying than the needle snake case? Is it a lot worse?" He shrugged. "Experience the reality and you'll know." Mid this, the system continuously dropped notifications. "Akira fan's necklace equipped. You feel that winter is not cold. Grim Reaper's mask equipped. You have unlocked the mental link with summoned monsters." Kim Woojin urged, "Move around a bit to warm up. That'll dispel the chill right away." Lee Jin-ah scratched his head in exasperation. "All right, but when this is over, you have to treat me to a proper meal." He asked curiously, "So what's the plan this time? Are we going to build a defensive wall to survive like last time?" He flatly rejected it. "No need." Hearing that, Lee Jin-ah immediately perked up. "Oh, thank God, I'm free from being a coolie." At that exact moment, the system's voice boldly announced the skeleton summon command. The scene that unfolded made him stare in disbelief. What the hell is that? From the midst of the gloomy magical fog, the Bone Legion rose, their eye sockets burning with a freezing light, oozing with bloodlust ready to tear things apart. Lee Jin-ah snapped his fingers mockingly. "Wow, dressing up for a festival or what? The Skull Boys are looking pretty slick today." His voice was still buzzing. "You're a rich guy, but you're so stingy with your money. Buying each kid a set of leather armor." But as he narrowed his eyes to scrutinize, Lee Jin-ah suddenly froze. "Wait a minute, this is needle snake skin." He roared in outrage. "Good heavens, we went through life and death together, and you dared to swallow all that snake skin whole." Lee Jin-ah's brain suddenly did the math. Just one set of this armor could easily buy a house and a car, yet this guy dared to drape it over every single dry skeleton. He's a true high roller. Kim Woojin glared slightly, his tone flat. I sent your share straight to the office. Li Jin-ah beat his chest in tragedy. Oh, it's over. That bald geezer swallowed it all cleanly. Meanwhile, Sechin was picking his ear and muttering, who the hell is cursing my name right now? Over here, Kang Yangjai also just noticed the anomaly. 2 members just left the team. Is it the Russian group? She raised her voice. Has anyone seen any trace of Isaac Ivanov and his companion? Kim Sun clumsily defended himself. I'm sorry, I was too busy setting up camp earlier. Before he could finish, Kang Yangjai scolded, no excuses. You completely threw the higher-ups' directives out the back of your head, didn't you? She frowned, calculating. Clearing this dungeon is just secondary. The core objective is to evaluate the possibility of recruiting that Russian guy, Isaac Ivanov. Kang Yangjai turned on her heel decisively, not forgetting to leave an order. By the time I get back, the camp must be finished. Make sure you stand guard properly. Kim Sun hastily tried to stop her. Why not leave it to the scout team? Why do you have to go personally? Kang Yangjai snapped. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you. If there's an emergency, blow the whistle to signal. I have to see with my own eyes if they possess true talent. Back to Kim Woojin, a brutal pack of wolves was totally surrounding the 2 of them. The wild beasts bared their fangs and brandished their claws, drool dripping down, staring at their prey with ravenous, hungry eyes. The dry skeleton squad immediately charged in, sweeping through and throwing the wolf pack into a panicked disarray. Li Jin-ah took a lightning-fast stance, smashing a powerful punch into the ground, kicking up a large chunk of snow that pierced straight into the beast pack. Riding the momentum, the skeleton team swung their swords wildly, diving into the encirclement with overwhelming power. Every sword strike that fell resulted in a tragic howl from a wolf, blood splattering, dyeing the pristine snow a deep crimson. That violent scene shook her to the core. What is going on here? Kang Yangjai froze. They call those things skeleton soldiers. Their caliber is far beyond anything I've ever witnessed. Kim Sun whispered, Captain, what do we do now? Should we step in to help? She gritted her teeth and hissed, Are you blind? Can't you see this place has turned into their own private playground? Kang Yangjai was frustrated. Rushing out now would only make us look like third wheels getting in the way. Her mind choked with a sense of resentment. These guys are on a completely different level. Kang Yangjai trembled with excitement, clenching her fists, truly worthy of the title of the man who conquered the Needle Snake dungeon. I must report to the higher-ups immediately. Our guild must secure this talent at all costs. Suddenly Kim Sun shrieked, There's a signal. Kang Yangjai whipped her head around, her face turning pale. A drawn-out whistle is a distress signal. The base is in trouble. Without a second thought, the 2 dashed off like the wind. Keenly catching the abnormal sound, Kim Woojin shifted his gaze over. Right at this moment, a crazed pack of wolves was swarming into the campsite. One member screamed in panic. They tore through the defense line. The group braced themselves for a fight to the death, wildly swinging their weapons in the cold snow. A desperate voice tore through the space. Good God, where are they coming from? Why are there so many? The person next to him hurriedly reassured, Try to hold your ground, wait for the captain to return. Midst the chaos, the sound of wind-breaking footsteps stepping on the ice and snow echoed out. From the space above, a dark figure suddenly appeared. That figure crashed down with the speed of a thunderbolt, pinning straight into the middle of the wild beasts. A blink later, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing away dirt and rocks, and sending blinding dust into the air. The dust cleared, carving out the majestic figure standing in the middle of a deep crater. A member widened his eyes, rejoicing, It's the captain. Kang Yangjai scowled and yelled, What are you standing there for? These are just small fry on the first floor. Shut your mouths and immediately fall back into a defensive formation. She waved her hand to command, Just stall them while falling back towards the camp. Anyone injured, move to the rear lines immediately. On a precarious cliff nearby. Seeing its pack slaughtered, the alpha wolf stretched its neck and let out a sorrowful howl. That mournful sound tore through the space, both tragic and harboring an extreme fury. Abruptly, the ground began to tremble, the intensity of the shaking growing fiercer by the second. A male member suddenly had a premonition of impending disaster. He leaped up a tree to grasp the situation. That thing is. The scene laid out made the man lose his soul. Wolf packs as dense as ants from all the hills were pouring in. He screamed at the top of his lungs, A beast tide is here, An ocean of monsters is crashing down on us. Kang Yangjai's face turned ashen, her stomach in knots. We're doomed, the team's shield has shattered, and now we have to face an even more terrifying wave of monsters. On another mountain peak, witnessing the blood-crazed wolves flooding into the camp. Li Jin'ah spoke up, if we just stand here watching, they're definitely going to lose their lives. He shuddered restlessly, hey, don't tell me we're about to jump into that mud pit. At the same time, Kim Woojin was sinking into the memory of a phone call from the night before. Oh, Sechin spoke slowly. I'm quite surprised you went out of your way to hunt for that skill book. Luckily, I managed to secure a copy. Has the item reached you yet? Kim Woojin examined the piece of paper and softly replied, I'm holding it right now, thanks, bro. The contents of the page stated clearly, Rank E Force Field Skill, the ability to diffuse an aura that buffs allies or debuffs enemies. The area of effect will expand based on the skill's rank. A moment later, the system text reported, you have learned the Force Field skill. Kim Woojin jerked his chin towards the person next to him, indifferently dropping a remark, just keep your eyes on me and learn, I don't have the energy to keep giving lectures. Down below, the group of hunters had completely fallen into the wolves' jaws. Kang Yangjai's face was stained with blood, her eyes shooting fire. Damn it, now I understand why the 12 teams before us all died. We were way too overconfident with this beginner dungeon. Suddenly, from the very center of the beast pack, an earth-shaking explosion went off. A blaze of fire illuminated the area, knocking the monsters flying in all directions. Someone cheered happily, reinforcements. She angrily scolded him, has the cold made you lose your mind? In this godforsaken place, who else is there besides our team? Kang Yangjai's gaze swept toward the mountain range, and she suddenly froze. Her brain calculated unless. Rewinding the time a few minutes, he was holding the corpse of a wolf in his hand. Kim Woojin coldly tossed the corpse down the cliff, without a hint of hesitation. The corner of his mouth drew an arrogant smile. Instantly, the system's emotionless voice echoed. Initiating the corpse explosion skill from the Emissary of the Underworld class. A series of chain explosions shook the mountains and rivers, thick black smoke swallowing the entire beast pack. In no time, the curtain of smoke dispersed, leaving behind a field of corpses scattered across the snow. Li Jin'ah shot forward like a tornado, howling winds wrapping around his body. With just a flick of his wrist, the ice and snow beneath his feet transformed into tens of thousands of sharp blades piercing straight into the enemy. The Dry Bone Legion also charged in with burning zeal to hack and slash, their morale soaring as if wanting to crush every living creature in their path. The system popped a notification, activating the sun's blessing. A tick later, the pendant on Kim Woojin's neck shone brilliantly. The interface immediately established a connection with a skeleton soldier unit. Extremely swiftly, his mind and soul completely merged into one with it. As if sharing the same heartbeat, the system reported, using force field, due to synchronizing with the skeleton soldier, magical energy will deplete very rapidly. In a blink, the bodies of the dry bone array lit up, overflowing magic power wrapping around them to elevate their strength, killing intent erupting and dyeing the entire sky. Dark eye sockets blazed with magical vortexes, emitting sharp rays of light that froze the surrounding space. Witnessing that evolutionary scene with his own eyes, Li Jin'ah was dumbfounded. His eyes wide as saucers, jaw dropping, cold sweat pouring down in buckets. He couldn't believe his own eyes anymore. They hissed hair-raising sounds, showing off the surge of vitality they had just inherited. Li Jin'ah furrowed his brows tightly, screaming in his head, what the hell is that halo? He looked around frantically, scrutinizing the nearby skeletons. Well, this is weird. What kind of circus act are these boys pulling off? Questions kept swirling in Li Jin'ah's mind. Did that bastard pump them with an overdose of steroids? The skeleton pack roared fiercely, their lifeless eyes brimming with killing intent. They gripped their weapons tightly, threatening to crush everything. One skeleton swung its sword and slashed the ground, a boom echoing like thunder, launching a group of wolves into the air. He was stupefied, secretly jealous, and unable to believe they could look as majestic as war gods. That Kim Woojin hid the good stuff and kept it a secret. Kim Woojin transmitted his voice in a mocking tone, what's there to drop your jaw over? This is just a beginner's tactic for chaotic brawls. Instead of buffing individual strength, I just have to use the force field to turn the sun's blessing into an area of effect support skill. The benefits gained will be multiplied many times over. Tightly gripping the stiff corpse of the alpha wolf, Kim Woojin quietly observed the fierce battle below. Then, with a gentle flick of his wrist, the corpse free fell onto the battlefield. In a blink, the system reported, activating the Emissary of the Underworld's corpse explosion skill. An earth-shattering tremor erupted, brilliant flames scorching the entire space. Kang Yang Jai was in a daze. That minefield had erected a defense line that stopped the flood of wild beasts. Could this be the true power of the one who brought down the needle snake? Realizing the door to survival had opened, she immediately waved her hand. The monster formation is in chaos. This is our chance, whole team charge. The perspective shifted to a high-rise building in the heart of the bustling capital. A sinister voice rang out, "We will play the savior," pulling the Messiah Guild out in the final minutes of extra time. The corners of O Sechen's mouth curled up in a smug smirk. Exactly, a bunch who parade around claiming to be heroes wouldn't dare to be ungrateful. Plus, with the press scrutinizing them, they'll have to cough up a steep price to repay us. He crossed his arms proudly, get the picture. As the saying goes, killing two birds with one stone. Lee Jisoo pouted, yeah, you paint a pretty picture, but will it actually go down that easily in reality? She frankly expressed her apprehension. The Messiah Guild is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. They have no shortage of outstanding individuals at that level. If we want to play big, our side must completely overwhelm their power. Do you truly believe Kim Woojin possesses that kind of strength? O Sechen patted his chest, guaranteeing it, based on his meteoric rise and the chain of skills he just showed off. I'm confident in putting all my chips on this bet. Hearing this, Lee Jisoo's hands paused on the keyboard. She was secretly astonished. Playing that big, huh? Lee Jisoo pushed her chair back. Aren't you overpraising him a bit? He firmly stated, that's just the reality. So while Lee Jin Ah and Kim Woojin are clearing the dungeon down there. O Sechen solemnly concluded, our mission is to protect their identities by any means necessary. The enemy is in the light, we are in the dark. That is our guiding principle. Back on the battlefield, the sharp blade pierced deeply into the wolf's chest, blood gushing out endlessly. Kim Sun panted, his voice breaking, is it over? A member wiped a drop of sweat from his forehead, looking at Kim Woojin. If that Russian guy hadn't stepped in, we probably would have all died. Kang Yang Jai rushed over, holding out her hand. We are incredibly grateful to you both. Thanks to you two, we managed to keep our lives. Seeing the two remain silent, she awkwardly tried to explain. If you two aren't fluent in Korean, he immediately faked a thick accent, it's my duty, you're welcome. The two turned on their heels and walked away, ignoring Kang Yang Jai calling after them, please wait a moment. Lee Jin Ah whispered, we're just slipping away like this. What about our scheme? Kim Woojin calmly replied, we just wiped out the biggest monster nest, the remaining small fries aren't worth our time. He explained thoroughly, dawdling around will only expose our true colors. Now that they've tasted our power, they won't dare to confidently claim this dungeon as the Messiah Guild's territory anymore. If we don't go farm now, when will we? His face turned pale. Hey, wait a minute. Don't tell me you're planning to replay that horrific scenario from last time. But the only response to Lee Jin Ah's panic was a dangerously subtle smile. The duo set off again, scouring every nook and cranny of the dungeon. After an exhausting slaughter, he breathed out mist, grumbling internally in frustration. This is driving me crazy. Why did I get involved with this homicidal maniac? At that exact moment, the system chimed, you have just leveled up. Both of their eyes were glued to the status window in front of them. Kim Woojin rejoiced inwardly, finally reached level 35, the set goal is complete. The system popped up a notification. The Emissary of the Underworld has activated a privilege to grant you power. The blood poison skill has been upgraded by 1 tier. He lightly swiped the screen to review the power of the new skill. The info panel listed, blood poison rank X. This skill has the ability to turn fresh blood into a lethal toxin. You can consume mana to increase its toxicity, producing dark blood. Kim Woojin pondered, blood poison rank X combined with dark blood. This duo will be the perfect catalyst for my grand scheme. Lee Jin Ah poked his head in, what are you thinking so hard about? Are you constipated? He brushed it off, no, just random things. But before stepping into the second floor, there is a crucial ritual that needs to be taken care of. He roared, what is it this time? What kind of scheme are you hiding in your head? Kim Woojin replied nonchalantly, dinner, dragging ourselves to the second floor will drain a lot of stamina. Lee Jin Ah was dumbfounded. Huh, really? A moment later, the fire crackled, and the mouth-watering smell of roasted meat filled the cave. Li Jin Ah gnawed on a leg, chewing loudly. Right on, brothers going through life and death together should show affection like this. Take a piece, buddy. Kim Woojin glanced over, voicing his wonder. Ah, there's something I've been wondering about. You're known for surviving even if your flesh and bones are crushed, but you still feel pain, right? So what if, in the middle of a tense fight, it hurts so much that you pass out? He took a huge bite of meat. Nonsense. Who do you think I am? A true man like Li Jin Ah fainting in the middle of a battlefield. But Kim Woojin's follow-up made Li Jin Ah choke on his food. Yeah, good. So if you get gutted by a one-horned fox, how long can you hold out? He widened his eyes. What the hell, did I do something to offend you? Catching the other's sharp glare, Li Jin Ah frantically waved his hands, stuttering, take it easy. Let's sit down and negotiate. Why so tense? Entering the second floor of the dungeon, the vanguard team was getting absolutely battered. The monsters here moved as fast as lightning, flashing past before anyone could even process it. A hunter drew his bowstring taut, looking around anxiously, sweating profusely. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight with this blinding speed? A split second later, the beast shifted its direction, aiming its spear straight at him. The hunter instantly sensed the lethal aura, goosebumps erupting all over his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was engulfed by the beast's gaping maw. Then it turned invisible again without a trace. Witnessing the tragedy, Kang Yangjai panicked. At this rate, we're all going to be wiped out. Are we just supposed to sit around waiting to die? She gritted her teeth, her mind racing for a strategy. How can we lock down the speed of this one-horned fox? Suddenly, a footstep echoed, and then stopped right next to Kang Yangjai. She widened her eyes in shock, not yet grasping what was happening. Li Jin Ah, heavily disguised, spouted a string of broken Russian. I am Russian, Spasiba. I will handle the fox, Sibetum. Kang Yangjai was secretly surprised. This Russian guy, is he going solo? Only then did she notice Li Jin Ah casually walking toward the combat zone. Kang Yangjai shouted in panic, hey, don't go over there, fighting it barehanded is basically suicide. At this moment, all that caught her eyes were the glowing, chillingly terrifying eyes of the monster. Ignoring the warnings, he continued to stroll forward. The one-horned fox bared its sharp fangs, growling out lethal sounds. In a flash, its figure evaporated, leaving only a trail of crushed snow as a trace. Instantly, those brutal teeth were right at Li Jin Ah's neck. A large piece of his cloak was immediately ripped apart. Li Jin Ah shivered, terrifyingly fast. The one-horned fox darted like an arrow, drawing a circle of death around Li Jin Ah, its movement so elusive that it blended into the blinding snowstorm. He raised his hand to deflect its attack, anger flaring up, exactly as he said, the damage isn't a concern, but its speed is unmatched. Miserable at this rate, aside from offering my back to take hits, where am I supposed to find a chance to counterattack? But right at the critical moment, Li Jin Ah's footing slipped, and his whole body stumbled and flailed. His eyes rolled back, his brain only having time to complain, what a great time to slip on a banana peel. Seizing the fatal opening, the one-horned fox lunged in like a moth to a flame. That massive body slammed into Li Jin Ah, the impact so tremendous that it sent him flying dozens of meters away, leaving not a single second to react. Coughing up a splatter of blood, his vision blurred, his mind buzzing and empty. At this very moment, Li Jin Ah's mind replayed the scene from last night when Kim Woojin was stroking his chin. A contemplative tone, that monster's damage isn't the issue, its speed is the real headache. Sending the skeleton soldiers will only get their skulls crushed, and using traps is a useless waste of time. He retorted in frustration, so the bottom line is you're making me the bait, right? No wonder you were suddenly so nice, even treating me to dinner. He provoked him, afraid of running out of breath. Few seconds later, Li Jin Ah's eyes gradually regained focus. He lunged forward, tightly grappling the beast's body. Locked down unexpectedly, the monster panicked and bolted away at full speed, dragging Li Jin Ah's entire body along. He gritted his teeth, planting his feet firmly to break on the ice. But its pulling force was too monstrous. In a flash, the fox dragged him flat across the snow, plowing a long trench as ice dust scattered everywhere. Li Jin Ah immediately activated the blessing of the river Styx buff. He gritted his teeth and growled, it hurts like hell, but I've got you locked down, you cunning fox. Li Jin Ah pinned its face down into the snow. All his inner strength channeled into his hands, extinguishing any hope of escape for the monster. Witnessing the struggle, Kang Yangjai's jaw dropped. This guy is holding the beast back by sacrificing himself as a punching bag. But soon after, anxiety surged again, but human stamina has its limits. If no one delivers the finishing blow, holding it forever will just be in vain. Whoosh, an arrow tore through the wind, shooting out from nowhere. It aimed straight for the bullseye, the one-horned fox, with a speed that tore through space. The monster sensed the call of death, its body thrashing wildly in a desperate bid to survive. However, all efforts were hopeless. Its eyes were etched with absolute despair in the face of imminent judgment. In a blink, the system announced, "The one-horned fox has been afflicted with blood poison." Only then did Kang Yang-jai turn around in shock. Kim Woojin had been standing there tall and imposing since God knows when, his arm still maintaining the posture of drawing a bow. A split second later, the skeleton army aggressively swarmed into the battle. She felt like she had turned to stone, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Kang Yang-jai shivered and asked herself, are these two outstanding individuals really below level 40? The skeleton troops cast a net surrounding it from all directions, continuously hacking down with lethal blades, their morale overwhelming the sky. She bitterly realized that standing in front of those two, her squad was nothing but ants. The difference in class was far too vast. Swiftly, the notification arrived, "You have excellently slain the one-horned fox." At the dungeon entrance, a spatial rift gradually revealed itself, proving that the trial had been conquered. A swarm of reporters gathered, flashing their cameras. Someone clamored, "Who is the reigning champion, the queen of the Messiah Guild or Isaac Ivanov?" The person next to them chimed in, "Whoever comes out, we have to interview them at all costs." Suddenly, a luxury car tore through the crowd. Someone muttered in daze, "What is a diplomatic car doing here?" Another yelled, "That's Isaac Ivanov's car." In the backseat, Kim Woojin leisurely pulled the loot horn out of his inventory. He pressed the phone to his ear, connecting with Oh Sechin. "I'm planning to push out a press release." He nodded, "You're securing quick victories faster than I thought," approved, "But what is the purpose?" Kim Woojin articulated every word clearly. "Just leak the news to the public that if the Messiah Guild truly needs it," he casually added, "then our side will unconditionally offer this one-horned fox's horn to them." Hearing this, Li Jin-ah jumped up. "Are you out of your mind? We bled and scraped our skin to get it, and now you plan to hand it right to their mouths." From the other end of the line, Oh Sechin chuckled triumphantly. "I catch your drift, that's a brilliant idea." He roared in anger, "Hey you, if you're not going to use it, give it to me. Giving it away to the Messiah Guild for nothing, have you all gone senile?" Kim Woojin noted further, remember, emphasized the phrase, "If the Messiah Guild truly needs it, in there." He concluded, "Understood, publishing the article right now." In a flash, all media fronts exploded. News flew like a floodstorm. Isaac Ivanov declares, "If the Messiah Guild sincerely desires it, I am willing to offer the one-horned fox's horn." Isaac Ivanov expressed his desire to fight side by side and conquer dungeons with the Messiah Guild. On the Messiah Guild's side, Kang Yang-jai also spoke up. Without Isaac Ivanov, clearing this dungeon would have been an impossible mission. His eyes narrowed, glued to the screen, secretly appreciating the office's working speed. They pushed the article out incredibly fast. Right on cue, the phone vibrated violently. It was Park Yang-won calling. The next morning, Kim Woojin was seated in his office lounge. On the TV, the news bulletin was dissecting all sorts of conspiracy theories about Isaac Ivanov's true identity. Park Yang-won smacked his lips. "Isaac Ivanov, this name has been hogging the spotlight quite a bit lately, hasn't it?" He shifted his gaze to the person opposite him. "Let's skip that. Regarding the mission, your efficiency has surprised me quite a bit." Park Yang-won tapped his fingers. Those black crows of the Skull Guild seemed to have withdrawn all their tentacles in South Korea and scrambled back to Japan. "To be honest, I also wanted to pull out the weeds by the roots, but this result is enough to pacify the situation." He snapped his fingers, signaling to Secretary Kim. "Give and take, you did well so naturally you must be generously rewarded." She gracefully placed a file folder in front of Kim Woojin. Yang-won acted superior again. "Don't get complacent over this. Focus on training. If you perform well, there will be no shortage of rewards." He glanced at the contents of the report. It was the blood mist skill. Mandatory requirement. Emissary of the Underworld class, requires level exceeding 40. The ability to create a fog using one's own blood. He put on the air of a superior. "Since you are my man, you must contribute worthily." Kim Woojin obediently replied, "Understood, sir." Suddenly, a sensational news report on the TV caught Park Yang-won's attention. Breaking news, The Messiah Guild has just officially issued a statement. The Messiah Guild is extremely grateful for Isaac Ivanov's sincerity, but they politely decline the item. In return, the Messiah Guild will send a gift to express their gratitude to the savior of their members. He sneered, what a bunch of hypocrites. Stubbornly clinging to that vanity will only bring disaster upon themselves, right? He kept quiet, replaying the news headline drafted by O. Sechin in his mind. If the Messiah Guild truly needs it, I am willing to offer the one-horned fox's horn. Kim Woojin felt a thrill of anticipation inwardly. If I had stayed silent, they would have used the press to force me to hand over the horn immediately. The catch is, that trick of manipulating public opinion only works on those branded as enemies of the Messiah Guild. He secretly reasoned further, now that I've granted a life-saving favor and announced the donation of the treasure. Even if they grew 10 more guts, they wouldn't dare smear my reputation, wanting to sculpt the facade of a holy hero if they still crave that horn. Kim Woojin was certain of victory. They will have to swallow their pride and pay a sky-high price. As for how expensive, it depends on how big their sincerity is. Pulling his thoughts back to reality, he picked up the paper, smiling cryptically. Giving me a level 40 skill book, it seems he wants to force me to grind nonstop. Kim Woojin spoke up, could you arrange a few dungeons for me to train in? Yang Wan agreed immediately, a few dungeons, piece of cake. He waved his hand generously, just contact the broker and send the bill here, don't worry about the money. The corners of his mouth curved into a satisfied smile, thank you, sir. In another development, Lee Jin-ah was stuffing cookies in his mouth while watching TV. The Messiah Guild announced they want to present Isaac Ivanov with a treasure as a token of gratitude. Truly a generous faction, always extending a hand to sponsor individuals dedicating themselves to the Guild's ideals. Chewing loudly, he grumbled in annoyance that damn Kim Woojin is so infuriating. He released that statement because he knew exactly it would turn out like this, right? Truly high returns for low investment. Not only securing the horn, but also receiving a massive gift from the Messiah Guild. Lee Jin-ah shoved the last piece of cookie down his throat. I wonder what they're going to cough up. I'm really curious, O. Sechin bluntly stated, the Summon Golem skill book. He jumped up dumbfounded. How do you know so well? He replied dryly. Well, both sides negotiated to death before putting it in the news, of course. O. Sechin's face showed a clear foxy look. Gifts are secondary. Practical benefits are above all else. Since they laid their cards on the table offering the Summon Golem book, it would be foolish to refuse. Lee Jin-ah opened another cookie. Wait, hold on a minute. He sprang up and pointed at his own face, grumpy. So where's my compensation? I was down there dragging myself and contributing too. Why don't I see a shadow of any gift? At the very least, we should divide some of the loot, right? The older man hurriedly carried several boxes of choco pie and slammed them onto the table. Here's your cut, take it. O. Sechin smiled shamelessly, I know you're passionate about this stuff. His concluding sentence made Lee Jin-ah want to explode, so I brought a whole warehouse of cakes back to treat you. He irritably pointed at the mountain of cakes in the corner of the room. This is supply stock people donated to the Russian branch office. It's not like you paid out of pocket, so why are you putting on a show? Where are my gear and skills? His mouth complained, but his hands were still swiftly tearing open the boxes. Lee Jin-ah devoured them like a starved beast. What have you been scrutinizing all this time? O. Sechin replied blandly, the dungeon purchase request receipt from Park Yang-wan. He glared, Park Yang-wan? I thought you boycotted him. The other day you were loudly cursing him as a profiteering scumbag. Why are you doing business with him now? Besides, rumor has it he manipulates the entire Phoenix Guild. It's not like he lacks turf, so why is he relying on an outside dungeon broker? His eyes didn't leave the stack of papers. He said he wants to contract a few dungeons to build up a new confidant. Sounds like an exemplary boss protecting his employee. Lee Jin-ah wondered, new confidant, you mean Isaac Ivanov? O. Sechin answered, it's your sworn brother. He stared wide-eyed Kim Woojin. Lee Jin-ah sneered, I get it. You two are planning to put on a play to outsmart Park Yang-wan, right? What a bunch of con artists. The older man argued back, con artist what? It's called the art of business, a merchant's mindset, kid. Bring your books over someday and have Kim Woojin educate you. Then he pushed the paper in front of him. Lock it in, this one looks like a good fit. Lee Jin-ah grabbed the paper. Survival mission? O. Sechin inquired. Well, does it look okay? He nodded. It's fine, pure survival dungeons are rare these days. Reselling it could make a lot of money too. The document clearly stated, duration 240 hours, 2 floors, Rank B difficulty, capacity of 25 people, participation condition below level 40, objective to survive on the second floor for 7 days, reward rank C skill stone for the ultimate survivors. Li Jin Ah tossed the paper onto the table, 7 days of survival in a rank B dungeon. A perfect farming ground to grind levels by risking one's life. The older man glared, "What the hell are you giving it back to me for?" He looked bewildered. "Huh, what does that mean?" Oh, Sechin growled, "What do you mean, huh? Pack your bag and go." He felt like he had turned to stone. The paper slipped from his fingers upon hearing the older man's philosophy. "You only eat if you work. If you don't work, then." Li Jin Ah hastily bargained, "Wait, boss, I just rethought it. This dungeon doesn't seem to suit me." Oh, Sechin immediately lured him. "So you know how to evaluate dungeons now. But I've already made the final call, just get your ass up and go." In the end, he had to bitterly accept the order to enter that dungeon. Li Jin Ah muttered his complaints. "Poor me, having to babysit this homicidal maniac for another trip, truly awful luck." Kim Woojin nonchalantly suggested again, "Well, for starters, let's just take a walk around and enjoy the scenery, shall we?" Shifting scenes to the Hansung conglomerate, the #1 powerful financial empire in South Korea. Thanks to throwing money into sponsoring the Messiah Guild, this enterprise has risen to hold dominant influence globally. At the CEO's office, Park Shin-hai cried out in shock, "Yang Ji-hoo is dead." Assistant B timidly reported. Yes, he puffed his chest and demanded to enter the dungeon to catch Kim Woojin and never came back. Park Shin-hai gritted her teeth in anger, her fury flaring up. "Why does this guy always like to jump the gun? What about Gawain's necklace?" The assistant stammered. She immediately snapped, cutting him off. "It got snatched away, right? Bring it back here to me at all costs." Park Shin-hai lightly stroked her lips, her eyes deep in calculation. Finding someone to replace Yang Ji-hoo in the guild is as easy as flipping a hand, but Gawain's necklace is truly the core item. She silently evaluated. The chain of failures from the Skull Guild initially seemed like a trivial matter. But now it's a real headache. This trouble is pushing the tension between our side and the great swordsman and the great archer to its absolute peak. Park Shin-hai softly let out a sigh. An alliance once thought unbreakable has now begun to crack. The image of Park Yang-won's hateful face immediately popped into her head. That bastard is the ringleader of all this disaster. If she had known this day would come, she would have sent him to hell early on to be rid of the nuisance. Park Shin-hai bit her lip tightly, scheming endlessly in her gut. His power has now expanded way too much. The only way left is to chip away and wear down his wings bit by bit. She suddenly grew curious. What about the newbie who sneaked into Park Yang-won's personal guard? Assistant B cautiously confirmed. "You mean Kim Woojin." He was so tense he could barely breathe, hastily loosening his collar and stammering. "Well, we are still pouring all our efforts into eliminating the target. The problem is Park Yang-won protects him too tightly. Our people have absolutely no opening to approach him." Assistant B hurriedly elaborated. "That's not all, he also poured a fortune into hunting down high-tier skill books and gear to nurture Kim Woojin." Park Shin-hai coldly waved her hand. "Drop those excuses right now." She growled chillingly. "I only need a single answer. Have you guys figured out a plan to send him to his grave yet? Just answer that briefly." He frantically reported, "We have already dispatched a special task force to hunt Kim Woojin down." Park Shin-hai raised an eyebrow, her voice sharp. "Who is leading it?" Assistant B bowed respectfully. "Ma'am, it is Suzuki Achai." Her mind immediately calculated. Suzuki Achai is the one holding Lancelot's ring. Assigning the job to this guy is quite reassuring. Park Shin-hai continued to interrogate. "Where are they hiding now?" He hastily replied. "Currently, the whole team is on standby waiting for orders in Kiseong City." At the same time inside the dungeon, the system's sound rang out clearly indicating the player had just leveled up. "You have reached level 40. This outstanding advancement has drawn the admiring gaze of the Emissary of the Underworld. The reward is 8 new slots in the inventory." Kim Woojin showed obvious excitement. "Level 40, it's finally time to use the gifted goods." In stark contrast, Li Jin Ah was currently standing there panting like a sled dog, exhausted to the extreme. He casually wiped the drenched sweat from his forehead, grumbling inwardly. The more he followed Kim Woojin, the more he felt this guy was a genuine psychopath. In this world, probably only a freak like him could power level so fast while maintaining a calm face like taking a walk in the park. Observing the terrain and laying traps sounds as easy as eating candy, but in actual combat, it brings terrifying effectiveness. He thoroughly understood everything about the monster packs, from their types and numbers in each dungeon to their exact hiding spots. He even held the secret to slaughtering them in the neatest way possible. It's true that he knows damn well about everything. Li Jin-an narrowed his eyes in suspicion, firmly believing one thing. This demeanor is exactly like someone who had already cleared this place in a past life. Kim Woojin's eyes were glued to the thin piece of paper. With his current strength, even if thrown into a tiger's den or wolf's mouth, he was confident he could walk out without a single scratch. The system's beeping sound rang continuously. The player has successfully comprehended the summon golem skill. The system continued to report, "You have mastered the blood mist skill." His companion immediately spoke up to negotiate. "The goal is achieved, now please clear the dungeon quickly so we can go home." Life is not a dream. Kim Woojin coldly brushed off that idea. Since we just got new toys, we have to bring them out to test their mettle. We must push ourselves to the limit to accurately measure tactics for the long run. Li Jin-a's face fell, snapping helplessly, "All right, I bow down to you." After a period of wrestling with the monsters, the unfortunate duo finally cleaned up the dungeon, and the glowing streak of the spatial gate slowly appeared. Li Jin-a's legs were now trembling like a leaf. Drained of all vitality, he couldn't stand straight and had to painfully drag himself out. Seeing this, Li Jisoo panicked and ran over. "Li Jin-ah, what happened to you? Are you still breathing?" She anxiously knelt down to support the big guy, asking pitifully, "Are you injured anywhere critical?" Li Jin-a's face was ashen, his life force drained like a torn piece of paper, only managing to let out a painful groan. Ignoring whether his teammate lived or died, Kim Woojin maintained a cold expression. "I have things to do, I'll go first." Li Jisoo nodded blankly. Meanwhile, the big guy fell face down on the ground, his mouth weakly pleading, "Stomach, needs to be rescued from starvation." She quickly shoved a phone to Kim Woojin, reminding him, "Just use this to keep in touch." The moment he pressed it to his ear, a familiar, slightly groggy voice rang out. "It's me, Secretary Lee, is there an emergency?" He replied with a flat tone, "It's me, Kim Woojin." In his mind, he calculated that the target must be hiding in Kiseong right now. His calm voice rang out again, "There's a place I need to go to immediately." The conversation ended abruptly. Sechin stood staring at the phone screen, thousands of questions dancing in his head. Why Kiseong? What devilish scheme is this guy brewing up? Ever since the Death Gates appeared, an isolated North Korea was forced to break its shell to receive external aid. The focal point was Kiseong, a free open land. There, as long as you have the talent to clear dungeons, you can run wild without caring about the law. Because of this, the Kiseong Special Economic Zone quickly turned into an ideal landing spot for players tainted with sins, the whole city sinking into a quagmire of bottomless greed. The scene shifted to Kiseong as night dropped a pitch-black curtain obscuring the view. A battered passenger bus rattled along the deserted road. At this time, Kim Woojin, heavily disguised, was acting exactly like a coward in front of a rugged gangster. Sung-ho threw out a teasing remark. "Hey youngster, you look totally unfamiliar, just taking your first steps into the backpack profession." He feigned ignorance. "Huh, what is a backpack?" The man waved his hand explaining, "Well, roughly speaking, it's those dummy guys who tail others just to carry loot out of the dungeon." Kim Woojin shakily pushed up his glasses, breaking out in a heavy sweat, stuttering in denial. "I'm not." Sung-ho sneered, dropping a mocking tone. "Cut the act, one look and anyone can tell. A nerdy guy like you probably didn't run away here because you beat someone up. You snatched someone's money and fled, right? Don't be shy, everyone here is in the same boat." He pursed his lips in disdain. "But you're too green, kid. This land is full of social scum. If they haven't committed murder, then they carry heinous crimes. This bunch roams freely outside the law only because the player title is carrying them." Sung-ho narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. "Come to think of it, it's pretty lucrative. Carrying this title and raking in money makes it easy to whitewash and turn the tables. Being a player truly makes life bloom. Anyway, out with it, what's the deal that made you hole up in this corner?" He bitterly lamented, "I was stabbed in the back by my own sworn brother." Hearing this, the gangster looked visibly amused. "Wow, backstabbed, huh? I don't know what that punk looks like, but I bet you're pissed off to the core." A moment later, Sung-ho turned around preparing to leave, not forgetting to instruct. "All right then, if you're short on anything, just give me a holler." Kim Woojin's eyes instantly changed. A chilling sharpness enveloped them, perfectly reflecting his inner state at this moment. Exactly, that is the steep price for someone who dares to turn their back on the whole world. The tough guy shrunk into a corner with his face buried in his phone, the corners of his lips occasionally twitching into a sinister smile. A message from his accomplices popped up on Sung-Ho's screen. "How are the backpacks?" He lazily typed a reply. "All clueless rookies, nothing suspicious, just use them and throw them away." A while later, the rundown bus reached the station. The screeching sound of the brakes dragged across the quiet space. The driver arrogantly yelled, his tone reeking of hostility. "We're here, get the hell off so I don't have to look at you." At the same time, at Oh Sechen's headquarters, Lee Jin-ah's scream echoed throughout the building. "Kiseong is all the way over in North Korea, isn't it?" He rubbed his full belly while leisurely picking his teeth. "He actually went to that den? What a hopeless lunatic. That area is swarming with social scum. What trash is he expecting to find in that lawless place?" Osechen glued his eyes to the impossibly long bill in his hand, veins popping all over his face, hissing through his teeth. "Crazy bastard." He flared up and pointed straight at the big guy opposite him, roaring in fury. "I mean you thick-skinned bastard. You time it exactly for meal times to come mooch off me, don't you?" Lee Jin-ah frowned in annoyance. "Hey, I think I vaguely heard Kim Woojin demanding his share of the needle snake skins, right?" Osechen startled, instantly changing to a sweet tone. "Huh, what? Oh my, so since when did Kim Woojin stroll over to Kiseong?" Lee Jin-ah pouted his lips. "It's plain as day. Stop being so sneaky. You're changing the subject because you have a guilty conscience, right?" Osechen tried hard to act calm, but cold sweat had already drenched the back of his shirt. Weird, why would he dive into Kiseong at this sensitive time? He smacked his lips in grave concern. "Big trouble, that guy is also currently stationed in Kiseong." Lee Jin-ah looked dumbfounded. "Who is that guy?" Osechen's face sank completely. "A cold-blooded monster even more formidable than Kim Woojin." Osechen analyzed further. "There's a high chance that guy has already reached the level 50 mark. At that tier, no one can stand in his way." A tangled stream of thoughts flashed through his mind, only hoping his premonition was dead wrong. If these two clashed too early, the consequences would be truly unpredictable. Lee Jin-ah stared, unable to believe his ears, then stubbornly argued. "Stop talking nonsense. How could there be any freak who surpasses Kim Woojin? If there is, a streetwise guy like me would have known his face. Spit it out, what's his name?" He casually dropped the words. "You must have heard his name one way or another. Suzuki Achai, the mad hound of the Messiah Guild." Meanwhile in Kiseong, Suzuki Achai held the phone close to his ear, nodding as he replied. "Understood, sir. I'll make the arrangements right away." Seeing this, Lee Min beside him asked curiously, "Is something up, boss?" Suzuki Achai nonchalantly replied, "The Queen just sent an order. She wants us to take special care of our next target." The underling scratched his head in confusion. Who exactly is this next target? Just then, the driver's gruff shout echoed from the back. "Everyone get the hell off the bus now." Suzuki Achai lowered his voice to a murmur. "Kim Woojin." Lee Min's eyes widened. "Kim Woojin? Never heard of him." Suzuki Achai's face darkened as he warned. "The higher-ups stressed that we need to be on high alert, so this prey is definitely no small fry." Lee Min shrugged with a smirk, completely unbothered. "A target is a target, they all end up the same. If there's an order, we'll just butcher him, simple as that." He sternly reminded, "The hit target has been updated, so let's clear out this dungeon quickly and move on to extracting information about him. By the way, any movement from the porters?" Kim Jun quickly reported, "The manager sent word that everything is smooth sailing, we just need to stick to the plan." Suzuki Achai nodded, urging them, "Good, dismiss and get your gear ready now." From a distance, Kim Woojin had caught every word of their conversation, his eyes locked onto the group. Suzuki Achai, what a narrow path for enemies to cross, to think they would bump into each other in this hellhole. If it were him from a few days ago, he swore to God he would have avoided that guy like the plague. Kim Woojin's mind churned with chaotic memories, a bloodthirsty hound who only knew how to crush everything under the Messiah Guild. Later on, when he hit level 100, his stomping grounds were finally restricted due to level limits. He bitterly realized that this was exactly why the Messiah Guild had to hastily mold a new lapdog to take over their dirty work. Cruel truth he only figured out much later. If they hadn't been backed into that corner, that bastard wouldn't have bothered lowering himself to recruit him. Underestimating Suzuki Achai's strength was purely a suicidal move. Even now, it was highly likely that Park Shin-hai had already handed him Lancelot's ring. If left to his own devices, it wouldn't be long before this monster shattered all limits. Kim Woojin clenched his fists, finalizing his goal. "I need to nip this threat in the bud. time to enter the dungeon. The scenery inside the dungeon was gloomy, with the next quest glaring right at him. Exterminate the red orcs to open the path to the next floor. In another dark corner of the dungeon, fresh blood spattered wildly, intertwined with heart-wrenching screams. Hearing the gruesome noise, Suzuki Achai frowned and barked. "What the hell is going on?" Kim Jun, his face pale as a sheet, stammered. "One of the porters just slaughtered our men and vanished without a trace." He frantically asked for orders. "Boss, how do we handle this? Should we hunt him down?" Staring intently at the fatal cut on the lifeless corpse, Suzuki Achai's face scrunched up. A razor-sharp stab, accurately piercing the vital spot without a single wasted movement. He turned the corpse's head to inspect it, thinking to himself that the killer was absolutely no amateur in the art of murder. Sensing the lingering scent of danger, Suzuki Achai decisively ordered a complete lockdown of their plans, demanding that the remaining porters be wiped out. Li Min seriously acknowledged the order. "Understood, boss." Quick as lightning, one of the men pulled a razor-sharp sword from his spatial storage, the cold gleam of metal flashing in the dim light. The guy next to him also gripped his weapon, muscles tensed and ready to charge into battle. In the blink of an eye, another thug carrying a sharp battle axe stepped forward, its blinding reflection signaling an impending rain of blood. Instantly, a demonic perimeter tightened around the pitiful porters. With every heavy footstep closing in, the assassin's eyes burned with a savage thirst for human lives. Sung Ho was so terrified his tongue tied in knots, raising his hands in surrender. "Let's talk this out. What are you guys trying to do? We porters are completely unarmed, just calm down, brothers." Before his final plea could even leave his lips, his body took the full brunt of countless fatal slashes, drawing out a feeble groan. "We already signed the NDA." Crimson blood splattered into the air, plunging the remaining unlucky souls into absolute terror. A desperate scream tore through the air. "Run, run for your lives." But their struggles were in vain. A one-sided massacre erupted, metallic blood flowing like a river, dyeing the freezing ground a bruised red. Mournful wails echoed off the rocky walls in all directions, blending with the harsh clashing of metal to paint a suffocating picture of hell on earth. Very quickly, the ground was littered with piled-up corpses, pools of blood sketching out a hair-raising scene of tragedy. An underling stepped up to Suzuki Achai and reported, "The trash has been taken out. Should we split up and hunt that guy down now, boss?" His face darkened coldly. The fact that he slipped away after just one kill proves he's playing guerrilla tactics. This guy is a lone wolf. Splitting up our formation is like feeding ourselves to him one by one. It's an obvious trap, and you still want to stick your head in. Suzuki Achai immediately charted a new course of action. "Our priority right now is to uncover that bastard's identity at all costs." Suddenly, a violent tremor hit, startling him and making him quickly glance toward the source of the sound. The looming figure of a monster met his eyes, causing Suzuki Achai to freeze for a second. A golem. His mind raced, firmly concluding, so his guardian constellation is the emissary of the Underworld. Suzuki Achai calculated in his head. Without sacrifices, there's no way he can summon undead minions, so this cheap golem is 100% just a pawn to stall for time. If that's the case, he boldly pivoted the plan, the whole team will pursue the target, but first, we need to smash this boulder to pieces. Instantly, the system panel flashed with a skill from the Guardian of the Fountain of Wisdom. The binding spell was activated. A surge of magic erupted brilliantly from Jun's 6 hands. Dozens of thick roots immediately tore through the earth, shooting out at breakneck speeds. They stretched out and tightly bound the monster's arms, successfully rooting it in place and creating the perfect opening for his teammates to unleash their firepower. Hearing Suzuki Achai's barked orders, the grunts hastily swapped their weapons. Knowing full well that golems were highly resistant to light physical damage, the whole group simultaneously brought out their heavy hitters for the fight. He roared, urging them on. "There's nothing to fear from this walking corpse, just smash its 2 legs to a pulp." The underlings swarmed like angry bees, frantically raining a storm of damage onto the golem's legs, denying it any chance to struggle. Watching from the shadows, Kim Woojin had to nod in acknowledgement that these guys were pros. Not only did they flexibly use the right counterweapons, but their coordination was as smooth as if they had practiced it 1,000 times. Even more formidable was that they targeted the monster's critical weak point with dead accuracy. With just a few basic moves, the monster's sturdy legs were mashed into paste. Kim Jun lightly launched himself into the air, channeling all his strength in preparation to deliver a finishing blow. He flexed his arms and swung his weapon through the air, aiming the sharp tip straight at the golem's skull. In a split second, an ear-splitting explosion echoed as the monster's head burst into hundreds of pieces. A thick, blinding storm of dust billowed up, swallowing all visibility at the scene. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech rang out. Jun-sik frowned slightly and muttered, "What the hell is that noise?" Out of the silent void, a phantom-like arrow shot forward, hurtling straight toward him at a terrifying speed. In a fraction of a second, the arrow was a hair's breadth away from piercing his throat, making Jun-sik's heart feel like it was about to stop. Right on that fragile line between life and death. Suzuki Achai flashed into view, swatting away the deadly arrow and snatching his underling's life back from the Grim Reaper's grasp. Jun-sik hadn't even regained his senses, his face drained of all color as he shakily apologized. "Boss, forgive me." He irritably snapped, "Drop that careless attitude right now, don't underestimate the enemy just because he's a lone wolf." Suzuki Achai's sharp mind immediately caught on to the shady tactic. He waited for the exact moment the whole team was tied up with the golem to launch a sneak attack on the healer. His curiosity surged to its peak. This fighting style reeked of strange familiarity, coupled with a superior physique that juggled both long-range combat and summoning abilities. Who the hell was this bastard anyway? Suddenly, the frantic screams of his men made Suzuki Achai flinch and whip around. The second wave of attacks had arrived. Seeing a cluster of pitch-black figures charging forward, Kim Jun panicked and yelled, "Who are those guys? Other players. Which crack did they crawl out of? Didn't we already lock down this dungeon?" Li Min hurriedly readied his bow. "I'll buy us some time, get into formation, quick." The solid steel arrow tore through the air, flying forth with the power to shred anything in its path. Right at that moment, the familiar mechanical sound signaled that the multi-shot skill from the Silent Hunter was officially loaded. Instantly, the mighty arrow split brilliantly, spawning a barrage of arrows that crashed toward the murky cloud ahead. They shrieked with ear-piercing whistles, sketching out countless sharp streaks of light aimed straight at the moving targets. But strangely enough, the arrows pierced through the objects as easily as cutting through butter, slipping straight into the void as if hitting afterimages. The dark shadows didn't even bother to dodge, completely ignoring the rain of arrows that passed through their bodies like they were made of thin air. Li Min's jaw dropped as he stammered, "They're charging straight at us, holy shit, what kind of sorcery is this?" The blood-red armor of the skeleton soldiers flickered brightly amidst the pitch-black smoke, just like the blazing flames of purgatory that could not be extinguished. A demonic shadow suddenly closed in. Li Min yelled in panic, "They're skeleton soldiers," simultaneously swinging his sword down in a heavy chop. He managed to twist his body to dodge, but the Reaper's blade still managed to graze him. A sword wound slashed across Li Min's face, causing fresh, sticky blood to ooze out. He hastily rolled backward, warily maintaining a vital distance from this dark creature. Li Min wiped the gushing blood off his face, his heart filled with terror. What kind of freakish skeleton soldiers maneuver as smoothly as special ops? A fierce clash erupted as the two sides tore into each other, the blinding sound of clashing metal grating against their eardrums. Kim Jun braced himself to block, cursing up a storm in his head. "Fuck these little shits. Thanks to those bodies that don't know pain, their offensive pressure is way too overwhelming." He ground his teeth bitterly. He had never clashed with any skeleton soldiers that wielded martial arts this fluidly. Suzuki Achai quickly activated the executioner's ultimate skill, Holy Light Sever. A barrage of dazzling energy blades swept across in unison, easily dicing the monster's body into countless tiny fragments. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, realizing that these undead troops were perfectly mimicking the combat skills of their master. Suzuki Achai muttered his assessment, meaning the guy pulling the strings behind these things is absolutely no small fry. The slaughter dragged on in a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand, making him anxiously tell himself, "If this tug-of-war continues, we're done for." The wicked sword cleaved the air again, slicing the monster vertically in the blink of an eye, rescuing Kim Jun from the Grim Reaper's grasp by a hair's breadth. Horrified, he whipped his head back and gasped, "Boss." Suzuki Achai bellowed furiously, "Drop that underestimating attitude right now. You need to treat these bags of bones as veteran players and go all out." He immediately gave a pointer. "Remember, they are wearing heavy armor, just aim for the gaps." He cleared his throat and firmly replied, "Understood, boss." Kim Jun madly charged into the fray, roaring out the command. Did the whole team hear that? From now on, focus all your attacks on the armor joints. Treacherous sword strikes swung wildly, pinning with lethal accuracy into the vulnerable spots on the demon's armored bodies. The grunts in the back quickly reorganized their formation, strictly carrying out the orders to the letter. Suzuki Achai kicked off the ground, soaring through the gloomy gray smoke. A chilling intuition flared in his mind. I can smell him lurking somewhere in the middle of this chaos. The moment that thought ended, Suzuki Achai sharply caught a strange glint. As long as he cleanly took out the guy pulling the strings behind these bones, everything would be over. Amidst the flaming ruins, a lone silhouette stood motionless, observing the battlefield like a mere bystander. Elated, he roared internally, "Found you, you son of a bitch." Suzuki Achai slammed on the brakes, his feet tearing up the jagged ground and leaving a trail of dull gray dust in his wake. His body unleashed its explosive power, leaping forward like a missile leaving its silo, darting straight toward the enemy. In just the blink of an eye, he loomed tall right in front of his prey, his fiery eyes flashing with cold, murderous intent. A ruthless slash crashed straight down onto the head, the screech of tearing air sounding as if it wanted to cleave all of creation in two. Suzuki Achai stood tall, his arrogant demeanor exactly like a swordmaster who had just completed a transcendent performance. Unfortunately, reality slapped him right in the face. Not a single agonizing groan leaked out. Laid bare before Suzuki Achai's eyes right now was nothing but a torn, severed piece of a cloak. The soft fabric drifted down to the filthy ground, exposing a silent figure standing tall amidst the battlefield. He was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes bulging to their limits, a skull mask. Suzuki Achai numbly speculated, could this mysterious guy be Isaac Ivanov, the hunter who took down the needle snake? An unlucky skeleton tumbled to the ground, its shattered skull officially sending it back to the afterlife. Kim Jun quickly cleared his throat and reported, "Boss, there are only 2 dry corpses left." But then his gaze suddenly landed on Kim Woojin under the guise of Isaac Ivanov, a guy with bright blonde hair wearing a skull mask. It was definitely Isaac Ivanov, the snake-slaying hunter. Kim Jun bit his nails in suspicion. Wasn't this guy a die-hard fanatic of the Messiah Guild? Why the hell would he show his face in this dump to ruin their plans? Kim Woojin calmly swept his gaze around, his mind calculating schemes. Time to show my hand and switch to plan B. Without hesitation, he grabbed the 2 dry skeletons, one big and one small, stepping back to slip away quietly. Suzuki Achai scowled, smelling a rat. Trying to run away? Or is he planning to drain our stamina? This guy is a necromancer. If we let him roam free to set up his formations, this fight will be impossible to chew. Kim Jun fumed and yelled, "He just smoked 4 of our brothers. What are we standing around for instead of hunting him down and tearing him apart?" Suzuki Achai coldly poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Halt! Until we figure out his tricks, nobody is allowed to act recklessly." But a meathead like Kim Jun wouldn't listen. He turned a deaf ear to all the warnings and barreled forward. "Wait my ass. It's painfully obvious he's out of breath and about to kick the bucket." Suzuki Achai silently analyzed. If played by the book, chasing him down when he had lost all his minions was the smart move, except for one thing. He still felt a pang of hesitation. What if summoning spirits wasn't this bastard's only trump card? Thinking of this, beads of sweat broke out and he hastily roared, "Stop right there, it's a trap." The warning had barely ended when a blinding flash of light erupted, an earth-shattering explosion echoing from the direction Kim Jun was charging. Kim Woojin's trap had been sprung. The corpse explosion skill of the Emissary of the Underworld was officially activated. A billowing cloud of pitch-black smoke rolled out from the epicenter, swallowing Suzuki Achai's entire squad inside. Li Min and Jun Sik frantically covered their noses, their faces tense as bowstrings. What kind of harsh smoke is this? Suzuki Achai cleared his throat and commanded, "Everyone brace yourselves now. Our vision is completely zeroed out. Watch out for any incoming variables." Piercing through the thick fog, a staggering silhouette slowly revealed itself. It was Kim Jun, suffering from gruesome injuries after the recent explosion. He shakily confessed, "Boss, forgive my impulsiveness." A cold, mechanical voice chimed in, notifying that the player had been poisoned. Torn by internal and external injuries, Kim Jun agonizingly coughed up a glob of pitch-black blood. Suzuki Achai's eagle eyes captured that exact moment, alarm bells ringing wildly in his head. He's coughing up poisoned blood. Jun-sik frantically rushed over, rambling, "Hang in there, I'm going to heal you right now." But Suzuki Achai's steel arm blocked his chest. "Wait, his fresh blood has already turned pitch black. It's too late." Jun-sik stared at him blankly. "Boss, what do you mean?" Kim Jun could no longer support his trembling legs and collapsed heavily onto the ground. Bleeding black blood from all 7 orifices, he panicked intensely, mumbling, "It's just some trivial poison, I'm still fine. Please come over here and heal me." Like a flickering candle before burning out, Kim Jun used every last ounce of his strength to drag his body toward his comrades, wailing pitifully, "I don't want to lose my life in such a pointless way." But that desperate plea would forever go unanswered, replaced instead by a deadly flash of light sweeping past. It was a merciless slash from Suzuki Achai. He coldly sent his brother to the afterlife to end his misery. Watching Kim Jun's corpse collapse, he scoured through all the data in his brain. It was a plain fact that he had never heard rumors of Isaac Ivanov using poison. But with this terrifyingly lethal poison, potent enough to send his subordinate straight to the grave in an instant. Suzuki Achai frowned and scratched his head in frustration. Why didn't that son of a bitch just use it from the start to get it over with? Suddenly, a chilling realization flashed in his mind. Could it be? The scratch on Li Min's face suddenly throbbed, oozing agonizing black blood. The remaining comrades with injuries on their bodies also began showing signs of a rash. Li Min grimaced, sniffing out the bad omen. "I was blinded by the explosion, so I didn't notice, but why hasn't this murky smoke cleared up yet?" At that same moment, Suzuki Achai's system popped up a notification. Lancelot's ring had initiated the full poison resistance shield. He strained his neck and roared hoarsely, "It's poisonous gas, everyone get the hell out of here." But by the time he realized the truth, it was already far too late. Jun-sik felt dizzy, the world spinning around him, swaying as he groaned. "Well, we're totally screwed this time." The ruthless notification panel appeared. "Player has been poisoned. HP bar will be continuously drained by the lethal poison's destructive power." It wasn't just Jun-sik. All the faint-hearted weaklings without poison resistance mechanisms dropped like flies one by one. Suzuki Achai's eyes were finally opened. His entire crew had fallen right into the trap. So this was the pivotal move. He intentionally used the poison fog to completely shatter the squad's entire defensive line. Right at that boiling point, a skeleton soldier furiously launched a sneak attack from behind his back. Suzuki Achai furrowed his brows and glanced over his shoulder, his stance already perfectly prepped for a counterattack. But unexpectedly, the pair of skeleton soldiers completely ignored him and zipped forward. His eyes widened as he realized the hidden intent. Its target wasn't him, it wanted to massacre his sluggish underlings. Simultaneously, a dark scenario flashed through Suzuki Achai's brain. If that's the case, before his thought could finish, he swiftly spun around, and sure enough, Kim Woojin's figure under the moniker of Isaac Ivanov was looming right there. The cold clashing of blades rang out sharply. In just the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged dozens of lethal moves. Right after, both of them abruptly recoiled, creating distance to preserve their lives. Suddenly, a unique notification popped up in the corner of his screen. The executioner of the Holy Crown is showing immense delight at this deathmatch. Suzuki Achai was secretly amazed to think there was actually a constellation watching. On the other side of the battle line, Kim Woojin's condition wasn't much different. The emissary of the Underworld was highly excited by this performance. Taking the opportunity, he pulled out his power-buffing artifact and popped a consumable. Just as scripted, this old fox was far more seasoned than that brainless Yang Ji-hoo. Kim Woojin had originally planned to set up a formation to string him along and finish him off with a one-hit kill. Unfortunately, a miss is as good as a mile, so he had to activate the power from Gawain's necklace. The radiant aura of the sun's blessing. Cutting over to Oh Sechen's headquarters at midnight, amidst the silent night, only a single floor remained bathed in flickering light. Lee Jisoo quickly reported, "We've pinpointed Kim Woojin's coordinates, dead on the mark. He's camping out in that damn dungeon." Oh Sechen let out a surprised "Oh, so he's really planning to wring Suzuki Achai's neck." He rubbed his chin in deep thought, analyzing that if this was true, his ultimate target was undoubtedly to ruin the Messiah Guild. Kim Woojin was indeed a rare and hard-to-find trump card, but that was only on the condition that he dragged his ass back alive. Lee Jisoo slightly furrowed her brows, asking for orders. "What's our next move?" Oh Sechen thoughtfully turned toward her. "Secretary Lee, it's time to bring that item out to play. She stammered, her eyes full of disbelief. "Are you implying?" Osechin firmly nodded in confirmation. "Exactly, the power of the pharaoh, the artifact you spent months painstakingly hunting down." Rewinding back to the dungeon, Suzuki Achai's gang had completely been wiped out by now, laid out stiff on the ground. Kim Woojin was also exhausted, lying flat in a corner, while his grand skeleton trump card had just been hacked into 100 pieces by Suzuki Achai. He whipped around, tossing him a freezing glare. "The stage is just the two of us now. Whatever dirty tricks you have left, bring them out." The corner of Kim Woojin's mouth twitched bitterly, accompanied by a trickle of blood. He had clearly squeezed out every ounce of power from the sun's blessing, so why was the gap in strength still so sickening? This version of the old man was way beefier than the fragmented memories he had. Across his battered body were crisscrossing slashes oozing blood. Kim Woojin silently cursed at his own arrogance, thinking he could cover the sky with one hand and easily swallow Suzuki Achai. The old man didn't rush to finish him off but leisurely clapped in praise. "You're the very first person to drag me into this mess. I commend you for your bravery. But look at you, you've lost way too much blood. This bland game is about to end." Ding, the system panel sent a challenge letter to Suzuki Achai. "Player has been inflicted with lethal poison." However, a backup notification immediately popped up after. Lancelot's ring successfully triggered the toxic blood immunity mechanism. He stroked the artifact ring, thinking to himself, "Without you, I'd be eating dirt alongside those useless scums right now." He also implicitly understood that his own stamina bar was in the red. Suzuki Achai dragged his heavy steps closer, his defense airtight. Just a few more drops of blood lost, and he would be the one pushing up daisies. He swung his Reaper's blade into the sky, ready to harvest Kim Woojin's head. "Go to hell, kid." Standing before the abyss of death, hazy fragments of memories came flooding back into his mind. Park Yangwan once warned him through gritted teeth that because his flowing blood carried toxic seeds, once he suffered a lethal injury, any surgical tricks or blood transfusions would be useless. Therefore, Secretary Kim tossed him a mysterious item, solemnly instructing, "The big boss went to great lengths to get this just for you." Park Yangwan's voice echoed with an explanation. "Kim Woojin, the day you reach the pinnacle of glory, this will just be a piece of scrap paper, but until then, it's more than enough to pull you back from the brink of death." Kim Woojin intently observed the crumpled, yellowed piece of paper tossed on the table. The memory reel suddenly flashed like a divine lifesaver. He glared, gathering all the borrowed skills from back then. Exploding forth, Kim Woojin squeezed out his final drop of strength, darting toward his opponent like a tornado. His audacious comeback attempt made Suzuki Achai freeze, who then sneered, a cornered dog biting blindly. Kim Woojin swatted the weapon away, reaching out his bare hand to firmly grip Suzuki Achai's battered flesh. The notification screen glowed brightly. The emissary of the Underworld officially took the stage. The brutal blood-draining magic sucked out every drop of his metallic blood, swirling into a blazing red vortex before absorbing completely into Woojin's body. The sudden shock of extreme blood loss knocked Suzuki Achai off balance, sending him flailing backward. However, both sides' stamina had bottomed out. The two of them felt their limbs give way as they tumbled onto the ground. The system sent a death warrant to Suzuki Achai. "Player is suffering from severe blood loss. All stats are plummeting drastically." In stark contrast, Kim Woojin was slowly enjoying the process of refilling his health bar. A dark red, bewitching spiritual energy embraced his battered body. The system smoothly announced, "Player recovers 5% of HP, bleeding status has been locked down." His batteries fully recharged, Kim Woojin leisurely walked over to step on the loser's shadow. "An old fox like you must have sniffed out Lee Sejun's rotten nature by now, right? So, are you still planning to follow at his heels?" Suzuki Achai forced a stiff smirk, weakly asking Mr. Isaac Ivanov, "What's your ultimate goal in targeting us? Rumors say the world is coming to an end, but I don't buy into that scenario." Kim Woojin calmly ignored the enemy's rambling. He clung to his dying breath. "People holding power like us players are meant to rule the world. That is the true path. Trying to end this damn game is utterly foolish and goes against nature." Without bothering with that load of crap, he decisively pulled the ring right off Suzuki Achai's finger. It was Lancelot's ring of legendary grade, an artifact once bestowed by the Lady of the Lake. When worn, the user gains an extra 100 points of magic power, alongside absolute protection against all abnormal status effects like poison, curses, or madness. The moment the equipment slipped from his hand, the system signaled to him that the protective layer from Lancelot's ring had evaporated, and the poison began to take effect. His critically low health caused his resistance to hit rock bottom. Kim Woojin looked at him with icy eyes. Truth and righteousness have always belonged to the strong, so just obediently die by my hands. The venom had already eaten deep into his internal organs, compounded by severe blood loss. Suzuki Achai writhed, coughing up mouthfuls of pitch-black blood. Amidst the dark forest of the dungeon, the dying sounds of the man gradually faded away, sinking into dead silence. At this moment, the system notified Kim Woojin that the Eye of Anubis had been activated. Once the monsters were completely wiped out, a figure leisurely stepped out of the portal, leaving the gate behind him to fade and vanish into thin air. The moment he stepped outside under his perfect disguise, Kim Woojin immediately shifted his gaze toward the tree line ahead. Meeting his eyes were two specialized vehicles and a few officers on standby. One approached to hand him a walkie-talkie, whispering, "We've been waiting for you, comrade, please pick up." A smug laugh came from the other end of the line. "Pretty terrifying stuff. I didn't expect you to clean up even Suzuki Achai. Don't even try to bullshit me that it was a slip of the hand and you didn't know who he was," Kim Woojin calmly retorted. "Butchering a hound raised by the Messiah Guild, what's the big deal?" That casually arrogant attitude made Sechin speechless for a few seconds. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. "Well, it doesn't matter, but I really didn't expect you to raise such hell. At first, I thought you were just a client with weird tastes. All right then, I get your intentions." Kim Woojin hadn't even bothered to reply, or rather, didn't have an opening to jump in because Sechin kept rambling. "To be honest, my faction and you share the same goals, so once you leave there and make it back safely, let's arrange a meetup to discuss business, all right." Kim Woojin took off his glasses, intently analyzing the proposal. "This matter is highly confidential. Keeping up casual communication like this might lead to complications. It's best to exchange words face to face." He decisively nodded. "Deal, I have no reason to refuse, as long as our final destination is leveling the Messiah Guild." At the city cemetery, the cold air still lingered along with early morning dew resting on the leaves. A woman's silhouette quietly approached the ash storage vaults. Lee Jisu's face carried a faint, tragic sorrow as she slowly reached out to unlock a vault compartment. Behind the glass door was the ash urn of a deceased loved one, placed next to a commemorative photo from her naive school days. She gently bit her lip, her distant gaze sinking into a chaotic stream of memories. Without uttering a single word, Lee Jisu stood in silence for a moment before turning her back and walking away, bearing the weight of her unspoken thoughts. At the same time, inside a dark and gloomy dungeon, a blazing red fire suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire space. A piercing siren tore through the night, blown by someone using every last breath in their lungs. Recognizing the evacuation signal, the group of hunters immediately shouted at each other to fall back, scrambling to run for their lives. Ironically, there was an eccentric man confidently walking against the fleeing crowd. He strode straight toward the roaring sea of flames. With a muscular physique like a boulder, he moved forward at a leisurely pace, ignoring all the imminent danger. That person was none other than Li Jin-ah. With eyes burning with determination, he softly muttered a curse, Spaziba. The gold ring resting on his finger suddenly flashed. His mind echoed with the bickering he just had with Kim Woojin. "Basically, you're telling me to go hug that fire fox, are you crazy?" The other guy had mocked at the time, so what? "Chickening out already? You're supposed to have an immortal body, yet you're afraid of burning your hands." Li Jin-ah gritted his teeth and argued back, "The hell I'm afraid. I'm just checking if your scheme is actually reliable or not." Kim Woojin threw something at him to reassure him, "You just need to hold it down for exactly 5 seconds, leave the rest to me. Wear this." Li Jin-ah caught the item on reflex, and immediately the system reported that he had received Lancelot's ring. Staring blankly at his palm, he asked dumbly, "What the hell is this shiny gold ring?" Kim Woojin coldly instructed, "Just take it for self-defense." Li Jin-ah's imagination started running so wild he shuddered. "What is this? Are you planning to propose to me or something? I respect your sexual orientation, but—" Kim Woojin was left speechless and didn't bother playing along with the comedy act. He turned his back and walked away, stopped babbling. "Clean out your ears and listen closely. Lancelot's ring will grant you immunity to negative status effects. However, it won't stop you from burning to death." Li Jin-ah immediately yelled, "Then what the hell is the point?" Kim Woojin calmly explained, If that fox's fire carries curse damage, this ring will bring you back from the dead. Don't forget we're in an A+ rank dungeon. Sweating profusely, Li Jin Ah was extremely tense because in this level of dungeon, the craziest things could happen. He clung to the promise of being treated to a lavish feast until his stomach burst if he stalled for 5 seconds. You better keep your word, you bastard. Crushing all hesitation, Li Jin Ah shot forward like an arrow, not forgetting to swear out loud spasiba. He lunged at the beast with all his might, while the fire fox also madly pounced to intercept him. The monster's snapping jaws missed their target, creating an opening for Li Jin Ah to forcefully choke its neck. It was an incredibly violent greeting, as he immediately gifted the vicious beast a suffocating hug. Of course, the fire fox utterly hated this forced intimacy, throwing its head back and roaring in fury. The beast's pupils glowed brightly, and a raging fire with terrifying heat poured out from its eye sockets. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the creature's entire body, making Li Jin Ah's stomach churn with dread. The blazing heat whipped against his flesh, making him scream in bone-deep, burning agony. Right at that moment, the system sounded a warning that the fire fox's flames carried the dark curse, and his eyes had lost their sight. Fortunately, the treasure Kim Woojin handed over activated its power just in time, displaying another message. The power of Lancelot's ring was triggered, completely purifying the dark curse effect. Li Jin Ah squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself to lock the monster tight in his arms. I'll hug this demon to death, and then I'm going to eat your wallet dry, you slick bastard. With a boom, the fireball burned brighter and more ruthlessly than before, completely obscuring Li Jin Ah's state of life or death. Meanwhile, Kim Woojin had drawn the weapon named Blood Weapon, an item that required the user to be the emissary of the Underworld. This D-rank skill required level 1 or above, allowing the owner to condense a weapon from their own blood, its form depending entirely on personal stats. Not letting his teammates suffer a second longer, he dashed forward at breakneck speed. Clutching the bloodstained spear, Kim Woojin charged straight at the fiery monster. Submerged in a fire hot enough to melt metal, Li Jin Ah still stubbornly tightened his grip on the beast's throat. The fire fox opened its massive jaws to roar, completely unaware that this opening was exactly what Kim Woojin had been waiting for. Back in the outside world, a daily newspaper was tossed onto a desk. Sitting prominently on the front page was the shocking news that the Japanese government had bowed down and yielded to let the Messiah Guild clear the A+ rank Fire Fox dungeon. Osechin wore a grim expression, stroking his chin to assess the situation, letting the Messiah Guild extend its tentacles all the way to Japan's national treasure. Swallowing an A+ rank dungeon hole proved that they had caught the country's government by the throat. He frowned as he pieced the events together. Ever since the name Isaac Ivanov made waves, the Messiah crowd had increasingly shown their arrogance. I'm afraid they aren't just manipulating Japan, but even China and America have fallen into their trap. Just then, Lee Jisoo pushed the door and walked into the office. Osechin looked up to reply to her morning greeting, "You're here for work." Out of habit, his eyes swept over his secretary and stopped at a strange detail. Her high heels, which were usually impeccably polished, were now covered in mud and withered grass. Lee Jisoo quickly settled at her desk. "Let me revise yesterday's report and submit it for your review. Give me a few minutes." Osechin walked toward his desk, flipping through his desk calendar. "Ah, hey. Take it easy. It's still early. Just take your time. No need to rush." A red circle marking Secretary Lee's birthday caught his eye. He secretly regretted being so buried in work these past few days that he had completely forgotten. Perhaps she had just returned from visiting that sorrowful place. Osechin raised an eyebrow as an idea struck him. It's her birthday, so it's only right to treat her to something special. Thus, he eagerly invited her, "Secretary Lee, how about steak for lunch?" Lee Jisoo's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my, you're actually treating. Where did you hunt down a discount code this time, or did you eat something weird today?" His good intentions trampled, Osechin jumped up in defense. "Hey now, do you really see me as such a stingy cheapskate? No need for long explanations, refusal is forbidden." As night fell, at the lobby of Korea's international airport, two figures silently dragged their suitcases out. Lee Jin Ah's mind was still reeling in shock, thinking about it. If Kim Woojin hadn't tossed him Lancelot's ring, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. Looking at his friends back ahead, he muttered, who could have guessed that monster's flames came with such a sinister type of damage? After literally dragging his life back from the fiery battlefield, Lee Jin-ah was utterly convinced by Kim Woojin's calculative abilities. This brat had envisioned every worst-case scenario and had a backup plan ready. Recalling the blood-red text warning him of the dark curse that caused blindness, he got goosebumps all over again. Lee Jin-ah gritted his teeth in bitter frustration. He had deluded himself into thinking he had narrowed the gap with this monster, but the truth was plain to see. Suddenly, the other guy's indifferent voice rang out, "Now we go our separate ways." He lunged forward, patting Kim Woojin's shoulder, and interrogated, "What the hell do you mean separate ways? Are you trying to back out of your promise to me?" He frowned and looked back. "What promise?" Lee Jin-ah grinned widely. "You shouted that if I stalled for more than 5 seconds, you'd treat me to a feast so huge I'd forget the way home, remember?" Kim Woojin nodded in acknowledgement. "I did say that, but unfortunately you only held it for exactly 4.9 seconds. His wordplay made Lee Jin-ah want to explode. "What the hell, are you trying to play dirty with me? 4.9 seconds my ass, that time I spent getting roasted alive felt like 50 seconds. Stop spouting bullshit." Lee Jin-ah hastily dragged his suitcase and chased after him. "Hey you slippery bastard, where are you sneaking off to?" Kim Woojin remained unfazed. "Exactly 4.9 seconds. Lee Jin-ah had to lower his voice and plead, "Oh come on, just round it up to 5.9 seconds. What kind of person breaks their promise, you jerk?" Despite the other's pathetic whining, he still finalized 4.9 seconds. In another development, someone was intently studying a newspaper with a massive headline, "Isaac Ivanov successfully solos the Fire Fox dungeon." This man was none other than Park Yong-won. He clicked his tongue in praise. "Isaac Ivanov is indeed no joke. At first, I thought he was just a figurehead seeking fame." He looked up and asked the person across from him, "What do you think?" Kim Woojin nodded calmly, "Yes, I agree." Right then, Secretary Kim hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. "Mr. Chairman, I have urgent news." But seeing that Park Yong-won had a guest, she paused awkwardly. "I apologize, sir. I will come back to report later." Kim Woojin silently observed her panicked demeanor, wondering what major incident had occurred. Park Yong-won waved his hand to dismiss the awkwardness. "It's fine, just speak. What is it?" Secretary Kim swallowed hard and reported, "Johan Jorg, the target we've been putting all our effort into recruiting, has officially joined the Messiah Guild." Hearing this, he slammed the newspaper onto the desk. "Ah, so it's the Messiah crowd." The secretary continued, "Considering his deep influence in Europe, it seems the Messiah Guild snatched him right out from under us." Standing in the corner, Kim Woojin silently calculated. Johan Jorg and the Messiah Guild teamed up this early. According to what he knew, the time of their alliance should have been much further away. Piecing things together, he suspected that Suzuki Achai's death had created a butterfly effect, accelerating the timeline. This situation forced him to monitor things closely and steer his schemes more flexibly. Park Yong-won let out a long, frustrated sigh. "My goal was to turn Johan Jorg into a trump card planted inside Messiah, and now he's already on the enemy's side." He crossed his arms, calculating, before making a decision, "Then we'll have to shift to the backup plan." Kim Woojin casually tossed out bait, as if in passing, "In that case, why doesn't the chairman target that Isaac Ivanov who was just being praised?" Park Yong-won frowned slightly, considering it, "Recruiting that Isaac guy. Getting him under my wing would be like giving wings to a tiger, but the problem is I know absolutely nothing about his background. I'm afraid it'll be a tough nut to crack." Secretary Kim quickly provided data. Rumors in the underworld say that lately Isaac Ivanov has been frequenting black markets. His goal is to hunt down the Skeleton Knight skill scroll. Park Yong-won clicked his tongue in assessment. "That's a tough one. That skill is ultra-rare." After thinking for a moment, he suddenly smirked triumphantly. "So the guy is thirsting for the Skeleton Knight skill." Park Yong-won's smile grew increasingly sinister. "It seems this chessboard is much easier to turn around than I imagined." On the opposite side, the corners of Kim Woojin's lips also curled up slightly because the fish had taken the bait perfectly. As night fell, the bright moon cast a silvery glow down onto the skyscraper of the Messiah Guild's headquarters. An authoritative silhouette was quietly admiring the night view by the window when Park Shin-hai tiptoed over to report, "Sir, Suzuki Achai is dead. And his entire faction has been wiped clean." The powerful man coldly spoke, "What about our facility?" Shin-hai lowered her head and replied, "The factory in Kaesong was completely leveled, leaving no clues behind." Lee Sejun suppressed his fury behind a deadly calmness. So who dared to poke the bear and boldly challenge our authority? Sensing the killing intent radiating from him, Shin Hai's entire body trembled violently. Intelligence says that Park Yong-won's trusted subordinate infiltrated K-Song under a disguise. Although it sounds absurd, I'm certain that Park Yong-won is the mastermind behind this riot. Lee Sejun turned around, directing his deep gaze at her. So how do you plan to clean up this mess? Shin Hai shrank her neck like a sinner awaiting judgment, if you are referring to a way to punish Park Yong-won. She gulped and cautiously reported, I have secretly set up a revenge network. He will pay the price soon. At the same time, Park Yong-won was leisurely signing a contract, completely oblivious to the fact that he had become a hunted target. The stupid script he devised to prank the Messiah Guild would inadvertently become the noose tightening around his own neck. After finishing her report, Shin Hai immediately activated a holographic screen in the middle of the meeting room. Sir, there is another issue. She pointed at a prominent photo on the screen. We have successfully recruited this guy to keep Isaac Ivanov in check. Shin Hai rambled on. He is a player with sky-high ambitions, and his power has expanded all across Europe. He is protected by the Emissary of the Underworld, and holds the power to manipulate skeleton soldiers. Essentially, he is more than capable of summoning a massive army of the undead. Against this immortal legion, no matter how strong the enemy is, they can only suffer in helpless defeat. Anyone privileged enough to witness that tyrant spectacle respectfully calls him the King of the Underworld, one who always parades his might on the back of his skeleton horse alongside his demonic army. Johann Georg, a blond foreign guy with a ruthless demeanor, bearing a large, deformed burn scar covering his right eye. Park Shin Hai slumped into her chair, respectfully reporting, Peter finalized the alliance with Johann Georg instead of taking a risk with Isaac Ivanov, whose background is unknown. A man burning with ambition like Johann Georg will definitely be much easier to manipulate. She clicked her tongue, revealing her wariness. Even if Isaac Ivanov runs his mouth to the media about wanting to ally with us, in reality, he has caused us immense damage. Therefore, I decided to use Johann Georg as a hound to monitor Isaac Ivanov and prevent any unforeseen risks. Suddenly, Lee Sejun closed in and lightly placed his hand on Shin Hai's shoulder, making her stiffen in terror. He squeezed her shoulder slightly, saying, You're right, the greedier the ambition, the easier it is to lead them by the nose. Cold sweat drenched her forehead as she nervously cast a trembling glance at the terrifying man. Half hidden in the shadows, Sejun's face exuded an evil 1,000 times worse than his usual righteous facade. He thoughtfully chewed on the title, King of the Underworld, He fixed his eyes on Johann Georg's portrait on the screen. I think I like this nickname. Dropping that sentence, Sejun casually walked away, leaving behind a sharp threat. Remember, this is your last chance to redeem yourself. Those words were like a death god's gavel of judgment, draining the last bit of Shin Hai's vitality, making her collapse into her chair. Shifting to another scene, Park Yong-won strode out of the convention center's doors. Outside, Secretary Kim had the engine running, waiting by the exclusive car. The car tore through the silent night, speeding away. In the backseat, Park Yong-won rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, sinking deep into his own calculations. Seeing her boss so unusually quiet, Secretary Kim couldn't hold back and asked, Is there something on your mind, sir? Did the negotiations with the Frontier Guild hit a snag? He frowned and replied, No, the deal went smoothly. Park Yong-won slowly dissected the issue. The Frontier crowd has been eyeing Korean soil for ages. However, a beast's pride wouldn't allow them to lower themselves and grovel before the Messiah Guild for a bit of profit. Therefore, using the excuse of cooperating with our side is their smartest move. Secretary Kim vaguely understood, but her boss's gloomy expression still made her wonder. She quickly suggested, leaning on one of the world's top 5 guilds will make it easier for us to block the Messiah's path. Is there something else bothering you? He tapped his finger against the window ledge, his voice distant. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Ultimately, at his core, he was still a paranoid old fox. His intuition told him that those who eagerly shoveled fat into a cat's mouth were hiding poisoned blades. Park Yong-won looked at the scenery flashing past the car window, cursing inwardly, If you Frontier bastards dare play tricks, I'll use the weight of your own illustrious reputation to crush you. Having finalized his scheme, he ordered Kim Woojin to be summoned to the headquarters first thing tomorrow morning. At dawn the next day, in the main hall of the Phoenix Guild, an astonished gasp rang out, What? the Frontier Guild. The one speaking was none other than Kim Woojin, who frowned in annoyance. So it turns out I have to risk my neck for those Frontier guys soon. Park Young-won waved his index finger in denial. Wrong, not risk your neck, but borrow their name for protection so you can freely run wild and grind levels. He added an instruction. Their side announced they'll open a dungeon gate in 2 days. Pack your gear carefully. Kim Woojin reluctantly obeyed on the surface. I know. With that said, he turned on his heel and stepped into the elevator to head down to the ground floor. As soon as he stepped out of the Phoenix Guild's gates, Kim Woojin calculated, to stall the Messiah crowd, Park Young-won has no choice but to borrow someone else's knife using a third party. The problem is, this trick is too obvious. A cunning fox like Park Shin-hae is more than capable of seeing through his move. He smiled faintly, draping his crimson suit jacket over his arm, relying on America's most powerful guild at a sensitive time like this. Assessing the situation, 9 times out of 10, the Frontier Guild and the Messiah crowd have been calling each other brothers for a long time. Kim Woojin pulled out his phone, dialing Oh Sechen's familiar number. Sitting around guessing blindly will ruin everything. I need to dig up more intel to be sure. A few days later, at an abandoned factory near the dungeon portal. Inside the gathering room, Kim Woojin quietly took a secluded corner, ignoring the crowd enthusiastically chatting away. This is so exciting, we finally get to meet people from Frontier. Rumor has it they sent their top-tier experts to lead the team this time. Han Biel was extremely hyped about this collaboration. With superstars protecting us to the teeth this time, life is going to be great. Standing in Boss Park Young-won's inner circle really is a blessing. Just as he finished his sentence, the click of the door unlatching interrupted him. Jamie Kim entered the room with a fake smile. Sorry to keep everyone waiting, all those meetings really take up time. Hello everyone, I'm Jamie Kim, representing the Frontier Guild's legal team. Please make yourselves comfortable, I just have a few rules to go over. The man started off by sweet-talking Kim Woojin's group. As agreed, our Frontier Guild will do everything in our power to protect your lives. Jamie Kim pulled out a contract. Our side has set a few minor clauses. We expect everyone to strictly adhere to them. From this moment on, absolutely no one is allowed to enter the dungeon without our escort. And once you step foot inside, he suddenly lowered his voice threateningly. Don't do a damn thing. Han Biel quickly stood up, stammering back. Wait a minute, what do you mean don't do anything? Do you mean we're just supposed to stand and watch? Jamie Kim tapped his finger on the agreement document between the two parties. I'm afraid you're having delusions about your position, buddy. Read it carefully. This document has only one sole purpose, to spoon-feed you experience so you can level up safely. Where the hell is there a clause protecting your personal rights or freedom of action? He stepped forward and slapped Han Biel hard on the shoulder. For that reason, the words I just spat out aren't a suggestion. Whoever dares break the rules, the consequences will be extremely troublesome for both sides. He forcefully pushed Han Biel back into his seat. Therefore, shut your mouths and be good. I'll summarize it so you smooth brains can understand. Jamie Kim raised an eyebrow, putting on an arrogant, bossy attitude. Drop the idea of showing off in the dungeon right now. Your job is to sit still while we spoon-feed you. After saying that, he haughtily asked, if anyone has any objections, bark them out now. And I'll inform Chairman Park Young-won on your behalf that this handshake fell through because his soldiers are too undisciplined. Seeing the crowd dead silent, he turned his back toward the door in satisfaction. So we have an agreement then. In exactly half an hour, the whole squad moves out. Kim Woojin indifferently tapped his fingers. So I've figured out these bastards' trick. Using guardianship as an excuse to bind the hands and feet of Park Young-won's subordinates, huh? At that exact moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He stood up and found a secluded corner to answer it. Yes, Kim Woojin speaking. From the other end of the line, a grave voice rang out. The situation has changed. The strategy has to be completely overhauled. Oh Sechen flipped through a stack of reports while advising him, don't be foolish enough to dive headfirst into that dungeon. I've caught the scent, just like you warned. The Messiah faction and the Frontier crowd have been sleeping together for a long time. He started providing information. Lately, the Messiah guys have been acting extremely shady, but to say they've managed to manipulate a top American guild is a bit hard to believe. I need more time to determine if they just bribed a few individuals or if they swallowed the whole board. Oh Sechen pleaded, how about you drop this run? If you want to grind levels, I can easily find a much safer place. Kim Woojin sneered, are you underestimating my abilities? cast a glance at the crowd, whispering resentfully among themselves, whispering into the receiver, "You can't catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den." The old boss angrily scolded him, "Are you crazy? Diving headfirst into a preset trap is no different from suicide." Kim Woojin chuckled softly, "If I were scared, I wouldn't be standing here negotiating with you. And besides, now isn't the time for idle chatter. Bottom line is, let's just confirm that those two factions are playing dirty first." Osechin was convinced by the logic. "True, then we need to quickly draft a new scheme." Kim Woojin immediately seized the opportunity to make his demands. "I only demand two things. 1, hand over all documents on these frontier dogs to me immediately, and 2, handle the cleanup for me." Faced with these two sharp demands, Osechin pondered for a moment. Finally, he burst into a hearty laugh. "That works too. Since you're determined to flip the table, go ahead and wreak havoc. I promise to wipe away all your tracks." Over at the location of the Phoenix Guild soldiers, rings of light suddenly flashed. A split second later, a glowing golden notification signaling a level up hit everyone's eyes. The atmosphere in the team momentarily fell into a complicated silence. Just then Jae-hoon tilted his chin and asked Gun-gu, "What, you leveled up again?" The guy replied with a bored look, "Yeah, I've gone up 2 whole levels." Saying that, he stretched, let out a long yawn, and grumbled, "We've cleared 3 dungeons already, and I still can't stomach this whole waiting to be spoon-fed thing." Another guy chimed in, "Isn't it better this way? Easy money, plus with this super-fast clearing time, we'll soon be strong enough to follow Mr. Park Yong-won." Gun-gu nodded, "Exactly, I heard a rumor that the chairman is going to personally conquer a 6th-floor dungeon soon." Jae-hoon exclaimed in surprise, "Quit making things up, I haven't seen any official announcement." Gun-gu quickly defended himself, "It just hasn't been announced yet, but I heard through the grapevine that the big shots have already finalized the roster in secret." Kim Woojin silently noted the information, "So the frontier guys are rushing to clear dungeons to surpass Park Yong-won. Obviously, the easiest time to bring that old man down is when he's stuck in a dungeon." A moment later, the status board popped up a message stating the dungeon had been completely conquered. Receiving the anticlimactic ending, Gun-gu scrambled to his feet, stretched his muscles, and mumbled, "It's over, huh?" However, Sam Oliver suddenly marched over with a domineering face. "Did I give you bugs permission to move, or how dare you stand up on your own?" Gun-gu tried to force a placating smile. "What do you mean? The system just confirmed the clear, which means the job is done." Jae-hoon added, "Yeah, we're brothers going through thick and thin together, let's just keep the peace, why the tension?" But the foreigner brutally shattered the atmosphere. "Stop dreaming, you have no right to act like brothers here. Let me drill this into your brains, while you are in this dungeon, absolutely no actions are allowed until I say so." Those insolent words made Kim Woojin's eyes flash, with a bone-chilling killing intent aimed straight at the man. Early the next morning, at Sechin's secret base. Right now, he was on the line with Kim Woojin. Being tied up like puppets must be frustrating, huh? But you have to admit Park Yong-won is experienced. He's so strictly cautious that those rats don't dare make a move. But the truth always comes out eventually. They're about to take the bait. Park Yong-won must be sitting on pins and needles. He leaked the news to the press way earlier than I expected. With that, Sechin tossed a newspaper with the headline "Park Yong-won returns, challenging a 6th-floor dungeon" onto his desk. From the other end of the line, Kim Woojin replied decisively, "Consolidating his position is of utmost importance. Time is money. He had no other choice but to risk it all." Just then, a subordinate handed documents for Sechin to review, but he casually continued chatting with him. "The moment Park Yong-won steps through the door of death, the frontier hounds will strip away their saintly masks, though I know you're more than capable of boiling that group alive." Kim Woojin cut in to demand his rights. "So where's the intel I asked for the other day?" Keeping his eyes glued to the report stack, he blabbered on, "Rest assured, the goods will reach you tomorrow. I guarantee there are a few interesting surprises attached." Cutting to a bustling street, a team of sanitation workers was pruning overgrown trees. In a hidden corner, Kim Woojin shot an annoyed glare at the person across from him. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "I was under the impression that Mr. Sechin was the one showing his face here." Lee Jisoo kept her head down, smoothly dodging the sharp question. She softly said, "It's been a while, Mr. Kim." Her mind immediately rushed back to her firm declaration to her boss. "I have to meet Kim Woojin face-to-face at least once." "Secretary Lee, do you have any objections?" At the time, Lee Jisoo had stated loud and clear, "Let me go in your place for tomorrow's meeting." That stubborn attitude had left Oh Sechin stunned. "Oh, you really want to go?" She held her head high, eyes resolute. "Yes, this transaction is extremely important to me." It was because of that stubbornness that Oh Sechin had to step aside. Back to the present, Lee Jisoo quickly spun a lie to appease Kim Woojin. "I'm so sorry, the boss had a last-minute schedule change." As soon as she finished speaking, she awkwardly rummaged through her handbag. Few seconds later, Lee Jisoo pulled out a thick file folder and handed it to him. "Here are the documents you need. Every step is still proceeding exactly as agreed." Kim Woojin took it, nodding, "I understand." He urgently flipped through every page of the file. The more he read, the wider Kim Woojin's eyes opened, silently exclaiming in his mind, "What the hell is this?" Not only did it expose the dark backgrounds of the Messiah higher-ups, this document also laid bare their entire secret alliance network. Meanwhile, Lee Jisoo, sitting across from him, was trying to suppress her anxiety, taking a quick sip of coffee to calm her erratic heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, Lee Jisoo began to reveal the big picture to Kim Woojin. According to the data our intelligence network swept up, Messiah's tentacles haven't just stopped at Frontier, they've taken root in all of the world's top 5 guilds. Our first step must be to sever each of Messiah's tentacles. Saying this, she shifted her gaze out to the street, looking at the worker trimming the branches. In the blink of an eye, the withered branch was sawed clean off. He smirked, turning to ask Lee Jisoo, "What you mean is, we should trim the useless branches first, right?" She nodded decisively, "Exactly. That is the only viable plan for our side, to snatch back a slim ray of hope." Lee Jisoo pushed another envelope toward her partner. "This is the compensation the boss promised earlier. This much should be worthy of your effort, right?" When the envelope was torn open, Kim Woojin was truly shocked by what he held in his hands. Lee Jisoo cautiously reminded him, "The value of this file cannot be measured in money. It contains a comprehensive list of the entire secret arsenal held by the Messiah Guild. Attached to it is a blacklist detailing every undercover agent Messiah has planted inside the top 5 guilds. It even gives a detailed breakdown of every legendary holy relic possessed by those spies." He smirked in satisfaction. "Got to admit, Oh Sechin really goes all out. This compensation is incredibly generous." Kim Woojin lowered his eyes, immersing himself in the pages reeking of danger. A few minutes later, his eyes locked onto the profile of the guy named Sam Oliver. Item used, Percival's spear. Kim Woojin instinctively recalled the guy's disdainful face. "So Sam Oliver is the hound sent to monitor me." The name sounded familiar, but who would have thought a guy like him had his hands on Percival's spear? After calculating for a moment, he spoke up to ask a favor. By the way, please pass this message along to the incredibly busy Mr. Oh Sechin for me." She looked up in surprise. "What's your message?" He tapped his finger lightly on Sam Oliver's profile picture, finalizing the deal. "I want to place the exact same order as last time." Jisoo frowned in confusion and asked back, "The exact same order as last time? What do you mean?" When night fell in Sam Oliver's territory, seeing him zoning out, Jo Jun irritably yelled, "Hey Sam Oliver, do you have a brain to listen to what I'm saying? Hey Sam Oliver. I've been screaming my lungs out. Bottom line, how many lives are we ending tonight? What the hell is wrong with you, zoning out like that?" He snapped out of it and raised a hand in apology. "My bad, my head was in the clouds. Just one tonight. The ultimate goal is to butcher that guy. As for the other 4, whether they live or die depends on my mood." Hearing that, the other guy threw an arm around his shoulder and teased, "What, just one life? I thought you were swamped with work, hence the long face. I'm so damn lucky to be assigned to your team. Calling you Sam Oliver the Golden Hand isn't wrong at all. You really are the Lord of Luck." Sam Oliver nodded along. "Yeah, I heard other teams have to clean up 4 to 7 bodies." But deep down, Sam Oliver was screaming, "I also used to delude myself into thinking I was blessed by the saints, until the day director Naomi Spell called me into the private room." Memories of the encounter with that venomous woman flooded back. Flipping through the files, her voice was ice cold. "While the Tiger Park Yongwan is lost in the dungeon, initiate the plan today." Sam Oliver didn't hesitate to ask directly, "Director, you didn't go through the trouble of summoning me here just to give such a trivial order, did you?" Naomi Spell smirked. "You're quite perceptive. You're still taking good care of Percival's spear, right? That Kim Woojin guy you've been shepherding is the biggest thorn sitting right at the top of the kill list." The useless trash from other guilds have tried to assassinate him countless times, but they all failed miserably. We didn't lend you that divine artifact just for show. Is that etched into your brain yet? That derogatory remark made Sam Oliver's blood boil. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "I'll chew that bastard's head off at all costs. I've sacrificed too much. I absolutely won't let that bitch strip me of this powerful weapon." Calming himself down, he shouted the order to Vanguard into the dungeon. Instantly, the system interface popped up with blood-red text, "Quest. Survive at all costs for 4 days to unlock the next floor." After reading it, Kim Woojin silently observed Sam Oliver. What a pain. Since this is a survival quest, if that guy senses something is off and makes a run for it, the whole team will waste 4 whole days chasing him down. Not to mention the risk of him dragging his life to the second floor. The situation would become a real headache then. As it turned out, these people's goal was to take down the target right on the first floor. Since things had come to this, I might as well stretch my muscles a bit. At that moment, Du Jun sneaked up to Sam Oliver and whispered, "Sam Oliver, when are we going to make our move?" He lowered his voice and whispered, "No need to play cat and mouse, just make it quick and clean. Isolate him, then stage a tragic accident and we're done." Amidst the tension, a sudden call rang out, "Hey, where are you going?" The 2 whispering men startled and looked back. It turned out the person being called was Kim Woojin, but he didn't bother to reply, only giving a nonchalant glance. That very sharp, cold look sent a shiver down Sam Oliver's spine. Without further hesitation, he roared, "Grab him now." The crowd was still standing there dumbfounded, so Sam Oliver strained his neck urging, "What are you staring at? Chase him." Hulgu swung his arms in exasperation. So annoying. In the blink of an eye, the encirclement tightened around the group. Ji-hoon absent-mindedly scratched his head. Everything was fine a second ago. What the hell just happened? Gulgu shrugged helplessly. Who knows, maybe that Kim Woojin suddenly got a stomachache. The current situation, though slightly suffocating, was absolutely perfect. The atmosphere began to thicken with tension once more. Just as everyone was busy gossiping, a figure brandishing a spear coldly approached. Without a word, the person swung their weapon and charged in to attack. The whole group scrambled in pursuit, shouts echoing, "Where did that coward scurry off to?" Losing sight of the target, Hwangu grabbed his head in frustration, complaining that the dense trees were blocking their vision. Hyunjun immediately proposed, "How about we spread out and search? He has to be lurking around here somewhere." The other turned around and snapped, "Are you out of your mind? This is a godforsaken forest full of monsters. Splitting up is just feeding ourselves to them." Hyunjun clicked his tongue in confusion. "So what do we do now?" Hungu quickly chimed in, "Let's retreat for now. Asking Sam Oliver for orders is the safest bet." He even muttered suspiciously, "Or did that guy smell danger and pull a disappearing act?" Someone else laughed it off. "There's no way something that absurd happened." Waiting until the group was out of sight, Kim Woojin gently landed from a towering branch. He then booted up his interface panel. Twirling the ring on his finger, Kim Woojin warily looked around and muttered, "They were watching me so closely I didn't have a chance to test it out. Now, I can show off to my heart's content." Memories of the previous fierce battle suddenly flooded his mind. This was the prestigious loot from Firefox's A+rank dungeon. A treasure bearing supreme power. The item info appeared clearly: ultimate boosting ring, legendary rarity, no level requirement. This treasure helps the wearer break their personal limits with invaluable worth. Special effect, automatically upgrades all current skills by 1 rank. When the ultimate ring was worn, a series of abilities immediately broke through to new heights. The blood-sucking skill leveled up by 1. Corpse explosion, blood weapon, and skeleton soldier skills all leveled up simultaneously. Especially the skeleton soldier ability had broken its limits to reach the SB rank. The old effect required sacrificing the corpse of a monster killed by one's own hands. But this brand new X effect allowed summoning a skeleton army from any monster corpse he came across on the way. The corner of Kim Woojin's lips curled up in utter satisfaction. So I can finally test out the brand new line of guards. Right when he was absorbed in checking the system, a pack of hungry wolves silently approached. Of course, his sharp intuition didn't allow Kim Woojin to miss the presence of the wild beasts. Watching the monsters sullenly approach, he thought to himself, "Prey delivered right to my mouth. It's a good chance to hone my tactics a bit." In another corner of the forest, after digging around without finding a trace of the target, that group started murmuring again, Did he really vanish into thin air? This is so damn frustrating, the plan is completely ruined. Woojin anxiously asked aloud, "Hey Sam Oliver, did the information get leaked, or do we have a mole in our ranks? Otherwise, how could this just go up in smoke?" The captain immediately dismissed it. If our cards were revealed, he would have called for backup instead of running for his life. More accurately, if he knew beforehand, he wouldn't be stupid enough to walk right into the trap. Hungu broke into a cold sweat and groaned. "So what do we do now? Wait around like sitting ducks until he crawls out himself?" Sam Oliver reassured his cohorts, "Just stay calm. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This is a survival quest, so there's no need to waste our energy on monsters. Quietly hunting down the target is enough." "Did you clean them all up?" the other calmly replied. "When the game goes off track, you have to pull the weeds out by the roots before it loses control. Let's fall back quickly. The smell of blood will attract a whole pack of monsters any second now." On the move, Sam Oliver kept frowning and calculating. Director Naomi Spell certainly wasn't wrong. This brat really is a tough nut to crack. The problem was, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he still couldn't untangle the current mess. A few steps later, he froze in astonishment when his eyes landed on a monster's corpse lying haphazardly. A monster's corpse? Is he casually hunting while on the run? Sam Oliver broke into a cold sweat as a chilling theory flashed through his mind. No way. The next blink, a deafening explosion tore through the space right next to him. Blinding dust and smoke billowed in, and that was when Sam Oliver shockingly realized the truth. We're doomed. We are the actual prey caught in the trap. He hurriedly screamed, "It's a trap, everyone get into a combat-ready stance." Woojin, having just taken a painful blow, shrieked tragically, "I'm a goner, Sam Oliver, I'm heavily injured, heal me quickly." But when the dark silhouette ahead revealed itself, Sam Oliver could only stand rooted to the spot, beads of sweat pouring down. Is that a skeleton soldier? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a spine-chilling roar struck his eardrums. Hungu frantically hollered, "Please do something, this dust is blinding me." Before he could shut his mouth, he took the full force of an impact that sent him flying backward. Seeing Hungu collapse with an arrow through his chest, Sam Oliver was thrown into total panic. Fighting like this, the whole team will be sent to the Grim Reaper before we can even launch an attack. In extreme fury, he forcefully slammed his staff into the ground to summon the Wind Wall, the signature ultimate skill of the Silent Hunter. A split second later, the white skeleton lunged forward, swinging a lethal strike. Luckily, his sharp vision helped Sam Oliver grasp the enemy's trajectory in time. "It's behind." Pinpointing the opponent, he didn't hesitate to dive straight into a fierce melee with the skeleton. Unfortunately, after just a few moves, Sam Oliver was knocked back. His face scrunched up in annoyance as he looked at his magic staff chopped to pieces. Left with no choice, Sam Oliver had to toss the ruined staff into the mud. Glaring at the bone monster, he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect to be forced to use my trump card in this dump." Sam Oliver decisively pulled Percival's spear out of his spatial storage. Immediately, the weapon's info panel appeared. Percival's spear, legendary rank, usable from level 1, physical damage stat 255. This is the weapon of a Knight of the Round Table. All wounds inflicted by it are incredibly difficult to heal. Bonus effects. Damage scales with level, grants an additional 30% to basic attack power, and enhances armor penetration. Hiding behind a giant tree trunk, Kim Woojin watched the play with amusement while calculating in his head. Percival's spear, the third legendary weapon belonging to the Round Table. I'm well acquainted with this item. In the past, I fought a life-and-death battle with another player who used it too. Possessing formidable piercing ability, even unique tier armor has to surrender. What's more terrifying is that the gashes it creates are cursed, hindering recovery for a short time. Deep in thought, his eyes suddenly darkened with calculation. Kim Woojin swiftly gathered mana at his fingertips, softly whispering one word, "However." Back to the battlefield, Sam Oliver stared wide-eyed at the bizarre turn of events. The white skeleton army retreating in unison so abnormally left him bewildered. What the hell? What's their intention backing off all of a sudden? Just as the question crossed his mind, another gigantic skeleton rose from the dead. The pressure from the new creature instantly weighed down on the hunter's mind. It was a bloodthirsty skeleton wolf. Its empty eye sockets were locked dead onto him. Sam Oliver was dizzy by the monster's wind-tearing speed, angrily cursing under his breath. Good heavens, it's as fast as lightning. The skeleton wolf dashed forward like an arrow ripping through space. Cornered, he had to swing his spear and slash relentlessly, bitterly realizing, I was so certain I was the one holding the speed advantage. Even though Sam Oliver wielded his spear so fast it left afterimages, not a single thrust could graze the cunning skeleton. Gritting his teeth hard, he decided to lay his cards on the table. It's a dead end, I'll just have to set a trap and wait for it to deliver itself to me. As long as it gets within swinging range, one thrust of Percival's spear will send it back to dust. A few breaths later, the bone wolf stopped dodging and bared its fangs, lunging straight at him, making Sam Oliver's heart skip a beat. It took the bait. Without hesitation, the silent hunter's top-secret finishing blow was immediately activated. He used the momentum to launch himself into the air, facing the beast head-on. The razor-sharp spear pierced the wind, shooting towards the skeleton. Ironically, the monster slightly shifted to the side, as light as a feather. This absurd sight made his eyes widen in shock. Is it really this hopeless? Even at this point, it can still dodge. The second follow-up thrust only tore through the invisible air. Consecutive failures made the frustration choke Sam Oliver's throat, but then his fury quickly turned into sheer terror when he realized, it's just a summoned creature. Right as the monster's sharp teeth sank deep into his arm, Sam Oliver screamed agonizingly in his heart. Yet it has more than enough capacity to read my every move. The skeleton wolf clamped down tightly on its opponent's arm, violently thrashing him through the air. Noticing that Kim Woojin had just left the interface, the system beeped a disconnection notice. He leisurely analyzed the pros and cons. Despite possessing wind-tearing speed and sharp claws, beast skeletons lacked the versatility of the humanoid forms. Two-legged guards easily manipulated swords, bows, and axes, while the four-legged ones were doomed to rely on primal weapons. In return, the upright skeletal structure meant humanoid guards couldn't even dream of matching the agile mobility of four-legged beasts. Back to reality, Sam Oliver was thrown sprawling to the ground, while the skeleton's deathly jaws were still pinned deep into his flesh. His face twisted in agony, he gritted his teeth, swallowing his resentment. I absolutely cannot die such a pointless death here. Even if it costs me an arm, as long as I can grab Percival's spear, there is still hope to turn this game around. Acting on his thoughts, Sam Oliver leaned in and reached out to reclaim his weapon. But life is not a dream. Leisurely footsteps slowly echoed towards him. Coming face to face with Kim Woojin, he was so infuriated he could cough up blood. The young man unhurriedly picked up the spear, smiling with pure mockery. No matter how divine a weapon is, if it misses its target, it's just a piece of scrap metal. I don't know why you rabidly targeted me, but since things have reached this point, wasting breath is pointless, isn't it? Smelling death hovering around, he scrambled to bargain. Wait a minute. I'm just a pawn following orders from above. Spare my life, and I'm willing to be your inside man and spill all the secrets. Besides, touching me means drawing the ire of the Frontier Guild. Can you shoulder that wrath? After hearing the speech, Kim Woojin only responded with a highly suggestive smirk. At the same time, in Naomi Spell's lair, Jamie Kim rushed into the room like a tornado, frantically reporting, "There's a massive crisis, MS, Naomi Spell." She calmly sipped her tea and asked, "What massive crisis?" He wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed over a storage device. "You must see this with your own eyes right now." Naomi Spell quickly plugged the USB into the computer. Jamie Kim spewed a barrage of reports. The entire blockade force outside the dungeon entrance has been wiped clean, but the identity of the culprit is. His words were left hanging as the audio from the video recording cut him off. "Stop! Stop that madman right now! What the hell are you doing?" What struck Naomi Spell's eyes was vivid footage of two guards frantically firing bullets forward. In a flash, Sam Oliver's silhouette loomed into view, swiftly taking down the security force with just a few basic moves. Jamie Kim assertively added, "That traitor is none other than Sam Oliver." She glued her eyes to the screen, screaming in despair, "What is this chaotic mess? Unbelievable, why is he biting the hand that feeds him? Could it be I pushed him too hard lately?" Right after, the video echoed with a smug voice, "Hey Kim Woojin, I'm done cleaning up, remember to fulfill our deal." That final sentence sent Naomi Spell's blood pressure soaring, her whole body trembling with sheer fury. The assistant standing nearby enthusiastically added fuel to the fire. "We truly nurtured a snake in our bosom. I never expected there would be a day he'd backstab us." She ignored her subordinates whining, her insides tied in knots as she calculated, "This is a disaster. Why get tangled up with Kim Woojin? If the secrets Sam Oliver holds leak out, my position is definitely gone. I have to silence them myself before everything blows up. Back to Kim Woojin's group, a black car was parked silently by the side of the road. In the driver's seat, Lee Jin-ah leisurely stretched and reported, "Rest assured, the scene has been swept completely clean without leaving a single trace." The person sitting next to him with Sam Oliver's face gave a slight nod. "Excellent, the cleanup phase is done, let's prepare for the next step." Lee Jin-ah raised an eyebrow curiously. "What are you plotting now? Having poked the Frontier Guild's fire ant nest, wouldn't it be best to lay low and vanish for a while to stay safe?" At this moment, the person nonchalantly peeled off his disguise, revealing Kim Woojin's true face. He coolly replied, "That's right, I'm going into hiding, and in this world, where could be a more perfect place to turn invisible than inside a dungeon?" Kim Woojin nostalgically recalled finalizing the order earlier with Lee Jisoo. When he hinted at wanting to place the exact same order as last time, she frowned in annoyance. "Don't tell me you're asking for." But Kim Woojin still ignored that attitude and shamelessly confirmed, "Yes, I need Sam Oliver's human skin mask." Shaking off the flashback, he excitedly pulled out his phone to dial a number, casually announcing, "Since we have some free time, I found a sweet spot to conquer a 2-floor dungeon. Lee Jin-ah, you better start warming up those muscles." The muscular guy rolled his eyes back, pointing a finger at his own nose and yelling, "Me, why are you suddenly dragging me into this? I'm not the one wanted, why do I have to hole up in a dungeon with you?" Ignoring the wailing, Kim Woojin calmly pressed the phone to his ear. Kim Woojin speaking. "Has the Frontier Guild made any moves yet?" From the other end of the line, Oh Sechen's steady voice came through. "The sea is calm. It seems Director Naomi Spell is brewing a scheme to handle things quietly herself to keep the higher-ups in the dark." Kim Woojin immediately countered, "Then there's not enough evidence to drag the entire Frontier Guild into the mud." He hummed noncommittally, "It's hard to conclude, but Naomi Spell is undoubtedly a disposable pawn of the Messiah Guild we've been hunting for so long." Sam Oliver's silhouette flashed across his mind again. The majestic Frontier Guild sits in the top 5 of the world. It seems the Messiah Guild's octopus tentacles haven't been able to root too deeply yet. Digging through Sam Oliver's memories only yielded Naomi Spell's name without touching the executive committee. Pausing for a beat, Oh Sechen sighed and confessed, "Although the game is a bit off track because of Sam Oliver's sudden betrayal, that hag Naomi Spell will definitely scramble to clean up the mess before Park Yong-won reemerges. If this reaches Park Yong-won's ears, this mess can't be swept under the rug. You better hide well in the dungeon. I'll impersonate Sam Oliver to drop the bait for the fish Naomi Spell." Kim Woojin took the opportunity to show off his route. "Don't worry, I'm preparing to dive into the tiger's den right now." Oh Sechen raised his voice in surprise. "Oh, so have you picked a good plot of land yet?" He confidently revealed his cards. "Of course, and a plus-rank dungeon sitting majestically in Taiwan named Bloodstained Ice Forest." Hearing this, Oh Sechen almost choked on his spit. "What the hell? Why are you throwing yourself into that slaughterhouse? That place has already been the grave for 23 expedition teams." Because the speakerphone was loud, Lee Jin-ah heard every single word and trembled uncontrollably, cursing inwardly, "Is this psycho planning to drag me to my death?" On the other end of the line, Oh Sechen kept rambling on trying to stop him. "Are you in your right mind? The Messiah Guild has tasted defeat 4 times there, and the rest of the world has already run for their lives." Waiting for the other side to finish venting, he unhurriedly replied, "I know it well." Deep down, Kim Woojin had already calculated everything. In his previous life, this dungeon still stood tall like an impregnable fortress. If memory served, its record of failures reached 43, burying countless dreamers of supremacy. The consequence was that a whole stretch of Taiwan drowned in a sea of blood, because monsters poured out like a broken beehive. Due to the strict level restriction, even a monument like Lee Sejun of the Messiah Guild could only stand and watch. If I were to pass the level 60 mark myself, I'd be equally helpless. Who knows that Death Trap might hide the trump card to overthrow the Messiah Guild? To uproot the Messiah Cancer, the current meager capital of information is like a drop in the bucket. Having exhausted his breath trying to dissuade him, Oh Sechen had to raise the white flag. "With your stubbornness, even if I used elephants to drag you, I couldn't stop you, right?" Lee Jin-ah broke into a sweat soaking his back, shouting in his heart to cheer him on, "Don't surrender so early, boss Oh Sechen, keep talking." However, the concluding sentence threw cold water right in his face. "So be it, I'll play along with your madness one more time." Li Jin-ah completely collapsed, tearfully cursing under his breath. It's over. Sechin inquired with full concern, how much of a winning chance are you aiming for? Kim Woojin honestly declared, on paper, less than 10%. He pursed his lips and sneered, fully aware that this brat was downplaying the failure rate. 10%, huh? Then that's more than enough fuel to rock and roll. Li Jin-ah froze on the spot, his mind hanging upside down in despair. Oh mother, 10 go and 1 returns, what is there left to play? Brain strike caused the following words to fly clean out of Li Jin-ah's ears. At this time, Kim Woojin finally changed the subject. With Percival's spear in hand, clearing the second floor is just a minor task. Sechin nodded and promised, approved, I'll handle it smoothly. Wearing the Isaac Ivanov label, all barriers will turn to nothing. Need me to pump in any more resources? Kim Woojin smiled cunningly and suggested, how about we borrow the hand of public opinion to force the Messiah Guild to cough up some support equipment? Even they succumb to this tough land. Why should we break our backs working for free? Just as dawn broke, the media was shaken by a skyful of headlines. Isaac Ivanov targets Taiwan's dungeon of death, blood-stained ice forest. Will the hero break the curse of 23 failures? Isaac Ivanov publicly calls for the Messiah Guild sponsorship. Will the saviors extend a helping hand? If they nod, this will be an unprecedented precedent. Shocker. Isaac Ivanov challenges the land of death where the Messiah Guild once swallowed the bitter pill. What is the Messiah Guild's reaction to the pressure of public opinion? Netizens were also buzzing with comments. Ridiculous. Daring to extort the Messiah Guild? This guy is heavily delusional. If it's the benefactor Isaac Ivanov, then that's a different story. The Messiah Guild is busy with a million things, but surely they won't spare their hand in aiding. How could they refuse? Bearing the title of saviors, the Messiah Guild will definitely donate with a smile. In a hidden corner, a faceless person scrolled through the news on their phone, the corner of their lips curling up with hidden meaning. Isaac Ivanov is personally going to Taiwan to clear that dungeon. The fish took the bait. How could I let such a golden opportunity slip away? Meanwhile, the center of public attention all poured into the sponsored gift. Rumors that the Messiah Guild was preparing to generously present a unique tier equipment to Isaac Ivanov were taking all forums by storm. Sechin finished scrolling through the mess of news, stroking his chin with a smug smile. It's shaping up quite nicely. Standing next to him, Li Jin-ah puffed his cheeks and glared in protest. Not bad, my foot. Throwing us a unique equipment is like picking our teeth. Cleaning up their pathetic battlefield, they should at least offer a legendary item. Sechin wasn't even angry, just calmly schooling his disciple. You're too green. There's more to it than just the surface. Forced by the situation, the Messiah Guild has to spit out a high-value item to stroke their own vain ego. But the core is, this game has established an unwritten rule. Li Jin-ah's slow-processing brain was still hazy. What rule? Just then Li Jisoo leisurely dragged a suitcase past, casually tossing an explanation behind. It's plain as day. The price to clean up the corpse of a 2-floor plus-ranked dungeon that the Messiah Bunch gave up on is a unique item. So in the future, if anyone cleans up tougher garbage dumps for them, the Messiah Guild shouldn't dream of using some cheap unique items to cover it up. At this moment Li Jin-ah finally woke up, his eyes shining brightly. I get it. Does that mean from now on, if we just target the 3-floor and above dungeons that the Messiah Guild failed to conquer, we can harvest legendary items to our heart's content? Sechin clapped in praise of his assistant's sharpness, expected of Secretary Li, settling it with one sentence to clear this dirt buffalo's brain. By the way, here is the detailed file of Sam Oliver's simulated tracks along with the travel expense invoice. Li Jisoo also rhythmically reported the progress. We've scattered breadcrumbs along the way exactly as planned, luring the Frontier Guild's hounds to tail Sam Oliver's shadow. This method will cut down quite a bit of our precious time. Sechin nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. It's proceeding very smoothly. Now we pack up and hit the road, right? Li Jin-ah glanced at the suitcase and grew curious. Secretary Li, do you have an outdoor business trip scheduled today? The girl just smiled mysteriously and gently pushed the bulky suitcase toward the big guy. Sechin glared and pointed right at his disciple's face, snapping, Are you playing dumb? What the hell would Secretary Li go out there for? It's your buffalo body, Li Jin-ah, who has to drag yourself to Taiwan to crawl into a dungeon. Li Jin-ah squealed like a stuck pig, go right now. As night fell, at Li Jin-ah's gathering point, the guy was irritably shoving the mission summary for his teammate to read, Blood-stained ice forest, 2-floor setup, a plus rank difficulty. Maximum capacity 80 lives, level cap 60. Core quest, eradicate the hostile seeds within the ice forest. Reward, refer to the attached list. Li Jin Ah smirked sarcastically. Wow, our reputation is quite majestically terrifying, isn't it? Since the Messiah Guild's miserable failure, people have been scared out of their wits. Nobody dared to come near this godforsaken place. Yet the moment you made a peep, flies and mosquitoes from all over swarmed in like it's a festival. Don't you find this comedy spectacular? Kim Woojin calmly dropped the stack of papers on the table, replying in a flat voice. Most of the crowd swarming in are remnants from the guilds that once swallowed bitter pills here. On the surface, they wear the cloak of justice, acting like they want to avenge their fallen comrades. But who knows what's in their guts? Rough calculations. A dungeon swallowing 80 lives per run, multiplied by 23 failures, means an armory belonging to nearly 2,000 corpses buried beneath that snow. In that mess, there's bound to be at least one legendary treasure hidden. I bet there are plenty of people who thirst to scavenge the wealth rather than care about this bullshit quest. The door suddenly opened, and Secretary Choi hurried in to remind them, "Pardon me, but please double-check your gear. There is only 1 hour left until the dungeon gate opens." Kim Woojin didn't even bother to open his mouth, silently beckoning with a hand gesture. Seeing him stand up, the guy quickly scurried over to flatter him. "Does Sir Isaac Ivanov have any further instructions?" Witnessing Kim Woojin whispering into Secretary Choi's ear, Li Jin Ah felt a chill down his spine, cursing inwardly. What dirty tricks and vile schemes is this bastard brewing again? Just a few breaths later, Secretary Choi shrieked in sheer panic. "Good heavens, are you planning to roll up your sleeves and handle that earth-shattering matter yourself?" Leaving behind absolute bewilderment, Kim Woojin nonchalantly stuffed his hands into his pockets and strolled outside. In another development, at Naomi Spell's office, she aggressively slammed the desk after hearing the report. "What do you mean vanished without a trace? Explain that again." Jamie Kim swallowed hard and patched together an explanation. "Director, it's painfully obvious this Sam Oliver has an underground power backing him. We've deployed our elite intelligence network, but still can't even trace his shadow." This news made her dizzy. An underground power? This is maddening, she hissed through her teeth, issuing an ultimatum. "Turn every nook and cranny upside down. You must dig up the whereabouts of both Sam Oliver and that Kim Woojin. If it's impossible to capture them alive, just send them straight to the afterlife. We absolutely cannot let them crawl their way to Park Yongwon." At dawn the next day, at Oh Sechen's headquarters, Lee Jisoo knocked on the door with a serious face. "Things are getting intense, boss." He frowned in surprise. "What kind of crisis requires you to report personally?" She let out a sigh. "It's best you witness it with your own eyes." Saying that, she played a video with a sensational title, "Isaac Ivanov's Shocking Statement in the Heart of Taiwan." On the high podium, Kim Woojin stood majestically. Beside him was Secretary Choi boldly broadcasting the message. "Allow me to translate the declaration from Isaac Ivanov. I deeply appreciate your presence in this conquest. Fighting alongside everyone is a great honor. However, I harbor only one ambition, which is to end this chain of tragedies for the peace of humanity. To reach that pinnacle, I will resort to any means necessary. Therefore, if you know what's good for you, do not get in my way." After watching, the sharp secretary probed for instructions. "What's the next strategy, sir? This bomb has completely derailed from the track. Trying to take down the video now is like finding a needle in a haystack. It's gone viral in every nook and cranny." Osechen clenched his jaw in frustration. "That is clearly a bloody ultimatum. That arrogant bastard declared he will ruthlessly crush anyone who dares to stand in his way. I have to admit, his predatory sense of smell is truly sharp." Back to the battlefield inside the dungeon, the atmosphere was thick, with dozens of lives gathered. Jungkook flared up and yelled, "What the hell does he mean don't get in his way? Tusk, does he think the whole team is just dead weight?" Sa Jiang, standing nearby, quickly smoothed things over. "He is Isaac Ivanov after all. With a whole different level of class, it's only natural for him to be a bit arrogant." Dongkook was still unconvinced. "On what authority are you judging like you know it all?" The friend honestly explained. "I witnessed the massacre at the Fire Fox dungeon with my own eyes. Mere mortal words cannot describe how terrifying he is. Just wait a bit and open your eyes wide to admire it. Those two are straight-up monsters." Up ahead, Li Jin Ah grumbled under his breath. "Hey Kim Woojin, why did you suddenly go crazy? The whole world is staring at us because of your reckless speech." Kim Woojin remained as calm as ever. When dealing with wild dogs, you can't use golden words to persuade them. He gave the crowd a sideways glance and whispered into Li Jin A's ear, especially those vultures lurking to scavenge from those lifeless corpses. The only way to extinguish the greed of those scumbags is to flaunt our violence and crush their spirit. Saying that, Kim Woojin decisively waved his hand, summoning his skeleton army. The system rang out with a notification: skeleton soldiers have been summoned. He gently patted the skull of the guard. All around, the other skeletons were also busily carrying out their orders. He continued whispering to his teammate, "We have to strike first to completely kill their intention of snooping around." Witnessing the spectacle, a big shot calling himself Boss Kim swallowed hard and muttered to himself, "So these are the legendary minions of that Isaac Ivanov? Truly shocking. I need to snatch up the gear before he catches the scent." With his plan set, he shouted loudly, "Pack up the formation. Let's scour the other side before night falls." Before long, the sky was completely swallowed by darkness. The group decided to set up camp and light a fire for warmth in the middle of the gloomy forest. The crowd around the campfire was still in shock. That Isaac Ivanov is the real deal. Even seeing those tricks with my own eyes feels surreal. I was pretty pissed when he shooed us away, but now I've seen the light. He wasn't wrong. Jumping in would only get in the monster's way. Jin-guk scratched his head in frustration and turned to his leader. "Boss Kim, we've turned this place upside down all day and only found 2 dried corpses. It's really weird." The boss furrowed his brows and analyzed. "At first, I figured the other guilds had already swept everything clean, but after grinding all day, I've come up with another theory. The first floor is indeed floating with trash, but where would you find a boss strong enough to send people to the afterlife? To put it bluntly, how could players level 50 and above die such senseless deaths in this zone? The treasure is definitely sitting safely on the second floor." The underling's eyes lit up. "So Gawain's necklace is on the second floor." Before he could finish, Chan Ho put a finger to his lips and hissed, "SHH, shut your mouth." A split second later, he kicked off the ground and shot into the air. Chan Ho's sudden leap drew countless curious eyes. It turned out he had spotted a skeleton dangling from a tree branch. Perching lightly on the branch, Chan Ho looked around suspiciously in all directions. "I distinctly heard a rustling sound from here. Am I going deaf?" He used his foot to kick the fragmented bones aside, muttering, "What kind of calcium deposit is this?" From the ground, Boss Kim craned his neck and asked, "Is something wrong up there?" Chan Ho tossed the bones down to the ground with a thud and dropped down after them, laughing it off to ease the tension. "Nothing serious. The wind probably just blew this trash together and made a noise." Saying that, he kicked the lifeless bones into the base of an ancient tree. The boss smacked his lips in dismissal and continued plotting. "We have to snatch up the treasure for the Kunlun Guild at all costs, even if it means standing against that Isaac Ivanov." Ironically, those bone fragments were Kim Woojin's eyes and ears. Sitting not too far away, he smirked slightly. "Setting up a guard post up there was a wise move. Thanks to that, I managed to fish up some golden intel. Gawain's necklace, huh? My memories are completely blank regarding this item. But if the Kunlun Guild, the most powerful in China, went through the trouble of sending troops to hunt for it, its value must be anything but ordinary." At this point, he decisively logged out of the system's linked interface. The disconnection notice appeared faintly. Collecting another strange item, Kim Woojin twirled it in his hand. "One look and you can tell this is a rare find." Watching the object fade and dissolve into nothingness, he narrowed his eyes in deep thought. "Even though I haven't uncovered its true power yet, I absolutely must get my hands on that Gawain's necklace at all costs." Beside him, Li Jin Ah grumbled in annoyance. "What a pain. This progress is way slower than expected. Don't tell me it's just been the two of us busting our asses clearing monsters this whole time, while those useless bums are taking a leisurely stroll." Kim Woojin nodded, confirming the harsh reality. "You're sharp, because fundamentally that bunch is just a pack of starving hyenas waiting to siphon loot off dried corpses." The guy scratched his head and groaned miserably. "I thought dragging a whole division along would give me an easy time. Who knew we'd be carrying such a massive deadweight? When will I ever get to lay back and relax?" He patted his shoulder, comforting him with some light news. "Once we manage to drag ourselves up to the second floor, we'll have plenty of time to rest." Li Jin Ah smiled brightly. "Huh, seriously, why are you suddenly being so nice today?" However, he just stayed silent and didn't bother to answer. A moment later, a sound from the system rang out. notifying that you have just set foot on the second floor of the dungeon. The moment they stepped in, a fierce blizzard slammed right into their faces. The harsh weather irritated Hanbai. He grumbled inwardly, so annoying, this second floor is even more freezing than expected. Jungkook shivered violently from the cold, complaining loudly, "My hands and feet are completely frozen. How are we supposed to fight when it's this freezing?" Boss Kim also felt uneasy. He thought to himself, the weather is indeed biting cold, but I'm afraid this shiver isn't purely due to the temperature. Rather, it's from the chill, exuding from the terrifying murderous intent of the monsters. Even someone like Lee Jin-ah was chattering his teeth. He shivered and whispered to Kim Woojin, "Murderous intent. That's absurd. I've looked around and haven't seen a single monster. How could the second floor of a dungeon have a creature that emits such terrifying pressure?" He had to honestly admit to the other, the situation will likely be much thornier than my initial calculations. At the same time, Kim Woojin kept a cool head to analyze. Any living creature is at risk of perishing if they directly confront the malicious aura released by the monster. Even if the state of panic doesn't last long, in a life-or-death battle, a split second of carelessness is enough to send you to your maker. The limits of a second-floor dungeon rule out the appearance of dragons. However, other than dragons, rarely do any creatures know how to manipulate fear. Just what kind of creature possesses such an overwhelming pressure that we can feel it so clearly from afar? A moment later, Mike spoke up to propose, "Our group will take charge of scouting the surrounding area first." His subordinates quickly chimed in, "That's right, we need to take a lap and check things out first." Saying that, the whole gang filed out and left. Lee Jin-ah frowned in annoyance and cursed inwardly, "Scouting my ass, just spit it out and admit they're going scavenging." Exactly like a pack of starving hyenas. He turned and urged him, "Are you just going to let them leave like that? Aren't you worried about our formation's strength being divided?" Kim Woojin couldn't care less, replying in a flat tone, "Those small fries wouldn't be of any use even if they joined the fight. It's much easier to formulate a battle plan assuming they aren't even here." Lee Jin-ah nodded in agreement, "Yeah, you have a point." Right after that, he gave the order, "Let's head out too." The scenery shifted as the group gradually advanced into the deep, dense forest. After scouring for a long time, Chan-ho reported loudly, "Boss, it's empty over here." Boss Kim immediately replied, "This corpse is also picked clean, hurry up and change locations." At the same time, someone was hiding behind a large tree, secretly monitoring their every move. That person was Mike. He grimaced in displeasure and plotted in his mind, "Someone else beat us to it again, we need to speed up." In a flash, Mike slipped back to his team's position and roared his orders, "Hurry up and turn them all over to check." Obeying him, the whole group scrambled to open their system interface windows to begin the scan. Upon discovering a lucky haul, Jungkook cheered excitedly, "Boss, a whole pile of gear dropped in this corner, take a look. Hyung over here hit the jackpot too." This situation made Mike scratch his head in confusion. He muttered, "Did that other group turn their noses up at good gear and just leave it? Clearly their goal is a specific special treasure. Just what kind of background do these guys have?" He cleared his throat and barked at his grunts. "Excellent, sweep that area clean for me. There's another group moving faster than us, so move out at top speed immediately. Absolutely do not let them snatch things out from under us." The scene shifted back to Lee Jin-ah, who was throwing a look of utter exasperation at Kim Woojin. Seeing his friend intently rummaging through a corpse, Lee Jin-ah grumbled in annoyance, "Just a while ago you were trash-talking them for being starving hyenas, so why are you now meticulously picking through these bodies yourself?" The system screen flashed with the text, "The eyes of Anubis are preparing to close." By this time, Kim Woojin had also gleaned some clues. "I finally caught a member of the Kunlun faction. His brothers-in-arms fell in the western sector." He gestured for Lee Jin-ah to follow. "This way, keep up with me quickly." Although his heart was full of reluctance, he hurriedly took off after him. When he witnessed Kim Woojin resuming his autopsy work, he ground his teeth and cursed internally, "So damn annoying, what the hell is this guy trying to pull?" Afterwards, the duo once again picked up the pace and moved on. Falling back into old habits, the young man scrutinized another corpse. This time, Kim Woojin decisively reactivated the eyes of Anubis. Immediately, a system notification popped up. "The eyes of Anubis have been activated." In another development, Boss Kim was tightly trapped within a monster siege. He screamed like a madman, "Are you kidding me? How did this freakish breed slip into a second-floor dungeon? This is completely absurd, all of you run for it right now." In the end, only his solitary figure remained, struggling to face the monsters. Mixed with the creature's ear-piercing roar, Boss Kim also managed to land a critical hit, forcing it to bleed. Unfortunately, a ring wobbled and slipped from his hand. Making matters worse, it instantly snagged onto the monster's sharp horn. With just a moment of distraction, he took a devastating blow head-on, sending him flying backward. Boss Kim fell flat on his back, his face planted firmly into the freezing snow. With blurry vision, he fixed his eyes on the monster and uttered bitterly, the precious artifact of Kunlun, Gawain's necklace. I must send a message to my brothers. The scene abruptly shifted back to Kim Woojin. The young man deactivated his visual ability, and the control panel immediately displayed that the eyes of Anubis were in the process of closing. Kim Woojin nodded to himself in his mind. The amount of data scavenged like this is about enough. Li Jin-ah loomed over him, stepping up to block his path directly. Pulling a long face, he indignantly demanded loudly, regardless of how fancy that item is, how the hell can you be so disrespectful to the dead? I've been holding it in this whole time. Kim Woojin suddenly called him by his full name, Li Jin-ah. Anger flaring up fiercely, he snapped, am I wrong? Even a cheapskate like Osechin would never act like you. Kim Woojin casually dropped a light word of praise. You actually have a pretty kind nature, don't you? The offhand compliment made Li Jin-ah freeze. He blurted out a huh brimming with bewilderment, ah. Kim Woojin casually gathered some rocks and piled them into a proper grave. He began to reveal his intentions to his companion. Listen here, I'm going to outline the strategy before we jump into the battle. The declaration left the other scratching his head awkwardly. What strategy? The moment the words left his mouth, Kim Woojin rapidly channeled his magic. In just a blink of an eye, the intact skeleton of a sawtooth wolf rose up imposingly, causing Li Jin-ah's eyes to widen in shock. What is this? The system window immediately alarmed. A sawtooth wolf has just been awakened as a skeleton soldier. Instantly, the guy flipped his attitude like flipping a pancake, laughing easily as he made a request. Let me climb up and ride this beast, all right. Kim Woojin gave a firm nod, go ahead, why not? Settling onto the wolf's back, Li Jin-ah marveled in delight. This feels amazing. Since when did you secretly prepare such a sick toy? Next, when he grabbed Percival's spear, he blinked rapidly in astonishment. I was absolutely certain you could only summon humanoid skeletons. Yet a spear pops out of nowhere. Weapon stats immediately appeared on the system. Percival's spear, legendary rarity, equip requirement level 1, physical damage at 255. This weapon was once wielded by Percival, a renowned knight of the Round Table. Wounds inflicted by it are incredibly persistent. Attached skills include damage scaling with level, an additional 30% to base attack power upon strike, while also amplifying armor penetration rate. Li Jin-ah pointed a finger at the spearhead, hesitantly cross-examining. Hey, don't tell me your grand strategy is making me ride a skeleton wolf, lug this spear around, and ram face first into the boss. Kim Woojin gently crushed his hopes. I haven't even had the chance to explain it, yet you've already grasped it perfectly. Finishing his words, he strode across the freezing snow, leaving Li Jin-ah still suspended on the back of the sawtooth wolf. The scene cut back to Boss Kim's perspective. He was suddenly startled by Jai-Jiok's throat-tearing yell, Boss, what the heck is this weird thing sticking out over here? Boss Kim hurriedly ran over to his subordinate's position. What the hell is that? A player's grave. Jai-Jiok stroked his chin and offered his personal assessment. This grave-building style doesn't look like our Kunlun Guild's style at all, but should we dig it up to check, just for peace of mind, boss? The thrown-out question made Boss Kim frown in deep thought. Even so, he waved his hand and instructed his men, leave it. If it's not a brother from our guild, why waste our breath digging it up? Having made the final call, the three-man squad hastily evacuated the area. Swallowed up in the middle of the frost-covered forest, Li Jin-ah's astonished voice rang out, what, it's an ogre. In the next breath, he clicked his tongue and complained, that's genuinely intense. With skin that thick, how could any mediocre weapons even scratch its itch? Kim Woojin calmly replied, the massive problem lies in the fact that this creature has long evolved into a predator. Li Jin-ah's eyes widened in shock. What kind of conspiracy theory are you spouting now? The young man leisurely explained, are you familiar with this rule? Once a dungeon raid fails, the fallen monsters will be completely resurrected to their original state. However, the lucky individuals who survive the battles will accumulate a ton of bloody experience, thereby becoming exponentially more cunning and tanky. Although the continuous deathmatch loop makes the number of creatures lasting until the end incredibly scarce, there is still one exception: the boss monster. Pausing for about 2 breaths, Kim Woojin continued. As long as the dungeon hasn't been cleared, the boss will hog all the combat experience points after every failed sweeping attempt by the player's side. At this point, his tone dropped significantly. Who knows since when, they sniffed out the player's habit of gathering around corpses, so they straight up used those bodies to set traps. The result is clear as day: a monster that has dragged itself from death's door 23 times. Swallowing Woojin's entire explanation, Lee Jin-ah still probed skeptically. So you dare thump your chest and guarantee the final boss is an ogre capable of emitting such soul-crushing pressure. You haven't even faced it yet, so why are you so firmly confident? The guy maintained his unfazed attitude. I temporarily stopped hacking and slashing just to dedicate myself entirely to scavenging clues this whole time. In a split second, the energetic guy chimed in. Oh, so that's what it was. I thought you were just trying to be a professional junk collector scavenging for loot. Suddenly, Lee Jin-ah pondered internally. At the end of the day, even if he witnessed it with his own eyes, he'd still be completely clueless and wouldn't understand a damn thing. At that same time, amidst the forest submerged in a blanket of pure white snow, the jubilant cheer of a grunt from Mike's faction shattered the atmosphere. Boss, please spare a moment to come over here and take a look. This place is piled high with the bodies of raiders. Catching wind of this, the minions eagerly rushed over. Big jackpot, where did this luck drop from out of the blue? With his seasoned and highly guarded eyes, Mike instantly caught the scent of danger. He faintly realized something was wrong. There's rarely a reason for a whole pile of corpses to be stacked together in a single spot like that. Assuming other scavengers took the trouble to gather the bodies, why the hell would the items still be completely intact like that? Furthermore, the blood trails also clearly revealed something bizarre. It looked like these corpses had been dragged here from elsewhere. In a mere breath, he faintly deduced the answer. No, could it be? Mike bolted forward as fast as his legs could carry him, roaring at the top of his lungs, "Everyone stop. This is obviously bait." Hearing that, the grunt blanked out in confusion. Bait? Big boss, are you referring to a trap? What is the meaning of this? Right at that moment, an invisible chill carrying sudden terror crashed straight down upon their heads. The next moment, the grunt stared in dumbfounded shock upon realizing his entire body was completely paralyzed. Just as he tasted the destructive pressure surging toward him, he trembled and asked himself, what on earth is going on? Exactly as Mike had premonited, a henchman standing nearby stopped breathing on the spot. Those surrounding him quickly shared the same fate and went to meet the Grim Reaper. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the only member still barely hanging on chattered his teeth uncontrollably due to the overwhelmingly terrifying murderous intent. Utterly terrified, he stealthily peeked over his shoulder. Striking directly into the grunt's line of sight was the massive silhouette of an ogre, aggressively swinging the weapon in its hand. Without a second of hesitation, the creature delivered a fatal blow that smashed his body to a pulp. Even though it had already devoured a bunch of lives, it seemed the ogre still wasn't satisfied. Its eyes still blazed with a thirst for fresh blood. Seizing the opportunity from the blind spot behind the ogre's neck, Mike risked his life rushing in to unleash his skills. He turned into a tornado tearing through space, clutching his razor-sharp sword tightly, ready to claim a life. Right as he landed and fully executed his sword stroke, Mike's face suddenly distorted in shock. Ironically, that ogre didn't lose a single hair, whereas his precious sword shattered into 2 pieces. He clenched his jaw, breaking out in a cold sweat as he calculated, a unique grade weapon actually shattered this easily. Concurrently, the horrifying chill from the nameless pressure descended once more. Mike screamed resentfully in his heart, "I'm doomed. I absolutely cannot die such a meaningless death in this godforsaken corner." Far off in the distance, both Kim Woojin and Lee Jin-ah had picked up on the ogre's presence. The duo immediately accelerated, darting straight ahead like lightning. But everything seemed to be a step too late. That giant creature successfully sent Mike to the heavens. Right after that, it irritably swung its arm and tossed his corpse far away with an attitude of extreme disdain. The bloody scene just now was entirely captured in Woojin's sight. The young man remained unfazed and issued an order. Lee Jin-ah, just stick closely to the playbook we set up. The guy gritted his teeth, worried sick. Damn it, you're only good at standing on the sidelines running your mouth. Only God could foresee the outcome. The moment his mouth closed, Li Jin-ah shot forward, aiming straight for the ogre. "Let's fight." His thunderous, imposing roar instantly drew the monster's gaze. Li Jin-ah gritted his teeth, draining his strength to dive headfirst straight ahead. Witnessing the obstacle running rampant, the ogre flew into a rage, compressing all of its internal energy. Immediately, it unleashed a brutal wave of power and launched an earth-shattering attack. The dark magic from the ogre flashed and swallowed Li Jin-ah's entire figure. Right when the malicious aura filled with unnamed terror flooded in, Lancelot's ring timely repelled all overwhelming sensations. It was a stroke of immense luck that Li Jin-ah had taken a defensive stance beforehand. Come to think of it, this ring of Lancelot works pretty damn well, doesn't it? The shivering sensation has completely evaporated. With gear this sick, I can go totally wild. Before the smile could fade from his lips, he faintly realized something was wrong. The culprit turned out to be Li Jin-ah's mount, which was acting up in defiance. What the hell? Why is it suddenly going on strike and disobeying orders? He panicked and screamed inwardly. It was clearly running and jumping smoothly according to my will just a moment ago. Hold on a second, charging this close means we're going to crash. A split second later, the mount bolted off just like a shooting star, ignoring the panicked Li Jin-ah on its back. Thanks to the wind-tearing speed of his reluctant steed, the giant ogre's attack missed completely. Taking advantage of the moment, the monster was still rolling its eyes searching for its target. Li Jin-ah suddenly appeared right behind it. Suddenly, Kim Woojin's voice echoed from the beast's mouth. Maintain this momentum and plunge right into its body. His friend's ambush left Li Jin-ah with his mouth hanging open in astonishment. What? So you were the one pulling the strings on this beast? You know, I almost bought the farm just now, right? At this rate, I'll meet my maker one of these days. Ignoring the complaints, Woojin continued steering the beast all over the place to blind the ogre's sense of direction. Without knowing when, Li Jin-ah's figure was already right next to the giant creature. Seizing the golden opportunity immediately, he used all his might to smash the spearhead straight into the opponent's flesh. This result made Li Jin-ah scratch his head, trying to make sense of it. Since when did ogre flesh become so soft and easy to pierce like pudding? The ogre's self-healing speed was rapidly plummeting. Taking in the entire development, Li Jin-ah quickly questioned. Seems like this toy is pretty sharp, but this kind of back-and-forth poking is probably going to waste a lot of time. When are your skeleton soldiers finally going to join the battle? Kim Woojin tossed back a dry answer. Stuff it with a dozen more holes exactly like that, and it'll be perfect. I'll naturally have a smooth way to handle the rest afterwards. The blood weapon interface displayed the activation criteria. Avatar of the Shadowlands requires the user to reach level 1 or higher, a rank C skill that allows the forging of weapons directly from the host's bloodstream. The shape of the weapon transforms endlessly based on each individual's unique aptitude. Amidst the tranquility of the snowy forest, an ear-piercing noise suddenly erupted. It turned out the source originated from Boss Kim, who was struggling to brace himself against a massive wave of pressure. He thought in dismay, this trick of radiating endless, surging pressure. Don't tell me the boss has officially kicked off its massacre. The lightning-fast development was completely out of Boss Kim's control. We have to act urgently. Right at that instant, Chan Ho screamed at the top of his lungs, reporting to the big boss, "We've unearthed something. Please take a look at this. It's the exclusive cipher of our Kunlun guild, following the underlings' guidance." A bizarre line of text was clearly exposed. Quickly move to the west to regroup with the brothers and retrieve Kunlun's treasure. The hidden message made Boss Kim grimace. The west, there aren't any items in that direction at all. After pondering for a while, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it possibly be? Returning to the battlefield of the duo Woojin and Li Jin-ah against the giant monster, the ogre's vitality was plummeting rapidly. Submerged in the storm of deadly strikes from Woojin, the creature was left merely gasping for breath. The ogre's ability to resist was evaporating quickly. At the same time, the blood venom was racing through every nook and cranny of the ogre's flesh. Li Jin-ah slapped his thigh in admiration. Percival's spear, this toy is pretty top tier, isn't it? Who would have thought it could pierce through the ogre's tanky armor so cleanly? Continuing his excitement, the guy babbled on. If we pair Percival's spear with blood poison magic, we could legitimately sweep this entire dungeon clean, no joke. Hearing those words, Woojin threw a wet blanket on him. Yeah, if we only stick around the second floor zone, you might just be right. At this point, his train of thought sank into calculations again. Even so, the third-floor battlefield harbors beasts that are many times more overpowered. Relying solely on this won't do any good. Moreover, if we want to go toe-to-toe with the most ferocious final boss, we absolutely must upgrade our power to a new realm. Right after that, the system's screen flashed with the text, "Congratulations to the player for slaying the ogre. You have just unlocked the achievement title, Bloodthirsty Predator of the Frozen Forest. The Emissary of the Underworld has submitted a list of rewards to you." Despite the loot already sitting safely in his hands, Kim Woojin still looked blank, not fully grasping the situation. With just a quick glance, Lee Jin-ah yelled out, a catalog glowing with a blinding golden halo. "Did you hit the jackpot with a halo reward again?" The line of information on the glowing paper slowly revealed itself. Berserker skill, activation requirement demands the Emissary of the Underworld to reach level 20. The effect is directly applied to the host who acquires the skill, increasing all stats by an additional 20%, but in return, it will continuously drain the health bar over time. Having just devoured the text, Lee Jin-ah immediately let out a howl of grief and indignation. This is truly as unfair as it gets. What the hell is my halo even doing anyway? I grinded so incredibly hard, yet I still end up completely empty-handed. Does even that mindless halo system know how to discriminate against me? So totally depressing, it rots my guts. There's no way to salvage this situation anyway. What a boring halo. Completely ignoring his friend's headache-inducing rambling, Kim Woojin strolled over and yanked off the bracelet dangling on the ogre's horn. System notification: successfully picked up Bango's bracelet. As night gradually fell, the reporters were still gathering in small groups, snooping right in front of Woojin's expensive ride. "Oh wow, it's done. Lord Isaac Ivanov has successfully cleared the dungeon. He's definitely sitting right there in that car." The crowd burst into joyous cheers. So Taiwan has finally passed its crisis. Long live freedom. Looking at the bustling scene, Chan Ho clenched his fists, sweating bullets. "We're in big trouble, boss. We slipped out of the dungeon completely empty-handed without so much as a scrape of Bango's bracelet. If by some stroke of bad luck, the treasure falls into the hands of a stranger, our grand plans are utterly ruined." Boss Kim wrinkled his forehead, fully aware of the severity of this move. "The situation is urgent. Now we can only try to salvage it by reporting to headquarters and keeping an ear to the ground. If it turns into a scenario where we lose a legendary item back in that dungeon." For a moment, he sank back into his vague thoughts. The heavy hitters of the Kunlun Guild definitely hid the clues through a series of secret signals to pass down to the later subordinates, didn't they? At that rate, anyone clueless about the cipher wouldn't be able to dig up Bango's bracelet even if they dug up the graves. But supposing some lucky bastard snagged the treasure and smoothly slipped out of the dungeon area, then I pray to the heavens and earth that the guy isn't named the monster Isaac Ivanov. Heaven sure knew how to tease Boss Kim. That priceless piece of jewelry was already lying obediently inside Woojin's inventory. The status window for Bango's bracelet flashed. Legendary tier, level limit 1. This is a piece of jewelry that once belonged to the giant race of ancient times. It contains a passive source of absolute fusion. Its main function is to break the barrier limit on the number of rings worn on the possessing arm. Note: once a ring is slipped onto a finger, it can never be removed. Reading over the text, the corners of his lips curled up smugly. Who would have thought they'd keep such an incredible toy hidden? Well, I guess this counts as gathering enough gear capital before stepping into the third-floor dungeon. According to the rules of the game, each individual is only allowed to wear a maximum of 5 pieces of jewelry, including 1 necklace, a pair of rings, along with a pair of bracelets. Even if one intentionally stuffs more items onto their body, the bonus stats from the items will only be calculated according to the allowed limit. In contrast, Bango's bracelet is an overturn that tears apart all operational rules. It grants the owner the right to absorb all the stats from wearing rings tightly across all 5 fingertips. On the flip side, the fatal drawback is that once you lock in which ring is attached to Bango's bracelet, taking it off is out of the question. The underlying reason is that the nature of this item allows the user to stack countless rings on their hand, hence the strict rule. Top-tier players usually have a habit of constantly equipping and unequipping rings to endlessly adapt their tactics. Understanding the operating principles of the treasure thoroughly, Woojin became even more hesitant. From this moment on, every time he slips a ring onto his finger, it will be a move requiring extreme caution. Lee Jin-ah sat cross-legged beside him and asked curiously, What's been bothering you to make you look so pensive? Did you accidentally screw something up? Hearing the question, Kim Woojin slowly replied, not at all, I'm just brainstorming some things. The words had just slipped out of his mouth when the phone rang loudly. I'm listening, go ahead. From the other end of the line, Sechin's anxious voice echoed back, is your health doing all right, both of you? Can you arrange an urgent flight back to the country right now? Kim Woojin's attitude remained as indifferent as ever. Sure, did something happen? The other party hurriedly notified him that person just announced his return. At the office, Sechin analyzed in a serious tone, put the matters in Taiwan aside for now. South Korea is in total chaos at the moment. The media is making massive headlines about the return of the man who was once backed by Isaac Ivanov. Catching the drift of the story, Kim Woojin calculated in his head, if it's that prominent figure, could it be Park Yong-won? Exactly like the scenario he envisioned, the other end of the line nodded in confirmation, spot on. Just watch, this event is going to completely change Park Yong-won's reputation. Pausing for a brief moment, Woojin calmly concluded, I understand the situation, I will fly back immediately. The more Park Yong-won's prestige expanded, the more he became the perfect meat shield for Woojin. The phone had just hung up when Lee Jin-ah excitedly suggested, hey, since we made the effort to come to Taiwan, should we go get something to eat? Maybe a bowl of Xiao Long Bao or a plate of braised pork rice. In the blink of an eye, his friend poured cold water on the idea, forget it, we have to depart for South Korea right now. The blunt refusal, as decisive as a knife-cutting stone, left Lee Jin-ah dumbfounded. What the hell did you just say? Even when settled on the plane, the guy was still resentfully whining. Are you kidding me? We dragged ourselves all the way to this country and don't even get to stuff a single bite of Taiwan's specialty food into our stomachs, just like a grumpy old dad. Woojin could only click his tongue and coax him. Just suck it up and make do with some airplane bento boxes for now. The dawn of the next day peeked through at a magnificent and luxurious mansion. Deep inside the estate, Park Yong-won narrowed his eyes, exuding an oppressive murderous aura. He ground his teeth and interrogated, so in short, the Frontier Guild had the guts to play a trick on me, Park Yong-won. Woojin calmly nodded and replied, yes. Taking a breath, he deliberately lowered his voice to a miserable tone. I barely managed to keep my life. My body is full of injuries, making it extremely difficult to walk, and amidst this chaotic situation, I didn't dare to trust anyone. As for you, Park Yong-won, you hid in the dungeon and waited. At that very moment, Secretary Kim walked in carrying a thick stack of documents in her hand. She briskly walked over to hand the report to the boss and softly explained, this is all the information closely cross-referenced with Kim Woojin's account of the accident the other day. Although the fire destroyed almost all physical evidence, if we piece together the confessions from the survivors in other units, it is clear that the Frontier guys started the battle first, yet the Frontier Guild dared to make excuses that it was just an ordinary, unfortunate incident. Hearing this, Park Yong-won flared up with rage, cursing inwardly, these bastards, daring to pull these petty tricks while I was away. A few seconds later, Park Yong-won stated firmly, it's absolutely certain that those bastards are plotting to suppress our faction's power. Kim Woojin, sitting opposite him, slightly raised his eyebrows to probe, things are heating up, how do you plan to decide our next move now? Accompanied by a voice reeking of sinister intent. The man smirked and sneered, of course, we must make them pay for daring to pluck the tiger's whiskers, which is exactly why a mission has popped up that needs you to step up and handle it for me. Right as Park Yong-won finished his sentence, Secretary Kim lugged out a heavy briefcase. The screen sharply cut to Sechin, who was baring his bright white teeth with a beaming smile. The ear-to-ear grin of his partner made Lee Jin-ah scratch his head in confusion. The sun has barely risen, and you're already that thrilled. Ignoring that bewildered look, Sechin answered with his eyes crinkling in a smile, why wouldn't I be thrilled? I just snatched a bunch of valuable items from the enemy's hands. Upon hearing that, he dejectedly grumbled, facing a big shot like Park Yong-won, how the hell are you supposed to get back the skill books we handed over? I know everyone loves money, but are you so forgetful that you've completely forgotten how grueling the process of hunting for skeleton was? As if reading Lee Jin-ah's mind, he grinned widely to reassure him. Don't worry about that, the person responsible for retrieving our items has already proudly set foot right into Park Yong-won's lair. The sensational stream of information made the guy's jaw drop. Huh, what do you mean by that? After a moment of thought, seeming to have vaguely guessed it, Lee Jin-ah lunged forward in panic. Don't don't tell me it's. Osechin only maintained a mysterious smile and didn't bother to utter another word. Cutting back to the grounds of Park Yong-won's mansion, Kim Woojin slowly turned the doorknob and leisurely stepped outside. With the heavy briefcase in hand, he unhurriedly left the estate. While walking briskly, Woojin swiftly pulled out his phone. It turned out the young man was proactively contacting someone. "This is Kim Woojin." From the other end of the line, a joyful voice came through. "Sweet, so the mission went smoothly after all, right?" Kim Woojin answered without hesitation. "Yes, I just obtained the Skeleton Knight skill. That old man even instructed me to hand-deliver it directly to Isaac Ivanov." Right at the moment Park Yong-won was leisurely reading the newspaper, Secretary Kim's voice rang out. "I will contact you later. Right now, I have to go report the situation to the director." "Yes, sorry to bother you." A split second later, he looked up and curiously probed, was that Kim Woojin calling? Dropping her phone to her side, she calmly reported, "That's right, sir. He has successfully delivered the skill book to Isaac Ivanov. He also casually inquired about what his future would look like from now on." Receiving the news, Park Yong-won nodded in understanding. He has a pretty sharp sense of the times. The rise of Isaac Ivanov must definitely have his position shaking violently. The content of the newspaper caught his eye. The Phoenix Guild pledges to exhaust all resources to support Isaac Ivanov. His voice was full of calculation. Let it be, after all, he has dedicated himself completely. Reward him with an opening slot at a 3-floor dungeon. C rank is enough, just attach him to go along with those kids. Just give him enough support, he'll be satisfied and tactfully withdraw on his own. If by any chance he's still reluctant, we'll just see if there's any sweeter bait to lure him in. The scene shifted, penetrating the territory of the Phoenix faction. Yeon-hong's haughty voice rang out, "So what is that guy's name anyway?" Min-ho hurriedly provided the identity. "It's Kim Woojin." Without even thinking, she blurted out a disparaging remark. "Oh my, just hearing the name Kim Woojin makes me instantly picture some effeminate wimp." Min-ho hastily rebutted Yeon-hong's shallow assumption. "Hold on, rumors say this guy's strength is actually pretty solid. He even solo cleared a few dungeons smoothly, which is why he caught Mr. Park Yong-won's eye." Yeon-hong glared and brushed it off. If his strength is that outstanding, why doesn't he just show up and farm the dungeon by himself? It's exactly because of this that we're being forced to play nanny and walk him through this 3-floor stage. Mentioning this, she resentfully stomped her feet in a huff. "Oh my god, this is so frustrating." Afraid that Yeon-hong's temper tantrum would explode, Min-ho had to lower his voice to advise her. "Just let it go, after all, this is an order from the big boss, just stay calm first." Throwing the sincere advice out the window, she still grimaced and complained bitterly. "Unless Mr. Park Yong-won takes over as guild master, this guild's politics will just keep changing constantly. Whatever happens, I'm going to transfer to the Messiah Guild. Anyway, what kind of halo and abilities does that Kim Woojin possess?" Min-ho scratched his head and declared clearly. His halo represents the dark world, and his signature move is purely about blood poison arts. The problem is that this poison also affects his own allies, so as a result, he's always fought solo until now. Hearing this, Yeon-hong shrieked shrilly. "What, he uses blood poison arts? Why doesn't he just summon a whole horde of skeletons like Mr. Isaac Ivanov?" He slowly clarified, aside from his poison trick, no one has ever witnessed him unleash any other abilities. Hearing that made her even more furious. "Oh my god, so useless that he brings nothing to the table and is just a dead weight getting in our way. This is truly infuriating." While Yeon-hong was still busy grumbling, Woojin's ride was slowly approaching. "So anyway, when is that guy finally going to drag his face over here?" Sharp-eyed Min-ho pointed and announced, "He's here." She glared and sneered sarcastically, the latest one in the whole group, what an honor. Just as she turned her head to look, Yeon-hong's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Taking in the full sight, she curled her lip in disgust and thought to herself, what era are we living in that he's still driving this run-down piece of junk on the streets? A moment later, Yeon-hong sarcastically dropped a backhanded compliment. My, your spirit of penny-pinching is truly commendable." Min-ho, standing nearby and catching this remark, was left speechless at her nitpicking. The system interface popped up a message. Assigned quest, successfully slay 1,000 creatures to unlock the door to the next floor. Glancing over the text, Kim Woojin frowned in calculation, a 3-floor difficulty stage, yet it still sticks to the tedious tutorial designed for C-rank grunts. Well, since Mr. Park Yong-won is keeping an eye on things, I guess I'll just go with the flow. Even though it eats up a bunch of precious time, I just have to accept it. Standing opposite him, Jung Yon Hong raised her chin and interrogated loudly, "Hey you, is this your first time stepping into a 3-floor dungeon like this? There's no room for you to show off your parlor tricks in a place like this." Saying that, she lowered her voice with a dangerously threatening tone. "If you know what's good for you, keep your mouth shut and obediently follow my every order. Don't be foolish enough to go against me. Otherwise, whether it's a bird or a rat, I'll send it all straight to the afterlife. To start off, drag out some beasts to use as targets so I can gauge exactly what your capabilities are." Ignoring Jung Yon Hong's disdainful gaze, Woojin blandly asked the question, "So how many kills will satisfy you?" The other party's indifferent demeanor annoyed her to the extreme. "Look at that arrogant attitude, daring to talk back to me. If I clearly lay out a quota, do you want to bet you can handle it? So just keep your head down and kill until you drop from exhaustion." Kim Woojin slowly opened his mouth and replied, "Please give me a little time to prepare my tools." A breath later, Jung Yon Hong resentfully turned away, grumbling, "Got it, go sort yourself out." Her blatant arrogance made him chuckle to himself. Well, this personality is quite interesting. The dawn of the next day visited Oh Sechen's headquarters. Lee Jin-ah clicked his tongue to start the conversation. "Rumor has it that the guy Kim Woojin stepped into a new dungeon stage again, and it's even a lair swarming with ghosts." Looking at the guy's excessively relaxed demeanor, the older man couldn't hold back and spoke up to remind him, "Hey Lee Jin-ah, stop wandering around here like you're on a stroll, hurry up, and drag yourself out to grind for levels." Hearing that, Lee Jin-ah let out a weary sigh, his face showing visible resentment. "His absence is the only time I get to enjoy a little peace. You have no idea how utterly exhausting it is to fight side by side with Kim Woojin." Oh Sechen quickly fired back, "Isn't it only when you're lacking an equally matched ally that you start complaining?" Suddenly, his mobile device rang out with a sensational notification. Curious about that expression, Lee Jin-ah immediately grabbed the phone to eavesdrop on the news. In the other corner, it seemed like Lee Jisoo had just received the exact same data source. The glass screen lit up with a red alert from the Dungeon Consequence Control Department. At exactly 16:33, an anomalous creature broke through the dungeon barrier. Numerous nearby structures are collapsing, and the disaster shows no signs of stopping. All residents are advised. Skimming through the text, the guy scratched his head and wondered, which region is this message coming from? Have these kinds of outbreaks still been happening occasionally lately? The most recent leak was a few years ago anyway, plus the Messiah Guild always steps in to clean them up thoroughly. Before Lee Jin-ah could finish his rambling, Oh Sechen was already grinding his teeth, shooting a hasty warning glare at the idiot who didn't know how to keep his mouth shut. About a beat later, the hulking guy finally realized in dismay that he had made a slip of the tongue. Very softly, the older man cast a glance toward the corner of the room to observe Lee Jisoo's expression. That petite figure remained as still as a statue at her familiar workspace. Her fingers were gripping the phone so tightly that the blue veins popped out. A dusty fragment of memory from her school days suddenly rushed back, enveloping her mind. Amidst the noisy classroom, the young girl Lee Jisoo shrank into herself, boredly resting her chin on her hand and staring blankly. The corner of the old wooden desk still bore her own deeply etched name tag. Just a moment later, her peers crowded around the windowsill, peering out with curiosity. A deafening noise echoing from afar successfully captured the attention of all the students. It turned out that a towering architectural structure right across from them was engulfed in a ferocious sea of flames. That chilling scene struck straight into her retinas, sowing absolute terror into Lee Jisoo's mind. The boundaries of her endurance snapping, the little girl let out a heart-wrenching, agonizing scream. Reality pulled her back. Lee Jisoo was still rooted to the spot, her vacant eyes glued to the disaster bulletin. It took a long while before she sprang up from her chair, dropping a brief sentence, "I need to get some fresh air, I'll be right back." Ignoring the flickering light from the electronic screen, she hastily rushed out of the suffocating room. On the empty desk, only a commemorative photo of Lee Jisoo and her late father remained. The resounding slam of the door closing made Lee Jin-ah tear at his hair, regretting his loose tongue. Oh Sechen let out a heavy sigh, giving the young man a sidelong glance. "You idiot, knowing she was sitting right there, you should have thought twice before you spoke." The guy scratched his head and stammered, "I'm wrongfully accused. I didn't do it on purpose. By the way, you mentioned before that you knew her father. What kind of person was he exactly?" The sudden question digging up the past caused the older man's face to fall, melancholy swallowing the atmosphere. The reel of nostalgia began to spin. The Sechin of the past had once asked, "I've caught wind of the news. Have you really made up your mind? Will you be able to shoulder it?" Lee Jinsu smiled with relief. "If you want absolute safety in this line of work, you might as well go herd ducks. But where is there to retreat to? This land of South Korea is my family's home, so I have no choice but to bet my life, wouldn't you agree? My ideal is simply to clean up this world, so my precious daughter can skip to school every day without worrying about stray bullets and bombs." However, those peaceful days were as fragile as morning dew. Sechin's deathly pale face back then had already sealed a tragic end. The older man whispered, his eyes stinging as the image of Lee Jinsu falling forever played out in slow motion in his head. That guy. He carried the title of a hero, but in essence, he was just a workaholic fool who doted on his daughter so much that he forgot his own life. Deep within the enclosed space, Jung Hong majestically rested a foot on the crushed corpse of an orc monster. The female commander clicked her tongue in assessment, bearing the C-rank label. "The creatures here are just small fry showing off before an expert. Keeping up this grinding pace, by tomorrow Jung Hong's team will comfortably kick down the doors to the second floor." Right at the peak of her complacency, Min Ho came running for his life from out of nowhere. "Big boss, you gotta come see what the hell that guy Kim Woojin just pulled off." As soon as the grating name entered her eardrums, she immediately pouted in disdain. "What the heck did he do that has you all worked up? We already gave him time to kill. Has he still not managed to catch a single hair on a monster's leg?" The subordinate stammered, sweating profusely. "Not at all. It's the exact opposite actually. That guy just turned the place upside down. In short, you should just see it with your own eyes so you don't get too shocked." Jung Hong frowned doubtfully. "Is there a need to overreact like that? Lead the way and let's see what's really going on." The moment she set foot at the scene, the female commander's pupils dilated to their limits in shock. What the hell is being displayed here? Is this the result of asking for more time? Just to sit around meticulously, designing a few of these fly traps. His work attitude is commendable, the catch is. This pile of kindergarten toys is probably only enough to scratch an itch or graze the monster's skin. How is it supposed to threaten their lives? What kind of freakish mechanism are the wrinkles in Kim Woojin's brain operating on, exactly? Hiding in the canopy of an ancient tree in the distance, Jung Hong and Min Ho strained their eyes to watch every movement of that eccentric guy. Instantly, a surge of murderous intent swept over, making the corners of the young man's mouth twitch up. The prey took the bait. Spot on, a hulking orc immediately got tangled in the web of death Kim Woojin had spun. Before a breath could pass, a series of handmade traps began to show their power. The hideous creature took the full brunt of the damage, blood pouring, profusely accompanied by furious roars that pierced the sky. Witnessing that scene, Jung Hong just wished she could smack his head. Is this lunatic tired of living? How can a few petty tricks hold back a tidal wave if the whole monster nest swarms out? Seeing the female leader about to draw her weapon to intervene, Min Ho hurriedly raised his hand to block her. "Boss, calm down. I bet that guy has already calculated his next move." The defense made her hit the roof, glaring and shouting loudly, "Are you blind enough to think that guy is using his brain? If Kim Woojin loses his life in this dump, Park Yong-won will roast our entire clan alive." The subordinate broke into a sweat, cautiously pointing forward. "Boss, cool down and take a good look in that direction." Following his finger, a fierce legion of orcs was swarming in, trampling over the death zone the young man had set up. The hair-raising scene made the female captain turn pale. Mother of God, how did they multiply so fast? Even if we sprouted wings and flew out to save him, we wouldn't be in time to collect his corpse. Contrary to the audience's terror, Kim Woojin leisurely cracked an arrogant smile, firmly grasping the victory. A split second passed, and the dark energy within his body surged intensely. The exclusive ultimate skill of the emissary of the Underworld, Blood Fog, immediately activated, enveloping and infecting the bloodthirsty orc horde with blood poison. The fog carrying the seeds of destruction billowed out, swallowing every creature within its range. The giant monsters choked up after inhaling just one breath, their eyes rolling back as their formation broke. A brief moment of silence. A series of massive bodies collapsed to the ground like falling timber, dying before they could even leave their last words. Jung Hong's jaw dropped, her mouth gaping in sheer shock. Did that monster stuff blood poison into the blood fog skill? Where did this bizarre knowledge come from? Minho stood beside her, rubbing his hands in excitement. Holy shit, absolutely top tier. I swear this is the most visually satisfying purge of my life. A beat later, the guy shuddered again as realization hit. Is this guy using that sinister trick to slaughter hundreds of lives all at once? The female leader remained silent, her eyes flashing with utter acknowledgement. This guy is no joke. The ambition in Jung Yeon-hong's heart flared up. He truly is the treasure that Park Yang-won goes out of his way to pamper. This time, even if it means throwing around billions, I have to recruit him under my wing. Down on the battlefield, Kim Woojin leisurely pulled out a glass jar, beginning the process of vacuuming back the excess toxic smoke. Striding unhurriedly through the sea of corpses, the young man's brain worked rapidly. This blood fog skill consumes way more poison than I anticipated. A notification popped up. The Emissary of the Underworld is clapping in applause at your performance. The blood fog ultimate skill has officially leveled up. Simultaneously, the blood drain skill automatically initiated, providing an endless source of restorative energy. The young man breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Thankfully, I have this blood-sucking move. Otherwise, using these heavy-duty skills would just drain me dry to death. Seizing the moment, Yeon-hong patted her subordinate's shoulder and urged, "You dash down there right now, grab that god of wealth, and pass on my royal decree." Minho scratched his head blankly. "Right away, boss. But what the heck am I supposed to pass on?" The female leader irritably smacked the subordinate's head. "You idiot. After witnessing such an artistic slaughter, you think I'd run out and scold him for getting lucky. He has passed the assessment with a perfect score." A few minutes passed, and Jung Yeon-hong had to swallow her pride and approach the young man herself, speaking in a conciliatory tone. "For my sake, let's just wipe the slate clean regarding my attitude earlier. Your abilities are extremely sharp. I've never seen anyone weave blood poison moves so smoothly. If we team up and do business, this 3-floor dungeon is just a playground for the two of us to pluck monsters bare. Bottom line is, join my crew." Without even batting an eye, Kim Woojin threw down his trump card, 10 million won for every time I unleash my poison. Please foot the bill. The astronomical quote made the female commander bristle like a porcupine. What the hell? Are you sucking people's blood dry? The young man nonchalantly lectured, "My poison is an extremely rare and hard-to-find commodity. According to the law of the jungle, when using personal stash to farm, the collective has to dish out money from their pockets to compensate for wear and tear based on the owner's price list, right? Not to mention I have to draw out my own lifeblood as capital. That price is already a massive bargain." Suppressing her boiling blood, Jung Yeon-hong hissed through her teeth, "Fine, you have a point. If you're drawing your own blood to contribute, then our side also has to pump up our wallets accordingly." Finishing her words, she held up 3 fingers to bargain, 3 million, no more. Woojin clicked his tongue and shook his head. "That's a ruthless lowball, boss. Well, out of consideration for our acquaintance, I'll knock off 100,000. Let's close the deal at 9.9 million. Hot blood rushing to her brain, Jung Yeon-hong ground her teeth and growled, "I commend your saintly generosity, so I'll also be generous and tip an extra 100,000 to make it 3.1 million. The young man lazily fired back, 9.8 million. The female leader resentfully refused to let go, 3.2 million. Close it now before you miss out. The haggling scene, like a fish market, made Min Ho sigh wearily. There's no helping it when the boss is trying to squeeze water from a stone. But why is that guy Kim Woojin haggling over every penny too? The young man stubbornly lowered the price again, 9.7 million. Jung Yeon-hong strained her neck and roared, 3.3 million, absolutely maxed out. At the break of dawn the next day, a series of ear-piercing sounds shattered the gloomy atmosphere of the dungeon. The system message board jumped. Congratulations to the player for successfully sending the goblin to the afterlife. Taking in every movement, Kim Woojin stroked his chin and analyzed. The folks from this Phoenix Guild have honed their coordinated combat skills much more smoothly than I imagined. Based on Jung Yeon-hong's strategy, the monster-clearing pace will break through powerfully if the poison is applied in perfect rhythm. Her ability to command is truly nothing to sneeze at. Perched high up in the treetops, the female leader flew into a rage again, cursing into the air, "You stingy bastard, are you saving that poison for your dowry? I'm locking it in at 7.3 million, spread it fast." Catching the curse, Woojin smirked inwardly. This domineering leadership style is distilled from the power of money, isn't it? Latest warning, the path to the next floor has opened. Harsh quest, stay alive for the next 6 days. Shedding her cheap haggling facade, Jung Yeon-hong completely flipped her attitude, strictly instructing. It's the final hurdle now. The nature of survival quest chains is always accompanied by an endless horde of bloodthirsty monsters, so it requires intense concentration. Just try to keep your last breath intact through the 6 days and we'll be smooth sailing. Make use of the opportunity to grind for level ups too. On top of that, the team's purse just suffered a heavy deficit due to an unexpected surcharge dropping from the sky, so bear with it and scavenge the loot to make up for it. As her sweet-sounding whisper ended, all her subordinates cursed inwardly in unison. The boss is terrifyingly stingy. Pushing aside his repressed inner voice, Minho still dutifully reported, "Boss, we will split up to scout the monster density and draw a topographical map of the area while we're at it." The female commander gave a firm nod. "Excellent, go fast, come back fast and stay alive." A blink later, the sounds of hurried footsteps scattered in all directions. The scouts climbed to blind spots, straining their eyes to scan every bush and blade of grass in the dense forest. After rummaging around for a while without salvaging any clues, they could only click their tongues and quietly retreat. In another development, the patrol squad was still wandering around endlessly without encountering even a single low-level monster. The eerie silence made Minho frown in suspicion. This is a bad omen. Carrying the title of a survival stage, yet all the monsters are hiding away like cowards, not to mention this tiny map. Immediately, the young man roared out an alarm. "Halt your advance. Everyone fall back to my position right now." A sharp-eyed member had just dug up a giant footprint deeply imprinted in the dirt, gulping before reporting, "Boss, this freakish size absolutely does not belong to any ordinary petty monsters." Minho keenly linked the facts together. "Damn it, don't tell me this stage isn't about numbers, but is forcing us to play tag with the final boss for 6 consecutive days." The teammate next to him shrieked in terror, a solitary game of life and death. In a panic, Minho hissed, "We're screwed. This hardcore survival type has a difficulty that's way beyond normal, not to mention the door to death is thrown wide open. Haul your asses and run back to report to the big boss fast." The heels of the 2 men had barely vanished from sight, when right at the edge of that giant footprint, a pitch-black fissure suddenly split open like the maw of a demon. Exactly as scripted, deep within the darkness of the cave, a manic and bloodthirsty gaze slowly lit up. Jung-Yeon Hong's icy voice tore through the panic. "So you mean to tell me the rule of the game, this time, is every man for himself, right?" Minho nodded vigorously like pounding garlic. "Exactly, boss. Not to mention this bizarrely cramped map, the area is shrunken down, and it's even locked tight by cliffs like an isolated island." The guy emphasized, while using a branch to scribble on the ground, "Basically, even if we run for our lives, we have to stay far away from the cliffs. Getting stuck there means instantly meeting our maker." Information forced the female captain to sink into a loop of thought. With the support from Kim Woojin's poison arsenal, skinning the final boss is not an impossible task. But to keep the troops entirely intact, it's best to avoid direct confrontation until the bitter end. The decision made, Jung-Yeon Hong loudly relayed the order to the whole team. "Even though we don't know what the boss looks like yet, our current tactic is that running away is the best policy. Run for your lives and keep yourselves alive." The command had barely dropped when an earthquake, accompanied by a heaven and earth-shaking roar, hit from afar. Jung-Yeon Hong startled, her expression immediately turning guarded as she darted her eyes toward the source of the noise. Even someone as indifferent as Kim Woojin had to turn his head to take notice. The party crasher that had just crawled up from the realm of the dead was a filthy giant troll monster. The grunts below immediately cried out in terror, "Mother of God, it's a troll monster." Trampling over all laws of physics, Minho widened his eyes in horror. Why is this hideous species roaming around in a C+ rank cave? But with nerves of steel, Jung-Yeon Hong instantly pulled herself together, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Scatter the formation now." The order still lingering on her lips, her hand had already pulled the bowstring taut, locking her aim onto the giant. The sound of tearing wind shrieked, as Yeon Hong's arrow ripped through space like a brilliant shooting star. Even so, the troll monster still frantically beat its chest and charged forward. As a result, it took a full volley of 5 arrows lodged deep into its flesh. In the first few seconds, these measly scratches were no different from an ant biting an iron wall for its massive body. But the Grim Reaper's smile instantly revealed itself. The seeds of poison from the arrowheads corroded wildly, dyeing every surrounding fiber of flesh black. Jung-Yeon Hong's cold, sharp eyes didn't miss a single dying heartbeat of the target, no matter how overpowered your sick cellular regeneration ability is. Once you get a taste of Kim Woojin's lethal poison, your only option is to go down to the grave and cry. The sarcastic remark just fading, the deranged troll roared, violently ripping out the series of arrows rooted in its body and tossing them to the ground. Fueled by a blazing rage, it turned into a frenzied tank sweeping through, aiming straight for Yeon Hong to crush her. While running for her life, the female leader ground her teeth and wondered. I clearly calculated that Kim Woojin's poison dosage was more than enough to send it to the scoreboard, or was the pumped dose not enough? She witnessed with her own eyes the deadly black streak gnawing at the wound, after all. The chaotic cat-and-mouse chase naturally didn't escape Kim Woojin's hawk eyes. The young man stroked his chin mockingly. Yeon Hong is truly an exemplary commander, sacrificing herself with such dedication. Should I step in and land a hit? After all, this monster nest is a perfect stage to inflate my own value in Park Yong-won's eyes. After running for their lives for a while, the entire squad successfully shook off the giant, panting heavily as they hid under the roots of a barren ancient tree. Hurriedly wiping off a bead of sweat, Yeon Hong quickly fumbled to pull out a signal whistle. A sharp sound rang out as she hastily did a head count. Are you guys all still breathing normally? Did anyone lose a hair on their legs? All the grunts shouted in unison. Rest assured, boss, no one is missing a single piece of flesh. Just as the boulder in Yeon Hong's heart was lifted, her brain flashed again. Oh dear Lord. Where did that guy Kim Woojin drift off to? Immediately, a cold voice rang out from behind. What are you calling me for? Seizing the moment, the female leader proposed right away. Looking at this situation, we might have to pump up the blood poison dosage compared to the initial contract. What do you say, partner? The young man nodded cheerfully, approved. But nothing comes for free. I'm tacking on a small request. Let's go over to that corner and have a little chat. Catching a whiff of capitalism, Yeon Hong bristled in caution. Don't tell me you're planning to fish in troubled waters and take this chance to extort an outrageous price out of me. Kim Woojin shook his head firmly. You're wrongly accusing a good person. Standing blankly in a corner, Minho scratched his head nosily. What kind of scheme are those two big shots brewing by dragging each other all the way out there? As for Yeon Hong, she hesitated and stammered this matter. Reading the female commander like a book, Kim Woojin put on a serious face. I understand that this gamble involves the lives of the whole squad, so nodding in agreement is extremely difficult. I promise I will still use every ounce of my strength to support the team, even if you toss my plan into the trash can. But looking at the current dismal situation, whether we run blindly or fight the monster to the death, I bet at least 4 lives will have to be paid as the price. Ending his warning, the young man began to pack dark energy into every knuckle. In the blink of an eye, the blood gathered into a blazing red spear, unparalleled in sharpness. The emissary of the Underworld's ultimate skill, blood weapon, officially made its debut. He lazily explained, this toy is forged from my concentrated lifeblood. Its piercing power is guaranteed to tear that monster apart infinitely better than those cheap poisoned arrows from earlier. After a long moment of hesitation, Yeon Hong gritted her teeth, carving every word into his brain. If any of our brothers die because of this bullshit tactic, I swear I'll skin you alive. Clutching the bundle of blood arrows tightly in her hands, she sharply turned around and barked orders. 500 brothers assemble, get to the sand table, and lock in the new battle plan. As time flew by, Kim Bum and Chansung were fully loaded with ammo, their spirits soaring as they prepared for the slaughter. But suddenly Kim Bum trembled like a leaf. Are we gonna get ourselves killed charging in like this, bro? Though equally terrified, Chansung braced himself to reassure him. The big boss already gave us an escape route. If we want to keep our lives, we just have to play along. Bet on our big sister's vision. The moment the last word dropped, the giant troll came crashing in right on cue according to their baiting plan. The two young men roared in unison, let's go all out. The tank's taunting skill was instantly unleashed. Catching the signal of its two preys, the red-eyed monster lunged forward in a murderous frenzy. But there was no way they'd let that beast close the gap. The rearguard immediately pulled the trigger for support, as the intellectual librarian's smokescreen skill blanketed the battlefield. Dropping the bomb, the whole crew bolted following the script, escaping before that eyesore could lock onto them. Perched on a tree branch, Kim Woojin casually crossed his arms and judged, better start warming up. Yeon Hong glared at the trickster with suspicious eyes, using a smokescreen. Is your head full of mush? Don't you know trolls have crazy high fire resistance? Woojin stroked his chin and leisurely retorted, Everyone knows that basic info. My intention was never to roast it with fire. This little bit of smoke and dust is just to blind its dog eyes. Buying enough time for our guys to leave a few tiny scratches on its flesh means the game is already in the bag. While he babbled his analysis, Yeonhang's killer instinct caught the golden moment. Without missing a beat, she pulled the bowstring taut and coldly let go. The deadly arrow pierced through the thick veil of smoke, sinking deep into the monster's massive body. The epic action shot made Minyu slap his thigh in awe, practically drooling as he praised. The big sister is truly on another level. Before its old scars could even heal, it took a razor-sharp critical hit from the Iron Lady. The satisfying feat made Yeonhang flash a triumphant smile. Easy pickings. That trap was smooth as butter. Even the arrogant Kim Woojin had to nod in silent praise. This fierce woman's skills are absolutely wicked. Once the spearhead forged from the blood weapon skill melds into flesh, it liquefies and flows straight into the bloodstream, so no matter how insane the monster's health regeneration is, it can't purge the deadly venom. On another front, the duo Kim Bum and Chansung were still relentlessly raising their shields to tank the hits. The taunting tactics of the meat shields continued to erupt. The teammates in the back coordinated flawlessly. The smokescreen ultimate rained down on the battlefield without end. Minyu and another soldier kept harassing it, dealing chip damage that drove the giant crazy from distraction. Every move clicked perfectly into the script, making Woojin curl his lips in satisfaction. This muscle-brained troll, by the time it realizes it's being spun around by the exact same tactic. The moment the last word left his mouth, the fatal poison dyed every cell of the monster black. A second later, the massive mound of muscle collapsed to the ground, creating an earth-shattering thud. The system notification board instantly popped up a glorious message. Congratulations, you've snagged the Troll Hunter trophy. Yeonhang's eyes widened like headlights, shocked and overjoyed. Oh my god, did we really just cook that thing? And the squad is completely intact down to our fingernails. That's what's truly epic. Drop reward. The Troll Hunter title has been activated. The Emissary of Hell is bestowing a new privilege. The Blood Weapon Ultimate has officially broken its limits. The transcendent intellect blended with Woojin's ruthless skills made Yeonhang gulp and interrogate him. Exactly which god descended to Earth are you? He casually brushed it off. Let's save these resumed details for when we drag our bodies out of this hellhole. Oh, and I did a quick calculation. The crew has drained my blood poison a total of 217 times. When you're safely outside, make sure to pay up every last penny. Yeonhang's face suddenly went blank at the astronomical debt falling from the sky. What the hell, did we really just crush the dungeon? Panning the camera to Park Yongwon's corner, he was furiously slamming his hands on the desk. A heavy silence enveloped the room as Park Yongwon growled his interrogation. Did you just open your mouth to say you'd cover up the aftermath of this mess with compensation? Even mountains of gold and seas of silver couldn't bring back the lives of the brothers who fell. But why don't you try spitting out a number? Naomi Spell chose to stay mute, falling into a deep pit of silence instead of answering him. Right in the eye of the media storm, at the Phoenix Guild's press conference, a swarm of reporters scrambled, raising their hands for the right to ask questions. Not letting the stage cool down, a reporter grabbed the mic and sneered. Rumor has it that this C-rank gate spawned a hideous troll. By what miracle did your whole team clear it safely without shedding a single drop of blood? Yeonhang calmly faced the cameras. The miracle was achieved through the ironclad unity of our team. But I must commend a key individual. Without Kim Woojin's arsenal of poisoned blood, I'm afraid we would have left our corpses in that dungeon. The moment that razor-sharp answer was thrown out, the reporters swarmed like a broken beehive. So the boss used a deadly poison to handle that troll? What's this Kim Woojin guy's background? Captain Yeonhang, stay a bit longer and reveal a few more secrets. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the name Kim Woojin dominated every front page of the media, headlining, using poison arrows to send monsters to heaven. A hunter pioneering a new era of grinding. The Phoenix Guild's rookie trump card, Kim Woojin and his deadly blood weapon. Down in the quiet basement, Kim Woojin's deep voice echoed. I'm listening. How's that gig coming along? From the other end, Sechin babbled his report. I've already scattered the bait about Isaac Ivanov wanting to poke around the Forest of Souls for Park Yongwon to bite. Let's just sit back and watch how hard this fish struggles. Pausing for a breath, the old man sweated bullets and probed. Is playing this hand going to backfire? using a foreign label to snatch a dungeon on American soil and disguised as a Russian bear on top of that. Kim Woojin casually replied, "If I dared to show my real face in that den instead of using the Isaac Ivanov alias, why would I bother wasting energy using that bastard Park Yongwon?" Sensing his partner's arrogance, Sechin hastily poured a bucket of cold water. "You know damn well how tough that nest is. Even the hardcore Messiah Guild has only tiptoed onto American soil a few times. America's current power is so absolute they don't give a damn about anyone. Ever since the era changed, all the elites have flocked over to serve them. With things this tense, scoring a spot in the upcoming expedition is like finding a needle in a haystack." Ignoring the old man's rambling, Woojin calmly concluded, "I've got that script in the palm of my hand." Just as he finished his sentence, his sharp ears caught the steady rhythm of footsteps echoing from the bunker door. Talk about bad luck. Naomi Spell and her lackey were strolling in, overlapping with Sechin's shrill voice reporting over the phone. But right now, Naomi Spell's life is right in Park Yongwon's claws. I bet even with a knife to their throats, the frontier goons would have to nod in agreement. The problem is, I'm totally in the dark about the attitude of the third-party gang sharing the table with Frontier. God knows if they'll spit out some bones for an outsider to slurp on. Hearing this, Kim Woojin's brain immediately started clicking. "You mean that hardcore Great One gang?" The young man secretly smirked, really curious to see how those Great One scumbags would squirm once this bet is revealed. But the wheel of fate would somehow land on his door anyway. No matter how bumpy the road, the golden key would be delivered right to his hands. Panning the camera back to Park Yongwon, he had just violently slammed a stack of dungeon-clearing files onto his desk. His fury still burning, Park Yongwon growled his interrogation. "This pile of scrap paper is legit, right?" Secretary Kim hastily reported. 100% true, boss. Every surviving witness of the run has signed and confirmed it." Firm confirmation threw the mob boss into a daze. They just got their feet wet and they've already skinned a troll. The secretary added, "Although she holds the title of captain, the one pulling the strings was that guy Kim Woojin, boss." Park Yongwon was stunned. With that bitch Jung Yeonhang's nasty temper, she actually submitted obediently. Spilling it all out, she shrugged and recounted. "Spot on, boss. The crazy part is she even bit the bullet and paid Kim Woojin extra fees, wear and tear from using his blood poison skill." After getting the whole scoop, the boss stroked his chin in sheer delight. "I smelled danger on that brat the first time we met, but I never expected his madness to reach this level. This guy is really something. If I had known, I would have poured mountains of cash to raise him from the cradle. But offering him a fat raise now should still be enough to rope him in, right?" Having done the math, Park Yongwon raised his voice looking for him. "Where the hell is that punk Kim Woojin hiding?" The girl quickly replied, "He's here at the company boss, taking the elevator up right now." He snapped his fingers and laughed out loud, "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Pivoting to the headquarters of the Great One gang, Carrie Rona's sharp voice echoed in the meeting room. "Even if our Great One gang is sharing a boat with those frontier guys, don't even dream of swallowing the forest of souls. That Russian mercenary Isaac Ivanov is drooling over this monster nest, right? I, Carrie Rona, the shot caller of Great One, want to hear what you brothers are plotting for this move." Sounding too offensive, David slammed the table and yelled, "This is absolute madness. A dungeon that broke the wings of our nation's elites. How can we just spoon-feed it to some foreigner? Doing that is no different from spitting on our pride." Harry chimed in, "Those frontier guys must have brain damage to agree so easily. Regardless of the government puppets asking for opinions, I cast a vote to ban this completely. Hasn't the government been gritting their teeth and rejecting our comeback applications all this time?" Ignoring the boiling atmosphere, Carrie Rona casually kicked her feet up on the table. "Calm down, boys. Why are you bristling up? The reason the authorities blocked our dungeon runs wasn't because they doubted our skills. They're just shedding crocodile tears, afraid our domestic elites will throw their lives away into that black hole. Honestly, it's a sweet deal. We use this trick as a shield to force the government to cough up the permits, then use the momentum to turn this place upside down. Who cares if it's a stray Russian bear or some mysterious faction? Just herd them all into one cage and see who bites who to death." Her deep theories made a veteran scratch his head in frustration. "Too long-winded, long story short. What kind of evil scheme are you brewing, boss?" She flashed a wicked smile, playing her trump card. "Simple, we'll toss out a bone everyone's drooling over as bait. For instance, let's throw Arthur's ring into this gamble. Blood rushing to his head, David smashed his fist on the table and cursed, "Cut the crap. Are you delusional? Is your brain flooded? Did you forget how many liters of blood this gang shed to bring that treasure home?" Having the script locked in her mind, she softened her tone to coax him. "Cool it, bro. I told you we're putting on a grand show. Who would be crazy enough to hand over a national treasure to outsiders?" Panning the camera to the cramped space inside Kim Woojin's car. Flipping through the bizarre item, the young man tilted his chin and asked, "What the hell is this?" Lee Jin-ah clicked his tongue and rattled off. "That old man Sechin shoved it into my hands and forced me to deliver it right to your bed. He bragged it's custom-made for your temperament. I heard it's the Grim Reaper's manual from the Underworld, used to lock up some random dry bones. I brushed him off saying you don't need this trash, but that stubborn old geezer forced me to play mailman." After scanning the info, Woojin smirked, "Dead wrong, this thing is pretty sweet. Tell the director I'll drain this thing to the last drop. Even with partitions, the Grim Reaper's book doesn't have infinite storage." Rubbing the rough paper, his thoughts exploded again. Woojin had envisioned clashing with heavyweights using sheer numbers countless times. And here, the savior appears, this treasure is more than enough to cover those fatal loopholes. The page lit up with info: Pharaoh's power. Requirement: Emissary of Hell. Required level above level 1. Attached skill turns any corpse into a sacrifice, while Woojin was drifting in his universe of thoughts. Lee Jin-ah's booming voice kept ringing deafeningly in his ears. "Are you even letting my words into your ears? I'm asking if your measly life can steamroll the Forest of Souls. The two baddest factions on the planet, Frontier and Great One, joined forces to dive in there and still had to run for their lives. Plus, the sign for the Forest of Souls is right there. The spawn rate for zombies and undead is guaranteed. Isn't this bet super disadvantageous for you, since you can't gut undead to use as bait to summon skeletons?" Terrifyingly unfazed, Kim Woojin pointed a finger straight at his face and concluded, "I've already figured out that stupid loophole. After all, the meat shield taking the hits from the undead on the front lines is you, right?" The ruthless words sent a chill down Lee Jin-ah's spine. What the actual F***CK? Before the victim could scream, Woojin's phone buzzed violently. Shoving away the other guy's resentful face, the young man put the phone to his ear. "Kim Woojin speaking, is the final verdict out?" On the other end, Sechin urgently relayed the news. "The American authorities gave the green light, but there's a slight hitch." The young man frowned. What kind of trouble popped up now? A long sigh was heard. "Basically, this stage isn't exclusive to us. Right now, any stinking gang with a permit can jump in for a piece of the pie. The fatal point is, whichever gang scores the highest contribution points takes home a legendary tier loot." After processing the data, Woojin let out a mocking chuckle. Dropping a bait this huge, they must be confident that damn reward will end up in their mercenaries' pockets anyway. So what exactly is that toy? Sechin gulped and whispered, "It's Arthur's ring." Social media exploded in a split second, tons of papers flashing red headlines. "The Forest of Souls, the graveyard that buried America's pride, now rips open its gates to welcome fresh blood. The lone wolf Isaac Ivanov declares he'll mow down the Forest of Souls under the Tycoon Park Yangwin's banner. The hardcore gang Great One drops the heavy-duty Arthur's ring as the ultimate prize. The Messiah Empire officially joins the war. The Forest of Souls, a blood-soaked battlefield to reclaim honor, whose name will be engraved on the crown of power, Arthur's ring." Amidst the thick night, the private jet caging the two monsters Woojin and Lee Jin-ah tore through the wind, leaving the airport. The target took a sharp turn straight down to San Francisco. The next morning, Woojin and Lee Jin-ah were already in the break room. This was the waiting area for the Moko's Guild. Inside, Lee Jin-ah chewed his food noisily and asked curiously, "Are those Great One guys really planning to level this dungeon? If not, why would they put Arthur's ring on the line as collateral?" Sitting opposite him, Kim Woojin calmly replied, "You think they're just trying to provoke people, because they firmly believe the final reward will end up in their hands anyway." That answer made the guy across from him burst into laughter, teasing that it turns out they treat him completely like thin air. Ignoring Lee Jin-ah's mocking laughter, Woojin silently calculated, "Things definitely aren't that simple. Great One is absolutely not the type to get sloppy and underestimate the enemy, let alone be stupid enough to piss off other factions for no reason. There must be some special reason backing up this arrogance, and he was determined to dig up its roots." Darkness blanketed the Great One Guild's headquarters. Harry slowly confirmed the intel. The entire expedition team, including Captain Ellis Hitton, has smoothly entered the dungeon. However, is their current course of action really justified? It's not that he doubts Ellis Hitton's abilities, but after all, the item placed on the betting table is the treasure Arthur's ring. Even internally, people are whispering about the guild master's decision. In response, Carrie Rona was incredibly nonchalant, pointing out that everyone seemed to have misunderstood the situation. She admitted to using Arthur's ring as the prize, but never declared that guild members weren't allowed to use it. Arthur's ring has been activated. At the same time, the space inside the dungeon slowly sank into a thick darkness. Once the guild members were all accounted for, Ellis Hitton's voice rang out clearly, confirming everyone's presence. She announced herself as Ellis Hitton, representing the Great One Guild. Before officially starting the raid, she asked everyone to agree to a few terms. Hearing this, Li Jin grimaced and grumbled, complaining about the tedious rules, banning infighting and forcing teamwork. Kim Woojin calmly explained that after every floor is cleared, the system will rank the contribution levels. Therefore, unifying the attack target is absolutely necessary. But the big guy was even more confused, thinking they just needed to kill as many monsters as possible, not understanding why they had to play this cooperation game. Seeing this, he pressed to ask if he was planning to stick to the old strategy of analyzing on the first floor. Looking around, he slowly noted that the race had truly begun right now, and the factions would gradually reveal their trump cards. Obviously, Great One was no exception. The very next moment, the system notification frame flashed. The skill of the Underworld's representative, Pharaoh's power, had been activated. Thanks to the ability to sacrifice unprocessed monster corpses, the skeleton soldier instantly rose. Not far away, the crowd buzzed with urgency, worried upon seeing the opposition making their move and wondering what they should do next. With a proud demeanor, Ellis Hitton declared she couldn't just stand by while others were picking up speed. Immediately, the notification for equipping Arthur's ring appeared, followed by Merlin's staff also being put into use. Fueled by the explosive magical power from Merlin's staff, the hidden condition was met, causing the set effect of the legend of King Arthur to officially awaken. The ability Arthur's responsibility provided strength enhancement for the entire round table. In the blink of an eye, her energy peaked, overflowing with combat power. All those developments could not escape the eyes of the skeleton soldier, controlled remotely by Kim Woojin. With her power overflowing, Ellis Hitton firmly ordered to go all out right from floor 1, no need to hold back for floor 2. She was determined to let everyone witness the authority of the true ruler in this dungeon. After gathering the info, he smirked in calculation, so this was the secret move that gave Henry such sky-high pride. The enemy using Arthur's ring was well within his calculations, but the appearance of Merlin's staff was an interesting variable. That was originally a legendary treasure tied to the name Park Shin-hai, the supreme leader of the Knights of the Round Table. However, at this current point in time, this item hadn't fallen into her hands yet. It was just about to change owners from Ellis Hitton to Park Shin-hai. This meant there was definitely a secret deal between Messiah and Great One. If he could snatch this item before it reached Park Shin-hai, that would be absolutely perfect. This move would undoubtedly yield far greater benefits than charging head-on against Messiah. Seeing his friend lost in thought, Li Jin grumbled, asking if he still wanted to play the power analysis game on floor 1. Immediately, he decisively changed tactics. Half muttering, half ordering, Woojin asserted they couldn't let Great One steal the vanguard advantage, especially when they were holding those 2 deadly treasures. The all-out assault would begin right now. Right in the middle of the dark forest, a raging fire erupted, scorching the area. The sound of heavy, powerful footsteps echoed from afar. The source of that fire was the magic being cast by Ellis Hitton. The fire spirit summoning skill of the one who hears all things was officially unleashed. In a split second, a sea of fire surged, engulfing the horde of beasts. Soon enough, all the unfortunate creatures were swallowed whole by the blazing inferno, leaving nothing behind. Witnessing that scene, John standing nearby couldn't help but marvel, claiming this firepower was more than enough to flatten the 4th floor, let alone the 3rd. Just as the praise ended, a bizarre sound abruptly cut in. Rodan flinched in shock as he recognized the silhouette of Isaac Ivanov. In response to that astonishment, Kim Woojin merely gave a slight nod in an elegant greeting. John was stunned by the sudden encounter, and Ellis Hitton was utterly shocked. She couldn't understand how the stalker had managed to push this deep into the area so fast. At the same time, the system chime rang again, confirming the skill activation from the Underworld's representative. Pharaoh's power reappeared, using the very remains of the monsters to awaken the skeleton warrior. All those actions obviously couldn't slip past John's eyes. He flew into a rage, cursing because the enemy dared to use a bunch of bones to steal their prey. Seeing this, Ellis Hitton quickly waved her hand to stop her teammate. She advised him not to fall for the taunt, while coldly asking about the current score. The leaderboard displayed it clearly. Great One was in the lead with 1,502 points, closely followed by Messiah and Frontier, and finally Moko's lagging behind with 753 points. Looking at those numbers, Rodan smugly declared their championship spot was still solid, no need to worry. He scoffed that Isaac Ivanov was just a phony name. The rumors were indeed just empty talk. Despite that, Ellis Hitton didn't let her guard down, demanding the whole team to maintain their current pace. They decided to head straight to a new area, ignoring their previous plans. In another corner, Kim Woojin secretly scoffed, thinking that no matter how fast they ran, all their efforts would just be a waste of time. Because hunting skills were never measured by movement speed, let alone the fact that the enemy could never possess a weapon of mass destruction like the one on this side. Immediately grasping his friend's intent, Lee Jin-ah ground his teeth, bitterly realizing he was about to turn into a damage-absorbing machine again. Woojin calmly threw out a taunt, claiming this tactic only works thanks to him, then raised an eyebrow asking if the big guy had the guts to do it. Sure enough, blood rushing to his brain, Lee Jin-ah aggressively beat his chest and declared he wasn't afraid of anything, boasting that without him, this plan would be tossed in the trash. Before dashing off, he didn't forget to toss back a demand that the other guy had to treat him to a massive feast once they were done. The moment Lee Jin-ah's back vanished, he smiled slyly, signaling the time to accelerate the sweep. The Skeleton Knight immediately joined the formation. At the same time, the media exploded with news that the Frontier Guild dropped a massive $2 million betting on the championship in the Deadly Forest. Plus the top-tier items coming from the Messiah Guild, turning this forbidden zone into his own giant casino. Sitting pompously in his office, Oh Sechin delightfully commented on the public uproar, curious to see how the major guild's life-and-death gamble would play out. He excitedly asked about Isaac Ivanov's betting odds. Lee Jisoo clearly reported that the numbers had multiplied by 38 times and also presented another shocking piece of intel. Great One just published the list of gear Ellis Hitton brought along. This caught his attention, and he frowned, demanding the details. Reading her boss like a book, she calmly revealed it was Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff. Oh Sechin jumped up in terror, screaming that bringing such high-level gear into this measly dungeon was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. He instantly connected the dots, realizing those two treasures were actually a complete set. Realizing the risk of going broke, Oh Sechin screamed in order to withdraw all the bets. Sadly, Lee Jisoo accidentally poured cold water on him, reporting that the ship had already sailed. Seeing through Great One's vicious tactics, he furiously cursed those bastards for having no respect for the rules of the game. In a fit of despair, he prayed to the four winds and 8 directions, hoping for a miracle. The secretary standing nearby could only force a smile, thinking it was probably too late to pray to the gods now. Shortly after, the leaderboard updated with new data. Moko's surprisingly broke through with 5,704 points, overtaking Great One, Messiah, and Frontier. Seeing her ranking pushed back, Ellis Hitton ground her teeth, unwilling to accept the truth. She resentfully wondered how those small fries managed to pull ahead. Was there really any gear in the world capable of surpassing the divine combo of King Arthur and Merlin? Standing at a safe distance, Kim Woojin took in the bitter glare of his opponent. Very quickly, Ellis Hitton approached and probed for his secret using fake praises. In contrast, he just responded with sarcastic humility, blaming it on luck. That mocking attitude instantly ignited the fuse for the rage inside her. Indifferent on the outside, Woojin knew perfectly well that the biggest credit went to the living punching bag Lee Jin-ah. Because no matter how terrifyingly destructive the power is, it's useless if you have to waste time moving around hunting scattered packs of monsters. This top-tier mob-gathering strategy allowed the team to just stand in one place and unleash skills, completely optimizing their time. This burst of speed must have definitely dealt a painful slap to the girl's arrogant ego. Not stopping there, Woojin even shamelessly asked for Arthur's ring right then and there, leaving Ellis hit and stunned, speechless. Kim Woojin thickly argued that since the dungeon was going to be crushed anyway, handing over the treasure a bit early wouldn't kill anyone. This action was justified by the excuse of wanting to shoulder some of Great One's losses. Her ego bruised, she immediately sneered, mocking the arrogance of the man in front of her. Kim Woojin calmly retorted that treasures must be in the hands of the strong to ensure the victory rate of the whole operation. Ellis hit and snapped back, assuming the implication of that statement meant he thought he was superior to her. Very skillfully, he beat around the bush, explaining that if someone was more exceptional, he would gladly hand over the items with both hands for the greater good. The fake facade torn off, she angrily warned him not to get too delusional over a few measly ranking points won by sheer luck. Dropping an ironclad declaration that the championship would belong to Great One no matter what, she furiously spun around and walked away. Witnessing the gunpowder-filled verbal spar, Jay secretly rubbed his hands in delight, hoping the battle between the factions would get as bloody as possible. Only when both sides were battered and exhausted, draining each other's stamina, would Frontier have a chance to fish in troubled waters. On the front lines, Ellis Hitton's inferno ring continuously turned the monsters into ashes. Rodan eagerly swung his weapon, slaughtering like a maniac. The entire Great One team poured all their vitality into the battle. Obviously, the humiliation from Kim Woojin had become the catalyst blowing up the female captain's determination for revenge. The power of her magic was unleashed increasingly fiercer and exponentially more brutal. The unfortunate creatures that dared to come close all shared the same fate of being incinerated. The fire tornado gradually expanded its range, swallowing every obstacle in its path. When the battlefield was wiped clean, the members began to joyfully bask in their results. However, when she asked about the score, John stuttered, his face pale white. He awkwardly reported that not only had their ranking not moved, but the point gap with the Moko's faction had widened even further in an unbelievable way. She immediately snapped, cursing her blind subordinate for not knowing how to read stats. But when she saw the display board with her own eyes, her eyes widened in terror, unable to accept this absurd reality. Having clearly drained their firepower to this extent, why did the gap keep getting bigger? Right at this moment, the scout rushed back. Losing her cool, she grabbed him by the collar, screaming and demanding to know what kind of demonic trick Isaac's side was playing. The scout, drenched in sweat, awkwardly blurted out the number 50. This only added more fuel to her fiery rage, because the score should have been in the tens of thousands by now. His face completely devoid of color, he hastily corrected that it was the number of skeleton soldiers that guy possessed. Not to mention, the strength of those skeletons completely overpowered anything they had ever known. Returning to Kim Woojin's front line, a notification of the failed skeleton summoning appeared. He clicked his tongue softly, realizing his current mana limit only allowed him to handle this much. The system screen clearly noted, Skeleton Reinforcement, Rank A, increases all stats for skeletons by 50%, while the number of troops will also expand corresponding to the level. Downing the recovery essence potion, Kim Woojin reminded himself to balance his mana to keep a reserve for other skills. A chime confirmed that his mana had just been fully restored. He casually glanced over his shoulder. Dozens of skeletal warriors were already kneeling obediently, awaiting their master's command to slaughter. The silent atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by the frantic, heavy thuds of footsteps. Li Jin Ah's figure appeared, panting like a bellows while cursing loudly. The guy had indeed perfectly played the role of a diligent decoy, herding an entire legion of ferocious monsters toward the battlefield. Seeing this, Woojin let out a soft, smug chuckle, silently praising this damaged sponge for his impeccably precise timing. The moment the mask was fastened to his face, the system confirmed that the mental link with the skeletons had been successfully established. In the blink of an eye, a majestic skeleton knight sprinted straight into the beast horde. Carrying the demeanor of someone in complete control of the game, Woojin smiled coldly. A series of deafening explosions went off, signaling the official start of the life-harvesting hour. The killer move, corpse explosion of the Emissary of the Underworld, was activated. Under that command, the skeleton knight radiated a frenzied killing intent. The wild beasts also bared their fangs and claws madly, waiting to crush that scrawny skeleton. Unfortunately, the power gap was far too massive. With just a single fatal slash, the skeleton knight sent the entire mob of monsters to the afterlife. Despite the corpses of their kind piling up into a mountain, the mindless monsters still threw themselves into the jaws of death. The emissary of the Underworld's corpse explosion skill was unleashed once again. The bomb of flesh and blood detonated, blowing all the unfortunate creatures around it into fine powder. Thanks to this massacre, the score of the Kim Woojin and Lee Jin duo skyrocketed endlessly. The notification of clearing the first floor was sent to everyone. Finally, the rankings were settled. Moko's naturally claimed the throne with over 23,000 points, comfortably leaving Great One Messiah and the last place group Frontier far behind. Accepting the cruel reality, Ellis Hitton bitterly declared that competing now was useless and reluctantly yielded the right to be the vanguard boss hunter to Isaac Ivanov. The other factions immediately chimed in, and Messiah also nodded in agreement with the established rules. Jay Jackson alone secretly gritted his teeth and cursed, bitter over the female captain's pathetic performance, forcing him to recalculate his next moves. Although everything had gone off the rails, Jay Jackson absolutely refused to just watch the ring of King Arthur fall into someone else's hands. Trying to salvage a bit of pride, Ellis Hitton stepped forward to offer fake congratulations, admitting she had misjudged him. Before Kim Woojin could respond, she tilted her chin and threatened that the second floor was still ahead, and if his side slipped up, Great One was ready to trample over them to move forward. Everyone immediately moved to the second floor. A new quest appeared: eliminate the Earth Turtle to unlock the path. Right after stepping foot on it, the crowd burst into curses because the thick fog obscured their vision, wondering how to dig out the Earth Turtles in this blinding condition. Annoyed by the noise, Ellis Hitton yelled out an order for everyone to scatter and hunt. Mid the thick fog, Jay Jackson suddenly popped his head out to throw a mocking remark, teasing the female captain's scowling face. In response, she bluntly shooed him away, not bothering to hide her disgust. The cunning guy from the Frontier faction grinned, making excuses that he came with good intentions of cooperation. He directly offered to form an alliance to reverse the situation. He brought up their old close relationship, using national pride to stir the pot, inciting the idea that they couldn't hand over a national treasure to a nameless foreigner. Finding his words persuasive, her attitude softened slightly, and she crankily demanded to hear the specific strategy. Catching the rhythm, the old fox immediately poured into her ear a backhanded plan, secretly staging a dungeon accident by luring monsters to ambush their opponents from behind. Seeing such a blatantly dirty trick, she immediately frowned and refused. But he didn't let up, pressing her with a pragmatic philosophy, reminding her that this bet had no room for morality. He dug deep into the tragic prospect of losing the ring of King Arthur, threatening that the consequences would absolutely not stop at internal disciplinary hearings, while urging her to be decisive. Tightly grasping his prey's weakness, Jay smirked sinisterly, dropping advice for her to weigh the pros and cons herself. She let out a long sigh, mocking that he shouldn't dream of her kneeling down in gratitude for that despicable scheme. Triggered, Jay aggressively twisted his words, asking if she was truly willing to watch that treasure fall into the hands of a stranger. And what if he actually got lucky and won the prize? How would she answer to her superiors? More than capable of seeing through the depraved man's mind, she coldly exposed the truth that if Great One took the top spot, they themselves would be the ones suffering this backstabbing tactic. Being called out, Jay shamelessly admitted it, craftily demanding an alliance to split the shares. Not bothering to waste her breath, she cut him off, declaring she would pretend she hadn't heard anything, but didn't forget to warn him to keep his hands to himself if he didn't want a gruesome death. Right in the middle of a negotiation reeking of gunpowder, the system panel suddenly alerted that the Earth Turtle had perished. This sudden news left Ellis Hitton in extreme shock. The old fox Jay Jackson also froze in shock. The notification of successfully clearing the stage appeared prominently. In another development, the poor Earth Turtle had been slaughtered extremely swiftly by Kim Woojin. Accompanying that was the heavy, panting breaths of the giant Lee Jin. His limbs completely exhausted, he collapsed onto the cold ground. His friend calmly looked down to ask about his well-being. Lee Jin crankily complained that his chest was about to shatter into pieces. With accumulated resentment, he roared and cursed, daring the other guy to take the hits instead and see if he could still stand. While cursing and stroking his ego, Jin proudly patted his chest, claiming that only his iron-like constitution could bear it, whereas anyone else would have been reduced to pulp ages ago. Right then, the blessing of the River Styx skill activated, soothing all the injuries on his body. Munching on recovery food, he grumbled that thanks to following him around as a meat shield, the blessing of the river Styx skill had skyrocketed 3 levels at once, serving as proof of this brutal labor exploitation. Endlessly curious, he pressed for the reason why he had to rush things so much, when the priority was still safely in their hands. Maintaining his emotionless tone, Kim Woojin explained that speed was the weapon to extinguish all the backstabbing ambitions of the surrounding pests. Without waiting any longer, the two of them headed straight down to the next floor. As soon as they set foot on the 3rd floor, a thick stench of death blew straight into their faces. Just as the formations of the factions poured down, a hair-raising gaze quietly locked onto them from the shadows. The crowd muttered in bewilderment, completely clueless as to who had stolen the kill on the Earth Turtle, because the event happened far too quickly. Mid the chaos, a soldier from the Great One faction covered his mouth and gagged, complaining about the foul stench rising from the dense fog. Ellis Hitton also felt the toxic air invading her lungs. Even Jay Jackson frowned at the stench of death. Panic began to spread through the ranks. The deathly chime rang out. The black fog was gradually corroding the life force of all players. But in another corner, the power of Apophis silently awakened. Li Jin Ah's eyes widened in surprise when the system notified him that he was completely immune to this deadly poison. As it turned out, the ring of Lancelot on his hand had created an absolute barrier blocking the miasma. Realizing the situation, he snapped his head around to glare at his cunning friend, shivering at the other's time-transcending calculation skills. In stark contrast to that composure, the grunts of Ellis Hitton's faction were lying all over the place, clutching their heads and groaning because the poison took effect too quickly. The female commander frantically waved her arms and screamed, ordering the entire team to use their antidotes immediately. Swallowing the pill, her expression sank. Although she had hoarded quite a few antidote pills, that amount could only hold out for half a day at most. The haunting thought of drowning in a sea of poison before even facing the boss kept lingering in her mind. The antidote took effect, temporarily purifying the toxins and granting them a brief layer of immunity. Jay crept over again, feigning concern for the general situation and tactfully probing his opponent's limits. Falling into the trap, she sighed and admitted they could only hold out for that long. The old fox immediately seized the opportunity to press her. He repeated his dirty offer of cooperation, drilling into the prospect of the entire Great One team having to charge into the boss fight with battered bodies, forcing her to abandon her vain pride. Right at that nerve-wracking moment, a shout announcing Isaac Ivanov's deployment rang out, crushing all mental barriers. Jay's sinister threats echoed in her mind. Regardless of whether that guy won or lost, the prolonged time would drain the life force of her army. Backed into a corner, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and compromise. Jay Jackson smiled deceitfully, clapping his hands to applaud his new ally's decision to abandon morality. His grin stretched from ear to ear, deluding himself with the prospect of the legendary treasure sitting snugly in his pocket. Because that facade of a pitiful victim was merely a spectacular scam, the amount of antidote the Frontier faction was hoarding was enough to wreak havoc in the dungeon for a whole day. The scale of time now heavily favored his side. Returning to the darkness, the sound of horse hooves tainted with the stench of death began to rumble. From beneath the cold soil, a hideous hand clawed its way up. That terrifying scene immediately reflected in Li Jin Ah's retinas. The headless knight Dullahan swung its weapon, letting out a blood-curdling roar as if to demonstrate its power. A blink later, the demon had seated itself on the back of the ghostly steed, the sword in its hand radiating a bone-chilling frost. Immediately, a battalion of demons was summoned, charging in unison straight toward Kim Woojin's position. Looking at the surging sea of monsters, Li Jin Ah cursed loudly, resenting his demonic friend's bizarre order to stall for time in front of a beast horde as numerous as ants. Ignoring the idiot's wailing, Kim Woojin calmly analyzed that the hidden enemy would poke around no matter what, so they might as well put on a show to buy time. Li Jin Ah bitterly wondered why they didn't just drag the saboteurs out and beat them to a pulp before clearing the monsters. He slowly exposed the opponent's plot of borrowing a knife to kill. Once they abandoned their stronghold, the championship would slip from their hands. But thanks to the black fog miasma acting as a catalyst, whichever faction endured the longest would secure the victory. At the same time, Jay pictured a perfect painting in his head, secretly sneering and advising that mercenary to go ahead and grind as hard as he could. Because the death trap had officially been sprung. Catching a glimpse of the vanguard formation preparing for close combat, he immediately cast a glance to signal his allied faction. Once his silhouette disappeared, she hypnotized herself into believing that getting her hands dirty was out of necessity, since no one could be certain that the mercenary had the strength to flatten the dungeon anyway. She painted a delusion of saving all lives to whitewash her despicable tactics, using the excuse of victory to justify herself. The system once again reminded them of the miasma's damage level, urging players to pop their antidotes. At the boundary of death, Dullahan's bony minions charged forward like moths to a flame. But before they could even touch the opponent's coattails, a heavy punch pulverized them into powder. That was the terrifying authority of Li Jin Ah's fist. Seeing the big guy smashing monsters too enthusiastically, Kim Woojin gently reminded him to act slowly and not reveal his hand too early. Busy with his hands and feet, he growled back, asking how he was supposed to hold back in the middle of such a massive monster nest. Suddenly, a flock of pitch-black evil birds swooped down from the sky, followed by the thundering footsteps of the beasts on land. Those signals hastily reached the ears of the commander. It was a sign that the monsters had completely fallen into the trap, swarming in droves toward the dead zone. Instead of fear, the corners of his lips curved into a satisfied smile, awaiting his prey. Instantly, the emissary of the Underworld's corpse explosion ultimate skill bombarded the battlefield once again. That earth-shattering counterattack made the old fox lurking in the dark corner jump out of his skin, bewildered and unable to understand what was going on. Wave after wave of chain explosions shredded every unfortunate creature that stumbled into the forbidden zone. Witnessing that firepower, he bit his nails, trembling, unable to believe that the brat had the ability to see through his scheme and deploy his forces so perfectly. But wait, the destructive trajectory of the explosion was sliding straight toward. It was the familiar health-deducting chime caused by the black fog again. On the Great One faction's side, an exhausted member let out a bitter curse. Saying that, his body collapsed to the ground like mush, utterly drained of vitality. The rest braced themselves and supported each other, gritting their teeth and encouraging one another not to die pointlessly in this godforsaken corner. Rodan, with a scowling face, delivered the bad news about the sudden spike in the number of wounded. He desperately pleaded with the captain to issue an order quickly, as the team's endurance had hit rock bottom. Cold sweat pouring down profusely, she despairingly realized that the antidote stockpile was completely empty. Casualties at this point were inevitable. In a fit of resentment, she secretly cursed the bastard Jay Jackson for this deadly delay. Midst the wave of despair, cheers erupted, signaling the return of Isaac Ivanov. The female captain secretly gloated, thinking that the mercenary had turned tail and fled. As if catching a lifeline, she screamed to rally the team's spirits, aggressively declaring that the moment to show off their power had arrived. Unfortunately, ignoring the commander's orders, all eyes were glued to Kim Woojin's figure. Mid the crowd's astonishment, he calmly dropped off a word of entrustment for the wounded, then shook off his coat and turned his back to return to the battlefield. That arrogant action was like a slap straight to Ellis Hitton's face, making her hiss and question what game he was playing. She insisted that the recent retreat meant the exclusive boss hunting right had automatically transferred to the Great One faction. She eloquently used the excuse of protecting the allies' lives to kick him out, mocking that wasting half a day for nothing was more than enough. However, Kim Woojin's expression didn't show a single ripple. He coldly retorted that he was merely conveniently evacuating the half-dead people from the Frontier faction to the safe zone. The keywords Frontier Guild and critically injured instantly poured a bucket of cold water on the female captain's mind. Looking down, a familiar blood-soaked figure struck her eyes directly. Erupting in fury, she cursed the useless piece of trash Jay Jackson in despair, unable to understand how he deployed his troops to end up in such a battered state. Despite being exposed, she stubbornly bit back, insisting on the technicality that his leaving the combat zone constituted an automatic forfeiture, affecting the overall progress. She shamelessly imposed her command, stubbornly crowning herself the savior of the whole team. Breaking into a cold laugh, Kim Woojin advised her to patiently wait in line for her turn, because his fun hadn't come to an end yet. Without waiting for the opponent to quibble, he waved his hand, and a massive surge of magic immediately erupted, enveloping the entire space. Witnessing this scene, Ellis Hitton frowned in confusion, muttering in her head, "What in the world is going on?" After 2 seconds of silence, Kim Woojin leisurely continued. Alas, my colleague is still risking his life out there. I don't have the free time to argue pointless words with you. I have to return to the battlefield to share the burden with my struggling teammate. Hearing this, a team member blankly asked in a low voice, Isaac Ivanov has a colleague too. I thought he only played with a basket of dry bones. The person next to him quickly corrected, nonsense. There's also that huge giant of a guy. Suddenly remembering Lee Jin-ah's appearance. I think that guy's name was something like Shiba or whatever. The other person also slapped his thigh in realization. Oh, that guy who looks exactly like a gorilla, right? Moment later, Kim Woojin stated loudly, right now most of the guild members are poisoned. Dragging those battered bodies out to fight, what kind of subjugation are you dreaming of? Keeping yourselves alive is already hard enough. As if catching the opponent's tail, Ellis Hitton immediately snapped back. If you put it that way, aren't you also standing here idly because you're poisoned? There's still time. Obediently hand over the subjugation right to us. If both sides are equally poisoned, wouldn't it make more sense for a faction still brimming with vitality like ours to take the field? Kim Woojin flatly gave a concise answer. Oh no, this trivial poisonous fog doesn't affect me at all. Without missing a beat, she hurriedly snapped, stop spouting such nonsense. The very next second, the other team members suddenly jolted in remembrance. The needle snake hunter, that's right, Isaac Ivanov once completely captured a needle snake. These words left Ellis Hitton speechless in thought. Thinking back, that needle snake monster also spewed poisonous smoke, and the first needle snake hunter was none other than Isaac Ivanov. He loudly exposed the Great One Guild's condescension. Supposing everyone had united from the beginning, things wouldn't have been this tragic. This trick of dividing the boss hunting order only proved your arrogance. However, the opportunity hasn't faded yet, which is to pool all existing resources to send that Dullahan to the afterlife as soon as possible. Having her true intentions exposed, she flared up and silently cursed, what a bastard. Luckily, John still had the foresight to advise her, let's just retreat. With the situation as tense as a drawn bowstring, we can't win this argument. Hesitating for a moment, Nick spoke up in agreement, Isaac Ivanov is absolutely right. We should have fought shoulder to shoulder from the start instead of competing over every little thing. Another person also chimed in, why did you have to start a bet over items out of nowhere, just for it to backfire on us now? Tom grumbled in annoyance, spot on, everything going to hell is entirely the Great One Guild's fault. The crowd also whispered and pointed fingers, with things coming to this, shouldn't Ellis Hitton step up and bear the consequences of her own words? What fault does Isaac Ivanov have? He was busy saving a critically injured member of the Frontier Guild, which is why he delayed the boss hunting pace. At the same time, countless sharp gazes were directed straight at Ellis Hitton. They saved the life of her fellow American, yet she couldn't even squeeze out a word of thanks and instead stood there picking a fight. If anything bad happens this time, the Great One Guild members will definitely skin her alive. The barrage of criticism made her break into a cold sweat. The situation was slipping out of control. Right after, Kim Woojin unhurriedly gave a subtle reminder. The statement concerning the safety of everyone here, wasn't it uttered from your own mouth? So rack your brains and figure it out. In this dire situation, how are you going to keep all of us alive? Hearing this, Ellis Hitton jolted in realization. Could it be that this damned guy is planning to? Instantly, his confident demeanor from last night rushed back into her mind. The strong obviously must hold the best gear. That's the only way to skyrocket the success rate of the subjugation, isn't it? My point is, supposing a player far superior to myself appears, for the common good, I am willing to yield my items. While Ellis Hitton was still in turmoil, Kim Woojin sealed the deal with a decisive sentence, surely you already have the answer. All the brothers here will bear witness to honor this noble gesture of the Great One Guild. Turning a deaf ear to the whispers around her, she sank deep into her own calculations. In another development, the horde of zombies was swarming in, as crowded as a festival. Lee Jin-ah grumbled, both anxious and irritated. Damn it, fighting forever with no end in sight. With this script, I might just stop breathing even before getting an audience with Dullahan. Kim Woojin, when is that damn guy planning to drag his face back here? Just as he finished speaking, Kim Woojin leisurely strolled over and dropped a compliment. You're holding up pretty well. Without any courtesy, Lee Jin-ah whipped around and roared upon recognizing the familiar voice. Hey you, where the hell have you been dawdling that you're only just? Before the words could fully leave his mouth, Kim Woojin proceeded to activate his magic. Merlin's staff has reinforced your magic. The hidden condition of the King Arthur legend has been established. The set effect of the King Arthur legend has been activated. The Ring of King Arthur has empowered the strength of the Round Table. Your magical energy is overflowing. Seeing that scene, Li Jin loudly questioned, "Hey, what kind of monkey business were you pulling to only show your face now? Where did you dig up those fancy items?" He maintained a nonchalant attitude and explained, "I just went to collect the winner's prize, and this staff came as an attachment. So now let's play a big hand, clear out the encirclement, and charge straight ahead to grab Dullahan by the neck, shall we?" Right after he pouted in contempt at Kim Woojin's sky-high confidence, "You only grabbed 2 extra items, and you think you can flip the board. With an entire zombie army as numerous as ants like this, how do you plan to carve a bloody path?" He didn't bother to answer, merely smirking faintly as if everything had been well within his calculations all along. In the blink of an eye, Kim Woojin initiated the battle. "You have summoned a golem. The emissary of the Underworld's power of the Pharaoh skill has been cast. The user can sacrifice monsters whose life force is depleted. Skeletons have been summoned. You have equipped the Necklace of Gawain. The hidden condition of the King Arthur legend has been established. The set effect of the King Arthur legend has been activated. The Ring of King Arthur has empowered the strength of the Round Table. The duration of the protection of the Sun skill from the Necklace of Gawain has significantly increased. You have activated the Aura of Authority." In just the blink of an eye, an endless number of skeletons and golems rose up to back Kim Woojin. Before Li Jin-ah's stunned and horrified eyes, their numbers continued to multiply ceaselessly. He decisively asked again, "Is this level enough for you?" The zombie horde's attention was immediately diverted. In a flash, they madly rushed in to tear apart the golem and skeleton army summoned by Kim Woojin. The monster's movement speed was as fast as lightning. Witnessing that, Li Jin-ah delightedly exclaimed, "Pretty damn sweet, right? The zombies are swarming all over the golems." Kim Woojin replied unhurriedly, obviously, otherwise chopping through a sea of monsters like this one by one would take until Kingdom Come. "Now let's move on to Phase 2. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes were glued to Dullahan in the far distance. At the same time, a member of the Frontier Guild was devotedly treating Jay. A moment later, he woke up, his eyes wide with utter bewilderment. It seemed Jay still hadn't processed what was going on. What the hell is this?" The healer quickly spoke up to stop him. "Lie still, don't squirm. Even though I've tried to treat you, due to the effects of the black fog, your body won't be able to recover completely. You have the luck of 7 lifetimes. If Isaac Ivanov hadn't hauled you back here, you'd be pushing up daisies by now." Upon hearing that familiar name, Jay's face turned ashen as he asked himself, "Isaac Ivanov actually saved me. Then how the hell is this script turning out?" Midst the fog-covered forest, John's voice, full of doubt, rang out, "Is it really okay to just wander around like this? What if we bump into a monster drifting away from the battlefield? With these crippled conditions, we're done for." The guy's excessive overthinking made Ellis Hitton bark irritably. "I know that already. It's all because of that bastard's slick mouth that Merlin's staff vanished from our hands. How do you plan to explain this to the guild? At the very least, we have to scout out the situation so we have some kind of story to report." Having said that, she gritted her teeth and thought to herself, in that cornered situation, if we had stubbornly kept Merlin's staff, who knows what tricks those blood-boiling players would have pulled. Since things were exposed, she naturally had to bite the bullet and surrender the item, throwing away even the guild's face to salvage the members' lives. Isaac Ivanov is truly a formidable freak. A while later, both of them were perched on a cliff quite a distance away. From this prime vantage point, they could take in the full view of Kim Woojin and Li Jin-ah's performance. Just glancing at the scene below, John panicked and shrieked, "That foolish guy is completely surrounded. I can't believe he's even lacking in basic tactics." Contrary to his panic, down on the battlefield, the skeleton army was slaughtering the zombie horde with extreme ferocity. It seemed Ellis Hitton had vaguely seen through Kim Woojin's scheme. He's not being backed into a corner. Exactly as she analyzed, the army of dry bones was gradually dominating the battle. Right after, Ellis Hitton added in a daze. He cleverly wedged the golems and skeletons between Dullahan and the zombies to slice the enemy's formation to pieces. She began calculating in her head, this tactic aims to strike Dullahan directly in the face as soon as it's isolated. But if he can't finish it off quickly, Kim Woojin will definitely fall into a counter-encirclement. Why did he choose such a risky move? Down in the murky battlefield, Li Jin-ah exhaled a breath of cold air and clicked his tongue, saying, "This monster isn't as easy to chew as I imagined." I was absolutely certain that with the two of us joining forces, dealing with it would be as light as a feather. Who knew that just a brief clash would have it blowing out a freezing gust of air that makes my limbs want to freeze like this? Right at that moment, Dullahan unleashed magic again. The breath of the soul suddenly became much more imposing thanks to being pumped with some mysterious energy source. Fortunately, that attack was deflected back. The ring of Lancelot successfully blocked the soul's breath. Li Jin-ah guffawed in extreme satisfaction. Wearing premium gear is still the best. Even so, Kim Woojin still frowned in tension. Relying solely on this, it's a pipe dream to take down Dullahan. The necklace of Gawain radiated warmth, heating up the freezing atmosphere a bit. Suddenly, he recalled memories from before reverting time, based on what Kim Woojin had previously heard from comrades who had swept through the spirit forest. To send Dullahan to the grave, one needs to unleash an extremely furious amount of firepower. And the source of that unrivaled damage flow was none other than Lee Sejin, although this thing couldn't be compared to the Lee Sejin of that time still. Having finalized the plan, Kim Woojin immediately switched to combat mode. You have equipped the Spear of Percival. The hidden condition of the King Arthur legend has been successfully established. The set effect of the King Arthur legend has been activated. The piercing power of the Spear of Percival has advanced by leaps and bounds. The next moment, he launched the spear like a rocket straight at Dullahan, aiming to distract it. Li Jin-ah immediately seized the opportunity. That's more like it. Now it's time to reveal the final trump card, isn't it? Without a shred of hesitation, he hurriedly compressed all his might into the weapon resting snugly in his hands. Taking advantage of Dullahan's confusion, Li Jin-ah charged in like a moth to a flame, muttering inwardly, "This young master Li Jin-ah hasn't even unleashed his full strength yet." Oddly enough, Li Jin-ah's target of attack was the horse that Dullahan was riding. He unleashed a barrage of continuous attacks, not giving the enemy a single gap to breathe. During the clash, a few scratches marked Li Jin-ah's face, but that didn't make him flinch in the slightest. On the contrary, this minor damage only made the hot blood in him boil even more. Channeling his inner energy, he threw an earth-shattering punch toward Dullahan. But unfortunately, that majestic punch was brought to a dead halt. The bone-chilling frost emanating from the sword caused Li Jin-ah's entire arm to be frozen completely white. Despite that, Dullahan persistently spread more freezing air to the surroundings. Right at that critical moment, Kim Woojin dashed forward as fast as a tornado. He pointed the spear straight ahead, aiming right at the enemy's head to deliver a fatal thrust. Dullahan still stubbornly resisted, releasing more frost to form a defensive shield. The spear in Kim Woojin's hand was also gradually covered by a layer of ice. Li Jin-ah still burned with an optimistic spirit, absolutely fantastic, plucked its head right off. Contrary to his fantasy, the cold air had crept its way up to the arm holding Kim Woojin's weapon. Witnessing that scene, Li Jin-ah's face clearly showed anxiety. Don't tell me the Spear of Percival is also powerless against this freezing mist. Ignoring his teammates' worry, Kim Woojin still gritted his teeth and pierced the spear through Dullahan's body. It seemed his sheer stubbornness had enraged the monster. Dullahan continued to madly unleash frost. But by a stroke of luck, right at that moment, a glaringly obvious crack suddenly appeared on Dullahan's face. That crack splintered vertically and horizontally, rapidly spreading across the entire surface. A split second later, its entire body exploded into pieces, creating an earth-shattering shockwave. The destructive force was so strong that Ellis Hitton and John had to cover their faces to dodge the storm of aftershocks. A moment later, she finally struggled to squint her eyes and look. Greeting the faint sunlight along with the notification from the system, Ellis Hitton completely froze. "You have defeated Dullahan." John also questioned life itself, muttering, "So it's all over, huh?" Beneath the hazy dust of the battlefield, the horde of the living dead was gradually dissolving into thin air. Seeing that, Li Jin-ah quickly yelled out, "Hey look, that pitch-black zombie army is evaporating completely." Kim Woojin's expression suddenly stiffened in bewilderment. What the hell is this?" While he was still staring wide-eyed at the spear planted in the ground, Li Jin-ah called out loudly, "Hey Kim Woo, I mean Isaac Ivanov, How do we handle this dead weight now? Kim Woojin didn't even bother paying attention to his friend. He just quietly bent down to pick up the ring rolling on the ground. After examining it for a moment, he immediately recognized it as the Ring of Hercules. At the same time, the system screen rang with a notification. The Ring of Hercules, legendary tier, usable from level 1 and above. This is the treasure of the great hero Hercules. It will grant you power far beyond any achievement you have ever made. Effect: increases stamina, energy, and magic power by 10% when worn. Especially when wearing this piece of jewelry, you can unlock a series of new stats based on your accumulated achievements. Kim Woojin's unusual silence made Li Jin furious. Are you deaf? I'm asking where to throw this piece of junk. Only after a long while did he leisurely speak up. What else is there to say? The system immediately popped up a notification. You have successfully transformed the Dullahan into a skeleton soldier. A few days later, the media rushed to make headlines. Isaac Ivanov successfully conquered the Forest of Spirits. Isaac Ivanov hit the jackpot. Before Lee Jisu's dumbfounded eyes, Oh Sechin jumped up and down in pure joy to celebrate. Social media was also flooded with news. The noble Ellis Hitton yielded Merlin's staff to Isaac Ivanov to complete the great cause. The Great One Guild officially handed over King Arthur's ring to the Messiah Guild. The world's #1 superpower kept its oath. It seemed this chain of news had driven Carrie Rona mad. She jumped up, slamming her hand on the table as if wanting to intimidate Ellis Hitton. Despite being full of frustration, the girl still had to bite her lip and endure Carrie Rona's full wrath. Another series of articles popped up. Isaac Ivanov sends his deepest gratitude to Park Yong-won. The skill system provided by Park Yong-won made the greatest contribution to the Dullahan subjugation campaign. The only person honored by name by Isaac Ivanov was Park Yong-won. Does the Phoenix Guild have what it takes to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Messiah Guild? Park Yong-won has unearthed a savior who brings hope to all of humanity. Scrolling through the breaking news, Park Yong-won smiled with immense satisfaction. He gleefully thought to himself, just as Kim Woojin had flattered, this investment in Isaac Ivanov is truly a huge bargain. It's funny how the idiots out there dare to put his guild on the same level as the Messiah Guild. The harder Isaac Ivanov carried, the higher the stock value of Park Yong-won and the Phoenix Guild soared. Immediately, Secretary Kim respectfully reported, "Boss, the Messiah Guild has just contacted us." That name momentarily made him raise his eyebrows in curiosity. The Messiah Guild. Changing the scene to the airport, Kim Woojin had just landed and was leisurely pulling his suitcase to the lobby. He calmly spoke into the phone, "I just landed, shall we proceed with the next step? Have you finished making the item I asked for earlier?" It turned out the person chatting with Kim Woojin was Oh Sechin. "It's all done, who do you think I am? But its durability is quite fragile, so use it carefully and don't push it beyond its limits. The bait has been laid, I'm sure that fish will take the hook soon." Hearing that, he slowly replied, "I understand." As soon as Kim Woojin finished his words, Li Jin standing next to him sighed in exasperation, "Are you a workaholic? You barely dragged yourself out of the battlefield and you're already scheming a new mission." "Since the deal is sealed, I'll head out first. I'm so hungry my eyes are blurry. You wouldn't even want to grab a bite with me anyway, right?" After hanging up, he turned to him and answered briefly, "Yeah, go ahead. You worked hard today, have a safe trip." That indifferent attitude of Kim Woojin made Li Jin furious. "You bastard, do you have any humanity left? After exploiting my labor to the bone, you should at least throw me something to eat." As if coaxing a child, he patted his shoulder gently. "All right, I'll treat you to a proper meal in a few days. Whatever you want to stuff down your throat, I'll oblige." This answer was like an unbelievable plot twist. Li Jin completely froze and stammered, "Whatever I want. I can just point and order anything." It wasn't until Kim Woojin's car disappeared from sight that he snapped back to reality and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Wait, when exactly is a few days? Are you playing me? If you're gonna treat me right now." In the heart of the bustling city, the bright moon was already hanging high overhead. Inside the private meeting room, Park Shin-hai yelled furiously, "What do you mean you dare say you won't get involved? Are you blind to the news or something, daring to utter such a superficial statement? The progress of clearing the 7th-floor dungeon cannot be delayed for another second." Immediately, Noda Hajiro's calm voice echoed in rebuttal, "But I personally have an urgent matter that cannot be postponed. Can you even count how many of my disciples have died at the hands of that guy Kim Woojin? Until I strangle him with my own hands, I have no mind to do business with you." His evasive attitude added fuel to the fire of her anger. Park Yang-won has already colluded with Isaac Ivanov, smoothly sweeping through the forest of spirits. Right now, the public is focusing all their attention on them. Are you going to kick away our shared foundation just for this trivial matter? In this game, sacrifices are inevitable. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes and gritted out every word. Did you say trivial matter? The way I see it, rolling up our sleeves to worry about some brat who just squeezed through a 3-floor dungeon is what's truly trivial. I mean, aren't you putting that Isaac Ivanov on a pedestal way too much? Sukahara Kenaik, sitting nearby, quickly chimed in. I agree, panicking over this nonsense looks incredibly pathetic. Park Shin-hai was speechless, forced to swallow her anger and curse inwardly, these fools. I already emphasized that this is the dangerous trigger. Just because of some random Isaac Ivanov, the throne of the Messiah Guild is shaking violently, whereas before, the glorious praise belonged solely to us. And most fatally, the growth speed of that bastard is skyrocketing at an alarming rate, exactly like Lee Sejun from the past. Just as she was about to fiercely argue back, Lee Sejun slowly spoke up, shut your mouth. If you think your network of disciples is more valuable, then do as you please. However, we do not have much spare time to wait for you. Park Shin-hai hurriedly interrupted, but Guild Master, if we delay clearing the 7th-floor dungeon in this urgent situation. The words were still on her lips when he shot a glare as sharp as a cleaver at Park Shin-hai, forcing her to seal her mouth shut. Lee Sejun's suffocating pressure made Park Shin-hai obediently bow her head. I understand. If the Guild Master has decided, we will have to postpone the subjugation schedule for a while. Getting a satisfactory answer, Noda Hajiro calmly said, thank you for your consideration. Sukahara Kenaik also disconnected the transmission while greeting, then we shall take our leave. The figures of those two faded, and then vanished into the dead silence of the meeting room. A blink later, a mocking laughter echoed throughout the room. As expected, the illustrious Messiah Empire is also starting to show signs of decline, huh? That sarcasm made Park Shin-hai furious as she yelled, what the hell did you just say? It turned out to be Johann Jorg provoking her. If not, then are all those false rumors out there just netizens talking nonsense? The core personnel holding down the level milestones have vanished without a trace. The remaining small fry are doing whatever they want, completely tossing the guild master's orders to the back of their heads. Saying that, he smirked mockingly, a classic case of a disorganized mob tearing each other apart. Don't tell me you called me all the way here just to bleach my eyes with this messy display of yours. Though, that verbal sparring just now was pretty entertaining. She became even more furious and hissed. You better watch your mouth. Lee Sejun once again cut Park Shin-hai off, so what if it is? What are you capable of doing about it anyway? After throwing out that sentence, he unleashed a gloomy killing intent, crushing Johann Jorg's insolence. Shifting the focus to Park Yang-won's headquarters. Kim Woojin still calmly inquired, is there a reason you summoned me here? Without beating around the bush, he went straight to the point. Thanks to you urging me to invest in Isaac Ivanov, things have been visibly prosperous lately. So I want to entrust you with taking on another mission. As long as you pull it off smoothly, I will reward you with a priceless bargain. He didn't nod right away but cautiously asked back, so the mission you intend to assign is? A tick later, Park Yang-won smirked. A top expert has personally called you out by name to conquer a dungeon together. It seems that person wants to measure just how deep your skills really are. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Kim Woojin's face, measure my skills. He hastily added, exactly, the mission I want to give you is to use whatever means necessary to fully capture that person's attention. Make yourself an indispensable link in his eyes. Seeming to need some time to process the information he just received, Kim Woojin remained deep in thought for a long while. A moment later, he coldly spoke up, so, who is this distinguished expert who specifically called me out? Carrying an extremely excited tone, Park Yang-won answered, it's Isaac Ivanov. He has his eyes on you. At dusk in the heart of the capital, a teleportation gate silently opened. Park Yang-won's voice, full of curiosity, rang out, did the coffee meetup with Isaac Ivanov the other day go smoothly? Kim Woojin calmly replied, yes, I have grasped the dungeon summary and the details of the test. Afraid he would take it lightly, he lowered his voice to instruct, let me engrave this into your mind. This mission is a matter of life and death, got it? Whether the sky falls or the earth crumbles, you must polish it into a brilliant success for me. Of course, the benefits will be split equally between you and me. As soon as Park Yong-won finished his sentence, a luxury car pulled up nearby. Finally, the main character has decided to take the stage. The door opened, and a familiar muscular figure stepped out proudly. It turned out to be Lee Jin-ah in the guise of Isaac Ivanov who had arrived. A moment later, Park Yong-won warmly shook hands with Lee Jin-ah, smiling and entrusting him with his hopes. The interpreter standing nearby quickly leaned into his ear to translate it into Russian. Immediately, Lee Jin-ah smiled, jabbered back in Russian, and it was conveyed by the interpreter. Mr. Isaac Ivanov also says he's counting entirely on your support, boss. The guy's overly enthusiastic attitude made Park Yong-won secretly take note. A second later, Kim Woojin spoke up to report, "We would like to take our leave to enter the dungeon." Watching his and Lee Jin-ah's backs wrapped in the Isaac Ivanov persona, he smacked his lips and muttered, slightly off from what I imagined. I was certain he would exude a very cold and mature aura. Stepping right through the teleportation gate, both were thrown straight into a lush, dense forest. Lee Jin-ah ripped off the mask, excitedly showing off, "How do you see my role-playing skills? Perfect down to the centimeter, right? That old man Park Yong-won has definitely been spectacularly led by the nose." Carrying an arrogant tone, he laughed narcissistically about his godly transformation skills. Maybe I should retire from being a hunter and step into showbiz. Kim Woojin didn't have the heart to pour cold water on his partner's illusions, only sighing inwardly, "Poor you, you're absolutely sure that from now on we have to completely avoid these body double tricks." Going back in time to that night, Lee Jin-ah's panicking cry tore through the store's space. "That guy is going to show up too. Why did you hide this when we were discussing it?" In a flash, he lowered his voice to an anxious whisper. "What the hell do we do if Park Yong-won shows his face there too?" Hearing that, Kim Woojin also replied in a low voice, "Park Yong-won is just standing at the gate to socialize. As for the dungeon clearing part, I and Isaac Ivanov will cover it." This pun-like answer made Lee Jin-ah frown in confusion. "Are you delirious? You are Isaac Ivanov. Isaac Ivanov is you. What's wrong with that?" He kept his nonchalant expression and explained, "That's exactly why I emphasized that it's me and Isaac Ivanov." Finishing his words, Kim Woojin pointed his finger straight at his chest, signaling that it would only be the two of them fighting side by side. Thinking for a moment, Lee Jin-ah's eyes lit up as if he struck gold. "Ah, I see through your plan now. If we're going to play this big then. Chewing pork all the time makes the mouth bland. At least we need to add a piece of beef to make it worthy." Without a bit of hesitation, he nodded instantly. "Proved, whatever delicacies you crave, order as much as you want, be my guest." This sudden generosity made Lee Jin-ah's eyes widen in shock. "Seriously, a gentleman's word is his bond, don't you dare go back on it." Afraid his friend was still half-doubting, Kim Woojin sealed the deal again. "I declared I would treat you to a full meal, so I'll compensate you fairly, strictly reliable." Lee Jin-ah seized the opportunity and yelled out, Mr. Owner, bring me a plate of beef, as fast as possible, please." After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lee Jin-ah happily flattered Kim Woojin. "It's been ages since I had such a flavorful beef meal. You truly are a flesh-and-blood brother, totally beating that stingy, miserly old man. From now on, if there's any favor you need help with, just boldly ask." Before the promise could fully escape his throat, he suddenly stopped when he caught sight of the familiar logo imprinted on the bank card Kim Woojin was waving around. Lee Jin-ah bristled up and shrieked, "Hit the brakes, stop right there. What the hell is this? Where did you snatch that black card from?" Despite his pale-faced friend, he still nonchalantly replied, "Well, Park Yong-won handed me this card to treat Isaac Ivanov before the battle." Lee Jin-ah sweated profusely in front of Kim Woojin's stone-cold face, daring to swipe the guild's card to treat him to a meal. Yet all this time, he dared to thump his chest playing the gallant hero. For some reason, whenever he glanced at this guy Kim Woojin, Lee Jin-ah saw the silhouette of some random bastard overlapping him. While Lee Jin-ah was still squeezing his forehead in thought, Kim Woojin smirked and whispered, "There's still a long road ahead where I'll have to squeeze you dry, my blood brother." Rewinding to the events in the dungeon, right now, Kim Woojin's skeleton soldiers are freely sweeping through the monsters. They seem to be injected with doping, slaughtering with extreme fury. Without Kim Woojin or Lee Jin-ah having to lift a finger, the skeletal legion automatically cleared out the entire dungeon completely. You have leveled up. Midst the sea of monster corpses piled high like a mountain, the two men still leisurely strolled as if in an uninhabited place. The Emissary of the Underworld smiled in satisfaction at your crushing power. The Emissary of the Underworld has just granted you a portion of ultimate power. The destructive demeanor of the skeleton soldiers made Kim Woojin smack his lips in amazement. He never expected their power to be this abundant. Li Jin-ah also chimed in with an exclamation, right? When we were beating up the Dullahan, we were so tied up, we didn't get a good look. But now standing here with folded arms watching the show, these guys are truly brutal in a fight. Moment later, Kim Woojin silently analyzed it in his mind. Even though he knew this was his first time fully unleashing all his skills without having to hide from the public's eyes, honestly speaking, this power exceeded his imagination. Even if he spammed all his skills, his mana bar remained strangely plentiful. If mana points kept stagnating like this, it proved he hadn't fully exploited the item's potential. Stuck in this bland dungeon, Kim Woojin not only had no place for practical combat training, but he also couldn't exhaust his test firepower. Li Jin-ah stood with his hands clasped behind his back, laughing out loud. Hey, freeloading off these skeleton soldiers is making my level skyrocket. They're doing everyone's share of the work. If I step in, I might just end up getting in the way, and where would I even dig up monsters to smash anyway? Should I really let my boredom make me do something reckless like fighting to the death with our own skeleton soldiers? Right. Kim Woojin glared sideways at the guy with eyes as sharp as a paring knife, visibly showing his annoyance. This guy's mouth just keeps running without knowing fatigue. That bullet-like gaze made Li Jin-ah jolt, hastily waving his hands to intervene. Break, wait a sec, don't tell me you're actually planning to pull that stunt. I'm begging you. I'm currently bearing the name Isaac Ivanov, you know. Try to go easy or I'll make you fail the test. Right after it reached his ears, Kim Woojin immediately lowered his voice to reply, that's exactly what I want. I was planning to turn in a blank sheet and fail this round's test anyway. A second later, the guy's ear-piercing scream tore through the peaceful atmosphere of the forest. Slowly, hold on a second, wait. Inside the office, Oh Sechen's phone screen lit up, showing an incoming call from Kim Woojin. He cheerfully picked up the phone. You found your way out earlier than I calculated. How was the test? Was it bite-sized? On the other side of the line, he calmly reported, I feel it's a bit problematic. Hearing that, Oh Sechen smirked, probing, oh, so Kim Woojin is certain he failed, right? Kim Woojin played along, truly worthy of the title News Tycoon. Nothing escapes your ears. During the time I was stuck in the dungeon, was there any major shift in the situation outside? Instantly, he poured out a stream of reports. The Messiah Guild just issued a notice postponing the deadline for the 7th floor subjugation indefinitely. They are also vaguely hiding the core reason that caused the plan to collapse. This amount of information instantly dragged him into deep thought. If the situation is so tragic that they have to reschedule the dungeon clearing, then their core lineup must be cracking. If considering the big shots who dare to defy Lee Sejin to split off and fight solo, apart from the Sword Saint and the Divine Bow, there's no other name qualified enough. Pondering for a moment, Kim Woojin deduced, no matter what, it seems their internal ranks are in turmoil. Oh Sechen's voice dropped, I also agree. So many troubles have struck lately, and the most suspicious person is the Divine Bow. That guy has no blood ties with the Messiah Guild, and he's harboring a deep personal grudge against you too. My intuition tells me, what if they plan to settle personal grudges first before clearing the 7th floor dungeon? Seeing Kim Woojin remain silent for a long while, Oh Sechen then inquired, so do you have any plans now? He calmly replied, for now, let's just neatly handle the unfinished mess first. Let me go grab something to eat and then we'll figure it out. As soon as he caught the sensitive keyword, Li Jin-ah's eyes lit up brightly. Eat. Me too, let me eat too. You're gonna make it a grand feast this time too, right? Oh Sechen, slightly confused, asked back, unfinished business. Do you have a new schedule coming up? Kim Woojin slowly replied, yes, I have to go meet Park Yong-won. At the Phoenix Guild's headquarters, Park Yong-won frowned in suspicion, so in short. You failed the test. I specifically instructed you that no matter what happens, you must secure the victory. Getting into character like a professional actor, Kim Woojin dropped his eyes despondently. I apologize to you 1,000 times. He waved his hand, cutting him off. Just drop it, do you have any excuses to defend yourself? Remaining silent for 2 seconds, Kim Woojin finally hesitantly explained, even though he acknowledged the destructive power of toxic blood. But he criticized my skills for lacking flexibility. However, he did ask if I could provide timely support when he needed it. Park Yong-won muttered inwardly to himself, timely support when needed. That guy only cared about it so superficially, a truly vague result. A moment later, he continued the scripted play. I also accidentally overheard Isaac Ivanov talking to his teammates outside the dungeon. It seems he is secretly recruiting members from other guilds besides the Makas Guild. Hearing that, Park Yong-won exclaimed in shock. If so, is that guy about to leave the Makas Guild? Suddenly a thought flashed in his mind. Could it be that Isaac Ivanov plans to jump into the freelance mercenary market? No, that's definitely not it. This scarce information is not enough to jump to conclusions. It should rather be understood that Isaac Ivanov is incubating an independent team for himself. No wonder he took the trouble to test Kim Woojin like that. Having just finished his calculations, Park Yong-won immediately spoke up. Supposing there's another opportunity, are you confident you can win? Kim Woojin continued to act bewildered. Another test, sir. If you have gone out of your way to extend another opportunity to me, then please place your trust and support in me. Next time, I absolutely will not disappoint you. Right when the volcano was on the verge of erupting, suddenly a blinding ray of light flashed. Accompanied by the familiar sound from the system, you have just leveled up. The majestic figure of the dragon hunter Francois Chero slowly appeared before the eyes of many. The dungeon had been swept clean. Immediately, a flock of journalists rushed in, surrounding Francois Chero's car and pleading, "Please spare a little time to answer an interview. Please look at the camera over here." Inside the car, Robert sweated profusely, apologizing profusely. "I'm terribly sorry for disturbing you right after you cleared the dungeon. The problem is the Japanese government issued such an urgent request. I really had no other way. They just discovered in a plus-ranked dungeon, so they want to consult the guild master's opinion." Skimming through the documents, Francois Chero raised an eyebrow in amusement. "The final boss is a hatchling." "Then what's there to consult about? I just need to recommend a top expert capable of soloing this dungeon, and the matter is settled." His eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Recommend someone? So do you have anyone in mind yet?" Closing the documents, he smirked, "Of course. I passed the level 100 mark ages ago, so I always have to keep an eye out to find elements capable of running rampant in dungeons with 4 floors or less." Robert's face was still heavy with anxiety. But what if the person you're eyeing refuses to jump into the pit? What if they hear the news that they have to face a dragon species? Before he could finish his sentence, Francois Chero waved his hand decisively. "That will never happen, just throw your worries away." That certain demeanor made Robert widen his eyes in surprise. "What makes you dare to thump your chest with such confidence?" Francois Chero shrugged arrogantly. "Naturally, there is a basis for it." Few days later, the news was flooded with sensational headlines. Only the dragon hunter Isaac Ivanov is strong enough to sweep through the hatchling dungeon. Is Isaac Ivanov ready to take on the title of Dragon Slayer? The Japanese government has a headache because no one dares to throw their life away in the hatchling dungeon. The whole world turns its back on the dungeon of death. The selfish habits of top experts face fierce condemnation. Isaac Ivanov announces he will personally clean up the hatchling. The 5 great guilds still remain completely inactive. Isaac Ivanov will single-handedly challenge the hatchling. At the same time, inside Park Yong-won's office, flipping through the newspaper, he chuckled to himself. Isn't there anyone willing to act as the background for the stage where Isaac Ivanov has monopolized the leading role? The crazier the gamble, the more it is hailed as a peerlessly noble deed. Catching his eye was the headline, "Isaac Ivanov faces the hatchling alone. Is it an act of suicide?" Park Yong-won rubbed his chin proudly. "This kid knows how to squeeze out profits for the capital I've poured in." Right at that moment, Secretary Kim stepped in to report. "Mr. Kim Woojin just called. He confirmed that thanks to the skills we sponsored, he successfully passed Isaac Ivanov's test." Hearing that, the corners of his lips curled up in satisfaction. "Well done." Park Yong-won suddenly envisioned Kim Woojin's confident face from earlier. "Please place your trust and support in me. Next time, I absolutely will not disappoint you." He lightly tossed a piece of paper forward. "This was supposed to be the reward for you passing the challenge. But whatever, just consider it an advance payment from me. There won't be a third chance. If it ends up a complete failure again this time, I'll level everything to the ground." Glancing at the contents of the paper, Kim Woojin couldn't hide his astonishment. This thing. A moment later, Park Yong-won pressed the intercom button. "Secretary Kim, come in here. I have something to tell you. Quickly call Isaac Ivanov's side. Request them to open one more testing round." Secretary Kim softly continued, "What if their side refuses to yield, sir?" He smacked his lips and answered immediately, "What else? Pile on the money to bribe them." She cautiously clarified, "Yes, what you mean by bribe here is..." Without a shred of hesitation, Park Yong-won lowered his voice, "Throw the fire golem and skeleton mage skill books straight at them." Understanding the boss's intent perfectly, Secretary Kim nodded in compliance. "Yes, I'll get to it right away." So both Isaac Ivanov and Kim Woojin will lead each other by the hand into the hatchling's lair. This information made him extremely pleased. Is that so? Absolutely wonderful. A blink later, Park Yong-won sank back into his thoughts. In terms of ranking, this place is quite similar to the +3-floor Dullahan dungeon. However, even if a hatchling is just a toddler, its origin is still that of a sacred dragon species. Dragons have always been famous for being tough to handle, so it's normal for everyone to tremble in fear. Nevertheless, this is only a fledgling dragon. The chances of successfully turning the tables will definitely be a bit brighter. Supposing Isaac Ivanov's faction, along with my pawn Kim Woojin, can clear this dungeon, then what more fulfilling scenario could exist in this world? Having just hatched a scheme, he immediately waved his hand to give an order. "We must whip up a promotional article right away. Call the reporters immediately." Right according to the script, newspapers competed to make massive headlines. The chairman of the Phoenix Guild, Park Yong-won, commits to fully backing Isaac Ivanov's hunting trip this time. The rookie fighting side by side with Isaac Ivanov turns out to be a person from the Phoenix Guild. Isaac Ivanov will no longer be alone. He has a new companion in this subjugation. Right at that moment, in the office flooded with paperwork, Sechin was swiping his finger on the phone screen to read the news. Skimming through every line of text, he shook his head in disgust. This old man Park Yong-won is truly the ultimate cheapskate, no joke. Later on, if he ever finds out he was led by the nose, he'll probably just bite his teeth and swallow his anger. Where would he even find the face to complain about taking a loss? Ending his train of thought, Sechin spoke up, "Secretary Lee, has that item been delivered right into Kim Woojin's hands?" Lee Jisoo calmly confirmed, "Yes, I have completed the delivery, sir. I also had the craftsman inspect it thoroughly to ensure there isn't a single scratch." By this time, he might already be pulling it out to use in the dungeon in Japan. The lens shifts towards the dungeon, where Kim Woojin's face is being mercilessly crushed. Turned out to be Lee Jin fiddling and pinching the skeleton soldier pretending to be Woojin. Who would have thought the trick of draping fake skin over a skeleton soldier and sneaking into the dungeon would go so smoothly? Bro Sechin kept crying about the cost, but now it's clear you get what you pay for. Looking at this product, it's a billion times sharper than just slapping a mask on a face. He scrutinized it from head to toe and gasped in admiration. "I have to admit, it's truly top-notch. Have you ever seen a doppelganger monster in the flesh before?" A doppelganger monster is a creature specializing in deception, capable of perfectly copying the exact appearance of others. Normally, it wanders around the dungeon disguised as a goblin, an orc, or some small fry monsters, making it extremely hard to read. The skin of this species is always fiercely hunted on the black market at sky-high prices. People skin them to craft magical items that help transform appearances or faces just like morphing magic. Lee Jin Ah's excessive excitement made Kim Woojin's eyes sore as he warned, "Keep squeezing it that hard. One scratch and I'll report you to Secretary Lee to collect your debt. So stop messing around, please." Hitting his financial weak point, the guy shrank back. "I know, all right, I'll just stuff it into the inventory and that's it. I just found it so miraculous so I touched it a bit, no need to be so tense." "You're about to make me act as a meat shield to draw aggro like always, aren't you?" The system screen suddenly popped up. Doppelganger monster skin requires no-level, full camouflage equipment, allowing transformation into myriad identities. He replied leisurely, "Not at all. This time, you just conserve your energy and fatten up. We'll figure it out when we reach the 3rd floor." This statement shocked Lee Jin even more than winning the lottery. "Are you joking or what?" Actually, Kim Woojin had already calculated the next move. "Just leave floors 1 and 2 for me to clear. I need you to fully recharge your stamina to carry the weight later when we clash with the hatchling." The skeleton soldiers have crawled up from the Book of the Dead, the fire golem has taken the stage, and the skeleton mage is also present. Following the reporting sound, the Dullahan skeleton soldier officially deployed. The skeleton mage also entered a standby posture, waiting for a direct order from Woojin. The skeleton soldier Legion also obediently stood by. The interface flashed again. You have just equipped the Vanguard bracelet. The Vanguard bracelet has merged as one with its master. The ring-wearing limit has been unlocked. King Arthur's ring has deeply embedded into the flesh. From this moment on, the equipment cannot be swapped. Hercules' ring has firmly bound to the host. From this moment on, the equipment cannot be swapped. The stat set will be amplified based on accumulated achievements. Overall damage is enhanced by 10%. Resilience and mana pool surge by an additional 150. After putting on the pile of top-tier gear, Kim Woojin smacked his lips in satisfaction. This is actually pretty decent. The formation reeking of death in front of him made Li Jin Ah's forehead soak with sweat. He swallowed his saliva and probed, "What scheme are you brewing again?" He leisurely answered, "Naturally, it's to clear the path up to the 3rd floor at super speed without even breaking a drop of sweat." Right at this moment, on the 3rd floor of the dungeon, shrinking behind a giant stone slab, Li Jin Ah stared wide-eyed at Kim Woojin like he was an alien creature. Deep in his mind, he began to scream, "This tyrannical pervert." His mouth said he'd handle it himself, yet in just the blink of an eye, Kim Woojin had already flattened this place to the ground, to the point that Li Jin Ah even felt pity for the ill-fated monsters. This guy has already surpassed the milestone of a solo combat expert. He is clearly a walking guild, backed by a bloodthirsty skeletal legion that cares nothing for life or death. Li Jin Ah shivered as he recalled the ferocity of the skeleton soldiers and the fire golem that Woojin had just summoned with a snap of his fingers. Finally, he came to a shocking conclusion. These guys were completely blind to the concept of fatigue as well. Right after, Li Jin Ah turned pale and told himself, "I swear to God, even I wouldn't be foolish enough to piss this guy off anymore." His piercing stare immediately caught Kim Woojin's attention. "Got something on your mind? Why have you been staring at me so passionately?" Caught red-handed, Li Jin Ah quickly made an excuse. "Of course not. It's just that my brain still hasn't fully loaded the bunch of strategies for beating the hatchling you spouted earlier." He frowned in confusion. "So where are you stuck? I specifically told you that once the fight starts, just aim for the wings and smash them. I'll handle the rest of the hard parts." He muttered, scratching his head. "Yeah, I got that part. Cripple the wings so it can't fly away, right?" This clarity made Kim Woojin even more puzzled. "You're suddenly so smart, so where are you confused?" After hesitating for a while, Li Jin Ah finally blurted it out. "Then what's the point of you telling me to hang onto its back and save my strength while it's on the ground?" He let out a long sigh. "Oh, that." Pausing for about 2 seconds, Kim Woojin explained meticulously, "When their wing membranes are folded, they're tough as leather, twice as hard as when they're spread out, so physical damage won't do much. If you want it to spread its wings, you have to push it into a corner and make it smell death. In all that chaos, I can't focus all my firepower just on its wings." His brain finally clicking, he shouted indignantly, "So that's why you told me to hang on its back like a flea until the time is right." Before Li Jin Ah could vent all his anger, Woojin raised his hand, signaling him to zip his mouth immediately. The reason was that the hatchling had just landed nearby, kicking up a blinding hurricane in the process. With a mere flap of its wings, a monster lingering nearby was blown 10 meters away. He took in that entire terrifying scene. The hatchling suddenly bared its fangs and took a massive bite out of the unfortunate monster's corpse. Witnessing that brutality, both Kim Woojin and Li Jin Ah held their breath and watched closely. Suddenly, its reptilian eyes glanced sideways, seemingly having caught the scent of danger. The hatchling stared curiously at the orc corpse flattened on the ground. A flash of suspicion crossed its eyes. Immediately after, the hatchling let out a string of warning roars, making Woojin secretly praise it. Not bad intelligence. It realizes its lair has been snooped around in. But knowing it now is too late. Finishing his thought, he immediately activated his trump card. The corpse explosion skill of the Emissary of Hell officially erupted. A barrage of boulders tumbled down from the cliff, raining onto the hatchling's head. The baby dragon was no pushover either. It twisted and dodged the attacks with extreme agility. But man proposes, God disposes. A meteorite-like rock still smacked right into the middle of the hatchling's head. Even though the battle had started, Li Jin Ah couldn't keep his mouth shut. "Okay, I get your intentions now. But what if it flaps its wings and soars up into the sky? How do we handle that?" Unfazed, Kim Woojin firmly declared, "I'm confident I can slice its wing membranes off when it spreads them. As for dragging it down from the sky and grounding it, that's your responsibility." His brain finally digested the main point. Wait, hold up, isn't that basically telling me to become a suicide bomber and freefall to the ground with it? Wearing an incredibly punchable face, he patted Li Jin-ah's shoulder, entrusting his life to him. I'm putting all my faith in you, my wonderful partner. He screamed piercingly, hey, you absolute bastard. While the duo was busy bickering, the hatchling had thrown off the boulder, crushing its back. It went berserk, rushing forward to relentlessly batter Woojin's fire golem. Strictly following their master's orders, the skeleton soldiers aggressively swarmed in to hack at the dragon's wings. At the same time, Li Jin-ah gritted his teeth, his eyes wide as he muttered, what the hell are its scales cast from reinforced concrete? Enraged, he smashed his weapon heavily onto the wing membrane. Just crack open for me, goddammit. Despite his attempts to claw and smash, the hatchling remained as still as a statue, puffing its cheeks to prepare an attack. It spewed out a blazing sea of fire, aimed at incinerating the pile of dry bones. After struggling for a moment, Li Jin-ah yelled loudly again, damn it, the problem isn't just its wings anymore. Anticipating that this troublemaker would mess things up, Woojin finalized in a stern voice, I forbid you from getting distracted, just keep wearing down the wings, I'll take care of the rest. The next second, he unleashed another new move, the power of the pharaoh officially activated. The user is allowed to use monster corpses as sacrifices. Even the Dullahan skeleton was pushed to the front lines by Kim Woojin. The system screen delivered good news again. You have just draped yourself in the protection of the sun. You have enhanced your aura of power. In the blink of an eye, the Dullahan skeleton seemed injected with extra strength, its momentum soaring. It charged bravely, plunging its greatsword straight into the dragon's tail. As soon as the sword touched dragon flesh, the system notified, the hatchling has been afflicted with blood poison. The dragon hissed in pain, thrashing its tail and sending the dry bones flying for miles. Clinging to the dragon's wing, Li Jin-ah immediately noticed the monster's frenzied pace. Because the surface was shaking violently, his voice also broke up, wait, hold on, put the brakes on for a sec. In less than a blink of an eye, Li Jin-ah planted his face into Mother Earth. Despite their constant bickering on the outside, Kim Woojin still panicked and screamed his foolish teammate's name. Before the echo of the scream even faded, the guy sprang up like a coiled spring. Like an artillery shell, Li Jin-ah shot up, aiming straight for the hatchling's wing. As he built up momentum to hurl his spear fiercely into the dragon's scales, he yelled, I'll hack you to death. It seemed Li Jin-ah's fatal stab sent the hatchling into a convulsion, as it flapped its wings uncontrollably and soared into the air. Dangling midair, he had to grit his teeth and cling on so he wouldn't fall and be smashed to pieces. Seizing the moment, Kim Woojin shouted up to urge him, pull yourself together, you have to strike right before it shoots up into the stratosphere. After struggling for ages, Li Jin-ah finally managed to stand straight on the dragon's wing, arguing back sharply, it's easy to run your mouth while standing on the ground. Try climbing up to this nauseating height before you talk big. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized he had torn apart its tough wing membrane. I did it. While his brain was still celebrating, gravity dragged him right into a free fall. In the very next moment, the entire meaty tail of the hatchling crashed down on his head. Crap, at this rate of falling, I'm going to become minced meat. In a flash, both human and dragon slammed hard into the ground, creating a deafening sonic boom. Kim Woojin's face was a mix of astonishment and extreme elation. Without this brainless musclehead, he wouldn't have dared to draft up that crazy scenario even in his dreams. This gig is basically half in the bag. Piercing through the blinding dust, a pair of golden pupils flashed with murderous intent. The monster had scrambled back up, opening its mouth to spit out a fresh sea of fire. Under Woojin's stunned gaze, it bombarded the fire golem relentlessly. Seeing that scene, he bit his lip until it bruised, correcting himself, crippling its wings didn't do much. A dragon is forever a dragon, its destructive power hasn't diminished at all. I absolutely cannot blink until it's shackled by the neck. Immediately, he snapped his fingers to summon more skeletal reinforcements. The ferocious skeletons rushed in, hacking continuously at the dragon's tail. Like tireless machines, they aimed precisely at a single weak point, bringing their swords down without rest. The Dullahan skeleton also got into a stance, ready to sweep through. It gathered all its strength to bring its greatsword crashing down on the hatchling's tail. Seeing that the scales were too incredibly tough, the underlings hastily rushed up to lend a hand to the Dullahan skeleton. After so much effort, the tip of the sword finally sank into the reptile's flesh. The sharp pain drew the monster's attention to its tail. The furious hatchling turned its head, opening its blood-soaked maw wide. It gathered energy, ready to blow the minions to ashes. But by some miracle, the fire golem lunged out and locked its arms tightly around the evil dragon's head. Because it crammed too much energy without releasing it in time, the magic source began to backfire into the dragon's body. A split second later, the deadly flames exploded with a boom right inside the owner's throat. Immediately after, the dragon collapsed to the ground, pungent black smoke rising from it. Kim Woojin casually strolled over to where Li Jin-ah was buried under a pile of rubble. The Blessing of the River Styx skill, reserved exclusively for tanky warriors, was activated. As soon as he got there, a familiar groaning and cursing echoed, "Oh my God, my bones are broken." Seeing that the guy still had the energy to scold, Kim Woojin smirked and mocked him. "You've been lying there for quite a while, don't tell me you passed out. Waiting forever and not seeing you move, I really thought you kicked the bucket this time." Provoked, the guy bristled and fired back. "You think a man with rippling muscles like Li Jin-ah would just die? My stomach is just growling, so standing up is a bit of a struggle, that's all." Suddenly his voice dropped, full of seriousness. "So has the hatchling gone to meet its maker?" To comfort his old friend, he calmly replied, "While you were busy lying around, I brawled with it for a bit. But the big credit still goes to you, so this hunt is definitely in the bag." Staying silent for about 2 seconds, Kim Woojin reached out a hand to help him up. "You really gave it your all today, my friend." That rare compliment made Li Jin-ah ecstatic, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. Without standing on ceremony, he grabbed his hand and puffed out his chest proudly. "Obviously, without me, it'd take ages to win." Dusting off his butt as he stood up, Li Jin-ah smoothly reminded him, "Empty praises won't cut it. Once we drag ourselves out of here, the least you can do is treat me to a huge feast." Kim Woojin didn't bother refusing either. "If you want to eat well, we have to send this dragon to the Underworld first." After their boastful banter, the two threw themselves back into the next phase of the operation. In another development over in Japan, the chessboard between Sukahara Ken and Noda Hajiro was falling into a suffocating stalemate. Twirling a chess piece in his hand, Sukahara Ken spoke up. "How many days has Isaac Ivanov's crew been submerged in the dungeon?" From the outside, Sun groveled and replied, "Reporting to you, sir, it's already the 10th day." Hearing that, he lightly clicked his tongue. "They held out until the 10th day? Beyond imagination." Sun hastily chimed in, "But public opinion out there speculates that their chances of clearing it are close to zero." Sukahara Ken's expression instantly turned sinister. "Even if their chances of winning are paper-thin, I still pray to the heavens that they make it through smoothly, because only then will I have the honor of personally sending them to hell." That chilling declaration made Sun's eyes widen. "You mean?" He gave a faint smile and didn't answer. At the same time, Noda Hajiro leisurely pinched another chess piece from the box. Without a word, the old man slammed the chess piece down onto the board. Sukahara Ken's face instantly darkened in frustration. Clearly, he had just been forced into a dead end by Noda Hajiro's vicious move. Letting go of the chessboard, the old man thoughtfully stated, "Take a step back and the sky's the limit. If you want to catch a big fish, you must know how to sacrifice good bait." Hearing that philosophy, Sun felt as if he had just been enlightened. It only took a few seconds of hesitation before he kowtowed and shouted, "Your subordinate is willing to sacrifice this worthless life so that your great cause may succeed." Shifting the lens back to Woojin and Li Jin-ah's frontlines, the system was ringing out, "You have just slain the hatchling. A new title has been unlocked, the Dragon Slayer." Devouring the text on the system panel, Li Jin-ah's eyes widened in astonishment. I actually get to be crowned a Dragon Slayer one day." In his excitement, he affectionately slapped the skull of a skeleton soldier, praising it endlessly. "You bony little guy contributed quite a lot." "Kim Woojin, you are sweating bullets too." Before the words could fully leave his mouth, he froze upon seeing his friend's heavy, lead-like expression. Li Jin-ah scratched his head in confusion. "We cleared everything out, so why do you look like you're at a funeral? Is there another problem?" He let out a breath and slowly said, "Once I drag my body out of here, my life is bound to be put on the chopping block." This bad news struck, making the guy panic and stammer, You're a goner. Why are you suddenly acting up and talking nonsense? I don't get it at all." Kim Woojin still calmly explained, "Leaving this place, I am forced to venture into a 4-floor dungeon. The guy was still clueless about the situation. Well, that's just the leveling process. What's the matter in the end? The next second he patiently explained, from the 4th floor onwards, it's a brutal arena reserved exclusively for big shots who have hit level 100. That place is full of heavyweights swarming within massive syndicates, and it's completely normal for them to tear each other apart to monopolize both economic and political privileges. But human greed is a bottomless abyss. They want to hog the entire sky, so they secretly formed a monopoly alliance to hoard everything. They divided the territorial pie clearly, each keeping their own boundaries. Thanks to that filthy treaty, they built themselves into a force that calls the wind and rain, enjoying peace until the fateful day, when a few reckless outsiders kicked down the door and stormed into their empire. Ironically, among those uninvited guests, there was someone who was already a thorn in the eyes of the ruling authorities. Stripping away his earlier pessimism, Kim Woojin's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. So what good show is about to premiere? Outside the dungeon entrance, a swarm of reporters rushed forward like bees from a broken hive. Mr. Isaac Ivanov, may I ask what secret helped you survive and return? The whole world bet that you would die. How does it feel right now? Mr. Isaac Ivanov, please spare a glance for the lens over here. The sharp-eyed press immediately noticed. Oh look, the guy standing next to him is Isaac Ivanov's new mystery factor. Keep taking pictures, guys. Did you two encounter any obstacles while clearing the dungeon? How do you feel about this first collaboration? The extreme mobbing from the crowd made Li Jin sweat profusely. We have to slip away fast. If we keep lingering here, this doll is going to be exposed and we're screwed. Another paparazzo shoved a microphone into the face of the dummy Woojin. You two aren't hindered by a language barrier, are you? Mr. Kim Woojin. Terrified that the disguise would fall apart, he hastily threw an arm around the dummy's shoulder to shield it. Li Jin pretended to act cool, responding in Russian, no force can stand in our way. We are invincible. Midst the noisy, sweating sea of people, a dark figure silently slipped through. The culprit was none other than Sun, his eyes laced with evil intent locking onto the target. Decisively and coldly, he whipped out a gleaming blade. The next second, Sun lunged forward like a starving tiger, screaming madly in Japanese, "Go to hell, you trash." The sudden turn of events made Li Jin eyes pop out in shock. Thanks to the godly reflexes of a brawler, he swung his arm, delivering a devastating punch straight into Sun's face. But unfortunately, the assassin terrifyingly contorted his body and slipped past. Li Jin clicked his tongue in internal astonishment. Damn it, slippery as a loach. The fleeting scuffle froze the pack of reporters in place, unable to comprehend the scenario playing out. It took about a heartbeat later for the dummy impersonating Kim Woojin to vaguely react. Ignoring everything, Sun seemed to have brought a suicidal mindset to drag his target into the grave with him. He squeezed out his last ounce of strength, thrusting the blade up to the hilt into the dummy's abdomen. Right next to it, Li Jin frantically screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kim." A blink later, bright red blood gushed out of the dummy's abdomen, dyeing the ground red. Blood pooled out, soaking everything more and more. The press turned pale and shrieked, "It's murder. Get back, clear out to the back, hurry. The victim is a master of blood poison, watch out for the splatter." God damn it, what the hell is going on? Who knows? Get out of here quick, don't stand around as a meat shield for hunters. In a flash, the crowd scattered in all directions, fleeing the bloody scene. His murderous intent unquenched, Sun still frantically aimed for Woojin. He lunged forward, his eyes clearly etched with bloodthirsty cruelty. With a bang, a brutal sword slash tore through the wind, leaving him stunned. It turned out the one who had just sent Sun to meet the King of Hell was none other than Sukahara Ken. Even though he had just personally decapitated his own guild subordinate, he remained indifferently cold, like an outsider. The news hounds watching from afar quickly spotted him. Oh look, isn't that the renowned sword saint? What wind brought him here? Where's the camera? Zoom in here quick. It's a waste of heaven's gift not to record this earth-shattering news. After panicking for a bit, they finally remembered the task of saving lives. Call an ambulance right now. Someone is about to stop breathing over here. That chaotic jumble of sounds pulled Sukahara Ken deep into a corner of his memories. The illusion of the shady negotiation between him and Sun flooded back. I am truly sorry for forcing you to accept this cruel responsibility. Sun kowtowed in panic. Please do not say such things, sir. To be a sacrifice for your ambition is the ultimate glory of my life. Although that bastard's worthless life is cheap, I swear I will take his head to honor the spirits of our fallen brothers." Hearing those heartfelt words, Sukahara Ken fell into a long silence. After a moment of silence, Sun kowtowed, touching the ground to bid farewell. "Thank you for sheltering this useless old body throughout my life." Snapped back to reality, even though Sun was only hanging by a thread, his mouth still muttered words of loyalty. Long live the Yamato Alliance. The light in Sun's eyes gradually faded, dissolving into nothingness. Witnessing his pawn wither away, Sukahara Ken locked himself in a chaotic mess of thoughts. Shifting his eyes to Lee Jin-ah, after a moment of prodding and checking the dummy disguised as Kim Woojin, he mournfully shook his head in despair. Acting out the rest of the play, Lee Jin-ah sorrowfully and hurriedly laid a white cloth over the dummy's face. Sukahara Ken calmly walked over, displaying a fake expression of pity. "I brought the honor of the nation to raise a glass and celebrate your victory. Who would have thought I'd have to stand by and watch this terrible tragedy?" Hiding from afar, Kim Woojin's gaze was pinned on him, brimming with wariness. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, Sukahara Ken continued shedding crocodile tears. "I am truly, deeply remorseful." Before long, a media storm had swept across all fronts. Having just escaped the hatchling's lair, Kim Woojin of the Phoenix Guild lost his life at the hands of extremists. A wave of outrage from South Korea is pouring onto the crazed terrorists in Japan. Hunters slaughtering each other, where are the rules? The minion sacrificed his life, the search for the mastermind sinks into a dead end. Kim Woojin is Japan's great benefactor. His sacrifice is an indelible pain. The government swears to uproot this filthy terrorist faction completely. The Sword Saint and the Japanese cabinet bow their heads in apology for the heroic departure of Kim Woojin, while promising a lifetime free pass to clear dungeons for Isaac Ivanov's team to make amends. On the floor, those sensational newspaper pages were crumpled to pieces, proof of a volcano boiling over with rage. Hiding in a corner, Secretary Kim trembled as she advised Director, "Please calm down." Park Young-won shot up as if he'd been stabbed, roaring, "How the hell can I calm down? My asset got trampled like this, and you expect me to sit still?" Seeing her boss in a fit of rage, she bit her lip and stayed dead silent, not daring to utter another word. He ground his teeth until his jaw ached. "Do you know how much money I've pumped into that brat Kim Woojin? Those bastards dared to pluck the tiger's whiskers and snatch him from me." Rage shooting straight to his brain, Park Young-won brought a thunderous punch down on the desk. With a crack, the wooden desk split in two and fell apart. "I don't care if it's terrorism. Dig up that scum organization behind it for me. No, that's too merciful. Grab those bastards by the neck and drag them to kneel at my feet immediately." Currently, inside Sukahara Ken's headquarters, he spoke in a measured tone. "I truly offer my condolences for your team's loss." Lee Jin-ah's eyes were glued to the banquet table full of lavish dishes. Sukahara Ken maintained his words, "If only I had arrived in time." At the same time, Lee Jin-ah suddenly turned to look at Woojin with curiosity. Ignoring the attitude around him, Sukahara Ken kept babbling, "Then that tragedy wouldn't have happened." He responded in Russian, "It's all right. It was an unforeseen incident, that's all." The interpreter hurriedly translated for Sukahara Ken to hear. "He says that life and death are common occurrences for players." As soon as she finished, the corner of his lips immediately curled into a stiff smile. A moment later, Sukahara Ken raised his wine glass and confessed, "How perfectly in sync we are. You are truly exactly like the comrades who share our ideals. I purposefully brought out the finest bottle of wine. Please feel free to enjoy it." He dropped more cold-blooded words that made Lee Jin-ah's blood boil. "There's nothing we can do for the dead, but why should those of us who are still breathing remain in perpetual sorrow, right?" He slammed his fist hard on the table, cursing in Russian. Then Lee Jin-ah stood up abruptly. "This is a total eyesore and earache. I can't listen to this anymore. A brother who just went through life and death has fallen, and you guys have the nerve to open your mouths and say something like that." As he stormed off, he yelled straight into the faces of the ungrateful men, "If you're going to be this scum-like, allow me to refuse to sit at the same table." If Kim Woojin were to witness your attitude right now, it'd be hard for him to close his eyes in the underworld. At this point, Lee Jin-ah suddenly lowered his voice. "Isaac Ivanov, I really didn't foresee you stooping this low. Consider me blind, I'm heading back first, do whatever you want." He violently slammed the door open to vent some of his rage. Sukahara Ken's interpreter was also terrified to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. Even so, she quickly regained her composure and conveyed Lee Jin-ah's words in their entirety. Eventually, Kim Woojin spoke up. Today's party should probably end here. Thank you for your hospitality. As for that dungeon, I will consider it with the most open attitude. Sukahara Ken immediately expressed regret. What a surprise that the conversation has ended so early. Very well. This must be your first time clearing a 4-floor dungeon, right? Will you have enough strength to complete it yourself without us stepping in? He responded coldly, of course. How can I handle it all by myself, therefore? Please prepare a bargain big enough so I can convince that companion of mine again. A little later, Kim Woojin carried the stack of files and strode out of Sukahara Ken's camp. Catching his eye was a giant screen broadcasting a series of news reports. The TV clearly showed a marching crowd shouting slogans, demanding that the Japanese government immediately bow in apology. The stream of people taking to the streets in protest is growing ever larger, demanding compensation for the life of Kim Woojin, a hero from South Korea. The news anchor was also commenting on the event, marking the 4th day of the exploding protest movement in South Korea. It seemed that every development was obediently following the script Woojin had laid out. He dialed his phone and called Lee Jin-ah. Which corner are you hiding in? Turning back to Sukahara Ken, right now he was deep in thought, calculating it over and over again. He still felt it was a waste. Then he called out, "Is Sakura there?" In a split second, Sakura was present. "I am here, master." Sukahara Ken hurriedly inquired, "I really want to recruit Isaac Ivanov to our side. Is there truly no way left?" After a few seconds of thought, she analyzed clearly, yes, from multiple angles, the current situation is quite unfavorable. From the beginning up until we successfully finished off Kim Woojin, the developments were incredibly smooth. However, the aftermath is that Spasiba has developed a grudge against us, recruiting the due of Isaac Ivanov, and Spasiba is likely impossible. Not to mention, Park Yang-won is in a flying rage following Kim Woojin's death. He absolutely won't let Isaac Ivanov slip away too, so it's inevitable that we'll have to face off against him. That's without mentioning that once the Messiah Guild sniffs out our intention to approach Isaac Ivanov, that bitch Park Shin-hye will definitely flare up. Given the current landscape, I assess that enticing Isaac Ivanov will bring more risks than benefits. Having taken in Sakura's analysis, Sukahara Ken merely dropped a flat reply. Is that your judgment? Though there's a bit of regret, once it's an item I have no way to obtain. Then the optimal solution is to destroy it so no one else can get their hands on it. Go deliver the Nemean lion skin to Isaac Ivanov. Upon hearing this name, she asked in confusion, that thing. He calmly glanced at Sakura, spending that much on funeral expenses to send a comrade into a hole. Mathematically, it's still quite cheap. At this time, Woojin and Lee Jin-ah's car was parked in a desolate wasteland. Inside the car, the guy continuously vented his anger, absolutely infuriating. Kim Woojin's voice was full of scrutiny. Don't tell me, you're only pissed off because you missed out on all those delicacies on the table just now. Hearing that, Lee Jin-ah got even more agitated. What kind of person do you think I am to say something like that? You think I'm throwing a fit just for a few tiny bites of food? Regardless, he calmly retorted, isn't that true? At this, he suddenly paused for a moment. Well, it's a tiny bit related, but it's not the only reason. Those scumbags had just finished their dirty trick and then brazenly showed their faces to associate with us. Seeing that guy's face just turns my stomach. Kim Woojin seemed to fire up as well. I acknowledge and understand your frustration. I also didn't expect them to trail us right after causing trouble. But you seized the moment to act pissed off very smoothly. I was worried you'd be too busy staring at the food plate and completely forget when you needed to act. Afraid of dragging it out, I had prepared a few backup plans. Suddenly, Lee Jin-ah's expression changed and he interrupted, wait a minute. You mean staying a little longer wouldn't have killed anyone? If I knew that, I would have scarfed down a few more pieces of sushi before blowing up. That sushi platter looked mouthwatering, so annoying. Over the next few days, the two continued to throw smokescreens in the media. Although his comrade was sacrificed, the hero remained steadfast in his mission, an exclusive interview with Isaac Ivanov. Although there's some friction between Isaac Ivanov and Spasiba, we are always good brothers. Isaac Ivanov's team announced they will clear the A+ rank 4-floor dungeon at Mount Fuji. The dungeon that once made even the Sword Saint falter in the past. Will Isaac Ivanov create a miracle this time? The Sword Saint heavily sponsored the legendary artifact, the Nemean lion skin, for Isaac Ivanov's team. Right in the office, Osechin sighed with emotion. It's a blessing that I prepared an escape route in advance, otherwise it would have been a disaster. The newspaper on his desk revealed the headline, Kim Woojin perishes, the Japanese government sends deepest condolences. Woojin's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Yes, I was also surprised by the speed of their move. Osechin replied without any hesitation, that just proves you've built up quite a bit of enmity with the Yamato alliance. But how are things on that side? He calmly replied, quite smooth. Immediately he switched to a strictly serious tone. Those guys are unpredictable, it's best to be on high alert. Oh, I forgot, I heard that if you pacify it successfully, you'll be rewarded with the Aegis shield. Woojin confirmed it once again. Yes, that guy promised it himself. The moment it hit his ears, Osechin burst into loud laughter. These guys are putting on a brilliant comedy act. His laughter left him puzzled. What do you mean? Pausing for about 2 seconds, Osechin calmly recounted. Secretary Lee just dug up a very interesting stack of documents. The file in his hand clearly stated a failure report during the clearing of the Mount Fuji dungeon. 20-20-20. Report author, Yoshimura. As if he'd just caught onto a fun joke, Osechin said, they don't even have the item themselves. What right do they have to offer it as a reward? Kim Woojin sharply caught on, you mean to say. Exactly as you guessed, he continued, that Aegis shield is currently still buried in the Mount Fuji dungeon. Right in the center of the city, a spatial portal suddenly cracked open. The media had been waiting in massive crowds outside the entrance from very early on. Reporter Kim, stationed up high, was recording the panoramic view below. This is the entrance leading to the A+ rank, 4th-floor Hellhound dungeon. Players from countless guilds across the globe are pouring in. The vanguard force leading the charge is none other than Isaac Ivanov's team from the Messiah Guild. Simultaneously, the TV anchor also announced, following the death of player Kim Woojin a while ago, the hammer of public opinion is still aimed straight at the Japanese government. It remains unclear what Japan's reaction will be. Just as reporter Kim was presenting, a deafening noise suddenly echoed from behind him, despite the Japanese government committing to adequate compensation, but... Reporter Kim looked back in panic. What was that? Is there an incident? Unknowingly when, a terrifying explosion erupted right nearby, causing the news hounds to scramble and run for their lives. His eyes were stamped with terror. What the hell is this? Another aftershock continued to bombard, with an explosive force 10,000 times more horrifying. The lens of reporter Kim's camera was instantly struck with static. Seeing that, the live broadcast anchor anxiously called out, Reporter Kim, Reporter Kim. At the same time, news helicopters were circling the epicenter of the explosion. The cameraman on the helicopter also turned pale upon witnessing the tragedy. The entire ground below was now nothing but a desolate wasteland. It turned out reporter Kim had passed out. The cameraman frantically rushed over and shook reporter Kim. Are you okay? Can you get up? Fortunately, he was still conscious enough to scramble up. Yes, for now. A second later, the cameraman let out a heavy sigh, pulling reporter Kim up by the armpits. Why did this suddenly happen? Suddenly he stammered and stopped him. Wait, hold on. The entrance. Is it blocked off? In the blink of an eye, every news outlet simultaneously published the horrific tragedy at the entrance of the 4th-floor A+ rank dungeon in Japan, a shocking terrorist bombing. Expert researcher Dr. Kim Min-gu stated that, theoretically, the gate would automatically close after a set period. Isaac Ivanov's party was trapped inside the dungeon. The actual survival and clear rates plummeted to absolute zero. Isaac Ivanov, the gods had finally turned their backs on him. With terrorism striking again, the Japanese government once more faced a storm of criticism for their lax security. The next morning, at Sukahara Ken's camp, he enthusiastically offered his praise. The scheme to trap them behind that gate, it sounds quite pleasing to the ear. But instead of that, I will plant 6 loyal followers to tail them. Hearing this, Sakura doubtfully retorted, but master, is it necessary to go to such extremes? They are just greenhorns setting foot in a 4th-floor dungeon, and unfortunately got an A+ rank at that. By now, they're probably already tasting hell in there. Even we had to taste bitter defeat countless times before giving up, so what can those 2 lives possibly accomplish? I bet with you, master, They don't even have a shred of hunting morale left. Silence fell for about 2 seconds, the bamboo water pipe in the garden flowing with a gentle babble. Sakura then continued her unfinished train of thought. But I really didn't expect you to be in the mood for playing around like this. Seemingly not on her wavelength yet, Sukahara Ken raised an eyebrow and retorted, playing around. Sakura hastily clarified, I mean the Aegis shield. Master promised it as a reward while that artifact is still buried deep inside the dungeon. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering a joke. Do I look like I'm joking? Sukahara Ken's stony expression startled her. Could it not be a joke? A moment later, he leisurely spoke. Lately, the number of snoops looking for the whereabouts of that shield has been growing, a legendary masterpiece that plays a core role in dungeon raids. Therefore, if news leaks out that we are hoarding an item of that caliber and still suffering defeat, the vigilance of the players regarding that dungeon will be pushed higher and higher. If those aiming to clear the dungeon prepare their equipment more thoroughly, wouldn't our side be at a disadvantage? From now on, I will use the Aegis shield as bait for those thirsting for the Hellhound dungeon. This trick is both a lucrative bait and a perfect trap. This way, any foolish fools who risk their lives rushing in for the reward will be buried alive in that grave forever. From deep within the dungeon, Li Jin Ah's voice echoed, I keep wondering how the hell that even happened. In the end, it's just the two of us old men stuck in here. Anyway, how the hell did you foresee that? Are you a shaman or something? How did you predict it so perfectly? Sharply, Kim Woojin untangled the knot, because roasting both you and me right outside would bring about countless complications. Hearing this, he was so shocked he roared. How the hell did you sniff out the bombing right at the entrance? He ignored the question, letting himself drift into memories. Memories of his past life suddenly flooded Woojin's mind. Before his regression, the obstacles of the Messiah Guild were often brutally wiped out right inside the dungeons. For tough opponents that were hard to take down with pure strength, the tactic of trapping them to die a slow death inside a dungeon was as common as daily meals. Using bombs as a tool to clear out trash like this was exactly one of the dirty tricks the Sword Saint personally taught him back then. Kim Woojin's unusually silent demeanor left Li Jin Ah dumbfounded. Did you even hear a word? I asked how you knew, but not wanting to reveal his identity as a regressor, he cut him off. Drop it, keep the noise down. From this moment on, put all your focus into slaughtering monsters first. If we want to scrape together 20,000 monsters, the two of us need to get our spirits up. Meanwhile, in the 5-floor B+ rank dungeon, the monster forest boundary. Notification, you have completed the 10-day consecutive survival challenge, directly teleporting to the 5th floor. Johann Georg held his gun firmly, coldly trampling on the corpse of the beast that had just breathed its last. He calmly waved his hand to give a command. In just a blink of an eye, the horde of servants immediately and strictly executed it. Right after, Johann Georg stretched his hand forward again. Catching the signal, his pair of subordinates also simultaneously repeated the action. You have awakened a skeleton soldier. The moment Johann Georg activated the skill, a brilliant halo burst forth, enveloping everything in the forest. The Bony Legion also gathered around him following that light. It seemed this majestic scene made Johann Georg smile smugly. The system dropped a notification, you have summoned the Tome of Death. A dazzling artifact materialized. A moment later, the Tome of Death rested securely in the palm of Johann Georg's hand. He parted his lips in a satisfied smile while admiring the book. Proceeding to the 3rd floor of the Hellhound dungeon. Li Jin Ah was pummeled flat into the mud. He bitterly gritted his teeth and groaned, this bullshit, this monster is no joke. At that exact moment, the bone dragon scrambled out from his coat and remarked, I didn't expect it to be this much of a struggle, totally off my calculations. Then it calmly asked a question. Most of those who dragged themselves into a 4-floor dungeon end up losing their lives right on the 3rd floor. Do you know exactly why? Hearing a few nonsense questions made Li Jin Ah snap and yell, how the hell would I know that trivial stuff? What exactly are you trying to spout? He couldn't be bothered to argue with the bone dragon, because at this moment, he was running on fumes defending against the creature in front of him. Right now, I don't have the energy to play Q&A. Finishing his sentence, he slowly hoisted himself up, facing the massive ogre head-on. Without a shred of hesitation, Li Jin Ah dashed forward like flying. He rushed in, cleanly landing a few slashes on the ogre. This attack infuriated it, Fury was clearly etched in its bloodshot eyes. Right after, it unleashed a heavy punch slamming straight down on Li Jin-ah's position. Luckily, he narrowly dodged it. The pressure from the ogre made Li Jin-ah briefly feel a chill down his spine. Suddenly, he sniffed out an aura of death closing in. Before he could digest the information, a sledgehammer blow from the ogre accurately smashed into his body. Just a mere collision was enough to send him flying far away like a deflated balloon. Ultimately, he slammed his back hard against the rocky cliff. Then his body went limp, falling freely to the ground. Only then did the bone dragon peek its head out to nag, "If you're too lazy to solve the puzzle, I guess my hands are tied. I'll just point the answer straight at your face. The reason is that the majority will skimp on stamina on the 3rd floor to save their strength to sweep the 4th floor." Even threw in some extra knowledge. While clearing a dungeon, pacing energy and stamina truly means life and death. But when facing the 3rd floor boss, the orc, the attitude of saving strength is nothing short of seeking death. Hearing those words made Li Jin-ah's blood boil. "You little brat, you knew that truth so well yet dared to leave me stranded and vanish to who knows where. When are you going to send the skeleton soldiers as backup, huh?" The bone dragon leisurely salvaged the situation. The problem just now was originally only applicable to mediocre players. "But if it's you, I wholeheartedly believe you're tough enough to make mincemeat out of that orc." The basis for its confidence that Li Jin-ah could mince the ogre was because you are still wearing the pelt of the Nemean lion, so I bet for sure there won't be any loopholes. The words spoken acted like a splash of cold water, helping Li Jin-ah snap out of his delirium from taking a beating all this time. Looking back, it made sense. He had taken a barrage of heavy damage so far, but the Styx River's blessing skill hadn't triggered even once. Immediately, the system panel rolled out his skill stats. Nemean lion pelt. Item rank, legendary. Requirement, level 100 and above. This is the animal pelt that the unmatched hero Hercules once wore. You will resist damage from all attacks. Side effects, increases physical defense by 100% when equipped, increases magical defense by 100% when equipped, activates the heroic majesty attribute. While he was spacing out, the bone dragon suddenly screamed, "But looking at your sluggish state, maybe my judgment was totally wrong. Got a call for emergency backup." Li Jin-ah, getting roared at in the ear, panicked and waved his hands. "No need, drop it. I just assumed everything was going according to the old script, so I stuck around biding my time. What can those skeleton soldiers even do? Do you think I can't swallow this thing whole by myself?" At that very moment, in a certain corner, a young man was painting a smug smile on his lips. As for the current Li Jin-ah, he cleared his throat and instructed the bone dragon, "Just toss this battlefield to me, you go handle your own business." Hearing this, the bone dragon also quickly disappeared to do its duty, but left an open-ended remark, "I'll remember that whenever you're out of breath, just call my name." Ending the verbal spar with the bone dragon, Li Jin-ah felt as if his enthusiasm was pumped back up. Just catching a glimpse of his straight posture, the ogre immediately charged forward with full force. He himself didn't bother holding back, rushing straight at the opponent. The two sides were evenly matched, getting into position ready to deal each other an earth-shattering punch. A deafening sound echoed across the space. A figure had just left footprints on the bone-strewn ground. Kim Woojin let out a satisfied sigh, finally decided to show its face. His gaze drilled deep into the dark cave piled high with mountains of human skulls. Next, he stepped forward, picked up the human skull wearing an iron helmet, and hurriedly activated his skill. The eye of Anubis flared to life. The memory tape of that skull slowly replayed. "Yes, the Sword Saint personally entrusted the Aegis shield to you. Holding that item, those hellhounds are just mosquitoes. Even more monstrous things could be dealt with beautifully." Eerie voices echoed in Kim Woojin's ears. This guy led a division to clash with the ogre, yet the outcome was as tragic as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. "Bastard. We should have gone all out right from the first shot. What the hell was the point of using underhanded tricks?" Provoked by the underlings, the ogre went uncontrollably berserk. Including the tragedy, the captain took a fatal blow, breaking the knights' hearts. "I'm sorry, it's because I was stingy with my skills that the captain suffered collateral damage. Yet the commander couldn't bear to blame them, instead taking the fault upon himself. You guys committed no crime to apologize for, you just strictly followed my orders. The fault lies in my arrogance." Before drawing his last breath, he still forced himself to entrust the precious shield to his loyal subordinate. "You take it, you must slaughter the hellhound and bring it back straight to the Sword Saint. Consider it fulfilling our dying wish." Finishing his final words, he passed away, leaving the young knight wailing in tears. "Captain, please open your eyes. Captain." Swallowing the tragic memory whole, Kim Woojin frowned in calculation. It seems the Aegis shield is resting on the 4th floor. Deploying an entire elite force, even fully equipped with the Aegis shield, and still suffering defeat. His analytical mind started spinning. Is it because this is an A+ rank dungeon, so it harbors countless accompanying risks? The Aegis shield currently sits on the throne of defensive items, doesn't it? He imagined the Aegis shield being more than enough to block the ogre's attacks, but he himself was still half skeptical. Perhaps it can hold back the pressure from the Hellhound to a certain limit, but it wouldn't be too late to take my time and discover that. Putting that aside, he was also curious about Sukahara Ken's attitude after this read. But more than anything, suppose I hog the Aegis shield for myself and proudly leave the dungeon, how distorted would the Sword Saint's face get? Just visualizing that scenario made him excited, far beyond expectations. At the same time, in an unknown place, a system panel interface suddenly popped up. A pair of eyes was glued to every line of text on the panel. A barrage of news covered the screen densely. Day 17 since Isaac Ivanov's group got stuck in the dungeon, currently unable to access interviews with the dungeon expert group. Survival rate is extremely bleak. Sensational news, who is qualified to shoulder Isaac Ivanov's legacy? Breaking news, Johann Georg Joseph smoothly clears the 5-floor B+ rank dungeon. Will the 10 Necromancers and Johann Georg forge a new horizon? The Messiah Guild decides to fully sponsor Johann Georg Joseph. Tons of public comments flooded in. Nedum is terrible, what on earth is going on? How can this guy compare to Isaac Ivanov, so fake? Izo commented, Isaac Ivanov only lasted in a 4-floor dungeon, while Johann Georg soloed a 5-floor one, how can you even compare? Dark Mage, either way, the name Isaac Ivanov is considered dead and gone. Hapyo Park Shinhai, the Necromancer secured an exclusive sponsorship deal from the Messiah Guild. Long live the Messiah Guild, now we can only put our faith in the Messiah Guild. Park Shin-hai quickly skimmed through a few news pages, then turned around to report. Kim Woojin of the Phoenix Guild has been eradicated by the Sword Saint. The duo on Isaac Ivanov's side got buried alive in the dungeon. The probability of them dying is almost absolute. Relying on that chain of events, she stated with certainty, coincidentally Johann Georg is obediently following our drawn lines, so the wave of public opinion is shifting towards us in a very advantageous direction. In short, she dropped a sentence. No matter what, with the chessboard ending like this, our side is the fisherman who reaps the benefits. However, upon hearing this, Lee Sejun just smirked mockingly and questioned, don't you find this situation incredibly laughable? The abrupt question caught Park Shin-hai off guard. Yes, is there a problem? Lee Sejun coldly brought it up. In a blink it's been 3 whole years since that abnormal gate emerged in the heart of Seoul. You probably haven't forgotten the incident there, right? He calmly recounted, there was once a lunatic who frantically cursed me to die. Back then, that bastard firmly believed that I couldn't haul myself out of the dungeon alive. The image of a stubbornly reckless Lee Jin-soo manifested clearly in his mind. Then he glanced at Park Shin-hai, looking exactly like you do now. Lee Sejun's tone steadily continued, as you can see, I didn't die in that godforsaken place. Suddenly he felt grateful to Lee Jin-soo. Not only was my life preserved, but my power soared to the peak. Considered from certain angles, my glorious achievement today is entirely thanks to that bastard. From time to time, I realize that truth. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest. Then he coldly uttered a profound sentence. Thinking back, isn't this a move that's both laughable and worthy of praise? His gaze swept across the screen and he pondered, Isaac Ivanov, this name. It seemed he was kindling a strange emotion for Kim Woojin under the mask of Isaac Ivanov. I have a hunch this guy will perfectly replicate the me of the past. Park Shin-hai fell silent, focusing all her attention on Lee Sejun. Park Shin-hai, you must also be struggling with that thought, aren't you? Finally he concluded with a sentence. Hypothetically, if he has the huge luck to crawl out this time, I want to personally meet him face to face once. A streak of light from the ground tore through the sky. Lee Jin-ah panted like a bellows, the notification panel rang out. You have defeated the orc, level up successful. Rolling right next to him was the rotting corpse of the ogre. At that exact moment, Kim Woojin suddenly appeared leading 2 skeleton soldiers. He exclaimed with satisfaction, cleaned up neater than I thought. Not stopping there, he even mocked Lee Jin-ah. I was worried something might happen, so I dragged the skeleton gang here, but looking at your attitude earlier, you probably didn't even need them to lift a finger, right? You still look plenty energetic." Provoked by him, Li Jin-ah sprang up, screaming and cursing, "Are you blind calling me energetic? I just took a stroll around Hell's Gate, you bastard. What corner were you hiding in and only waited to show your face right when I finished the job, huh?" Kim Woojin ignored that pile of vulgar words, nonchalantly retorting, "Hiding where? Since when did you judge me as the cowardly type who hides in the bushes, huh? Besides, I clearly told you that whenever you got exhausted I would deploy the skeleton soldiers to the rescue." Ignoring how worn out his friend was, he decisively set the plan anyway. The battlefield is considered swept clean. Pack up your gear and let's drag ourselves to the 4th floor. Li Jin-ah, being hoisted up by the skeletons, immediately threw a fit, resisting loudly. "Wait, hold on, am I too easygoing so you guys are pushing your luck? Hey, drag your ass over here right now." Turning a deaf ear to his noisy friend's yells, Kim Woojin smiled with satisfaction and gave an instruction to the system. "Teleport to the 4th floor." In a deserted area, a figure glued his eyes to the newspaper while muttering, "Everything is on the right track." Lee Jisoo caught the hidden meaning right upon hearing it, immediately asking, "Are you referring to the Hellhound dungeon, sir?" The man across from her instantly nodded in confirmation. Osechin tossed the newspaper aside, smiling triumphantly as he said, "The public is vying to hold a funeral for Isaac Ivanov. The press is making a complete mess of things." The statement made Lee Jisoo wonder, is the Hellhound really that formidable, overpowering even a hatchling? Osechin pondered for a moment, then explained, calling it strong might be an overstatement, using the word venomous might be more accurate. Based on his knowledge about the Hellhound, hellfire spews from its snout. Once struck, it will scorch the victim until they turn to ashes. Therefore, to take the life of this beast, players are forced to equip absolute top-tier artifacts. In the ranks of legendary items, there are very few armor sets that possess indestructible defense skills. Hypothetically, in the absence of such top-tier items, honestly no sane person would dare venture in to clear it. Not stopping there, he dug up more classified info on the Hellhound, especially that it holds a regeneration skill far surpassing even a troll, so its balance of offense and defense can be considered perfect. Speaking up to here, Osechin let out a prolonged silence. Lee Jisoo's voice choked up. She spoke tremblingly, "Will Li Jin-ah be able to handle it?" Osechin frowned and replied seriously, "Don't rush to worry. Normally his personality only revolves around pots and pans, but once he steps into battle, he'll fight tooth and nail to the bitter end." He placed his absolute trust in Li Jin-ah, boldly affirming, "Since when has there ever been an easy dungeon? This time, we just have to trust that they will pull the weeds out by the roots." Finally, he closed the books with one sentence. "Besides, it's not like Li Jin-ah is putting on a one-man show. With Kim Woojin assisting in battle, everything is still under control. They will walk out in one piece just like always." Cutting back to the events inside the dungeon. A hand suddenly clamped tightly onto the edge of the cliff. Kim Woojin, carrying the Aegis shield, was struggling to swing himself up the rocky outcrop. As soon as he climbed to the top, he was so exhausted he lay sprawled out on the ground. He took in gasps of air while muttering, "Falling into this obscure corner cost me no small amount of energy digging it out, no joke." All of a sudden he realized he was lucky to possess the memory reading skill, otherwise he definitely would have lost his way. Without the Eye of Anubis, even if he successfully cleared the dungeon, this item would probably slumber here forever, because it was stuck right in the throat of a jagged crack in the terrain. While he was drifting in a tangled mess, Li Jin-ah's scream woke him up. "Kim Woojin, you damn bastard, scramble up and save me right now." At that exact moment, an entire wolf lunged from behind him. Naturally, he had anticipated the situation, twisting his body to deliver a palm strike to the wolf, while conveniently taking a jab at his friend. "I'm running my pants off over here, and you still have the mood to lay there enjoying the moon." Conveniently, he also brought up the issue of always being used as the vanguard punching bag to complain. "How the hell do you keep pushing these wretched roles onto me day after day, huh?" Kim Woojin, hearing this, immediately put on a completely unfazed expression, indifferently asking back, "So what exactly is the role you just mentioned?" That nonchalant attitude made Li Jin-ah furious. He strained his neck and yelled loudly, "Are you messing with me? You know damn well and still pretend to wonder. You always grab the easy part and get to look cool, while I constantly have to drag my ass out to do these brutally dangerous stunts." The words barely left his mouth when he spun around to choke the life out of some unlucky black wolf. Then he kept complaining incessantly, "What a sly bastard." Throwing the monster's corpse into a corner, he beat his chest and boldly declared, "I need human rights too, you punk." Li Jin-ah furiously interrogated Kim Woojin. "Do you think I have bodies of brass and iron so taking hits doesn't sting? From the third floor until now you've just been strolling around, your mind only frantically hunting for that shield at all costs. In the end, are you here on a raid or gold mining, huh?" This whole barrage left Kim Woojin temporarily speechless, not even bothering to retort. Just as Li Jin-ah was passionately spitting out bitter words, an invisible surge of pressure suddenly struck, making him stagger. "I'm just biting my tongue and enduring it because I have a good heart." The absolute defense effect of the Aegis shield officially activates. An item with an eternal trait cannot be crushed. A chilling wave of murderous intent brushed past. He shivered, slowly turning his neck to look back. Unexpectedly, that chaotic energy rushed straight at Li Jin-ah's position as fast as lightning. Natural reflexes told him to throw his arms up to shield his weak points. Shutting his eyes tight, waiting for the pain but feeling absolutely nothing, he shockingly opened his eyelids. Catching his eye was Kim Woojin's back. He was firmly using the Aegis shield to block all the fatal damage. Despite the ferocious sweeping attack, Kim Woojin remained calm, swinging the Aegis shield. The perfect defense effect of the artifact immediately bloomed. This item carries everlasting power, forever immune to damage. Hiding deep in the pitch-black night, a giant creature emitting terrifying pressure slowly stepped forward. Right after, its pack flooded out, forming a tight perimeter around Li Jin-ah and Kim Woojin. Witnessing Kim Woojin's godly blocking ability, Li Jin-ah dropped his jaw, stammering in shock that thing. Kim Woojin smirked and turned around, proudly declaring, "Spot on, it is exactly the Aegis shield we went through the trouble of hunting down. Well, now do you still dare say I sat around doing nothing and wandered aimlessly?" Despite being mocked by his golden buddy, Li Jin-ah instantly flipped his attitude like flipping a pancake, laughing and brown-nosing. "You do me wrong saying that, buddy. It's just that I was a bit frustrated earlier so my mouth slipped. Digging out a top-tier shield like this, you really are a prophet." Too lazy to argue with the slippery guy, Kim Woojin tossed the shield over to him and ordered, "Done checking it out. So let's get moving and get out of this dungeon right." Instantly, the system interface displayed the item's detailed attributes. Aegis shield rank, legendary, requirement, level 1 and above. This is the absolute sturdiest shield forged by Hephaestus himself, immune to any breakage. When infused with mana or internal energy, the protective light of the gods will descend, providing an absolute layer of defense. At this time, Kim Woojin lowered his voice and reminded his childhood friend, "You must be extremely wary of that hellfire." He didn't forget to add a threat. "If you accidentally let that fire scorch you, consider yourself crippled. No way to even twitch, let alone fight." Li Jin-ah's face remained unchanged, even slapping the shield in his hand arrogantly. "With this Aegis bad boy providing cover, what are you still panicking about? Let me go up and clear the path." Right at the moment Kim Woojin was about to speak, "I still have one more issue I haven't had the chance to tell you." Suddenly, a demonic deep purple halo flared up right behind Li Jin-ah. He was still looking dumbfounded over his shoulder to see what it was, when Kim Woojin had already screamed in panic, "Dodge now." A purple stream of energy-carrying terrifying power slammed straight into their position again. Fortunately, the two of them rolled away in time. Li Jin-ah frowned in confusion. What kind of demonic trick is this? The Hellhound is still standing way over there, so where did that attack just now come from? He cluelessly darted his eyes around to check all 4 directions, only for his eyes to widen when he discovered something horrifying. His tone trembled with panic. "What is that hulking mass over there?" On the contrary, Kim Woojin remained as steady as a rock, as if everything was within his calculations. As expected, everything is identical to what I observed through the eye of Anubis. Then he leisurely explained. This perfectly explains why so many who held the Aegis shield in their hands still lost their lives on raids. On this side stands a Hellhound, and on the opposite side there's also an identical one, because this place houses a total of 2 Hellhounds. Li Jin-ah's face clearly showed bewilderment and terror. This truth made his heart skip a beat, yelling loudly, "Are you kidding me, 2 Hellhounds?" He angrily turned around to interrogate Kim Woojin. "You knew perfectly well there was a pair of these Hellhounds, and you dared to stay mute as a clam without saying half a word to me, huh? Using his beast-like body to hold up the shield blocking the beast's lethal attack, he yelled angrily right in the face of his bastard teammate. "Now that the water is up to our necks, what good does spitting it out do?" The words had barely ended when the hellhound's destructive breath arrived, swallowing the area where the two were standing. Of course, the two of them remained safe and sound, thanks to the Aegis shield acting as a barricade. The problem was the enemy had a total of 2 hellhounds. Li Jin-ah started getting cold feet, anxiously asking, "We only got 1 shield, what's the plan now?" While his heart was pounding and legs shaking, he glanced over only to see his best friend's figure had vanished without a trace, his voice faintly echoing back, "The two of us can't just bunch up in one spot forever." This act of abandoning him in the middle of nowhere made his blood pressure spike, straining his neck to curse. "I'm risking life and death holding my arms wide to shield him, and that bastard just slipped away to who knows where." In the very next blink, Kim Woojin suddenly popped out right in front of Li Jin-ah's nose and gently finalized, "Spot on like you said, we can't stick together. There's only one toy so you handle one by yourself." Although it sounded reasonable, Li Jin-ah still nervously broke a sweat, "I know that, but who's gonna carry the other one?" Unexpectedly, Kim Woojin yelled loudly in warning, "Look behind you." Startled out of his wits by the scream, Li Jin-ah frantically cast his eyes backward. Not missing a beat, he slammed the Aegis shield straight forward to block the terrifying ambush. Unfortunately, the demonic dog's power was so horrifying that even a brute like him had to struggle backwards and grit his teeth, groaning in pain. Seeing the tense situation, Kim Woojin urgently roared his comrade's name, Li Jin-ah. Responding to the call was only the sound of roaring wind and blinding dust. Piercing through the fog of dirt and sand, Li Jin-ah's silhouette staggered and then collapsed, full of exhaustion. Suddenly, he realized an ominous omen. Looking again, he panicked when one of his arms was already clinging with hellfire. His face turned pale, screaming noisily, burning to a crisp. At the same time, the system notification coldly rang out, "Hellfire Undying Inferno has scorched the target." In extreme panic, Li Jin-ah rolled around on the ground hoping to extinguish the flame, his mouth endlessly howling, "Hey you, don't just stand there staring blankly, come help me put out the fire right now." Kim Woojin hurriedly ordered, "Li Jin-ah, calm down, strip off your armor now." Hearing the instruction, Li Jin-ah clumsily unbuckled the arm guard that was burning brightly with dark flames. Watching the premium armor piece turn to ashes in the demonic flame, he terrifyingly shivered and muttered, "The trouble with this kind of fire isn't its temperature, is it?" The demonic hound, seeing its delicious prey slip from its mouth, bared its fangs and growled in sheer fury. Then it threw its head back and let out a piercing howl that tore through space. The minion wolves instantly received the signal, crazily baring fangs and claws to pounce toward the duo of Li Jin-ah and Kim Woojin. His comedic nature kicking in, Li Jin-ah was still cluelessly unable to digest the situation. What the heck is it now? Another twist. The pack of demonic wolves had by now locked onto their target, their eyes glinting with bloodshot murderous intent. The number of the Hellhound's wolf pack was roughly 100 at a glance. They formed a formation, sealing all escape routes for Li Jin-ah and Kim Woojin. Seeing the beast horde charging like moths to a flame, Li Jin-ah gritted his teeth and finalized, "With this bored state, the only option left is to drop bait while keeping our ears pricked to dodge the hellfire." Finishing his sentence, he swung his hand, scooping up a few wolf heads, sending them to the afterlife. Seeing that Kim Woojin didn't even help fight but was fidgeting to sneak away, Li Jin-ah yelled bitterly, "Hey you bastard, what the hell have you been scheming in your head? Where do you think you're crawling off to?" Kim Woojin ignored the complaints, his hands rhythmically and leisurely slaughtering every wolf blocking his path. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. Running into these hellhounds reminds me of an old tale. Searching through his memory, back when he carried his sword alongside his comrades from the Messiah Guild to sweep an 8th-floor dungeon, the boss Cerberus had driven this pack of hellhounds out to act as meat shields. No matter how overpowering the 3-headed dog Cerberus was, it ultimately met a painful death by his hands. At that time, he had glanced over the pile of hell wolf corpses he had butchered with his own hands, looking back now, after that dungeon-clearing campaign back then. Their mutilated corpses were scattered everywhere like straw. The number of hellhounds he had personally weeded out was not small. Returning to the present, as Kim Woojin was still diligently swinging his hands to slaughter. A conceited smile crept up the corners of his lips, as he mentally counted the number of hellhounds he had massacred in his past life, which was around 20 or 30. At the same time, in the reality outside, a breaking report just reached Park Yang-won's ears, causing his face to darken as he growled, "Did you just say Kim Woojin isn't dead?" Secretary Kim urgently presented a letter on the desk, respectfully replying, "Yes, sir. He intentionally sent this parcel back to you." Without wasting half a second, Park Yang-won violently tore open the envelope to skim through the contents inside. His pupils dilated violently with every sharp, cold line of text. The paper clearly stated, "Being constantly threatened with death by Japanese terrorists left me with no choice but to fake my death. When the time is right, I will definitely return to the headquarters to give a detailed report. P.S. Right now, I desperately need clean money to find a safe way across the border." Attached was a lengthy bank account number, and upon reading this part, Park Yang-won finally understood why Kim Woojin played the golden cicada shedding its shell trick. After reading the entire text, Park Yang-won suddenly broke into a delighted smile, clicking his tongue in praise so that little brat is still breathing. With this attitude, even if he were thrown to the bottom of the East Sea, he would still find his own way back to life. Then he turned to instruct Secretary Kim, "Do this discreetly, do not let any news leak out, for now just pump money into that account for him." This paradoxical order made Secretary Kim frown in confusion. "Yes, but..." She hesitated and pressed further, "This guy's whereabouts are truly full of blind spots. Even if he was threatened, isn't it entirely abnormal that he only bothered to report to us now? Do you genuinely still want to place your trust in him?" Park Yang-won didn't utter a word of agreement, merely smirking faintly. Finally, he crumpled the flimsy piece of paper, coldly declaring, "I have never trusted him. He is simply a capable pawn paving the way for my ambitions." His expression clearly revealed his treacherous nature as he schemed against Kim Woojin. "Isn't that brat surviving a huge bargain? This is the very gold mine for us to recoup all our invested capital. Wait until I squeeze every last drop of his value dry, he'll understand just how miserable the price is for daring to lead me by the nose." The camera panned back to the battlefield, where the hellhound was still roaring at the top of its lungs to command its minions. Lee Jin-ah was currently staring wide-eyed at Kim Woojin's slaughtering style. This guy's combat moves are seriously mind-boggling. Kim Woojin's reckless fighting style made him shiver without being cold, charging into a pack of hell wolves bare-handed and without even wearing protective gear. "I thought you were tired of living and wanted to kick the bucket." Staring intently at every one of Kim Woojin's fluid footworks, he gradually realized a harsh truth. Everything was completely far from his imagination. That movement tempo was exactly like. Deep down, a solid conclusion popped into his mind. He had already read the entire biting trajectory of those hellhounds beforehand. This truth left Lee Jin-ah deeply bewildered, but wasn't this clearly his first encounter with this demonic breed? His curiosity about Kim Woojin's true abilities was pushed to the climax. How the hell did he forge such terrifying reflexes? Racking his brains to no avail, he had to set it aside to pour all his strength into the life-or-death gamble before him. No matter how vicious hellfire is, the core principle is just not letting it cling to your body to stay alive, right? Back to Kim Woojin, after a satisfying session of clearing out the small fries, his sights were locked onto the alpha. "Now you are the only main dish left." The current situation was completely reversed. It was the hellhound itself that had to brace itself to fend off Kim Woojin's party. Suddenly, he threw the tool in his hand onto the ground. Grumbling, equipment pieced together from bones really melts way too easily. His mouth complained, but the corners of his lips curled into a triumphant smile, "But it doesn't matter anyway." Silently and seamlessly, a series of incredibly long spears with razor-sharp tips pierced through the ground and thrust straight up. They sprouted up densely like mushrooms after the rain. Kim Woojin lightly pulled a spear into his hand, loudly declaring, "I have already set the table." The status board immediately listed the weapon specs. Black bone spear. Rank, legendary. Equipment requirement, level 50 or above. Physical, plus 110. This is a spear carved from the remains of a black monster. Although the damage isn't overwhelmingly superior, its durability and sturdiness are absolutely extraordinary. The demon dog glared at its enemy with bloodshot eyes, a mixture of wariness and overflowing killing intent. Kim Woojin easily ignored that pressure, pouting contemptuously, "How dull, all the trump cards have already been laid on the table." Next, he pointed the spear tip straight at the beast, arrogantly challenging it, "Now let's both take our time enjoying the finale." In the nick of time, Li Jin-ah dashed over to his position, roaring to stop him. Wait. As if possessed by some ghost or demon, his golden buddy just stood right in front of his spear tip. Kim Woojin's face darkened as he irritably questioned, "What kind of crazy fit are you throwing out of nowhere?" Li Jin-ah panted heavily, spitting out words reeking of righteousness. "No way, I can't just stand here acting as a punching bag dummy forever. A true manly man has to show some proper form." He patted his chest and confidently swore, "Leave this last beast to me." That eloquent statement forced Kim Woojin to shift his gaze to reevaluate his teammate. The corners of his lips curled up with a profound implication. "Are you sure you can swallow it down?" Li Jin-ah cheerfully replied, "Nonsense, of course I can." Suddenly he threw the shield back toward Kim Woojin, leaving him dumbfounded as he asked, Why aren't you using the shield?" He casually pulled up a bone spear, loudly declaring, "Because if I constantly have to carry the feeling that I am a burden holding others back." The flame of fighting spirit in his chest boiled hotter than ever, "Then I'll be too restless to bear it." Blurting out up to here, it seemed a fragment of memory suddenly rushed back. Li Jin-ah lowered his voice, "Besides." The image of the day Li Jisoo dragged her battered, blood-soaked body back appeared once again. The moment he and Oh Sechin turned pale and rushed over to support the girl was also the moment he swore a vicious oath in his heart. "I too have important lives that I must sacrifice myself to protect." The frame of Li Jisoo suppressing her pain and collapsing onto Oh Sechin's shoulder kept haunting Li Jin-ah's mind endlessly. Li Jisoo's tears had forged an ironclad will, and precisely for that reason, I must dedicate all my strength even more. He growled in the depths of his heart, "I am obligated to be stronger than anyone else." Taking a step back, at a certain heavily fortified stronghold, a large number of prisoners were being placed under house arrest by some mysterious faction. The iron gates of the fortress remained tightly sealed shut. Buried deep inside, a clandestine negotiation was taking place. "I will settle this fairly with this." The woman concealing her tracks in the exchange was none other than Sakura from the Phoenix Guild. Sweeping her eyes over the briefcase on the desk, Sakura frowned and probed, "What is that?" The merchant opposite her smiled hypocritically, explaining, "What is it? The commission bribery fee, what else?" Outside the barricade, a dry volley of bullets had already begun to fire. Hot bullet casings clinked as they scattered across the concrete floor. Foul blood pooled, dyeing an entire area bright red, accompanied by a bland report about sweeping the natives loitering around the pathway. The sleazy merchant gleefully flipped open the briefcase, his mouth running a mile a minute. "Thanks to your support, my business has been soaring like a kite in the wind lately." Sakura didn't utter a word, merely picking up the stack of cash coldly to inspect it. After checking one bundle, she furiously slammed the pile of money straight back into the briefcase, roaring, "What the hell are you yapping about?" The woman's wrath made the merchant shrink back in fear. "Do you think we risk our lives just to scrape together these meager pennies?" Sakura indignantly slammed the table. The agreement clearly stated compensation in the form of physical items or skill books. The merchant, sweating bullets, explained himself. "I am no stranger to the Phoenix Guild's cooperation rules. The catch is that my item supply chain has been hitting some bumps lately." Took a handkerchief to dab the sweat off his forehead, stammering his presentation. "In these times, even if you hug a mountain of cash, you can only grit your teeth and head to the black market to buy things. Not to mention those dungeons roaming out there have toxicity that is way too high. Sending people in is no different from sending troops to a meat grinder." Just as he was about to sob, "That's why I'm stuck and can't go hunting for items myself," Sakura pounded her hand repeatedly on the table, shouting loudly, "You old geezer." She lunged forward, firmly declaring, "On this lawless strip of Amazon land, the orders issued by us are the absolute law of heaven." Sensing the stench of death approaching, the merchant panicked and begged, "Wait a minute." But she turned a deaf ear, grabbing him by the collar and grinding out every word. "Since when did you low-life parasites dare to play dirty tricks right under our noses, huh?" Sakura brought her cold, sharp face close to the merchant, dropping a threat. "Open your mouth and utter even half another word, and I will slice off your tongue and throw it to the dogs to chew on immediately." Facing the Grim Reaper, the merchant was scared out of his wits, hastily covering his mouth tightly, pleading, "No, please, miss." Despite his crying, Sakura still heartlessly raised her hand. Then she forcefully shoved her hand straight into the man's throat, forcing him to stammer out choked, "Please, please spare my life. I've learned my lesson for good. Please don't." just when he thought his fate was about to be sent to the grave by this woman. Out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning tore through the ceiling and struck straight down onto the top of the merchant's head. As a result, his body was charred black like a lump of coal before collapsing onto the ground. In that moment, Sakura panicked and spun around. Hugh Fraser had been leaning against the door with folded arms since who knows when, raising his voice to reprimand Sakura. "I already told you it's forbidden to waste garbage time on such nonsense." Upon seeing his figure, Sakura awkwardly bowed low, "Leader." The one who had just cast the lightning to send the merchant to the afterlife was none other than Hugh Fraser. Having taken a person's life without so much as a change in expression, he only grumbled in annoyance. Why on earth would you waste saliva on low-class trash? Staring intently at the object he had just tossed onto the table, Sakura was so astounded that she stuttered, "This thing." A card radiating a sparkling halo was resting quietly on the wooden surface. Hugh Fraser, the man bearing the title of Thunder Emperor, and simultaneously the figurehead of the Phoenix Guild, lowered his voice to correct Sakura. "Cut the red tape, just resolve it swiftly, got it?" Returning to the base of Kim Woojin's party, the two of them had thrown themselves into a brawl with the Hellhound all night, until dawn. The demon dog now had a body riddled with injuries, too tragic to bear looking at. Right next to its snout, Li Jin-ah was so exhausted that he collapsed onto the ground, sprawled out flat. Suddenly, the joyful ping from the system rang out, jolting him awake. The blessing of the river Styx has been activated. Borrowing the power of recovery, he agilely sprang up, his hands still tightly gripping the bone spear. Suddenly, a sturdy arm reached out and knocked the tip of his spear aside. Instead of resisting, he just stood there panting heavily, unable to budge. It turned out the one who blocked the attack and casually parried Li Jin-ah's damage was Kim Woojin. He clicked his tongue and shouted, "It's me, gather your soul back, you dummy." Recognizing his best bro's face, Li Jin-ah let out a sigh of relief, plopping his butt onto the ground and tiredly asked, "So where is that backstabbing beast? Did you send it off while I was passed out?" Kim Woojin didn't bother speaking, just jutting his chin and pointing behind his back. Li Jin-ah raised an eyebrow, following the direction of his hand to inspect. Striking his pupils was the lifeless corpse of the Hellhound, already freezing cold. Kim Woojin's calm voice echoed evenly, "I just folded my arms and stood watching the show." He emphasized for his friend to see the achievement, "You bled it out with your own hands." The rare praise coming from this young man's mouth made Li Jin-ah grin in satisfaction, "With your own true strength." A tapping sound rang out. Someone was rapping their fingers on the tabletop due to depleted patience. Park Young-won let out an icy scoff, exclaiming, "Kid, you've made me widen my eyes time and time again." He suppressed his rage to condemn Kim Woojin, who would have thought you were gutsy enough to dare bypass even me. Shooting a glare as sharp as a dagger straight at Kim Woojin, "And yet, I foolishly firmly believed that you were truly pushing up daisies." Kim Woojin let the room fall into a brief silence, then humbly explained, "I sincerely apologize to you. However, the supreme principle of deceiving the enemy faction is that you must deceive your own faction first." This logic was too solid, forcing Park Young-won to bite the bullet and swallow his pride. "Your argument makes a lot of sense too." Even though he let it go verbally, he still held a grudge in his gut, however. Park Young-won growled preemptively, "From this moment on, throw away the thought of playing petty tricks with me." A deadly aura of authority spread in all directions to intimidate Kim Woojin. That magic trick just now drained all my interest. Nevertheless, Kim Woojin didn't flinch at all, just nonchalantly absorbing the full brunt of the killing intent. Then he clearly bowed his head and replied, "I have carved it into my bones and engraved it in my heart." Hearing the absolute commitment, Park Young-won also softened. He conveniently reached into the drawer to grab something. "Ah, there is one more trivial matter." After that, he threw a stack of documents onto the table. The cover page sported the headline, "Johann Georg and Isaac Ivanov, who will the throne of the Datch House dungeon belong to?" Park Young-won then pointed at the foreigner's picture next to Kim Woojin's disguised photo, "Speaking of that guy Johann Georg I mentioned before." He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the name Johann Georg, his face wrinkling in annoyance. "This Georg guy is such an eyesore to me. Those journalistic vultures keep directing and acting out their own scripts, molding a formidable rival to leech off the fame." He lowered his voice to hand down an imperial edict to Kim Woojin, "I absolutely despise this tangled mess. The only scenario is that Isaac Ivanov must monopolize the spotlight and build a flawless image. I don't think I need to waste my breath explaining any further, do I? Reaching this part, anger rushing to his head, Park Yang-won crumpled the newspaper page, angrily ordering, do whatever you have to do, instigate that guy Isaac Ivanov so that he fights even more brutally and savagely for me. Hearing that, Kim Woojin immediately played dumb and asked, you mean touching up the image to make Isaac Ivanov stand out brightly? Park Yang-won didn't hesitate to admit it straight away, perfectly precise. Casting a sprat to catch a mackerel, the money I threw out must bring back equivalent dividends, right? Kim Woojin didn't bother objecting to his superior's scheme, but in return he started to bargain. I completely understand. If so, please release the Thunder Emperor pawn. The sudden flip of the sweet deal made Park Yang-won widen his eyes in astonishment. Thunder Emperor. He dug deep into his motives. Why on earth would you drag that name in here when everything is fine and dandy? Kim Woojin nonchalantly responded, because the thing that guy Isaac Ivanov craves. The Thunder Emperor clue that he pulled out was actually to bait out a Lord-tier skill note, which summoning skill. Requirement condition, Emissary of the Underworld class, reaching level 180. Function, sacrificing 100 monster corpses to awaken an immortal witch. This jackpot item is currently sitting comfortably in the pocket of the Thunder Emperor. In the same stretch of space, at a serene dojo, a faceless swordsman swung an invisible sword path, slicing a straw wooden dummy in half as smoothly as cutting through mud. Half of the wooden dummy slid down and collapsed onto the tatami mat. The man's voice rang out hoarsely, so it turns out. The man spoke in a bland tone. That guy Isaac Ivanov stubbornly demanded to snatch the Ring of Solomon to replace the Aegis shield. The female disciple beside him frantically prostrated herself in apology even though she did nothing wrong. Yes, sir, 1,000 apologies to you, master. Sukahara Ken naturally wasn't petty enough to vent his anger on his disciple. On the contrary, he justified it. Nonsense. Initially, I took out the Aegis shield for compensation. Mortgaging it with another magical artifact is an obvious matter that cannot be evaded. Suddenly, the blue veins on his forehead popped out prominently, grinding his teeth loudly. But there is a hidden corner that I still haven't figured out until now. That suffocating emotional shift made Sakura tremble slightly. Sukahara Ken's face darkened as he muttered, the ownership of the Solomon ring is lying dormant within our internal ranks. How the hell did that piece of trash sniff it out? Immediately, Sakura kowtowed and brushed off all suspicion. No, I am deeply wronged. I swear to heaven and earth it wasn't me. Sukahara Ken originally didn't blame her at all. He merely concluded, I have never grown suspicious of my own direct disciple. However, with the news leaking out so blatantly, it proves that a sneaky little mouse has burrowed into our internal ranks. Hearing her master's verdict, Sakura burned with the spirit to go hunt down the spy. Shameless traitorous scum. We must drag that maggot out by the neck and expose them along with that guy Isaac Ivanov right here and now. Nevertheless, Sukahara Ken waved his hand to stop her. Drop it, just let them be. This contradictory decision left Sakura dumbfounded. Sir, what exactly do you mean? He skillfully sheathed his longsword, thoughtfully deducing, just looking at the rapid leveling momentum of those small fries then. An obvious truth, where he firmly held the winning hand, enemies on a narrow road will bump into each other sooner or later. That sharply cold deduction made Sakura exclaim in panic, you mean to say? Sukahara Ken decisively fastened the sword back to his side. Then growled out an order, the matter is settled, hold your ground and lay in ambush for me. The swordsman's sky-high arrogant voice echoed loudly. Only when my own hands hack them into 100 pieces will it be worthy to be called a total victory. Returning to the territory of the Thunder Emperor's Guild. Sakura haughtily dropped a sarcastic remark, this foul stench is rising straight to my brain. What kind of freak am I getting an audience with here? A demon. The woman's mocking tone rang out crisply. Oh my bad, calling you a walking corpse would be the standard playbook. Kim Woojin was no pushover either, clapping back extremely hard, comparing me to a demon makes more sense. After all, when descending into the underworld, I can operate much more productively. Sakura refused to lose, pouting in mockery, so it turns out you put on a play of faking your death for the convenience of opposing humanity. Or is it because you accidentally became a workhorse picking up trash for that guy Isaac Ivanov? Kim Woojin was too lazy to keep up the conversation, just making vague insinuations. Whatever, a few trivial matters are no big deal. Rack your own brain and figure it out. This half-hearted evasive way of speaking made Sakura's ears itch as she yelled, you little brat. Can you open your mouth and speak properly for once? Losing her mind to anger, she repeatedly slammed her hand on the table and hollered, "Open your eyes wide and see whose land you're standing on. Don't be insolent and impudent." Unable to win the argument, she resorted to intimidation. "Your life was already crossed out by the King of Hell once. If you were to kick the bucket one more time right here, probably no one would complain, right?" Kim Woojin didn't even bother to put it in his eyes, the corners of his lips curling into a faint, bland smile. Too lazy to drag things out and waste his precious time, he cut straight to the chase, cut the bickering act. "I didn't come here for a swearing contest to see who has stronger lungs. Get to the main point quickly." Sakura was seething to her very core, but had to swallow her resentment and endure it. What an insufferable little brat, if I wasn't bound by the leader's military orders. So she tried to suppress her insane rage to ask for the bottom line. "Spill it. My clock is only ticking for you for exactly 1 minute." Kim Woojin leisurely replied, "Word on the street is that the Thunder Emperor is only interested in the game of exchanging physical items, right?" Sakura aloofly spat out exactly 2 words. "So what?" Kim Woojin maintained his deadpan tone, "If that's the case." He broke into a sly fox-like smile and threw out the bait. "Then naturally, human lives are also priced as an exchangeable commodity, aren't they?" This concluding sentence made Sakura freeze for 5 seconds. What the hell is this brat hallucinating about? Meanwhile, he continued to casually toss out the poison bait. "Hypothetically, if I were to hand over Isaac Ivanov's neck to the Phoenix Guild, I bet the compensation received would be quite generous." Once Sakura digested the sentence, she let out a forced laugh and growled, "You dragged yourself all the way here not to negotiate on behalf of Isaac Ivanov, but with the intention of selling him out to us." Unable to restrain herself, she stomped her foot heavily on the tabletop. Then she indignantly screamed in his face, "I have swallowed my pride up to this point, you psycho. Are you trying to use me for your own amusement?" At that exact moment, a deep, muffled voice carrying a hint of admiration rang out, "How fascinating." In the blink of an eye, Kim Woojin caught a thick wave of killing intent, taking root right behind his back. Spinning around, the massive figure of Hugh Fraser had been looming there since who knows when. Upon getting an audience with the leader, Sakura broke into a cold sweat and mumbled, "Commander." Hugh Fraser smirked with a bloodthirsty smile, his voice turning wicked, "So can I weigh him by the kilo and buy him?" Kim Woojin didn't back down either, retorting, "That sounds pleasant to the ear, but you surely wouldn't covet a crippled Isaac Ivanov with missing arms and broken legs, would you?" Responding to him was a dead silence. Hugh Fraser was extremely stimulated by Kim Woojin's business proposition, so he jutted his chin. "Your plan is quite spicy. Lay out the details for me to see." The scene shifted back to the dungeon area at midnight. There were 2 brawny guys leisurely warming themselves by a campfire crackling with dry wood. Li Jin Ah was chomping on meat, moving his lips to probe, "Hey you brat, are you really planning to pull that stunt?" Kim Woojin flawlessly ignored the inquiry, smirking and feigning ignorance as he asked back, "What the hell are you babbling about?" Li Jin Ah spilled the beans completely. "Stop playing dumb. Didn't the 2 of us almost go see the King of Hell in that 4th-floor dungeon?" Kim Woojin shrugged, dropping 2 deadpan words, "Is that so?" That arrogant, know-it-all attitude made Li Jin Ah flare up, growling, "What do you mean is that so? I agreed to go all out and bleed dry in a 5th-floor dungeon, but isn't leapfrogging straight to an A+ rank way too suicidal?" The complaint gave Kim Woojin the bright idea to tease him. "Why worry so far ahead? Does a guy with a copper body and iron skin like you actually cower before a dungeon?" Being goaded again, Li Jin Ah flared up with fire on his head. "Damn it, why do you provoke me at every single turn, huh? Do you think I'm dumb enough to keep stepping into the same trap over and over?" The resentful voice echoed throughout the pitch-black forest, "Does my face look like a retard's to you?" Right at that moment, Kim Woojin's face darkened, raising a hand to signal a shush. "Shut up, someone is coming." Li Jin Ah jolted in surprise, immediately falling into a highly vigilant defensive stance. However, his expression instantly turned bewildered when that figure revealed itself. A feminine silhouette peeked out from the shadows, shyly and timidly offering a greeting, "Hello, you two." Kim Woojin frowned slightly in surprise at the uninvited guest. That young girl was no stranger. It was none other than Misen. "Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Misen from the Messiah Guild. Tomorrow we will fight side by side in the upcoming subjugation." Suddenly the girl's voice grew tiny, her cheeks flushing red like a tomato. "To be honest, oh, this is so embarrassing." Then she hesitantly confessed the truth. I am actually a huge fan of yours. Since we are forming a subjugation party tomorrow anyway, I gathered the courage to come over and meet you first." Her presence made Kim Woojin feel a bit guilty, but memories of Misen quickly rushed back. Damn it, I accidentally forgot, this dungeon is exactly where she. Recalling his past life, right on the day Misen's life withered away. Rodan had wailed tragically, tightly hugging her freezing cold corpse as he cried until his tears ran dry. At that time, Ko and Kim Woojin could only stand rooted to the spot in silence, unable to squeeze out a single word of comfort. Thinking back, how sorrowful that scene from years and years ago was. Dragging his train of thought back to reality, Lee Jin-ah was beaming with pride, laughing boisterously as he greeted Misen. "Pleasure. It is a great pleasure to meet you." His expression was arrogant and cocky, clearing his throat to ask, "So do I need to bestow an autograph for my crazy fan here?" Misen realized this guy was making a mistaken assumption and frantically waved her hands to explain. "Oh no, I didn't mean." But how could any of that reach this delusional guy's ears? He just chuckled, "Come on, don't be shy, lest people judge me for being a snobby idol." Just as Lee Jin-ah reached in to fish out a pen, getting ready to work his magic, "So where does the lady want to get the autograph?" Misen suddenly squeaked to stop him and bolted straight to the front. "1,000 apologies to you." The girl shoved her notebook straight into Kim Woojin's hands, straining her neck to plead, "Mr. Isaac Ivanov, please give me your autograph." Without bothering to hesitate, Kim Woojin rapidly waved the pen to leave a signature mark as a gift for Misen. Witnessing this humiliating scene, Lee Jin-ah was so mortified that he crushed the ballpoint pen in his hand to pieces. As dawn broke the next day, the spatial gate of the dungeon tore open once again. The forces of the Messiah organization had assembled in full. Closely following their heels was the formation of the Thunderbird Guild. Squeezed amidst the Messiah formation was Kim Woojin, bearing the fake moniker of Isaac Ivanov, along with his companion who constantly wore a resentful, grumpy face, Lee Jin-ah. Rewinding to the moment at the Phoenix Guild headquarters, Hugh Fraser was unhurriedly rotating 2 walnuts in the palm of his hand, leisurely raising his voice. "Allow me to reiterate one more time. The truth is completely contrary to what you all have always imagined." The leader cut straight to the chase, questioning whether the mastermind manipulating Isaac Ivanov from behind the scenes was truly you, Kim Woojin. The person in question, Kim Woojin, also calmly nodded in confirmation. "Yes, indeed, it is me." Right after hearing that, Sakura flew into a raging fury and bellowed, "This is utterly insane. How could we possibly believe this bundle of nonsensical logic?" Hugh Fraser gently raised a hand signaling her to stay silent, dropping an indifferent hum, "Is that so?" At this moment, Kim Woojin finally laid his cards on the table. "I heard through the grapevine that you are hoarding a massive treasury of items and skills, yet the barriers from usage conditions cause the distribution phase to encounter quite a few hurdles." The young man broke into a highly suggestive smile, dropping an enticing pitch. "I will sweep any dungeon you request on your behalf. Once the reputation of Isaac Ivanov is utilized, even an inviolable forbidden ground will become as easy as flipping my hand. What do you think?" Not stopping there, he even casually gave Hugh Fraser a pause to deliberate. "If you feel the mutual benefits harmonize well, then take your time to think about it." That smug demeanor made Sakura's blood boil to the point she could only hiss, "This insolent bastard." On the contrary, Hugh Fraser maintained his composure, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes as he pressed the question, "Condition, you say? Hearing the way you're throwing out bait, you must be eyeing some item from my stash, right?" The leader chuckled softly, then distinctly declared, "It's true that I have plenty of good stuff, but I personally never like doing business deals where taking a loss is a certainty." Finishing his words, he immediately stood up and adjusted his attire, intending to leave without a second thought. "I have no clue what you are lusting after, but the price you offered doesn't have enough weight to sway me. If you want to extort things from my hands, remember to bring tastier bait next time." Leaving that sentence behind, he decisively turned his heels. "To be honest, the negotiation using the Isaac Ivanov brand is quite captivating. The only catch is it isn't dramatic enough for me to jump into." The ruthless rejection from Hugh Fraser made Sakura visibly smug. She immediately aggressively demanded to make mincemeat out of Kim Woojin. "Looks like your plans went up in smoke, putting on airs as if you had grasped a bargain. Who would have guessed you're just defective goods? Leader, sir, please allow me to send this scumbag to heaven right here and now." Her tone was full of gloating sarcasm. Anyway, He is now just a useless wretch who has exhausted his exploitation value. Having stayed silent all this time, Kim Woojin suddenly spoke up directly. I caught wind of the news that you are mobilizing your forces in an attempt to sweep the Cyclops dungeon that just emerged in the Amazon forest. Isn't that right? That sharp sentence instantly nailed Hugh Fraser's footsteps to the ground. He briefly paused, indifferently dropping two words, "So what?" Kim Woojin nonchalantly replied, I am planning to push Isaac Ivanov over there to wipe that place completely clean. Naturally, Hugh Fraser wasn't so easily fooled. He even scoffed and sneered. Since the day I was born from my mother's womb, this is truly the blandest joke I have ever heard. The leader completely dismissed the possibility of Isaac Ivanov being capable enough to clear a 5-floor dungeon barrier. You boldly claim you will conquer that place on my behalf. A guy like Isaac Ivanov, who barely scraped by a 4-floor dungeon, yet dares to inch his way into a 5-floor dungeon, and in a plus-ranked spot at that. Hugh Fraser's heavily sarcastic laughter echoed throughout the room. In the past, I have done countless arrogant things of that caliber, but it seems your complacency has flown way too far. Responding to that dismissive attitude was merely a piercing gaze, brimming with annoyance emanating from Kim Woojin. But in the end, Hugh Fraser still opened up a path. Fine, let's give it a try. If you can actually pull it off, then we will continue our chat. This abrupt decision made Sakura widen her eyes, and she yelled out loudly in an attempt to stop him, leader. Seizing the perfect moment, Kim Woojin immediately negotiated the price. So how much do you value the body of Isaac Ivanov? Hugh Fraser calmly shook his head. You're dead wrong. My purchasing target isn't Isaac Ivanov. Based on the tales you spun, wouldn't emptying my pockets to buy you be a much smarter move? He frankly extended an offer for Kim Woojin to join him. What do you say? If it catches your eye, come work under my wing. As tempting as the offer sounded, he didn't forget to lay out a caveat, of course. I still have to evaluate your capabilities first. I've always been extremely paranoid by nature. Hugh Fraser pulled out a mysterious item and finalized, all right, the price negotiation officially begins. It was a parchment that clearly stated, skill vampire activation condition, exclusive to the Emissary of the Underworld, rank, legendary effect. The user can transform into a true vampire upon casting. Pulling the narrative back to the present, Kim Woojin, under the guise of Isaac Ivanov, hardened his face and silently calculated. Just proceed according to the plan. Right after, a loud voice echoed, I will enter the dungeon. The first day setting foot into the forbidden ground of the one-eyed giant dungeon. The Skeleton Legion, along with Li Jin, simultaneously charged forward to tighten the encirclement around the ogre. Dodging a lethal blow, he shouted over, Hey, what the hell are you planning to tell Park Yang-won? Kim Woojin, in the guise of a skeleton soldier, was taken aback and retorted, Tell him what? Li Jin roared, Anyone looking can easily guess we are backing the Thunder Emperor. If this reaches Park Yang-won's ears, do you think he'll let us off the hook? You're planning to cook up a story, right? Kim Woojin nonchalantly replied, There's no need for that. I just intend to report the truth of the matter to Park Yang-won exactly as it happened. Hearing that indifferent tone, he froze entirely. What did you just say? In that momentary lapse of focus, the ogre brought down an earth-shattering smash. Luckily, Li Jin-ah's quick reflexes allowed him to slide to safety. He sprang up to build momentum for a counterattack. So that's how it is. Right at this moment, I have to smack you awake, right, bam. Taking the full brunt of Li Jin-ah's fatal slash, the monster collapsed to the ground. The wind-tearing shockwave created an explosion, kicking up a massive cone of sand and dust, spiraling into the desolate desert air. Before Kim Woojin's eyes right now was nothing but thick, swirling dust, so dense that it completely obscured the entire scenery. Faintly visible amidst the dissipating thick fog, a pair of legs leisurely stepped out. Kim Woojin's heart skipped a beat upon witnessing the anomaly before him. Li Jin-ah aggressively stomped over, smacked him on the head, and grumbled, You plan to blabber about agreeing to side with the Thunder Emperor. Is your brain waterlogged or something? Kim Woojin calmly replied, We won't be able to hide it from Park Yang-won's hawkish eyes anyway. It's better to just lay our cards on the table. He furiously landed another smack and yelled, Cards on the table, my ass. You act as if old Park Yang-won will happily reward us upon hearing it. He might just send the whole lot of us to meet the Thunder Emperor. Scrap those crazy ideas right now. You've lived this long. Are you still a stranger to his bastardly nature? Amidst the heated atmosphere, a figure slowly approached and uttered, It seems your brain is digesting the issue wrong. Kim Woojin continued his train of thought, once Park Yang-won sniffs out the compromise terms with the Thunder Emperor. Do you think he'll assume we're stabbing him in the back, or think we're double-crossing the Thunder Emperor? The 23rd day since setting foot in the dungeon. Rest stop, the 4th floor of the Minotaurus Labyrinth. Rodan channeled his strength into a sword swing, delivering a majestic cleave straight at the goblin in front of him. He gritted his teeth in extreme frustration. It managed to slip through. Damn it, this is really pissing me off. Rodan quickly turned his head to ask Kaio, how's the situation on your end? Kaio maintained a composed demeanor, concisely reporting back, it's not looking any better over here. Rodan cast his eyes toward the rear and called out Misen, how much longer until it's done? She ignored the question, putting her whole heart and soul into chanting to gather a blazing fireball in the palm of her hand. Right after, a blindingly powerful wave of energy exploded, illuminating the entire space. The radiant halo from Misen's position quickly drew the full attention of the goblin horde. Rodan shouted in alarm, Kaio, the monsters are changing their target to Misen, go support her now. The goblin horde acted like moths to a flame, furiously charging straight at the girl with terrifying speed. Misen looked up at the sky, channeling all her inner energy to unleash it. Her eyes gleamed with a dazzling light, enveloped by arcs of energy constantly crackling and snapping. Explosive power erupted, a fiery golden-orange vortex of energy furiously spiraled, carrying enough heat to sweep away and incinerate any obstacle in its path into ash. A suffocating veil of white smoke billowed and floated throughout the space. Rodan breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. That was a close call, almost went to meet my ancestors. Did these goblins eat gunpowder or something to be this bloodthirsty? He hoisted his weapon onto his shoulder, his boot stepping right onto a goblin's corpse, and grumbled, the difficulty level of a top-tier dungeon is truly no joke. One moment of carelessness, and your life is gone. From now until we drag ourselves into the main hall in the middle of the labyrinth, the monsters will probably keep swarming out like maggots. Just you wait. Just find somewhere with a slightly more spacious path and stick to it. If we keep squeezing into narrow crevices surrounded by walls and get ambushed, we'll have nothing left to do but cry our eyes out. Even when setting up camp, we must scout out a safe escape route beforehand. As he finished speaking, the corner of Rodan's eye suddenly caught a goblin stealthily lurking. It shot its body forward at high speed. He panicked and roared out, Misen, behind you. Misen startled, and following Rodan's warning cry, hurriedly snapped her head back to look. Striking her eyes was the sight of the goblin ruthlessly raising its blade high, ready to dive down and cleave. Slash, a chilling, wind-tearing sound mingled with the foul stench of blood, rapidly spreading in the void. Misen squeezed her eyes shut, giving up and waiting for death, fully aware she had no possible way left to block the attack. Yet a few breaths passed, and her body felt not a shred of pain. Trembling, she slightly cracked her eyes open. Lying sprawled right beneath Misen's heels was the goblin corpse, blood pouring out and staining a whole patch dark red. Rodan anxiously rushed over to check Misen. You're not missing any pieces, right? She dazedly replied, yes, I'm still in one piece. Suddenly he halted, his brain clicking into gear. How bizarre, which crack did this guy crawl out of? Rodan looked up at Kim Woojin, speaking timidly, we owe you a favor. Thanks to you, our squad managed to keep our lives. The young man merely frowned in annoyance. Why didn't you guys know how to properly wipe out these monsters all this time? Rodan wore a dumbfounded look. What did you say? Kim Woojin coldly plunged his razor-sharp sword straight through the goblin's body, then casually affirmed, you have to seal the deal to make sure they're completely dead. The monster convulsed, let out a series of agonizing shrieks, then stopped breathing. Witnessing its kin being sent to the afterlife, a goblin hiding nearby suddenly let out a wailing moan. Only then did it dawn on Rodan, so they were playing dead this whole time. He stared wide-eyed at the monsters coming back to life and frantically scrambling to escape. There were this many. Kim Woojin leisurely explained, the blood goblin is originally a species possessing an extremely cunning mind. The sturdy feet of the skeleton legion pounded thunderously against the ground. An entire horde of bony figures shuddered as they lunged toward the goblin remnants. The monster could only bare its fangs in trembling terror, beads of sweat pouring down like rain. The spatial fabric was plowed to a pulp by purplish-red streaks of light darting past at wind-tearing speed. Taking in the entire unfolding scene, Rodan could only stand rooted to the spot, completely speechless, unable to utter half a word. Kim Woojin let out a hollow smile, mocking, to be honest. I once had very high expectations for a sweeping coordination with this renowned Messiah guild. Who would have thought your level would be this pathetic? Unable to swallow those insulting words, Rodan flared up and was about to charge forward to settle the score. You bastard, shut your arrogant, foul mouth right now. But luckily, Misen managed to reach out and firmly grip his wrist in an attempt to pacify him. Rodan, calm down first. Kim Woojin continued preaching. The one standing at the vanguard must shoulder the life and death of his brothers, and simultaneously know how to relieve the pressure for the whole team. He coldly kicked the tip of his shoe hard into the monster's corpse on the ground. If only you had grasped the cunning nature of this goblin species early on. Then you would surely have mapped out a more precise battle strategy. To swiftly crush them, Kim Woojin dropped a venomous remark. Even with such fundamental knowledge, your title of captain couldn't apply it. Well, this time the public will have a lively occasion to gossip about the name of the Messiah Guild again. Rodan angrily gritted his jaw, green veins bulging erratically on his temples, a bitter mix of self-deprecation welling up and suffocating his lungs. I know full well my abilities aren't at the level to be a commander, but still. The young man's gaze exuded utter disappointment. It seems I have wasted my expectations on you people. He trembled with rage, gritting his teeth and tightly gripping his weapon, his mind incessantly screaming, that bastard dares to wipe away all our efforts dedicated to humanity. Kaio snapped in an icy tone, Isaac Ivanov, I've grasped your point, please talk less. He lowered his voice to explain, the current moment isn't meant for internal strife. The core issue is that we must stand shoulder to cleanly clear this dungeon. That's the right way. Misen stepped forward, patting Rodan's chest to suppress the swelling anger ready to explode in him. She gave a slight nod. Kaio is right. Though we appreciate you righteously stepping in to help, ultimately, what wind blew you all the way to this area? Misen's voice hardened with defensiveness. The initial agreement was for teams to manage their assigned areas. Don't tell me you went out of your way to trek over here just to pick a fight with us. Kim Woojin immediately jerked his thumb behind his back. To be honest, my side ran into a bit of a minor issue. He briefly summarized, the tanker on my side just sustained an injury right on his shin. Right on cue, Li Jin-ah limped his way over, forcing a goofy, sycophantic smile. Are you all safe and sound? Misen panicked and covered her mouth with her hands. Good heavens, how did you end up in this state? A blink later, the group frantically swarmed around and helped him to a corner. At this moment, even though beads of sweat were pouring down his forehead like rain, Li Jin-ah kept forcing a fake smile. I just carelessly tripped a bit. Misen tenderly spoke in a soft voice. Then just lie back here. Let me take a look at the wound for you. Inner sense of embarrassment suddenly arose in him. Wow, didn't expect these guys to be so kind-hearted as to give me a breather. It's nice and all. But Li Jin-ah hurriedly waved his hands in staunch denial. It's nothing, I'm fine. Yet at the bottom of his heart he was screaming curses, damn it, having to play the part of a crippled, wounded soldier out of nowhere. It's so humiliating for my image. Kim Woojin stood in dead silence, his eyes pinned on the deeply humane scene playing out before him. Deep within Kim Woojin's mind floated a train of thought. Truly these people harbor ambitions completely antithetical to Lee Sejun. Their hearts incubate boundless purity, wholeheartedly leaning toward the noble cause of saving this rotting world. Rodan stepped up with a mocking demeanor. So it turns out you couldn't manage your own soldier, so you shamelessly dragged yourself over here to seek our help. Well. How do you plan to bring out those fundamental theories to instruct us now? He smirked sarcastically. What was it again? You were so majestic a moment ago, talking about how the leader must shoulder the lives of his brothers. Rodan spitefully pointed his finger straight at his face. Listen closely, Isaac Ivanov, set an example yourself first before you open your mouth to preach to others. Seeing the other side not even bothering to grunt, face as cold as ice, he scowled even more. How weird, keep playing that arrogant persona from earlier. Why are you suddenly mute as a clam now? The corner of the young man's mouth twitched up, secretly smiling inwardly. This guy Rodan indeed didn't fall outside my expectations. That impulsive temper hasn't changed a bit over the years. Kim Woojin calmly retorted, I'm not as foolish as someone else. It's just that my soldier was a bit clumsy and stumbled. Li Jin-ah fumed and muttered curses at the bastard brat. Nevertheless, he still managed to swallow his anger. continuing to fully play out the crippled role. Right. It's all because of my own stupidity. Li Jin heavily patted his supposedly crippled shin, flashing a strained smile. It was because I stubbornly disobeyed my boss, pig-headedly charging forward, that I suffered the consequences. You guys don't know. Right under the tip of my shoes was a gaping abyss. Rodan snorted in a cold manner. In any case, our squad is also lacking a tanker position. Going solo right now is just plunging headfirst into death. So you crawled over here to ask for reinforcement, right? The young man calmly gave a firm nod. Right on the money. However, looking at your pathetic state right now, I feel a bit remorseful for my stupid decision, so let's settle it like this. Your entire group must strictly and absolutely follow my commands. Kim Woojin continued emphasizing, just obediently follow every order. I guarantee the whole lot of you will keep your lives safe walking out of this cursed dungeon. Rodan's pupils became bloodshot, sharp as razor blades piercing straight into his opponent. What did you just bark, you bastard? The axe blade was dragged scraping across the rocky ground, producing ear-piercing shrieks, echoing in rapid succession, blending with Rodan's aggressive pacing. He furiously growled in his throat. Anyway, the mission is to sweep this place. If you are so desperate to show off, then your daddy here will grant you a ticket to shine. Rodan thrust his seething face close to his eyes burning with outrage. His tone heavily provocative, however, those arrogant words of yours from just now really made my ears itch. You want to sit in the commander's seat of this squad. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one right this instant. At the same time, online news outlets were flooded with sensational headlines. The Messiah Guild makes history, for the first time globally challenging a 7th-floor dungeon. Who are the identities of the brave warriors entering the 7th-floor dungeon this time? Thanks to the backing boost from the Messiah Guild, Johann Jorg has established a streak of sweeping a series of 5-floor dungeons. The duo Lee Sejin and Johann Jorg affiliated with the Messiah Guild are on a meteoric rise. In another development, Isaac Ivanov's squad has been completely out of touch for a whole month since the day they encountered the Hellhound, their life or death remaining unknown. Inside the office, Park Shin-hye rested her chin on her hand in a daze, her tightly bitten lips clearly showing a look of boundless anxiety. Suddenly a teasing voice rang out, startling her. Well, what's this expression, feeling anxious and restless, aren't we? Park Shin-hye immediately whipped a razor-sharp glare toward the source of the sound. Huddled in the dark corner, Johann Jorg propped his hand and tapped out a rhythm on the tabletop, laughing so hard his shoulders shook. What's wrong? With the guild master absent from home, does the lady immediately get so flustered she doesn't know how to handle the affairs? He continued his mockery. It's because you're faint-hearted that you're fully exposing that pathetic state, right? Right at that precise moment, a man loomed in, irritably cutting him off. Shut that crow's beak of yours, lay off the joking habit for a bit. The smile on Johann Jorg's lips extinguished instantly. He threw the man a bone-chillingly sharp glare. The man furiously yelled right in his face, "You brat, she isn't the type of person you can just mock and look down upon as you please." He tilted his chin up in arrogant deterrence. Throughout the entire period Lee Sejin is away from home, she is the one holding the scepter of the guild master of the Messiah Guild, and that man was none other than Cho Sung-gu of the Messiah Guild. He raised his voice in a threat. Try pulling any more reckless nonsense against the rules one more time. I swear I won't let it slide. Johann Jorg narrowed his eyes, breaking into a devious, highly provocative smile. Suppose this brat still deliberately acts recklessly. What tricks are you planning to pull, old man? The two stood facing each other, eyes locked in a refusal to yield. The space thickened, killing intent surging and enveloping them, as if just a fragile spark would be enough to detonate a bloodbath. Park Shin-hye angrily slammed a fist down onto the wooden tabletop. That's enough. Her voice was cold and sharp as a blade. In this boiling critical moment, you still have the mind to bicker and tear at each other. The only heavy responsibility right now is to pour all our efforts into paving the way for the guild master. She continued interrogating, however, piecing together the information Johann Jorg just leaked. The situation seems to be deviating from the trajectory of what we had finalized with the guild master, hasn't it? Sukahara Ken shot a fierce look, his tone openly hostile. I fully understand that Lee Sejin has always craved a fair one-on-one showdown with Isaac Ivanov in the future, but the real purpose of dragging ourselves to this place was to send Isaac Ivanov to his grave. Stop beating around the bush with your words. Aim straight at the core issue for once. He pressed, is the news source reporting that Isaac Ivanov successfully infiltrated the +rank 5 floor dungeon 100% accurate. Park Shin-hye swiftly pressed the buttons to operate the device. At first I also firmly believed it was just a ploy to lead public opinion by the nose. Who would have thought the news was the real deal? She leisurely explained, "This is a precious mine of information dug up from one of our tentacles taking root inside the Amazon Guild. Their very own eyes saw that guy Isaac Ivanov vanish into that dungeon." Tsukahara Ken furrowed his brows in curiosity. So who are the small fries tagging along behind Isaac Ivanov? Park Shin-hye calmly answered, "That bunch doesn't share the same ideology as our faction. That crowd just sways whichever way the wind blows. Entrusting them with a heavy responsibility will only ruin the grand scheme." He gave a faint, dull snort. "That's fine too." Tsukahara Ken furrowed his brows in assessment. "That Ivanov guy isn't the superficial, opportunistic type. I will personally step in and wipe this operation completely clean." It seemed that declaration scratched her right where it itched, the corner of her lips slightly curling up into a satisfyingly triumphant arc. Park Shin-hye crossed her hands together, softly soothing, "Having you personally step up definitely lightens my burden. It's just unclear if we'll be able to salvage any profit this time around." She pointed her finger straight at Johann Georg, "But this kid truly is an extremely sharp piece of bait. It was him who successfully lured the whole flock into the dungeon trap after all." He smugly feigned modesty. "Why do you have to expose me so blatantly? You're making me die of embarrassment." Johann Georg tilted his face up to the sky, haughtily replying, "Either way, the death of that brat Isaac Ivanov brings me a heap of benefits, with my prestigious status as the emissary of the Underworld." His face relaxed, burning with utter complacency. "The time has finally come to monopolize the spotlight all to myself." No one bothered to utter half a word more. The silent space immediately thickened, suffocating to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Passing through a stretch of silence, Tsukahara Ken raised his voice to break the ice. "So to wrap it up, at what coordinates will the execution site take place?" Park Shin-hye clicked away on the coordinate tracking system. Instantly, the screen surface flickered, and then popped open the map of the next battlefield. She dropped a casual voice, "Landing in Egypt, the +rank 6 floor Sphinx dungeon." The razor-sharp sword swing viciously cleaved a path, slicing the piece of bone cleanly in two. Rodan winced, gritting his teeth to endure it, beads of sweat pouring down in a drenching torrent. Misen was stunned, covering her mouth tight, and softly called out Rodan's name. He lay sprawled out on the cold ground, struggling for a long time before finally roaring out a throat-tearing sentence, "I admit utter and complete defeat." Kim Woojin, who had been leisurely leaning his back against the rock face this whole time, stood up straight the moment he heard the signal of surrender from Rodan. Tucked away in a hidden corner, Li Jin-ah silently breathed a long sigh of relief. Unburdening himself, he cursed inwardly. "This is an exact replica of the scene where I got my ass handed to me back then." He strolled closer to Rodan, the killing intent radiating from him making the guy tremble and timidly inch backward. Kim Woojin hardened his voice, "So now, do you plan to eat your words or obediently execute the deal?" Flipping to another setting, right inside a gigantic prism-shaped architectural structure tinged in deep blue. Rodan braced himself, tightly squeezing the hilt of his weapon, his mind spinning with calculations. "Damn it, exactly how many hours have I been hacking and slashing in this place? Even though my arms are numb from unleashing skills, this chaotic mess hasn't budged the slightest bit. The worst part is..." He turned his head, straining his neck to yell loudly, "Misen, land another follow-up strike. Pour all your firepower into covering me. I can't die an aggravating death in this corner." The girl firmly nodded. "Yes, I've got it." Right at the tips of Rodan's shoes, a brightly glowing magic circle instantly flashed, the skill known as the tenacious underdog activated. The tactic indeed succeeded spectacularly in baiting the Minotaurus. Misen took the lead, dashing forward and plunging straight ahead. She screamed until her voice went hoarse. "The target is over here, you stupid bull." The Minotaurus was furiously enraged, biting its lips and gnashing its teeth in anger at Misen's endless provocations. Rodan, on the momentum of his charge, hurriedly swerved and hit the brakes when he caught sight of the monster preparing to unleash an attack. The Minotaurus slammed a hammer down, smashing the brick floor to pieces, the shockwave completely plowing up the ground beneath their feet. He nimbly rolled over smoothly, just barely sliding out of the area of effect. Rodan hollered a signal, Kaio, while deep down inside he was screaming and cursing, "Damn it, Missing my footing on the landing is so damn humiliating. Catching the frequency, Kaio crouched and launched himself straight into the air, unleashing a lightning-fast counterattack. Midst the phantom-like night, gleaming with a blinding purple hue, he spun midair, holding high a chilling sword blade. Kaio landed cleanly, plunging the two tips of his swords directly into the stiff, fleshy armor of the Minotaurus. The fierce beast, struck by the agonizing blow, roared out in furious wails. Instantly, Kaio pushed off with his feet, dancing his swords as he slid across its colossal body. Every slash of his blade he swept past, leaving a deep, blood-oozing trench. From the outer line, Misen vigorously waved her scepter, spewing out a pillar of fire that incinerated everything. A rain of sparks clung tightly to the trajectory, violently crashing down toward the Minotaurus. Rodan scowled, keeping his eyes glued as he swept a gaze across every nook and cranny around. His brain twisted together in lamentation. I am dumb beyond words. Why on earth did I invite disaster upon myself by making a life-and-death bet with that crazy guy? As if successfully catching his prey in a trap, Kim Woojin slightly curved his lips into a smug smile. During a moment of letting his soul wander, Kaio stumbled and fell face first, screaming frantically to alert Rodan. Hearing the frantic wail, he reflexively cast his eyes over to look. Looking up, there was an entire spiky, foreign mass hovering aggressively, waiting to cleave straight down onto the top of his head. Rodan shivered uncontrollably, frozen stiff, and completely at a loss for what to do. He looked down at his foot that was already pinned tightly by a boulder. Rodan's face turned pale green as he howled, "My leg." There's nowhere to hide from the sun in the sky. Now the only option left is to use this fragile body to block it. Rodan decisively roared, "Die!" Slash, a grayish, streaked ray of light blended with a haunting dark pink hue tore apart the night curtain. Misen was startled with a leaping heart, tears on the verge of falling from the corners of her eyes. Opposite him, the Minotaurus stomped an earth-shattering blow down right onto Rodan's coordinates. She roared out tragically, "Rodan." Having unleashed its slaughtering move, the monster howled and beat its chest in utter arrogance. Rodan slightly opened his squinting eyes, cluelessly not understanding a single thing that just happened. After a few seconds of regaining his senses, he jolted in shock, his eyes bulging as big as teacups. Right by his side, long, loose platinum blonde hair was gently fluttering in the wind. Kaio breathed a sigh of relief and let out, "That was close, almost shaved 10 years off my lifespan." Kim Woojin stood majestically and towering, lifting Rodan up and holding him neatly in his arms before the wide, staring eyes of everyone present. He panicked and flailed continuously. "What the hell is this? Are you going to throw me down or what?" Kim Woojin smirked mockingly, "If you insist, the princess's opinion is my command." He nonchalantly let go of his hands, causing Rodan to faceplint straight into the ground with a loud thud. Taking an agonizing fall, Rodan scrambled to his feet, gritting his teeth and hurling abuse. "You bastard, would it kill you to drop me a bit more gently?" Misen dashed over, grabbing him and fussing to ask, "Rodan, are you still in one piece?" Rodan awkwardly nodded, "By the grace of God, my bones and muscles haven't shifted an inch." Catching sight of the young man's shadow trying to slip away, he glared and demanded, "You bastard, where are you planning to sneak off to?" Kim Woojin slowly turned his head back, dropping a casual remark, "Since the tanker is half crippled, we have to find a replacement, don't we?" He flared up and yelled, "Who are you mocking? Are you saying you'd like to charge to the front lines and stick your head out as a meat shield? Are you planning to carry your life and crash right into that slimy mess?" The young man calmly tossed back, "Apart from that method, do you have any better cards to play?" Rodan was choked with anger, straining his neck to argue, "I'd rather throw myself out there and bleed dry one more time. If someone has to have a death anniversary today, the name lying in the grave must be mine." Kim Woojin disdainfully shot back, "Crawling out onto the battlefield with those limping legs, you might as well just commit suicide to make it quick. If you log out of the earth, who do you plan to dump the remaining mess on down there to shoulder? Stop deluding yourself. The ideology of a captain dying heroically for the greater good isn't anything sublime. Instead of wasting time on those far-fetched things, it'd be much more practical to pour effort into honing your skills so you don't invite this humiliating tragedy in the future." The title of tanker wasn't originally born to be a mute chopping block, absorbing every barrage of attacks from monsters. The core vocation of a tanker is to squeeze out every drop of time to pave the way for teammates to unleash their skills. Try hard to keep your eyes peeled. I'm only going to demonstrate this exactly once. The frame shifted to a familiar bustling city street corner. A voice echoed out, "Oh wow, what toxic wind blew you here?" Osechin sat imposingly with his legs crossed in his office, joking. How strange, how did a piece of drifting shrimp and fry get lost all the way into the dragon god's mansion? The guest sitting opposite burst into laughter and replied, "You're still as sharp-tongued as ever, my friend. The host laying out such a grand banquet makes me lose years off my lifespan. Next time just be a bit sloppy and casual, no one will complain." The visitor was none other than the dragon-slaying hero Francois Chero. He curled his lips and retorted, "Wait a minute, what the hell is shrimp and fry? Are you implying a mockery of me?" Osechin furrowed his brows and strained to ask, "Well, who else but you, my friend? But what's gotten into you today that you'd go out of your way to crawl to this deserted temple? You aren't the type to act out of idle boredom and make petty visits unless you're harboring some grand purpose, right?" Francois Chero maintained his eccentric demeanor, slowly confessing, "Obviously I had to bring along an earth-shattering matter. If I wasn't harboring a grand dream, why would I drag this battered body over a few bumpy, gut-wrenching roads to this middle of nowhere? Do you delusionally think I'm so free as to trek all the way here just to see you looking haggard, your bald head shedding a few more strands of hair?" Hearing the part that hit a nerve, Osechin immediately stiffened, his face turning pitch black. Francois Chero gently placed the ceramic teacup down on the table, narrowing his eyes to pave the way before revealing the root of the matter. "To speak frankly, I'm tangled up in an issue that I need you to clarify. That slogan of 'I will shoulder the mission to save humanity' or whatever, is it still usable nowadays?" Osechin's heart skipped a beat, making him jump. Francois Chero lowered his voice with full solemnity. "Ever since Mr. Lee departed from this world, hasn't your spirit been blazing with killing intent?" Suddenly, Osechin turned his head to scrutinize the dark space right behind his back. Francois Chero frowned in confusion at the other party's bizarre gesture. He hurriedly followed the line of sight. Peeking out right from behind the partition was the familiar figure of Lee Jisoo. The girl was subserviently bowing in greeting. Before he could even turn his neck to get a clear look at the root of the matter, Osechin hastily roared to create a diversion. "Obviously so. You've known me for so many years and still haven't seen through this nature of mine. A gentleman's word is his bond, once spoken from the mouth. Even in sudden death, it must be accomplished." Francois Chero turned back with a dumbfounded face and questioned, "What the hell is this? So to sum it up, that deal hasn't fallen apart yet, right?" Osechin slapped his thigh with a loud smack, speaking resoundingly, "Not only that. For favors, I repay double, but for grudges, I must fairly crush them back 4 times over before I can feel satisfied." Panning the camera to the side, the Minotaurus was furiously roaring out deafening streams of sound. Rodan bitterly gritted his teeth. "This is utterly absurd. How could someone who possesses no physical enhancement buffs at all slip through the ever-changing gaps of every single attack?" Kim Woojin nimbly weaved and ducked around the beast's coordinates with a skill set, transitioning so smoothly it reached the point of perfection. He attentively dissected every movement, inwardly marveling that guy circulates his muscles as if he has completely read every single step and move of the enemy. However, how can the problem of defending by endlessly running away ever lead to the beast's door of death? Rodan suddenly widened his eyes and dropped his jaw, panicking as he roared, "Look, what the hell is he trying to pull? Keep an eye on your back. Right there. Backed into a dead end already." The Minotaurus plunged headfirst, shooting toward Kim Woojin's position. However, he twisted his body to dodge incredibly smoothly, resulting in the monster ramming its entire set of horns crashing into the cliff face. Rodan's face scrunched up, tense as a violin string, his eyes glued to the scene without missing a single beat. Li Jin-ah shook his head in frustration and muttered, "There, his madness is acting up again." He bit his nails anxiously. Damn it, no matter how rotten this brat's personality is, dying in this dump would be too much of a waste. In the end, it was all due to his arrogance. It would be fair if he left his worthless life here. A life for a life is the most equitable. But the skeleton army had already been blown to dust, and their chances of winning were hanging by a thread. Right at that critical moment, hanging by a thread, a skeleton soldier was sent flying, sprawling on the ground. Rodan froze completely. Wait a minute, dry bones can still move. The skeleton army, lurking behind, rushed up madly to tear the Minotaurus apart. Its horns were deeply embedded in the cliff wall, rendering it helpless no matter how it struggled. At this moment, the Minotaurus was locked in place like a living target. Dan gaped and muttered, "This is unbelievably magical." Woojin expertly twirled his sharp sword, preparing to deliver the coup de grace. He glanced at the beast's pitiful state, smirking slightly. "What's wrong? Got pinned down tightly, little baby." A devastating collision with terrifying destructive power tore through the space, leaving a deep crater shrouded in mist and crumbling rubble. The petrified monster stood as still as a log, only able to stare in panic as Woojin's figure loomed closer. The Minotaurus's bloodshot eyes helplessly waited for the freezing sword tip to pierce straight into its forehead. Thud, the metallic scent of blood instantly filled the air. The Minotaurus, the uncrowned king of the labyrinth, had taken the full brunt of the deadly curse. The struck eye squeezed shut in pain. Furious, the Minotaurus flared its nostrils, snorting out thick puffs of gray smoke. Driven into a corner, the spark of rage ignited its latent power, and it frantically yanked its body free from the stone's gripping claws. The young man narrowed his eyes, assessing it. "Wow, still bursting with vitality. I thought I could stall for a bit more time to recover. This beast's brain isn't half bad. Reusing the old trick of tricking it into ramming the wall will probably be a waste of effort." Woojin scrutinized its bulging muscles and calculated inwardly. Going berserk, huh? Perfect timing. Once these wild beasts lose control, their eyes just burn with bloodlust and fixate straight ahead. The Minotaurus took a step, kicking up dust, and charged forward with its sharp horns pointed straight ahead. He calmly analyzed the enemy's next move. Its next step would definitely be gathering all its strength to unleash a finishing blow on its opponent's head. Right on the money. Out of nowhere, a goblin corpse flew through the air and slammed right into its head. The skeleton soldiers dragged several goblin corpses and mercilessly hurled them at the giant Minotaurus. The skeletons grabbed the goblins by the hair and threw them relentlessly like a storm of bombs and bullets. Suddenly, the goblin's flesh flashed with a chilling light. The monster corpses flew through the air one after another, thudding against the Minotaurus's tough skin, making it wince and groan in pain. Woojin took in the bizarre sight, his lips involuntarily curling into a faint smile. The exclusive skill of the Emissary of the Underworld, Corpse Explosion, was officially activated. The judgment blow descended, a brilliant golden power igniting a blinding explosion that wiped out all remnants at the epicenter. Dan's subordinates huddled below, straining their eyes to watch without daring to blink. The Minotaurus's massive body collapsed with a loud crash, sending a cloud of dust floating thickly into every corner. The bloated giant corpse lay flat, practically glued to the brick floor. Even so, the skeleton army didn't let up, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of slashes onto the Minotaurus's corpse. The skeleton soldiers swarmed to carve up every part of the monster's body, their swords mercilessly hacking down without pause. Woojin dismissed any further interest, turning his back and leaving decisively. The current scene was drenched in a crimson hue, reeking with a nauseating stench of blood. In the chaotic scene, a group of skeletons donned heavy iron armor, wielding twin scythes that radiated a deep blue glow as they frantically swung and slaughtered. Retreating to a dark, obscure corner, the flippant young man smirked curiously. "So what's the reason you kicked everyone else out just to keep me rooted here alone?" Johann Jorg cast a teasing glance at Park Shin-hye. "Or is the beauty plotting a romantic date with me?" She merely narrowed her long eyes in rejection, shooting him a scowling glare. She gritted her teeth to suppress the fire of frustration burning in her chest, inwardly cursing the shameless bastard, before changing the subject. "How is that job I tasked you with a while ago progressing?" Johann Jorg casually wrapped his arms behind his head. "Ah, are you talking about the sword bombing?" He tossed back an answer dripping with mockery. "Some quick-witted bastard snatched it right out from under me. I'll have to apologize to the beauty for this job. Can we just let it slide?" Park Shin-hye gaped in sheer disbelief, plunging deep into thought. "Wait, who the hell was it? Judging by his tone, is there another faction eyeing that weapon besides us?" Cho Sung-gu glared. "I absolutely cannot swallow this bullshit excuse." Saying that, he smoothly reached into his pocket and pulled a razor-sharp dagger from his inventory. And in a flash, he glided as smoothly as the wind, passing Park Shin-hye's side and slipping right behind Johann Jorg's neck. The young man instinctively shrank his neck back to dodge, but in reality, Sung-gu was just issuing a hollow threat with no real intention to kill. He merely pressed the blade close to his face to assert dominance. "If I accidentally punch a hole in this pretty face of yours, A bastard like you will surely have to relearn how to be obedient. Johann Georg smirked sarcastically. Oh my, why resort to such violence? Didn't you guys put me on a pedestal and hail me as the #1 elite bait? Completely unfazed, he used a single finger to gently push the knife away. Are you trying to intimidate me with this cheap toy, man? Cho Sung-gu stiffened slightly in surprise at Johann Georg's fearless, stubborn attitude. He gritted his teeth, his blood boiling in extreme frustration, yet Johann Georg maintained his mocking, provoking smile. Don't tell me you guys are delusional enough to think you can catch a shark like Isaac Ivanov while rejecting my herding efforts. Cho Sung-gu snorted in fury. I will crush a piece of trash like you right here and then take the slot to go to Egypt. Before he could finish, Shin Hai shouted loudly, stop it right now. Her command made him freeze for about 2 seconds. Shin Hai spoke up, he has a point. Although annoyed, she had to admit that what Johann Georg said was true. When it came to building a reputation to recruit Isaac Ivanov and manipulating public opinion, no one made a better bait than Johann Georg. Sung-gu had to root himself to the spot, bitterly gritting his teeth and swallowing his anger. Johann Georg burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, as expected, Master Bo sees through everything. Park Shin-hai held her forehead and sighed. All right then, just make sure you play your role as the decoy perfectly. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the giant forest, a beam of light suddenly flashed. A few figures walked out of the dungeon's teleportation, gate one after another. The man leading the group called out, Hey, young man. Kim Woojin, under the guise of Isaac Ivanov, cast a cold glance over. The captain approached with flattery. Your strength truly lives up to the rumors. Thanks to you we had a much easier time. Let's part ways here, wishing you smooth sailing. Sensing the other party's scheme, Kim Woojin asked flatly, do you need something? The man stepped closer and lowered his voice to a whisper. It's nothing major, just wanted to confirm that you haven't forgotten your deal with the commander, right? Kim Woojin replied in a low voice, you mean handing over all the rewards in this dungeon to you guys? Li Jin-ah, standing on the other side, caught sight of the two whispering and clearly showed his jealousy. The captain smiled and nodded spot on, your memory is excellent. And so the two continued their negotiation. With Li Jin-ah standing guard nearby, Woojin calmly conducted the trade, ignoring the prying eyes staring at him. Rodan frowned deeply, an overwhelming sense of frustration rising from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, a soft hand reached out and grasped his. Misen asked with anxious concern, Rodan, are you okay? He forced a smile, pretending everything was normal. Haha, I'm fine, totally great, of course. Kaio patted his shoulder comfortingly. What happened in the match just now is in the past, let it go, Rodan. Don't dwell on it too much. Misen happily clapped her hands in agreement with Kaio's words. Exactly, man. The innocent girl dropped a sentence that cut like a knife into Rodan's fragile heart. Mr. Isaac Ivanov is simply too outstanding. This is absolutely not because Rodan is incompetent. His face turned ashen from extreme embarrassment. Why does hearing that make my heart feel even more shattered? Eventually, Rodan finally let go of his hang-ups about the previous battle. Thanks a lot, everyone. After ending the conversation with the captain, Kim Woojin turned his gaze toward that group of people. Memories of the time he fought shoulder to shoulder with these three suddenly flooded his mind. Recalling his past life, he had to scrape by just to survive that brutal test. A bitter past where the survival rate was a mere 50%. However, this time, everyone had made it out unscathed. That was because he had prepared a perfect strategy to eradicate the monsters with the absolute minimum casualties. His train of thought concluded, yet Kim Woojin's brows remained furrowed in tension. Right then, a deafening explosion ripped through a corner of the forest, startling a flock of birds into a scattered frenzy. The captain flinched, his sharp eyes darting around in high alert. Rodan's group immediately entered a state of high alert. Li Jin-ah looked quite unfazed, while Kim Woojin seemed to have anticipated this event. In the real world, Oh Sechen's office welcomed an uninvited guest. He scratched his head in frustration and spoke, Can we skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point? What exactly was your purpose in coming all the way here? The figure leisurely sipping tea across from Oh Sechen was none other than the dragon hunter, Francois Chero. In response to the question, he slowly explained the reason for his visit. If your claim to want to save humanity is genuine. Francois Chero gently set his teacup on the table. Then I have this item I want to entrust to you. His vague words successfully piqued Oh Sechen's curiosity. What kind of treasure is it anyway? Francois Chero couldn't be bothered with a lengthy explanation. He decisively pulled a sword out of his spatial inventory. Oh Sechen was startled when he laid eyes on that weapon. So much so that Li Jisoo also curiously tore her eyes away from the computer screen to see what it was. Francois Chero placed a precious sword on the table, its spine coated in brilliant gold, contrasting with its mysterious pitch-black blade. Oh Sechen carefully lifted it to examine it, exclaiming in astonishment, "Isn't this the sword Bameng?" Francois Chero nodded, confirming the information. Precisely, the people from the Messiah organization are frantically hunting for it, and if my intuition is right, this is the only divine weapon capable of taking Li Sechen's life. Oh Sechen's eyes lit up like headlights, gingerly caressing every contour of the sword. But then he suddenly remembered a suspicious point. Wait a minute, are you really planning to give me this treasure for free? Francois Chero gave him a helpless glare, too speechless to bother explaining further. Night fell aboard a plane tearing through the wind in the sky. Oh Sechen sat quietly in the car, his contemplative gaze directed out the window. Suddenly he turned to ask Li Jisoo, "Did that person leave safely?" She nodded slightly to confirm yes. Li Jisoo stayed silent, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. Suddenly she spoke up, "Hey director." Li Jisoo said, "You don't need to stare at me like that." The unexpected remark made Oh Sechen freeze. The rearview mirror clearly reflected the flustered look on his face. "Huh, when was I paying attention to you?" Li Jisoo calmly replied, "I personally questioned that person about everything." Memories flooded back of when she saw Francois Chero off and probed him for some information. Li Jisoo spoke in a somber tone, "On the day my father passed away." Oh Sechen frantically pressed for answers. What exactly happened? He worried inwardly, could it be she already knows the truth about that day? Li Jisoo turned the key to start the car. Oh Sechen broke out in a cold sweat, anxiously asking, "Secretary Li, are you still okay?" Li Jisoo indifferently replied, "I am not okay." Her gaze fixed straight ahead, "I feel absolutely terrible." With that said, she steered the car out of the parking lot. Shifting back to the dungeon, the expedition team was currently venturing into a vast, cavernous cave. Rodan questioned irritably, "Hey, why are we sneaking into this place? If we just act so blatantly, will the Lloyd D-stroke I letter 1EC1 you guys just turn a blind eye?" He also grumbled that if they wanted to increase their chances of winning, both sides had to coordinate seamlessly. A fierce-looking man frantically ran over to report, "Captain." He asked hastily, "That group is blocking the way right up ahead, what should we do now?" Min Yang turned to speak to Kim Woojin under the guise of Isaac Ivanov. "Look here, Isaac Ivanov, we have to launch an attack just like before. The best course of action for both of us is to clean this up quickly and get out of this dungeon, right?" He turned away abruptly, dropping a cold remark, "Cut the pointless act. Just like before, everyone split up and find a place to hide, that's it." Min Yang frantically denied it. "When did I ever skulk and hide? Don't you dare spout such nonsense." Kim Woojin threw a piercing glare. "Those aren't the type of monsters we can underestimate. If you still want to keep your miserable life, you'd better obediently listen to me." Min Yang was resentful and unwilling, silently cursing, "Bastard." The rugged man hurriedly asked the captain, "How should we handle this now? Do we form a battle formation right away?" Min Yang gritted his teeth and muttered, "Just as he said, we managed to get this far without losing a single soul. What if I personally severed the head of that two-headed cyclops?" Sakura's figure flashed through his mind. I could completely take him down to proudly sit in the position of the commander's capable right hand. Imagining that scene, Min Yang couldn't hide the triumphant smile on his lips. He ordered loudly, "Everyone gather immediately. We're going to hunt for the head of that cyclops." Woojin halted his steps, casting an indifferent glance at that group of people. Next, he turned to instruct Rodan and Misen. "Stay vigilant against the Lloyd D-stroke I letter 1EC1U group. If they show up, we prioritize dealing with this side first." Rodan's hot blood flared up, prompting Misen to hastily intervene, calm down, tone down the anger. Kim Woojin walked over to check on Li Jin. "Is the situation under control?" The guy threw a thumbs up and replied confidently, "Obviously I'm always in peak condition." Suddenly a voice shouted loudly, "Everyone quickly form a battle formation. The monster is in that direction." Swarms of giant ants poured out continuously from deep within the cave. Kim Woojin decisively issued the order, "Excellent, Deploy exactly as planned. Li Jin Ah pulled up his inventory and replied heartily, Roger that. System notification, proceeding to equip the Ring of Solomon. As he slipped the ring onto his finger, Li Jin Ah pondered, this is the very item that the swordsman had bluffed about before getting exposed. System displayed the data, Ring of Solomon, legendary grade item, level requirement over 100, a treasure belonging to King Solomon. When activating the signature skill Solomon's command, the user exchanges mana to dominate monsters of a lower tier than themselves. Grants an additional 100 mana, enhances attack power by 10%, and unlocks the skill Solomon's command. Li Jin Ah extended his ring-bearing hand straight forward. The system issued a notification for activating the power of the Ring of Solomon. He utilized its power to force the ant swarm to freeze in place. A gleaming golden band of light instantly enveloped the entire swarm of ants. In another corner, a member was ambushed out of nowhere and collapsed tragically. Min Yang stood panting heavily from exhaustion. He swept his eyes in a circle around the battlefield. Right after, Min Yang frantically swung his sword and roared, "Damn it! Where the hell did this massive horde of monsters crawl out from?" His sword cleaved through the wind, severing the lives of countless monsters. Min Yang tightened his grip on his sword hilt and shouted arrogantly, "All right then, come at me if you dare. I'll butcher every single one of you." Suddenly, his foot tripped over a corpse sprawled out on the ground. Min Yang then fell face first into the dirt with a heavy thud. In that split second, Min Yang suddenly snapped to his senses and realized a horrifying truth. He stared blankly at the bodies scattered haphazardly around him. What the hell is going on here? Min Yang slowly shifted his gaze in another direction. I was clearly in a death match with the Cyclops just a moment ago. Now all that surrounded him were corpses piled up like mountains. To escape the frenzy of the monster horde, did I flee the battlefield? Fresh blood was still dripping from my blade. I must have truly been crushed by that monster. Why did my subordinates all lose their lives so completely like this? He sat there in a daze, losing consciousness for a brief moment. Shortly after, Min Yang realized the abnormal situation. He slowly craned his neck to look behind him. Min Yang came face to face with the giant two-headed Cyclops towering menacingly behind his back. It glared with its two pairs of blood-red eyes, staring intently at him. He trembled violently and let out a curse, "Damn it." The vile beast brought down a fist as big as a boulder straight onto his head. An earth-shattering smash squashed Min Yang's body into a lifeless, humiliating pile. A gloomy darkness swallowed the entire eerie cave space. The two-headed giant eagerly chewed and tore apart its pitiful prey. It was stuck in the cave, while Kim Woojin maintained a safe distance and observed. Rodan approached and spoke, "Hey, Isaac Ivanov." He glanced over indifferently, and Rodan pressed on with a serious expression, "I really doubt if doing this is a good idea." He replied coldly, "What do you mean?" Rodan jerked his chin towards the back. "I'm wondering about that swarm of striped ants over there." He looked at Li Jin Ah, who was busy stroking the ants, and asked apprehensively, "Are you really planning to bring that swarming army to fight?" Kyle leisurely teased Misen, who was hiding behind his back, "They look pretty cute actually. Why don't you try petting them?" Rodan frowned and judged, "Right now the ants are suppressed by the power of equipment, but heaven knows when they might snap and turn to bite us back." He anxiously analyzed further, even if the item's effect is still active, there must be a time limit. If the skill wears off right in the middle of an intense fight, we're in big trouble. Kim Woojin looked down, "You still don't trust me." Rodan frantically explained, "No, that's not what I mean." Kim Woojin strode over to Rodan and explained flatly, of course, "The power of the ring can't bind the ant swarm forever." He patted his shoulder lightly and continued, "But as long as they perfectly fulfill their role as meat shields before they lose control and massacre each other." Kim Woojin tossed out one last sentence before walking away, "Then there's nothing left to worry about, is there?" Li Jin Ah was incredibly thrilled. "Let's go, my darling ants, the order to attack has been issued. It's your showtime now." He clenched his fist, activating the explosive power from the ring. A blinding halo flared up, fully embracing the giant ant swarm. The aura immediately attracted the attention of every ant around. The monsters moved in a line under Li Jin Ah's manipulation, aiming straight for the two-headed Cyclops. The rustling sound of the ant swarm caught the beast's ears. The giant creature stretched and stood up, right as the ant swarm rushed fiercely at its back. They clung to its legs, starting to bite and tear frantically. The ants swiftly swarmed over the monster's entire body, gnawing its flesh brutally and making it roar in agony. Kim Woojin crossed his arms and watched Li Jin-ah's enthusiastic demeanor, smirking in praise. "Excellent, keep it up." Rodan thought to himself in shock. The boss of an A+ rank 5-floor dungeon is being farmed this easily. The beast crashed down onto the ground, buried within the encirclement of the ant swarm. The ants clustered together to gnaw right into the monster's eye sockets. Suddenly, its pupils flashed with a bizarre light. The ants paused, simultaneously raising their heads to stare at that beam of light. Suddenly, they turned on each other, madly tearing into their own kind. They launched into one another, forming savage circles of mutual slaughter. Li Jin-ah stared wide-eyed at the ring, yelling in frustration, "What the hell is going on? Why did they suddenly start biting each other? Did the ring's power fade away that fast?" The ants remained absorbed in an endless chaotic brawl. The giant staggered to its feet, delivering a stomp that crushed the annoying insects. It stomped madly to wipe out all the ants beneath its feet. Kim Woojin glanced at Li Jin-ah and explained flatly, "Its eyes are definitely demon eyes, containing distinct abilities. The power emitted from the left eye causes an abnormal status, which is the confusion effect." In just the blink of an eye, the ant swarm had been cleared out by the monster without a single survivor. Kim Woojin continued, "It strips away the ability to distinguish friend from foe. If you just rush in blindly to kill like a maniac, the end result will be that pathetic." Li Jin-ah broke a cold sweat in panic. "So what do we do now? If we let it wreck things like that, our group will soon end up on the altar alongside those ants." Kim Woojin curled his lips in a faint smile. If it were ordinary people, they would certainly suffer the same fate. The monster bared its fangs and brandished its claws, starting to turn its attention toward them. He emphasized the main point, "I'm talking about a scenario where that skill doesn't have a cooldown time." Rodan furrowed his brows in confusion. That guy Isaac Ivanov is clearly a rookie facing a two-headed cyclops for the first time. Why is he so thoroughly knowledgeable about both the demon eyes and the cooldown time? Li Jin-ah eagerly pressed on, I see. So do we charge straight down and make mincemeat out of it now?" Rodan stood beside him, pouting as he evaluated, "For a meathead, he catches on pretty fast." Kim Woojin decisively drew his sword from the spatial inventory and replied, "No, I'll launch a preemptive strike alone, because that right demon eye is still waiting to strike." Rodan hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a minute. If the right eye is also a demon eye, we need to devise a careful plan to deal with it." Before he could finish speaking, he charged straight to the front line. He leaned forward and called after him, "Hey, wait a sec." Li Jin-ah brushed it off, "Just throw away that pointless worrying." He patted his chest and spoke boldly, "You haven't fully grasped Isaac Ivanov's capabilities yet." Li Jin-ah watched Kim Woojin's back as he swung his sword and rushed forward, adding, "That guy is absolutely not the type to risk his life charging to his death without being sure of winning." He swiftly closed the distance with the two-headed beast. It quickly activated its right demon eye, shining a ghostly beam directly at Kim Woojin. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself to resist the invasion of that invisible pressure. The system flashed a red warning. The player has fallen into the crosshairs of the demon eye. The petrification debuff is activated. Kim Woojin's entire body gradually stiffened into a block of cold stone. The pace of his legs also gradually slowed, becoming incredibly heavy. Kim Woojin used all his strength to drag his weary steps until he was completely paralyzed. He stood rooted to the spot, looking up at the towering beast in front of him. Facing death, Kim Woojin unconsciously smirked. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is here. He calmly activated the power from the ring resting on his finger. System notification: Lancelot's ring has completely nullified the petrification status. The treasure shone brightly, and the layer of stone clinging to his body instantly shattered into 100 pieces. Kim Woojin reached out his hand to obscure its vision, right at this moment, while it's wide open, mistakenly believing the demon eye is still pinning me down, and its left eye is still stuck in the cooldown period. He vaulted upwards, delivering a fatal stab right into its pupil. This is the golden opportunity to snatch that right eye as well. The Cyclops frantically swung its boulder-like fist straight at Woojin. The hammer-like smash sent him flying far away, crashing heavily onto the cold ground. Thick dust rolled up, obscuring a chunk of the sky. Peeking through the dense screen of dust was a flickering, flashing ray of light. Kim Woojin reacted with lightning speed, putting up a steel shield to take the full brunt of the attack. The system scanned the data, Aegis Shield, a legendary treasure, equipable right from level 1. This is the most powerful indestructible shield forged by Hephaestus himself, permanently unbreakable. Pumping mana or aura into it will awaken divine protection, granting flawlessly perfect defense. The beast let out deafening roars. The right half of its chest exploded into a bloody mess. Misen in the backline furiously bombarded it with long-range offensive magic. Rodan shouted resoundingly, "Full-scale attack, let's go." Li Jin-ah stepped up and asked eagerly, "Now it's our time to shine, right?" Kim Woojin replied in a deep voice, "I will handle the right eye myself." He issued the command, "You and the rest take care of the left eye. We have to finish it off before that damn demon eye finishes its cooldown." Li Jin-ah roared back in response, "You got it." System reported success. The skeleton army has been summoned. The two-headed Cyclops roared in despair, as its right chest was completely shattered. Kim Woojin led the bony entourage, swarming into the front line. He nonchalantly cast a glance towards the rear. Misen was tirelessly waving her staff, raining magic down onto the monster's head. Witnessing her focused demeanor, Kim Woojin breathed a sigh of relief, flashing a highly satisfied smile. He paused his steps for a brief moment, then suddenly accelerated and dashed rapidly forward. Woojin and the skeleton army agilely slipped to the back, launching a rear attack on the Cyclops. Finally, the system displayed a notification. The player has successfully taken down the two-headed Cyclops. The player has obtained the Demon Eye of the two-headed Cyclops. Demon Eye of the two-headed Cyclops, legendary grade, requires level 1 or above. A glass orb harboring the Cyclops' ghostly power. When activated, it forces the target into a state of panic or hinders their movement speed. Consumes mana to inflict the confusion effect or petrification status on the enemy. The storm passed, and the brilliant dawn shone into every corner once again. Woojin leisurely strode to the front. He and Li Jin-ah were simultaneously stunned in sheer amazement. Misen's eyes were just as wide open. She called out to Rodan in panic, pointing straight in that direction, "Look over there." A group of people gripping firearms had their barrels aimed directly at the expedition team. The hostile faction aggressively lined up, blocking Kim Woojin's group's path. Rodan burned with rage and calculated inwardly, "Aren't they from the Loi D-I letter 1EC1U guild? What are the leader Hugh Fraser and that vice-captain Sakura showing their faces here for?" He roared angrily, "You bastards, what kind of dirty trick are you trying to pull here?" Sakura lifted her chin and dropped a cheap remark, "You have no right to interfere in this, buddy. Out of respect for speaking politely just now, be smart and scram so things stay clean." She toyed with the gun in her hand jokingly. "Anyway, the boss monster has already died at the hands of Isaac Ivanov, and our friend here has made a deal to yield all the loot here to our side." Misen, hiding behind Rodan, argued back, "We don't give a damn about the deals between you guys and Isaac Ivanov. But just a moment ago, it was our group that had to put our lives on the line to clear this dungeon." She retorted sharply, "It's bad enough you didn't join hands to save humanity, but now you're blatantly threatening us like this. You call your way of handling things polite." Hugh Fraser sneered and repeated, "Polite." He said coldly, "The mere fact that I'm not pumping hundreds of lead bullets into your skulls right now is already the ultimate favor." Hugh Fraser tilted his head and asked probingly, "Perfectly said, right, Isaac Ivanov?" Kim Woojin calmly remained silent, too lazy to even respond to him. The spatial gate slowly faded and then vanished entirely. Kim Woojin's team remained rooted to the spot, surrounded heavily by Hugh Fraser's hounds. He shoved his hands into his pockets and said indifferently, "The dungeon collapsed and not a single one of them dragged their bodies out, which proves you didn't even bother to look out for my subordinates. But whatever, it's in the past." Hugh Fraser strode forward. "Anyway, those trash bags had garbage abilities. There wasn't any clause in our agreement guaranteeing their lives. I only care about the item you promised to hand over, that's enough." Kim Woojin replied indifferently, "Up to you." Li Jin-ah secretly whispered in his ear, "Are you really going to give it to that old man?" He replied in a deep voice, "What was promised must be delivered, because I also have to get what I need." As he spoke, he casually pulled out his spatial inventory. Woojin tossed the item to Hugh Fraser, while Li Jin-ah groaned in mental agony. knowing it was necessary but still feeling his heart bleed at giving away the Cyclops' magic eye, which was looted through blood, sweat, and tears. However, those bizarre side effects wouldn't even scratch the old man, so handing over the magic eye didn't pose any massive hidden threat. Rodan was stunned, watching the transaction unfold before his eyes. Right when Hugh Fraser withdrew his men and turned away, he stood there utterly dumbfounded, wondering, what the hell, he's just packing up and leaving just like that. Misen gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead, bowing slightly in gratitude to Kim Woojin. Mr. Isaac Ivanov, even though we only fought side by side for a short time, I am truly grateful to you. Kaio extended his hand, wanting to return the favor with a handshake. Thanks to you, my eyes have been opened to many things. Kim Woojin grasped his hand and smiled faintly. You're flattering me. Rodan stood frozen in a corner, his arms crossed, lost in a messy jumble of thoughts. Kim Woojin cast a glance in his direction. Rodan still put on a front, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Woojin let out a long, heavy sigh. Misen laughed softly to ease the tension. Please forgive him, his ego is a bit inflated, but he is absolutely not a bad person by nature. She was utterly shocked, witnessing the unexpected turn of events unfolding. Kim Woojin slowly walked towards Rodan. He mocked, I swear you have absolutely zero talent in leading a team. Rodan flared up and yelled, what the hell are you talking about? Kim Woojin immediately cut in, however. He shifted his gaze to Misen and Kaio, then continued, to make up for it, those standing over there will always place their complete trust and reliance on you. Kim Woojin slowly added, volunteering to be a solid rear guard, ready to go through life and death with you. Kim Woojin reached out his hand in goodwill, because in their eyes, you are the most brilliant comrade in the world. Rodan's eyes widened at those unexpected words. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a warm smile. Then, Rodan reached out to return Woojin's handshake. The reconciliatory handshake took place under the utterly amazed watch of Misen, Kaio, and even Li Jin-ah. A moment later, Li Jin-ah crossed his arms and interrogated, did you eat something wrong today? Suddenly spouting such cheesy words that are totally unlike your usual style. He pressed further, didn't you have a huge grudge against the Messiah Guild? However, Kim Woojin merely lowered his face and smiled meaningfully in silence. Misen linked arms with her two teammates, chattering happily, 1,000 thanks to you, Rodan. He scratched his head with a goofy look and asked, thanking me for what? She grinned brightly, thanking you for always being a sturdy shield protecting us all this time. Kim Woojin looked at them and replied, I never once opened my mouth to declare my hatred for the Messiah Guild. He thought to himself, I only despise those cowardly hypocrites who mercilessly trample on the sacred hopes of salvation of these people. As the night faded, darkness swallowed the towering skyscraper. Numerous newspaper headlines competed to cover the appearance of Isaac Ivanov in the Amazon. Isaac Ivanov, the mysterious hunter who cleared the 5-floor A rank dungeon. Breaking news, a Messiah Guild member fought alongside him in the dungeon raid. The desire to fight shoulder to shoulder with Isaac Ivanov rises high. Johann Jorg from the Messiah Guild publicly extended an invitation to Isaac Ivanov. The Messiah Guild proposes an alliance to conquer the 6th-floor A rank dungeon. How will Isaac Ivanov respond to Johann Jorg's challenge? Experts weigh in. Netizens boiled over with comments, I thought Isaac Ivanov had died in some godforsaken corner. He actually showed up in the Amazon. Angels are calling, Mr. Isaac Ivanov, why did you wander all the way there? Cheetah says, Johann Jorg teaming up with Isaac Ivanov to sweep a 6th-floor dungeon, this is definitely a dream team. Wanderer commented, but why suddenly dive headfirst into a 6th-floor A+ rank dungeon? That's clearly asking for death. Turtle God commented, that is the proof of a noble will longing to save the world. Forever Alone Guild commented, no matter how tough Isaac Ivanov is, he'll end up kicking the bucket eventually. Storm commented, watch your mouth, they are bearing the heavy responsibility of saving humanity. Undercurrent commented, this bro is truly overpowered. Hurricane commented, cut the cheap keyboard warrior crap. Tsukihara Ken, sinking into the night, spoke in a deep voice. Isaac Ivanov, that hunter actually returned from the Amazon in one piece. Park Shin-hai exclaimed in shock, but this matter. Ken interrupted her, while we are in deep water and need to resolve a major crisis, what's the point of calling me to this place? He grumbled, don't tell me you dragged me all the way here today just to announce a ruined plan or some trivial nonsense. Park Shin-hai slightly curled her lips and replied calmly, obviously, everything is still on track, so you don't need to worry about it. She calmly opened the trunk and spoke. I only called you here to completely uproot those variables that could easily cause disastrous consequences. Ken frowned, locking his eyes on Park Shin-hai. She continued, having the Sword Saint take the trouble to come all the way here, I hope you will put this treasure to good use. Park Shin-hai laid out a bunch of equipment on the table, introducing them loudly. Please admire them, the legendary Hades's helmet and Hermes's boots. The press heavily reported on the fateful encounter between Isaac Ivanov and Johann Georg at the Sphinx dungeon in Egypt on the 6th floor. Park Yang-won sat imperiously, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. He leisurely said, the first time you actively sought me out was back at the Messiah Guild. It seems that interesting scenario is repeating itself. Park Yang-won was receiving Kim Woojin, who had stripped away his disguise. Wonderful, so you've smoothly wrapped things up with the Thunderbird Guild, haven't you? He calmly replied, yes, quite a bit of trouble arose but... The scene of handing over the magic eye to Hugh Fraser rushed back into Woojin's mind. At that moment he had questioned, rumors in the underworld say you value trustworthiness highly. So, did you bring the item I requested? The old man laughed heartily. Even in such adversity, you still calmly bargain without flinching. Your aura pleases me greatly. Saying that, Hugh Fraser tossed a piece of paper to Kim Woojin. I naturally don't go back on my word. That piece of paper contained the Lick summoning skill. The prerequisite was to inherit the Emissary of the Underworld class, reaching level 180. Its power required sacrificing the lives of 100 monsters to call forth an immortal mage. Hugh Fraser reminded him, the barrier to this treasure is level 180. Try to keep your miserable life intact until then. Kim Woojin snapped out of his flashback, flatly announcing, I have captured the target. Park Yang-won rested his chin on his hand, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. Did you also soak up the sweet talk of that guy? So what's the reason you brought this exact story to report to me? Kim Woojin lowered his eyes and replied indifferently, wasn't that the order you gave me? The corner of his lips curled up in a scheming manner. Woojin added a concluding remark, don't be foolish enough to plan on deceiving me any further. Park Yang-won smiled so much his eyes turned into slits, praising him, not bad, well done. It seems you've absorbed my golden words. The room door was suddenly pushed open. Park Yang-won said languidly, well then, from this moment on, you should understand what it is I want to collect from you, right? Kim Woojin calmly concluded, I will offer you every single detailed move of the Thunderbird faction. Secretary Kim slowly walked into the room. He added precisely, but there's still one more task. After finishing his words, Secretary Kim carefully placed a compact box on the table. Park Yang-won ordered, offer this gift to Isaac Ivanov. Woojin slowly opened the lid of the box. He was stunned when he saw the treasure with his own eyes. This was undoubtedly Isserus's ring. Park Yang-won rubbed his chin and explained, as I announced earlier, the script I mapped out is not a scene of Johann Georg and Isaac Ivanov fighting to the death. He growled with a cold edge, take advantage of this opportunity to pull Isaac Ivanov to our side at all costs. As for that guy Johann Georg, use every trick in the book to eradicate him completely. Kim Woojin cherished the box, pricking up his ears to hear the final order, even if you have to burn through however many resources, it doesn't matter. He chuckled lightly, closed the lid and said, I understand. The scene shifted to Cairo, the capital of Egypt. Right before the moment of entering the dungeon, the alliances had gathered in full force. Johann Georg strode towards Woojin, who was under the persona of Isaac Ivanov. He smirked, putting on an act, it's such an honor for me to fight shoulder to shoulder with you like this. Kim Woojin let out a sarcastic sneer. That small action completely did not escape Johann Georg's eyes. In a flash, Kim Woojin changed his expression, smiling and shaking the other party's hand. I'll be counting on your support for the journey ahead. Having said that, he turned and walked away. Johann Georg stared at that retreating back, calculating bitterly. Bastard, even though it was fleeting, he was clearly mocking me. He turned his head and gave a sinister smile. Well, go ahead and be smug for now. In a dungeon land, filled with sandstorms and endless mountain ranges. A member swung a violent punch, blasting an orc's head off. Kim Woojin's skeleton army also launched a massive assault. Suddenly, he raised his eyes and noticed someone approaching closely. Johann Georg loomed over and offered a word of praise. The power of these monster freaks is truly as astounding as the rumors in the underworld say. He tilted his head smugly. My army suffered too much in numbers, so I just figured out this neat little trick. Kim Woojin glanced at him indifferently and replied, that mess on your side is also outstanding in a different way. Johann Jorg growled, what do you mean by that mockery? Kim Woojin half closed his eyes and said slowly, I didn't mean to target you guys. He shifted his gaze to Johann Jorg's faction and scoffed, aren't your numbers crushing ours right now? Johann Jorg jutted his chin towards his heavily cloaked army and retorted, are you referring to this bunch? He arrogantly held out a finger with a sparkling treasure. Everything relies on the power of this ring. The jewelry shone brilliantly. It was genuinely Hades's ring. Kim Woojin feigned astonishment while marveling inwardly, so it's Hades's ring. Johann Jorg bragged triumphantly, just by activating this treasure's ability, I can easily manipulate anyone's skeleton soldiers into my own hunting dogs. Kim Woojin was momentarily stunned. Does such an evil thing exist in this world? It seems to be the trump card that the Messiah Guild is plotting to use. Johann Jorg spoke hypocritically, stop your baseless worrying. He flashed a sinister grin and swore, I won't stoop so low as to steal your skeletons, the subordinates I have my eyes on. He glanced at the lackeys behind him and declared loudly, are simply cannon fodder summoned by those currently serving me. Kim Woojin pondered, I'm not stupid enough to order my skeletons to rush in and tear Johann Jorg apart right now. He fixed his gaze on that ring. The root of all problems stems from the presence of this treasure. Kim Woojin frowned and concluded, carelessness is the fatal flaw of all types of power. He faced the young man in front of him, calculating, sometimes laying all your trump cards on the table is completely more effective than hiding them. Johann Jorg, whether in his past life or this one, has always carried a spine-chilling recklessness. The quiet night fell, the flickering campfire lit up a corner of the sky. By the warm fire, Johann Jorg sat leisurely turning fragrant meat skewers. The young man winked and teased, bearing the title of residents of the Underworld, but unable to enjoy the pleasures of food. It's quite sad when you think about it, don't you all agree? Finishing his sentence, Johann Jorg took a bite of the juicy grilled meat. Looking up at the wandering souls drifting in the air, he continued, even though I don't know the exact locations, I know full well you all are still loitering around here biding your time. He just kept on monologuing, I've poured my heart out here, but even if you hear me, you can't open your mouths to reply. What a huge pity, surely there are some around here starving for a bite. Johann Jorg chuckled, tasting his schemes, where will this situation lead to? To catch the final boss of the 6th floor, Isaac Ivanov's strength is an indispensable missing piece. So obviously, we can't send him to heaven right now, can we? We'll just have to drain him bit by bit. Before he could finish being smug, half of his delicious meat had tragically hit the ground. Rolling his eyes in surprise, he spoke up, have you guys just been rooted there this whole time? Right in his line of sight, a spiritual figure flickered in and out of existence. Stepping into the 21st day of the subjugation campaign, the volcanic lava was still boiling and overflowing. The traveling caravan had set foot at the threshold of the 5th gate belonging to the Egyptian ruins. His lips curling up in arrogance, Johann Jorg declared, the final obstacle is right here. The 5 gates we passed were truly as light as a feather. He further affirmed, this 6th gate will surely bring an unprecedented level of brutality. Deep down, Kim Woojin completely agreed with Johann's assessment. Scanning the terrain, he secretly evaluated that this was inherently an A+ rank death zone. Yet to this point, not a single life had been lost. If Johann Jorg's minions managed to preserve their forces, then any appearing faction would pose a threat on par with the final boss of the 6th floor. Glancing at his own squad, Kim Woojin calculated inwardly, our faction's identity has been exposed to the whole world. In this situation, the opponent absolutely wouldn't be dumb enough to send just a few small fry to capture me. Unless those targeting him are all blind fools who can't judge people. Park Shin-hye's figure appeared in his mind. It seems that woman has decided to pull out her trump card to engage in battle. Brushing aside the messy thoughts, Kim Woojin took a long stride straight towards the massive gate. Pressing his hand against the cold surface, he took a breath. Let's begin. The giant door slowly creaked open under Kim Woojin's push. An evil smile flashed across Johann Jorg's face. Now, let's just take our time playing with him. His towering shadow closed in on Kim Woojin's back, but unfortunately, the intention was read like an open book before it could even sprout. Kim Woojin violently pushed the door open, ready to declare his terms. The moment his heels touched the desert floor, Li Jin-ah's legs were immediately swallowed by the sand. The muscular man's eyes went wide, his mouth formed an O shape as he cried out in shock, "What the heck is this? Forced to eat dirt in a wasteland again." Kim Woojin flatly rejected, "Wrong." Greeting them ahead was a forest, and an incredibly dense one at that. Johann Jorg probed, "Hey Isaac Ivanov, our top priority is heading straight into that dense thicket of trees, right?" Woojin's sharp, cold eyes swept over. "Before we move, I have something to declare." He stated loudly and clearly, "Starting from this moment, until the one lurking to take everyone's lives is caught, the boss hunting campaign will be frozen indefinitely." The cold declaration made Johann Jorg freeze in bewilderment. He stammered, repeating, "The one lurking to take our lives." With scrutinizing eyes, he pressed, "What hidden meaning are you implying with those words?" The moment the words left his mouth, his skeleton army rushed forward furiously. The target of the direct assault was none other than Woojin. Without the slightest delay, Kim Woojin's skeleton legion immediately formed up to block the enemy's advance. Looking up at the high sky, Kim Woojin let out a sigh, just as expected. This act opens in such a way. Taking advantage of the minions on both sides tearing into each other, he smoothly slipped away and fled far off. Li Jin-ah saw this and screeched, "Hey, are you planning to hit and run and abandon your friend?" Left with no other choice, the giant had to run for his life to catch up with Woojin, while the enemy remnants strained their necks screaming, "The target is getting away, quick, catch him." Johann Jorg immediately changed his tactic. "Forget Isaac Ivanov, prioritize capturing the Dullahan Golem and the skeleton mages for me." Urgent orders were issued. Those individuals with special abilities had to be controlled at all costs. Woojin secretly praised, "Johann Jorg Joseph, this guy's mind is truly exceptionally cunning." A skeleton on his side ruthlessly cleaved an enemy in two. Their advantage originally lay in their infinite resurrection ability within the ruins, however. The enemies simultaneously surrounded and attacked the giant golem. Creatures classified in the elite ranks like the golem, headless knight, skeleton cavalry, and mages operated under a completely different set of rules. The skeleton cavalry also fell into an ambush due to the overly strict summoning constraints. A skeleton mage just unleashed a magic spell blowing away the enemy formation. If it died here, or worse, got its power stripped by the Hades ring. Popping open his spatial storage, Kim Woojin clearly understood that his army's losses would become an immeasurable wound. Digging out a grimoire, he calculated, since it has come to this. The system chimed, confirming the activation of the Grim Reaper's grimoire. The physical form of the skeleton mage suddenly turned into a phantom smoke. Johann Jorg's sharp senses immediately caught the scent of something unusual. Witnessing the opponent's subordinates gradually fading away, he went mad with rage and roared, "That tricky bastard is casting a spell to recall his troops." Blood rushing to his head, he ground his teeth, "Isaac Ivanov, you despicable scum." On the other side, both Kim Woojin and Li Jin-ah were running headlong deep into the tree line. A lackey timidly approached asking for instructions, "Sir, do you think we should hunt them to the bitter end?" Johann Jorg turned his head and scolded, "Is your brain full of water? The main trump cards are still firmly in Isaac Ivanov's hands. If we dive headfirst into that treacherous forest, what are we going to survive on? Sheer faith." He racked his brain in frustration. "So hateful, by what miraculous means does he know every detail of my traps? Even if I manage to snatch all of his soldiers, this chessboard has already been smashed to pieces." As for the duo of Woojin and Jin-ah, they had both slithered deep into the dense forest realm, panting breathlessly. The muscular guy probed, "It seems the bandit troops stopped tailing us." Woojin replied softly, "Far from those brainless elements I used to crush, Johann Jorg is absolutely not the type to be easily led by the nose." Li Jin-ah continued to grumble, "So what's the plan now? Got any tricks up your sleeve yet?" Kim Woojin smirked with full confidence, "Obviously, the script is already set in my head." Saying that, he slipped a delicate ring onto his finger. The system voice rang out in confirmation, "Osiris's ring successfully equipped." The notification sequence continued, "This item will fuse with Bango's bracelet. From now on, the right to unequip it will be permanently disabled." Immediately, the ring locked tightly into an empty slot, leaving two positions unfilled. The virtual screen dropped down the description panel, "Osiris's ring, legendary grade. Requires level 1 or above. A piece of jewelry containing the power of the god of the Underworld, holding the authority to take lives and resurrect the dead. Increases all damage by 15%, enhances all basic stats by 15%, attached with the ultimate skill Undead Resurrection. Li Jin-ah stared wide-eyed like a frog, his trembling finger pointing at the jewelry. You're kidding, right? Where did you dig up this terrifying toy again? Woojin answered unhurriedly, from a sponsor who doesn't like to leave their name where else. He tilted his head back to admire the sky, casually asking his companion, have you come up with a name for that highly philosophical thing yet? That thing that often sows terror for humanity. Woojin added flatly, by this point, you must be pretty used to the feeling of free-falling, right? The muscular guy looked up, confused after hearing that. Free-falling what? Gliding right over their heads was a flock of baby dragons flapping their wings, covering the sky. Woojin muttered, because I once got a taste of that feeling when clashing with these baby dragons. Li Jin-ah turned pale, pointing his finger at his own nose. Wait a minute, my intuition is telling me I'm about to catch a stray bullet again, aren't I? The young man beside him released an atmosphere of deadly silence. The giant shrank his neck, trembling as he pressed, don't tell me that terrible scenario is about to happen. While Kim Woojin thoughtfully observed the airspace, Li Jin-ah just wanted to cry because of the terrifying nightmare about to strike. In the far distance, a rocky mountain stood towering, reaching into the blue clouds. The razor-sharp claws of the ferocious Sphinx monster crushed the boulders. Its cold, sharp eyes scrutinized every inch of the ground below. The flock of baby dragons was still frantically slicing through the wind, flying in circles. Kim Woojin silently strode over to the corpse of the wyvern that had just nosedived into the dirt. Observing from the edge, Li Jin-ah scratched his head in frustration. What the heck now? Planning to borrow this earth dragon's corpse to ride on, so you're not calling out the skeleton army anymore. The guy muttered analytically, but the bony flight squadron is so flimsy, how can they even take off? Still crossing his arms and guessing, the muscular guy suddenly realized, don't tell me the power of that newly acquired toy is. Without making anyone wait, Kim Woojin pressed his palm wearing the ring onto the cold body of the dragon. A brilliant purplish-blue halo radiated, lighting up an entire corner. The mechanical tone rang out reporting, activating the resurrection privilege from Osiris's ring. In the next blink of an eye, the two men sat firmly on the back of the dragon, taking off and shooting up towards the mountain peak. From the void, Woojin threw a wind-piercing spear, grazing past the top of the Sphinx monster's head. The sneak attack left the giant creature somewhat astounded. Fury erupting, the Sphinx beast violently turned around, glaring with fiery eyes at the provocateur. Wobbling on the dragon's back, Li Jin-ah screamed out in total bewilderment. Did that bizarre thing grow eyes on the back of its head? Kim Woojin cleared his throat and roared, jump in and earn your keep. The Sphinx channeled a massive amount of magical energy into its mouth, intent on blowing these annoying pests into dust. A violent gale erupted, causing their mount to shake violently. Li Jin-ah was scared out of his wits, screaming his lungs out. The poor wyvern could only squeeze its eyes shut and endure the aftershocks. The giant tried his best to keep his eyes wide open, wary of the enemy's movements. The Sphinx beast lunged high into the air, swinging its giant claws to crush them. Li Jin-ah grimaced in panic. Damn it, how is that huge thing so fast? The dark shadow from the claws of death had already covered the top of the two men's heads. In just a split second, they would become minced meat. Kim Woojin leaned back, his voice hardening as he warned, hold on to the steering wheel tightly, the fun part is just beginning. Immediately, he steered the dragon to dive headfirst straight toward the ground. Thanks to the life-or-death swerve, they smoothly escaped the Sphinx's damage zone and disappeared into the air. Li Jin-ah screamed while swallowing wind, so it turns out that Frey's nurturing freefall skills was just paving the way for this crazy stunt. Oh my god. The Sphinx monster refused to let them go, immediately flapping its wings to pursue them to the bitter end. Woojin subtly cast a glance to check the situation behind them. Darting a quick look to the left flank, an anomaly caught his eye. Far away was the flickering light from Johann Georg's campfire. The sparks were still crackling, breaking the space. The character camping suddenly looked up when he felt an ominous premonition. Johann Georg scrambled up, cautiously tiptoeing toward the source of the noise. In the next second, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Hitting Johann Georg's eyes was the scene of a dragon being chased by a Sphinx so hard it was trailing smoke, and unfortunately, their trajectory was heading straight this way. What the hell is going on? The beast was still frantically exhausting its life force to hunt down Kim Woojin. Glancing behind his back, Li Jin-ah turned pale seeing the giant maw wide open. "Oh mother, behind us, it's right on our tail." Suddenly, Woojin stepped back and grabbed his teammate's collar. Without hesitation, he dragged Jin-ah by the neck, performing an unequipped skydive from a height of thousands of meters. Exactly at that moment, the Sphinx's maw clamped tightly around the poor wyvern's neck. In midair, a terrified Li Jin-ah unleashed a torrent of curses. "You inhumane bastard." On the ground, Johann Georg turned purple with rage and growled, "Disaster has struck." With a massive crash, the entire giant mass of flesh consisting of the dragon and the Sphinx smashed directly into the peaceful camping area. Dust and smoke billowed up blindly, obscuring the view and making Johann Georg cough violently. He managed a difficult glance to his side. An intact Sphinx monster, its mouth still clamped tightly around the dragon, was glaring intently at the group of people below. Narrowing his eyes with calculation, he silently understood, empty-handed, one could never hope to shake this head honcho monster. On the other side of the battle line, Li Jin-ah had landed in a posture with his face planted in the mud. Kim Woojin leisurely reminded him, "It's all smooth now, drag your body up." Scrambling to his feet, the muscular man fired off rapid sarcastic remarks. "You heartless jerk, if you planned to throw me down a cliff, you should have at least given me a heads up." The guy grumbled, his face red to his ears, "So I could have time to mentally prepare for the pain. You had it too easy, hugging that shield like that. Why would you worry about getting a scratch?" Rewinding his memory to the moment of free falling, his companion had slyly pulled out a shield to act as a shock absorber. Li Jin-ah continued crying and whining, "My circuits must have shorted out to tag along with you." Kim Woojin calmly salvaged the situation. "It's only because I placed absolute trust in your endurance that I executed that tactic." Saying that, he turned on his heel and rallied, "Enough, let's go." The giant dusted himself off and muttered, "You never speak a decent word when you open your mouth." Looking up, the other guy was already out of sight. He frantically called out after him, "Hey, where are you running off to?" Shouting while running for his life, "Wait for me." Returning to Johann Georg's front, the Sphinx had cleanly wiped out almost the entire skeleton legion at a terrifying speed. Peeking out from behind an ancient tree trunk, Johann Georg sweated profusely, observing. It was crystal clear that its power completely crushed his faction's forces. After the massacre, the beast spread its giant wings and soared into the sky. Biting his lip until it bled, Johann Georg fumed. "Technically, he just indirectly saved my life, but..." Gingerly stepping back into the desolate battlefield, not only had the skeleton soldiers he painstakingly summoned turned into trash, but his actual manpower had also been significantly depleted. Gathering those who were still breathing, he lowered his voice, "The boat has set sail, our faction is out of retreats." An ironclad order was issued. The top priority now is to completely uproot that guy Isaac Ivanov. Suddenly, an apparition surfaced right behind him, mute as a clam, uttering no word. That soul began to scratch words into the hard dirt ground. Turning around, the content of the message immediately struck Johann Georg's eyes. The writing from the vengeful spirit questioned, "What is the meaning of this move?" He calmly explained, "As long as Isaac keeps playing the strike card, even if this army grows wings, don't even dream of capturing this ruin. To sum it up, sitting still and waiting for death is the common end for us all." Grinding his teeth, either way, the situation is deadlocked. The urgent task now is to hunt down and finish off that cunning bastard first. Standing tall and majestic, Johann Georg declared loudly, "I myself will become the bait to lure Isaac Ivanov into the trap." Only when the thorn in his side, which is me, is eliminated, will he leisurely return to the boss-hunting mission. With that nature, he will take the bait very quickly. The moment his speech ended, a new message appeared clearly on the ground. "Approved, this heavy responsibility is entrusted to you." Giving a triumphant smirk, he added, "Before making a move, we have to spruce up the formation a bit. For over 20 straight days you've been fasting, unable to stuff anything into your stomach just because you were stuck with Hades's helmet, right? Even with a divine body, being starved and dehydrated for so long leaves you with no strength to struggle." The patch of fog in front of him slightly rippled to reveal a pair of bright, piercing eyes, but still maintained a silent demeanor. Right after, a flesh-and-blood figure slowly peeled off the metal helmet covering his face. Witnessing that scene, the smile on Johann Georg's lips grew even more radiant. A Appearing before him right now was Tsukihara Ken, who was bowing his head toward the ground, panting heavily. The male swordsman breathed out with a hoarse voice, "I only feel alive after taking off this damn thing." At that exact moment of negligence, Johann Georg's terrified scream tore through the space. "Isaac Ivanov, how did you get in here?" Scared out of his wits, Tsukihara Ken frantically spun his head around to check what. Unfortunately, it was a feint. Johann Georg had slipped by like a ghost, snatching the legendary helmet right from his partner's hands. Realizing he had swallowed a bitter pill of deception, the killing intent around Tsukihara Ken immediately exploded. He growled, "You little brat, what kind of evil trick are you playing?" Responding to his fury, Johann Georg only gave a cold smile while tossing the spoil of war in his hands. Right at that moment, the sword in the Japanese swordsman's hand began to show signs of crumbling. A moment later, he finally tossed out a sarcastic remark, "With a brain as mushy as yours, and you still call yourself a hero, falling for such cheap bait. You think Isaac Ivanov has the free time to loiter around here?" As he finished speaking, the heel of Johann Georg's shoe stomped hard on the dirt ground. The strange noise made Tsukihara Ken flinch, his wary eyes sweeping in all four directions. Surrounding him now was the trapping siege of the skeleton army, while the mastermind had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The scene shifts to a remote corner of the forest, where someone is leisurely snapping small branches one by one. Li Jin Ah scratches his head in curiosity. Is he just bored out of his mind? Why does he have to leave a secret mark everywhere he goes? Kim Woojin smiles mysteriously. It's simply rolling out the red carpet for our esteemed guests. The giant gets more confused the more he listens. What guests? We're surrounded by monsters and mortal enemies. Where would guests come from? Before the words could fully settle, a faint smile appears on Kim Woojin's lips. They're knocking at the door now. Chilled by that eerie smile, Li Jin Ah instinctively turns his head around. Sure enough, a dark silhouette is slowly slipping through the bushes towards them. None other than Johann Georg. He clenches his jaw, his eyes shooting sharp glares at the two of them. Suddenly, he swings his arm and throws the helmet he just stole straight into the air. The treasure falls freely, rolling a long distance right in front of the duo. Its rolling momentum weakens and settles right next to Kim Woojin's shoes. Looking down at the spoils delivered right to his feet, he casually remarks, "Oh, so it's the famous Hades helmet." That calmness leaves Johann Georg in endless shock. "You even know the origin of this item? No wonder I kept questioning how the hell you managed to sniff out the assassins. It seems our security wall has a massive loophole." As he finishes, Li Jin Ah plays the clueless caveman and yelps, "The Hades helmet? Where did you get that top-secret intel from?" Completely ignoring his noisy teammate, Kim Woojin drills his gaze into Johann Georg. "What are you scheming by handing over this treasure to me?" A forced smile blooms on his lips as he replies, "You won this gamble completely. This prize rightfully belongs to the last man standing." The musclehead quickly hugs the helmet tightly to his chest, eyes sparkling as he marvels, "Top-tier stuff right here, an absolute legendary-grade masterpiece." Detailed information pops up. Kinney, legendary rank, requires the user to reach the urgent level, a treasure belonging to Hades, the lord of the Underworld. The wearer will assimilate with specters, possessing the ability to completely erase their presence to a perfect degree. Accompanying effect activates indefinite invisibility. Side effects mutes the user and prohibits eating or drinking during use. The cooldown period after removal is exactly 1 full day and night. Swallowing the description whole, the giant's excitement drops completely. What? No eating or drinking. Ignoring the loudmouth, Johann Georg flashes a sly smile at Kim Woojin. "I raise my white flag, but in exchange, you must guarantee the safety of my little life." The condition isn't just limited to this area, but extends until we step out of the ruins. Kim Woojin doesn't rush to answer, his mind silently churning, deciding to retreat after just a brief clash with the Sphinx. This brat's ability to read the battlefield is remarkably sharp. The law of equivalence spares no one. This guy harbors no small ambition. Li Jin Ah's lazy brain blurts out a naive question. "Let's say I spare your life, then what about those lackeys trailing behind you?" Touching upon this issue, Johann Georg's eyes are instantly covered in a layer of frost, those useless trashes. They've been drained of their usefulness anyway. So before calling out to you guys, I conveniently cleaned up those remnants. The ragtag bunch he mentioned was exactly the vanguard force from earlier. Pulling the weeds by the roots, not leaving a single soul alive. Li Jin-ah shivers in horror, his eyes staring wide at the cold-blooded killer in front of him. The burly guy is about to charge up and curse at the bloodthirsty bastard, but Kim Woojin calmly raises a hand to stop him, simultaneously dropping the final word to Johan Jorg, deal, but with one added condition. Take off that Hades ring on your finger right now, his steely voice tolerating no room for bargaining. Just as expected, the smile on Johan Jorg's lips freezes. He stands rooted to the spot, his gaze drilling deep into the dew opposite him. After a long while, suppressing a dismal sigh, he reluctantly pulls the expensive jewelry off his finger. His lips curling into a miserable smile, he mutters, "How could I ever compete with a schemer like you?" Kim Woojin takes in all of the opponent's expressions, maintaining his cold, emotionless demeanor. The scene shifts to a sunlit patch of forest, currently engulfed by the bitter curses of a resentful man. Sukahara Ken dashes through the thick canopy, constantly complaining in his head, "I barely managed to shake off Johan Jorg's skeletal demons, and now I have to carry the burden of a monster wave. This whole situation is completely screwed." My intuition is never wrong. That guy has always harbored an extremely unpredictable nature. The traitor being cursed in his mind is none other than Johan Jorg. Sprinting swiftly, the swordsman's footsteps suddenly halt, as if an obstacle has appeared in his line of sight. Blocking his every path is a pair of giant gorillas aggressively charging forward. Cursing inwardly, they sniffed me out pretty damn fast, these annoying pests. With lightning speed, the monsters swing wind-tearing slaps through the empty air. But facing a sword master, how could these petty tricks challenge Sukahara Ken? With just a few sharp sword slashes, the two burly bodies collapse into the mud. Lightly flicking the bloodstains off his blade, he bitterly admits, speaking foolishly, this is, after all, an A+ ranked death zone with a depth of 6 floors. Surviving this place single-handedly is already a pipe dream. What right do I have to fantasize about taking the final boss's life and dragging my ass back home? His bad luck doesn't end there. Darkness plunges from the high branches, bringing along a pack of ravenous, roaring gorillas. Drawing his sword bare once again, the Japanese swordsman enters a defensive stance, ready to clear out the next batch of obstacles. Channeling all his strength into his legs, he springs straight up into the air like a compressed coil. A ruthless thought flashes through his mind, if fate has already been decided. In midair, the silver blade flashes, splitting another unfortunate monster in half. Then why should I trudge down to the underworld all by myself? No way, even if my bones are shattered and my flesh torn apart, I must drag a few lives down to be buried with me. In another corner of the forest, flooded with an eerie golden hue, an artificial stream pours down heavily, fertilizing the base of an ancient tree. The culprit doing the watering is none other than Li Jin-ah. While blissfully relieving himself, the guy randomly gets philosophical, magical gadgets in this world are as common as mushrooms after rain. Why hasn't anyone invented something that makes humans immune to the need to excrete? Amidst his profound thoughts, the guy suddenly gets a premonition and absent-mindedly looks up at the canopy. Like a falling comet, Sukahara Ken's figure descends straight from the sky towards the exposed target. Before his brain can process it, 2 cold, sharp sword trails slice through the air, aiming accurately at the musclehead's body. Li Jin-ah freezes completely, his pupils dilating, his lifeless gaze staring blankly at the Grim Reaper. At that very moment, a heavy object falls, making a dull thud. Gripping his sword hilt tightly, Sukahara Ken coldly utters razor-thin words, "It's your turn now." The setting shifts back to the campsite, where the 2 cunning minds, Kim Woojin and Johan Jorg, are sitting opposite each other, warming up. As if a surge of electricity sparks through his brain, Woojin springs up like a coil, casting his gaze towards a dark corner in the woods. Without delay, Isaac Ivanov's figure shoots forward like an arrow. Seeing the movement, Johan Jorg turns pale and shouts, "Mr. Isaac Ivanov, what's wrong?" Tearing through the desolate night, Kim Woojin dashes swiftly, leaving the only source of light fading behind him. Turning the lens to the murder scene, the Japanese swordsman is standing rooted to the ground, his blade drooping down, his eyes glued to the ruins he just devastated. Right at the climax, the backup duo, Isaac Ivanov and Johan Jorg, also touch down at the hotspot just in time. Glancing over the chaotic battlefield, Woojin's face remains as flat as an autumn lake, not uttering a single word. Breaking the silent atmosphere, Sukahara Ken smirks, "You're a bit late to take out the trash, Isaac Ivanov." Following closely behind, Johann Jorg also chimes in with a startled cry, Mr. Swordsman. He bites his lip, silently evaluating, getting herded like ducks by a whole pack of monsters and still breathing. This bastard's life is as stubborn as a leech. Sukahara Ken's tone is slow and bitter. I anticipated this scenario from the moment you pointed your spear at my back. Clinging to Isaac Ivanov's leg now, you piece of scum. Faced with the insults, Johann Jorg merely stays silent, his eyes flashing with sparks of resentment in retaliation. Blue veins popping along his temples, the swordsman grinds out every word. I absolutely will not allow you sewer rats to rest in peace comfortably. Having lost your meat shield to take the hits, the door to surviving and escaping this forbidden zone has officially closed for you. So let this sword send these incomplete lives here down to the underworld. Finishing his sentence, he swings his blade, entering a fight-to-the-death stance. Kim Woojin lets out a soft, mocking laugh, muttering in his throat, "You're fond of sword dancing now. I'll humor you, I'm quite well versed in this too." In a corner, Li Jin-ah still wears a bewildered expression, unable to catch up with the pace of the battle. At the same time, the familiar pinging sound rings out, initiating the skeleton's summoning skill. The piercing, continuous sound of clashing metal tears through the stillness of the sacred forest. The dual-blade clash between Kim Woojin and Sukahara Ken unfolds at a suffocating pace. In a stalemate as tense as a drawn bowstring, he secretly evaluates. His recovery speed has plummeted miserably. The level of this swordsman is truly no joke. Amidst the vortex of blades, the corner of Sukahara Ken's eye suddenly catches an anomaly. From the darkness, a bony giant swings its weapon, attempting to smash their battlefield to pieces. Sukahara Ken's right pupil flashes with a cold glint. He immediately pivots his body backwards. Hiding behind that massive frame is exactly Johann Jorg. This dirty, underhanded trick is undoubtedly his doing. Furious at being interrupted, Sukahara Ken tightens his grip on the sword hilt, lunging forward like a roaring beast. "Get the hell out of my sight." Just as the roar ends, his ultimate sword technique draws an arc of death, cleaving right through the dry bone monster's body. The skeleton snaps in two, rolling away towards the remnants of troops standing by. Witnessing that destructive power, Johann Jorg startles and bites his lip tightly. He had severely underestimated the limits of this swordsman. The might of the earth-shattering slash creates an aftershock that plows through the ground, leaving a deep fissure slashing across the forest. Debris flies blindly, obscuring the vision, returning the space to a deadly silence. Opening his eyes through the hazy dust, Johann Jorg's pupils shrink, stammering wordlessly, "What the hell is this?" Being starved and dehydrated for a whole month, he should logically be as withered as a dried corpse. How does he still have the strength? Before his train of thought could finish, Sukahara Ken's shadow had already glided smoothly behind Johann Jorg's back at some point. Cold sweat running down his spine, he whips his head around in absolute terror. Like a pre-programmed shield, a skeleton soldier rushes out to block, but the outcome only yields 2 clean slashes. His teeth chattering uncontrollably, the cowardly mastermind screams internally, "This monster is totally insane." Lightly brushing off the remnants of the slash, Sukahara Ken sluggishly remarks, "You bunch of fleas sure try hard to cling to life." Mid-sentence, his body momentarily pauses, his gaze glued to the object beneath his feet. Without a single bit of hesitation, he curls his lips and spits out a glob of saliva. The spit lands precisely on the skeleton's skull before sliding off into the muddy swamp. It is only then that Johann Jorg frantically realizes the strange object that was just sliced off is none other than the human-faced turtle's magic crystal. The item information immediately pops up. Human-faced turtle's inner core, rare grade, unlocks from level 1. Refined from a 1,000-year-old turtle species, keeping this spiritual pill in the mouth sustains life even without the need for food or water. However, the feeling of hunger and thirst still torments the user, only the body won't deteriorate from a lack of nutrition. No matter how persistently he endures, that gnawing feeling in his gut will drive him crazy sooner or later. Johann Jorg squints slyly, so all this time he's been forcing himself to cover up this fatal weakness. The swordsman rests his blade across his shoulder, casually asking next, "Anyway, I fiercely swore to weed out this place cleanly, right? Then what are you still standing there for? Bring your life over here, I will personally send you to meet your ancestors." Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Johann Jorg clicks his tongue, springing back dozens of meters away. Tucking himself neatly into Kim Woojin's towering shadow, He justifies in his head, with such a top-tier meat shield here, I'd be an idiot to show my face and get slashed. A mocking smile blossoms on the swordsman's lips. Tusk, a game of hide and seek again, planning to let the curtain fall this blandly. If you're a man, step out and fight to the death to prove your worth. Kim Woojin's deep, warm voice finally interrupts. Have you made enough noise, Mr. Swordsman? I regret to inform you that the only name being wiped from the face of the earth today is yours, and I have no interest in losing my life in this obscure corner yet. Contrary to being angry, Sukahara Ken laughs heartily. Did catching a whiff of the Grim Reaper make you start spouting nonsense? Before the derogatory words could fully escape his lips, a cold streak of light grazes past, cutting through the air and lodging straight into his sword-swinging arm. His pupils twitch incessantly, his eyes dead set on the empty space where his arm used to exist. The arm that once wreaked havoc now lies aimlessly on the cold ground, its stiff, dead fingers still tightly clutching the sword hilt. The proud master turns into a stone statue, blankly witnessing a severed part of his body. At this moment, Kim Woojin finally adds the missing half of his sentence, just you alone. Losing his center of gravity, his muscular body staggers and collapses backward, letting out a choked groan. Leaving his ruined body stuck in place, he swallows the bitter sarcasm entirely. All alone like this, you must have no other reinforcements left, right? At the same time, the breath of life gradually returns to Li Jin-A's shattered body. His pride crumbling, Sukahara Ken howls in despair. You treacherous bastards, this script is all wrong, you guys were supposed to. The giant, having just woken up, roars louder than the villain, sneaking up from behind while someone is relieving themselves. Is that acceptable? Take one of my sword strikes, and you'll know how bone-deep it feels. Did you throw your dignity to the dogs to pull such a despicable trick? Those firm, questioning words make those bloodthirsty eyes cast down. His voice cracking, this situation, how could it turn around so swiftly? His exhausted legs no longer able to bear the weight, he collapses into the mud, kneeling before the victor. Unable to swallow the bitter truth, he shrieks, my sword clearly sliced your head off. Seizing the moment to kick a man when he's down, Johann Jorg claps loudly in praise, a perverted smile blooming. This cold-blooded execution is truly a massive visual stimulant. Not even in my dreams could I have imagined that the piece of trash you stuffed in your mouth would have such a miraculous effect. But what kind of comedy act are you pulling right now? We've treated you with utmost sincerity, haven't we? Ignoring the ringing provocations, Sukahara bites his teeth until they bleed, his resentful eyes stabbing straight into that idle guy. Turning around to bootlick Kim Woojin, he marvels, that's a deep and insidious scheme, Isaac Ivanov. Since we're at it, let's just head straight for Bats Paviba's lair. His intuition acting up, he curiously cranes his neck back towards the defeated general. A smile of disdain constantly on his lips. Tusk, how pathetic and humiliating. Keeping your face buried in the dirt like that, are you planning to open your mouth and beg for your dog life? Little did the blabbermouth know, in his moment of extreme humiliation, Sukahara Ken's teeth had clamped tightly onto the sword in the mud. Squeezing out the very last bit of his vitality into his left leg, the tip of his shoe digs deep into the earth to create a pushing stance. Like an arrow leaving the bow, biting down tightly on the blade, he uses his final lingering strength to charge madly forward. Detecting the surge of killing intent, Johann Jorg gets goosebumps and whips his head back. The two teammates, without prior agreement, also turn around in alert to defend. His lightning speed catches everyone off guard. Sukahara Ken's shadow tears through the wind and glides past, leaving a razor-sharp streak of light slicing through the air. As the aftermath of the strike settles, the three of them remain intact in their positions, except for Johann Jorg, who is staggering and about to fall. Raising his defensive shield high, Kim Woojin quietly shifts his eyes backward. His soul scared out of his body, Li Jin-A stands rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the unfolding events. The blabbermouth from earlier sways and turns around, weakly whispering Isaac Ivanov's name. The moment the name escapes his mouth, his body slumps down, folding in half before the shock of the onlookers. On the opposing side, Sukahara Ken is screaming inwardly, by what kind of magic does that brat possess the Aegis shield? That cunning bastard, he beat me at my own game and tricked me painfully. Embracing his resentment, he grinds his teeth and charges up, ready to risk his life. But unfortunately, the last bit of light in his vision is fading away, leaving only the blurry image of Isaac Ivanov standing in deep thought. Dragging his feet for a few steps, he meets the same fate as Johann Jorg, collapsing onto the cold ground. Johann Jorg's upper body writhes in a pool of blood, coughing up mouthfuls of crimson fresh blood. The flesh-tearing pain makes him lose his sanity, screaming and cursing, "You bastard, Isaac Ivanov, you shameless fraud. Quick, quick, save my life." His eyes look up, glued to the icy cold face of the man opposite him. However, Kim Woojin merely drops a casual remark, "Oh I was so careless, please accept my apologies." Right at this moment, Lee Jin-ah edges closer to chime in, Hey, stop that fake crying and playing the victim. Take a look at your pathetic state. Is it any different from the subordinates you tossed aside? Instant karma, buddy." Before they can gloat any further, the dude's attention is pulled back to a strange noise from the other side of the battle line. Where Sukahara Ken just breathed his last, the corpse suddenly twitches, flipping over to face the sky. Sukahara Ken smirks in disdain, mocking them, "Stop preaching your high-end mighty morals, it sounds sickening. I'll be keeping my eyes wide open to see what tragic end will fall upon your heads." This silent dungeon currently leaves only 2 breathing individuals left. Are you 2 truly delusional enough to think you can take down the Sphinx? You bunch of fools. Sukahara Ken slowly shuts his eyes tightly, muttering full of sarcasm. Right at that moment, Kim Woojin slowly approaches, speaking in a deep, thick voice, "Yes, what you said makes perfect sense. I myself don't even care what your concept of foolishness means. Simply chasing the desire to mold a more perfect world." Memories rush back into his mind, images of comrades who once fought side by side, shared life and death, and held a common ideal. Unfortunately, they got tangled in unnecessary conflicts. Kim Woojin stabs the tip of his sword into the ground, coldly speaking, "What about you? Even though you thoroughly understand the stupidity of this, yet you still harbor that pipe dream of saving humanity." As he finishes, a streak of cold, killing intent flashes deep in his eyes. Sukahara Ken jolts and springs up, but Kim Woojin doesn't bother paying attention and continues, even so, if only for a split second. He suddenly smirks, letting out a mocking smile. Sukahara Ken suddenly snaps, "Saving humanity? Are you delirious to utter such disgusting words, even if all the dungeons are leveled and this game comes to an end? We have the strength to revive this world that is already rotten from the inside. Those who came before us would laugh their asses off if they heard that. On the contrary, a chaotic mess will erupt. Isaac Ivanov, you know full well what the current situation is like, don't you? The world is resting comfortably in the hands of the players, those who embrace all the wealth and sky-high power. Suppose we climb up to become the rulers after the war. Or do you think humanity will head? There will only be overwhelming riots. Once we seize authority, that salvation will completely reverse." Before he can finish his sentence, Kim Woojin coldly interrupts, "Stop." He swings his sword into the air, casually saying, "I'm out of patience to hear you ramble on. It's just a pity that this sword is longer than usual. If only you had the privilege in your hands to rewind everything to the starting point." Finishing his sentence, Kim Woojin tightens his grip on the hilt, swinging a decisive slash downward. Crimson blood splatters into the void. Sukahara Ken only manages to let out his final, tragic scream of a lifetime. Having dealt with the enemy, he then leisurely continues his words, "If that day comes, I hope you live a life worthy of the title of swordsman." In a hidden corner, Lee Jin-ah quietly takes everything in, secretly speculating what kind of deep-seated grudge that guy holds against the Messiah Guild. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, Lee Jin-ah. The guy turns his head toward the source of the sound, his body unable to help but jolt. A notification flashes. The vampire skill of the Emissary of the Underworld is officially activated. Turning to Kim Woojin, he parts his lips slightly, revealing a pair of fangs that are sharpening and extending. Kim Woojin's figure is overflowing with a chilling aura so cold it's suffocating, completely revealing his true form as an authentic vampire. Vampire, the conditional casting of the Emissary of the Underworld, a legendary grade skill. You transform into a vampire, belonging to the Night bloodline, continuously consuming mana to maintain the state. All physical stats break through terrifyingly. Maximum stamina is increased by 50%, automatically recovers half of your stamina when casting a skill or using an item, movement speed increases by 50%. If maintained in the dark of night, all attributes will be doubled. Lee Jin-ah takes this entire scene in, his lips trembling as he stammers, "What the hell is this? What's with that form?" Right at that moment, Kim Woojin speaks up, severing his train of thought. "At this moment, only the 2 of us are left, my vision is empty now. Hearing that, Li Jin frantically takes a step back. What on earth does this situation mean? On the contrary, he just squints his eyes and flashes a bloodthirsty smile, whispering his plan, let's head out. We have to make it quick before the night fades. The scene shifts to another corner. A clicking sound echoes as a figure pushes the door and steps into the room. That figure is none other than Li Jisoo. She silently enters with her face cast down. Appearing before Li Jisoo's eyes is a space carrying a strong vibe of a personal home office. She lets out an exhausted breath, her empty gaze glued to the tips of her shoes. Memories rush back and entwine around Li Jisoo. Echoing in her ears is the gentle voice of a man calling her name, Li Jisoo. Is today your birthday? To the question from her father, Li Jinsoo, she only blandly responds, no, it isn't. The old man patiently continues, then is it Li Jisoo's birthday? Her hands still constantly cleaning up, she doesn't even bother turning her back, coldly replying no. Li Jinsoo has to swallow his words and pick up some food into his mouth, but still hasn't given up on starting a conversation. I see, it's not. Then have you finished getting ready for school? The daughter just gives a soft, indifferent yes. Li Jinsoo smiles warmly and praises her. Who did my precious daughter inherit this sharpness and diligence from to be this amazing? Already used to hearing these flatteries, she calmly plays along. Who else could I take after besides you, Dad? Li Jisoo turns around and attentively asks, I heard you're going on a trip abroad soon, right? You must be swamped with work. Just take your time eating, leave the dishes to me. I can clean them up after I get back from school anyway. Hearing his sensible daughter, tears well up in Li Jinsoo's eyes, choking back a sob as he mutters, my Li Jisoo. Has my darling daughter grown up this much in the blink of an eye? Come here and give Daddy a hug. Finishing his sentence, he opens his arms to grab his little girl. Shortly after seeing Li Jisoo's figure about to leave the house, he hurriedly calls after her, are you leaving right now? Won't you put something in your stomach? She leisurely answers, I already set the table and ate my fill. A radiant smile blooms on the father's lips, happiness overflowing in place of any words. The moment Li Jisoo turns the doorknob, her father's familiar voice echoes from behind again, Li Jisoo. When Dad is away from home, remember to take good care of yourself. Moreover, seeing her father hesitate, Li Jisoo slightly turns her head back to wait. Instantly, Li Jinsoo turns on his endless nagging mode. When you're out, remember to look both ways. If there's a dungeon outbreak while Dad isn't here, you have to run straight to the shelter, remember. I know you complain a lot, but try to be gentle with your friends. At school, remember to absorb your lessons, but don't pressure yourself. When you have free time, go stroll around town. Just splurge the allowance I gave you, live up to your youth. At the same time, the elevator doors close, slowly descending from the 7th floor. Jinsoo enthusiastically waves and calls out his reminders. Try to get along well with Park Shin-hai, my most beautiful little plum wine in the world. Have fun at school, sweetie. Li Jisoo stays silent for a moment, then slowly replies, yes, I'll be going and I'll be back. Shifting the scene to a street corner, the pedestrian traffic light is glaring red. A rushing crowd is gathering at the edge of the road, patiently waiting for the green light. Lost in the crowd, Li Jisoo accidentally catches a chat. A voice exclaims in awe, oh wow, look at that, Hansung Group is on the news. The person next to them immediately chimes in, Hansung Group, rumor has it their stocks are soaring sky high. As the sentence ends, she suddenly stops in her tracks at that familiar name. A thought flashes by Hansung. Immediately, Li Jisoo raises her eyes straight toward the brightly lit billboard the crowd was just whispering about. The news broadcast is heavily featuring that corporation. Hansung Group officially holds the vanguard flag in the effort to foster players, heading toward the glory of the Republic of Korea. Engrossed in following every line of news, Li Jisoo doesn't even notice a voice calling out to her, Li Jisoo, hey Li Jisoo. When the volume gets louder, Li Jisoo snaps out of it, hurriedly turning her head. The person opposite her continues questioning, what are you doing spacing out in the middle of the street? Is something wrong? Facing the person who just spoke, she lets out a soft sigh, thinking to herself, so it's Park Shin-hai. Recognizing Park Shin-hai, Li Jisoo can only raise her hand and let out a silly ah. Seeing that attitude, the other person immediately grumbles, what the hell is with that ah? Then Park Shin-hai also directs a curious look up at the spot her friend was just fixated on. So this is what you've been gluing your eyes to all this time, huh? The girl also naturally looks back at the screen, keeping absolute silence. The news stream still revolves around that corporation. Hansung is implementing a restructuring effort to expand the player's power. Right at this moment, Lee Jisoo softly breaks the atmosphere, but hey Shin-hai, I have a question. She wonders as she briskly crosses the street, what's the reason you're dragging your bag to school so early today? Hearing that, the other person lifts her chin, I haven't touched my books, who said I'm going to school. This young lady has recently leveled up to become a player, mind you. But have you caught the under-the-bed gossip yet? Lee Jisoo looks puzzled, what news? Park Shin-hai leisurely recounts a while ago, right beneath the basement of the company of that preaching-loving old man of mine, a gate popped up. You know about this, right? She nods slightly, yeah. She lowers her voice, but this is still top-secret intel. Park Shin-hai changes to a serious tone. Rumor has it there's going to be a dungeon outbreak soon, and I'm heading straight to the battlefield right now. Hearing that, Lee Jisoo instantly gets scared. What if your dad finds out? The other calmly shrugs, he's only good at worrying over nothing. Her friend is still anxious and fearful, but what if? Park Shin-hai immediately cuts her off, I carry the title of a player too. He personally declared he would pour all his resources into fostering talents, so why on earth would he cross out my name? Just keep your eyes peeled and watch, I'll make that old man acknowledge me. I have more than enough power to crush that nonsense guy Lee Sejun, I will definitely do it. Lee Jisoo fully understands her friend's stubbornness. Trying to stop her is useless, so she just bites her tongue and stays silent. In a flash, Park Shin-hai drags her into a photo booth, boldly declaring, put away that morning face right now. Scoot over here quickly. Today is the auspicious day I officially go to battle, we have to snap a few shots for a lifetime memory. And so, the two girls capture a commemorative frame, marking the milestone of entering the player's world. The film of memories fades out, leaving bare before her eyes in the present only the torn half of the photo of Park Shin-hai. Lee Jisoo bows her head, a low, muffled voice echoing through her teeth, Park Shin-hai. She stands silently facing a wall, plastered with investigation documents about Park Shin-hai. The depths of Lee Jisoo's eyes trace, with bloodshot veins of burning hatred, along with a determination to turn everything upside down. A barrage of newspapers drops breaking news. The Messiah Guild is honored to become the vanguard force, successfully clearing a 7-floor dungeon. Lee Sejun perches proudly on the throne of the most powerful player globally. The ambition to conquer the 7th floor has been realized. The public opinion is boiling, waiting for the day they step up to the 8th floor. Sejun is true love. In the future you absolutely must be as great as Lee Sejun. Amidst the bustling stream of comments, an out-of-place question appears, is there really no trace of Isaac Ivanov and Johann Georg? The account below immediately types a reply, why should domestic papers suck up to some foreign guys asking such stupid questions? The other person bitterly snaps back, what does it have to do with you that you have to butt in? The instigator continues to mockingly poke fun, I just feel like it, so what? The stream of arguments is scrolling fast when the screen suddenly goes pitch black. The scene shifts to a dark room. Park Shin-hai huddles on the sofa, her timid gaze glancing toward the corner. Noda Hajiro is also present, his sharp eyes sweeping every corner. From the pitch-black darkness, a cold voice speaks up, Isaac Ivanov, what about him? Hearing the question, she breaks into a cold sweat and stammers hesitantly, about that. In the dungeon setting, a stone golem is frantically sweeping away all obstacles. On the other side, the Sphinx monster's head is struggling in the suffocating grip of a fire golem. On the ruined ground, Lee Jin-ah descends like a falling star, thrusting his sharp spear straight through the Sphinx's body, backed up by skeleton warriors. Witnessing the black blood gushing out like a stream, Lee Jin-ah grinds his teeth and roars, excellent, finally broke its armor. After delivering the fatal thrust, his body recoils backward from the momentum. At that moment, Kim Woojin uses the momentum to dash straight toward the gaping wound. In his bloodthirsty vampire form, he presses his hand tightly against the wound, seemingly activating a secret art. The system notification rings out clearly. The absorption ultimate skill of the Emissary of the Underworld is officially activated. The resonant skill, Vampire Blood Leech, has been activated. The health regeneration rate from the Blood Leech ultimate skyrockets to 100%. A split second later, Kim Woojin's body arches as if he is frantically draining the giant Sphinx's blood dry. Feeling the surging power, the corners of Kim Woojin's lips curl up in utmost satisfaction. The monster seemingly sniffs death. It growls and struggles, intending to turn its head to bite and tear. Right then, thick black smoke billows from its body, accompanied by a blinding notification. The blood mist skill of the Emissary of the Underworld has been initiated. Amidst the heat of battle, Li Jin-ar is also stunned, snapping his head to look at the anomaly. The bodies of both the Sphinx and the fire golem are swallowed by a dense cloud of dark smoke. Not far away, Kim Woojin is also surrounded by the thick mist, his pupils emitting a fierce, blood-red light. The smoke quickly dissipates, revealing Kim Woojin's towering silhouette, radiating a domineering aura like an evil god descending upon the world. The system announces the blood golem has awakened. Back in that suffocating room, Park Shin-hai anxiously explains, I dispatched Isaac Ivanov, Johann Jorg, along with the Sword Saint to infiltrate the plus-rank 6th-floor dungeon in Egypt. Noda Hajiro leans back in his chair, tapping his fingers as he questions, in the end, who pulled the strings for this move. The figure named Sung Gu, standing behind, immediately speaks up to mediate. Calm down, Divine Bow. Just stay and listen to the whole story first. Before he could finish, Noda Hajiro slams a fist that shakes the entire table. He growls a warning, my target of questioning is not you. Park Shin-hai hastily soothes their anger, I single-handedly planned everything. You don't need to overthink it, I've thoroughly arranged defensive countermeasures. I handed over the helm of Hades personally. Along with the shoes of Hermes to the Sword Saint, I indeed turned Johann Jorg into a sacrificial pawn. However, that guy's capabilities are no joke either. Even if Isaac Ivanov sprouts 3 heads and 6 arms, the probability of him keeping his life and crawling out of there is absolutely zero. Park Shin-hai tilts her head up and declares arrogantly. Noda Hajiro, hearing this, only frowns, pondering without uttering a single word. Even Lee Sejun, sitting nearby, rubs his chin thoughtfully over her chain of calculations. Right in the silence, another hand slams heavily on the table. You're becoming too delusional about your power. Park Shin-hai startles slightly, turning her head to glare at the source of the sound. At the same time, a magic circle of light flashes right in the center of the meeting table. Witnessing this scene, the corners of Lee Sejun's lips slightly curl into a cunning smile. The scene shifts to another street corner. A supercar tears through the wind and screeches to a halt right at the lobby of an imposing building. Park Yang-won throws the car door open, walking out with his head bowed. A female secretary rushes frantically toward him. Mr. Director, we are completely doomed. He casually remarks, what's with all the panic? The secretary timidly leans close to Park Yang-won's ear to whisper the report. As the information enters his ears, his eyes widen in disbelief. That guy. With that said, the two hurriedly march deep into the building. The camera angle shifts. Someone is leisurely rolling 2 iron balls in the palm of his hand. His identity is none other than Hugh Fraser, with Shakira standing guard behind his back. A tick later, the door swings open to welcome Park Yang-won and his entourage. Hugh Fraser catches his gaze, the corners of his lips immediately drawing into a sinister smile. Back in the dungeon, a bright notification banner appears, you have slain the Sphinx. The message box floats right above the spot where Johann Jorg's corpse is split in 2. A terrifying anomaly occurs, his severed head suddenly floats upward. The 2 mangled halves of his body are being stitched back together by a brilliant golden thread. A divine light radiates, brilliantly illuminating a corner of the ruins. The system notification pops up again. You have cast the Return of the Departed skill of the Emissary of the Underworld. Return of the Departed, unique quality, requires level 50. Those who stumble into death's door bypass Karen the ferryman, wading upstream the river Styx to be reborn into the mortal world. The effect automatically triggers when the user dies in a dungeon, cleansing all abnormal statuses on the body, filling health and mana to the maximum limit. In exchange, the resurrected loses the right to claim rewards upon successful clearance. This is a one-time ultimate skill. Once activated, it vanishes into thin air. The next second, Johann Jorg's severed body becomes completely seamless. He has returned from the dead thanks to someone's magic. Johann Jorg's pupils flash with the flames of hatred mixed with ironclad will. He slowly rises, the aura bursting around him like a sweeping hurricane. The dark dungeon forest, as night falls, conceals countless horrific massacres. Now is dyed in the gleaming golden hue of radiant sunlight. Park Yang-won's voice is deep and hoarse, clearly revealing his dilemma, dropping by unannounced and spouting such grandiose words. This truly puts me in a tough spot. Hugh Fraser leans back, dropping a cold, probing voice that is still thick with calculation. Why do you hesitate? Need more time to weigh the pros and cons. The moment the question drops, the space becomes suffocatingly silent. Park Young-won narrows his brows, his eyes filled with wariness. You invite me to clear a 7-floor dungeon together. What reason do I have to nod to this trap? Hugh Fraser rolls the iron ball in his hand, bearing a sinister smile. Lee Sejun is over there thumping his chest, claiming the title of the 7-floor clearer. You surely don't want to swallow that insult, do you? Park Young-won's face hardens. So you mean gathering forces for one sweep? Hugh Fraser falls into thought, the corners of his lips curving into an invisible line of mockery. Well, if you want to split the pie, just join the sweep that I and Isaac Ivanov will clear in the future. Park Young-won raises an eyebrow, lowering his voice cautiously. Just join. The counterpart replies with a razor-sharp look. Exactly, just join. Park Young-won presses his fingers hard on the table, fury already igniting. The atmosphere freezes, Park Young-won's eyes blazing with bloodlust, his harsh voice bouncing right off the wall. Are you provoking me? Right on my turf. Hugh Fraser stays nonchalant. I think you've understood me perfectly, Park Young-won. Billowing bloodlust radiates, dyeing a corner of the room in darkness. Shakira steps back, feeling the suffocating pressure, muttering in terror. Such brutal bloodlust, I didn't expect him to flare up so easily. Contrary to his subordinates' panic, Hugh Fraser remains utterly indifferent. Well, what do you mean by provocation? Jagged streaks of lightning begin crackling over his hands. Do you think a provocation? Hugh Fraser narrows his eyes, tilting his head to drop a sarcastic remark. Happening between two evenly matched equals would amount to anything. Magic power from his hands floods his body, then diffuses to swallow the entire room. Two brutal forces of energy frantically tear at each other like starving beasts. One is drowning in the flames of rage. The other is acting as if he's merely seeking amusement. The scene transitions. A cup with a firebird printed on it is placed softly on the table. Sechin takes a sip of coffee, smiling with contentment. Instant coffee will forever be true love. The old man shrugs in a hopeless manner, chuckling to mock his own taste. If I dragged a whole bag of coffee grounds back to brew, it would definitely be too bitter to swallow. You get what I mean. Lee Jisoo secretly finds it amusing. That whole set of paper cups and instant coffee is the loot he pilfered from the meeting with the Phoenix Guild, after all. She suddenly speaks up. Guild Master. Lee Jisoo attaches a bombshell of news. There's a huge situation. It seems the Thunderbird Guild and Park Young-won have sounded out an alliance. Excitement lights up Sechin's face. Well, the good show is finally about to raise its curtains. He smiles coyly, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. This chess game is getting more and more captivating. Let's keep our eyes peeled and see how much the situation will turn upside down. Suddenly, Sechin narrows his eyes at her, speaking with a caring tone. Where are you planning to swing by, Secretary Lee? She stands up straight, adjusting her lapel, dropping a brief remark. I have an appointment with a friend. Sechin's face goes blank with disbelief. An appointment with a friend, you, Secretary Lee. Lee Jisoo tilts her head and glares, ignoring that ridiculous look. What's with that expression? Sechin immediately cowers, raising his hands in surrender and waving her off frantically. It's nothing, hurry up and go. She leaves a faint smile, her eyes relaxing. I'll be back soon. Sechin watches her silhouette disappear behind the door, sighing and muttering. An appointment with a friend, huh? The scene jumps to a narrow alley in the black market of Cairo, Egypt, the dim yellow light casting bleakly on the peeling brick walls. Inside is a drinking spot, 3 figures flickering under the dim ceiling lights. The man reaches out to push an item forward, dropping a deep, hoarse voice. This will be very handy. From the darkness, a voice echoes out. I can't be sure, but remember to keep your promise, thank you. Johann Jorg lets out a dry laugh, a hint of rush lingering in his eyes. To be honest, at first I was certain you would stab me in the back. He shifts his gaze to the man next to him. You're Isaac Ivanov, right? Kim Woojin exhales, his eyes drifting into the void as if talking to himself. Promises are ultimately just promises. The footage of that person's rebirth rewinds. At that moment, Johann Jorg's face contorted in terror, his breaths heavy and stinging. His eyes accidentally stumbled upon the helmet rolling on the ground. Tucked at the bottom was a pinned piece of paper. Return it when you're done using it. Johann Jorg picked up the helmet, the corners of his lips curving into a profound smile. If he took the trouble to leave this behind. He gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed. It proves you've seen right through my revival trick, hasn't it? Honestly speaking, I have no chance of overthrowing you, Isaac Ivanov. Johann Georg continued, but where did you dig up that classified information? The counterpart replied about that. Kim Woojin forced a smile, his voice steeped in the bitterness of distant memories. It's also because of that damn skill that I had to take Johann Georg's life twice in my past life. Even in the past. Fury mixed with disappointment flashed through the depths of Johann Georg's eyes. Tusk, you should have just left his corpse to rot in that corner and be done with it. Kim Woojin's indifferent voice rang out, where I dug up that info is none of your concern. His pupils shone with a fanatical look of worship. That's just too awesome. Hearing Johann Georg utter those words, Kim Woojin choked and spat out the mouthful of liquor he had just taken. He leaned in, dropping sincere words despite the scrutinizing stares of the crowd. No matter what happens, you're still incredibly badass, Isaac Ivanov, my sworn brother. Kim Woojin rubs his forehead, telling himself speechlessly, you can't dig up a single normal person in this party. But then his voice hardened as he finalized the issue. However, thanks to this charade, you're considered to have met Hades. A chill enveloped every word he uttered, so from this moment on, tone it down and stop doing stupid things, obediently shut your mouth and live like a shadow. Kim Woojin turned his head to glare, his look as sharp as a razor. If you're not careful, the hunting dogs of the Messiah Guild will come sniffing right to your door. Johann Georg gritted his teeth in silence, not knowing how to argue back. Kim Woojin was about to turn on his heel to leave, then I'll take my leave. Suddenly, Johann Georg sprang up and hollered, please hold your steps, brother Isaac Ivanov. Hearing the yell, he immediately snapped his head back, full of scrutiny. Johann Georg's voice was earnest as if grasping at the final life-saving straw. Please have mercy and let me serve you. I'll kneel and beg you. Li Jin Ah goes crazy, his facial muscles contorting. But then immediately shifts his expression to one of utter astonishment. Kim Woojin darts his eyes toward Johann Georg, his brain instantly booting up calculations. At another coordinate, Park Shin-hai strikes a pose by the windowsill, wan sunlight creeping into the gloomy room. She lightly touches her lips, bearing a smile full of wicked thoughts, exposing the smugness of a malicious scheme. Drowned in the darkness of the office, the soul-flickering light casts out from the computer monitor. Dozens of hot headlines are plastered across the newspapers. Isaac Ivanov's party has flattened the sixth-floor dungeon in India. The accompanying team wiped clean. A big question mark is left open. Why did Isaac Ivanov leave Johann Georg to die? The shocking death of Johann Georg, long lines of people queuing up to mourn the ill-fated soul. Rhythmic knocks sound on the door. Park Shin-hai remains indifferent without bothering to turn around, dropping a curt word, enter. The door slightly creaks open. The bodyguard's voice rings out respectfully, this way please. Lee Jisu's figure appears following right behind, striding straight toward Park Shin-hai's position. She tosses her a look brimming with cold implications. Well, long time no see, huh? It seems resentment has been buried deep for a long time, so the depths of Lee Jisu's eyes also harbor a fury no less than the others. Lee Jisu. Through the frosted glass, two figures sit facing each other amidst a suffocatingly dead space. Park Shin-hai leisurely sets her coffee cup down to start. I was on pins and needles when you vanished, without leaving a single word. All this time, what corner of the world were you wandering in? Suddenly calling my name startled me too. Lee Jisu folds her hands on her lap, sullenly bowing her head without bothering to part her lips. A moment later, she finally raises her deep, hoarse voice. I have something to interrogate you about. She jolts slightly at that attitude, frowning and retorting me. Ah well, I know all too well you have a ton of questions to pour out. We've cut off contact for a long time anyway. However, I feel a bit hurt. There isn't even a single greeting asking about your dear friend's health. Don't you think you're being too cold-blooded? Disappearing without a trace for 3 whole years, and your nature is still this stubborn, Lee Jisu. She coldly interrupts the theatrical performance, my father. As those 2 words drop, a sudden chill runs down her spine. Lee Jisu grinds out every word as sharp as a knife. Was it your own hands that murdered him? Bloody memories come rushing back, the image of a man collapsing amidst a sprawling pool of gore. She trembles violently, her whole body going limp with fear. Park Shin-hai's face contorts, cold sweat pouring down like a shower, her eyes on the verge of brimming with tears. A dark shadow closing in makes Park Shin-hai strain her eyes in vigilance. The imposing man looks at her with soulless eyes, as if staring at a corpse. Next, the evil perpetrator slowly extends his wicked hand. Park Shin-hye's pupils dilate to the maximum, completely paralyzed before the crushing aura. Her face turns deadly pale, drained of every drop of blood from extreme panic. Waking up from the nightmare, Park Shin-hye evades Lee Jisu's razor-sharp gaze, averting her eyes and defending herself. "What the hell are you babbling about?" Suddenly appearing out of nowhere, and then spewing that insane nonsense. "Your father died in a dungeon accident, didn't he? I don't know where you eavesdropped on such fake news to dare slander me like this, but Lee Jisu, I swear to the heavens and earth that there is no such thing. Your source is trash." Clenching her fists until they bleed, Lee Jisu drops a sarcastic remark. "In the end, a leopard never changes its spots. Your lying skills are too terrible." She still desperately tries to defend herself. "What did you say?" Park Shin-hye glues her eyes to the file folder on the table, asking timidly, "This is." A stack of documents is laid out neatly in front of her. Hansung Group Dungeon Tragedy Report, List of Casualties. Park Shin-hye tremblingly picks up the stack of papers to skim through. Lee Jisu coldly continues, "The hidden truths behind my father's death. I am thoroughly aware the cause wasn't from monster bites or a sudden dungeon outbreak. I bet you are hiding some earth-shattering truth from me." Seeing her still as mute as a clam, she disappointedly stands up to leave, letting out a sigh. "It seems I've placed my expectations in the wrong place." Park Shin-hye bites her lip until it bleeds, her mind tearing itself apart intensely. The sound of heels clicking on the floor fades toward the door. She springs up and roars, "Stop right there. What the hell are you scheming after all? You vanished for 3 whole years. Now drag your face back just to interrogate if I'm the murderer or not. Are you crazy? Is this handful of scrap paper worth more than my words? Let's assume you're certain I am the one who took your father's life. Then what are you planning to do? Seek me out to claim my life? At this point, what right do you have to lay a single finger on me? Wake up from your dream. You know full well how high the seat I'm sitting on is, right?" Lee Jisu doesn't bother turning her head, throwing back razor-sharp words. "I am overly aware. Park Shin-hye, the female chairwoman of Hansung Group and the powerful vice guild master of the Messiah Guild." She snaps back around, her eyes ablaze with ultimate threat. "What can I do to you? Just wash your neck and wait for the day I open your eyes to reality." Scene change, amidst the silent night swallowing the skyscraper. A wan yellow light from the balcony illuminates the figure of someone gazing solitary into the void. The mysterious dark shadow clenches its fists, muttering subconsciously a dying wish. Inside the corner of the room, 2 mutually generating and restricting energies, a blinding stream of white lightning and a blazing red bloodfire, suddenly tear at each other, creating an earth-shattering tremor. The ferocious aftershocks from the bursting magic power hurl everything away, forcing the entire skyscraper to shake violently, blending with a roar that tears through the night. In the middle of the meeting room, Hugh Fraser raises his hands in conciliation. "Enough with the child's play. Our time is gold and silver, don't throw it out the window over a few useless tricks. I merely want to pave the way with a contract before we officially set sail." Park Young-won stays silent, not bothering to retaliate in the slightest. He gently urges, "Right at this moment, draft up a will." Park Young-won scoffs, "A will? Are you delirious, spitting out such reeking nonsense?" Hugh Fraser smirks triumphantly, "Don't overthink it, ultimately it's just a procedural testament. You know all too well, stepping into a 7-floor dungeon, no one dares to guarantee this little life. So we must arrange the aftermath for the underlings in the guild first. Should one of us leave our corpse down there, to avoid a headless snake situation, the other faction will be directly absorbed into the surviving one's forces." Upon hearing this move, Secretary Kim stammers in panic. "Sir, you mean?" He calmly dissects the matter. Since this is the opening act for the Messiah Guild's 7-floor dungeon clearing campaign, the world's media will focus all their lenses on them. The core issue is that our current positions do not allow us to stand idly by and watch them surpass us. But if we dive headfirst into a 7-floor dungeon with our current paltry skills, it's no different from digging our own graves. Like it or not, we must lower ourselves to ally with outsiders to clean up that trash heap. Do you understand? Enough with the theatrical beating around the bush. Lay your cards on the table and let's play fair and square. You can see from my demeanor, my greed is bottomless, so the dream of splitting the glory or the 7th-floor loot with some peripheral nobodies is utterly absurd. Aren't we both wolves in human clothing? I sought you out because I'm fully aware of your treacherous nature. The moment you set foot on the 7th floor, you'd immediately plunge a knife into my back. I didn't miss a beat, did I? All in all, I propose penning a will before throwing our bodies into the dungeon. Weighing the pros and cons, Park Yong-won lets out a breath, turning his back and striding inside. Suddenly, a blazing red evil aura erupts behind his back. A familiar voice rings out, making Park Yong-won flinch. It looks like you've been anxious about a lot of things lately. Magic power coils around his feet, slowly stepping closer. He stares intently at Kim Woojin, his brain processing rapidly. Even someone of Park Yong-won's caliber couldn't sniff out this brat's aura. Park Yong-won raises a sharp, cold voice. Since when were you present here? He smirks nonchalantly. I just dragged my feet here too. Kim Woojin speaks slowly. I was wondering why you've been so quiet lately. Park Yong-won immediately replies, it seems you just returned from Egypt with Isaac Ivanov, right? He answers him nonchalantly, spot on, wasn't that the special mission you assigned me? Park Yong-won grits out, seize this opportunity to rope in Isaac Ivanov and remember to clean up that brat Johann Jorg thoroughly for me. Kim Woojin bursts into laughter. Lingering beside Isaac Ivanov to urge him to kill Johann Jorg was quite nerve-wracking, no joke. He's incredibly stubborn. Even after entering the dungeon, swaying him wasn't easy. Hearing this, he turns around and leans against the railing. That's good then, you eliminating Johann Jorg is just great. But in his heart, Park Yong-won silently assesses, this guy not only convinced Isaac Ivanov, but also intended to sweep all 6 floors of the dungeon with him. Park Yong-won grips the railing tightly, snapping however. He shoots him a sidelong glance. I specifically instructed you to act discreetly and forbade you from leaking it out, didn't I? Park Yong-won demands, then why didn't Isaac Ivanov bother to clarify Johann Jorg's death to the press? Kim Woojin smiles in response. I'm completely at a loss trying to guess what Isaac Ivanov is scheming. Who can fathom the mind of a genius? He continues, someone who just awakened yet cleared a 6th-floor dungeon at record speed only to skyrocket into a media star. Most importantly, Isaac Ivanov is not my subordinate. Kim Woojin shrugs. Where would I get the authority to force him to do as I wish, especially with matters outside the dungeon? Park Yong-won silently considers, this guy has a point. He lowers his voice, right, Johann Jorg has been eliminated just as I expected, so let's put this matter aside. He smacks his lips. I was only nagging because it's been so long since I've seen your face. Park Yong-won glances at him with hidden meaning. If possible, I want the relationship between you and me to become a bit clearer. You get what I mean. Kim Woojin inwardly assesses. It seems his feat of taking down the Thunder King on the 7th floor has already alarmed this guy. Park Yong-won turns his back to lean on the railing, crossing his arms and asserting firmly, even if Isaac Ivanov refuses to submit to you, your influence over him is indisputable. He confidently continues, once Isaac Ivanov, the Thunder King, and I join hands to conquer the 7th floor dungeon, your role will become absolutely crucial. He shoves his hands into his pockets, muttering, Ammon, if I were in your shoes, I would completely understand too. Park Yong-won smirks, there has to be good bait for you to make a move, right? Kim Woojin feigns surprise, oh about that. He holds out a key sparkling with light. Instantly, a brilliant blue light flashes. That beam of light quickly swirls into an eye-catching spatial rift. He calmly observes his actions. Park Yong-won proudly declares, now follow me to the treasury of this Park Yong-won. He turns and steps toward the vortex. But then he pauses, turning his head to remind, feel free to pick the one item you fancy the most in there. He strides into the vortex, dropping a tempting remark, that much reward is more than enough to repay both yours and Isaac Ivanov's contributions. Kim Woojin leisurely trails behind, a thoroughly devious smile blossoming on his lips. Kim Woojin mutters as he walks, when the time comes, don't you dare regret it. On another street corner, Sechin widens his eyes and yells, what the hell? You actually dared to do that. Being so impulsive isn't your style. Secretary Lee personally marched right up to the headquarters of the Hansung Group. He rubs his chin, smacking his lips. No matter how much I value you, Secretary Lee, your action this time truly went a bit too far out of line to just turn a blind eye. You know that yourself. Sechin grimaces. What benefit do we gain by provoking Park Shin-hai? Lee Jisoo hesitates. I am also thinking about it. She lowers her voice with concern. The consequences of provoking Park Shin-hai are truly unforeseeable. Lee Jisoo gazes thoughtfully at the rippling water in her teacup. Ultimately, what protective charm can save us from this mess? In her mind flashes the panicked appearance of Park Shin-hye when the arrow was aimed straight at her. Standing imposingly in the distance is Noda Hajiro. He glares at her with eyes blazing with furious hatred. Behind Noda Hajiro flashes the cold light of a sharp sword. Park Shin-hye is scared out of her wits, not daring to lift her face. Returning to reality, Lee Jisoo stands up abruptly, speaking firmly, everything will be settled depending on her decision. Oh Sechin stares blankly at her. The scene gradually shifts to night. Hugh Fraser slowly steps forward. He walks over to the parked car, where Sakura has been waiting respectfully. She bends down to open the car door, speaking obediently, "You've had a tiring day, Guild Master." The car smoothly rolls away. Sitting comfortably inside, Hugh Fraser deepens his voice. How is the preparation progress for the 7th floor dungeon coming along? From the passenger seat, Sakura turns her head to report. The difficulty ranking is C+. We have thoroughly screened to pick out the most satisfactory dungeon for the debut. He raises an eyebrow, a C+ difficulty. Where is the location? Are there any variables that need reporting? Sakura flips through the documents, quickly skimming the contents. It is located in Pakistan. As for the core issue, there is currently an armed terrorist rebel group blockading the entire perimeter of the dungeon gate. She adds, intelligence says that among those ragtag rebels, a few heavy-hitter players are mixed in. Sakura turns serious. Precisely because of these scums, even the Pakistani government is struggling to access the site. Hugh Fraser scoffs, even if those ragged terrorists are players, they aren't qualified to sit at the same table as us. Is that all there is to the situation? She replies softly, there is still one more thing. Kim Woojin is currently hanging around the headquarters. Hearing that name, his mouth twitches, curling into a smile full of wicked intent. Scene transitions, a crimson flag flutters wildly in the wind. In the empty room, Kim Woojin sits leisurely waiting. Hugh Fraser pushes the door open and walks in, his voice booming. Well, it's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? He casts a glance over, then slowly stands up. Kim Woojin holds out his hand, calm and collected. It's been too long since I last saw you. He chuckles in response, indeed, quite a long stretch since I saw you. Hugh Fraser emphasizes every word, Park Yang-won's good dog. He grabs his hand and squeezes tight, a powerful surge of electricity crackling through. Kim Woojin timidly protests, what do you mean by calling me Park Yang-won's hunting dog? He retorts, if that were the case, why on earth would I drag myself all the way here to pay you a visit? Hugh Fraser lets out a crafty laugh. As soon as he loosens his grip, Kim Woojin hastily retracts his hand. He massages his numb hand, muttering, this overly aggressive greeting of yours is a bit hard for me to handle. Sakura stands nearby, finding it an eyesore, and clicks her tongue loudly. Hugh Fraser gives a faint smile, so have you finished the mission I gave you? Kim Woojin scrutinizes him, thinking to himself that this nonchalance must not be a bait. Even though the world rumors that Park Yang-won is a god who cleared 6 floors of the dungeon just like the Thunder King. He answers calmly, of course I have. Kim Woojin continues his train of thought. If comparing purely in terms of raw power, the Thunder King doesn't even stand a chance against Park Yang-won. He speaks up coldly, at the bottom floor of the dungeon, Isaac Ivanov will definitely. Kim Woojin growls, send Park Yang-won to his grave. As the final sentence drops, a sly smile immediately stretches across Hugh Fraser's face. Night falls over the fierce battlefield. Allah is using binoculars to carefully gather intel from a distance. The tank sullenly plows through the road, churning up blinding layers of dust. And it's not just one, an entire armored division is rumbling forward, their tracks grinding against the earth. Allah, witnessing that sight, is terrified out of his wits. He bolts away as fast as his legs can carry him, shouting the commander's name at the top of his lungs. Allah frantically waved toward the horizon, screaming, come look at this quickly, sir. Before he could even stammer out the rest of his sentence about the suspicious tanks, a bullet tore through the wind and pierced straight into his skull. The commander's eyes widened in sheer terror at the lifeless corpse. He immediately dove behind a large rock to escape, his mind frantically analyzing the situation as the sound of a gunshot chased closely behind. The commander glanced back at the corpse, breaking into a cold sweat. The enemy was definitely a monster capable of landing a precise headshot from 1,500 meters away. He timidly peeked out to scout, secretly plotting. He had to pinpoint their exact coordinates to have any chance of turning the tables. He wondered in doubt, did the bullet come from that direction? But his fate was sealed. The moment the thought crossed his mind, a second bullet roared and tore through his skull. The deafening sound ripped through the tranquil atmosphere of the mountain forest. A smoking hot shell casing ejected from the sniper rifle. Sakura smiled triumphantly. A distance of 1,765 meters, target eliminated. Hugh Fraser stood nearby, marveling how melodic the sound of the Grim Reaper is. He lowered his binoculars, clicking his tongue in praise. The echoing sound hitting the eardrums sends a thrilling shiver down the spine. Hugh Fraser asked, "When will we fully secure the area around the gate?" They both cast their gaze down at the fleet of armored vehicles spitting fire to clear the way. Artillery shells rained down relentlessly, leaving the ground scarred with countless bomb craters. Sakura smirked smugly. The party will be over in less than 10 minutes. On the other end, the group of Kim Woojin, Lee Jin-ah, and Park Yang-won had their weapons loaded and ready. Scene change, the public was in an uproar as a barrage of newspapers published sensational headlines about the alliance between the three giants, Thunderbird, Firebird, and Makas, bringing along a flood of other breaking news. Lee Sejun stared thoughtfully at the screen. He spoke up, "The stance of our Messiah Guild, huh?" Lee Sejun jutted his chin toward Park Shin-hai. "Does the Vice Guild Master have any brilliant ideas?" He pressed her, "Do you think we should give a speech to appease the public?" She stammered, "That's probably not necessary." Park Shin-hai flinched when Lee Sejun suddenly stood up. He loomed over her intimidatingly, closing the distance. Lee Sejun feigned a contemplative look. "This expression seems so familiar. I feel like I've stumbled upon it somewhere before." Park Shin-hai shrank back in terror, avoiding his gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. Lee Sejun smirked. I remember now. It was back then, the very first day we met." A memory flashed through Lee Sejun's mind, the sight of Park Shin-hai trembling, collapsing to her knees at his feet. Back to reality, Lee Sejun whispered as he walked past Park Shin-hai. "Back then I naively believed we were of the same kind." He gritted out every word menacingly, "But it seems I was dead wrong." Lee Sejun patted her shoulder, sending a chilling shudder down Park Shin-hai's spine. He softened his voice. "That's enough reminiscing. The future ahead is what truly matters." He strolled away, muttering, although in theory that's how it should be in this tricky situation. He turned his head back to deliver the final word. "I have absolutely zero interest in doing that." Outside the window, the Hansung headquarters was engulfed in a roaring sea of fire. Lee Sejun said sternly, "This is clearly a blatant provocation thrown by terrorists right into the faces of the players." He glanced at her, probing, "What do you think?" Park Shin-hai nodded tremblingly, extreme panic clearly etched in her eyes. Lee Sejun coldly turned on his heel and left. His silhouette had disappeared, yet Park Shin-hai still clenched her teeth, her entire body trembling incessantly. In another development, Oh Sechin furiously slammed a stack of documents onto the desk, yelling, "Damn it, have they all been brainwashed?" Lee Jisoo was immediately drawn to the loud noise. She spun her chair around, curiously asking, "Did something happen, boss?" Oh Sechin spat out resentfully. Those bastards from the Messiah Guild finally decided to open their mouths. Sitting prominently on the front page was Park Shin-hai's face, accompanied by a sensational headline. A myriad of other news sites also rushed to report on the same topic. Oh Sechin furiously pounded his fists on the desk. "We absolutely cannot let this farce continue. The government granting you a get-out-of-jail-free card. Are you saying that whenever you feel like it, you can just mobilize the military to suppress the commoners?" He clasped his hands behind his neck in frustration. No one can predict what those people from the Messiah Guild are scheming in their heads. Oh Sechin turned to Lee Jisoo and sighed, "At this rate, their power will only continue to expand." Oh Sechin clasped his hands together, acting out a tragedy. "Oh Lee Sejun, please have mercy and save this world." Lee Jisoo didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his ridiculous antics. She clicked her tongue and thought to herself, "I've heard this speech so many times my ears are about to wear out." Oh Sechin suddenly jerked and raised his voice. "I didn't say a single wrong word, right, Secretary Lee?" The ringing of the phone chimed in, just in time to divert Oh Sechin's attention. He hastily lunged over and grabbed the receiver. "Hello, I'm listening." A warm, deep voice came from the other end. "It's been a while since we caught up." Recognizing an old acquaintance, Sechin excitedly exclaimed, "Well, well, well, what noble guest is this? Don't tell me." He greeted warmly, "Is it the once-renowned hunter Francois Schiffer?" The other guy cut him off abruptly. "I'm busy, so I'll get straight to the point. I just reviewed the report." He snapped, "That golden dragon's stomach fluid that just got smuggled into Pakistan. Did you even look up its effects before closing the deal?" Sechin chuckled. "Oh ho, so it's about that." He put on a smug, cheerful face. "I don't know anything. If the client requests it, I just place the order, brother." Francois Schiffer was at a loss for words at Sechin's ignorance. He roared into the phone, "You were completely clueless about its effects, yet you dared to hand over such a royal item. You're insane." Sechin picked at his ringing ear, defending himself. "Well, the client asked for it." In his heart, he grumbled and cursed. Why the hell is his mouth as loud as a megaphone? Francois Schiffer's voice was still booming. "There will be a massacre." Francois Schiffer suddenly shivered with a cold sweat. He yelled, "Who's going to slaughter whom? Hello, can you hear me?" Suddenly the line went dead. The automated operator reported a connection error in the current area. Francois Schiffer glared at his phone screen, muttering curses. "Damn it, everything was fine. Why is it acting up out of nowhere?" The scene shifted to just outside the boundary of the spatial gate. Kim Woojin, Lee Jin-ah, and Johann Jorg, under the guise of Isaac Ivanov, were standing by, observing with murderous expressions. Blocking the dungeon entrance were the two men, Park Young-won and Hugh Fraser. Park Young-won shot Hugh Fraser a glance as sharp as a razor. The old man immediately retorted with a meaningful smile, "Well, everyone has their own hidden agenda." Suddenly, a young man strode forward and spoke up, "Are you Sir Isaac Ivanov?" Lee Jin-ah and Johann Jorg turned their heads in astonishment. The young man said respectfully, "There is a parcel addressed directly to you, sir." Lee Jin-ah looked dumbfounded. "A parcel?" Kim Woojin hastily reached out, waving it off. "Isaac Ivanov, just leave this to me." Hearing that, the delivery guy quickly intervened. "I'm sorry, but you can't receive it on his behalf. The policy strictly requires the intended recipient to collect and sign for it." Kim Woojin frowned, showing obvious annoyance. He snapped, "He's standing right beside me." Seeing his threatening demeanor, the terrified young man hurriedly handed over the package. "Why yes, here's your item." Lee Jin-ah hurried over, eager to snoop. He stared intently as Kim Woojin swiftly tore open the package. Lee Jin-ah asked curiously, "What did you just order?" He threw back a dry reply, "A dragon's stomach fluid." Johann Jorg was shocked, thinking to himself, "A dragon's stomach fluid." Lee Jin-ah clasped his hands behind his back, clicking his tongue in disdain. "You made me waste my effort coming over to look. I thought it was some cool toy. What the hell do you even need this filthy stomach fluid for?" Johann Jorg rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Now that I think about it, I seem to have heard a vague rumor somewhere before. Word has it that a dragon's stomach fluid has the ability to reveal the true nature of sealed items." He marveled that fluid and those sealed items are like two sides of the same coin, both exceptionally rare to find. "I've only heard of it before. Today is an eye-opener." Johann Jorg threw a mocking jab. "It seems our friend Spasiba here is empty-headed and doesn't know a thing, huh?" Kim Woojin, standing nearby, secretly evaluated. "Wow, this guy is surprisingly knowledgeable." Being mocked, Lee Jin-ah flared up in offended pride. "What did you say? Who dares to say I don't know? I'm an expert on everything." Johann Jorg nodded perfunctorily. "Yes, yes, you're the master." Witnessing the lame comedy routine of these two fools, Kim Woojin was simply left speechless. Lee Jin-ah pouted and turned to him, saying, "Kim Woojin, oh wait, my beloved comrade, let's just ditch this guy. Can it just be the two of us charging in?" He complained irritably, "This is the despicable bastard who personally backstabbed his own teammates. How could you naively drag this dead weight into the dungeon with us?" Johann Jorg smirked faintly, "The reason why he dared to bet on me." He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a web of tattoos, showing off proudly, "Look at this level of credibility." Lee Jin-ah turned his face away, ignoring it, and pouted, "What would a guy who returned from the dead even be afraid of? I don't trust his act, absolutely not." Kim Woojin remained silent as a stone, calculating in his head that soul contract, huh? A memory flooded back of when Johann Jorg knelt and pleaded, "Please have mercy and let me follow you." Lee Jin-ah's jaw had dropped in sheer astonishment at his audacity back then. while he had simply maintained an icy, emotionless expression. Lee Jin-ah yelled, "Follow us. Do you think we're going on a vacation?" Johann Georg hurriedly interrupted, even though I'm oblivious to the inside story. He argued, "Isn't it crystal clear that Sir Isaac Ivanov is sworn enemies with the Messiah Guild? Now that I'm shackled by the binding contract, what kind of tricks could I possibly pull?" Johann Georg let out a maniacal laugh. Therefore, witnessing those maggots being crushed under Sir Isaac Ivanov's heel with my own eyes would be 10,000 times more satisfying. Kim Woojin growled in an icy voice, "What can you offer as collateral to guarantee you won't betray us? Furthermore, what reason do I have to take in someone like you as an ally?" Lee Jin-ah sneered, "Do you have too much free time arguing with him?" Johann Georg instantly slammed a piece of paper onto the table to seize the floor. "I have this treasure." Information glared on the surface of the paper: soul contract, rare skill tier, designate a target to sacrifice one's own soul to them, in return gaining the right to extract a portion of the essence from the designated person's skills and equipment. Effects: leech up to 50% of the aura from the designated target's skills and equipment. The target is locked and cannot be changed. If the designated person dies or unilaterally tears up the contract, your health will instantly evaporate to zero. Johann Georg stated firmly, "Having this contract in hand, on what grounds could I ever backstab you? Because my life is now as fragile as a blade of grass dangling in your hands." Lee Jin-ah screamed as if he'd seen a ghost, "Are you out of your mind? What if Isaac Ivanov gets annoyed and forces you to kill yourself?" He lowered his voice calmly. "Isaac Ivanov already had plenty of opportunities to send me to the afterlife, but he still showed mercy." Johann Georg added, "He is not the type to waste his energy on trivial matters, and he isn't free enough to erase my name right now. I just need to lay low and not cause any trouble." Snapping out of his reminiscence, Kim Woojin nodded inwardly. This guy's assessment wasn't far off the mark. He carefully analyzed, "This skill is clearly a massive bargain favoring me. Who would have thought he'd be reckless enough to voluntarily wrap a noose around his own neck?" Kim Woojin shook his head wearily. "I honestly give up trying to understand his mindset." He raised his voice and ordered, "Let's charge straight into the dungeon." Kim Woojin strode forward, urging, "Let's move out." Johann Georg turned and lifted his chin to ask Lee Jin-ah, "So what exactly are you planning to unseal with that thing?" He grumbled, "What obligation do I have to report it to you?" He laughed to gloss it over, "Oh, because we're allies now." Kim Woojin cast a glance over his shoulder and declared bluntly, "Just wait a bit and you'll see." Deep into the night, tranquility blanketed everything. A flickering pool of light cast by a campfire illuminated the wild forest. Those two goofballs, Lee Jin-ah and Johann Georg, had been snoring away for ages, while Kim Woojin alone remained wide awake. He scanned the dancing text on the system board: Quest, wipe out 111,111 goblins to unlock the passage to the second floor. Remaining quota, 20,317 kills. Kim Woojin furrowed his brows, calculating, the pattern hasn't deviated a bit from the last time. The scale of the third floor is bound to be 333,333 goblins, the fourth floor jumping to 444,444, escalating steadily like that. He pondered leisurely, and once we set foot at the bottom of the seventh floor, the final boss, the Goblin King, will appear exactly as the dungeon's name boasts. Kim Woojin glided his fingers nimbly across the system interface. His sharp eyes were glued to every single parameter. Status board popped up clearly. Name: Kim Woojin, level 176, authority Emissary of the Underworld, health 1955, vitality 663, mana 1335, achievement points 158, cumulative points 0. Kim Woojin felt a surge of secret pride. I'm now standing tall at level 176. He curved his lips into a conceited half-smile. Well, this trash cleanup will certainly be wrapped up swiftly. The territory of the first floor. The landscape transitioned to the second floor. The foul-smelling atmosphere of the third floor. The notification chimed distinctly. Completely wiped out 333,333 goblins. The gate to the fourth floor has been thrown wide open. The brilliant pillar of light from the dungeon gate pierced right through the night. Park Young-won reached out and pressed his arm firmly against the gate's surface. He jerked his head back, casting a profound look toward the trio of Kim Woojin, Johann Georg, and Lee Jin-ah. Kim Woojin forced a faint smile in response. Park Yang-won also smirked to return the favor. He gathered all his strength and threw the spatial gate wide open with both hands. A blast of frigid air shrieked from the other side of the gate, smacking everyone right in the face. Suddenly, the echoing sound of footsteps made Kim Woojin warily glance behind him. Hugh Fraser whispered, "Did the negotiation with Isaac Ivanov go smoothly?" Kim Woojin nodded in confirmation, "Smooth sailing. I've already sent him the signal. When will the play officially begin?" He narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Right as we step into the 4th floor, the Bluebird Guild, Isaac Ivanov's guild, and the Thunderbird Guild will just casually finish up the goblin clearing quest like on the previous floors." He instructed meticulously, "Fish in troubled waters during the chaos. You make sure to pull Isaac Ivanov and the Bluebird Guild to the back, and then signal me." Hugh Fraser ran his hand along the razor-sharp spear, gritting out every word at that moment, "These very hands of mine." He said in a harsh tone, "Will crush Park Yang-won's throat." The horrifying kingdom of the goblin race on the 4th floor. A single slash cleaved the monster's skull in half. Gang Ji and his teammates were frantically sweeping through the demonic legion. He let out a heavy breath, turning his head back and raising his voice. "May I ask a question?" Park Yang-won nodded. "Go ahead and ask." Gang Ji narrowed his eyes scrutinizingly. "Do you really put your trust in that guy, Kim Woojin?" Park Yang-won shifted his gaze to look at him with deep underlying meaning. Gang Ji said hesitantly, "He boldly proclaimed he would turn Isaac Ivanov into a puppet in his hands, but what if he's not the only cunning one?" He stated firmly, "My intuition tells me Isaac Ivanov is also secretly pulling the strings on some scheme." Gang Ji pressed on rapidly. "What if, when the flames of war with the Messiah Guild erupt, Isaac Ivanov pulls a U-turn and starts kissing their asses?" Park Yang-won paused for a beat, then stretched his lips into a devilish smile. He nonchalantly dropped the words, "Then we'd all be doomed, obviously." Gang Ji's eyes bulged in disbelief. "You dare to gamble our very lives on a bet with him? Are you so naive as to trust Kim Woojin that much?" Park Yang-won clicked his tongue to correct him. "No, I have never been foolish enough to entrust my life into the hands of anyone." He coldly turned his back and declared, "The only thing I place my absolute trust in is myself, in my own intuition." Gang Ji frantically pleaded, but still, Park Yang-won immediately cut him off. "Right in this very dungeon, those Messiah bastards will have to meet the Grim Reaper by my hands." He let out a triumphant laugh, "And then the Thunderbird Guild will fall completely into our hands. That is the most crucial point." Scene change, a blinding streak of light pierced through the sky. The system flashed a notification. "You have officially reached level 180. Lee Jin-ah glanced back and forth at Kim Woojin, who was bathing in the radiant trail of light. The system chimed, "The emissary from the Underworld is extremely impressed with your skills, bestowing upon you a catalog." A glowing sheet of paper suddenly hovered in front of Kim Woojin. He indifferently reached out and snatched it. Lee Jin-ah, filled with curiosity, hastily rushed over to Snoop. "Hey, what did you just pick up?" His eyes lit up with greed. "Is it top-tier loot?" The text on the paper clearly read, "Banshee Acquisition Condition. Bestowed by the Emissary of the Underworld, level requirement for use, level 150 or above, effect. Summons a Banshee." Kim Woojin swatted Lee Jin-ah's hand aside and replied dryly, "I don't know." He casually waved the paper. "How would I know if it's good or not when I haven't even tested it yet?" Lee Jin-ah pouted. "Is that so?" He muttered inwardly, "Since you always have that know-it-all expression on your face, anyone would believe you." Johann Georg, under the persona of Isaac Ivanov, ambled over. "Among the top-tier players, Isaac Ivanov here must be the one most favored by the Emissary of the Underworld, right?" He joked sarcastically. "So it turns out that from now on you'll continuously be granted powers and skills that no one could possibly predict." Lee Jin-ah gnashed his teeth in sheer frustration. What an absolute prick. Suddenly a thought dawned on him. "Hey now, it seems you're totally clueless." Johann Georg raised an eyebrow in doubt. "Clueless about what?" Lee Jin-ah puffed out his chest and confidently stated, "What's so strong about the name Isaac Ivanov anyway?" He widened his eyes. "What the hell are you talking about?" The system continued to pop up notifications. "You have acquired the Banshee skill from the Emissary of the Underworld." Lee Jin-ah lifted his chin, pointing straight at Kim Woojin with absolute certainty. "The truly strong one is Kim Woojin, therefore." Then he pointed his finger right in Johann Georg's face, interrogating, "You're the real Isaac Ivanov, aren't you?" He stood frozen like a soulless dummy. What the hell? Johann Georg vehemently retorted, that's just because Sir Isaac Ivanov doesn't like to show off. Isn't Isaac Ivanov currently hiding in that appearance right now? Kim Woojin, standing nearby, nonchalantly pinched his own cheek to correct him. No, this is my true form. Johann Georg turned to stone, staring blankly at him. He shrieked in shock, what? Meanwhile, in another development, Hugh Fraser abruptly called out Sakura's name. Catching sight of her pale face, he snapped, what's with that look? Hugh Fraser pressed for an answer, is it because of Kim Woojin? Sakura frantically explained, that bastard, his sinister gaze gave me the creeps. Not to mention the fact that he's currently playing double agent between you and Park Yang-won. She added, I'd rather die than believe a treacherous rat like him would ever sincerely cooperate with us. Hugh Fraser smirked disdainfully, if that's the case, we just need to finish off all three of them and be done with it. Park Yang-won, Kim Woojin, and Isaac Ivanov. Hearing his statement, she panicked and stammered, what? But the three of them joining forces would be absolutely terrifying. Sakura analyzed tremblingly. Just Isaac Ivanov alone has more than enough power to summon around 200 skeletons all at once. She said timidly, what if Park Yang-won and Kim Woojin bring their subordinates into the fray as well? Hugh Fraser burst into an arrogant laugh. How could those pests ever stand a chance against me? He added complacently, and even if they push themselves to the limit to fight back, they ultimately won't get a single piece of the pie from this dungeon anyway. He casually revealed, I've already bribed the gatekeepers outside. Hugh Fraser hardened his tone, once I die here, their corpses will be reduced to minced meat by thousands of bullets. Scene change, the system board flashed, the sorrowful wailing of the banshee was tearing through the eardrums. The entire goblin horde was scared out of their wits, simultaneously losing their will to fight. A goblin groaned, collapsing its head into the mud. It tightly clutched its swollen, agonizingly painful head. A heavy footstep stomped down, shaking the very ground. The goblin cowered, stealthily glancing up at the Grim Reaper. The skeleton knight suddenly appeared, blocking its view, its icy greatsword already swung high into the air. Razor-sharp streams of sword aura slashed down without an ounce of mercy. In a hidden corner, the trio of Kim Woojin, Lee Jin-ah, and Johann Georg remained with their arms crossed, indifferently enjoying the show. Kim Woojin fixed his gaze intently on the hovering figure of the banshee. Lee Jin-ah clapped in applause. Oh man, this is peak. If you've got this skill in your arsenal, it saves me the trouble of dragging my body to the front lines. Kim Woojin dropped a casual remark, don't celebrate just yet, this still isn't enough. Hearing that, his face fell, so in the end, it's my fate to bust my ass out there as a meat shield soaking up damage again, huh? He shifted his eyes over and replied indifferently, the effect of this move is gradually weakening. He frowned, evaluating inwardly, this skill doesn't deal much damage, and it drains way too much mana. Johann Georg cut in curiously, so are you just going to shelf the banshee for this battle? Kim Woojin crossed his arms and clicked his tongue, although the skill's duration is dropping, if I can find a supplementary source to fuel it. He leisurely waved the piece of paper in his hand and smirked, then I'll just keep using it. The writing on the paper read, Summon Skeleton Mage, Reward Condition. From the Emissary of the Underworld, level requirement for use, level 180 or above effect. Sacrifice a massive amount of monsters to summon an immortal mage. Lee Jin-ah rolled his eyes back in shock, babbling isn't that? He hissed in regret, the item that we had to grit our teeth and trade the one-eyed demon's evil eye for. Kim Woojin decisively tore the paper to shreds, breaking into a mysterious smile, spot on. The system coldly announced the activation of the Grim Reaper's emissary's ultimate skill, Summon Skeleton Mage. The achievement for awakening the Skeleton Mage has been unlocked. Suddenly, a gigantic pillar of light shot straight up into the firmament. Swirling dark clouds rolled in to devour the light, lightning tore through space, roaring furiously. Even Kim Woojin couldn't help but feel a fleeting chill down his spine. Johann Georg and Lee Jin-ah froze in shock. He stammered out a yell, what the hell is happening? Lee Jin-ah frantically pressed him. Hey Kim Woojin, this horrifying phenomenon is also part of your plan, right? Ignoring the pitch-black vortex surging downward, Kim Woojin dryly threw back a single word, no. A blinding bolt of lightning struck right at the top of his head. Thick black smoke billowed upward. Indra rose up toweringly, standing in front of Kim Woojin with overwhelming majesty. He stared fixedly at him, muttering, "This truly falls outside of my calculations." Indra spoke in a deep, gravelly voice, "Is a lowly creature like you." He sneered with contempt, planning to offer me what kind of sacrifice, huh? Li Jin Ah and Johann Jorg looked up at Indra in utmost astonishment. Johann Jorg shivered, repeating to himself, "A sacrifice." Kim Woojin growled out every word with icy coldness, "Sacrifice." He pointed straight at the piles of goblin corpses littering the ground, smirking sarcastically, "Is this not even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth?" The pitiful goblin horde was instantly drained dry by Indra's brutal lightning bolts. They were systematically swept away, one after another, leaving absolutely no survivors. On the other side of the battlefield, Sakura widened her eyes in astonishment, craning her neck to look up at the sky. She hurriedly waved her hand pointing forward, frantically calling out, "Boss, look at that." Hugh Fraser indifferently swept his razor-sharp gaze up to the canopy of clouds. A colossal tornado reigned in the sky above, raining down furious lightning continuously. Sakura said in a panic, "That place is clearly Isaac Ivanov's position. Can you guess what the hell is coming down over there?" Hugh Fraser narrowed his eyes, evaluating, well, this scene looks quite familiar. He muttered under his breath, "This sight reminds me of the day I sealed the contract with Indra." He harbored a suspicion. Could it be that Isaac Ivanov has stumbled upon a source of power on par with Indra? Hugh Fraser's face hardened, passing his judgment, "Looking at this trend, our plan will have to change." He quickly spun on his heel and urged Sakura, "Let's go." She made a blank, naive face, "Yes, but where are we going?" Hugh Fraser tightened his grip on his weapon's handle, his voice reeking of bloodlust. "Where else but to uproot this variable entirely?" He roared, urging her on, "Move fast." Scene change, Gangji thrust his spear straight into the beast's hard scales. He strained his neck and yelled, "Master, did you see that terrifying phenomenon just now?" Park Young-won replied solemnly, "Isn't that corner the drop zone where Isaac Ivanov's gang is fighting to the death?" Gangji cast an anxious glance over. "Yes, sir, this hair-raising scene leaves me with no peace of mind. Do you think Isaac Ivanov just snatched up some new skill?" He smirked and brushed it off. "Leveling up and picking up skills in a dungeon is nothing strange, it's just normal business." He hurriedly nodded, "Yes, sir, your judgment is spot on." But Park Yang-won was secretly sweating bullets. "Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't believe a move capable of moving mountains and filling seas belongs in the normal category." Suddenly, from afar, a blinding beam of electric light shot straight toward them. It tore through the wind, hurtling at a terrifying speed. Park Young-won flinched, snapping his head back in panic. Gangji risked his life lunging forward, letting out an ear-piercing scream, "Master." He raised his steel shield, hoping to block that lethal bolt of lightning. He questioned himself in a daze, what the hell just happened? At that fateful second, the lightning bolt roared and detonated, illuminating an entire patch of the forest. Park Young-won tumbled to the ground. His shield had cracked wide open under the pressure of the piercing lightning. Witnessing that horrifying sight, Park Young-won's face darkened as he roared, "What kind of sick joke is going on here?" Hugh Fraser slowly approached, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "It seems some nosy bastard just stuck his nose into this business." Hugh Fraser decisively yanked his spear out of Gangji's corpse. Park Young-won raised his voice in interrogation. Didn't both sides already reach an alliance agreement? He continued to ask harshly, "At least, until we took down the boss on the 7th floor, right?" The old man let out a faint laugh. "Oh really, after some consideration, I've decided that our little handshake is now redundant." Right at that moment, Sakura's gaze unexpectedly fell upon something anomalous. She stammered as she called out, "Look at that, boss." Hugh Fraser immediately followed the direction his subordinate was pointing at. Park Young-won also froze, dumbfoundedly uttering, "What the hell is that thing?" Right atop the windswept hill, a gigantic dark silhouette stood imposingly. That glaring crimson figure was none other than the Lick, who was thrusting his magical staff straight into the sky. The notification board flashed. The Lick has just received the full might of his master. Countless lines of text rushed by in rapid succession. The skeleton mage has awakened. The Dullahan has just appeared. The magma golem is ready for battle. The resentful evil spirit, the Banshee, has stepped out from the realm of the dead. The numbers of the entire demonic army have just skyrocketed twofold. Summon Lick rank S skill. By sacrificing countless lives, you awaken an eternal sorcerer. Exclusive S rank ability. This mage is immune to death by absorbing the master's vitality. As long as this entity exists, all undead troops and other auxiliary creations have their numbers doubled. The ground cracked wide open, and a fire golem surging with magma burrowed its way out. Following closely behind was a valiant brigade of skeletal cavalrymen. Alongside them, a dense undead legion marched thunderously, parading their might. Sakura smiled brightly, "Boss, it seems that brat Kim Woojin plays quite fairly after all." Contrary to his subordinate's excitement, Hugh Fraser's face darkened. He silently assessed, "Wrong, completely wrong, there's a catch here." The atmosphere was thick with the stench of gunpowder. From their vantage point, the Lik and Johann Jorg, under the guise of Isaac Ivanov, leisurely took in everything in sight. Under Kim Woojin's command, an entire battle-hardened legion had finished forming its ranks, burning with bloodlust. Hugh Fraser caught a glimpse of his opponent's arrogant smile, his insides churning. "This guy Isaac Ivanov is far more capable than I imagined. With this level of strength, he has more than enough power to claim the throne without clinging to my coattails or Park Yong-won's. Why go through the trouble of hiding his talent when he himself is the one who lit the fuse? But regardless of what you are scheming, you will never reach your goal, for the simple reason that—" Hugh Fraser roared in fury, madly unleashing his entire inner power. The old man muttered to himself, "For the greater cause, no matter how ruthless I have to be, I am willing to do it. Once the obstacle named Park Yong-won is cleared out, you will be the next dish served on the table, Isaac Ivanov." He began to channel the skilled divine punishment from the gods. Park Yong-won felt a twinge of guilt and cast a sideways glance. Unleashing an earth-shattering palm strike forward, Hugh Fraser roared, "Go down to hell." Facing death, Park Yong-won remained planted as firmly as a boulder, his expression perfectly calm. His entire body blazed with a majestic red aura as he boldly declared, "Your granddaddy is Park Yong-won, you know. Did you really think I'd just lay down and die in a dump like this?" The moment the words left his mouth, the corner of his eye shifted toward another spot. A massive blue lightning tornado, taking the shape of a freezing flying arrow, tore through the wind and crashed down, tearing up a vast expanse of land. Park Yong-won was stunned, his eyes widening as he took in the desolate scene before him. Right in front of him, Li Jinna's broad back stood tall like a fortress wall, taking the full brunt of the furious storm. Park Yong-won asked probingly, "Are you that guy Isaac Ivanov's comrade?" Li Jinna turned his head and snapped, "I'm no one's disciple or lackey, damn it. My name is Spaziba, memorize it well. How come no one ever bothers to register such an awe-inspiring name in their brains?" Park Yong-won clicked his tongue in exasperation. "We're in deep water, and you still have the mood to crack jokes." Suddenly, an explosive anomaly ripped the two men's attention away. The system spirit's voice echoed, "Divine punishment from the gods of Gunga is initiating." A blinding emerald lightning bolt split the space in two, carrying the power to tear apart the silent night. Li Jinna stood dazed, like a man who had lost his soul in the blink of an eye. Carrying a bone-chilling aura and wind-tearing speed, that streak of lightning delivered a heaven-shaking blow that made all of creation tremble. The moment the aftershock erupted, sharp rocks and debris scattered everywhere like a hail of bullets. The pale gray smoke thinned, revealing a massive crater sitting starkly right in the center. Hugh Fraser twirled the weapon in his hand and growled, "Where did this extra stumbling block pop up from?" In the other corner, Park Yong-won had to press both hands firmly into the ground to keep his battered body balanced. At the bottom of the abyss, a familiar shield lay completely exposed. He swallowed hard, secretly amazed, to think that old King of Light was so resilient. Suddenly, the defensive gear trembled violently, accompanied by a choked groan. The privilege of the Underworld's grace officially activated. Li Jinna, burning with indignation, emerged with a pile of rubble on his head. Sakura's eyes bulged in terror as she shrieked, "Are you kidding me? He took a direct artillery strike like that and hasn't ascended to heaven yet." Standing nearby, Hugh Fraser scratched his head in frustration. How bizarre. For what reason would Isaac Ivanov's lackey risk his life to take a hit for Park Yong-won? Could they be planning to flip the script, teaming up with that guy to remove me as a thorn in their side first? If that's the play, then what corner is that guy Kim Woojin hiding in? Just as his train of thought broke off, a burst of energy as blinding as the midday sun suddenly flared up. That terrifying pressure left every living creature nearby nearly stupefied, their minds spinning. The old man's heart skipped a beat as he hastily craned his neck toward the source of the sound. With godlike reflexes, Hugh Fraser leaned his body slightly, narrowly dodging a streak of deathly aura that grazed past his ear. A grim reaper's scythe slammed into the bedrock, its dry thud drawing the full attention of Sakura. She frantically asked, "What's happening, boss?" Another solid object tore through the wind, flying straight toward Hugh Fraser's chest. A sickening thud rang out, and fresh blood erupted like a fountain from the top of the old man's head. Sakura let out a gut-wrenching scream, "Boss." Taking a sneak attack full-on, Hugh Fraser staggered, his limbs trembling violently from the dizziness. Hidden within the radiant halo, the silhouette of a man was smirking in mockery. Kim Woojin ripped off the mask hiding his identity and casually dropped the words, "Your head really is completely empty." Hugh Fraser shot him a glare burning with seething hatred. Sakura lost all reason, grinding her teeth as she hissed the name Kim Woojin. Park Youngwan also followed their gaze, muttering to himself in utter confusion, "What in the world is going on here?" Lee Jinna grinned broadly and replied to him, "What else could it be? That old king of light is about to kick the bucket, that's what." Hugh Fraser furrowed his brows tightly, looking like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Park Youngwan pointed sharply at the old man's face and yelled, "He's far from going down." Lee Jinna panicked and whipped around, "Hold on, what did you say?" The status window flashed red. The host has just taken a devastating fatal blow. Resurrection activated, health maintained at 1 point. The lightning god Indra is descending. Advanced skill descent of Indra. Enhances the lightning control scepter's performance based on the contract with the lightning god Indra. When the host receives fatal damage threatening their life, Indra will borrow the mortal vessel in a frenzy, descending to obliterate everything in sight. High in the sky, a bottomless black hole spun wildly, and from the eye of the storm, a ferocious pillar of heavenly lightning struck down, intending to eradicate all living things. The ground bore the brunt, and a small, battered figure was sent tumbling through the air by the brutal shockwave. Sakura, her face drained of all color, stammered, "Boss." A massive tornado of mystical turquoise, heavily intertwined with thousands of electric arcs, loomed majestically right before her eyes. Hugh Fraser's entire body was buried under a blindingly bright armor of static electricity. The frantic bolts of lightning scattering in all directions proved an unparalleled tier in both speed and magical destructive power. The old man roared savagely, "You smooth-brained mortals, wash your necks and wait for death." Kim Woojin grit his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, looks like relying solely on tricks is going down the drain." Not far away, Lee Jinna was practically eating dirt, crying out, "Oh my God, what kind of demonic monstrosity is that?" Hugh Fraser cast a sideways glance at the pack of rats, spitting out every word with contempt, "A bunch of filthy gnats." His old hand, blazing with deadly electrical currents, slowly raised. Hugh Fraser unleashed a sweeping thunderous strike, loudly dictating, "Time to see the guests out." The battlefield instantly sank into chaos, as everyone frantically raised their shields to block or ran for their lives. Sniffing out the unmistakable scent of danger, Park Youngwan grimaced in calculation. "Damn it, in my whole life of roaming the underworld, I've never encountered a plague god like this before." Without hesitating another second, he screamed out, "Spread out the formation, stay 100 meters away from that freak." Hugh Fraser's lackeys, acting as if they'd struck gold, howled in excitement, "Some raggedy phoenix guild thinks they can bite back. Boss, crush them to dust." Before his smile could fade, the sycophant took a direct lightning strike, falling from the sky straight onto the top of his head. Witnessing that cold-blooded scene, Sakura was dumbfounded. Good lord, he's entered a state of madness where he can't distinguish friend from foe anymore. Hugh Fraser reigned imposingly in the center, swinging his arms and slashing wildly, indiscriminately handing out death sentences to anyone who moved. Johann Jorg, hiding in a corner clutching his chest anxiously, wondered, is he going to be okay? He must be blending in and toying with the enemy somewhere in that trash pile. Transformed into an entity of pure turquoise energy, Hugh Fraser's body sprouted bristling blades of electricity, more than enough to pierce the sturdiest of shields. The sinister aura condensed in midair, weaving into a spectral skull with its jaw wide open, flashing a hair-raising jagged grin. Kim Woojin curled his lips in a sarcastic sneer. "What's with the heavy face and tension, old man?" With that, he clearly pointed his index finger straight toward a hidden corner. Kim Woojin's voice rang out evenly, as cold as ice. "Look closely at the person who truly wants to skin you alive." Hugh Fraser halted for a few beats, his eyes glassy, his aged brain yet to digest the deep hidden meaning. The young man nonchalantly continued, "Isn't he standing absolutely still way over there?" Kim Woojin shrugged defensively. "I'm just following every order handed down by Isaac Ivanov, that's all." In the observation post, Johann Georg in his disguised form broke into a cold sweat, biting his tongue. "Oh dear esteemed master, for what reason are you pinning a target on this lowly servant's head?" The young man continued, adding fuel to the fire with an emotionless tone. "If you've got free time, drag yourself over and argue with the real culprit Isaac Ivanov. Stop biting at innocent people." The old man, furious, yelled at the top of his lungs, "What the hell kind of nonsense are you babbling about, huh?" Hugh Fraser kicked off the ground and shot high into the air, vomiting a cluster of blazing lightning fire from his throat aimed straight at Kim Woojin's head. "Quit flapping your gums." The destructive blast tore through the wind, arriving as fast as a flash of lightning, yet Kim Woojin remained rooted to the spot like a stone statue. At the very moment of life and death, the corner of his lips drew an enigmatic arc. Everything was indeed running smoothly, exactly like the script he had written. With a deafening boom, Kim Woojin obediently took the artillery strike head-on. The explosive aftershock tore up the ground, kicking up a dense cloud of dust and smoke that swallowed an entire corner of the sky. Lee Jinna froze, his chest feeling as if squeezed tightly, cursing inwardly. Has this lunatic's fear nerve snapped, offering his body as a punching bag without even bothering to raise his hands to block? What kind of habit is that? Johann Georg was also speechless, his pupils shrinking repeatedly at the way his respected leader threw himself headfirst into trouble. Pressing his advantage, Hugh Fraser frantically squeezed out his magic power to rain down a barrage, painting a whole section of space blindingly white with deadly light energy. The old man opened his mouth and laughed maniacally, his raspy voice echoing like a bloodthirsty bat. "Turn to mush, you brat." The relentless bombardment of raining bombs and bullets mingled with the butcher's hoarse shouting, "Turn to ash and dust." The thunderstorm ruthlessly plowed through the ground. Hugh Fraser had completely lost his mind, howling furiously for blood. From beginning to end, the victim remained silent, leaving his body to the tearing torrent of electromagnetism. Kim Woojin's figure disappeared into the sea of lightning strikes without showing the slightest intention of fighting back. Witnessing that tyrannical authority, Sakura gasped, choking on her words as she silently prayed for her esteemed boss. The final bell had tolled. Hugh Fraser shut his mouth, condensing the killing intent that had just poured out like a landslide. The dull gray smoke gradually faded, exposing a jagged wasteland like the surface of the moon, riddled with deep craters. The old man dusted his hands and smirked. "This trash dump seems a bit less noisy now, doesn't it?" However, right as he looked up, a grotesque sight immediately struck his vision, turning Hugh Fraser to stone, his mouth wide open but unable to squeeze out half a word. Beep beep, the system alert tallied up. Lightning absorption has hit the ceiling limit. Hidden among the fading ashes, blinding golden lightning bolts began to fiercely crackle, radiating from a blind spot. The status window blinked once again. The true essence of the lightning god is entering the awakening phase. Parting the thick smoke, Kim Woojin still stood tall like a god of war, his arms stretched straight out, lifting a foreign object that was unleashing a pressure distorting reality itself. The young man's expression relaxed into sheer delight. The fish took the bait exactly as planned. Lee Jinna blanked out for a moment before a lightbulb flashed in his head. Isn't that? The reel of memories flooded back. That time Lee Jinna was fuming mad, storming over to demand justice. "Hey, Mr. General Kim Woojin, open your mouth and explain yourself properly." The muscular man dashed over in a flash and grabbed his teammate by the collar. Lee Jinna puffed his cheeks and spat out. "Where did you get this habit of directing your own one-man show and hiding it away without breathing a word, huh? We're in the same boat eating at the same table. What's the meaning of pulling this stunt to blindside me? Are you deaf?" The young man's face remained impassive as he coldly dropped the words. "So in short, what exactly are you trying to dig up?" The tough guy covered his mouth with his hand to bypass Johann Georg, whispering into his ear, "That puddle of spit or stomach acid from that Hwangryong earthworm. In the end, which pit are you planning to burn it in? Is giving a quick heads-up really that hard?" Kim Woojin cast a sidelong glance at his partner, silently assessing. It seems this guy has been led by the nose by that kid Johann Georg to the point of going crazy. Smoothly opening his inventory, he whispered, "Do you have any lingering memories of that item scavenged from Park Yongwan's warehouse?" Li Jinna's eyes widened. Oh, that piece of scrap metal debt we lugged back last time. What about it? Kim Woojin calmly reached into his pocket and pulled out a vial of shimmering golden liquid, his fingers nimbly popping the cap. Without a trial run, he directly drenched the old relic with that strange liquid. Instantly, a halo as blinding as the midday sun exploded, burning deeply into his astonished teammates' retinas. The aura twisted frantically, as if a 1,000-year-old sealed power was stretching itself out, breaking out of its cage. Next, the assistant spirit chimed melodiously and continuously. The slumbering power has officially unlocked. Congratulations, you have been recognized as the new master of the Holy Hammer Mjolnir. Mjolnir Legendary Grade Treasure. Starting requirement, level 111. Physical destruction rating, 600. Forged from the anvil of the thunder god Thor, possessing the trait of absorbing lightning energy. Attached benefits, boosts all attributes by 200 points when wielded, stacks 20% power per strike, summons thunder and lightning with every swing, and unlocks true god potential when the energy battery reaches its peak. Li Jinna swallowed hard with a gulp, getting goosebumps at the deduction. Could it be that this guy Kim Woojin has been plotting this devilish scheme for this very move since God knows when? Gripping the handle of Mjolnir tightly, the young man stood as firm as a mountain, killing intent, radiating intensely as he waited to tear his prey apart. Hugh Fraser keenly sniffed out the bad omen, muttering, I don't know where that mace originates from, but it's clearly devouring all of my attacks. The old man ground his teeth, finalizing his plan. If you're going to be this stubborn, then. In just the blink of an eye, a long, razor-sharp spear naturally took shape amidst the quiet air. Hugh Fraser reached out and grabbed the treasure, his movements smooth and thoughtless. Kim Woojin froze in place, capturing every gesture of his prey in his retinas, a clear scowl forming on his cheeks. Pumping magic power to fill the spear, the old man arrogantly jutted his chin. Try swallowing this bone and see if it chips your teeth, kid. The next blink, Hugh Fraser turned into a wind-tearing arrow and shot forward, his murderous intent rolling and turning the corners of his eyes bright red. The stormy speed made Kim Woojin flinch. He frantically exerted all his strength to raise his hammer and block the overwhelming momentum. The young man clicked his tongue in admiration, realizing his low-tier moves were just scratching the itch, and hurriedly flipped to another card. The title of King of Lightning hanging over his head wasn't some cheap knockoff after all. Kim Woojin's brain ran at full capacity. The reach of the spear completely outclassed the short distance of the sledgehammer, and that old geezer really knew how to exploit his weakness. However, going against common sense, he built up momentum and rammed straight into the opponent's dead zone. Riding the momentum, Kim Woojin made a spectacular swerve, creating a blind spot that forced his enemy to freeze. A 1,000-pound hammer tore through space, smashing straight down on the old man's skull. That mountain moving might immediately caved in half of Hugh Fraser's face into a bloody, mangled mess. Park Youngwan turned into a stone statue, beads of sweat pouring down and soaking his entire forehead. Li Jinna's pupils rolled back, his mouth hanging wide enough to fit an ostrich egg, horrified by the bloody scene that had just unfolded. Sakura stuttered, trembling like a leaf boss. The corner of Kim Woojin's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a faint, razor-sharp smile. Reflecting on his past life, he thought to himself, trying to show off in front of a master, I used to be quite the seasoned player myself after all. The old man shrieked a gut-wrenching cry as he endured the fatal wound, his howling echoing across the wasteland. Hugh Fraser's eyeballs were bloodshot with stark red streaks, looking as if he wanted to tear apart and chew the bones of the guy standing idly there. Overcoming the pain, he acted like a blood-crazed wild beast, plunging headlong straight toward Kim Woojin. His withered hand gripped the spear shaft tightly, his whole body emitting a dense black miasma reeking of corpses. With a blazing inferno of hatred, Hugh Fraser smashed aside everything in his path to approach Kim Woojin. The young man furrowed his brows, every nerve in his body firing intensely as he entered his peak state of performance. Li Jinna's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, clutching his chest and panting, damn it. Floating in midair like that, you'd need to grow wings to dodge the attack. Counting down less than 3 seconds, the razor-sharp spear tip was already on the verge of piercing Kim Woojin's flesh. Maintaining that same mocking attitude, the young man curled his lips and forced out a chilling smile. Kim Woojin's figure dropped like a free-falling weight, landing on the ground with a thud, escaping the Grim Reaper's scythe by less than a hair's breadth. The old man's eyes inadvertently swept over his opponent's lower half, and the fog in his brain suddenly lifted to reveal the identity of that item. The boots adorning Kim Woojin's feet were unexpectedly Shoes of Hermes, legendary grade treasure. Threshold barrier, from level 1. Inheriting the spiritual aura of the messenger god Hermes, the master can stroll through the air. Active function. Expands jumping power by 30%, rides the wind to hover, and simultaneously accelerates movement speed by 30%. At this point, Hugh Fraser had completely figured out all the hidden details. His face flickering with a mix of fury and amusement, he muttered, "I was originally a bit conflicted, but now." A miracle occurred. The bloody crater on the top of his skull quickly knitted back together smoothly, and his brain forged the final conclusion. Absolutely spot on. Hugh Fraser firmly judged, this little brat is absolutely not some decorative hunting dog raised by Isaac Ivanov. Playing the third wheel throughout the whole movie, Park Yong-wan stood taking in every hidden angle. And right now, a single name was dancing crazily in his head, Kim Woojin. Park Yong-wan slapped his thigh with a smack, his inner mind screaming at the earth-shattering discovery. "I've vaguely smelled something burning ever since he dragged himself back from Egypt, damn it." His guts churned violently, resentment welling up in his throat. What a load of crap, this is no different from inviting a wolf into the house as a guard. Hugh Fraser aimed his fiery eyes, boring straight into the back of the person opposite him. He stroked his chin and mused, "I must admit a hard truth. This old man made a huge mistake throwing you into the cage with those bugs." Hugh Fraser scoffed coldly and dropped his words, "However, the rehearsal is over. Now I will take off the chains and unleash my full strength. Let's see if that mouth of yours still dares to boast about a fair fight with me." Hearing a few empty threats, Kim Woojin raised his eyebrows in utmost surprise. In the blink of an eye, Hugh Fraser charged forward carrying his spear like an evil spirit demanding a life, roaring piercingly, "Go lie in the underworld." Kim Woojin ground his molars, tossing out all stray thoughts to meet the battle. His intuition told him one single thing, it's go time. The piercing sound of clashing metal rang out incessantly. The boy relentlessly smashed his hammer against the spear tip, blocking and retreating to widen his breathing room. While engrossed in his backward steps, Kim Woojin's heel snagged on a lumpy obstacle. Glancing slightly behind out of the corner of his eye, he cursed internally, "Damn it, since when did I end up smack in the middle of a spider's nest?" The old man seized the opportunity, his mouth splitting into a triumphant grin, "Where are you looking, you little brat?" The spear tip, dripping with blazing deathly aura, once again tore through the wind and aimed straight for Kim Woojin's throat. With an earth-shattering boom, bricks, tiles, and rubble went flying blindly, tightly wrapped around a sky-piercing pillar of pitch-black smoke. By sheer luck, at the exact hair-raising moment, a leap into the midair helped the young man escape the Grim Reaper's claws. The system spirit called out again, "The Gungnir privilege, holy punishment from the high heavens is being loaded." While hovering in the air, a glaring anomaly struck straight into Kim Woojin's sharp intuition. Boundlessly endless meteorites, as large as mountains, were raining down on his head. His jaw dropping in shock, the boy quickly deduced, did this lunatic roast the entire cliff edge with lightning? With no free time to marvel, Kim Woojin channeled his inner energy to vault up into the clouds in order to weave through the meteor shower. A blinding streak, resembling flashing light, cut across his retinas, forcing his body to trigger its survival mechanism. The flexible twist of his torso, Kim Woojin grazed past the giant spear, carrying a terrifyingly destructive force. Even so, luck didn't smile fully. The edge of the sinister spear blade still chewed off a chunk of flesh on his arm, dragging a gushing geyser of dark red blood along with it. Johann Georg, unable to sit still, shrieked out, "My lord, your majesty." Kim Woojin grimaced and clamped down tightly on the torn wound, using pressure to compress the violently gushing liquid. The status window jumped with text again. "The power from the Underworld messenger, vampire blood sacrifice, has been established." In just a blink, a pair of sharp fangs elongated, and Kim Woojin's entire body was enveloped in a bloodthirsty glowing red aura. The mechanism of the Hell Watcher officially activated, Blood Sun successfully initiated. His eyes bulged as he stared at the foul-smelling blood mist, waiting to swallow him whole. Hugh Fraser let out a disdainful scoff. "Are you confident that a few of these cheap parlor tricks will bring about spring?" Lightly waving his withered hands, an overwhelming source of true energy instantly surged up. Immediately, a blinding pillar of light pierced through the deadly crimson mist. Hugh Fraser tilted his face to the sky, expecting to scratch my itch with this toy. Tearing through the hazy smoke, Kim Woojin's figure crashed into the ground, borrowing the momentum to compress his muscles and spring forward like a bullet aimed straight at his opponent's throat. The boy calculated meticulously. It was a sure thing that the guy had already vaulted past the defensive perimeter. In a flash, Kim Woojin's sharp, cold face was right up against the old man. Without any unnecessary movements, a heaven-sent hammer swing carrying 1,000 pounds of pressure smashed straight into his enemy's chest. Hugh Fraser was startled, but his hand still threw a steel punch to counterattack. "I've been holding back a bit too much against you, brat." At this moment the Grim Reaper truly knocked on the door. His deep voice roared jarringly, "Time to switch roles. It's this old man's turn to do the lion dance." A split second of distraction paid for with a whole life. Kim Woojin obediently took the enemy's crushing blow head-on. The destructive force flung his body into the air, before gravity dragged him down to smash straight into the stone floor, ringing out a deafening crash. A dust storm billowed up densely, swallowing the youth's battered form into nothingness. As the gray smoke thinned, Kim Woojin's miserable state was revealed, his lips spitting out mouthfuls of bright red blood. Hugh Fraser spat out a wad of saliva in contempt. "Got a taste of it yet, brat? Can you clearly see the wall of skill between you and me?" The old man opened his mouth and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, I'll praise you for bringing this old man a rare bit of amusement. Even so, the play has reached its final curtain, hasn't it?" Kim Woojin gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the hammer handle, hauling his battered and broken body to staggeringly stand up. "I'm also thoroughly enjoying this. It's been a long time since I had this kind of opportunity." His next casual remark left the old man dumbfounded. "Truly, I can hardly remember how many youths have passed by." Kim Woojin's pupils flashed with a gaze as sharp as a razor. "Since the time I had to roll up my sleeves and personally make mincemeat of my opponents." The young man dropped a blunt sentence, "Doing it all myself, without needing to invite or cling to anyone." His facial muscles relaxed and formed a twisted, deeply eerie smile, the feeling of squeezing out blood, sweat, and tears to pound away at a monster like you really feels amazing. Hugh Fraser whipped around, veins bulging in his neck as he bellowed like a raging bull, "Keep your mouth shut, you nutjob." Right on cue, an entire horde of bony minions seized the chance and swarmed up like a black mass of ants out for blood. However, the difference in class was apparent. The old man casually gave a light flick of his sword, and the whole crew of skeletons fell apart like autumn leaves. Not stopping there, the old man continued to spray magic bullets like a downpour to plow the ground, sweeping completely clean countless remnants of the dry skeletons. By some stroke of bad luck, a human skull went rolling and bouncing, flying straight toward Johann Georg, who was donning the mantle of Isaac Ivanov. Hugh Fraser frowned in annoyance, pointing a glaring stare at the lower legs. The old man glared down at the figure below, growling and spitting out every syllable, "Isaac Ivanov." Tucked away in another corner, someone was hunched over tinkering with some trickery. Kim Woojin curled his lips into a wicked smirk. "There, are your eyes open now? That's the reason I warned you. The hidden big-shot boss is actually—" Catching those few vague words, Sakura frantically squealed, "My lord boss." The atmosphere right now was compressed to a suffocating degree. A whole syndicate of skeletons crowded darkly, tightly surrounding Hugh Fraser in an airtight circle. And yet the freakish old man still chuckled broadly, leisurely dropping his words, "Out pops yet another little rat." Hearing the order to fire, bone soldiers from all directions rushed forward thunderously to crush Hugh Fraser. Standing in wait on the outer perimeter, Johann Georg stroked his chin and calculated. Using the excuse of the leader stalling for time, "I'll just lie low exactly according to the script, even if those raggedy soldiers aren't creations enchanted by me." No sooner said than done. The young man stretched one arm straight up into the sky, preparing to cast a spell. Johann Georg tossed his hand to wave a conductor's baton, driving a lineup of bloodthirsty eyes hidden in the shadows to swarm the frontline. He smugly thought to himself, "This many toys are more than enough to see the guests out." Receiving Johann Georg's nod, dozens of skeletal soldiers squeezed past him, moving their legs and rushing forward for their lives. All of those Underworld soldiers shared a single ideal: to lock onto their target Hugh Fraser and bite him to shreds. Witnessing the scene of those gnats swarming in, the old man cursed furiously, "A bunch of damn bastards." Your grandpa has told you time and again that it's a wasted effort. Just as he broke off his words, he sharply turned his sword, unleashing a terrifyingly shocking streak of lightning toward the rear. That electric plow path swept straight into Kim Woojin's brigade of bone soldiers who were charging up in a blood frenzy. The ringleader of the skeletal grunts, even facing the Grim Reaper, still glared with hollow eye sockets, charging forward without a care for life or death. Hugh Fraser's killer move crashed down, entirely swallowing a squad of undead and shattering them into mush. Done venting his anger, Hugh Fraser threw his bloodshot pupils wide open, gluing his eyes to the smoking remnants. But not even in his dreams would he have expected that, on the other end of the line, Kim Woojin was frantically pumping buffs into his minion lineup. Hugh Fraser's jaw dropped, muttering with his hair standing on end, "What the hell is that? From what corner did that crawl out of?" The dried-up soldiers, thanks to Kim Woojin cramming them with elixirs, became even more aggressively hyper, stampeding wildly to chew on their opponent's head. Hugh Fraser was so furious he could spit blood, veins popping in his neck as he cursed, "Kim Woojin, you little brat." Disregarding his pride, the old man beastly charged headlong toward him, demanding a fight to the death. Kim Woojin wasn't daunted at all, glaring back with bullet-like eyes that bored straight to the core of Hugh Fraser. One charged forward like a moth to a flame, the other stood rooted firmly as a boulder. The next tick of the clock was a collision that shook heaven and earth. But the good drama happened in the 90th minute. The entire cinema stared in sheer astonishment as a broad back had shielded Kim Woojin since God knows when. His hand raising a shield to block the deadly blade, the guy spoke up in a deep, threatening voice, "Step over my dead body before you plan to dirty my comrade's shirt." Kim Woojin widened his eyes, staring blankly at the meat shield that had fallen from the sky. "Isn't the Underworld rule to punch me down first and figure it out later?" Lee Jinna grinned broadly at his brother in arms. Deeply touched by that Underworld brotherhood, Kim Woojin curled his lips, squeezing out a thoroughly delighted smile. On this front of the battlefield, Hugh Fraser was spinning wildly with his Grim Reaper's scythe, wildly slashing at the horde of skeletons. Unfortunately, the soldiers were ruthlessly suppressed. As soon as they poked their faces up, they were smacked so hard their bones scattered into every nook and cranny. The Lick Demon King, standing in the corner, pointed his staff to the sky, mumbling an incantation. It turned out he was operating the powerful magic treasure Merlin's staff. Just as he received the message that his depleted magic gauge had refilled, the Lick did not hesitate to swing his staff straight up to the blue clouds. The Demon King of Death once again began his chorus of summoning the souls of the skeletal lackeys to the mortal realm. Before this wave died out, another wave had rushed in. The ruins from the freshly shattered skeletons were squirming back up to continue joining the fight. System window flashed continuously, the text reading the Lick summons the undead cavalry blinking incessantly. The Demon King waved his hand again, leading a whole extra batch of rotting foot soldiers out of their graves. Park Youngwan stood on the edge with folded arms, his eyebrows tightly knit in deep calculation. That old Hugh Fraser carrying the label of seeking defeat, now pathetically cowering and taking a beating like this. I was so sure that guy Isaac Ivanov and those little brats would drag their factions in to join the fun, putting on the act of rescuing Kim Woojin from the encirclement of death's door. No one could have expected this messy script, while that guy is grinning broadly and charging onto the front line. Park Youngwan gritted his teeth, swearing inwardly, "Damn it, this was all a setup by that bastard Kim Woojin, and our brain-dead group just swallowed the bait whole." Amidst the hungry wolves, Hugh Fraser was frantically fending off the skeleton brigade sweeping in from every corner, their ant-like numbers suffocating him. A moment of silence passed, the battlefield stained with a puddle of vomited black blood, and the dense fog seemed to part, returning a faint glimmer of light. The status bar flashed a glaring red, warning of depleted mana. The Thunder King's bloodline was severed with no way out, his lifelong legacy permanently wiped off the map. The moment the system text popped up was also when Hugh Fraser was stripped of all his power and aura. The old man gasped for air, his chest heaving like a bellows, greedily trying to suck in whatever meager oxygen remained. His battered body staggered backward. All around Hugh Fraser was now swamped in a mountain of shattered bones reeking of mildew. Drained of vitality, Hugh Fraser collapsed onto the bare, ragged back of a skeleton, his cloudy pupils turning vacant, devoid of any fighting spirit left to battle to the death. It took a long while to regain his senses before Hugh Fraser lifted his chin, gritted his teeth, and shot a death glare at the one standing above him. Cutting through the atmosphere, the rhythmic, steady clacking of leather shoes echoed, approaching the old man. Kim Woojin smirked, spitting out each word with mocking flair. Wow, this so-called mighty aura is actually pretty intimidating, huh? But this thing called infinite power only exists on paper. As the young man finished his sentence, Hugh Fraser forced out a bitter laugh. Tusk, how truly hilarious. Opening your mouth to preach fake morality, while you yourself command an endless undead brigade. The old man wasn't wrong at all. Serving as Kim Woojin's backdrop right now was a massive, overlapping horde of skeletal ghouls. Chop off one head and another arm would sprout. The young man cheerfully shrugged, nodding along with the old man, then gave a slight, mocking bow. Well then, allow this junior to see the guest out. The moment the command was issued, the bony minions immediately went wild like unleashed beasts, lunging forward to tear Hugh Fraser apart. A series of gut-wrenching screams echoed up to the blue sky, kicking up a blinding sandstorm that obscured a whole chunk of space. Somewhere on the other side, a figure had already slumped limply onto the cold ground. Sakura stood petrified, her empty gaze pinned to the ground, her stomach churning as she wondered, has that great leader truly passed away? Did he eat a bear's gall to have the guts to backstab our forces like that? She ground her teeth, shooting daggers at the young man Kim Woojin in the distance. Hot blood rushing to her head, Sakura swore a vicious oath in her heart. I'm not human if I don't avenge this, that bastard Kim Woojin. I will use my own bare hands to claim this blood debt for the leader. Interrupting her train of thought, Johann Jorg, under the guise of Isaac Ivanov, cleared his throat and declared loudly, let's take things one step at a time. Our next agenda is to nominate a new Thunder King to rule the throne. Catching those earth-shattering words, Sakura was left speechless, her eyes widening as she stammered, you mean a new leader? Her brain worked in overdrive. Is this demon of plague planning to wipe out every living, breathing soul here? If that's the scenario, then. Pushing aside her fear, she timidly raised her hand toward the upper echelons to beg for attention. Sakura pushed off her knees to stand straight, enunciating clearly. The leader had not yet managed to pen a will for the next generation to take over the organization. Therefore, I respectfully request Lord Isaac Ivanov here to make the call. Who would be the brightest candidate capable of carrying the Thunderbird banner? Johann Jorg nodded in receipt, the young man rubbing his chin, looking deep in thought over this difficult problem. Seeing that posture, Sakura felt a triumphant joy blooming inside. Where in the world would you find an idiot who doesn't know that the leader's capable right-hand woman is none other than me? The real survival test is to sneakily keep this withered life alive and slip away from this wretched dungeon, and once that's done. Kim Woojin, when the time comes, I'll skin you alive. She darted a razor-sharp gaze, pinning it onto the young man's back. Before she could finish her delusion, Kim Woojin flatly dropped a bombshell. The brightest candidate is me. That mind-blowing statement nearly made Sakura drop her jaw, her ears ringing, unable to believe the truth. Johann Jorg also stumbled, slipping his tongue. Mas. Wait, are you sure about this? Sakura glared with bloodshot eyes, foaming at the mouth as she growled, Kim Woojin, what age does a brat like you have to climb up the ladder and fight for the inheritance? What a load of bullshit. Kim Woojin smiled softly and stepped closer, gently explaining, that's right. The moment I packed my bags for Egypt, I had already sealed a contract with the Thunder Emperor. Their side made a very sweet promise, not to take the life of someone standing in the way, and the highest position in the guild would be in my pocket. Johann Jorg gulped heavily, breaking into a cold sweat as he questioned himself. Could that target to be butchered possibly be my own worthless life? Kim Woojin added a few more harsh words. I agreed to that deal and worked my fingers to the bone, so that inheritance seat naturally has my name carved on it. How the hell could it go wrong, huh, Miss Sakura? The moment the Thunder Emperor shook hands on the deal with me, wasn't this lady here also standing by as a background extra? Don't tell me you have a goldfish memory and completely forgot about it. Sakura hit right on her sore spot, bristled up and shrieked, what the hell? Where did you pull that word twisting from? When did we ever sign a contract with your kind for you to spew such venom? Annoyed by her attitude, Kim Woojin fiercely pinned his pupils straight onto her face, spitting out sharply, so this lady is determined to whitewash her memory entirely. Sure enough, she froze for a split second, grinding her teeth so hard her jaw nearly dislocated. Damn it, the leader has already passed on. With this dirty and cowardly trick, where could I possibly find evidence to expose that fake bribery claim? Failing to convince the crowd to bow in submission means a bloodbath is inevitable. And if that happens, this entire Thunder Emperor legacy. Sakura stood rooted to the spot, her vacant eyes sweeping over the dilapidated remnants of the army. Will be crushed to pieces beneath Isaac Ivanov's boots. Weighing the pros and cons, Sakura had to swallow her bitter resentment, choking out, "That's right, that deal was real." Exactly as predicted, the moment the confirmation reached his ears, Kim Woojin smugly curled the corners of his lips into a devious smile. She, holding onto a massive grudge, ground her teeth and cursed, "That bastard Kim Woojin is truly an old fox in the flesh." However, before the two men could savor their victory, Sakura's steely voice rang out once more, interrupting, "But even if that pile of credentials gilds Kim Woojin's candidacy seat, the one who stood shoulder to shoulder, pouring her heart out to nurture this guild from its infancy, is none other than me. I believe a talent who knows the ins and outs like me must be promoted to have what it takes to steer this ship. Only I am the golden key to unlock the shores of glory, scraping up every last bit of profit for the entire guild in this life-and-death dungeon expedition." At that very moment, the space suddenly froze as a deep voice rang out, saying, "Hold on." The unexpected sound made Kim Woojin flinch slightly, immediately turning his head toward the source of the call. Entering his sight was a burly figure draped in a baggy cloak, casually strolling closer to the crowd. The newcomer was none other than Park Yang-won. He furrowed his brows tightly, clearing his throat to question, "Who allowed you to arbitrarily decide the inheritance seat of the Thunderbird Guild? The Thunder Emperor has passed away, so according to his dying wish, Thunderbird will be restructured and brought under the Phoenix Guild. Prick up your ears and listen, Isaac Ivanov. I acknowledge your golden heart, but you should also know that the Thunder Emperor and I had sealed a deal ages ago." Receiving the provocation, Johann Georg only replied with a subtle smile full of hidden meaning, absolutely not uttering half a word. In that tense moment, Kim Woojin took slow strides, letting out a fake laugh toward Park Yang-won. "You showed up at the perfect time, huh, bro?" Seeing the young man approach, he immediately bristled with caution. "What kind of trick are you playing here? Wasn't swiping from my armory enough to satisfy you that you now dare to bite off another piece of mine?" Responding to that grumpy attitude, Kim Woojin lowered his tone calmly. "It seems you're misreading the script. Even I am speechless that things drifted in this direction. But above all, even though the Thunder Emperor is dead and buried, I still flawlessly completed his directive. This messy situation is all due to your stubbornness, Isaac Ivanov. I myself don't have the free time to stir up trouble like this. Isaac Ivanov's purely objective is just to wipe out this dungeon as fast as possible. To realize that ambition, even if the Thunder Emperor is no longer in this world, Isaac Ivanov remains determined to maintain the status quo. Of course, it breaks my heart to let go of this tasty bait, but forced by circumstances, I have to accept it. From the bottom of my heart, I bow in gratitude to all of you for wholeheartedly supporting me both materially and spiritually. While I'm at it, let me offer a piece of sincere advice. Tone down that stubborn streak, take a deep breath, and calm down. Otherwise, Isaac Ivanov will send you straight to heaven." He leaned in close, bumping his forehead right against Park Yang-won's, growling every cold syllable. "If you still want to continue sweeping this dungeon, then kindly behave like a real man." At that moment, the oxygen around them seemed to evaporate completely. Everyone nearby held their breath, straining their eyes to watch the good drama about to unfold. The lens shifted to the Goblin Kingdom on the 7th floor, where the air reeked of gunpowder, signaling an impending bloodbath. The battlefield was divided by two heavily populated factions. Reigning right in the center was a massive, resplendent throne. The one seated upon it was none other than the Goblin King, leaning lazily on the throne, shooting a brutal gaze over the subjects below. Right under the monarch's nose, an old, decrepit goblin was limping closer, leaning on a cane. Suddenly, he used his leg to carve a deep trench into the ground before snapping around to turn his back. He swung his cane wildly into the air, letting out a deafening roar just like a signaling horn. Answering the call to arms, an entire horde of goblins stationed on the flank also strained their necks, screaming in unison. The moment the earth-shattering sound ended, the two factions immediately clashed madly, tearing into each other like moths to a flame. One side consisted of the ferocious Goblin Legion, baring their fangs and brandishing razor-sharp claws, ready to tear their enemies apart. Right amidst the chaos, a long spear plunged violently from the sky, striking the ground with a resounding thud. Not far away, Kim Woojin remained standing straight and unfazed, firmly pressing the tail of his scepter into the ground. A system message immediately popped up. Odin's spear, Gungnir, and Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, are entering a state of resonance. The damage output from the Thunder God's power skill is amplified by a staggering 200%. At the same time, the mana required to maintain the Thunder God's power skill is reduced by half. Without hesitation, he lifted the scepter high, waving his hand to command his skeletal legion to sweep forward. The servants, upon receiving Kim Woojin's order, immediately charged wildly, crashing head-on into the goblin formation. The two forces collided, creating a fiery battle, evenly matched, with neither side willing to yield an inch. Immersing himself in the war, Lee Jin-ah was also throwing punches to clear the chaos amidst the fierce monster encirclement. A few steps away, Sakura was equally impressive, soloing several adversaries all at once. Only Johann Georg Valak stood leisurely on a high rocky outcrop, casting his gaze to observe the bloody panorama below. Park Yang-won grimaced, glaring at the two of them, inwardly cursing that bastard Isaac Ivanov for making him lose face in front of his underlings. For now, I will yield and play along with your script, but for this bitter humiliation today, I swear I'll make you vomit it back 100,000 times over. Engrossed in hatred, Park Yang-won gripped his sword hilt so tightly that his blue veins bulged. Right after, he roared, signaling his subordinates to join the fray. All of you charge in and hack them to pieces for me. In just a mere moment, the entire plains below had turned into a bloody meat grinder. The scene shifted to the highlands of Pakistan, where a gigantic sphere of light was flashing continuously. Thoroughly purge this dungeon. A steely voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of majestic footsteps stomping on the ground. Sakura suddenly materialized here like a miracle. She strode out from the core of the glowing sphere, sweeping her sharp gaze in all directions. Her exquisite brows knitted together, her eyes locked onto the nothingness ahead without bothering to part her lips. In another dimension, the slaughter was still churning with extreme brutality. At that very moment, an unfamiliar arm and leg reached out from the passage of the circle of light. Following closely behind, it wasn't just a single person, but an entire army pouring out in droves from behind the gate. Parallel to that event, from the imposing ground below, a blinding pillar of light tore through the night and shot straight into the sky. Panning to another hidden corner, a figure stood rooted, watching the battle from afar, calculating in his head, the commander is nowhere to be seen. This character was precisely the squad captain. He brought the walkie-talkie close to his mouth, preparing to issue the formation order to his men. In the blink of an eye, countless dark gun barrels were raised in unison, pointing their deadly muzzles straight into the navel of the chaotic whirlpool of battle. Just then, the corner of the captain's eye caught a silhouette quietly approaching his flank. Sakura furrowed her brows slightly, jerking her chin to signal him to immediately halt all combat maneuvers. The commander looked as dumbfounded as a cow wearing a hat, stammering to question Miss Sakura, "What's the reason for you getting in the way like this?" Instantly, Sakura raised her voice, broadcasting to all the soldiers, "Everyone prick up your ears, obeying the commander's divine decree from now on the Thunderbird Guild will officially change hands and submit under a new leader." She growled with a resentful and deeply unwilling attitude. Hearing the earth-shattering news, the captain scrambled over, pressing with questions, "Who on earth is this new boss?" Sakura gritted her teeth, her face twisted in obvious reluctance, firmly ignoring his question. Instead of answering, she turned her head back, staring intently at the person standing imposingly with his hands clasped right behind. That figure was exactly Kim Woojin, who boldly responded with a devious half-smile that sent chills down the spine. The surrounding space suddenly froze, everything sank into a suffocating silence where no one bothered to speak. Eventually, Kim Woojin had to break the silent atmosphere. "What terrible luck for you guys. But Isaac Ivanov has already chosen me as the heir to the Thunder Emperor." Kim Woojin leisurely finished his sentence, leaving both Sakura and Park Yang-won to swallow their bitter pills and click their tongues upon hearing it. Not stopping there, he added an ultimatum. "One more thing, before pulling out of this dungeon, I need you to obediently do one thing. Absolutely do not blab about me sitting in the inheritance seat." He boldly laid down the law for everyone. "To put it simply, I demand that everyone keeps their mouths shut tight." He half-smiled, tossing out the arrogant order. Park Yang-won, hearing that, furrowed his brow and retorted, Do you think we have goldfish brains to go blabbing about such earth-shattering news? But in short, for what reason? If I were in your shoes, I would have announced to the whole world that I ascended to the guild master throne. Sakura, unable to hold back her irritation, aggressively interrogated. You cunning brat, what the hell kind of scheme are you brewing this time? In response to the outrage, Kim Woojin just tossed them a smile glittering with a sly look. How unjust, this isn't my intention at all, it's a directive from Isaac Ivanov. He has already plotted everything meticulously down to the end of this year. So whether I sit proudly on the Thunderbird Guild Master seat or wear the crown as the Thunder King's successor. Those empty titles are nothing but passing clouds and flowing water. The half-finished sentence left Park Yong-won dumbfounded, a wave of extreme confusion rising in his heart. Sakura was also lost in the fog, racking her brains but failing to deduce his deep-hidden meaning. Frustrated, she strode past, brushing against Kim Woojin, and whirled around to throw cold water in the captain's face. The moment you drag your body back to headquarters, haul everyone in for an emergency meeting. Because a damn mountain of announcements is about to crash down on our heads, she ground out every syllable through clenched teeth. Fast-forwarding to the present, a slew of international newspapers were competing to blast noisy headlines. Global earthquake, a rookie faction has just cleared the 7th floor dungeon, a miracle seen for the first time since the Messiah era. Shocking sad news, the Thunderbird Guild leader was killed in action. Isaac Ivanov and the Vanguard team on the 7th floor are sinking into boundless grief. The hot seat of the Thunderbird Guild has a new owner, but the identity of this person remains a mystery. Shocking the Hunter world, the Phoenix and Thunderbird Guilds officially merge. Breaking news, Isaac Ivanov loudly declares the establishment of the Savior Guild. Standing amidst the brightly lit studio, Johann Jorg looks straight into the camera lens, speaking resoundingly. Hello everyone, I am Isaac Ivanov. To stand firm on the podium of glory today, I send my deepest gratitude to everyone's passionate support. Borrowing this golden opportunity, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude. For that reason myself, along with the Phoenix Guild and the Thunderbird Guild, after countless tense closed-door meetings, have reached a final decision. His historic speech was blanketing the giant LED screens across the city center. From this moment on, the Phoenix and Thunderbird Guilds will officially merge into one. More notably, this new faction confidently declares it will not stoop to accept aid from any nation. We will shoulder the mission of saving humanity, clearing dungeons, and purging monsters entirely for free. Matching the oath, a majestic and imposing flag was brilliantly unfurled right behind Johann Jorg's back. The young man calmly concluded, carrying that noble ideal, I solemnly close with this declaration, the Savior Guild is officially born. The final words spoken, the masses across all streets watching the broadcast simultaneously burst into joyous cheers. In another hidden corner, a dark-skinned man with a thick beard grinned in satisfaction. I've finally touched the pinnacle after all. Letting his mind wander by the windowsill, Osechin smugly calculated. Now our side is qualified to sit at the same table with the Messiah Guild and play fair and square to the end. Do you brats even understand how long I've worn out my pants waiting? The more he thought about it, the more the blue veins on the old man's forehead twitched. To drag myself to this throne, the grand train of thought was suddenly interrupted by irritating rustling sounds echoing back, making Osechin's anger start to boil over. Out of patience, Osechin snapped his neck around, roaring like a lion. Hey you little brat, if you're gonna stuff food in your mouth, do me a favor and keep it quiet. You think this place is your living room? The target of his scolding was none other than Lee Jin-ah, who was loudly munching on snacks in the back seat. Seeing the deadbeat still shamelessly crunching away, Osechin pointed his finger straight at him, scolding. Stuffing your face so much and making a mess like a pigsty, huh? Catching those nagging words, Lee Jin-ah casually dumped the rest of the snack crumbs into his mouth, smacking his lips and arguing back. Big bro, this little bro currently holds the title of the savior hero who cleared the 7th floor, you know. If you keep giving me this attitude, I'll jump ship to somewhere else and you'll have to deal with it. Hearing the stupid threat, Osechin swung his arm and threw a button straight at his troublesome little brother's face, yelling louder, I beg you, pack your bags and get out of my sight. If you're so tough, take that face and brag to the world that you just cleared the 7th floor, let's see if even a ghost would believe it. Taking the throw head-on, the young man waved his hands with a bored expression. Why is the boss shunning me so much? I'm the flesh and blood Lee Jin-ah, you know. the Li Jin Ah who stands on the same pedestal as Isaac Ivanov, majestically tearing through the 7th floor. Osechin, hearing this, could only grind his teeth and drop a bitter remark. You truly are a hopeless case. But thanks for the warning anyway. Whenever you pack your stuff and screw off, remember to give me a heads up. The warning barely finished. Li Jin Ah immediately turned pale and froze on the spot. After the reprimand, Osechin turned to instruct another person. Secretary Li, this little brat is about to move out. In the future, if anyone looking exactly like him wanders around, just kick them out without hesitation. The words barely left the older man's mouth. Li Jin Ah hurriedly shrank back like a turtle pulling into its shell. Then the young man turned his neck stiffly like a robot, wincing as he looked at the secretary who was just called out. Would have thought Li Jisoo was incredibly cooperative, bowing 90 degrees with utmost professionalism to see the guest off. Thank you for your hard work and contributions all this time. Li Jin Ah panicked to the extreme, wailing and begging. Oh no, Secretary Li, please don't do this. Witnessing the comedy show, Osechin let out a snicker, sarcastically throwing shade. So what kind of comedy act are you planning next, Mr. National Hero? Less than a breath later, Li Jin Ah's aggrieved scream echoed through every corner of the building. You deceptive scammers. The camera angle shifted to a desolate concrete ruin, where a car was parked silently outside. Deep inside that shabby base, all sorts of weapons and gear were scattered about, from armor and helmets to swords and blades. Kim Woojin casually walked in, his eyes scanning the piled-up loot, calculating in his head. Gathering all this together looks pretty decent. The creature Denrichi summoned to clash with the Thunder King turned out to be much tankier than I imagined, but this many treasures are more than enough to crush Lee Sejin. I know that all too well. But I absolutely must seize that weapon. Kim Woojin's gaze suddenly flashed with a razor-cold glint. The image cut away, sweeping over a magnificent, luxurious mansion perched regally on an isolated prime plot of land. In contrast to the external splendor, the floor was littered with shattered glass fragments from an expensive perfume bottle. Park Yang-won leaned back on the sofa, his chin resting lightly on the back of his hand, lost in endless thought. Then he flew into a raging fit, tossing his head to berate the person standing opposite. A hunting dog that only knows how to bow its head and take orders from its master like you. He unleashed a venomous stream of threats. Now you've learned the habit of biting the hand that feeds you. A piece of trash like you actually dares to bring that shameless face here to serve me. The one standing and taking the wrath didn't even bristle. Instead, he casually strode closer, softly advising, you should hold back on those bitter words. My character has always been wholeheartedly loyal to my master. It's just a shame that the title of master no longer bears your name. Kim Woojin spoke while smirking with a devious smile, drilling his eyes straight into Park Yang-won. That arrogant attitude left him stunned, his eyes wide as he stared back at the young man. Kim Woojin casually tapped his hand on the table, continuing his speech. Therefore, you don't need to waste your energy throwing a tantrum and tiring yourself out. Your heart has always yearned to crush the Messiah Guild anyway. The deeper Kim Woojin dug, the more Park Yang-won's hand holding the wine glass trembled uncontrollably. Well now, isn't it great? The two forces Phoenix and Thunderbird share the same roof and have obediently walked right into Isaac Ivanov's trap. Kim Woojin cast a mocking glance, dropping a sarcastic remark. Hasn't the heavens just handed you the perfect counterweight to topple the Messiah Guild? The volcano of rage in Park Yang-won's heart officially erupted. He clenched his hand tightly, completely crushing the glass. Hot blood rushing to his head, he ground his teeth and confronted Kim Woojin. You little brat, what the hell do you know about me to dare flap your lips like that? Receiving the warning, he gave another bland smile, calmly replying, Boss, I must say I can read you like an open book. A madman hungry for power, ready to trample all morals to climb high, but unfortunately gets stepped on by Lee Sejin to the point of being completely suppressed. Each word cut like a dagger into his heart, making Park Yang-won's wine and blood-stained hand twitch in spasms. Ultimately, you will forever be just a shadow trailing behind someone else. Kim Woojin still refused to let him go, continuing to peel off his mask, wrapping yourself in a cold-blooded and arrogant facade to bluff the world. But stripped bare, your heart is rotting with cowardice, always cowering in fear of everything. The water has reached your feet, the boat is already built, you only have two paths left to walk. One is to fight to the death to the very last breath like news, taking your regrets to the grave, or submit and bend the knee to join Isaac Ivanov to reap wealth and glory, and be hailed as a savior. Having spilled his guts, Kim Woojin didn't bother waiting for the other's nod, turning on his heel and striding away. As his silhouette was about to vanish behind the door, he lingered and glanced back, dropping a final sentence. You better lay your hand on your forehead and think this through thoroughly. The vast space was now left with only Park Yang-won, his head hung low, his lifeless gaze glued to the floor. Then he slumped heavily back against the chair, letting out a hopeless curse. Damn it. The fingers gripping the edge of Park Yang-won's chair suddenly squeezed tightly, full of resentment. His face darkened like a pitch-black jar, his eyes darting around the four silent walls, swallowing a bitter pill. Who would have thought there would come a day that the illustrious name Park Yang-won would fall into such humiliating destitution? Tormented, he was also haunted by the headlines on the newspapers. Where on earth did I step wrong to invite such a bitter end? Everything was truly beyond endurance. Park Yang-won stared with dull eyes, looking up at the vaulted ceiling in empty aimlessness. The scene switched to another urban area, where an earth-shattering explosion had just blown away the night veil, and in the sky, swarms of aircraft were tearing through the wind as they rushed in. The entire rescue formation consisted of a helicopter squadron, spreading out rhythmically to blanket the airspace. In the blink of an eye, a lethal shockwave shot straight up from the ground, perfectly impaling a doomed helicopter. Looking down below, an entire bustling city was being furiously plowed into ruins by a horde of hatchlings. Witnessing the apocalyptic scene, the crowd of residents wailed miserably, everyone fleeing for their lives as fast as their legs could carry them. Midst the intense chaos, one hatchling suddenly widened its glaring eyes, gluing its hostile gaze onto a brightly glowing spot. Less than a tick later, a ghost-like figure from the void swooped down, burying a blade deep through the monster's pupil. Without a shred of mercy, the assailant gripped the sword hilt, carving a fatal slash running down from the eye all the way to the dragon's throat. The camera shifted to a news channel, broadcasting the tragedy live. Around 8 o'clock last night, a large number of civilians perished when a terrifying dungeon unexpectedly exploded right in the heart of the capital, Paris. Although the monster forces have been cleared, the casualty count is extremely catastrophic, forcing the government to issue an emergency mass mobilization of elite hunters. With the aim of reinforcing the defense lines and preempting any similar disasters that might strike in the future. Just as dawn broke the next day, the media furiously competed to print headlines. The seventh-floor fiend made its first bloody debut right in the Bordeaux region. The ranks of hunters are still sweating every last drop to establish a defensive shield, preserving the lives of the people of Bordeaux. The suffocating pressure pushed the hunters into a state of severe exhaustion, facing off against the cunning and powerful dragon species. They seemed to be drowning in helplessness. A wave of outrage spread, and protests and strikes mushroomed across major cities worldwide. The masses fiercely condemned the weakness of the authorities in the face of the monster storm. Francois Chero slumped lazily on the leather chair, rubbing his forehead and grinding his teeth in bitter lament. Sigh, why is it so exhausting? The old butler Robert, standing by his side, also let out a heavy sigh, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the situation has fallen apart far beyond the permissible limits. Francois Chero clenched his teeth, hissing in fits. The situation isn't just a chaotic mess, it's also spawned a dozen weird underlying plots hovering around here. Looking outside, the massive crowd was raising flags high to demand their rights, dispatch the troops, and wring the necks of all the beasts in Paris. Some were even so frustrated they pointed fingers and called names. What dark corner are the hunters in France hiding in? Don't just hide away and leave us ordinary folks to bear the brunt of the disaster. Sitting comfortably in the silent car cabin, Francois Chero watched the chaotic stream of people, absent-mindedly wondering, do they firmly believe we're just sitting idle doing nothing and ignoring the crisis? No one wants to take on a situation this messed up, and the government side is also getting a massive headache trying to resolve it. Robert calmly offered his advice. Well, the timing isn't right yet, let's wait a few more days before hauling our asses over to scout that rank 7 dungeon, at this sensitive time. Francois Chero leisurely turned his head to admire the scenery outside the window, smacking his lips. We'll just have to bite the bullet and wait, but personally, I have a feeling that if our side keeps sitting on our hands, the public's blazing anger will blow up beyond measure. Old Robert frowned in confusion, retorting, isn't this the perfect playground for you to shine and clean up the trash? The hardships go without saying, but you're not planning to throw in the towel this early, are you? Rolling forward a bit further, the luxury car screeched to a halt right in front of the gates of an unfamiliar mansion. Robert swiftly opened the car door, bowing respectfully as he reminded, "Please take your time with the official business. This old man will be waiting right outside." Francois Chero didn't stand on ceremony, nodding and throwing back a single sentence, "Sorry to trouble you." The moment he stepped out of the car, an unusual sight caught his eye, making him let out a meaningful hum. Far off in the distance, the silhouette of Secretary Lee Jisoo was bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle to welcome him. Taking in the sight, Francois Chero smirked to himself. This girl still keeps her diligent nature from the good old days, huh? As he approached, she greeted him warmly. "It's been a while, have you been well lately?" Francois Chero played his polite role perfectly. "Thanks to your concern, I'm still alive and kicking. I apologize for making you travel all this way." Contrary to her warm greeting, Lee Jisoo simply bowed her head and replied coldly, "Yes, sir." Slightly taken aback, he took the initiative to step forward, gesturing with his hand, "Right this way, miss." As soon as they sat down, Lee Jisoo sensed something off and spoke up. "It seems like this restaurant only left our table open." In response to her curiosity, Francois Chero nonchalantly shrugged. "Yeah, to keep the annoying flies away, I swiped my card to rent out this whole joint." Her partner's willingness to spend caught her off guard, and she replied awkwardly, "Oh my, you're quite the big spender." Francois Chero just laughed it off. "It's just pocket change, nothing much." The awkward atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by some disruptive noise, causing both of them to turn their heads in curiosity. Caught red-handed at a hidden table in the back, the young man Lee Jin-ah was eating so aggressively that even the waiter standing nearby turned pale with panic. Witnessing that horrific chewing and swallowing, Francois Chero quietly pushed up his glasses, staring for another beat without uttering a word. Right at that moment, the walking stomach picked up on Francois Chero's glaring eyes and tilted his head up to challenge him. Before even swallowing, Lee Jin-ah waved a chicken drumstick right at Francois Chero's face, loudly running his mouth. "What the hell are you staring at, old man? Just come up from the countryside and never seen anyone devour food this magnificently before." Slapped in the face by those words, a vein popped on Francois Chero's forehead as he gritted his teeth and hissed, "Who did you just call old man?" Finishing his sentence, he pressed his hands firmly against the seat cushion and slowly stood up straight. Then, crossing his arms with an overwhelming presence, he cleared his throat to interrogate the disruptor. "Who the hell is this brat? Who gave you permission to sneak into the restaurant I rented out just to stuff your face like this?" Meanwhile, the guy had successfully picked the plump chicken drumstick clean. Under strict interrogation, the young man puffed out his chest and proudly advertised, "To keep it short for your ears, old man, the final boss who just crushed the 7th floor dungeon is none other than..." But before his mouth could spit out the rest of the words, Lee Jisoo quickly jumped down his throat to steal the mic. "This child is here with me. It seems this is the first time you two have met." Francois Chero jutted his chin toward her, retorting, "A lackey from your crew." Before Lee Jisoo could open her mouth, Lee Jin-ah jumped up like a cat on hot bricks. "Bullshit, I'm actually the..." Yet Francois Chero directed his own script, letting out an approving sneer. "Good move, bringing a few rookie grunts along to broaden their horizons in the real world isn't a bad idea." Lee Jin-ah froze for 5 seconds, his brain buffering before swearing, "Wait, rookie grunt." At that exact moment, Lee Jisoo shot sharp dagger eyes at the impulsive guy, lowering her voice to warn, "Mr. Lee Jin-ah, please tone it down. Can you shut your trap so the adults can work?" The harsh words struck the young man's fragile psyche like a heavy blow, making him groan inwardly. "Oh, Mom, what is this? Even Secretary Lee is bullying me." Having quelled the chaos, Francois Chero elegantly adjusted his glasses again, threw a look of extreme contempt at Lee Jin-ah, and fell silent. At that moment, Lee Jisoo secretly curled her hands into fists, faked a cough, and dragged the focus back to the main track. Then she put on the sharp attitude of a merchant. "Pardon the interruption, but I have a few deals I want to negotiate with you. We've scrutinized every single comma of the documents and plans you sent over. However, we've added a few supplementary clauses. Please take a look." Francois Chero calmly took the stack of documents from Lee Jisoo's hands, peacefully reviewing every line of text. While he was busy examining it, she added a final blow. "To put it bluntly, the price for our side to roll up our sleeves and clear the 7th floor dungeon in France is the ownership of the Dead Moon skill." Receiving the shocking news, he paused slightly, probing. Is that an ultimatum from your side? Lee Jisoo spoke clearly. Although the Dead Moon skill is labeled as unique, I figure it's not some treasure that would cause you much trouble. Our side has been turning the world upside down hunting for this item for quite a while. Francois Chero frowned and countered. Exactly, even though its rank isn't worth worrying about, but… Before he could finish, Lee Jisoo blatantly interrupted him. Hold on, sir, the best part is yet to come. I haven't finished quoting the price. During our encounter in North Korea a while back, you slipped a little toy into my hand. A stream of memories suddenly rushed back, recalling the scene where old Oh Sechin dropped his jaw in astonishment while examining an elongated object. What the hell is this? Her expression suddenly turned gloomy as she coldly recited the exact words. Our director instructed me as follows. Our side will offer the partner a discount exactly equal to the value of the gift I had the honor of receiving back then. The message is as clear as day. Francois Chero instantly realized, nodding in response, I smell what you're stepping in. He pressed a finger against his glasses, smirking mockingly. So the old man hasn't completely run out of humanity after all. Right in that peaceful moment, the sharp clacking of high heels striking the restaurant floor echoed arrogantly. The person had barely dragged herself through the door before loudly mocking. Well, aren't you two working hard, having a battle of wits before the rooster even crows? The dreadful noise made the two schemers jump, simultaneously turning their heads toward the door. It was none other than the witch Park Shin-hye, swaggering in with her pack of hounds. The commotion also forced the eating machine Lee Jin to stop stuffing his face and peek out to see what was happening. Catching their gaze, Park Shin-hye lowered her eyelashes, sweeping a bone-deep look of disdain at the person across from her. At a disadvantage, Lee Jisoo slowly raised her head, meeting her gaze. Lee Jisoo's eyes blazed with the burning flames of hatred, absolutely devoid of even the slightest hint of trembling fear. A group of people, some standing, some sitting, squeezed the dining room into a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere. Breaking the tension, Park Shin-hye suddenly let out a maniacal laugh, sluggishly spitting out her words. In short, are you implying that the Messiah Guild will put aside the crusade to clear the 7th floor dungeon in France, and that we'll have to lower ourselves to fight over that bowl of rice with those nameless nobodies? Rumor has it there's some newly debuted, wet-behind-the-ears guild called the Savior Guild, right? Literal trash beyond words. Mr. Dragon Hunter, sir, are you planning to treat us like puppets for your own amusement? The French elites are on their knees begging for our rescue, sir. Francois Chero just played the role of a stone statue, silently swallowing her headache-inducing rambling. Park Shin-hye took a mile. Your self-directed backstabbing act is leading you into a dead end. You know full well about the mountain of trash in France, don't you? Hiding at the table behind, Lee Jin-ah's teeth were grinding together. It seemed the young man's patience had reached its red line. The dam broke. Lee Jin-ah sprang up like a coil, roaring and mocking. Hey lady, your mouth is working a bit over capacity. Nameless nobodies. What kind of garbage authority gives you the right to open your mouth and insult us like that? If it's an eyesore and you're not convinced, then pack your bags and get lost. We'll contract out the spot to wreck this 7th floor dungeon all by ourselves. Getting slapped right in the face, Park Shin-hye furiously retorted. What hole did you crawl out of, you little brat, to dare interrupt me? Lee Jin-ah didn't hold back, cutting her off immediately. Save it, rumor in the Underworld has it that your Messiah Guild hasn't even tasted what it's like to clear a B-rank 7th floor dungeon yet, right? For your information, the 7th floor minefield that just popped up in France is a genuine rank. So basically, both the Messiah gang and my army are completely blind when it comes to the experience of scrubbing this A-rank dungeon. But what if my Savior Guild gets lucky and chews it up easily? Lee Jin-ah pointed his index finger right in Park Shin-hye's face, smirking in challenge. Then I'd like to wash my eyes and see how you guys show your thick faces to justify it. She frowned disdainfully and fired back. What the hell kind of nonsense is this brat spouting now? Just as the powder keg was about to explode, Lee Jisoo quietly stood up, dropping her voice to a terrifyingly low pitch as she called her name, Shin-hye. The witch, hearing a ghost calling her name, immediately raised her chin to face her. Lee Jisoo spat out tones that sent chills down the spine. I've already chewed this over with you lot. Finishing her sentence, Lee Jisoo's eyes flashed with intense murderous intent. Just keep your eyes peeled, all secrets will soon be stripped bare. Quick as lightning, the deadly glint in Lee Jisoo's eyes vanished, returning to a cold indifference like a calm autumn lake. Wash your neck and wait, see you later. After that, she turned to give a customary bow, decisively shaking off her coat and leaving the negotiation table. Rooted to the spot watching her enemy leisurely slip away, Park Shin-hye angrily gritted her teeth, letting out a resentful hiss. The burning flames of hatred made her entire body tremble. Francois Chero, sitting like a lump on the opposite side, had taken in the entire play. He slightly narrowed his pupils, shooting a piercing gaze deep into the soul of the furious woman in front of him. Early the next morning, the media had a field day with a massive, sensational headline. Isaac Ivanov unveils the Savior Guild, publicly snatching the Messiah Guild's 7th-floor dungeon rice bowl on French soil. Over the weekend, paparazzi captured a fiery clash between the two giants and the dragon hunter at a restaurant in Paris, marking the opening shot of this fierce race. Another journalist offered a contrasting analysis. On the rookie side, the young man Spasiba fired the opening shot. Could this be a show of force by the Savior Guild to monopolize the rights to clear the 7th-floor dungeon in France? This brave lad fought a bloody battle against monsters right in the middle of a subway station, a noble deed that is winning the hearts of the Parisian public. All attention also shifted to the boss Park Shin-hye, as she loudly announced the grand opening of a Messiah Guild branch in Paris, attaching a solemn vow to share the burden with the French government during this extreme crisis. She didn't forget to intimidate the public by hinting that the mercenary team of the French branch consists entirely of stars level 100 and above, starting with around 50 members and promising to breed more in the future. Turning to the Dragon Hunter, this faction played coy, dodging interrogations about the reason for kicking out the rights to sweep the 7th-floor dungeon. The public speculated. Was it because this team's capabilities were limited, forcing them to yield the stage? The fact that two formidable bogeymen, Savior and Messiah, jumped into the fray to fight for the clearing rights is a positive sign, but it also fanned the flames of lingering anxiety. What if a catastrophic failure occurs beyond control? As for the French elites, tonight they will officially decide whose hands the trophy for conquering this dungeon will fall into. The camera angle shifted to a massive castle, where the vast garden courtyard was packed tightly with a swarming crowd. Park Shin-hye was eagerly shaking hands and smiling with a man who looked like a heavyweight in the circles of power. Then they both turned toward the flock of news-hungry vultures swarming in front of the grand hall, leaving themselves to the erratic flashing of camera lights. Far off in the distance, a mysterious dark silhouette was taking in every single move without making a sound. That masked man was none other than Francois Chero, doing his best to camouflage himself with a tightly drawn veil. Right at that moment, a couple approached and asked, "Are you hiding out in this place? Will we get caught in the trap of those paparazzi swarming out there?" Francois Chero buried half his face behind a medical mask, hiding his body in the thick darkness, muttering, "Let's assess the situation first. If nothing goes wrong, we should slip through. It's been nearly a whole month, hasn't it?" He jutted his chin toward the girl standing in front of him, asking, "How is life in Paris?" Lee Jisoo forced a lifeless smile, answering blandly, "I'm still breathing." Francois Chero held out a suspicious-looking bag. "Take this item." Next to them, the young man Lee Jin-ah was still craning his neck, scanning his eyes continuously like a radar to watch for any movement. Lee Jisoo lowered her head, scrutinizing the mysterious package she was just handed, unable to hold back her curiosity. What kind of voodoo charm is this, anyway? Francois Chero slowly pulled down his mask, revealing a cunning face, and spoke slyly. "All the smooth sailing up to this point is entirely thanks to your grace." Memories rewound to Lee Jisoo's statements the other day. The ultimate condition for our Savior faction to lay a hand on the 7th-floor dungeon on French territory. Francois Chero raised the corners of his mouth, happily chewing over every word in the contract to fight for the dungeon-clearing rights. Lee Jisoo just stood frozen in silence, letting him analyze it himself. "My brain is calculating like this. An entire division of the Savior will go all out on this, throwing in a vicious provocation aimed straight at the Messiah Guild of that Park Shin-hye woman, orchestrated by your own hands." Francois Chero shifted his owl-like eyes toward the noisy crowd in the distance, continuing to speak. That's why the French elites had to bite the bullet and concede to a few conditions at the negotiation table. However, the Messiah Hounds have also declared they'll stick around to the bitter end. He gave a faint smile, casually pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. All in all, flattening this damn 7th-floor dungeon is just a matter of time. After his speech, Lee Jisoo put on her most sincere face and bowed deeply to thank Francois Chero. Regardless, all these dirty tricks are just on paper, the showdown is still ahead, but anyway, I acknowledge the kindness of your gift. Li Jin Ah stood watching nearby, his stomach churning, cursing inwardly. What the hell, the juicy bait already dropped into the Messiah Guild's mouth, so why are they still so thrilled? The young man suddenly shuddered, recalling the time he had to wear the Spasiba mask, working his ass off as a monster-slaying coolie for that guy Mucus, surrounded on all sides by a bunch of machine gun barrels pointing right at his face. Li Jin Ah clutched his head, feeling like it was about to explode, screaming silently in despair. If that was their scheme, then why put on a play of fighting over the dungeon until our heads were cracked? Turns out it was all just a cheap front, and I'm just a torn puppet being strung along. Over on this side, Lee Jisoo was busy unsealing the mysterious bag that Francois Chero had just shoved at her. From the bottom of the bag, she pulled out a pristine white envelope. When the paper layer was torn open, it revealed a mystical black card radiating blindingly brilliant golden light. Lee Jisoo reached her hand out to the person across from her, speaking politely. "Sincerely thank you for this gift. We have truly spent a lot of effort searching for it for a very long time." Francois Chero maintained his solemn demeanor. He simply gave her hand a slight shake in lieu of a reply. A moment later, he turned on his heel, decisively striding into the alley submerged in pitch darkness to leave the area. However, Francois Chero's back suddenly halted after only walking a short distance. A faint light swept across his glasses. He slightly turned his head to look at the couple behind him, his voice even. "There is one more thing." Francois Chero narrowed his eyes with a probing look, dropping his words. "There's one thing that, even up to this moment, I still cannot fathom." He rubbed his chin, his face full of contemplation. "If your faction could snatch the right to conquer this dungeon, that would be a good thing, wouldn't it?" Francois Chero's highly skeptical inquiry reached the ears of Li Jin Ah and Lee Jisoo. "Why do I get the feeling your side doesn't care much about this at all?" He pushed his glasses up slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching up provocatively. "Don't tell me your side is actually terrified of failing to clear in a rank 7th floor dungeon." Lee Jisoo maintained her calm demeanor, replying with a hidden meaning. "Regarding this matter, in just about an hour, you will naturally understand." Behind her, Li Jin Ah also stared at her with wide, utterly clueless eyes. Right at that moment, in the UK, amidst pouring rain, a man holding a black umbrella was walking slowly. A sound echoed through the air. "We would like to issue an extremely important announcement." Beneath the pitch-black umbrella canopy, Kim Woojin let out a faint smile as he listened to the broadcasted message. The Savior Guild will proceed to clear the A+ rank 7th floor dungeon in the UK. Returning to the alleyway, Francois Chero exclaimed in shock with a look of sheer disbelief. "What did you say? And a plus rank 7th floor?" Lee Jisoo stood opposite him, her tone unwavering and firm. "That is correct. About 3 months ago, deep within a dense forest, a massive gate radiating brilliant light had appeared, the sign of a 7th floor dungeon." Sakura was immersed in silence, her eyes staring blankly to one side, her whole body exuding a lingering hesitation, as if she had a secret suppressed in her throat that she couldn't spit out. Eventually, she bitterly turned around, trudging into the blinding light of the gate to escape the dark dungeon. As Sakura's figure disappeared, the space inside the dungeon now only held Li Jin Ah and Isaac Ivanov, along with Kim Woojin, and the cold corpse of Hugh Fraser lying sprawled right at their feet. As the quiet time passed, Kim Woojin slightly tilted his head, giving an eye signal to his two teammates. Receiving his cue, Johan Jorg and Li Jin Ah immediately turned around, quickly stepping into the blinding white light. When the space was left with only him, Kim Woojin looked around, and from the depths of his eyes, a hazy dark aura began to spread. His slender fingers gently touched the back of Hugh Fraser's neck, instantly activating a skill. A system window popped open right before Kim Woojin's eyes with the text, "The Eye of Anubis has been opened." In the next blink, his irises turned an eerie, ghastly white, pouring out streams of pitch-black aura. Returning to reality, Kim Woojin inwardly marveled. He never expected the Messiah Guild's sphere of influence to reach this extent. Standing high above looking down at the gate located beneath the cliff, he thought to himself, an A+ rank 7th floor dungeon pops up right in the UK, and he still has enough power to cover the eyes and ears of the whole world. A highly excited smile bloomed on Kim Woojin's lips, telling himself that his luck was truly no joke. Right at this moment, the phone buried deep in his coat pocket suddenly vibrated continuously. Kim Woojin pressed the phone to his ear, and a male voice from the other end asked, "How do you find the weather in the UK?" From this end of the line, Sechin sat leisurely in his office, clicking his tongue and guessing. It can be sunny one moment and pouring rain the next over there. What a bipolar climate. Kim Woojin replied indifferently. It's nothing worth mentioning. Wherever I'm thrown, I can adapt. Sechin laughed heartily, chatting. Gotta admit you Russian folks have great survival skills, but well, it's all just around Europe anyway. Kim Woojin lazily continued the small talk before steering it to the main topic. Is everything still going according to plan? Sechin glued his eyes to his computer screen, confidently patting his chest as he affirmed. That goes without saying. Once I've put my hands on it, you can sleep soundly. Currently displayed on the screen were a series of fiery web news headlines. World News, Savior Guild announces it will clear the A+ rank 7th floor dungeon in the UK. Reaper News, will the Savior Guild perform a miracle? The future remains a massive question mark. Reaper News, Isaac Ivanov earnestly calls upon major global guilds to join forces in conquering this dark dungeon. World News, the hunter community is focusing all its attention on the Savior Guild and eagerly awaiting the latest developments. He smacked his lips, guessing that the Messiah faction would probably blow a gasket reading this pile of news. Sechin grabbed a stack of documents on his desk, slowly recounting. Just as you predicted, they applied pressure to secure a spot to participate alongside other powers. I had to yield because the current situation is quite complicated. He glanced over the golden twin dragon emblem printed on the paper, continuing. China's Kunlun sect has dispatched all their martial artist hunters level 80 and above there. Sechin continued to list off a series of big names. The Great One Guild pushed out the strongwoman Carrie Rona. Not to mention, your old acquaintance Ellis Hitton will also be present in this campaign. Even that guy Jay Jackson from the Frontier Guild wouldn't ever miss out on this fat piece of meat in this expedition. As for the British royal family, they have gone all out by sending their most elite knights. All of them are members of the Victoria Guild, participating in this historically significant event. The black umbrella draped down to conceal half of his face, revealing only Kim Woojin's faint smile. All big names, but I'm not too surprised. Through the phone line, a thin layer of sweat had formed on Sechin's forehead as he frowned and emphasized. That's not all. He flipped to a document bearing the seal of a cross and wings. Despite having a massive force of hunters stuck in the rank 7th floor dungeon in France, the Messiah Guild absolutely will not sit by and watch. They've submitted a request to join the battle. Kim Woojin's eyebrows slightly furrowed upon hearing Sechin's analysis. If they stubbornly force their way into the UK dungeon as well, they will definitely face an empty shell of a workforce. He softly probed, so who is the one stepping up to lead their formation? Sechin calmly replied, Cho Sung-gu, you must have heard of this guy's name, right? He's not just a right-hand man for Park Shin-hai, but it seems he also holds a seat at the round table. Amid thousands of torrential raindrops battering the black umbrella, Kim Woojin merely uttered 2 words indifferently. That's good. Hearing this, Sechin was incredibly bewildered, loudly questioning, how the hell can you call that good? Kim Woojin explained with a cold laugh. Once they dare to split their forces to plunge into both of these 7th floor dungeons, our job is to make them regret it to the bitter end. Sechin nodded in realization. If you can pull that off, nothing could be better. Standing alone on the precarious rocky ledge, Kim Woojin's eyes were glued to the dungeon gate below. The rain poured down on everything, growing fiercer by the minute. A long time later, he decisively turned and walked away. The strong gusts of wind made his coat flap, letting the freezing raindrops soak his entire body. Early the next morning, the warm sun gradually rose from behind the mountain. The sky was crystal clear, without a single cloud after last night's storm. In the UK, on the exact launch day of the campaign to conquer the plus-rank 7th floor dungeon, a massive crowd was currently gathering in front of the entrance. Over in this corner, Park Young-won and Sakura were walking side by side. On the Great One Guild's roster, the representative duo of Carrie Rona and Ellis Hitton had also arrived early. The Kunlun sect representatives had also done a full roll call of 80 seasoned martial artist hunters from level 80 and above. Lastly was the presence of the Messiah Guild, with the leading figure being Cho Sung-gu. Lee Sejun and Carrie Rona were the 2 vanguard pioneers striding toward the dungeon gate. Both of them simultaneously raised their heads, their sharp eyes locked onto the colossal gate standing right in front of them. Right in the middle of a plain surrounded by magnificent rocky mountains, a towering skyscraper stood tall, continuously shooting a brilliant pillar of light that pierced through the sky. Inside the rank 7th floor dungeon, a giant bull-horned beast had just been subdued, its massive body collapsing to the ground, creating thick clouds of dust that scattered everywhere. The system notification window immediately flashed. The Minotaurus, Lord of the Labyrinth, has been defeated. Prepare to teleport to the next floor. Lee Sejun and Carrie Rona were quietly standing in a hidden corner submerged in the Great Hall. The familiar notification panel simultaneously appeared before both of them. Lee Sejun casually crossed his arms, dropping a random, out-of-the-blue question. What's the date today? Carrie Rona turned her head to look, answering nonchalantly, It's the 10th. Receiving the answer, Lee Sejun just stayed silent without another word. The guy who had been leisurely leaning against the stone pillar abruptly stood up straight, and from the palm of his hand, a brilliant aura began to condense. In just a blink of an eye, a sharp treasured sword rested obediently in Lee Sejun's hand. A cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes as he stepped forward, declaring, From the next floors on, I'll have to take a step ahead. Carrie Rona was dumbfounded, her lips parting to utter a sound, Huh. Her eyes widened, her tone becoming stuttering and flustered. What about the other members of the guild? Lee Sejun coldly strode past Carrie Rona, bluntly dropping the words, The progress of the guild members is important, but their speed is far too sluggish. He tilted his head slightly, loudly declaring, From this moment forward, the Savior Guild will directly confront all the A+ rank 7th floor dungeons. As soon as he finished speaking, Carrie Rona's entire body seemed to turn to stone, utterly stunned. Lee Sejun shot a sharp glance at her, emphasizing, We must snatch this dungeon right from under their noses. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, secretly laying out his plan, and right after escaping this dungeon. Lee Sejun's cape fluttered as he bravely stepped straight into the light of the gate ahead. We must immediately start preparing for the next dungeon. He narrowed his eyes, tossing back a casual remark, most likely on the 8th floor, while inwardly smiling to himself and adding, We'll reunite soon. Returning to another development, Kim Woojin, under the guise of Isaac Ivanov, was also gluing his eyes to the glowing system window in front of him. The interface clearly displayed the information, Dragon's Territory, total floors 7, difficulty A+, maximum number of players 500, level limit under 240, clear condition kill the Lord of the Land. Right after that, the display updated with another harsh condition, survive for 10 days to unlock the next floor. Kim Woojin rested his chin on his hand, his brain calculating as he analyzed. A survival quest right off the bat on floor 1. The corners of his mouth twitched up into a satisfied smile, inwardly marveling, talk about crazy luck. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the opposite side, making Kim Woojin turn his head to shift his attention. Are you Isaac Ivanov? Stepping out from the murky darkness was Cho Sung-gu, followed by 2 other people. He stepped up to stand face-to-face with Kim Woojin, introducing himself. I am Cho Sung-gu from the Messiah Guild roster. Cho Sung-gu amicably held out his hand to show goodwill. I look forward to your support. However, Kim Woojin stood still as a statue, just staring coldly at the hand suspended in midair. After a suffocating silence, he finally reached out to return the man's handshake, speaking clearly, I am Isaac Ivanov. Cho Sung-gu's entire body instantly erupted with an extremely dangerous aura. His eyes flashed with a blood-red light filled with a probing intent. In response to that attitude, Kim Woojin merely gave a faint smile, his expression maintaining a strange calmness as he directly countered the man. Right at this moment, the clacking of high heels striking the ground echoed from not too far away, and a woman's mocking voice rang out. Oh, for heaven's sake. Carrie Rona, the leader of the Great One Guild, casually walked over with 2 followers. She half-closed her eyes, crossing her arms with a reproachful look. Why is it that our side is the only one left out of the loop here? Shortly after, Carrie Rona waved her hand toward Ellis Hitton and Jay Jackson, who were lurking behind her, and sneered. I just noticed, turns out it's all familiar faces on this side too, huh? She curled her lips into a devilish smile and continued her sarcastic remarks. It might sound like an exaggeration, but surely everyone here witnessed the performance in the Dullahan dungeon, right? Jay Jackson's face was beaded with sweat. Feeling guilty, he looked away without daring to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Ellis Hitton, standing next to him, kept her head down and stammered, It's been a while, Isaac Ivanov. Kim Woojin cast a probing glance at the woman, silently calling out the name of his old enemy in his head, Ellis Hitton. Memories of their fiery clash in the past came rushing back, and he silently judged. She looks a lot more terrified than before, doesn't she? Kim Woojin feigned indifference and said sarcastically, I just remembered, no wonder that face looked so familiar all along. His eyes swept over the stiff expressions of both Ellis Hitton and Jay Jackson as he threw out a mocking remark. It's an absolute pleasure to reunite. As soon as he finished speaking, two more figures loomed into view. The voice of the man leading the way echoed, so everyone is gathered in this corner having a heart-to-heart. Ogong and a burly, muscular man strode closer, speaking loudly and amicably. For now, aren't we all comrades sharing life and death? We should at least step up and greet each other properly. He respectfully clasped his hands in greeting and said cheerfully, It's a great pleasure to meet you all. Allow me to represent the Kunlun Guild in sending my sincerest regards to everyone. The guy named Peter standing behind him also raised his hand to introduce himself. On behalf of the Victoria Guild, greetings to you all. I hope we can rely on your mutual support. Standing in a hidden corner in the distance, Park Yang-won gritted his teeth bitterly, comforting himself. They just got lucky, that's all. He lowered his head, his facial muscles twitching with frustration as he silently questioned himself on how the situation had escalated to this point. Kim Woojin stood imposingly in the center, spread his arms wide, and boldly declared, Now that the representatives of all the major guilds have fully gathered to stimulate our fighting spirit, I'd like to boldly propose a bet. What do you say? A hint of bewilderment flashed across Ogong's face as he muttered the two words that had just reached his ears. A bet. Kim Woojin pointed his index finger straight at the sky and said with composure, Exactly. The target is the vicious beast ruling at the highest floor, which is also the boss of this dungeon. He began to analyze meticulously. Because of the dragon's existence, all the monsters blocking our path to the top floor automatically become its royal guards. Kim Woojin continued to explain clearly. Surely everyone here understands that, unlike ordinary random monsters, these guards have a habit of gathering and acting in packs. He swept his gaze across every face, his voice steady. Creatures of different races will form alliances to encircle hunters. And as you have seen, right here on the first floor, we've already encountered a survival quest. Cho Sung-gu crossed his arms over his chest, his eyebrows furrowing tightly as he analyzed Kim Woojin's implication, saying that means the number of guards will be unpredictably massive. As if out of patience, he clicked his tongue and asked directly, So what the hell is this bet you just mentioned anyway? Kim Woojin smiled profoundly and slowly replied, The rules are extremely simple. To put it bluntly, I've set up an exact same game like this in the past. His next sentence successfully made both Ellis Hitton and Jay Jackson flinch and turn their heads to look. Since the old friends who participated in that previous bet are all present here, allow me to summarize it quickly. She stared blankly at Kim Woojin looming in front of her, continuously muttering the two words he just uttered in her head. A bet. As Kim Woojin spoke, the shape of an object slowly condensed in his hand. Whichever guild hunts down the highest number of monsters. Ellis Hitton's eyes widened completely, and she silently cried out in utter astonishment. Could it really be that item? Kim Woojin raised the staff in his hand high and boldly announced the prize. Will automatically become the owner of Merlin's staff. Ellis Hitton ground her teeth loudly, bitterly cursing in her mind. This bastard Isaac Ivanov. Kim Woojin glanced over, adding a very strict condition. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Any guild wanting to jump into this bet must put up a legendary grade equipment of equal value to Merlin's staff as collateral. The entire crowd seemed petrified. The whole area instantly fell into a suffocating silence after his arrogant declaration. In his mind, Ogong silently marveled that, as expected, this style could only belong to Isaac Ivanov, but he shifted his gaze toward Cho Sung-gu, calculating in his head. If we include the Messiah faction, there is a total of 5 major guilds participating here. Ogong glanced over at Ellis Hitton again, secretly pondering an unspoken pact that had been signed to preserve their forces until facing the final boss on the highest floor. A smug smile bloomed on his lips as he firmly believed that, assuming no variables occurred, this alliance of 5 guilds had more than enough power to manipulate everything. Ogong's train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a thorny voice ringing out, "That sounds interesting." He startlingly looked up, silently calling the name of the interloper, Carrie Rona. Carrie Rona's entire body seemed cloaked in an evil aura as she slowly stepped forward, hissing through her teeth. That staff Isaac Ivanov is holding in his hand was originally an item owned by our Great One Guild. Oppressed by that dark power, Ellis Hitton involuntarily took a half-step back, bewilderedly calling out in her mind, "Guild Master." Carrie Rona's facial muscles were twisting frantically by now, her eyes blazing with deadly glints as she growled, "And now you're pulling this trick." She glared fiercely right at Kim Woojin's face, angrily questioning, "You're doing this on purpose to provoke us, aren't you?" He calmly turned around, his face completely unchanging, and blankly denied, "You have quite the imagination, there's no such thing." Observing from afar, Park Young-won witnessed the atmosphere suddenly reeking of gunpowder. He secretly broke into a cold sweat, wondering why the situation had abruptly veered into this terrible direction. Standing in a corner, Ogong was also terrified by Carrie Rona's fury, cold sweat pouring down his face, as he cursed inwardly. Look at that attitude, even a blind man could see this is blatantly a naked provocation. However, just a blink of an eye later, the corners of Carrie Rona's lips curled up into an extremely eerie smile. She suddenly withdrew all of her oppressive aura, closed her eyes, and calmly declared, "If you're so inclined to return Merlin's staff to us, then we won't hold back either." Carrie Rona nodded bluntly, "Fine, our faction agrees to jump into this bet." Hearing this, Ellis Hitton widened her eyes in fear, panicking as she silently called out to her guild master. Carrie Rona darted her eyes toward Kim Woojin, laying her cards on the table. "In return, we also have an attached condition." He feigned curiosity when facing her gaze, casually asking, "What condition?" Carrie Rona waved her hand, laying down her rules. "Currently, you possess both Merlin's staff and King Arthur's ring. I demand that during the entire betting process, your faction is absolutely not allowed to use these two treasures." Kim Woojin, under the guise of Isaac Ivanov, didn't bother to agree right away but brazenly retorted, "What's the reason? It's my equipment, yet I can't use it in front of you guys. Is it an eyesore?" Li Jin-ah, disguised as Spazaba standing way in the back, couldn't help but flinch at his extremely harsh mockery. Carrie Rona frowned, not bothering to cover it up as she blurted out, "Yes, I don't even care to deny it. But the reason doesn't just stop there, Isaac Ivanov. You are inherently someone who possesses strength on par with our guild master Lee Sejin." She stared unblinkingly at the man in front of her, raising her voice to question, "So, if you wanted to set up a bet with us, imposing a little restriction on yourself is only natural, isn't it?" Without even a split second of hesitation, Kim Woojin immediately nodded and sealed the deal. "All right, I can accommodate that trivial request." Li Jin-ah froze completely at his lightning-fast decision, his mind constantly screaming, "If we don't have the support of Merlin's staff and King Arthur's ring, we're really doomed." Cold sweat poured like a shower down Li Jin-ah's face as he was utterly bewildered. The entire team's combat efficiency will drop drastically. Will that guy Kim Woojin be able to carry us after all? In the midst of the tension, Ogong charged over aggressively from afar, pointing at her face and shouting, "Hey, who the hell do you think you are, daring to step up and make decisions for everyone on your own?" Being interrupted by someone else, Carrie Rona furiously snapped her head around at breakneck speed to glare at the one who just spoke. Her eyes were bloodshot, shooting razor-sharp glares straight into Ogong's face, her whole body exuding a terrifying killing intent. Meeting that deadly gaze, Ogong's entire body stiffened as if paralyzed. He gaped in silence, only daring to tremblingly call her name in his heart. Carrie Rona slightly lowered her head, throwing out a mocking evaluation. "Seems like he is awfully confident, so it probably won't kill anyone if I stack on another condition." Kim Woojin calmly took the bait. "Go ahead and speak, let me hear what it is first." Carrie Rona arrogantly held her head high and laid down the condition. "We will take the total number of guards killed by all the other guilds combined to match against the Savior Guild alone. That is my new rule." Li Jin-ah, standing nearby, couldn't hold back anymore and yelled out in frustration, "The Savior Guild alone has to take on all the rest combined? Are you crazy? Hey, do whatever you want, but don't push people too far." Before he could vent all his anger, a steady voice interjected, "What Lady Carrie Rona just said is completely reasonable." Cho Sung-gu, the guy who had kept quiet from the very beginning, finally emerged. Wasn't Isaac Ivanov's purpose in proposing this bet from the start to provoke us, forcing us to go all out to clear the monsters and advance to the next floor as fast as possible? He confidently drew a conclusion. If he brought along such intentions, then even if this rule forces him into a disadvantage, Lady Rona's proposal absolutely has no loopholes to criticize. Li Jin Ah was so furious he ground his teeth audibly, silently cursing. What the hell kind of alliance is this? Do these bastards think we are trash? What makes them think we would nod along to this bullshit rule? Kim Woojin stood in the lead, giving a faint smile and leisurely replied, "If we're playing this big, then allow me to add a word." Li Jin Ah, standing behind him, stared with wide eyes in utter bewilderment. Carrie Rona's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing Kim Woojin slowly utter, "In the off chance that I win, then what?" His arrogant declaration struck the ears of Cho Sung-gu and everyone present. "What if I sweep up all of your legendary equipment to keep for myself?" The faces of Ellis Hitton and Jay Jackson clearly showed extreme tension as they held their breath and waited. Kim Woojin casually dropped the punchline, "Then, what about you people?" All of Li Jin Ah's muscles seemed frozen. He could only mumble two terrifying words, "What?" In the same boat as him, Gong and Peter, who were standing nearby watching the drama, were also thoroughly rooted to the spot in sheer shock. Kim Woojin lightly touched his index finger to his lips, giving them a wicked smile as he asked, "Surely you all wouldn't have any objections, right?" At the same time in the outside world, a series of newspapers were competing with shocking headlines. Hansung Corporation's headquarters collapsed, suspected terrorist bombing. Live reports from the North Gate stated that the Hansung Corporation was frantically convening the board of directors despite the absence of representatives. On the 12th of this month, the management of Hansung Corporation was forced to hold an emergency meeting to salvage their plummeting stock prices. Notably, the company's executive director, who is also South Korea's iconic player Park Shin-hye, did not appear because she was busy participating in the 7-floor dungeon raid campaign in France. The battle of the century between the two factions, the Savior Guild and the Messiah Guild, was becoming a hot topic, fueling the flames of debate globally. Inside an office engulfed in thick darkness, where the corner of the desk only had a faint light casting from a computer monitor, a mysterious dark silhouette was sitting there in silence. The person's hand skillfully controlled the mouse, occasionally letting out a few dry clicks. Suddenly, the fluorescent light on the ceiling flicked on brightly, making Lee Jisoo flinch and jerk her head up. Sechin was looming right at the doorway, his hand still resting on the light switch, looking apologetically at the woman sitting on the chair. "I'm sincerely sorry, I didn't mean to startle you." He slowly approached the desk and voiced his wonder. "It's already this late, what are you still doing sitting here?" Lee Jisoo was a bit flustered, stammering as she spoke, "Actually." But after uttering just a few words, she lowered her head and fell into silence again. Sechin scratched his head in confusion, wondering to himself what his secretary had eaten today to act so strange. His eyes accidentally caught the news headlines sitting prominently on the computer screen, which were. Sechin seemed to reach an epiphany, silently clicking his tongue. "They're all articles digging into the Messiah Guild and Hansung Corporation. It's just as I thought, she's paying attention to Park Shin-hye." He slightly tilted his head, giving a hearty smile as he suggested, "It's getting pretty late, let's wrap up today's work here and go have a proper feast. Calling it a party makes it sound fancy, but it's really just the two of us. Is Secretary Lee craving anything?" Lee Jisoo was still dazed and hadn't processed the situation yet, asking back doubtfully, "Are you asking what I want to eat, Director?" Sechin confidently patted his chest with a thud, loudly affirming, "Spot on. Whatever delicacies Secretary Lee is craving, I'm going all out to treat you today." Lee Jisoo didn't rush to answer. She just stared fixedly at him for a long while with eyes full of suspicion. Being stared at until he got goosebumps, cold sweat seeped out and wet Sechin's forehead. Feeling guilty, he asked, "Secretary Lee, why are you glaring at me with those daggers in your eyes?" Finally, Lee Jisoo deigned to open her mouth, nodding briskly, "That's fine." Receiving her nod, Sechin felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder had been lifted off him, stroking his chest and letting out a very long sigh of relief. Phew. Night fell, the sky pitch black without a single star. Nestled on the sidewalk next to a skyscraper was an orange-yellow tarpaulin tent, a familiar style of a commoner's pub. On the worn-out plastic table, a steaming pot of fish cake soup was already laid out, accompanied by a glossy, bright red-orange plate of spicy rice cakes that looked extremely eye-catching. Sitting proudly on both sides was an appetizing pair of golden bowls of noodles. Sechin glued his eyes to the pile of piping hot food, his lips twitching slightly as he cautiously called out, "Hey, Secretary Lee." Lee Jisoo calmly replied, "Yes, I'm listening." Sechin hurriedly explained, as if afraid of being judged, I'm afraid you might be misunderstanding something because you see my frugal spending habits. To tell you the truth, I'm filthy rich. I don't need to use a party as an excuse just to come out here and eat these cheap dishes, you know. Lee Jisoo calmly put down the wooden chopsticks she was using to pick up food, speaking slowly. I know full well that the director is a very wealthy person. She bowed her head slightly and poured out a steady stream of words. From the massive capital you poured into bets revolving around the dungeons we have been involved in, to the enormous sponsorship money flowing straight into Isaac Ivanov's account that I'm managing. Midst the cramped pub, Lee Jisoo's voice rang out steadily. It's not at all because I think you are a money-obsessed person that I acted like that. I simply just want to contribute a little effort, that's all. Her eyes fixed on an empty void, her voice resolute. Because deep in my heart, I clearly understand that both you and I are aiming for the same destination. Osechin sat opposite, only silently directing a heavy gaze toward Lee Jisoo without interrupting. It was unclear how much time had sunk into silence before he slowly rubbed his chin, cautiously bringing up the past. Secretary Lee, regarding the matters involving your father. The few words Osechin blurted out next made Lee Jisoo stare wide-eyed, as if electrocuted. The suspicions revolving around the dragon hunter, have you fully grasped them all? Her two hands resting obediently on her lap instantly curled into tight fists until her blue veins popped. Lee Jisoo kept her head down, locking her lips without replying, and the whole atmosphere suddenly fell into a spine-chilling silence. Turning back time to 4 years ago in Seoul, atop one of the most luxurious skyscrapers sat the gigantic Hansung brand lettering. Inside an extremely imposing office, a man wearing a pitch-black suit was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, casting his gaze through the transparent glass window. The brilliant sunlight shining from outside blinded an entire area. Sitting neatly on the mahogany desk was an exquisitely carved nameplate, Hansung Corporation, Executive Director Lee Jisoo. Hearing the knock on the door echo, the man slightly tilted his head and ordered in a deep voice, "Come in." The heavy wooden door was pushed open, and a female employee in a neat office outfit timidly stepped forward, calling out respectfully, "Director." He still didn't bother to move his eyes away from the scenery outside the window, indifferently receiving the report. The chairman is demanding to see you immediately. Waiting until the female employee finished reporting, the man finally turned around slowly. Transitioning to a massive conference room, standing out on the giant LED screen behind was the extremely grand Hansung logo. In one corner, a man was bowing submissively. Right next to him, 2 other people were sitting prominently on black leather armchairs, calmly flipping through a stack of documents in their hands. Clearly printed on the white paper was a nose-diving chart accompanied by a caption about the plunging stock value of Hansung Corporation. A voice filled with frustration tore through the space. What a ridiculous joke. Cold sweat poured down Director Kim's forehead like a shower. He could only grit his teeth and bow his head gloomily. The powerful man seated on the chair cast a deadly glare down, growling word by word. Look closely at this, Executive Director Kim. He slammed the stack of documents down onto the wooden table with a dry thud, then roared furiously. How many times have I shouted myself hoarse, ordering you to shut the mouths of those news-hunting vultures? Director Kim was so scared he squeezed his eyes shut tight, his whole body trembling like a leaf, murmuring in reply, "Yes, Chairman." The chairman of Hansung Corporation, Park Yoon-ho, snapped his head up and glared fiercely at him, loudly questioning, "Then how the hell is this stinking news still blatantly spreading outside?" Flooding the file folder were countless sensational headlines. Citizens' awakening abilities are gradually evolving into players. Hansung Corporation's latest research report exposes a global-scale anomaly. The summit in Gwanghwamun issues an ultimatum forcing the government and Hansung to transparently disclose data. Hansung's stocks evaporate massively after days of persistent protests, dragging down the Kospi Index. Rumors arise of a dungeon gate appearing right beneath Hansung headquarters. Sitting prominently on the other side, Lee Sung-man was also skimming through the disastrous documents. On this side, Park Yoon-ho kept spewing terrible scoldings nonstop. Those government officials who swore up and down to cooperate with us, why are they silent as a grave now? He continued screaming out of control. It's been chaotic down there since the crack of dawn. Looking down from the window, an entire crowd was protesting angrily, their hands raising banners high, blood-sucking chaebols who only care about filthy profits and trample on people's lives. Park Yoon-ho kept harping on, "Why are you so incompetent that you can't plug up this information leak?" Down on the street, Bright red banners were screaming, "What crimes is Hansung Corporation trying to cover up? Stop these inhumane experiments right now. Hansung screw off. Are the rumors of using living players as test subjects true or false? We demand the government step in immediately and investigate to the root." Park Yoon-ho abruptly stood up from his chair, his hand tightly grabbing the scandalous documents, sneering, "With this pile of pathetic reports, try reflecting on yourself." He swung his arm, throwing the stack of papers straight into Director Kim's face with a smack, and shouted loudly, "Do you still have the qualifications to keep that director's seat?" Lee Sung-man, who had been observing indifferently all this time, finally gave a slight start and lifted his head, shifting his attention toward the drama unfolding before him. The white papers fluttered through the air, and a streak of bright red blood seeped from the bridge of Director Kim's nose. He pleaded in a panic, "I apologize a million times, Chairman. Please have mercy and grant me one last chance to redeem myself." He frantically bowed so low his forehead nearly touched the ground, making promises left and right. "I swear to turn over every corner to catch the leaker and extinguish this crisis. I will mobilize every possible resource to completely clean up this mess." Lee Sung-man had also stood up by now, using a soothing voice to advise, "Please calm down, Chairman. Looking at this state, Director Kim absolutely had no intention of causing this troublesome scandal. After all, he is one of the founding contributors who has worked his life away for our corporation since the early days." Director Kim still maintained his bowing posture, sweat pouring down and soaking his entire face. Lee Sung-man continued, "I bet when this public opinion bomb exploded, Director Kim himself was as shocked as if struck by a bolt from the blue." Lee Sung-man stepped forward and reached out to help the pathetic man stand up straight, patting his shoulder to console him. "Director Kim, just hold your head high." Next, he flashed an extremely fake smile, sweet-talking. "Work has been quite overwhelming for you lately, hasn't it? Regardless, you've already dedicated all your effort." Lee Sung-man cleverly advised again, "Leave this place to me. I'll pick my words and talk to the chairman later. Your job right now is to quickly go and clean up the aftermath properly." Director Kim was still shaken, looking up at his savior with teary eyes as he silently called out, "Chairman Lee." But very quickly, he forced himself to regain composure, closed his eyes, and gently pushed up his glasses on his nose, replying chokingly, "I am incredibly grateful to you." Lee Sung-man tilted his head slightly, inquiring the man sitting on the armchair, "Now I can make an exception and let Director Kim excuse himself to handle his work, right, Chairman?" Park Yoon-ho half closed his eyes and crossly folded his arms in approval. "Yeah, kick him out of my sight." Right after that, the heavy wooden door of the conference room opened and hurriedly slammed shut, leaving a dry echo resonating throughout the room. When the large room was left with only two solitary figures, Park Yoon-ho furrowed his brow in displeasure, angrily complaining, "Look at the way you handle things, Chairman Lee. You are indulging your subordinates way too much." He shot a sharp, cold glance at Lee Sung-man, who was bending over to gather the scattered documents, and grumpily reminded, "I recall warning you before, as a general, never show too much mercy to your hunting dogs." Park Yoon-ho massaged his temples and coldly preached, "If you keep letting them off easily every so often, they will gradually develop a habit of reliance. Because in the depths of their hearts, those useless fools know full well that no matter how catastrophic a disaster they cause, in the end, you'll still reach out to save them." Lee Sung-man kept his head down, quietly stacking the documents he had just picked up onto the table. A long while later, he finally looked up and called out. Hearing that, Chairman Park Yang-ho lifted his chin and asked what was the matter. Lee Sung-man's expression was extremely tense as he carefully opened his mouth. "As a confidant of many years, please allow me to pour my heart out with a few sincere words." Park Yang-ho covered his mouth with his hand and cleared his throat, sarcastically retorting, "Giving advice? Why are you suddenly making a big deal out of it today? Are you trying to lecture me?" Lee Sung-man decisively concluded the issue that, although the current situation is hanging by a thread, if we know how to seize it, this is a golden opportunity. Park Yang-ho raised an eyebrow and muttered the word opportunity, probing, "Are you saying it's a blessing in disguise?" Lee Sung-man bluntly rejected it. "Of course not. Chairman, do you realize where the most fatal bottleneck lies right now?" He glanced at the Messiah Project signboard hanging opposite, dropping a profound remark. "What is the collaboration between us and the government in this matter?" Park Yang-ho stroked his chin, thoughtfully murmuring, "The fatal bottleneck." His lips twitched, pondering for a moment before guessing, could it be the players? Park Yang-ho curled his lips in disdain. Those guys are nothing more than lucky apes who managed to awaken powers. His hand clenched into a fist, slamming onto the table as he grumbled. They walk around with their noses in the air, abusing their power and looking down on everyone. I'm not wrong, am I? Due to using excessive force, Park Yang-ho's hand pressing on the wooden surface was trembling violently. If those players weren't so scarce and didn't have sky-high prices, why on earth would we have to endure their arrogant attitudes? Lee Sung-man nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right, Chairman. His eyes narrowed, flashing a cold, sinister glint. However, among those arrogant people, Lee Sung-man emphasized every single word. Lee Sejun, his existence is the most gigantic obstacle. In another development, on the body of a giant stone pillar covered in cracks, the number 4 faintly appeared. The scene of the basement right now was like a battlefield, with monster corpses scattered all over the place. Lee Sejun's face and clothes were smeared with foul blood, and he continuously panted heavily. Retreating to a corner of the basement, a crowd was huddled together right in front of the dungeon's gate. Lee Sejun's eyes shone brightly. He strode forward and commanded his subordinates loudly. Before the monsters can swarm out, scout the entire level of this gate immediately. While Lee Sejun stepped back to observe, a subordinate cautiously inched forward step by step to approach the archway. Joe Dan yanked off his hard hat, revealing a shiny bald head. Joe Dan's eye sockets flashed with a magical white light. Silent Hunter skill, simulation mode officially activated. From his body separated a perfect clone, identical to the original down to the last millimeter. Joe Dan's shadow gathered momentum, diving straight into the dungeon vortex ahead. Inside the dark dungeon space, there was actually brilliant sunlight pouring down from above. The clone dashed off as fast as an arrow tearing through the wind. After dashing for a distance, he braked hard, pushing off his feet with force to launch himself high into the air. Joe Dan's clone landed neatly on an ancient tree branch, darting his eyes around constantly to scout for movements in all directions. Outside the gate, Lee Sejun stood with his arms crossed behind his back, raising his voice to ask about the situation. Joe Dan pressed his fingers to his temples, reporting mechanically, 1 floor dungeon B rank, I am scanning to locate the boss. He carefully added, no variables detected for now. However, on the inside, the clone seemed to catch a strange killing intent, abruptly turning his head. In reality, Joe Dan suddenly collapsed to the floor, clutching his head tightly and screaming as if his soul was being torn apart. A masked member ran over in a panic to support him, hurriedly asking, Hey, what's wrong with you? Snap out of it. Joe Dan's entire body was shivering like a leaf, his teeth chattering as he stammered, I bet there's a flying monster species inside. He fearfully described further, it's an evil creature I've never read about in any books. In that dimension, a creature with a razor-sharp beak lunged forward, grabbing my clone and chewing it up. His teammate forcefully shook Joe Dan's shoulders, shouting loudly to calm him down. Calm down, stay awake. Standing a few steps away, Lee Sejun pondered and spoke up. A flying beast never seen before in the dictionary, everything is clear now. The corners of his lips curled into a manic smile. Perhaps I should report to Director Lee to delay the campaign as soon as possible. At the conference room, Lee Sung-man was reporting that the elite defense squad, including Captain Lee Sejun and the entire force belonging to the Messiah Project, had all fallen in this mission. His voice echoed evenly in the quiet space, proposing a plan to delay the attack schedule. Hearing this, Park Yang-ho stroked his chin, sinking deep into a tangled mess of calculations. Lee Sung-man's voice still leaked out, expressing his concern that if they kept stalling, the bursting dungeon beneath Hansung Corporation would soon erupt and cause catastrophic consequences to the real world. Right at that moment, a pair of shiny black leather shoes stopped right in front of the threshold. Inside, Lee Sung-man urged, you need to make a decision right now. I have an urgent flight to France tonight. The owner of the black shoes stopped outside. Lee Sung-man's voice continued to echo steadily about the need to recruit more talents to oust Lee Sejun. Right after, Park Yang-ho's skeptical voice rang out, looking for a replacement for Lee Sejun. Have you eyed any candidates yet? Lee Sung-man answered confidently, yes, a kid who is taking the industry by storm, the sole survivor. It turned out the person standing outside was Lee Sejun. His face was filled with murderous intent upon clearly hearing Lee Sung-man's concluding remark about the life-and-death test when the evil dragon descended. The tightly closed wooden door was suddenly kicked open by a violent force from the outside. The sudden incident made both Park Yang-ho and Lee Sung-man skip a beat, staring at the door in panic. Wearing an ice-cold expression, Lee Se-jin leisurely strode into the room, flatly announcing, "I brought some news to report." Lee Sung-man frowned in annoyance, shouting, "Captain Lee, have you lost your mind? Can't you see I'm discussing an important matter with the chairman?" The corners of Lee Se-jin's lips curled into a dry smile, calmly excusing himself because this is a matter of life and death. Refusing to back down, the older man continued to berate, "Even if the sky falls, you are not allowed to pull this undisciplined stunt in front of the chairman." Lee Se-jin indifferently threw back, "Is that so?" Meanwhile, sitting not far away, Park Yang-ho quietly grabbed a hard object off the table. Lee Se-jin's eyes narrowed slightly in sheer vigilance. In the blink of an eye, a black blur tore through the wind straight at Lee Se-jin's face, but he merely tilted his head to dodge it effortlessly. Park Yang-ho sprang to his feet, panting with rage, while the thrown object smashed harshly against the wall and rolled across the carpet. Lee Se-jin glanced at the old man, dropping a sarcastic remark, "Blood rushing to the head easily causes illness, Chairman Park. If you keep acting like this, I'm afraid it will be hard for me to behave." Park Yang-ho's face twisted with resentment, grinding his teeth at the young man's insolent attitude. He pointed straight at his face and scolded, "Hey you, do you think this is a market where you can come and go whenever the hell you please?" Waving his arms in fury, Park Yang-ho shouted, "What right does a brat like you have to judge what counts as an emergency?" Sensing the gunpowder in the air, Lee Sung-man hurriedly stepped up to smooth things over. "Please calm your anger, Chairman, lest it ruins our plans." Lee Se-jin frowned without replying, ignoring Park Yang-ho's insults pouring into his ears. "Do you think you can sit on my head just because of some petty fame praised by the masses?" Still unsatisfied, he strained his neck and threatened, "Just wait and see, your days are numbered." The overbearing voice suddenly choked in his throat, as a paper-thin cut abruptly oozed blood on Park Yang-ho's left cheek. Seeing the bright red liquid seeping from the wound, Lee Sung-man screamed in terror, "Chairman, your face is bleeding." Park Yang-ho whipped around in panic, his guarded eyes locking onto the man in front of him. Since God knows when, a longsword was already resting in Lee Se-jin's hand, his entire body emitting a bone-chilling aura. Lee Sung-man shouted in a panic, "Captain Lee, are you trying to rebel?" He spread his arms wide to shield the chairman, trembling as he spoke, "You are playing with death." Lee Se-jin coldly replied, "Not yet." His eyes bore deep like a cornered beast, "If I were to actually make a move." Lee Se-jin's unhurried voice rang out, "Then half of the chairman's old life would have fallen onto this carpet a long time ago." Park Yang-ho rolled his eyes back, his whole body trembling, a hand hovering in midair, not daring to touch the cut. Fresh droplets of blood dripped from the razor-sharp tip of the sword. Lee Se-jin mocked, "Mr. Park, Director Lee, times have changed. Aren't the blind ones who fail to grasp the current situation actually you too?" He arrogantly declared, "The entire security system here is under my command. In short, don't expect anyone to dare march in here for a rescue." Lee Se-jin's sword pointed straight at Lee Sung-man, who was blocking the way, warning through gritted teeth, "If you spout those insolent words one more time, I swear I won't stop at just this. Is that clear?" He leisurely sheathed his blade, smirking mockingly, "It seems everyone has a million things to do, so I will get straight to the point." Lee Sung-man's expression gradually eased, biting his lip to concede, "Fine, if you have an emergency, report it now." Lee Se-jin casually pulled up a chair and sat down, clicking the remote to project onto the screen. "An anomaly has occurred at the fourth-floor portal. For the first time, we've recorded flying creatures entering the system." The projector's light cast onto his cold face. He analyzed clearly, "I refuse to order an attack unless the potential damage is fully understood. If by any chance those flying monsters spill through the vortex, the consequences will be unimaginable." Lee Se-jin finalized the plan. For that reason, the deployment schedule will be postponed to prioritize data collection on this new species. Lee Sung-man widened his eyes in panic, "Captain Lee, you just delayed the schedule a few weeks ago, and now you want to push it back again. If we don't suppress the dungeon, those evil creatures will sweep through this entire area." He frantically demanded, in short, "How much more time do you need?" Lee Se-jin threw back an innocuous smile, "God knows, I'm clueless myself. The briefing is over, I'll take my leave now." At that exact moment, outside the Hansung Group's skyscraper, the blinding sunlight beat down on the street. Park Shin-hye, in a schoolgirl uniform, cheerfully hiked up her backpack straps. She skipped through the revolving doors to enter the main lobby. Back in the meeting room, Park Yang-ho's hands tightly gripping the table were still shaking from the lingering fear. He whispered hoarsely, "Director Lee." The old man kept his head down, hissing through his teeth, "The plan from earlier, deploy it immediately." Park Yang-ho further urged, "Tonight's flight is still on, right? Pack your bags and let's go now." Lee Sung-man's face darkened as he promised, "I understand your intent. There will absolutely be no mistakes in this operation." In another development, the rapid tapping of black heels rushed down the emergency escape stairs. Gripping the handrail tightly, Park Shin-hye suddenly stopped dead in her tracks, her wide eyes glued to the space in front of her. The schoolgirl stood frozen before the entrance. On the patchy wall was a bold B4 symbol. After a long mental struggle, she timidly reached out to turn the doorknob. Just then, as Lee Sung-man settled into the car seat, the driver turned his head and asked, "Has Chairman Park given the green light, sir?" Lee Sung-man winked to signal that everything went smoothly. "Hit the gas and get to Incheon Airport, hurry." O-si-chan smiled slyly through the rearview mirror. "I'll speed away and get you to safety." Back in the basement, Park Shin-hye's fingers barely brushed the iron doorknob. Before she could exert any pulling force, the door was blown outward by a massive power from inside. The fatal impact threw Park Shin-hye off balance, sending her tumbling onto the cold floor. While she was still dizzy and rubbing her head, a group of men fully clad in black scrambled up the stairs in a panicked retreat. Only the man covering the rear glanced down and saw Park Shin-hye blurting out in astonishment, "A civilian got left behind." He yelled hoarsely to the leading commander, "Report, there's a civilian trapped here." The squad commander jumped and snapped, "What the hell? How did a normal person get all the way down here?" In the empty meeting room with only Park Yang-ho left, the dead silence was suddenly ripped apart by an ear-piercing phone ring. The old man fumbled to dig out his phone. The flashing text displayed the Defense Task Force. At the emergency exit, the sweating commander urged, "Hey kid, we don't have time to explain. If you want to keep your life, run out of here as fast as your legs can carry you." Park Shin-hye was still dazed, stammering, "What the hell is going on here?" The black-clad soldier hastily reached out to her, barking, "Get up right now." An earth-shattering roar unexpectedly echoed, making Park Shin-hye's eyes dilate in horror. A reaching hand froze in midair as the compassionate soldier from a second ago was crushed into a pulp by a giant foot, blood splattering everywhere. Next, grotesque fingers as thick as tree trunks dug tightly into the edge of the iron door frame. The beast lowered its head, bringing its repulsive face with jagged teeth up close, drops of sticky drool oozing down. The beast's eye sockets glowed a blood-red light. It opened its massive maw and lunged straight into the narrow stairwell. Just in the nick of time, a mysterious murderous intent descended straight down, and crimson blood spurted out wildly. A flying blade was pinned perfectly between the monster's brows. The residual force hurled its colossal body backward into the basement, crashing violently against a stone pillar. Witnessing the flash massacre, Park Shin-hye's body completely turned to stone. She struggled to regain her senses, slowly turning her head to shift her gaze to the side corner. The commander from earlier hurriedly took 2 steps forward, respectfully calling the person who just struck Captain. With cold sweat soaking her forehead, Park Shin-hye looked up at the figure standing proudly on the stairs. Wearing an utterly unfazed expression, Lee Sejun slowly returned the girl's panicked gaze from above. He asked flatly, "Where did you crawl out from, kid?" Hearing his sharp, cold voice, Park Shin-hye stammered awkwardly, I." But half a second later, she fell silent, her brain finally registering that this was the legendary Lee Sejun. He casually strolled down the steps. Following the rhythm of Lee Sejun's footsteps, the arm of the bloodied soldier on the ground began to twitch. He immediately gathered his aura and cast a skill. The ultimate skill, Indomitable Resilience, was officially activated, burning mana to slowly regenerate his allies' vitality. This miraculous resurrection magic left Park Shin-hye's mouth hanging open in awe. He can survive an injury like that. A moment later, Lee Sejun patted the shoulder of the soldier who had just narrowly escaped death, advising, "Play the fake hero less next time." The soldier hurriedly wiped the streak of blood off his face, bowing his head in apology, "Yes, it was my impulsiveness." He casually turned his back and instructed, "I'll take the lead. You guys stay back and guard the rear carefully." Just as he finished speaking, a horde of demons swarmed in and closed the distance. Lee Sejin clicked his tongue in annoyance. What a bunch of annoying flies. Come at me all at once. In the blink of an eye, the pack of monsters dashed madly toward him, wanting to tear him into 100 pieces. However, Lee Sejin still slowly drew his sword from its sheath. Right as he was about to swing his blade to slaughter, a blazing fireball shot out of nowhere, grazing past him. Carrying a scorching aura of power, the magic flame sealed off the monster horde's path of survival. He slightly raised an eyebrow, absent-mindedly turning his head to look back. The fireball skill was successfully released. It turned out the caster was Park Shin-hye, who was gritting her teeth and launching skills to support him. Dripping with sweat, the girl panted heavily out of sheer exhaustion. Her mana bar had hit rock bottom, lacking enough to squeeze out any more skills. The squad of guards widened their eyes in shock. What the hell? While the guy next to him flinched and exclaimed, "Is this the rare mage class?" Lee Sejin nodded in approval. She has potential. While he was distractedly turning away, a vile creature tore through Shin-hye's wall of fire and lunged out. The beast opened its maw, frantically pouncing on Lee Sejin from behind. Without even looking, he casually swung his sword, and the monster's body was instantly sliced into two mangled halves. The razor-sharp sword aura also inadvertently severed the water pipe on the ceiling. A high-pressure stream of water poured out like a flood. Yet the cascading wall of water failed to extinguish the blazing aftermath of the fireball from earlier in the slightest. Finally, a hint of emotion flickered across Lee Sejin's impassive face. It seems there's a fun show to watch now. Cutting to the airport area. Osi-chan cheered joyfully, "Boss, you've arrived safely, right?" On the other end of the line, Lee Jin-soo texted while replying, "Everything is perfectly fine." From inside the car, Osi-chan anxiously warned, "The journey ahead is still tough, be careful." Lee Jin-soo chuckled, "Yeah, I can take care of myself. But what if things go south with the job over there?" He melancholically requested, "If you have free time, swing by and check on my little girl. As a father traveling far away, my gut is burning with anxiety. After all, you know her personality well." Osi-chan nodded briskly, "Rest assured, I got it." The older man was about to give a few more instructions. However, before he could finish his sentence, the car's radio broadcast an urgent news bulletin about the Hansung building right in the heart of Seoul. The scene is engulfed in a horrific fire of unknown origins, and the entire area has been cordoned off by authorities. Rumors are swirling about the risk of a dungeon portal outbreak, and countless building employees are crying for help as they remain tightly trapped inside, unable to escape. Lee Jin-soo jolted and yelled, "Osi-chan, turn the car around and get back there now." The driver fumbled, "Yes, I'm making a U-turn right away." Faced with this dire situation, extreme anxiety was clearly etched onto the old man's face. Why did disaster strike at such an awkwardly precise moment? Returning to the living hell at the Hansung Group, Park Yang-ho was awkwardly scrambling toward the helipad. Before he could even warm his seat, the phone in his hand vibrated violently with an emergency call. The old man irritably picked up. "What is it now?" On the other end came Lee Sejin's smooth voice. "The chairman seems to be quite busy, doesn't he?" He drawled mockingly, "I just tossed you a very interesting photo. Go ahead and flee with your tail between your legs if you want to hold on to regrets for a lifetime." Having his weak spot poked, Park Yang-ho resentfully opened his inbox to check. The old man's pupils dilated to the max, utterly horrified. What the hell is this? In the blurry photo was a figure the old man wouldn't forget even in his dreams. It was undeniably his precious daughter, Park Shin-hye. She was frantically channeling magic to fight in coordination with Lee Sejin's squad. Park Yang-ho's hands trembled as he madly zoomed in on the screen to confirm why his daughter was dancing in that sea of fire. Could she be an awakened one too? Lee Sejin smugly added fuel to the fire. "At first I thought it was some stray kid, but looking closely, it turned out to be your precious lady. Well, she has quite a knack for being a mage. The little girl's talent far surpasses a mediocre person like you." Park Yang-ho flew into a raging fury, swearing, "Damn it. Why is my daughter down there? Are you just going to stand there blabbering instead of hauling her out of that inferno?" Lee Sejin nonchalantly refused. "The situation down here is a bit tense. My hands are busy with big things now." Matching his words, through the spatial rift, another hideous beast lumbered out of the portal. Humming for a few seconds, Lee Sejin baited again, "You'll have to drag your own body down here to broaden your horizons." I won't be budging from here anytime soon. Without hesitating another split second, Park Yang-ho dashed out, roaring, "You keep her safe right there, I'm coming down now." The panicked pilot cried out, "Chairman, where are you running to?" While running back for his life, the old man accidentally spotted an emergency fire cabinet. Park Yang-ho ruthlessly smashed the glass and dragged out the gear inside. Gripping the emergency axe tightly, he gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "You bastard Lee Sejun, remember my face." At the same time, O.C. Chan's car screeched to a halt in front of the main hall. Right as he bolted out the car door, Lee Jin-soo froze completely at the sight of the horrifying ruins. O.C. Chan clicked his tongue anxiously, "Boss, this is going to be a tough pill to swallow." In the blink of an eye, Lee Jin-soo pulled out a metal-encased briefcase. He suddenly paused, gripping the handle tightly with hesitation. Lee Jin-soo broke into a cold sweat, muttering to himself, "I hope I won't have to use this." Vaguely guessing his boss's insane intentions, O.C. Chan grabbed his arm to stop him. "Are you crazy? Jumping in there now is suicide. Just let Lee Sejun's group handle it. Retreating to preserve our strength is the best move." Despite that, Lee Jin-soo replied to O.C. Chan in a deep voice, "I appreciate your kindness, but I can't just stand by and watch." From the very beginning, Lee Sejun never had any intention of containing this portal. If left alone, this black hole will swallow the entire city. O.C. Chan still stubbornly tried to pull him back, but Lee Jin-soo waved him off and cut him short. "Besides, my daughter is still trapped right in the center of this city. I absolutely cannot entrust her life into the hands of those cold-blooded bastards. Don't worry about me, get out of here quickly." Hearing that, O.C. Chan could only grit his teeth and curse under his breath, "Damn it." He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Then I'll go scrounge up some reinforcements. You better stay alive, don't play any suicidal games. Do you hear me loud and clear?" Lee Jin-soo silently raised a hand to signal reassurance, then darted straight into the rubble. At the same time, on the B4 floor of the Hansung group, Lee Sejun's squad was in formation right at the edge of the dungeon portal. Standing far away, Park Shin-hye assessed inwardly, Lee Sejun's skills aren't so bad that the big shots would turn a blind eye to him. If I stick close and follow this guy's lead, I'll definitely bloom in power soon, making a fortune and building a name for myself. A subordinate of Lee Sejun timidly asked, "Captain, is it time to charge in?" He jerked his chin and gave a curt reply, "No. Just wait a little longer." Lee Sejun's nonchalant decision made Park Shin-hye's face turn pale as she screamed, "Hold on, are you kidding me? If we just stand here and watch, those monsters will." With a leisurely tone, he countered, "If the monster horde escapes to wreak havoc outside, how will the situation inside their nest change?" Hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up. "Oh, don't tell me you want to." Not waiting for Park Shin-hye to speak, Lee Sejun brazenly explained, "We just have to sacrifice some civilian lives. Preserving our forces to conquer the next dungeon is the true path. There's no logic dictating that we must throw our lives away senselessly for those who haven't received the glow of glory. Letting those useless scums pave the way for our ascension with their deaths is, at least, providing some value. How could the lives of saviors like us be weighed on the same scale as theirs?" Somewhere else, Lee Jisoo was sitting at home watching the breaking news. A horrifying explosion shook the outskirts of Seoul, and signs of a dungeon spatial rift are gradually becoming clear. She anxiously buried her face in her phone, texting, "Dad, did you land safely? Text me back as soon as you read this." Then she sluggishly dragged her feet over to the window. Just as she cast her gaze outside, Lee Jisoo flinched and let out a gasp. It turned out the pitch-black pillar of smoke from the Hansung skyscraper had caught her eye, sparking anxiety over whether Park Shin-hye was safe. Could that brat have gotten tangled up in there? Cutting back to the Hansung building, Lee Jin-soo was straining his neck to demand, "Say that again, what do you mean?" Lee Sejun shrugged and replied coolly, "I said there are no orders to fight whatsoever." Hearing the bastard say that, the old man roared in a frenzy, "Are you crazy? If you want to close that hole, you have to storm in and destroy it right now." Ignoring the old man jumping in anger, he leisurely mocked, "So the chairman's point is, throwing all the elites of the Messiah Project to their deaths is not worth worrying about." This lethal counterattack left Lee Jin-soo speechless, his face darkening. Swallowing his rage, he quickly defended himself, "Don't twist my words. My point is we must exert all our efforts to minimize casualties as much as possible. Your power is meant to protect the people. Lee Sejun growled harshly, "Spare me the moral preaching. Your garbage philosophy boils down to forcing us to sacrifice ourselves in the dungeon to protect the masses, regardless of whether we live or die, doesn't it?" The young man's arrogant attitude agitated Lee Jin-soo. "You know full well I wasn't implying that. The Messiah Project was created to forge warriors to act as shields for humanity. Do you think this organization was established to serve you hand and foot? Stop being delusional. Drag your troops into the dungeon before I run out of patience." Lee Sejun broke into a sly grin. "The chairman is misspeaking. You better watch your words." Immediately, his lackeys sullenly closed in on the old man. The appearance of that group made Lee Jin-soo's eyes go wide in surprise. Unfortunately, Park Shin-hye swallowed every harsh word from beginning to end. "My child." He exclaimed in horror, "Shin-hye, why are you hitting the jackpot?" Lee Sejun gloated and mocked. "Did you hear that loud and clear, kid? Forcing those chosen by destiny like us to be sacrificed for useless people, that's the true face of this hypocrite." Lee Jin-soo frantically tried to explain. "Shin-hye, don't believe his deceitful words. What are you doing in such a dangerous place? Get over here now." But it was too late. Park Shin-hye had already been stuffed with Lee Sejun's twisted ideology until her eyes went blind to the truth. Even though the guy had already turned his back and walked away, he still recklessly lunged forward. "Shin-hye." All of a sudden, Lee Jin-soo slammed the brakes and staggered back. Whizzing past his face was a monster, furiously flapping its wings. The monster tore through the wind, piercing through one layer of concrete and wall after another. Looking at its trajectory, it was absolutely breaking through the perimeter to escape outside. Lee Jin-soo realized in terror, this is a disaster. If this flock escapes, blood will flow like a river. On the emergency stairs, a shadow was tumbling and galloping downward. It turned out to be Park Yang-ho, frantically searching for the figures of Park Shin-hye and Lee Sejun. In the midst of his towering rage, the old man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed something strange. Park Yang-ho gulped, trembling as he asked himself, could it be? As he turned his head to look back, the old man's eyes nearly popped out of his skull in sheer horror. Devil take it, a flying evil creature had been lurking right under Park Yang-ho's nose since God knows when. Its bloodshot eyes reeked of bloodlust. All the blood drained from the old man's face, damn it. The beast flapped its wings, diving like an arrow toward the flank of the building where Park Yang-ho was standing. Lee Jin-soo was startled and whipped around upon hearing the deafening sound of something snapping. The next second, he gritted his teeth and thrust his hand into his coat pocket. Pulling out a detonator switch, he muttered, "There's no way back now." Lee Jin-soo raised his voice in a threat. "I am not joking. I've wired the entire foundation of this basement with bombs. If you don't march your troops in to clear the dungeon, I will bury this whole place to seal the portal. Get down into the dungeon right now, all of you." With a bomb practically strapped to his neck, Lee Sejun still smirked disdainfully. He leisurely mocked, "The old man is more naive than I thought. The catch is, a few firecrackers like those can't possibly collapse a dungeon portal. Lee Jin-soo, his eyes bloodshot with resolve, I am more than capable of bringing down this entire block to bury you all alive. That's enough to buy time to salvage the situation." Park Shin-hye shrieked, "Uncle, are you crazy? Are you trying to drag all of us down with you?" The old man's voice dropped, full of sorrow. "Shin-hye, I apologize 1,000 times over. I never expected you to jump into this death pit. But if I don't pull the trigger, then tens of thousands of innocent lives out there will become monster bait the next second." Lee Sejun's face darkened, grinding his teeth. "Fine, old man, put that damn finger away. Everyone into position, prepare for a full-scale assault." A nearby guard strictly obeyed the order. Amidst the rushing formation of troops, he dropped a sentence, "I'll go negotiate with the chairman and then tail right behind you." Shin-hye dragged her jelly-like legs to follow the squad. With her mind a tangled mess, she still secretly glanced back at Lee Sejun and Lee Jin-soo. Over here, Lee Sejun was coldly channeling his power in preparation for a fierce battle. Lee Jin-soo clenched his jaw, glaring daggers at Lee Sejun, trying to hide the tremor deep within his heart. Returning to cruel reality. Swallowing the tragic story, Lee Jisoo choked out a mutter, "To stand by my dad's side until the final moment, Park Shin-hye and Lee Sejun." The train of memories suddenly broke. She regained her sharp edge because I hold the complete testimonies of those involved in the Messiah Project in my hands. I'd bet my life on it. especially before confronting the dragon hunter. Now I fully understand why the director covered up all the clues from me. Lee Jisu's melancholy made O.C. Chan fumble, not knowing how to open his mouth to comfort her. Before he could squeeze out a word, she bitterly brushed it off. You can't blame the chairman, it's just because. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Lee Jisu sternly concluded, what is my next step? Obtaining the answer to this thorny question is enough to satisfy me. Meanwhile, on the dungeon battlefield, a sea of fire was sweeping through madly. Ellis Hitton rested her hands on her knees and exhaled sharply, muttering, damn it, I'm out of mana. Suddenly, a surge of vitality coursed vigorously through her veins. Premium magic-boosting buff was activated, and her energy bar skyrocketed in a flash. It turned out to be Carrie Rona, who smirked triumphantly for having just thrown a brilliant support skill to Ellis Hitton. She smugly calculated to herself, that's more like it with the #1 support pumping blood, what is there to fear? Then that name, Isaac Ivanov, wouldn't even be worth entering their sights. Ellis Hitton didn't hesitate, slamming her weapon deep into the cracked earth. Her entire body exuded a fiercely tyrannical aura. The blazing halo instantly drew all the monster's attention. The enraged beast lunged forward, its gaping maw ready to chew up and swallow Ellis Hitton whole. Predicting its every move, she smirked and flashed a satisfied smile. The stupid animal had yet to anticipate the trap already laid out. In that fateful blink of an eye, the monster took a heaven-shaking hammer blow head-on, its teeth scattering like leaves. A misdirection scheme, Ellis Hitton merely played the role of bait to draw them in. The real killer blow lay with her teammate. And the one swinging the hammer was none other than Jay Jackson. Right after smashing the beast's skull, he turned around and gave her a thumbs-up. Seizing the momentum, Ellis Hitton freely unleashed her magic indiscriminately without holding back. The devastating skill chain completed its incantation. Her billowing sea of flames was more than enough to burn an entire forest to ashes. This deafening noise seemed to have pounded straight into Lee Jin-ah's eardrums. He jumped up in panic, hey you. Are you so free that you brought your pet in here for a walk? Lee Jin-ah's ridiculous question left Woojin baffled. What are you talking about? Lee Jin-ah angrily roared, that pile of dry bones has been waiting to snatch my kills this whole time. Making me lag behind on my hunt, do you understand? Get your face over here and look at the scoreboard. We are dragging along all the way at the bottom. Exactly as Lee Jin-ah had yelled, the leaderboard popped open glaringly. That guy Isaac Ivanov even loudly declared, we have enough strength to take on other guilds independently. Talking so big, what are we doing now? We're really screwed this time. The pile of legendary gear is going to fade away into someone else's hands. Playing the master feeding exp to his disciple right in the heat of battle, serving up prime prey right into its mouth. If I had known, I wouldn't have trusted this guy. I'm so mad I could cough up blood. While Lee Jin-ah was yelling in frustration, Woojin calmly tore apart the scroll in his hand. The emissary of the Underworld has awakened the ultimate skill, Death Knight. This bizarre action successfully shut Lee Jin-ah up, freezing his face as he stared. Immediately, the system panel popped up a notification. Death Knight, condition, representative of the Dark World, level over 200. Effect, evolves a skeleton knight with a kill count of 44,444 monsters into a Death Knight. Digesting the mountain of data, both of them lumbered toward the skeleton knight, ignoring Park Yong-won's wide-eyed stare. Woojin placed his hand on the knight's skull. A split second later, the number 44,457 monster lives floated above the skeleton's head. The screen flickered with a selection interface, evolve Death Knight, yes or no. Skimming over the text, Kim Woojin slightly curled his lips into a satisfied smile. Standing not far away, Park Yong-won furrowed his brows tightly, throwing a probing look in his direction. The radiating pressure grew fiercer by the second, surging straight up into the air. Right after, a blinding light exploded, swallowing all the surrounding space. But in just the blink of an eye, that dazzling halo instantly vanished without a trace. From below, Lee Jin-ah dazedly looked up, his eyes bulging as he let out a gasp of shock. In midair, another giant foot was slowly descending. As that entity majestically touched the ground, a tremor instantly swept through, sending dust flying everywhere. The figure named Death Knight appeared, bearing a towering murderous intent as it strode toward the crowd. Witnessing the Death Knight's appearance, Lee Jin-ah nudged Kim Woojin and teased, "Oh, so you had it all planned out, brother." The young man merely kept silent. Suddenly, the Death Knight dropped to one knee, prostrating right in front of Kim Woojin. Getting even more excited, Li Jin-ah blurted out, "Well then, shall we take this guy to sweep the battlefield right now?" At that exact moment, a notification line suddenly flashed, signaling the summoning of the Emissary's book. The Death Knight remained obediently kneeling, holding its breath as it awaited Kim Woojin's command. However, he bluntly stored it away in his inventory, causing the Death Knight to also turn into an illusion and fade away. Li Jin-ah yelled blankly, "What the hell are you doing? We spent so much effort crafting that hot item, why are you putting it away? I thought you were going to use that to compete for the top spot against those other guilds." Unexpectedly, Kim Woojin just gave a faint smile. "I already have the victory in my hands. Just focus on finishing your job on the first floor. The Death Knight has nothing to do with the bet anyway." The key is Li Jin-ah. Hearing his name, he completely froze, pointing at his own face and asking me. At the same time, in a hidden corner, the pack of goblins and chimpanzees suddenly halted, as if sniffing out danger. Without a second of hesitation, they simultaneously turned and fled for their lives. A horde of monsters scrambled and shoved each other, frantically retreating deep into the dense bushes. Jay Jackson witnessed the scene and laughed triumphantly. Well, are you finally trembling before the might of this, Jay Jackson? Good job, run as fast as you can." Ellis Hitton approached, her delicate eyebrows furrowing. "Don't you find it strange? How many times has this been?" The man casually turned back and replied, "They probably know this body has reached its limit, that's all." Ellis Hitton thoughtfully analyzed. "It's normal for smart monsters to retreat before getting caught, but the current situation feels somehow wrong." At that exact moment, a blinding pillar of light tore through the night in the heart of the forest. Li Jin-ah clutched a bizarre item, looking up at the sky and groaning, "Got hit again, how annoying." Memories drifted back to several months ago on the 6th floor of the A+ rank Sphinx dungeon. Li Jin-ah stood with crossed arms, chatting, "We barely survived to get this. Let's see if there's anything valuable." The other person calmly tossed a shady package into the air and replied, "I wouldn't be so sure." Catching the item from the other's hand, Li Jin-ah's eyes widened in surprise. "What the hell is this? Why are the stats so weird?" It was the Death Music Box. A legendary tier item with no level limit. It drains the user's life force to broadcast a deadly sound over a wide area, causing all monsters in the dungeon to immediately target the wielder as their highest priority, with the effect limited to the current floor. Understanding the item's absurd function, Li Jin-ah sluggishly complained, "Why did you throw this burden at me? It sucks my blood and turns me into a target. You really are a sinister bastard. Only an idiot would carry this thing around." Snapping out of his flashback, Li Jin-ah gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Kim Woojin, but only received a shrug and an innocent smile in return. Another man slowly walked up with a mocking tone, "You're starting these nonsense bets again. It only brings everyone more trouble. No matter how capable you are, this game is already decided. I can't be bothered to care about what tricks you, Kim Woojin, are plotting anymore." He pressed his fiery eyes close to Kim Woojin, threatening, "I'm not playing anymore. Don't even think about dragging this Park Yang-won into your idle mess. If you make one wrong move and your reputation hits rock bottom, all the Alliance efforts will go up in smoke." Contrary to that anger, he just smirked nonchalantly. "Oh really? Then do as you please." Deep down, Kim Woojin was secretly calculating, "Park Yang-won, your time to arrogantly struggle won't last much longer." Those indifferent words seemed to hit a sore spot, making Park Yang-won fly into a rage. "The water is already at your feet and you're still acting tough." Finishing his sentence, he aggressively charged forward. At that very moment, a bloodthirsty horde of goblins swarmed in from all directions. Clashing with the goblins were packs of wild beasts that were also roaring and charging forward. From the center of the encirclement, the number of monsters and wild beasts joining the slaughter grew denser by the second. Park Yang-won froze at the terrifying sight, his mind spinning. What the hell is going on? Where did this hideous army crawl out from? The scene abruptly cut to another remote corner of the forest, where a group of people was cautiously scouting the way. Henry, tagging along behind Cho Sung-gu, suddenly spoke up, "Your dead silence is giving me goosebumps." The leader turned back, his mind full of confusion. Something is very wrong. The massive horde of monsters just vanished without a trace. At that moment, a subordinate strained his neck, pointing and screaming, reporting to the guild master over there. Cho Sung-gu followed the finger with his eyes, breaking a sweat in sheer astonishment. What is with these numbers? But it's really weird, why are they completely ignoring our presence? Snapping out of his thoughts, he launched himself forward and loudly signaled them to stick to the target. The entire formation turned into phantoms, darting through the dense layers of trees in the dark night. Cho Sung-gu sprinted at the front, his sharp eyes locked onto the path ahead. Suddenly, his pupils contracted intensely, as if he had just witnessed a shocking scene. Exposed before Cho Sung-gu's eyes was a bloody battlefield between goblins and wild beasts. He gulped, "What kind of mess is this?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind, the death music box. I used to be very familiar with this item back when I lingered in the Underworld. Back then, I thought it was a piece of junk. Who would have thought there were lunatics in this world who would use it in such an audacious way? The person lowered their eyelashes, observing the crowd below, silently evaluating. Rumors say Isaac Ivanov is a dogmatic and conservative guy, and no one is willing to risk their lives for him. But it turns out he tolerates his subordinates gambling with their lives. These people must have all lost their minds. Carrie Rona bit her lip tightly as she observed the battle, daring to go big and use that item in an open space during a life-or-death mission on the 7th floor of an A+ ranked dungeon. No sane person would joke with death like that. Amidst the wild vegetation, thick gray smoke billowed up, covering the sky. Park Young-won wiped away the sweat drenching his forehead, silently cursing, "That psychopath Isaac Ivanov, so he dragged me along just to witness this horror show." He swept his gaze over the crowd, letting out a long sigh that was truly a stroll through the gates of hell. Lee Jin-ah's eyes gleamed with joy. He grinned widely. "This is the reward for being tortured to death, right?" Kim Woojin turned his gaze toward him, the corners of his lips curling into a gentle smile. Then he suddenly looked away, letting out a sigh. What a pity. Glancing over the scoreboard, Kim Woojin clicked his tongue. Our score completely overpowers the rest of them. Cho Sung-gu angrily scratched his head. That detestable Isaac Ivanov, does he treat us as his entertainment? Kim Woojin raised both hands in an apologetic gesture. I'm truly embarrassed. I originally set up this bet just to slightly boost everyone's morale. Carrie Rona shot daggers at him. Kim Woojin added dryly, who knew I'd accidentally take first place. The young man rubbed the treasure in his hands, beaming, but fair is fair. I promise to dedicate this item to a useful cause. Suddenly, Kim Woojin's eyes narrowed sharply. His gaze was inadvertently glued to an ancient shield mixed among the spoils. Kim Woojin was secretly startled. Could this be the cursed shield of Galahad? He calculated endlessly, scoring a rare piece of equipment from the Knights of the Round Table's collection. What incredible luck! But I need to study its substats carefully first. System panel displayed the text, Galahad's Shield, legendary rank. A treasure of the Knight of the Round Table Galahad, also known as the Cursed Shield, ready to bring disaster upon anyone who harbors greed for the holy relic, forcing them to suffer a tragic end. Active skill, spreads a curse within a 3-meter radius, draining 5% of enemies' vitality per second. Note, the wielder also suffers the exact same effect. Kim Woojin clicked his tongue and thought, this thing is clearly a tool for slaughter. What kind of defense is this? Using it might even lead to self-destruction. Suddenly, an interrupting voice rang out, wait a minute. Kim Woojin slowly turned toward the source of the sound. Ogong frowned and objected, this bet is cancelled. Kim Woojin slammed the shield onto the ground, raising an eyebrow. Cancelled. Is there some hidden issue? Ogong stammered, the monsters that were supposed to be our prey. He suddenly raised his voice, suddenly flocked all towards the Savior Guild. What is the meaning of this? Ogong grumbled while pointing his chin at the other factions. Even the Messiah Guild faced the same situation. Not to mention the Great One Guild. And also Frontier, Victory, every guild got their kills snatched, right? He added with a snort, how can playing a snatching game like that be called fair competition? Kim Woojin still calmly replied to Ogong, snatched, is gathering monsters in one place a crime? I simply activated an item with a taunt feature. Is there any rule against that? He waved his hand lightly, all right, a wide area item that breaks the map, yeah, you could call that playing dirty. But, suddenly Kim Woojin's voice dropped menacingly, let me ask you all a question, with the overwhelming horde of monsters summoned by the item's effect. He drilled his gaze deep into Ogong. Among everyone standing here, is there any guild capable of handling that sweep? Kim Woojin curled his lips into a sarcastic smile, tell me, is there or not? That razor-sharp question instantly sealed the mouths of all those trying to complain. Looking at the crowd's ashen faces, Kim Woojin leisurely clapped his hands together with a smack. He swiped his hand to open a virtual interface panel, smiling casually. "Therefore, I sincerely apologize. I really didn't foresee forcing everyone into a tough spot. Please don't be too tense." Immediately, a series of dazzling notification panels simultaneously appeared in front of everyone present. The crowd widened their eyes, holding their breath as they focused on the text. The brilliant content appeared. Report: all Guardians have been purged. The 10-day survival quest has officially been forced to end early within 4 days. The path leading to the next floor has been unlocked. People began to murmur and discuss. What is this? A survival quest can be forced to end early. I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've seen such a magical trick. The crowd buzzed noisily. Did we clear the stage? This is terrifying. We really only survived by riding Isaac Ivanov's coattails. If we relied on ourselves, we could only dream of doing this. On the horizon, a giant portal began to emit a brilliant light. Kim Woojin brushed past Ogong, dropping a light sentence, "So consider all the spoils of this round entirely mine." He placed his hand on the rippling surface of the portal. Kim Woojin looked back at the crowd, loudly announcing, "Get ready to head to the next floor." An arrogant smile bloomed on his lips as he pushed open the spatial door. A blurry, mysterious figure appeared behind the blinding screen of light. Francois Chero stared thoughtfully at the golden sand beneath his heels. He bent down and scooped up a handful of fine sand, only to let the tiny grains be carried away by the wind. Francois Chero reminisced, muttering, just a few years ago, this land was still a globally renowned cradle of wine. Sweeping his gaze across the arid desert, he felt a pang of sorrow. How did it become so ruined now? Robert approached, carefully speaking up. "How long do you plan to linger here, sir?" Francois Chero smacked his lips. "Until when? Let's see, I'm quite unsure myself." He cast his gaze into the endless void, after clearing the path to offer the portal to that awful guy. "The only thing I can do right now is stay rooted here as a reluctant spectator." Francois Chero turned to Robert. "Feels suffocating, doesn't it?" The kind old butler replied, "Do not torment yourself, sir. You have dedicated everything you could." He comforted further, "By dispatching the Messiah Guild's core team in there, sooner or later your efforts will bear sweet fruit." Robert continued awkwardly, "The day will come when the public understands your hardships." But Francois Chero suddenly brushed it off. "That's not what I meant." He clenched his hands until his knuckles turned white, sighing, "Right now, even I am lost in my own thoughts." Francois Chero slowly recalled, a few years ago, a Korean guest requested an audience. If only I had put aside all my busy affairs back then to fly to Korea and meet that person. He exclaimed bitterly, then perhaps the one stepping into that place, tossing aside this entire mask of fake saintliness. Francois Chero mocked himself, "Wouldn't be Lee Sejun but me. That crazy thought has been clinging to me this whole time." He concluded sourly, "Ultimately, I'm just a bird of the same feather as those people, a hypocrite wearing a dazzling cloak." Robert stood in silence, observing his master. Then the old man firmly rejected it. "Not at all, what you are thinking is completely absurd." He affirmed solidly, "I have fought alongside you for all these years. I am confident you would never become as corrupt as them." Robert emphasized every word. "No matter what you decide in the future, the flow of time and this world will naturally vindicate your heart." Francois Chero chose to remain silent, leaving only a faint smile on his lips. A+ ranked dungeon in the UK, 7th floor. Dungeon floor 2. Dungeon floor 3. Dungeon floor 4. Dungeon floor 5. The door connecting to the next area has been unlocked. All personnel simultaneously gathered around the glowing halo of the teleportation portal. Cho Sung-gu stood rooted right near the entrance. He discreetly glanced behind his back. Catching his eye was Kim Woojin with his arms crossed, flashing a smile full of hidden meaning at him. Cho Sung-gu clicked his tongue lightly, smacking his lips in a show of frustration. The scene shifted to a sand-covered cave. Ogong spoke up, "At this pace, we'll finish clearing the 5th floor by tomorrow morning. Is everyone clear on that?" He pressed on, "This temporary alliance charade with Isaac Ivanov will only last for one more floor before the curtains fall. After that, what's your plan?" He suspiciously reconfirmed, "Once we climb to the 7th floor, everyone will turn around and launch an all-out attack to take down Isaac Ivanov just like the original deal, right?" Carrie Rona parted her lips to speak, but then swallowed her words. Cho Sung-gu rested his chin on his hand, falling deep into thought. Both Jay Jackson and Ellis Hitton maintained a suspiciously quiet attitude. Ogong flared up and yelled, "Why are you all as mute as clams?" He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, so annoying. I knew these cowards would go back on their word. Carrie Rona sighed and analyzed, reevaluating the current strength of the Savior Guild, relying solely on our remnants. It'll be hard to pull out this thorn named Isaac Ivanov. Cho Sung-gu nodded in agreement. She has a point. Even if we're lucky enough to send Isaac Ivanov to his grave, the price we'd have to pay for it is beyond imagination. He continued arguing furthermore. We don't even fully know what kind of beast the obstacle on the 7th floor is. Cho Sung-gu frowned and retorted, "Don't tell me we all have to be buried in this hellhole just for Isaac Ivanov's single life." Ogong was left speechless, forced to swallow his anger and didn't utter another word. Tough on the outside as he was, but Cho Sung-gu's inner thoughts were churning violently. He warned himself, if we can clear out Isaac right here, it would be perfect. If not, tearing off his mask to find his weakness isn't a bad move either. All deeply immersed in his calculations, Cho Sung-gu pushed with all his might to thrust open the boundary portal, the most crucial thing. He calculated in his head, is to keep this worthless life of mine and make it back. The system panel glowed red with a warning line, defeat the final boss to open the path to the next area. All eyes fixed tensely on those words. Suddenly, a howling hurricane carrying a sandstorm whipped directly into the crowd. Everyone hurriedly brought their hands up to shield their faces. Cho Sung-gu panicked inwardly, this script is completely wrong. Carrie Rona trembled, muttering, why is it like this? Looming right before their eyes was a colossal creature with brilliant red scales, spreading its giant wings as it slowly landed on the ground. It threw its head back and unleashed a tyrannical roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth. Countless questions popped into their heads. A dragon is clearly the boss of the 7th floor. Why is it blocking the path in this place? In stark contrast to the crowd's commotion, Kim Woojin just clasped his hands behind his back, leisurely observing the massive creature. Ogong broke out in a cold sweat. We're totally screwed. Who has the energy to plot an assassination on Isaac now? We've barely dragged ourselves to the 6th floor, and a fire dragon has already made its debut like this. He stealthily glanced at the young man, a dark scheme flashing through his mind. Wait a minute. This situation might actually be a golden opportunity. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. Borrowing the fire dragon's power to whittle down Isaac Ivanov's vitality isn't a bad idea at all. Suddenly being questioned by Kim Woojin turning to him, what are you muttering about? Ogong startled, waving his hands with a fake smile. Nothing, you should quickly head to the front lines and open fire. He threw him a look of extreme contempt. What? So you guys are just going to stand there and watch? Ogong hastily covered it up. Of course we are also setting up our formation. You just go ahead and boldly pave the way. Kim Woojin smirked slightly. The messy thoughts in these people's heads are written all over their faces, so predictable. He silently evaluated. Anyone who crawls in here harbors dreams of becoming a supreme ruler. Kim Woojin shook his head in disgust, hovering on the boundary of life and death, yet constantly fixating on protecting personal interests. Where would they get the ticket to survive? He secretly envisioned getting past this hurdle on the 6th floor. Ahead lay countless terrifying nightmares, setting traps and waiting to strike. Kim Woojin calmly strode straight toward the fire dragon. Only he and Li Jin dared to step out of the formation, while the grunts in the back could only stare wide-eyed and watch the show. Activating the Book of the Dead. An ancient tome, radiating a soft glow, sat obediently in the palm of Kim Woojin's hand. Li Jin rubbed his hands in delight. We finally have a chance to test out the hot stuff, right? He nodded calmly, yeah. The Book of the Dead activated the ability to summon the Death Knight. The Book of the Dead awakened the skeleton army. A pitch-black miasma surged out, engulfing the mysterious ancient tome. In a flash, a blood-stained cloak fluttered into existence midair. The Death Knight gracefully dropped to one knee, expressing absolute loyalty to Kim Woojin. A booming voice rang out, your servant will obey all your commands. Li Jin stood nearby, his eyes crossed and jaw dropping as he muttered, what the hell is this? Something from the Underworld can speak human language and even has independent thought. Kim Woojin smiled slightly, here is your first directive. He jerked his chin toward the red-scaled dragon, boldly giving the order, "Use that giant lizard as target practice." Kim Woojin leisurely continued, "Unleash all your power, let me see what you can pull off before you return." The Death Knight's empty eye sockets flared with a brutal flame. Suddenly, a dry voice interrupted, "Hold on a moment." Kim Woojin turned around curiously. The towering figure of the Lick appeared right in his line of sight. He twisted his body and asked his master, "O Necromancer, then what is my job?" Kim Woojin answered indifferently, "You just stand on the sidelines and catch the breeze for now." Pointing at the Death Knight, he explained, "Today's arena is a solo performance for that guy." The Death Knight angrily stomped his armored heel, turning to yell, "You insolent mage, who do you think you are to use such a disrespectful attitude to converse with the master?" The Lick, furious, delivered a resounding thwack to the Death Knight's skull, roaring, "Speaking nonsense, does a patchwork creature like you have the right to lecture me?" Li Jin Ah stood on the sidelines, scratching his head and ears. Are these two comedians putting on a circus act? Kim Woojin stroked his chin, his eyes deep in thought. Observing the verbal spat between his two summons, he silently evaluated. Its true eye expected them to absorb some essence from the items, but spawning two completely independent lifeforms like this exceeds expectations a bit. Kim Woojin calculated in his head. But come to think of it, it's a bit regrettable. According to the script, one of these two should have taken the primal form of a Death Knight, meaning a skeleton knight to be picture-perfect. Suddenly Li Jin Ah poked his finger. "Isaac Ivanov, how long are you going to indulge their comedy act? Those other factions have started firing away." Rolling his eyes toward the front line, the fire dragon was thrashing wildly, dust and smoke billowing thickly beneath its massive scales. Carrie Rona shouted commands until her throat was hoarse. "Pin it down to the ground quickly. Absolutely do not let it take off and launch an aerial strike." A series of ice element magic arrays were deployed to freeze the evil dragon's legs. Countless thorny vines tore through the earth, tightly binding its massive body. All formations focused their entire firepower to bombard the blazing red creature. Ellis Hitton, after unleashing a barrage of skills, also had to retreat to the rear to catch her breath. Her chest heaved violently from exhaustion. Suddenly Jay screamed in panic, "Focus, Ellis Hitton." She turned her head to look at him in a daze, completely oblivious to the fact that the fire dragon's giant tail was swinging up, preparing to lash out. The moment Ellis Hitton snapped out of it and turned her face back, the dark shadow of the tail had already covered her entire field of vision. A deafening sound of impact erupted, followed by flying dirt and rocks. Ellis Hitton squeezed her eyes shut in terror, waiting for death. But feeling no pain, she breathlessly cracked her eyes open and was stunned by the sight before her. Jay had rushed out just in time, using a sturdy shield to block the fatal blow. Ellis Hitton stammered, "What is this?" He broke a sweat and grumbled, "You almost went to the afterlife just now." She clumsily poked her head out from the crater. Scanning the surroundings, the other members were groaning and crawling all over the ground. Carrie Rona gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. "So annoying, we can't even scrape off a single one of its scales." Wideria healing magic was immediately activated. The magic halo enveloped all the fallen soldiers. The Allied forces' health bars were quickly replenished. Regaining their morale, the crowd screamed and charged back in to tear at the fire dragon. The dragon glared, with its yellow pupils at the bugs swarming around it. Wave after wave of guild charges fiercely hacked their weapons against its sturdy scales. Dazzling bursts of sword aura madly descended upon the beast's body. With just a mighty shake of its head, the fire dragon sent dozens of clingers flying tens of meters away. Cho Sung-gu somersaulted a few times and landed gracefully. He clenched his jaw in frustration. That full-force strike from earlier didn't do a thing. A teammate standing nearby anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Cho Sung-gu grimaced and waved his hand, "Just some minor injuries. I can still bear it." Suddenly, a fiery red sea of flames crashed down from above like a storm. His pupils contracted violently before the sea of fire. When the flames gradually faded, the scene was left with only dense black ashes swirling blindly in the wind. From the backlines, Ogong roared, "Hey friend from the Messiah Guild, it's best to pull your troops back a beat." Cho Sung-gu, trembling with anger, retorted, "Pull back my ass." He glared back and shouted right in his face, "The game has come to this point, and you're still spouting those cowardly words." He clumsily justified himself, "Charging head-on like this is just throwing our lives away. Let's spread out the formation and use guerrilla tactics to probe for its weak spot first. Cho Sung-gu bellowed, "Stop with the stupid advice. Seize the chance while it hasn't taken off to fight to the death. If it spreads its wings and soars into the sky, more than half the forces here will just have to crane their necks and watch a documentary." Ogong stammered, intending to object, but Cho Sung-gu pressed the tip of his sword against his neck and threatened, "If you dare to take one step back, I'll send you to the grave before that lizard does, remember that." He gritted his teeth and added, "Cast that old Isaac Ivanov aside, whatever schemes you want to plot, save your dog life to get out of here first." Ogong, trembling, used 2 fingers to push the sword tip away, speaking in a placating tone, "All right, I understand, put your toy away first." Inwardly he cursed with resentment, this crazy bastard is beyond saving. Suddenly a black shadow zipped past their flanks at a wind-tearing speed. Ogong widened his eyes, staring after the Death Knight's back in complete bewilderment. The black-clad fiend activated the ultimate skill, Chains of Death. He plunged the end of the chain into the hard ground. Swinging the heavy iron chain, the Death Knight whipped a powerful arc into the air. Witnessing this eerie scene, both Cho Sung-gu and Ogong stood frozen, biting their tongues. The Death Knight released his grip, the iron chain tearing through the wind like a venomous snake darting straight ahead. It accurately tightened around the fire dragon's long, slender neck. A brilliant, blazing orange aura transferred from his hand along the length of the chain. The exact moment the orange light turned blood red, the Death Knight braced himself and delivered an earth-shattering yank. The dragon's throat was instantly locked tight to the point of suffocation. The spiked chain links ground deep into the hard scales, squeezing out drops of dark red blood. Ogong dropped his jaw and mumbled, "This is insane. What kind of lion dance is he performing?" Choked at the throat, the massive creature raged, opening its maw to spew fire. Glued to the Death Knight's every movement, Ogong racked his brain wondering, what on earth is he planning with this nonsense? He guessed in dismay, could it be he intends to single-handedly wrestle that monster? He muttered in disbelief, and even expecting to control it, truly an illusion of grandeur. Carrie Rona turned her head and shouted, "What are you still standing there like idiots for?" She continued to scream, "Anyone whose health is full, grab your weapons and keep fighting." The army seemed to snap awake, simultaneously rushing up to rain fire element magic straight onto the evil dragon. An earth-shattering flash of fire exploded right above the creature's head. Cho Sung-gu waved his hand, rallying, "Our brothers, let's swarm in too." Ogong frantically tried to stop him, "Wait, take it easy." He paused for a beat, frowning as he weighed the pros and cons. But then he begrudgingly drew his sword and rushed in, grumbling, "Truly bringing a disaster upon ourselves." The scene ahead was swallowed by a thick screen of gray smoke. Piercing through the blinding dust, a deadly beam of light tore apart the mist. The evil dragon spat out a ferocious pillar of fire, blowing away all obstacles and sweeping straight toward the remnants. The blazing flames swooped down, incinerating everything on the surface of the earth. Ogong ran for his life, clumsily dodging the encirclement of death. Running and gasping, he's using the barbecue roasting move again. He tumbled a few times, with great difficulty, to preserve his life. Eyeing the scorched black land, Ogong warned himself, clearly, charging in to attack like this is no different from offering our bodies as sacrifices. Not realizing his robes had caught fire at some point, Ogong jumped up and violently patted himself down. "It's burning, I'm on fire, it's so hot." Despite the tragic scene unfolding, the dragon still refused to let go, frantically spraying fireballs toward its prey. Suddenly, its blazing eyes widened to their limits in astonishment. Because the Death Knight had leaped and landed neatly right on top of its head, his hand gripping tightly onto the divine chain. The black-clad knight expertly spun his gleaming greatsword, then channeled all his power and plunged it straight into the middle of the monster's forehead. A heart-rending roar echoed throughout the space. Right after the fatal blow, the Death Knight kicked off and flipped backward, smoothly leaving the top of his prey's head. On the ground, Kim Woojin and Lee Jin-ah were watching closely. He nodded to himself smugly, exactly as expected. Kim Woojin pieced the puzzle together in his head, blinding one eye to rob its vision, turning it into a deadly blind spot to easily hide in. He nodded in satisfaction, casually crippling its flying wings as well. Kim Woojin drew a sly smile from ear to ear, secretly praising, "Wow, picked up my sinister nature without me even noticing." Cutting through his thoughts, the lick boomed out, "O Necromancer." He asked impatiently, "How long must we play the role of spectators? The army from the realm of the dead is itching to get out on the field." He laughed heartily. "If you didn't mention it, I was about to press the stop button on the capability test anyway. It's time to clean up that hybrid lizard." The lick and the skeleton army roared fiercely in unison, their aura reaching the heavens. As dawn broke, Li Jin-ah panted heavily, dropping completely to one knee, having to plant his sword as a prop just to stay upright. Not far away, Cho Sung-gu was also completely limp, groaning and complaining out of breath, finally finished it off. Li Jin-ah wiped the sour streak of sweat across his forehead, shuddering as he exclaimed, "Fighting one battle shortened my life by 10 years. The evil dragon was completely subdued, its corpse exposed on the ground. However, all around it, the remnants of the guilds were also scattered, unable to move an inch." Kim Woojin slowly walked over and caressed the now cold scales, silently evaluating. The level of an adult dragon truly leaves those puny hatchlings in the dust. Even though the 5 great guilds exhausted all their strength ganging up on it. But the chipping damage only amounted to this measly threshold. Snapping his train of thought, Cho Sung-gu suddenly stomped his heel to signal for attention. Li Jin-ah frowned, wondering, what trick is this crowd planning now as they flock over here? Cho Sung-gu cleared his throat, "There's a problem." Kim Woojin retorted indifferently, "What problem?" The other side explained with a serious face, "The challenge on the 7th floor will definitely be many times more brutal than this monster." Cho Sung-gu cautiously beat around the bush. "Unfortunately, our side has already suffered overly heavy casualties." He narrowed his eyes coldly, "What does that have to do with me?" He swallowed his saliva and proposed, "I hope the Savior Guild can share some personnel with the other guilds to re-establish our formations. With your skeleton summoning ability, your military strength over there will certainly be more than enough to handle things." Kim Woojin rubbed his chin, his mind racing, using an excuse to divide the Savior Guild's strength upon stepping onto the 7th floor. Li Jin-ah sniffed out something fishy, muttering inwardly, "What kind of bad bait did the Messiah Guild's top brass swallow to suddenly act up like this?" An arrogant smirk crossed his lips as he evaluated inwardly, "This scenario seems quite intriguing." Kim Woojin shrugged cheerfully, approved, "I'll send people over to help." Cho Sung-gu looked dumbfounded, "What? That easy?" Cho Sung-gu eagerly flattered him, "You are indeed as generous as the rumors say." But before he could finish, Kim Woojin raised a hand to stop him. "In return, I have a small rule." Cho Sung-gu turned pale and hastily asked, "What other demands now, boss?" He snapped his fingers and gently declared, "Divide the entire force into 2 paths. I, the Spaz faction, and the Messiah Guild will be in the same boat." Cho Sung-gu stared wide-eyed, jaw dropped, "Are you kidding me?" Kim Woojin leisurely added, "The remaining personnel will be fully assigned to the other team." Cho Sung-gu's brain worked in overdrive. What kind of crazy scheme is this, willingly walking into the tiger's mouth? He secretly flashed a sly smile, "If the prey is delivering itself to the doorstep, then I might as well tweak the script a bit." Cho Sung-gu stepped forward, reaching out a hand, and asked with a tilted chin, "Locking the deal like this, you won't regret it, right?" 2 hands quickly gripped tightly to seal the deal. Kim Woojin responded with a radiant smile, full of a superior's demeanor. Cho Sung-gu grinned broadly and laughed, "Your request is approved." The crowd surged forward, surrounding the flashing spatial gate. Park Yong-won stood apart, his eyes scrutinizing every movement around him. Sakura walked past, stopped, and turned back with a condescending tilt of her chin. "What's wrong? If you're stammering about something, just spit it out." He growled, "Can you sniff out what Isaac Ivanov is plotting?" She retorted indifferently, "At this point, what's the use of worrying about that?" Sakura pointed straight at the glowing gate. "It's still unclear what kind of hell lies behind that door. What's the point of having the free time to dig into Isaac Ivanov's mind?" Park Yong-won snapped back irritably, "For what? Should we just close our eyes and leave everything to the crazy orders he hands down?" He harshly twisted his words, "Do you plan to obey him blindly like a puppet?" Sakura suddenly got flustered that, well, Park Yong-won didn't let it go, pressing on, the ulterior motive behind Isaac Ivanov splitting the formation. He hit the nail on the head. Other than preparing an escape route to use us as meat shields in an emergency, is there any other reason? Those sharp words were like a bucket of cold water thrown straight at Sakura's face, making her flinch. Sakura whipped her head towards Kim Woojin's silhouette, her mind constantly struggling. Could it be that guy Isaac Ivanov? Her eyes locked onto the proud back of the young man. Groups of people trailed after each other, stepping into the spatial light zone. Cho Sung-gu's footsteps suddenly halted. He slowly turned his head to look back at the world behind him. In return, he received a highly mysterious smirk from Kim Woojin. Cho Sung-gu turned his face away, the corners of his lips also pulling up into an equally sinister smile. Then he took a decisive stride, vanishing into the blinding halo. The screen shifted to a barren scene, leaving only the duo Kim Woojin and Lee Jin-ah. The big guy spoke up. They've all completely climbed up to the upper floor. Lee Jin-ah darted his eyes around and urged, "It's totally deserted now. Hurry up and pack our gear so we can bounce." He let out a faint laugh. "Hold on, we still have one magic trick left unperformed down here." The guy scratched his head blankly. What magic trick? Lee Jin-ah stared bug-eyed as Kim Woojin slowly approached the massive fire dragon corpse. The young man unhurriedly pressed his bare hand against the freezing dragon scales. Lee Jin-ah had a bad premonition, his eyes widening as he stammered, "Oh man, don't tell me you're planning to use that move." Kim Woojin simply glanced back quietly at his best friend, tossing back a bright smile in place of an answer. His brain worked at full capacity, secretly recalling, back when testing it on the golden snake, because the skill level was still trash, he suffered a backlash and tasted defeat. When he snagged the puny dragon hatchling, he had to bite the bullet and skip it to get materials for forging equipment. Kim Woojin smirked in satisfaction. Today the time, place, and people are in perfect harmony. Finally there's a chance to go all out. Activated the skill to summon skeleton soldiers. The chunks of scaly flesh on the giant beast's corpse quickly rotted away, exposing a set of razor-sharp stark white bones. Lee Jin-ah stood with his mouth agape, his eyeballs looking like they were about to pop out of their sockets at the surreal event. The massive skeletal system was immediately enveloped by a dense dark aura. The bone dragon summoning was a resounding success. The evil dragon now revived in the form of a dry bone tyrant, exuding a terrifying pressure. With just a spread of its tattered wings, it kicked up a hurricane, blowing away every speck of dust in the surrounding radius. Kim Woojin nodded in praise. Its outward appearance looks quite pleasing to the eye. The bone dragon's entire body ceaselessly emitted a hauntingly dark smoke. Lee Jin-ah was so shocked he stuttered, "Is this actually for real?" The scene shifted to the dragon territory on the highest floor. Someone spoke up, "We've finally reached the peak. Quick, pull yourselves together because the enemy could show up at any moment." The group constantly reminded each other to absolutely not let their guard down. A sudden gale swept through, making sand and dust fly blindingly. Ellis Hitton gripped the bow in her hand tightly, telling herself the decisive moment had arrived. Suddenly, a heavy footstep crashed onto the ground. She blinked in astonishment. Ellis Hitton muttered in her head, "That giant shadow doesn't look like a dragon at all, no matter how you look at it." Fee slowly stepped out of the hazy dust with an extremely overwhelming presence. He plunged his greatsword firmly into the ground. Ellis Hitton immediately condensed her flames. She charged forward while thinking to herself that even though the situation had veered off track a bit. But if the opponent isn't a dragon, there's no way it could make her back down. The stream of scorching fire shot out from her hand, aimed straight at Fee's position. Ellis Hitton turned her head back and yelled, "Snap out of it, you guys. What are you doing just standing there? Hurry up and attack." The system transmitted an alarm. "The Master of Excalibur has locked their killing intent onto you." Fee just lightly flicked his sword, completely shattering the engulfing firestorm, his body remaining totally unscathed. Ellis Hitton broke out in a cold sweat, wondering where on earth Excalibur came from. The notification panel flashed again. "The wielder of Excalibur officially enters the battle. All power stats of the enemy faction instantly vanish by 25%. She stood rooted to the spot, her mind spinning, not understanding a single thing. Suddenly, Ellis Hitton widened her eyes, her face going blank. Fee had loomed right next to her without her noticing, raising his sword high, ready to cleave down. Ellis Hitton squeezed her eyes shut, giving up and groaning inwardly, "It's over. Is my life drawing its curtains here?" A deafening clang suddenly erupted. She peeked through her eyelashes, observing timidly. A back with radiant blonde hair fluttering in the wind was standing firmly, blocking in front of Ellis Hitton. That hero saving the beauty was none other than Kim Woojin. He had just used his shield to block Fee's lethal slash. A A flash of astonishment gleamed in his eyes. On the contrary, Kim Woojin's face right now was as cold as an iceberg. The sword resting in Kim Woojin's hand suddenly flared with a blinding light. Riding the momentum, he swung his sword powerfully forward, forcing Fee to step back. The system panel updated. The Master of Excalibur has confirmed the target. Those who dare to oppose the Holy Sword will have 25% of their power deducted. Right at this moment, the ring resting on Kim Woojin's finger vanished into thin air. He frowned, wondering about his piece of jewelry. The system immediately provided an answer. King Arthur's ring is creating an intense resonance with Excalibur. Suddenly, the sword in Fee's hand vibrated violently. The stat reduction process has been neutralized. Kim Woojin was deep in thought. Why did the name Excalibur awaken fragments of memories from his past life? He muttered calculations. If his memory wasn't betraying him, the time when Arthur shows up is still quite far from the present. Around the time the dragon hunter was swinging the bombing sword, he himself had narrowly escaped a meeting with the grim Reaper countless times under the blade of the dragon knight wielding Excalibur. Kim Woojin reminisced about the moment he cleared the dungeon and seized the holy sword in the past. How the hell did such a dumbfounding problem happen? The Kim Woojin of those days was completely powerless in activating the power of Excalibur. He lowered his eyes to look at the spot where the ring had just vanished, quietly evaluating, so it turns out the root cause lies here. Could it be that King Arthur's relic is the exact required puzzle piece for that sword to acknowledge its master? Returning to reality, Fee was gripping his weapon, radiating an oppressive aura to test his strength against Kim Woojin. He ground his teeth, his face seething with murderous intent. Fee leaped up, charging furiously towards Kim Woojin. He chopped his sword down, but Kim Woojin calmly brought out his shield to neutralize it. He used the same old trick, using his other hand to hold his sword and launch a counterattack. The pressure blasted him sliding backward. Fee, startled, hurriedly looking back over his shoulder. That group of people also flew up in unison, aiming straight at him to slash. Fee had no choice but to raise his sword horizontally above his head to take on 3 sword tips crashing down at the same time. An ear-piercing explosion echoed across that corner of the sky. Those 3 immediately bounced far back to keep their distance. Cho Sung-gu smirked. Seems like he's not that tough a bone to chew. The system interface flashed. The wielder of Excalibur has put you in their crosshairs. In a blink, Fee dashed forward, swinging his blade to sweep straight at the other 2. He continued lunging like a moth to flame towards Cho Sung-gu. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, but that unlucky weapon was instantly chopped in half and shattered by his blade. Pieces of steel scattered everywhere, leaving Cho Sung-gu stunned. He looked up at the sky in panic. Fee's blade was already waiting to cleave his head. Once again, the savior Kim Woojin arrived just in time, raising his shield to save Cho Sung-gu's life and knocking Fee back. He had to stab his sword into the ground, dragging it for a long distance just to hit the brakes. Kim Woojin calmly spoke up, "Leave the defense to me." He instructed him to focus purely on the attacking part. At the same time, Cho Sung-gu's weapon suddenly restored to its original state. From afar, Lee Jin-ah shrieked loudly, "Hey Isaac Ivanov, how are we supposed to survive over here?" Kim Woojin looked back and instructed, "While he and I stall this guy. You lead everyone to clean up the mess up there." Carrie Rona asked back blankly, "Where is up there?" Lee Jin-ah tilted his head to the sky and grumbled, "What the heck are you saying? Is treasure falling from the clouds or something?" Right after that, his eyes rolled back in pure terror. From the highest clouds, a gigantic fireball was hurtling down with a roar. Carrie Rona snapped, "Don't just stand there dazed, hurry up and put up a barrier." The mage formation immediately waved their staffs and chanted. A solid defensive layer was cast out above their heads. Ellis Hitton stammered, "Hold on, don't tell me that monstrous thing is." The fireball slammed down hard. Its destructive power was truly beyond imagination. Even with the protective barrier, the shockwave still blasted countless people sprawling out in all directions. A pitch-black curtain of smoke swiftly swallowed up the entire area. A while later, the wind dispersed the blind dust, exposing a desolate scene with bodies lying everywhere. Ellis Hitton pushed herself up with effort, coughing in fits. Suddenly, her face contorted in extreme terror. Hidden deep within the fog was the massive silhouette of a creature belonging to the dragon species. It threw its head back and roared, generating a tornado that blew away all the lingering ash. The system screamed, "The dungeon boss Black Dragon has descended, toxic gas is enveloping the battlefield, the players' health bars are starting to drop." Kim Woojin and Cho Sung-gu stood shoulder to shoulder, coldly observing the beast. Cho Sung-gu smirked calculatingly. As expected, the final boss is a completely different league of power. Now my brain has finally clicked into gear. From the very first moment, that Dragon Knight was never the intended target. Cho Sung-gu glared at the monster in the distance, secretly assessing the situation. He mapped out a scheme, so while I stay here with Isaac Ivanov to stall for time, the remnants on the other side will be forced to launch an all-out assault with everything they've got. Cho Sung-gu shot a sideways glance at Kim Woojin. He revealed an incredibly sly smile, thinking to himself, standing so carelessly like this, his back is completely full of openings. Cho Sung-gu gripped his sword hilt tightly, silently declaring a death sentence. Isaac Ivanov, just try to wait a tiny bit longer. He told himself, once this sweep is over, I'll throw in a heart-piercing stab from behind as a bonus. Cho Sung-gu dashed up, slashing frantically at Fi. Kim Woojin quietly observed that performance, the corners of his lips suddenly drawing a faint smile. He also joined the fray with a blazing fighting spirit. On the other battlefront, the Black Dragon was displaying its authority before the crowd. Everyone yelled, rallying each other to charge in and make mincemeat out of this flying lizard. The Black Dragon instantly spewed out a hellfire stream that scorched everything. Li Jin-ah turned his head back in sheer panic. The deadly flames had wiped out a substantial number of unlucky players. Sakura whipped around and scolded Park Yang-won relentlessly. After that, the two of them bolted out of there like their lives depended on it. Back to Kim Woojin, he was still diligently wielding his shield to parry Fi's vicious attacks. Cho Sung-gu was also pretending to give his absolute all to fight by his side. He eagerly lunged in to attack the knight. The sharp clashing sounds of weapons echoed continuously. A while later, the mournful roar of the Black Dragon tore through the atmosphere. Eventually, the massive beast had to fall. The system notification popped up. The dungeon boss has been completely eliminated. Li Jin-ah whistled, gotta admit they work pretty fast. The crowd instantly jumped for joy, cheering to celebrate the victory. Carrie Rona hurriedly spoke up to correct them. Hold your cheers, before we slip out of here, remember to carry the wounded too. Park Yang-won rolled his eyes assessing the situation, muttering, the surviving numbers probably dropped by half. He turned and whispered to Sakura, rest and gather your strength, later we still have to discuss splitting the loot. She nodded, of course, it's an A+-ranked dungeon with a whole 7 floors, the dropped items are bound to be top tier. Park Yang-won calculated silently, the fewer people sitting at the banquet, the fuller my portion will be. Just stripping the skin and scraping the bones of that dragon corpse alone is enough for him to rake in billions. Park Yang-won then wondered, but when splitting things up, Isaac Ivanov has to be the figurehead anyway, so where the hell did he disappear to now? In another corner, Kim Woojin and Cho Sung-gu were still tangled up with Fi. He still stood tall like a monument, while Cho Sung-gu was panting heavily, collapsing onto the ground. Kim Woojin stared intently at the enemy with flat, emotionless eyes. His entire body emanated a bizarre, pitch-black smoke. Kim Woojin slowly walked closer to where he was. He stated blankly, although it took a bit of effort, this beating was well worth the money. Fi stood completely motionless, his body gradually fading into nothingness. The very moment Kim Woojin's fingers touched the sword hilt, his physical form completely evaporated into dust. The system panel flashed. King Arthur's relic has merged into one with Excalibur. The ring on Kim Woojin's hand emitted a radiant halo. The system's tone announced, sending congratulations, you have officially mastered Excalibur. He lifted the holy sword up high, holding it firmly in his hand alongside the sturdy shield. Kim Woojin caressed the blade, thinking to himself, a weapon of this caliber is truly fitting for someone parading around as a fake savior to wield. The screen displayed, you are the first person in the world to clear the hidden quest regarding the legend of King Arthur. The special effect Master of Camelot has been activated. The cooldown time for the skills Gawain's Necklace and Sun's Blessing is completely removed. Your allies will get to share the effect from the skill Lancelot's Responsibility. The mana recovery from Merlin's staff is doubled. the piercing power of Percival's spear is doubled, and the destructive force from the thunder punch on Galahad's shield is also doubled. Cho Sung-gu staggered to his feet, leaning on his hands, staring fixedly at Kim Woojin's back. The level-up chimes rang loudly. His lips slightly curved into a thoroughly satisfied smile. Suddenly, Kim Woojin's eyes bulged out, bloodshot veins visibly popping up. A freezing cold sword tip had just pierced through his chest from behind. Drops of foul blood dripped down onto the cold ground. Cho Sung-gu broke into a triumphant smile, fully exposing his despicable nature. He ruthlessly yanked the blade out. Kim Woojin lost his balance, falling face-first into the dirt. Cho Sung-gu laughed uproariously and scolded, "What an incurable idiot." He shouted loudly, "Weren't you taught that the most dangerous boss always hides behind your back?" But before he could finish gloating, Cho Sung-gu felt a sudden flare of flesh-tearing pain. He looked down. His abdomen had been slashed open with a deep gash since who knows when. Cho Sung-gu clutched his stomach and collapsed to his knees. He panicked and darted his eyes searching around, his mind in chaos. Clearly the only ones around here were me and that bastard Isaac Ivanov. Cho Sung-gu yelled frantically, "What the hell is this?" A dark shadow suddenly emerged from nowhere, replying sarcastically, "What the hell, you got led by the nose, what else?" Johann Georg slowly pulled down his hood and sneered, "You idiot, a piece of mold like you had the delusion of having a chance to take Lord Isaac Ivanov's life." Cho Sung-gu stared bug-eyed, "How are you still breathing?" He turned his neck back, horrified upon realizing the truth. The thing sprawled out in front of Cho Sung-gu, all this time, was just a dry skeleton dressed up in Isaac Ivanov's clothes. The system explained, illusionary art skill rank E, casts magic on a corpse to create a clone of the target. The original body and the substitute can swap positions at any time. Only one corpse can be summoned per cast. Duration is 2 hours. He screamed furiously, "The Messiah Guild doesn't have trash like you. You dare play me. What corner is that bastard Isaac Ivanov hiding in now?" Johann Georg clutched his stomach, laughing while pointing behind. "He's been standing right over there this whole time." Cho Sung-gu was left speechless. "What?" Kim Woojin was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a gaze full of murderous intent at the traitor. Cho Sung-gu was so scared his soul practically left his body, trembling as he turned his head back. Kim Woojin dropped each word coldly, "A piece of trash like you really didn't deviate one bit from my script while acting." He growled, "It seems now I must bestow a proper title upon you." He sweated profusely and stammered, "What title?" Johann Georg leaned in close to his ear and mocked, "What else could it be? The title of a sacrificial pawn getting ready to hit the grave." Cho Sung-gu growled in anger, "You son of a bitch." He swung his sword, intending to fight it out with Johann Georg, but the guy nimbly stepped back and neatly dodged. Exerting too much force made the wound on his abdomen tear wide open, and Cho Sung-gu slumped back down. Johann Georg clicked his tongue teasingly, "Oh, did I slash too lightly? You still look quite energetic." Right behind his back, a pitch-black gate suddenly tore open. The screen displayed Hellgate Skill Activation Condition, representative of the Dark World reaching over level 180, effect. Summons the entrance to Hell and uses chains to bind the target tightly. The 2 giant doors screeched as they slowly widened. Countless pitch-black chains shot out like venomous snakes. They tightly coiled around Cho Sung-gu's arms and legs. He struggled in utter despair. Johann Georg smiled amiably, "Starting from now, join me in a very fun survival game." Kim Woojin indifferently watched the scene of Cho Sung-gu being dragged straight into the darkness. He inwardly assessed, now this guy's batch of memories is also complete garbage. He coldly turned on his heel, calculating, "I've already got a handle on all the relationships between him, Lee Sejun, and Park Shin-hae. A few time-wasting matches to pry his mouth open are completely meaningless now." Kim Woojin seriously laid out his plan, because the next round is going to be a real fight to the death. He strolled towards Lee Jin-ah, followed by an entire majestic army of skeleton knights. The scene shifted to newspapers. The media was aggressively headlining how Isaac Ivanov pocketed a massive profit by looting the dragon corpse and the dungeon-clearing rewards. Is the Messiah Guild holding the upper hand compared to their own ego? The 2 factions continuously swept through the 8th floor, as if participating in a 2-horse race. A joint statement from the Global Player Association advised, the big shots should drop these childish competitive games. The The decisive moment of the 8th floor had arrived. Who will have the honor of carving their name onto the golden board of the plus dungeon? Osechin sat quietly devouring every page of the newspaper in his office. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The 8th floor journey has finally opened up. The fact that they dragged themselves this far is pretty impressive. He pushed against his desk and stood up from his chair. Osechin strolled over to the window, casting his gaze afar and pondering. Once this 8th floor is cleared, the only remaining final destination will be the 9th floor. He sank into deep thought about the one and only 9th-floor dungeon in the world. The image of the colossal door bearing the cross symbol suddenly rushed back into his mind. The system displayed the text, "Terminate the final boss and bring peace to this world." Osechin clenched his fists, resolutely reminding himself, as long as that dungeon is extinguished, this damn game will officially close. He tilted his head back to look at the ceiling, silently praying, "Please try to hold on just a little bit longer." Suddenly, a voice pulled him back to reality, "Director." He turned around. Lee Jisoo loudly reported, "I'm preparing to depart now." The moment she finished speaking, she intended to turn her back and leave. Osechin hesitated briefly, faltering for a few seconds. Then he cleared his throat and called after her, "Secretary Lee." He rubbed his head and scratched his ear, awkwardly instructing, "Out there, remember to keep your life safe." Osechin stammered on, "I mean, if this mission succeeds smoothly, then at that time everyone will throw a grand celebration party together." Lee Jisoo blossomed a gentle smile as she softly replied, "Certainly, sir." The context returned to Dungeon B on the 8th floor. The system beeped, perfectly cleared 222,222 monster entities. Kim Woojin quietly stared intently at the virtual screen. He slowly reached his hand forward, a surging dark aura gathering on his palm. "Awaken, Death Knight." A sudden hurricane blasted out from Kim Woojin's position. Lee Jin-ah stood nearby rubbing his chin, muttering calculations. The skeleton horde has slaughtered 220,000 monsters, shaping one Death Knight costs about 40,000 lives. His eyes bulged, doing the math. It can spawn a whole 5 extra Death Knights right now. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light from the sky plunged down into the ground. The space below was immediately churned up by a blinding layer of dust. When the hazy dust dispersed, a majestic Death Knight kneeling in submission was revealed. Following that, as the vision cleared, dozens of other Death Knights were also kneeling prostrate at Kim Woojin's feet. He nodded slightly in approval, "Not bad at all." Lee Jin-ah stood behind him, pouting and grumbling, "What do you mean not bad? Holding on to this much military power, you alone have enough strength to invade the Earth." Kim Woojin pondered again and dropped a sentence, "I'm afraid this much still isn't enough." He reached out and pulled a weapon out of thin air from the system window. Kim Woojin tossed it heavily onto the ground. The Death Knight lowered his head to look at the item. Kim Woojin jerked his chin backward, commanding, "Pick up the gear and get to the back to line up neatly." He obediently reached out and grabbed the weapon. Instantly, his physique transformed bizarrely. The group of Death Knights trailing behind also underwent the exact same evolution process in unison. He smirked in satisfaction, "Excellent, now then." Kim Woojin turned his back and stepped forward. Beside him was Lee Jin-ah, and escorting from behind was an entire elite dark army. Kim Woojin growled coldly, "It's time to go check on the health of the Messiah Guild." As night fell, television stations simultaneously broadcasted shocking news. Cho Sung-gu of the Messiah Guild had lost his life inside the dungeon. Lee Sejin stood with folded arms on the rooftop of the opposite building, indifferently looking at the large screen. He slowly turned his head with a completely unperturbed expression. A faint beam of light cast onto the solitary chair. Lee Sejin evaluated disdainfully in his mind, "Weak trash." Countless chaotic images flashed through his mind. Lee Sejin tapped his fingers rhythmically on the back of the chair as he walked, cursing silently, "Useless bunch." Then he slammed his hand down on the table, muttering, "Truly inferior beings." His eyes exuded a cold, bone-chilling ruthlessness. Inside the tyrant's mind only swirled the thought, "Your ridiculous so-called peace. Or this so-called phony salvation for this world. At the end of the day, it's all just a toy for me to mold as I please." Lee Sejin stepped over the corpses scattered everywhere, but suddenly a small flash of light made him pause slightly. Lee Sejin narrowed his eyes looking backward. He deluded himself, Clearly, from the past until now, everything has always been in my hands. Unexpectedly, someone who had just collapsed earlier suddenly staggered to their feet. The person's body melted like wax, then slowly remolded into the appearance of Kim Woojin. Lee Sejin smirked mockingly, muttering the name Isaac Ivanov. A while later, he sat quietly in his seat before the faintly glowing round table. Park Shin-hai walked in gracefully, leading an unfamiliar guest. She bowed respectfully and called master. Park Shin-hai declared loudly, "All phases have been arranged smoothly." Lee Sejin nodded, "Many thanks for taking the time to come here." Noda Hajiro folded his arms and replied, "I don't have much enthusiasm for shaking hands with you either, but this situation needs to be put to an end." He nodded in agreement, spot on. Lee Sejin continued, adding, "This operation is also the final stepping stone for us to completely overhaul the world order." Park Shin-hai extended her hand to introduce. Besides, the top disciple of the Sword Saint Sakura also has the courtesy of wanting to contribute a bit of effort to our grand cause. Lee Sejin stood up abruptly, speaking cheerfully, "Thank you very much for choosing to join our front lines. Let's head out, the target is the 8th floor." In another development, media outlets scrambled for headlines. The Messiah Guild and the Savior Guild officially shake hands as allies. The public poured their attention into every line of text scrolling across the screen. Breaking news, a historic decision has been passed aimed at clearing the world's first A+ rank 8th-floor dungeon. A series of sideline news was also released. The Dragon Hunter faction also announced their joining of the Alliance. This hot news covered every front. The citizens read the news and constantly clasped their hands to pray for peace. The radio broadcast continued to ring out. Finally, the great saviors of humanity have reunited under the same roof. The scene shifted to a colossal gate, radiating a brilliant light, accompanied by whirlwind gusts sweeping across the whole area. A male reporter from the scene yelled into the microphone, "I am standing right in front of the gateway to enter the 8th floor of the A+ dungeon. Outside the barricade, a massive crowd of citizens is gathering to pray for the triumphant return of the heroes." A female reporter from another station also chimed in, "Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the endlessly long line of people lighting candles in prayer." A pitch-black car sped over and screeched to a halt. Kim Woojin, along with Lee Jin-ah and Johan Jorg, stepped out of the car with an awe-inspiring demeanor. They slammed the doors shut. All three took cold, measured steps forward. Francois Chero raised a hand to lightly push up his glasses frame. He stood with folded arms, majestically right in front of the dungeon gate. Park Young-won and Sakura were also standing on standby right beside him. Kim Woojin's group steadily approached the gathering point. A jam-packed sea of people was tightly surrounding that area. Suddenly, yet another heavyweight figure opened the door and stepped out of a car. Kim Woojin cast his eyes to look at the silhouette approaching. He remained pensive without saying a word. The newcomer boldly faced Kim Woojin head-on. None other than the tyrant Lee Sejin. Escorting behind him were the two familiar figures Park Shin-hai and Noda Hajiro. The two men glared at each other, sparks flying as the atmosphere thickened. Ultimately, Lee Sejin was the one to lower himself and reach out his hand first. Kim Woojin lowered his eyes to look at the extended hand. He also slowly reached out and grasped his hand. This historic moment was immediately broadcasted live globally. All the masses in every corner were left dropping their jaws from the sheer shock. The camera flashes blazed continuously, blinding a whole corner of the sky. The scene shifted to the inside of the 8th floor of the A+ dungeon. Kim Woojin kept his sharp gaze locked entirely on Lee Sejin. He didn't yield an inch either. The surrounding crowd began to whisper and chatter animatedly. Rodan patted his chest and told himself, "We finally made it to the 8th floor. I just need to chew through this place, and the gate to the 9th floor will beckon." He thought proudly, what a privilege to be in such a sacred place, and to have the honor of standing in the same ranks as Master Lee Sejin. Misen beside him nudged him and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why is your face as tense as a drawn bowstring?" Meanwhile, Rodan was lost in his own world, so overwhelmed with emotion that his eyes welled up with tears, his mind filled with nothing but his family's glory. Seeing this, she panicked and cried out, "Rodan." Misen asked in confusion, "Why are you suddenly crying like a baby?" Lee Jin-ah stood with his arms crossed in the distance, his eyes full of worry as he watched Kim Woojin. He muttered, will Kim Woojin make it back alive from this trip? Suddenly, Francois Chero slapped him hard on the shoulder. Li Jin Ah jumped in fright and quickly spun around. Francois Chero chuckled, you look like you're sweating bullets over there. He patted his shoulder to reassure him, relax your facial muscles, will you? Anyone looking at you would think you're drafting your will. Li Jin Ah froze for 3 seconds, thinking to himself, the dragon hunter. He stammered, you know who I am. He laughed heartily, I know you inside and out. Francois Chero leaned in and whispered, we'll have to rely on you this time, young friend Li Jin Ah. Park Yang-won stood with his arms crossed in the distance, silently taking in every interaction between those two. Suddenly Sakura chimed in with her shrill voice, listen here. Why are you guys so paranoid that Isaac Ivanov is going to use us and then throw us under the bus? She sneered sarcastically, I'm actually racking my brain wondering if there's another genius strategist hiding in the shadows. He gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger upon hearing her mockery. Sakura glided forward and continued, but it seems that Isaac Ivanov still somehow trusts us in his own twisted way, doesn't it? She rambled on. A prime example is him giving the green light for us to ally with the Messiah Guild. Sakura kept harping on about the same thing. And also the fact that he dragged us all into this place reeking of death. Park Yang-won shrugged and replied bluntly, beats me, who knows what's going on in that head of his. He narrowed his eyes in calculation, and if that theory is completely off the mark. He smirked, then maybe he's also hiding an ace up his sleeve, just like how we secretly smuggled more people in. The scene shifted. Lee Sejin cleared his throat and spoke up, all right then, let's proceed. He announced clearly, just as we agreed on paper, the first floor will be secured by my Messiah Guild. Kim Woojin gave a curt reply deal. With that said, the two of them turned on their heels and walked in opposite directions. Suddenly, Lee Sejin stopped in his tracks and let out a fake gasp. He flashed a toothy grin. I just remembered that I completely forgot a minor detail. That unspoken rule about the guilds taking turns slaughtering the monsters. Hearing that sinister sound, Kim Woojin slightly turned his head. In that split second, before he could even react, Lee Sejin lunged forward like a phantom, whispering, it seems that rule is completely redundant now. He ruthlessly drove his razor-sharp spear straight through Kim Woojin's body. The system blared a red alert. You have taken a direct critical hit from the spear of Longinus. He was completely paralyzed, his body going stiff. Kim Woojin gritted his teeth and tightly gripped the spear shaft with his bare hands to hold it back. Lee Sejin glared and roared, everything is for the ideals of the Messiah Guild. The system interface blinked, the effect of the spear of Longinus has been activated, you are completely silenced, incapable of using skills or items. He continued his preaching, starting from this very moment. From far away, Li Jin Ah witnessed the scene and screamed at the top of his lungs, Isaac Ivanov. Park Yang-won and Sakura also dropped their jaws in utter shock and disbelief. Misen covered her mouth in terror, unable to believe her eyes. Dan, standing beside her, was completely dumbstruck and frozen. Lee Sejin ruthlessly yanked the spear out, leaving Kim Woojin to collapse onto the ground as he cursed, you will forever. Lee Sejin uttered his chilling words, be erased from this world. He raised the deadly weapon high, preparing to deliver another fatal blow. Kim Woojin winced and furrowed his brows. A deafening metallic clang rang out. He had instantly summoned the Death Knight to act as a meat shield. The sheer power of Lee Sejin's thrust was so terrifying that it took 2 crossed greatswords just to block it. He sneered and asked, do you really want to choose such a pathetic way to die? Li Jin Ah sprinted over at breakneck speed to provide backup. He delivered an earth-shattering punch to the ground, but Lee Sejin nimbly sidestepped and dodged it. Li Jin Ah asked in a panic, Isaac Ivanov, are you still breathing? What met his eyes was the trembling figure of Kim Woojin, slumped over the ground, with a piece of the spear still lodged firmly in his back. Li Jin Ah turned pale and muttered, the spear of Longinus. Lee Sejin swung his spear once more. The resulting aura blast created a violent storm that blew away both the Death Knight and Li Jin Ah. He had to dig his bare hands into the earth, plowing a long trench just to anchor himself. Li Jin Ah broke into a cold sweat, wondering how a mere shockwave could pack such monstrous power. Suddenly, Park Shin-hai's shrill voice rang out, Master. The ground abruptly began to shake violently. Kim Woojin was trapped inside a colossal magic circle. She was pouring all her strength into chanting the spell. Immediately, a blinding beam of light shot straight up into the heavens. Witnessing that scene, Li Jin-ah gritted his teeth and roared in anguish, "Kim Woojin." Meanwhile, Park Shin-hai was grinning from ear to ear in pure triumph. The system interface flashed with blood-red text, "The magic barrier Bifrost has been activated." System continued to list the details: Bifrost, legendary tier skill, requirement, player level 150 or above. Function, opens a path of light connecting the mortal realm to the realm of gods, barring all impure creatures. Effect, absolute lockdown, nothing goes in, nothing comes out as long as the magic is maintained. Maximum duration, up to 6 days. Everyone around stood with their jaws on the floor, shocked by this absurd spectacle. Park Shin-hai snapped her head around and glared at her lackeys. Her henchmen immediately caught the signal and launched their attacks in unison. They rained down a barrage of fireballs on Kim Woojin like a torrential downpour. Dozens of blazing fireballs locked straight onto his position. Park Shin-hai sneered inwardly, "You are completely done for." Out of nowhere, a massive beam of light crashed down, instantly snuffing out the barrage of fireballs. She jumped in shock, seeing her little trick get effortlessly ruined. The beam of light struck the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and debris. Park Shin-hai covered her face with her sleeve and grumbled in annoyance, "What the hell just fell out of the sky?" She narrowed her eyes, trying to peer through the dust. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a massive spear driven deep into the ground. The shockwave from the impact sent her henchmen staggering, knocking them flat on their backs. One of the lackeys scrambled to his feet and asked, "Vice Guild Master, are you all right?" Suddenly, the heavy thud of footsteps echoed across the ground. A shiver ran down her spine as she looked up in panic. Francois Chero calmly reached out and pulled the spear out of the earth. He spoke coldly, "Even before stepping foot in here, I had already foreseen this cheap little theatrical act." Francois Chero raised his voice and roared, "But you people have crossed the line. Are your eyes open now?" Park Shin-hai gritted her teeth as she calculated the situation. That dragon hunter guy is actually acting as a lapdog for Isaac Ivanov. She retorted arrogantly, "Open my eyes. That phrase is better suited for an ungrateful traitor who turned his back on the Messiah Guild like you." Park Shin-hai waved her hand dismissively and provoked, "Your time is up. Go ahead and face the consequences." Seeing their boss give the signal, the lackeys immediately hoisted their weapons and swarmed forward like ants. Park Shin-hai smirked proudly, "If you want to play the hero, I'll make you a dead one. Everything is entirely under my control." Francois Chero held his ground firmly, looking majestic and imposing as he prepared to meet them in battle. He gritted his teeth tightly. Both of his hands gripped the shaft of his spear firmly. Francois Chero gathered his momentum and thrust his spear forward with incredible force. An entire squad of Park Shin-hai's men was blown into the air by the sheer air pressure. They were sent flying in all directions, just like dry leaves scattered by the wind. Another group of thugs tried to ambush Francois Chero from behind. He slightly lowered his head and looked down at his feet. His boots had already been frozen solid by a layer of ice without him even noticing. Francois Chero shot a fierce glare at Park Shin-hai. She let out a savage, triumphant laugh. Seizing the opportunity, the pawns rushed forward, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Go to hell." A massive explosion shook the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. One of the lackeys took the brunt of the hit, screaming in agony as he was sent rolling across the dirt. The rest of them suffered the exact same miserable fate. Park Shin-hai's eyes went wide, her jaw dropping in sheer disbelief at what she was seeing. The system screen notified, "The skill of the immortal warrior has been activated. Dragon scales are now in effect." Francois Chero glared at her, with eyes brimming with murderous intent. The scene shifted again. The henchmen of the Messiah Guild were also fiercely swarming in, tearing into the players on Kim Woojin's side. Thick smoke and dust completely obscured everyone's vision. Several people were sent flying dozens of meters away, tumbling violently across the ground. The allied faction was completely, utterly bewildered, having absolutely no idea what was going on. They looked at each other in utter confusion, whispering and murmuring among themselves. Misen grabbed onto Rodan's shirt and frantically asked, "What the hell is going on all of a sudden?" He stammered in response, "I don't know either, my brain is completely scrambled right now. Why on earth did the master suddenly turn his back on Isaac Ivanov?" Du Sung sprang up from the pile of rubble, wiping the dirt off his face with his hand. Du Sung whipped around and began scolding them harshly. You bunch of idiots, are you just going to stand there and enjoy the view? He strained his neck and bellowed, are you all blind or what? Can't you see our own brothers getting beaten to pulp over there? Rodan was struck with the horrifying realization of how serious the situation was. He thought to himself, have we been led right into a trap? The opposing side roared loudly, concentrate all firepower and slaughter every last one of them. Those bastards continued to roar. From this day forward, anyone who dares to stand in the way of the Messiah Guild will be sent straight to hell. Misen clung to Rodan, trembling as she asked, what do we do now? Kim Woojin's subordinates scrambled and frantically asked each other, what the hell is this? How can we just start slaughtering each other out of nowhere? Another guy clicked his tongue, damn it, in for a penny, in for a pound. Rodan and Misen stood there awkwardly, staring in pure panic at the chaotic massacre unfolding around them. He stood there helplessly, watching his comrades charge bloodthirstily into the deadly brawl. Rodan bit his lip tightly, his brain working at full capacity to analyze the dire situation. And just like that, the bloody melee officially erupted, with both factions madly charging in to butcher one another. Park Yong-won plunged his blade into the ground, panting heavily. He was in an absolute state of panic. How the hell did things end up like this? Sakura coldly replied, it seems they have made up their minds to pull us out by the roots entirely. The two of them had been completely surrounded by the forces of the Messiah Guild, leaving not a single gap to escape. Jiang Ti-mu leisurely revealed himself and smirked sarcastically. How about it? Did you really think you could escape getting backstabbed? Isn't playing dirty a signature move for scum like you people? Hearing this, Park Yong-won was left completely speechless, choking on his words and unable to utter a single sound. Standing beside him, even though Sakura's blood was boiling with rage, she had no choice but to swallow her anger and maintain her silence. The battlefield remained fiercely chaotic and brutal, but after a long bout of fighting, countless lives had already been lost upon the cold earth. By now, Park Yong-won was completely drained of stamina, having squeezed out every last drop of his remaining strength. He collapsed onto the ground with a loud, pitiful thud. Park Yong-won sank into a deep stupor, completely losing consciousness. Not faring much better, Sakura also collapsed as her limit for endurance finally hit rock bottom. Jiang Ti-mu slowly approached them, casting a scrutinizing gaze over the two people who were barely clinging to life. He clicked his tongue and muttered in annoyance, getting ganged up on by this many people and you still refuse to die. Villains really do have 9 lives, don't they? Jiang Ti-mu raised his cold, sharp blade high into the air, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. A cruel smile crept onto his lips as he gloated inwardly. Well then, allow me to help you log out of this world a little early. Who could have expected it? Jiang Ti-mu suddenly took a heaven-shattering punch right to the face. The terrifying force behind it sent him rolling and tumbling dozens of meters away. Jiang Ti-mu was knocked out cold on the spot, lying sprawled out on the ground completely oblivious to the world. Li Jin-ah gritted out every single word with overwhelming pressure. Do a bunch of small fry like you really have the delusion that you can take the life of my guy. He roared in absolute fury, even if he's useless, and even if he's so damn stubborn that he never listens to a word I say. The surrounding crowd was completely dumbfounded hearing that, wondering how a guy who fights like a monster could be called useless. Li Jin-ah calmly added, and even if his looks pale in comparison to my radiant, handsome face. He proudly pointed a finger at his own chest and announced in a booming voice, regardless of all that, he is still a member of my guild. The bitter members of the Messiah Guild snapped back. This arrogant little brat is all talk. Brothers, charge in and hack him to pieces. In just a flash, the entire group was brutally beaten to a pulp by Li Jin-ah, left bruised and battered. With a casual flick of his wrist, as if he were swatting a fly, he easily tossed a guy flying straight into the distance. Li Jin-ah let out a long, bored yawn. What a bunch of absolute scrubs. Just rush at me all at once so I can wrap this up and get some rest. They stared at him as if they had just seen a demon, trembling as they muttered, does this kind of freak of nature actually exist in this world? Li Jin-ah shot a quick glance in Kim Woojin's direction and thought anxiously, we're running out of time on this end. However, the very moment he was about to walk away, a pack of hungry wolves charged in, completely cutting off every possible escape route. Li Jin instantly found himself trapped in the dead center of an airtight encirclement. He raised an eyebrow and wondered to himself, how weird, since when did all these annoying flies gather in such huge numbers? Li Jin let out a hearty burst of laughter. Great, just great. I've got plenty of free time to wait for you walking punching bags to willingly deliver yourselves to me. He crashed straight into the middle of the encirclement and excitedly roared. Now this is what a real brawl is supposed to look like. Li Jin swung his fist, unleashing a punch with enough force to shatter a mountain. Tearing through them like a bulldozer, he threw punch after punch, sending one person after another flying and dropping like flies from midair. All of a sudden, a chill ran down Li Jin's spine, making him flinch. He widened his eyes, straining his vision as much as he could to observe his surroundings. A blinding beam of light pierced straight through his chest before he could even react. Taking such a critical hit, Li Jin collapsed onto the ground in agonizing pain. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain, struggling to look up in the direction of the one who had just ambushed him. Noda Hajiro strolled over leisurely, shouting an order, "Everyone fall back." The old man slowly approached, every single footstep radiating an immense, oppressive pressure. Noda Hajiro's imposing figure stood tall right in front of Li Jin. The old man growled in a mocking tone, "Drag yourself up, you pickled freak of nature." Noda Hajiro smirked, "I know perfectly well that a tough bastard like you wouldn't kick the bucket from just that." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jin slammed his fist fiercely into the solid ground. Using the recoil to spring his body back up, he immediately launched a devastating punch straight at Noda Hajiro. The old man gracefully slipped out of the way, dodging the attack with masterful finesse as he said nonchalantly, "If it really is you." Noda Hajiro slid backwards, fluidly and forcefully drawing his bowstring all the way back in the exact same motion. In the blink of an eye, the old man ruthlessly sank two razor-sharp arrows squarely into Li Jin's broad back. By the time he looked back in horror, his fate had already been sealed. Noda Hajiro spoke in an ice-cold voice, "Then this little hunting trip of ours is bound to be very interesting." The system coldly announced, "The silent hunter's skill has successfully embedded the explosive corpse arrows." The arrows lodged firmly in Li Jin's back suddenly emitted a bizarre, blinding light. And then, without any warning, they violently exploded. The horrifying shockwave from the blast sent him plunging into the deep black abyss of unconsciousness. Noda Hajiro casually knocked his next arrow and gave a faint smile. The fun is far from over. He released the bowstring, and the fired arrow immediately transformed into a blazing pillar of fire, rocketing straight toward Li Jin. Despite being covered in excruciating, bone-deep wounds, he resolutely gritted his teeth and stood his ground. With great difficulty, he managed to twist his body and shift to the side just in time to dodge it. Li Jin let out a breath and broke into a cold sweat. Holy Mother of God, I was 1 inch away from meeting my ancestors right there. Noda Hajiro clicked his tongue in genuine surprise. It's honestly unbelievable that you managed to dodge that deadly arrow from such a point-blank range. The old man nodded and continued, but I suppose it makes sense. If it were that easy to take your life, then that other guy must definitely still be alive and kicking. Noda Hajiro jerked his chin, signaling his lackeys behind him, eliminate him. Taking the cue, the pack of henchmen enthusiastically readied their weapons and swarmed forward to chop Li Jin to pieces. He cursed under his breath, God damn it, do these bastards multiply through mitosis or something? There's as many of them as ants. Li Jin's eyes shot wide open, turning razor-sharp and practically overflowing with murderous intent. He reached out and firmly snatched one of the enemy grunts by the scruff of the neck. Without a second of hesitation, he turned the poor bastard into a literal meat shield to block the incoming attacks. A rapid string of thoughts raced through his mind. This might be a tough spot, but compared to that dungeon that punk Kim Woojin managed to clear out. Li Jin let out a hearty laugh as he recalled those hopeless, near-death battles that were tens of thousands of times more horrific than his current predicament. Lee Sejun suddenly sank into a deep, eerie silence. He spoke in a low, deep voice. What is the current situation on the battlefield? Ma Jisung bowed deeply and reported with utmost respect. This subordinate believes that everything will be wrapped up very soon, sir. He continued his report. The Vice Guild Master is currently engaging the Dragon Hunter in direct combat. As for the God of Bows, He is currently occupied with disposing of Isaac Ivanov's right-hand man. Ma Jisung confidently rambled on. On top of that, you yourself, Guild Master, have already completely wiped out Isaac Ivanov's pathetic little skeleton army, have you not? He smiled smugly and added, all we have to do now is wait for the Vice Guild Master's barrier to dissipate, confirm the lifeless corpse of Isaac Ivanov, and we will have achieved a completely flawless victory. Ma Jisung confidently patted his chest and boldly asserted, and even if, by some miracle, that Isaac Ivanov is clinging to his pathetic life and hasn't stopped breathing just yet. He is nothing but a cripple by now, he wouldn't be able to put up a fight anyway. Lee Sejun clicked his tongue, muttering in a deeply bored tone, is it really this anticlimactic? He coldly turned his back and began to walk away. Ma Jisung frantically called out after him, Guild Master, please wait. Lee Sejun casually tossed out an order, split the forces and go provide backup for the Vice Guild Master or the God of Bows. He hastily bowed down in obedience. Yes, sir, your subordinate understands. Ma Jisung swiftly spun on his heel and darted off toward the other side of the battlefield. Lee Sejun's face was cast in a gloomy shadow. Deeply disappointed, he complained internally, Isaac Ivanov, you really are a massive letdown. He cast his deep, dark gaze in the direction of Kim Woojin, thinking solemnly to himself, and here I thought you were someone who could see through the will of the heavens. Lee Sejun bitterly asked himself, is this glorious script really going to come to such a pathetic, anticlimactic end right here? Shifting the focus back to another corner of the battlefield. Lee Jin-ah coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire body was riddled with razor-sharp arrows that Noda Hajiro had mercilessly rained down upon him. Lee Jin-ah wheezed as he spoke, I'm telling you, it's about time we wrap this game up right here. He roughly yanked the sharp arrows straight out of his own flesh and smirked sarcastically. Did you really think a few cheap toothpicks like these could send the great Spazaba to his grave? Noda Hajiro coldly shot back, covered in fatal wounds, yet your battered body still manages to stand firm. The old man furrowed his brows in suspicion. Or is he just incredibly lucky to not have been struck by a single fatal arrow? On the inside, Lee Jin-ah was screaming and cursing at himself. I was just trying to talk big to make myself look a little more intimidating. Seeing his opponent rummaging around for something in his clothes, Noda Hajiro thought to himself in amusement, is he finally pulling out a weapon? How interesting. However, the thing Lee Jin-ah actually pulled out was a single piece of a biscuit. He hurriedly stuffed the biscuit straight into his mouth, his brain blaring with warning sirens. I've lost way too much blood, my stamina is about to hit absolute rock bottom. Noda Hajiro stared at him in frozen disbelief at the sheer absurdity of the situation, while Lee Jin-ah reassured himself. Well, at least it hasn't reached the point where I need to dig my own grave just yet. Hot blood rushed straight to his head as the old man roared in sheer fury, you little brat, you have completely crossed the line in disrespecting this old man. Furious, Noda Hajiro drew his bowstring taut, fully prepared to unleash a barrage of arrows to vent his rage. Wiping the last few biscuit crumbs off his mouth, Lee Jin-ah coldly calculated in his head, this is it, the exact moment the god of bows completely drops his guard. He locked his piercing gaze onto the precise moment Noda Hajiro's fingers slipped off the tail of the arrow. His pupils dilated to their absolute limit as his brain processed the information at lightning speed. This is the exact fatal opening, the split second the old man releases the bowstring. Lee Jin-ah tensed his muscles and straightened his burly frame. He stomped so hard, he shattered the earth beneath him, using the explosive recoil to launch himself forward like a cannonball. Noda Hajiro was momentarily stunned, ripples of shock washing through his mind. Is this lunatic actually planning to take the hit head-on with his bare flesh? Completely ignoring the fact that the ruthless arrowhead had pierced straight into his lungs, Lee Jin-ah charged forward like a madman, roaring at the top of his lungs, if fate won't let me dodge, then I'll just let it sink right into my flesh, he bellowed, swinging his mighty fist forward with enough force to tear through the wind itself. Right at that very moment, the deadly arrow suddenly flared up with a blinding light. The system screen blinked with a notification. The Silent Hunter's skill has successfully linked with the explosive corpse arrows. A terrifying explosion instantly swallowed the surrounding space, drowning Lee Jin-ah entirely in a blinding cloud of dust and ash. Noda Hajiro tilted his chin and scoffed with cheap mockery, what a foolish moth flying straight into the flame. However, from amidst the dissipating cloud of smoke and dust, Li Jin-ah's iron-like hand violently tore through the haze, his grip unwavering and resolute as he refused to let go. His heavily battered figure shot forward, delivering a totally destructive blow straight at Noda Hajiro. Suddenly, Li Jin-ah's body ground to a halt in midair. He looked up in absolute bewilderment to see what had happened. His arm trembled violently as he tried to crush Noda Hajiro, but he was completely blocked. The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed out as an invisible force field completely crumbled right before his very eyes. Sakura's figure suddenly loomed into view. The magical fragments scattering to the ground were the remnants of the shield she had cast to protect Noda Hajiro. The system notification board coldly announced, "The Silent Hunter's stealth skill has been automatically disabled." Li Jin-ah scowled in intense frustration. What the hell is going on here? Sakura firmly braced the shield with one hand, while her other hand held a razor-sharp short sword in a combat stance. Suddenly, a sinister black mist began pouring out from the woman's blade. The system popped up with a notification. The Silent Hunter's skill has officially activated Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike exclusive skill automatically awakens the moment the stealth camouflage is broken, guaranteeing a critical hit for the very next strike. The power of the first slash immediately after revealing oneself explodes to a staggering 1000%. Duration of the status effect, 1 golden minute. Sakura swung her sword down like a maniac, the terrifying force behind it forcing Li Jin-ah to stagger backwards. The vicious slash left a deep, bleeding gash across his body. Li Jin-ah dropped heavily to one knee, gritting his teeth as he used the back of his hand to prop up his battered body and keep himself from collapsing completely. Sakura hurriedly turned to Noda Hajiro and asked with concern, "Master, are you all right? Please grant your disciple the honor of finishing off this piece of trash with one final strike." Meanwhile, the old man couldn't stop his heart from trembling in fear. This is unbelievable. He took the full brunt of that explosive firestorm, yet he still had enough strength left to counterattack and bite back like that. Sakura decisively tossed the bulky shield onto the cracked ground with a heavy thud. She closed the distance to Li Jin-ah with long strides, evaluating him inwardly. He really is an extraordinary monster. I only blocked a single one of his strikes, yet my arm has gone completely numb as if the bones are shattered. Sakura raised the tip of her blade, high to deliver the killing blow, gloating internally. But your little theatrical performance finally comes to an end right here. Suddenly, the corner of Li Jin-ah's mouth curled up into an eerie, demonic smile that made Sakura's heart skip a beat. He's literally at death's door, yet he can still manage to force a smile. Slash, a sudden spray of crimson blood violently tore through the air. Sakura fell into absolute panic, frantically whipping her head around to see what happened. That gruesome pool of blood was pouring out straight from Noda Hajiro's body, and the old man himself was staring wide-eyed in sheer shock, completely failing to comprehend what had just happened. An eerie, purple-tinted blade had completely impaled Noda Hajiro through the back, without anyone even noticing. Li Jin-ah struggled to wheeze out the words, perfectly precise, exactly according to plan. He cheered gleefully in his own head that was so freaking badass. I finally got to say that classic line for once in my life. On the other side, Noda Hajiro's entire body went stiff, his brain completely shutting down after falling victim to such a spectacular backstab. Johann Georg slowly revealed himself from thin air, chuckling playfully, "Peekaboo, surprised old man." Noda Hajiro lost his balance and stumbled forward, frantically twisting his neck to look at the assailant who had just stabbed him in the back. What met his eyes was the sight of Johann Georg casually tossing a bizarre-looking hat in his hands. Noda Hajiro bitterly came to a realization. That hat, the legendary helm of invisibility of Hades. His life force entirely drained, the old man's limbs went limp as he collapsed completely into his own pool of blood. The very last lingering thought in Noda Hajiro's fading mind was, maybe I really am getting too old and worn out for this. To think I was so blind that I completely overlooked such a simple move. Johann Georg let out a sneer as he stared down at the motionless corpse by his feet. Witnessing that horrific scene, Sakura let out a heart-wrenching, mournful scream, "Maz, master." She tossed her sword aside and sprinted like a madwoman toward Noda Hajiro's lifeless body. Sakura threw her arms around his cold corpse, wailing and screaming hysterically. Li Jin-ah clenched his teeth tightly, staggering as he forced his wobbly legs to stand up straight. He cast a complicated look at the tragic figure of Sakura before quietly turning away, his mind heavy with thought. Even if we are mortal enemies who absolutely cannot coexist under the same sky. Witnessing a scene like this still leaves a terribly sour taste in your mouth. A sharp, wind-tearing sound rang out, violently jerking Li Jin-ah's horrified gaze back around. A brilliant spray of blood erupted once more, soaking the earth beneath them. Sakura's lifeless body slowly collapsed, ending up sprawled out right next to Noda Hajiro's corpse. Johann Georg had just coldly delivered a single, fatal sword strike to take her life. Li Jin-ah was shocked and blurted out, "Hey kid, what kind of cold-blooded stunt was that?" The boy replied calmly without the slightest hesitation, "Please drop the naive act, senior. Are you really delusional enough to think that if you spare a venomous snake, it'll actually be grateful and repay your kindness?" Johann Georg spat out the cruel reality. That woman would have driven a blade straight into our backs the very second we carelessly let our guard down. His voice hardened as he emphasized, "Cheap pity is absolutely worthless in a place like this." Johann Georg finally concluded, "It's best if you just wipe the memory of this garbage entirely out of your head." Li Jin-ah was shaken, silently repeating the key word to himself, pity. He lowered his head and stared at his own blood-stained hands, mocking himself. "What the hell kind of nonsense are you entertaining in that head of yours, Jin-ah?" He swept his gaze over the two lifeless bodies of Noda Hajiro and his disciple, taking a deep breath to steady his mind. He's right. This ruthless realm of blades is a life-and-death battlefield. Li Jin-ah decisively turned his back and walked away, his heart clenching as the realization hit him. A bloody battlefield where we have to fight to end this sick, twisted game that encourages people to slaughter each other. He walked side by side with Johann Georg and let out a heavy, weary sigh. And it's all just to tear each other apart over some crummy items or a few pathetic skill fragments. Shifting the perspective, Francois Chero was still frantically fighting his way through the pack of mad dogs from the Messiah Guild, gritting his teeth as he wove a defensive shield to protect Kim Woojin. He was panting heavily, exhaling ragged breaths as his stamina officially hit the red line. Watching from a distance, Park Shin-hai nodded as she evaluated him in her mind. His defensive capabilities really do live up to that glorified hero title of his. She let out a faint, mocking smile. However, offering yourself up as a meat shield for a total stranger like Isaac Ivanov is truly the pinnacle of sheer stupidity. Park Shin-hai elegantly raised her hand, calculating quietly to herself. Just looking at how he's swaying on his feet, I can tell his endurance ran out a long time ago. It's time to send him on his way. The henchmen, acting like moths drawn to a flame, blindly lunged forward to attack Francois Chero once again. He gritted his teeth and endured the onslaught as a memory suddenly rushed back into his mind. That night, Li Jisoo and Li Jin-ah had secretly come to find Francois Chero. His jaw had dropped in sheer shock as he asked, an A+ rank 7th floor dungeon, and the girl had just calmly nodded to confirm it. He pushed up the glasses sliding down his nose and marveled in awe. If what you're saying isn't a lie, then that is truly an extraordinary miracle. Li Jisoo offered an elegant little smile, while Li Jin-ah merely brushed off his coat, his eyes darting around the room shiftily. Francois Chero clicked his tongue and continued, "Not to mention, the time gap since successfully conquering the 6th floor is incredibly short." Crossing his arms in deep thought, he openly confessed his feelings. "To be completely honest with you, I feel incredibly humiliated. A coward who clings to life and fears death, someone who made up excuses just to avoid setting foot on the 7th floor like me, is actually hailed by the public as the hero of France. Just what kind of divine being is this Isaac Ivanov to possess such fearless courage?" Li Jin-ah suddenly clicked his tongue and interrupted, "Listen to my advice for a second, you cowardly old man." Francois Chero frowned in annoyance as he repeated, "Old man." He patted his chest and declared with absolute confidence, "Kim Woo, my bad. Isaac Ivanov's ultimate goal puts him in the exact same boat as us. So, old man, it's about time you made your decision." Li Jin-ah sharply questioned, "Choose to tuck your tail and hide in humiliation, or stand up and bear the title of a truly great hero?" The razor-sharp words left Francois Chero stunned and dumbfounded. Li Jin-ah arrogantly dealt another psychological blow. "Even if it's redundant, I'll say it. As a man who stands tall between heaven and earth, it's better to die on your feet than live on your knees. Of course you harbor the dream of a hero, right?" Shaking off the reminiscence, Francois Chero laughed bitterly to himself. "Kid, you once said it's better to die in glory, right?" He roared like a lion, frantically igniting all of his dazzling magic power. The system blinked its notification. The immortal warrior's roar skill had been successfully activated. The shockwave from his power surged into a hurricane, forcing Ma Jisung to hastily cover his face. He scoffed and cursed inwardly. This old corpse with one foot in the grave is still playing around with this ridiculous burst of power. Francois Chero slammed his shield deep into the ground to use it as a fulcrum. The shield instantly unleashed a blinding ray of death. Ma Jisung rolled to dodge and sneered, "What kind of blind aiming is that, you idiot?" He and an accomplice triumphantly lunged forward like wolves, intending to tear Francois Chero apart. Two venomous blades pierced deep into his flesh simultaneously. Francois Chero coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. Ma Jisung grinned mockingly. "Is your dying desperate move only enough to scratch an itch?" Francois Chero smirked with a satisfied smile, gasping, "Say what you will. The cleanup mission has been completed smoothly." Startled and panicked, he frantically glanced over his shoulder. The ray of light that seemingly missed its target earlier had struck Park Shin-hye directly, leaving her clothes scorched and torn as she helplessly dropped her scepter, letting it clatter to the ground. Park Shin-hye's figure collapsed limply, her mind screaming frantically, "This is insane, absolute madness. What the hell is this? I clearly erected an emergency defensive barrier in time." She numbly replayed the moment. She deployed the magic shield to block the fatal blow. Finally, Park Shin-hye fell flat on her face, sinking into a deep coma. The system flashed a notification. The Bifrost magic barrier had completely collapsed. Park Shin-hye's fall caused the giant birdcage imprisoning Kim Woojin to shatter and vanish into nothingness. Ma Jisung's jaw dropped in despair as he watched the magic wall gradually evaporate into thin air. Francois Chero painted a proud, satisfied smile on his face, telling himself, "Excellent, the glorious mission is complete." Fueled by blazing anger, Ma Jisung gnashed his teeth as he realized the scheme. So that strike earlier was aimed at purging the Vice Guild Master. This bastard has some serious nerve. Ma Jisung gripped his sword tightly, furiously unleashing a devastating blow upon Francois Chero, roaring madly, "Go to hell." He stared blankly at the blade of death closing in on his eyes, but his dulled reflexes left his body powerless, no longer bothering to resist. Clang, the sinister blade came to a screeching halt right at the tip of Francois Chero's nose. Ma Jisung's entire body was rigidly bound by pitch-black chains from the Underworld. Not just him, the remaining hounds of the Messiah Guild shared the same fate, tightly bound by chains and dragged away like a herd of livestock. Johann Georg smirked faintly, contemptuously throwing teasing words at the prisoners. At that same moment, Li Jin-ah limped over, firmly wrapping his arm around Kim Woojin to support him. The deafening clash of metal erupted, ringing across the entire battlefield. A fanatic from the Messiah Guild viciously plunged his sword into a member of the Savior Guild. The unlucky soldier took the full brunt of the slash, collapsing, battered and dirtied, onto the battlefield. The man smugly raised his blood-stained sword high, preparing to send his victim to the afterlife. However, a flaming arrow tore through the wind and pierced him directly, exploding and blasting his body far away. Misen rushed over in a panic, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" She hastily chanted a spell, casting healing magic to mend her comrade's wounds. Carelessly exposing her back to fatal danger, Misen was too busy calling out into the distance, "Rodan, come here and lend a hand, his condition is." With a bad premonition, she slightly turned her head back, stammering wordlessly, "Is injured too heavily." The shadow of death had already closed in right behind her neck, ruthlessly swinging its scythe to claim her life. A bright red blossom of blood bloomed in midair. However, it was the butcher himself, who was sent flying thousands of miles away. Misen widened her round eyes in sheer terror and astonishment. Thank heavens Rodan had dashed in at the very last second, blocking the strike in time to save the fragile girl's life. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Are you safe, Misen? You were almost a goner just now." Kaio grimaced and grumbled from the flank, "I've warned you countless times not to be careless and distracted. If you keep acting so naive, you'll bring disaster upon yourself one day." Misen teared up, about to cry and justify herself, but the wounded soldier gasping for breath on the ground suddenly reached out a bloody arm and pleaded, "Please don't abandon me, I don't want to die yet." Cruelly, before the arm could touch a ray of hope, it dropped limply, and his breath coldly faded away. Watching helplessly as a life withered away, Misen's tears burst forth like a rushing stream. She sobbed and choked, her voice hoarse. "Give me an answer, Rodan." As tears streamed down heavily, she indignantly questioned, "Why must the living creatures of this world continuously slaughter each other until rivers of blood flow?" He bit his lip in silence, quietly looking at her tear-streaked face. Misen sobbed intensely. Didn't everyone swear oaths to stand shoulder to shoulder in the beginning? Memories of severed flesh flying through the air flashed across her mind, and she asked in bitter confusion, only to now frantically rack our brains to bury each other in deep graves. What is the ultimate purpose of this crime? Rodan nervously scratched his head, stammering to avoid the question. This is. Boom, a furious tremor shook the space, causing Rodan to instinctively snap his head toward the explosion. Striking his retinas was the sight of Park Shin-hai taking a lethal blow, and he cried out in panic. Could it be Vice Guild Master Park Shin-hai? The proud body of that woman collapsed into the mud. Rodan sharply analyzed the situation. The magic caster has fallen, so the confinement barrier must have definitely been torn apart. He darted his eyes over to search for Kim Woojin's silhouette, suddenly breathing a sigh of relief when he saw him being firmly supported by Lee Jin-ah. Amidst the chaotic encirclement, Lee Jin-ah frowned at his comrade's battered state, muttering, "This damn Kim Woojin." Memories of the tactical meeting in the underground garage rushed back, where he had screamed in absolute horror. "What? The Spear of Longinus?" Kim Woojin calmly confirmed, "That's right. Throwing all of Lee Sejun's divine skills aside, that deadly weapon is the ultimate fatal threat." Lee Jin-ah broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that using his own thick hide to tank the Spear of Longinus thrown by Lee Sejun was no different from digging his own grave. However, Johann Jorg haughtily smirked and said he thought it would be tough, but it's actually a piece of cake. He smugly presented his dirty scheme. "I'll just wear Hades' helmet of invisibility to sneak up quietly, then gently gift him a fatal stab, and it'll be over, easy peasy, right?" He blinked slyly and added, "If this case is too tough, I have more than enough power to bonus him a few more dirty sneak attacks to send him to heaven." Hearing that, Lee Jin-ah slapped his thigh in eager agreement. Great tactic. Inwardly, he secretly rejoiced. If they played dirty exactly as this kid outlined, their chances of winning would be blindingly bright. But a ruthless splash of cold water was thrown straight at his face by Kim Woojin. Rejected. Both guys stared blankly at him with wide, frog-like eyes. Kim Woojin coldly rejected it. Those half-baked cheap tricks won't even serve to file his nails in front of him. He gloomily pondered internally. Because that bastard is equipped with dog eyes that have a map-revealing feature exactly like the eyes of Anubis. System data flashed, the eyes of Anubis' legendary grade skill. A relic mimicking the vision of Isis, the mother of all creation, the ruler of laws and overseer of all things. Effect: purifies all dark magic, exposes all lies. Helps the user maintain mental fortitude against illusions and see through lowly blinding tricks. He bit his lip and clenched his teeth, delivering the final verdict. As expected, we only have this one reckless move left. Kim Woojin stated firmly, "I will use myself as bait." Johann Jorg jolted in shock, his eyes bulging as he shouted, "What the hell did you say?" Lee Jin-ah's jaw also dropped as he stammered, "What in the world?" Kim Woojin calmly analyzed. Lee Sejun has obsessive-compulsive perfectionism. As long as I carelessly expose a fatal weak point, he definitely won't hesitate to hurl the deadly spear of Longinus right into me. He emphasized in a stern voice, "Right after successfully crippling my combat power, that bitch Park Shin-hai will deploy a barrier to trap and confine me with no way out." Kim Woojin coldly predicted. Then, seizing the moment when the snake is headless, they will unleash their firepower to completely wipe out the Dragon Hunters and the Savior Guild. Saying that, he smacked Lee Jin-ah on the shoulder. While he was still standing there dumbfounded, unable to understand a thing, he spoke calmly. "Lee Jin-ah, I'm betting this little life entirely on you." Pulled out of his memory, Lee Jin-ah looked sorrowfully at Kim Woojin's battered body, his eyes welling up with tears, and he clicked his tongue. "This crazy bastard." His rich imagination began to direct and act out Kim Woojin's dramatic monologue. "Lee Jin-ah, you are my #1 loyal comrade, to the point that I'm willing to entrust my very life to you." Lee Jin-ah felt a thrilling surge of joy in his stomach. Who would have thought that even with my limited good looks, I'd still be trusted so absolutely? Interrupting his delusion, Kim Woojin suddenly threw his arm over Lee Jin-ah's shoulder. He gasped, letting out exhausted, broken breaths. "I am truly so sorry to you." Li Jin Ah flushed red and brushed it off. "Gross. Stop being so overly dramatic. You're giving me goosebumps. Brothers who go through life and death together don't need to waste these empty words on each other." Chomp, without a word, Kim Woojin opened his mouth and sank his teeth deep into his neck without missing a beat. The system flashed red repeatedly. "Urgent alert, the Emissary of the Underworld has just activated the vampire skill. Warning, operating a secret technique to suck fresh blood in order to claim a life." He frantically gulped down the hot blood gushing from Li Jin Ah's throat. The screen immediately jumped to a green bar. Vitality status has been fully recharged to its peak. After feeding and nourishing himself to the fullest, Kim Woojin, brimming with vigor, unleashed a terrifying shockwave of magic power. He left behind an exhausted Li Jin Ah flattened like a squashed frog on the ground. He refreshingly wiped the streak of blood around the corner of his lips with the back of his hand and sneered. "So good, this is what true resurrection feels like." He coldly ignored the dried-up corpse of Li Jin Ah slumping unconsciously at his feet. The system beeped again, successfully cast the purifying blessing from the river Styx of the immortal warrior. As the miracle fell, Li Jin Ah was also instantly pumped full of stamina, powerfully revived. Even though his life was saved, he still howled in infuriated bitterness. "You damn bastard vampire." Kim Woojin strolled leisurely, leaving behind a sly, sarcastic smile. "I did emphasize that I trusted you with my life, didn't I?" Wearing an arrogant expression, he strode closer to Francois Chero. Kim Woojin proactively extended a friendly arm, saying in a deep voice, "Thank you for your righteous intervention and assistance." He gently smiled with warmth, reaching out to grasp his friendly handshake. Francois Chero waved his hand modestly. "It was just a small matter, there's no need for you to be so politely grateful." Kim Woojin coldly spun on his heel, his sharp voice dripping with malice. "Good, then it's time for the main event." He boldly charged straight toward Lee Sejun, issuing an arrogant challenge. "It's about time we clear the table and start a new game, isn't it?" Catching his gaze, his lips curled up in amusement. "That's right, it needs to be this dramatic to hit the spot." Lee Sejun was secretly thrilled to the extreme. "Just as you boasted, I've wasted away my youth waiting to finally meet a worthy rival like this again." He stared at him with bloodthirsty, ravenous eyes, telling himself, "Put on a good show to entertain me to my heart's content, Isaac Ivanov." Summoning secret technique, the Book of the God of Death. Kim Woojin cradled the grimoire in his hands, his profound gaze calculating. "Since it's come to this, I'll lay all my dirty cards on the table and go all in." He smirked coldly, his mind racing with thoughts. "Counting from when I reincarnated back to the starting line, this is the first time I'm breaking the rules to go all in, and it will also be the final showcase." Suddenly, the grimoire erupted into a furious storm of darkness. Kim Woojin clicked his tongue, "Splurging all my capital entirely clean like this." That pitch-black mist quickly spread, engulfing every nook and cranny in all directions, accompanied by eerie cyan rays of light that blinded the retinas. Lee Sejun calmly crossed his arms, his eyes locked onto the earth-shattering scene unfolding before him. The surrounding heroes also held their breath, staring wide-eyed without daring to blink. From the center of the dark vortex, the towering silhouette of a bone dragon tore through the clouds, revealing its domineering and oppressive form. It threw its head back and unleashed an eardrum-shattering dragon roar. Right after that, the Necromancer loomed into appearance. He sat majestically atop a giant wyvern, his sinister arm raising a scepter that radiated an underworldly aura. Trailing behind was a massive squadron of wyverns descending simultaneously. Not to mention the horde of blazing, scorching lava golems. The legion of formidable skeleton knights, armed to the teeth in iron armor, also marched out with a rumbling parade. Francois Chero's jaw dropped in absolute stun at Kim Woojin's overwhelmingly terrifying lineup of forces. Every living creature present was left speechless and bewildered, unable to believe their eyes. Everyone secretly screamed in indignant outrage in their minds. Just choking on the dust of the skeleton infantry is enough to suffocate, and now you're stuffing flying dragons and fire arrows in too. This is breaking the game balance way too much. Kim Woojin decisively waved his hand, giving the order for an all-out attack. Li Jin Ah roared like a gorilla, "Brothers, let's go tear them apart." The moment the command ended, Francois Chero fought side by side with the skeletal cavalry army, furiously charging headlong into battle. the aerial legion of flying dragons in the sky, and the tank brigade of golems on the ground also swarmed into the fray. The insignificant flies of the Messiah Guild looked at the Savior Guild's game-hacking army lineup and lost their souls in terror, dropping their will in despair. This match is no hope. How are we supposed to fight and win against these hacks? A subordinate panicked and knelt groveling at Lee Sejun's heels, begging for help. Supreme Guild Master, I humbly beg you to quickly issue a divine command. He coldly threw a quick glance backward, then swung his arm, violently slashing his blade in that direction. Instantly, Lee Sejun's furiously powerful sword aura tore through space, a single slash cleanly slicing off the muscular arm of a lava golem. Witnessing the earth-shattering strike, the terrified subordinate held his breath in silence. The remaining insects joyfully told themselves internally, "That's right, as long as the invincible guild master Lee Sejun stands tall here." They flexed their arms and tightly gripped the handles of their weapons, their will blazing fiercely anew. Then the light of our Messiah Guild will shine brilliantly forever and never fade. Lee Sejun spoke in a deep, domineering voice. All members pour every ounce of your vitality into fighting until your last breath. He gritted out each word with absolute authority. That is my martial law command. Mentally buffed, the pack of mad dogs of the Messiah Guild howled and shrieked wildly. The two front lines crashed into each other, tearing at one another like bloodthirsty wild beasts in an extremely violent and chaotic scene. The skeleton cavalry army wildly swung their sharp blades and swords, slaughtering crazily. The moths drawn to the flame from the Messiah Guild aggressively charged into a fight to the death, and both sides were swept into a ruthless vortex of carnage. A series of magical explosions echoed thunderously across the blood-soaked front lane, one after another. In the air, the flock of wyverns swarmed and tore the sky apart, while the bone dragon unhinged its jaw to rain down a storm of fire and bombs directly onto the enemy's heads. Showing no mercy, Lee Sejun coldly stomped his feet, advancing step by step. A thick, pitch-black dark aura poured out of his body, and his lips curled into a savage, devilish smile. Suddenly, Lee Sejun hit the gas and shot straight toward Kim Woojin, as fast as instant teleportation. He roared out the name, Isaac Ivanov. He calmly locked his gaze onto him, silently thinking, Lee Sejun. Without warning, a Death Knight heroically intervened, acting as a steel shield. He swung his greatsword threateningly, growling with an underworldly voice. You lowly creature are forbidden to cross this boundary and trespass against my master. Lee Sejun furrowed his brows in irritation at the stumbling block in his way. Without hesitation, he delivered a mighty, thunderous slash. The Death Knight was extremely vigilant, lifting his thick greatsword to block it horizontally. In a flash, Lee Sejun dodged and closed in right at the Death Knight's face. He ducked low and dragged his blade backward to gather momentum, unleashing a magnificent, flawless sword strike that showcased his supreme skill. Cruelly enough, that brutal sword tip only chipped away a small fragment of the greatsword, completely failing to cleave through the sturdy metal. Lee Sejun's face fell into a scowl, silently fuming with anger. Suddenly plunging from the sky, a second Death Knight descended. Lee Sejun keenly darted his eyes and stepped back in alert. The fierce Death Knight swung a sledgehammer carrying the power of thunder, bringing down a devastating blow from right above his head. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck straight down into the ground and exploded. Kim Woojin indifferently stuffed his hands in his pockets, admiring the gang-up beatdown. Lee Sejun remained as cold as ice, easily parrying the Death Knight's mighty mace strike as simply as flipping his hand. His absurd toughness left the group of Death Knights dropping their jaws and stepping back in utter shock. Immediately, the rest of the Death Knight Legion swarmed in, barricading all four sides to engage in battle. Kim Woojin furrowed his brows, calculating in his head. I'm not sure if this cheap gang-up tactic will do anything to pin down this freak Lee Sejun, but it seems the damage quality is pure trash. He racked his brain considering, if I recall the pack of Death Knights to focus all their firepower and fight to the death in this corner, then the defensive line over there will be completely breached. It would be smashed to pieces in just a few minutes. Kim Woojin decisively turned and walked away. Finding it strange, Johann Georg hastily asked, "Oh my, where are you going, Sir Isaac Ivanov?" He remained silent, coldly refusing to even open his mouth. System panel flashed with blinding light. Congratulations to the first player to conquer the hidden achievement of the legend of King Arthur. The Ring of Lancelot, officially purifies all negative status effects, and the Ancient Tome of Merlin maximally buffs overall mana capacity. The cooldown time for the Chains of Gawain's skill and the Serving Sunlight automatically resets to 0. The Holy Sword Excalibur awakens the King's Blessing aura. The armor-piercing stat of the Spear of Percival doubles in power. The burst damage from the curse on the Shield of Galahad is multiplied. The Ring of King Arthur pushes the overall strength of the Knights of the Round Table Legion to its absolute limit, officially unlocking the Supreme Camelot effect. Resonating with all the tyrannical attributes from the Round Table Knights relic collection. Kim Woojin smiled smugly, his lips curling up as he absorbed the dazzling treasury of power radiantly filling his chest. The twin divine ring treasures worn on his fingers simultaneously erupted with miraculous holy magic. The nameless blade, tightly gripped in his hand, benefited from the resonance buff, so it also emitted a blinding light. The regal aura dispersed, heavily suppressing the group of Death Knights. 2 Death Knights also curiously cast a respectful glance straight toward that zone of holy light. Blended with the divine power surging through his body, he had transcended, ready to crush any obstacle standing in his way without fearing anyone. Kim Woojin called out in a clear, resonant voice to summon the Death Knight warriors. Watching the Death Knights sweating profusely as they tangled with Lee Sejun, he arrogantly ordered, "Step back and welcome me." An aggressive Death Knight swung the thunderous hammer, attempting to strike a vicious blow. A massive lightning bolt shot out from the hammerhead, striking straight down and tearing through space aimed right at Lee Sejun's head. In the blink of an eye, Lee Sejun, as light as a feather, spun on his heel and swung his sword, shattering the lightning bolt into fragmented pieces. Frowning in annoyance, he darted a probing, suspicious glare toward the opposite side. Lee Sejun stared blankly as the entire legion of Death Knights simultaneously retreated, submissively lining up to surround and escort Kim Woojin. Resentfully, he stabbed the tip of his sword deep into the cold ground. He shot a fiercely resentful, utterly irritated glare fixedly at his opponent. He clicked his tongue inwardly. He truly is the monster Lee Sejun, single-handedly taking on 4 elite Death Knights and still acting as relaxed as a walk in the park. A Death Knight stepped forward, kneeling and prostrating loyally. "I humbly request my master's divine decree." Kim Woojin extended his index finger pointing to the distant front line, coldly directing, "Split up the troops and spread out, clear the trash mobs to support our allies quickly." The soldier of the Underworld bowed its head, as the Supreme One commands. Upon receiving the clear directive, the Death Knight army uniformly shifted their formation and dashed toward the front line to sweep it clean. Lee Sejun slowly pulled his treasured sword out of the ground. He tilted his chin in a challenging provocation. "What now? Are you tired of living, so you plan to drag your corpse out to fight me to the death?" A crazed, devilish smile widened on his lips. "How thrilling! Even if you plate yourself in gold, silver, jewels, and legendary items, or get protected by some miraculous, enchanted divine buffs." Suddenly, the shrill voice of the system interrupted. The Guardian of Pure Light is intently watching this fiery battle to the death. He pouted his lips cheaply and finalized his sentence. "That stupidly arrogant attitude will send you to your grave sooner or later anyway." Kim Woojin responded with a pair of ice-cold, lifeless eyes, not even bothering to spit out half a word of garbage. The screen flashed continuously again. The representative of Underworld power is also immensely excited to admire this grand duel. The next blink, Lee Sejun broke the limit of light speed, frantically rushing forward to sweep through. He swung his frantic sword, chopping down like a torrential rain, unleashing strikes without sparing an ounce of strength, aiming to cleave him in 2. The 2 weapons clashed jarringly, shooting out deafening, crackling sparks. As Lee Sejun thrust his sword, he burst into arrogant laughter, triumphant as if victory was already in the palm of his hand. On the other side, Kim Woojin's face contorted as he broke into a cold sweat, struggling to raise his sword to parry the monster's heaven-shaking slashes. The system suddenly boomed an announcement. The Holy Sword Excalibur has issued a challenge to a target heavily laden with killing intent. Extracting half of all power attributes from the target harboring malicious intent. Suddenly, Lee Sejun froze, feeling an unfamiliar pressure heavily bearing down on his body. The treasured sword in his hand suddenly billowed with plumes of wicked, dark black smoke. Taking advantage of his weakened state, he flexed his arm and forcefully knocked Lee Sejun far back into the distance. He gritted his teeth, breaking his feet and plowing through the dirt to halt his backward momentum, his entire body spewing out a blindingly thick, pitch-black killing intent. Then, the entire clouded battleground swallowed everything in a blinding sandstorm. The system bell chimed, launching the magnanimous hand skill from the savior of the guardian of pure light. Lee Sejun acted like a maddened moth to a flame, ignoring everything as he continuously launched himself upward to tear and bite. Comprehensive buff, 100% immunity to all vitality-draining status effects. Comprehensive purification instantly erases the negative status effects dumped on his head by the challenge of the holy sword Excalibur, fully restoring all depleted stats. The system shrilly alerted again, activating the holy blessing from the savior, granted by the guardian of pure light. Kim Woojin, utterly helpless and frantically stuck, could only stand there and stare blankly. Comprehensive resistance surged violently, hitting a terrifying peak of 1,000%. The moment he saw his mad dog face lunging at him, he dodged and desperately retreated far away. The system buffed further, violently multiplying his endurance by 10 times. Operating the ultimate skill to its limits, the judgment from the guardian of pure light. Lee Sejun now condensed all his pent-up resentment, launching a devastating blow straight toward him. A terrifying buff, violently boosting damage by up to 10,000% throughout the duration of the skill's awakened state. Kim Woojin squeezed his eyes shut, giving up and thinking that even if a god descended from heaven, they couldn't block this nuclear bomb. But by the blessing of 7 generations of ancestors, a giant magic shield popped open just in time to save him by a hair's breadth. Boom, a deafeningly destructive force blew away the front line. The system flashed a red alarm. The piercing shockwave force has completely exceeded the absolute endurance threshold of the armor. The majestic shield materialized sturdily in his hands. Activating the flawless defense hidden attribute, the permanently enhanced equipment is inviolable. Lee Sejun suddenly cracked a bizarrely refreshing smile. He crazily and furiously hacked at Kim Woojin like a sewing machine, forcing him to roll around in the dirt, dodging for his life. Out of breath from the relentless bombing, he stumbled, his stamina depleted, and fell to his knees on the ground. Seizing the opening, Lee Sejun dashed forward, intending to claim Kim Woojin's life. The oppressive pressure from him exploded, forming a sky-high surge of power, instantly activating the ability of the vampire. But suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Kim Woojin's figure had vanished, leaving behind a thick swarm of black bats hovering in the air. The bats scattered in all directions right before Lee Sejun's bewildered eyes. A ruthless sword strike swung out, tearing the wind. He frantically slashed right into the scattering swarm of bats. However, the flock of bats immediately coiled into a dense black tornado, completely blocking all of Lee Sejun's lines of sight. Amidst the blinding encirclement, he started and looked back upon realizing the true danger. Kim Woojin in his vampire form had closed in and sank his teeth into him. Without hesitation, Lee Sejun swung his arm and threw his opponent far away. The impact sent Kim Woojin tumbling several times across the ground. Watching the scene from afar, Lee Jin-ah frowned in anxiety. Can that kid Kim Woojin actually hold on? His mind was a mess. Even knowing that the kid insisted on fighting single-handedly, the enemy was no ordinary figure. That was Lee Sejun after all. Lee Sejun cast a gaze as sharp and cold as a knife down at the disadvantaged opponent. He growled coldly, "Drop this cat-and-mouse game, I'm starting to find it bland." Kim Woojin sat slumped on the ground, his posture clearly revealing his exhaustion. He smirked faintly, casually wiping the trail of blood leaking from the corner of his lips. "I feel bad for ruining your mood, however." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kim Woojin slowly stood up straight. "With you as my opponent, I have no choice but to squeeze out all my dirtiest tricks." The other man couldn't be bothered to respond. Right at that moment, the system's sound rang out rapidly. The target has been infected by toxins from poisonous blood. He smirked disdainfully, bringing out this trivial poison to scare people. The system continued its announcements, activating the skill from the guardian of pure light. Lee Sejun's aura exploded, fiercer than ever before. Thanks to the blessing from the savior, his body's resistance skyrocketed, completely neutralizing the toxins that had just invaded. Kim Woojin just observed in silence, his expression not wavering in the slightest. Lee Sejun mocked him with a patronizing tone. "Well, you're out of tricks to play, aren't you?" In response, Kim Woojin tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, standing as tall as a mountain blocking his line of sight. A hair-raising surge of killing intent billowed out from his body. Kim Woojin spoke in a deep, murky voice, carrying an ultimate threat. "What's the rush? The fun is just beginning." The system's sound chimed once more. The representative of the dark world has activated the blood mist. Trails of blood-red mist instantly burst forth, thickly filling the entire space. The system notification confirmed. The target is continuously infected with poisonous blood. Lee Sejun snorted in disdain. Nothing but useless, childish tricks. The familiar chain of notifications appeared again. The blessing from the Savior has purified all toxins in the body. Amidst the deep red blood mist, Kim Woojin's speed suddenly spiked to a terrifying level. He lazily rolled his eyes, following his afterimages. Kim Woojin's silhouette kept flickering in and out of sight, teasing Lee Sejun's vision. When he unleashed a slash to cleave the space in front of him in half, what got smashed to pieces was a cluster of ant monsters, with no sign of his opponent at all. He broke into a smug smile. The Ring of Solomon had taken effect. In just a blink of an eye, a fierce swarm of ant monsters lunged in to tightly surround Lee Sejun. He roared in fury, pulling out this garbage trick again. Immediately, Lee Sejun channeled all his energy into the blade in his hand. The holy sword skill of the Guardian of Pure Light was unleashed. A sweeping slash created a hurricane that shredded everything around him. The weak ant monsters completely evaporated before the overwhelming power. Their corpses scattered and fell from the sky like a pitch-black rain. Kim Woojin frowned slightly. As expected, the title of Lee Sejun was not just for show. The ground beneath his feet was now split wide open, crumbling into massive chunks. Lee Sejun glared viciously. "If you are all out of tricks." He slowly closed the distance between them. "Then be a good boy and dig your own grave." With that, Lee Sejun used his momentum to launch himself into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was right on top of his target. But contrary to expectations, Kim Woojin did not flinch at all. Instead, he broke into a bright smile. The system signaled. The Emissary of the Dark World has activated Corpse Explosion. An earth-shattering explosion tore through their eardrums. Before his eyes, there was now only a thick cloud of dust and smoke obscuring his vision. But Kim Woojin's intuition suddenly warned him of danger. Tearing through the veil of dust, a terrifying force shot forward like a cannonball. The devastating impact slammed directly into him, sending him crashing heavily into the ground. He had to struggle immensely just to force himself back onto his feet. Kim Woojin lowered his head, beads of sweat breaking out in deep concern. In an instant, a massive hand reached out and grabbed the top of his head. Lee Sejun's colossal figure pinned him down against the cold ground. He squeezed him tightly like catching a tree frog. Was the gap in class ranks truly an insurmountable barrier? Following the mockery, Lee Sejun swung his arm and violently hurled him away. Kim Woojin lay sprawled out, his body motionless. He continued his contemptuous insults. "You only have this much power, yet you dared to act so arrogant? What a waste of my expectations." Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed from afar. Sir Isaac Ivanov. Right behind Lee Sejun, a barrage of cold iron chains shot straight toward him. But he wasn't one to go down easily. Lee Sejun simply swung his sword lightly, sweeping away the entire assault. Those chains originated from a massive, bottomless portal that had just opened. Johann Georg unluckily fell into the trajectory of that deadly sword strike. And just like that, he took the full brunt of his terrifying attack. Lee Sejun casually strode forward, not even bothering to glance at the brutal aftermath he had just caused. He approached Kim Woojin's battered body. Lee Sejun let out a weary sigh. "I overestimated you." He raised his foot, intending to crush the one standing in his way. But abruptly stopped, noticing something abnormal. Lee Sejun stared intently at the mask of the man lying on the ground. At that very moment, a bone-chilling cold struck from behind. Turning around with sharp reflexes, Lee Sejun instantly stepped back into a defensive stance. Right above his head, a skeleton had been lying in ambush who knows since when. Its bloodlust-soaked sword plunged straight down, aiming for his fatal spot. With godly reflexes, Lee Sejun raised his sword and blocked it just in time. The two metal blades clashed fiercely, letting out a deafening clang. He still sneered arrogantly, trying to take my life with this pile of dry skeleton bones. But waiting precisely for this moment, he seized the blind spot and unleashed a fatal slash. Lee Sejun's sword-wielding arm suddenly lost all its strength, hanging limply by his side. His eyes widened in sheer horror. Isaac Ivanov. The skeleton's blade slid down the length of Lee Sejun's sword. And with a piercing thud, he took the full force of the skeletal warrior's thrust. Lee Sejun's legs wobbled, requiring all his might just to keep from collapsing. He looked down at his wound in shock. This is. System confirmed the target has suffered a hit from Longinus. All buff effects from skills and equipment instantly vanished. Lee Sejun's aura armor shattered. The skill savior's hand is removed. All debuff immunity effects are officially nullified. The skill savior's grace is dispelled. Defense and resistance stats are forced back to their base levels. The skill final judgment is extinguished. Damage output reverts to its original state. Excalibur triggers the enemy provocation effect. All strength stats of the targeted enemy are immediately halved. Lee Sejun coughed up a mouthful of pitch-black blood. The toxins were now frantically ravaging his body. The toxic blood dripped onto the ground, forming a murky black puddle. He gritted his teeth, desperately clinging to his last shred of consciousness. It's the spear of Longinus. I must pull it out immediately. Lee Sejun reached out and grabbed the spear's shaft. That's right, as long as I rip this thing out, my resistance will recover and suppress the poison. The one capable of taking my life hasn't even been born yet. A blinding flash of sheer arrogance gleamed deep in his eyes. The status board appeared vividly. Defense 1684 reduced to 842, resistance 1320 reduced to 660, health regeneration per second 1402 reduced to 701. Lee Sejun burst into a satisfied laugh. Even if my stats are slashed in half, there's no weapon in this world that can pierce through this armor of flesh and blood. Then he collapsed right at Kim Woojin's feet. Lee Sejun gasped out a mocking laugh. Infuriating, isn't it? Quite a massive shock, huh? You're dying to finish me off with your own hands, aren't you? He weakly reached toward the sword lying nearby, but it seems like you've forgotten how to use your strength. He quietly took off his mask without saying a word. After a beat, he ground out every word. I know. The space next to Kim Woojin's hand slightly distorted, so I prepared for it in advance. Suddenly, he sprang up and swung his sword, aiming to cleave him in half. But the two surges of power collided and detonated. Lee Sejun's sword was sent flying into the air before plunging deep into the ground. He stared in panic at the weapon that just blocked his strike, seemingly recognizing something. Could it be? Cold, sharp shortsword materialized out of thin air. The system issued a nightmare notification. Struck by the Thunder Origin Gate, 90% of all resistance and defense has vanished. Lee Sejun's eyes bulged in terror. Impossible. Kim Woojin's merciless sword strike cleanly severed his neck. Kim Woojin maintained his cold expression, watching the corpse crash heavily to the ground. The system board lit up with red text. The emissary of the Dark World is immensely satisfied with the battle's outcome. The surrounding players were in absolute shock. Guildmaster Lee Sejun, he is really dead. Kim Woojin lowered his eyes, and the system screen popped up again. He used an audio amplification skill to roar at everyone. In a deep, gravelly voice, he commanded, "Everyone, drop your weapons. Whether you are members of Messiah or the Savior Guild, from this moment on, I will absolutely not tolerate anyone engaging in infighting. Enough blood has been shed. The path forward has already been decided. The top priority is to administer first aid to the wounded and immediately take stock of our forces." Kim Woojin's gaze swept over the area where Park Shin-hai was being treated. He declared resoundingly, "To advance to the 8th floor, the only enemy we must target from now on is the horde of monsters lying in wait ahead." Clang, a heavy sword was thrown carelessly onto the ground, emitting a piercing sound. Rodan spoke up, breaking the silence. "I am exhausted too. We didn't crawl into this hellhole just to commit suicide." Maizen nodded in agreement. "That's right. What kind of twisted ideal were we even slaughtering each other for anyway?" Another blade fell with a clatter. Immediately following that, an array of spears and crossbows were simultaneously tossed aside. In the vast space, the remnants of the bloody battle faded and completely vanished, returning a tranquil silence beneath the deep blue sky. The plus-rank 8th floor dungeon. Lee Jin-ah glanced sideways, his face full of skepticism. "Hey Isaac Ivanov, are you really planning to bring these Messiah remnants along, especially that bitch Park Shin-hai who is still breathing?" Not to mention Lee Sejun's fanatical guards. Kim Woojin merely smirked slightly, not necessarily. If they were truly that loyal, they would have risked their lives to swarm us earlier. Since they've thrown away all their weapons, where would they even find that loyalty? He still tried to salvage his argument. Well, you do have a point, but taking this bunch to form a party is way too risky. Seeing this, Kim Woojin casually reassured him, don't mind it. He patted the stark white skull of a skeleton soldier. I have a fantastic cast of colleagues, and an army that will never know the meaning of betrayal right here. Those words seemed to revitalize Lee Jin-ah's spirits. He cheered enthusiastically, approved, let's move out. All noise disappeared, leaving only absolute silence. 2 months had passed, and the reporters swarming the dungeon entrance were screaming, they're coming out. A sharp-eyed person stammered, wait a minute. Why is Guildmaster Lee Sejun nowhere to be seen? Kim Woojin stood proudly at the podium. He leaned into the microphone, his tone sorrowful. Our great hero, Sir Lee Sejun, has perished in the dungeon. Before closing his eyes, he held my hand and left his dying wish. He was deeply remorseful that he could not. Below the stage, a few sniffles rang out, the reporters tearing up with emotion. Kim Woojin's voice grew increasingly tragic. End this tragedy with his own hands. But I promised the soul of Lee Sejun that I will lead the Savior Guild, fighting shoulder to shoulder with our brothers from Messiah, vowing to crush the final boss on the 9th floor, and put an end to this deadly game forever. Osechin sat with his legs crossed, watching the live broadcast. Upon hearing that flawless theatrical performance, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Osechin stroked his chin smugly. Their doomsday has arrived. Kim Woojin's heroic voice kept echoing in his ears, making him recall the days he fought alongside his boss, Lee Jin-soo. On the TV, the tear-jerking speech kept flowing. We will use our very lives to protect the world. And I will forever engrave in my heart the monumental sacrifice of Sir Lee Sejun. Right after bowing, Kim Woojin coldly cursed internally. Go ahead and take the title of Messiah's hero down to your grave. All the mistakes of my past life have finally been forced back onto the right track. A cold female voice rang out from behind Park Shin-hai. She jolted and turned around, her lips trembling. Lee Jisoo. Lee Jisoo interrogated her with a stern face. Now that it's come to this, are you going to open your mouth and spit out the truth yet? If you keep covering things up like this, I'm afraid our years of friendship end here. She panicked immensely, her entire body shaking before she slumped to the ground. At the same time, electronic billboards everywhere were broadcasting. Isaac Ivanov has announced the launch of the 9th floor raid campaign in exactly 1 week. Inside a diner, Lee Jin-ah slammed the table in outrage. We're about to step into a life-or-death battle, and you feed me black bean noodles. What kind of logic is that? It's so cheap, who could even swallow this? At the very least, you should treat us to a round of grilled beef. Kim Woojin rubbed his forehead helplessly. Just order quickly and get it over with. He narrowed his eyes in a glare, asking just to be sure, you're really paying, right? He waved his hand lazily, signaling him to go wild. Seeing that nonchalant attitude, Lee Jin-ah fumed. You little bastard, I was actually planning to go easy on you. But today, your big bro is going to eat your wallet dry to be satisfied. He confidently called out to the staff, Ma'am, bring me everything on the menu from here to here. Suddenly, a silhouette casually pulled up a chair and sat next to them. I already ordered for you. Kim Woojin raised an eyebrow, so it's you. Lee Jin-ah also stared wide-eyed, so it's this old geezer. Osechin adjusted his collar and grumbled, you too reel in those glaring eyes for me, will you? Lee Jin-ah played it cool, trying to save face. What's wrong with that? Just got a bit curious seeing a celebrity. Getting down to business, he lowered his voice seriously. Have you calculated an exit strategy for after the game ends? Right at that moment, a staff member brought out a plate of food. Your food is served. Osechin was interrupted but still tried to speak. The player's powers will be completely stripped away. The waitress interjected again. Here's your shredded 8-treasure dish. He started to get irritated, enduring it to continue explaining. The guilds will no longer have any reason to exist. The waitress's voice boomed again. Your spicy stir-fried meat is all served. Osechin flared up, pulling his hair in frustration. Damn it, will you let people talk in peace or not? Kim Woojin unhurriedly picked up his food and dropped a remark. Rumor has it you just opened some dissection company named Pandora, right? You mean you've prepared a nest to weather the storm after the game ends, right? He nodded smugly. Fucking spot on. If we clear the game, is everyone supposed to eat dirt? That's why I have to build a new haven to take in these unemployed folks, steering them toward doing good instead of wrecking the neighborhood. That's where world peace lies, after all. Li Jin chewing his noodles noisily, chimed in. Pandora is that piece of crap. I actually thought you were planning to scam some investors and run away. Sechin smacked the big guy right on the forehead. He cleared his throat to regain his dignity. In short, I've got the logistics all sorted out. Your job now is to clean up that 9th floor and drag your ass back here, and we'll be good. Kim Woojin rested his chin on his hand in thought. Finally dragged ourselves to the final station of this cheap form of entertainment. Sechin pondered deeply. Indeed, lately I've been racking my brain over it. There must surely be some divine entity pulling the strings behind all this. Chances are they're sitting cross-legged up in the clouds, cracking sunflower seeds and watching us make fools of ourselves. But if those bastards see a peaceful world, they'll be pissed off because they didn't get to watch a bloody ending. If you were a gamer, and the main character suddenly turned rogue and refused to follow the script, how would you handle it? Kim Woojin coldly threw out 2 options. 1 is to shut down the power and pull the plug. 2 is to delete the account and grind from scratch. The cold-blooded answer made him slap his thigh in delight. Exactly, I thought the exact same thing. Li Jin dumbly chewed his noodles. What alien language are these 2 lunatics babbling in? Suddenly, Sechin's phone rang loudly. He glanced at the screen and sprang up like a coiled spring. Damn it, we have a situation, hello. Sechin hurried off to a secluded corner to take the call. What, really? Kim Woojin silently put down his chopsticks. He stood up and tossed back a sentence. I'm going to take care of nature's call. Sechin glanced absently outside, just in time to see Kim Woojin push the door and leave. He smiled faintly, turned his back and walked straight away. Waiting forever, but seeing no one return. Li Jin blinked, seemingly enlightened to the truth. Wait a minute, don't tell me. Those 2 bastards bylaid and ditched the bill. These shameless freeloaders. The timeline winds back into the past. Since who knows when, the Earth has been besieged by anomalies. The very first sign was the brilliant radiance of halos, followed by the invasion of monsters and gloomy dungeons. Supreme beings bestowed superpowers, transforming mere mortals into awakened players. According to the records, the halos were divided into 2 opposing factions. One was the omnipotent entity, granting power so that humanity could protect its kind from disaster. The other was the harbinger of calamity, sowing seeds of cruel annihilation. The selection criteria of these entities have always been a mystery. People only saw dazzling beams of light descending from the sky. After that, the system interface would smash right into their vision. A few individuals obsessed with studying abnormal phenomena proposed the theory that human lives were nothing more than a recreational chessboard for the gods. In total, there are 6 most common types of halos. First is the emissary of all things, those capable of forging pacts with nature spirits. Second is the scholar of knowledge, those who harness destructive magic through a mere incantation or a snap of the fingers. Third is the indomitable warrior, possessing overwhelming strength and an indestructible physique. Fourth is the assassin hunter, those who amplify their 5 senses and agility to the absolute limit. These are the 4 most mainstream branches of abilities. Extremely rare are those chosen as the guardian of pure light, a perfectly balanced class in both offense and defense. And the one manipulating the gloomy shadows of primal magic is none other than the emissary of the dark world. To send Lee Sejun to his grave, Kim Woojin turned himself into a devil serving under the dark world, followed by a tragic and epic streak of blood-soaked days. And after enduring countless tribulations, he turned the tables, snapping Lee Sejun's neck with his own hands. Currently, standing beneath the shadow of the colossal dungeon gate, he stretched his arms and muttered, "Only one final obstacle remains." A wild fire flared up in the depths of Kim Woojin's eyes. Time to close the curtains on this cheap stage. In the real world, inside Sechin's hideout, his eyes were glued to the shocking news bulletin. Director Park Shin-hye of the Hansung Empire has submitted her resignation. Every little move made by the Hansung Group is now heavily scrutinized by the media. Tossing the phone onto the desk, Sechin let out a drawn-out sigh. Hopefully, Secretary Lee hasn't broken down. He stepped toward the window, watching the stream of traffic. Let's hope she's tough enough to overcome this hurdle. The sky was growing dusky, the faint dying sunlight casting a desolate glow over the cold cemetery. Lee Jisoo and Park Shin-hye stood in solemn silence before the still portrait inside the columbarium niche. Shin-hye looked as battered as a drooping willow branch, her face pale with guilt, tears streaming down profusely. She tremblingly traced her fingers against the transparent glass, calling out through sobs, "Uncle." Lee Jisoo stood completely still with her arms crossed, her expression as cold as a floating iceberg. She recalled the memory of their last encounter, when Park Shin-hye collapsed at her feet, crying miserably. She kowtowed, begging through her sobs, "I'm sorry, Lee Jisoo, your scoldings are absolutely right." Tears carrying absolute remorse fell continuously. "Everything ending up this ruined is all because of my filthy hands." Shin-hye slumped completely onto the dirty ground. "I apologize to you 10,000 times over." She crawled forward, pathetically clinging to Lee Jisoo's legs in hopes of finding a sliver of pity. The illusion of the past faded, and reality pulled Lee Jisoo back to the silent space. She spoke in a cold tone, "Shin-hye. From that day until now, I have tossed and turned a lot." Those words made Park Shin-hye flinch, clumsily turning around to await judgment. Lee Jisoo cast her eyes toward the dying sun behind the mountain cliff, seeing whether I have enough tolerance to wash away your sins. But the answer she threw at Park Shin-hye was a bucket of cold water, and the answer is no. She bit her lip tightly, accepting the verdict. After all, the karma she brought upon herself was too great. How could anyone be forced to forgive her? Lee Jisoo took a decisive step forward. "As for forgiving you, I'm afraid I cannot do it." But she added another clause, "at least for now." Park Shin-hye's puffy eyes suddenly widened, a faint glimmer of hope igniting. She looked up blankly, her voice completely hoarse. "Huh." Lee Jisoo tossed a luxurious business card at her. "If you genuinely want to atone, then stop crying and prove it with your actions." Shin-hye tremblingly caught the hard card, immensely bewildered. "This is." Clearly printed on, it was the name Lee Jisoo, proudly sitting alongside the title of CEO of the Pandora Group. Lee Jisoo nonchalantly laid out the condition. "Come work at Pandora, that place was created to clean up the leftover trash when the game concludes. Remember back then, it was your father and my father who co-founded the Messiah Project. Therefore, Pandora currently carries a much more profound meaning. It is the blood-soaked legacy left to us by our two fathers." Ignoring her dumbfounded expression, Lee Jisoo finalized her point. "If you still desperately want to protect the people you love, then use your own hands to hold on to them." The shattered friendship between the two briefly flashed through her mind. She lowered her voice listlessly. "If you can do it, who knows, maybe one day we will sit at the same table like in the old days." Hearing this, Park Shin-hye's defenses crumbled, a hot tear rolling down. She fully understood that this was the final act of grace tossed to her by an old friend. Having dropped the words she needed to say, Lee Jisoo turned on her heel and walked away. "Take your time to consider it, and call me once you've thought it through." Leaving Shin-hye rooted to the spot amidst the graveyard, her hand gripping the small business card tightly. She covered her face and burst into loud sobs, crying for her days of foolishness, crying because she felt like absolute trash compared to Lee Jisoo's nobility. Finally, she fell to her knees on the grass, crying her eyes out to ease the heavy burden of regret. Only a short time later, the media boiled over with news of the lineup of superheroes gathering to sweep the life-or-death dungeon. At the headquarters, Oh Sechin anxiously pulled his hair in front of the monitor. Well, the life-or-death hour has finally struck." A field reporter screamed in ecstasy. "Humanity's most outstanding heroes have assembled in full force before the gates of death. We pray this campaign achieves resounding success, fulfilling the unfinished dying wish of the great Sir Lee Sejun." The real-life scene was breathtakingly epic. A massive magical barrier locked down the area, and only the chosen ones had the right to step through. The masses swarmed in dark droves, media helicopters buzzing overhead like flies. Inside the armored vehicle, someone was nervously shaking his leg, his heels tapping rhythmically against the floor. Johan Jorg chuckled teasingly. "Senior, are you shaking out of fear?" Lee Jin-ah, currently masquerading as Spazaba, jumped up like a cat on hot bricks. "Fear my ass. From the day I was born until now, the word nervous has never existed in my dictionary." Johan Jorg could only cover his mouth to hide a smile. Seeing those two idiots putting on a comedy show, Kim Woojin, under the alias of Isaac Ivanov, silently agreed with Johan. shaking like a leaf yet still running a foul mouth. But upon glancing down at his own hand, he mocked himself with a smile. Fair enough, standing at death's door, who wouldn't be terrified? Because even he himself had hands that were trembling rhythmically out of extreme excitement before the final dungeon. He clenched his fists tightly. Even someone like me, who once lost his life right at the threshold, is feeling this fired up. Truly curious as to what kind of demonic entity is waiting behind that gate. But Kim Woojin cared not for fear. The hurricane of killing intent inside him was screaming to be unleashed. Clack, the door of the armored vehicle flung open. 3 men decked out in razor-sharp suits strode out with imposing presence. Smoothing out the creases of his jacket, the one leading the pack stepped forward. That was none other than the soul of the expedition, Isaac Ivanov, striding out to present himself to the public. Francois Chero stood waiting from afar, flashing a diplomatic smile and raising his hand in greeting. The trio of Rodan, Sakura, and Maizen were also in a battle-ready stance. Even grumpy old geezers like Park Yong-won had to swallow their pride and acknowledge Kim Woojin's position as the leader. Taking long strides, he walked straight up to the Eyrie Gate. Turning his head to look at the army following behind him, he curved his lips into a smile. "What are you hesitating for? Let the feast begin." The moment they stepped through the spatial barrier, the suits worn by the heroes instantly transformed into full battle armor and armaments. The scenery inside was a cave as pitch black as ink, with the only light bleeding in from the warp gate. Li Jin-ah darted his eyes around on high alert. What the hell? He suddenly remembered something and whipped his head to glare at Kim Woojin in sheer astonishment. This guy's mouth is as ominously accurate as a demon's. Recalling the time they ground through the A+ rank 8th floor, Li Jin-ah and the skeleton army had to get battered and bruised just to punch down the gigantic boss. At that time he lay paralyzed on the ground, drenched in sweat like a drowned rat, panting heavily out of breath. But he still forced himself to put his hands on his hips, thumping his own back before turning to throw jabs at Kim Woojin. "If you keep exploiting labor like this, your skeleton squad is going to be completely wrecked." Who would have thought the other guy would just coldly toss out a phrase, "Good job." Li Jin-ah knew his personality all too well and quickly cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. You worked hard too, kid." He massaged his sore shoulders. "I'm already losing my breath just on the 8th floor, crawling up to the 9th will probably log me out permanently. Do you have any intel on the next stage?" Kim Woojin indifferently gave a blunt reply, entirely clueless. Seeing his question sink like a stone in a pond, Li Jin-ah scratched his head. "Well damn, here I was convinced you'd spout some prophetic nonsense." Deep in his heart, Kim Woojin silently calculated. The previous 8 floors revolved entirely around underground caves. He let out a few words of speculation, probably just a motif of caves connected to more caves. Memories of his past life flashed by, accompanied by a colossal gate blocking the way. He narrowed his eyes with a secret smile. As for what lay behind that gate, even he was entirely in the dark. Hearing that flippant deduction, Li Jin-ah frowned. "Caves and gates, what the hell are you babbling about?" Kim Woojin was too lazy to explain, only wearing a mysterious smile. He shrugged unbothered. "I just achieved some enlightenment, that's all." That punchable attitude left Li Jin-ah dumbfounded for a few seconds. What the flying fuck? By the time he regained his senses, the guy had already lugged himself out of sight. "Hey, wait a minute, you know the plot inside out, don't you? Spit it out." Snapping out of his train of thought, Kim Woojin darted his eyes around to scout the area. He nodded, assessing the pitch-black cave. The beginning is still exactly the same as before. Choosing a jutting rock, he agilely hoisted himself onto it. Standing high up and looking down, Kim Woojin clapped his hands to gather them. "Gather up, let's start distributing our combat strategies." But the moment the words "first floor" escaped his lips, a piercing beep from the system suddenly tore through the air. A blood-red notification panel smashed directly into their eyes. Critical system error warning. The breakthrough conditions for the first floor have been forcibly activated. This unscripted anomaly made Kim Woojin frown. What the hell? Even the system throws tantrums. But that was only the beginning. A series of glaringly red messages frantically popped up. The breakthrough conditions for the second floor have been forcibly activated. The breakthrough conditions for the third floor have been forcibly activated. The breakthrough conditions for the fourth floor have been forcibly activated. The breakthrough conditions for the fifth floor have been forcibly activated. The breakthrough conditions for the 6th floor have been forcibly activated. The breakthrough conditions for the 7th floor have been forcibly activated. The breakthrough conditions for the 8th floor have been forcibly activated. Down below, the entire group stared slack-jawed at the incessantly flashing notification panels. Terrified and bewildered gazes intertwined, as no one understood what kind of demonic trickery was taking place. Everyone received the exact same error message, throwing the entire formation into a panic. Until the final line of notification appeared. Congratulations, the conditions to unlock the 9th floor have been met. Park Yang-won scrunched up his face. What kind of sick joke is this? Even a composed guy like Johan Jorg couldn't hide his bewilderment. What in the world is going on? And just as expected, clinging onto Kim Woojin whenever shit hits the fan, Lee Jin-ah whispered into his ear, "Hey, what kind of trick are you pulling?" He himself was at a loss for words. This incident went way beyond his scope of knowledge. He shook his head and replied, "Beats me." Hearing his lifeline report a malfunction, Lee Jin-ah stood dumbfounded. "You've got to be kidding me." At that very moment, an eerie band of light flared up in the middle of the cave. It spiraled and converged, forming a colossal, glaringly white warp portal right in the middle of their formation. Regardless of whether it was a game bug or a system error, Kim Woojin gritted his teeth and made a decision. Since we've cast the die, we must follow through. Let's enter the 9th floor first and figure it out later. The resounding rumble, the magnificent gate swung wide open. 2 rows of magical torches blazed fiercely along both edges of the gate. Standing before this half-familiar, half-alien existence, he secretly broke out in a sweat. There was no such ridiculous system error gimmick in his previous life. From the crack in the door, streams of gloomy, bone-piercing cold air wafted out. Kim Woojin furrowed his brows deeply in thought. What evil heresy was lurking inside? Suddenly, a hand clapped heavily onto his shoulder. Lee Jin-ah managed to force a twisted smile. "Well, Isaac Ivanov, you're sweating bullets over there. Scared, aren't you?" Even though his own legs were shaking violently, he still thumped his chest smugly. "Don't shed any tears now, just hide behind my back." Kim Woojin knew perfectly well that the guy's legs were trembling like crazy, yet his mouth stubbornly swore to protect him. He smiled softly. An amusing comrade like this was truly rare and hard to find. Pivoting in silence, Kim Woojin took the lead and marched straight toward the massive gate, telling himself that this time would be different. He was no longer alone, because by his side were countless comrades standing shoulder to shoulder, from Park Yang-won to Sakura. Even Johan Jorg, George, and Francois Chero were always on standby to wholeheartedly support him. Carrying an aura of overwhelming confidence, Woojin took long strides forward, silently thinking it was time to bring this gamble to a close. He reached out and lightly touched the colossal stone slab. Then pushed with all his might. The door that seemed to weigh thousands of tons began to shift, emitting bone-chilling creaks. At that exact moment, the system coldly announced that the final battle was officially unveiled. The entire team stepped through the stone archway, opening up to a spacious temple that was drowned in a pitch-black night. Xena darted her eyes around and muttered that she couldn't see a damn thing, making Johan Jorg nod in agreement. Suddenly, whooshing sounds tore through the silence as rows of torches along the walls simultaneously flared up. The warm flames roared to life, casting a brilliant golden light that dispelled a corner of the darkness. Like a chain reaction, the string of light spread rapidly, running along the entire length of the vast corridor. Thanks to the dim illumination, Rodan suddenly flinched as he clearly saw the scene on the ground. Draped at the foot of the stone pillars was a litter of corpses, the spewing blood still fresh, making him stammer as he wondered what the hell was going on. Even more horrifying, there was also the headless corpse of a monstrous beast tens of times their size. Just as Park Yang-won was furrowing his brows to inspect that massive corpse, a strange sound tore through the air from behind. He immediately whipped around into a highly defensive stance. Only at this very moment did he realize in sheer shock. Dominating the end of the corridor was a golden throne covered in sharp thorns. Sitting proudly upon the majestic throne was a man dressed exactly like a Greek god, his foot arrogantly trampling upon the head of a monster. He smirked, throwing out a smile steeped in mystery, and voiced his disdain that they had arrived far too late. Kim Woojin didn't bother to reply, only shooting a sharp, suspicious glare at the newcomer. The other players' faces instantly turned pale, bewildered as to what kind of divine being the creature before them was. Gripping his twin swords tightly, Park Yang-won ground his teeth. He screamed internally, wondering what the hell that bastard was. In less than a blink of an eye, before Park Yang-won could even unleash his attack, his twin swords were completely shattered by an invisible pressure. The devastating attack grazed past Kim Woojin's position, though fortunately, he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. Glancing over, Kim Woojin's eyes widened in sheer terror. With just a single strike, the entire ground was completely obliterated. The sight of Park Yang-won collapsing to his knees on the ground immediately caught his eye. Lee Jin-ah shared the same fate, taking the full brunt of the attack in absolute shock. Both Frangasiro and the remaining members couldn't escape the deadly clutches of the God of Light. Despite having just crushed a whole group of people, he indifferently expressed his disappointment, having thought a single strike would be enough to wipe out the trash. The God of Light had barely finished speaking when Kim Woojin's heavy, bloodlust-filled footsteps echoed. It seemed his fury had been ignited as he growled, asking what kind of damn creature the being in front of him was. Answering his call, the army of skeleton soldiers and golems swarmed forward. The next second, the God of Light laughed in amusement, praising this resistance. After a leisurely snap of his fingers, a massive surge of power instantly swirled and gathered in midair. Sensing the danger, Kim Woojin immediately focused all his attention on that blinding anomaly. Lee Jin-ah and Johan Jorg also held their breath and looked up, straining their eyes to observe every change. Reflected on Francois Cheru's glasses was the silhouette of the terrifying magic surging and waiting to strike. In the blink of an eye, the God of Light's energy sphere had expanded so much that it eclipsed the entire sky. Realizing the time for the slaughter had come, he smirked triumphantly. Without a moment's hesitation, the magic bomb detonated, raining a devastating blow directly onto where the team was standing. As luck would have it, Kim Woojin raised his shield to block the attack just as death came knocking. Even so, the horrific shockwave made him cough up fresh blood, while everything around him was reduced to ashes. Heartbroken at the thought of all his comrades dying, Kim Woojin collapsed, his heart aching as he wondered if everyone had truly been wiped out. Lounging on his high throne, the God of Light spoke coldly, mocking him for being a piece of trash trying to act tough, and that very arrogance had ruined his elegant amusement. Ignoring his blazing gaze of hatred, he nonchalantly continued, asserting that the fun couldn't end so tamely. He called out the name Isaac Ivanov, then smirked and corrected it to Kim Woojin just as he perked his ears to listen. Kim Woojin asked himself in shock how this guy knew his secret. He lowered his voice and growled, questioning what kind of deity this creature in front of him actually was. The God of Light put on a superior air, arrogantly replying that he had no free time to answer questions for a piece of trash, only hoping that in their next encounter, he would provide more entertainment. After saying that, he coldly waved his hand to give a signal. The God of Light's cryptic words left Kim Woojin dumbfounded, unable to understand what next time meant. Before his brain could process it, a terrifying pressure crushed him flat against the ground. Terror surged through his veins, and he thought to himself that he was really going to meet the Grim Reaper this time. Could it really end in such an anticlimactic way? In the moment of his death, Kim Woojin only had time to engrave the God of Light's arrogant figure and the system's emotionless text into his mind. Player Kim Woojin has died. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open and realized he had just resurrected. The game restarted. Kim Woojin was still dazed, yet to comprehend what was happening to his little life. However, it only took a second for Woojin's brain to catch up with this bizarre situation. He glanced around, the scenery here an exact replica of a few minutes ago. Like a sadistic addict, the God of Light curiously asked if returning from the dead was fun, noting that he should be quite familiar with this by now. He even subtly mentioned that he had already tasted this experience once before. Kim Woojin sharply grasped the issue, astonishingly realizing that time had just been reversed. Now he vaguely pieced together the big picture. The guy's power was so overwhelming that even top elites were crushed to pieces. Combined with the glaring system error since they first entered, just as he thought of this, a bright red notification panel slid across, indicating an error had occurred. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Kim Woojin sank into thought, only for a surge of burning rage and killing intent to aim directly at the absurd divine title of the one before him. Without beating around the bush, Woojin smirked and exposed him, sarcastically saying he was far different from the second Halo's name. He mocked whether sending Lee Sejin to the afterlife had put him in a tight spot, oh pure light protector. Exactly as he predicted, the god of light got so furious that green veins popped out on his forehead, roaring indignantly and asking if a mere insect like him could really give him a hard time. He admitted his own arrogance, but didn't forget to bitterly say that he really knew how to piss him off. Right now, this esteemed god was finding him incredibly an eyesore. He roared that he was simply looking for a place to vent the anger in his heart. The words barely left his mouth when Kim Woojin was hurled into the air, bouncing violently across the cliffs like a broken spinning top. His body crashed brutally onto the ground, coughing up a mouthful of metallic blood before hastily dying once again. Witnessing that torture, the god of light clapped his hands in excitement, mocking that just as humans found joy in crushing bugs, for gods like them, this was merely an idle pastime. Kim Woojin was continuously thrown back to the starting point under the god of light's sick manipulation. Panting heavily, he cursed internally, not knowing how many dozen times he had been beaten to a pulp. Following his memories, the flash-like death of his first life quickly crossed his mind. The second death was no less miserable, followed by a tragic demise under his blinding sword. The series of tragic deaths played over and over like a fast-forwarded movie in his head. Kim Woojin's fresh blood dyed the wasteland a vibrant red. Not stopping there, the god of light continued to force him to cough up a few more liters of blood. Kim Woojin tightly knitted his brows in pain. In that life-or-death moment, his brain worked incredibly fast, silently horrified to realize that the guy's actual main body had descended to join the fray. If that were true, then this bastard was truly too rampant. On the other side, the god of light deliberately created an ear-splitting explosion just to draw his prey's attention. Right after, he asked in a teasing tone, mocking the kid for looking like he had something on his mind, or if he was having delusions of some miracle. He sarcastically asked if he was relying on that bunch of trash, or dreaming about those weak scarecrows that would be reduced to dust with a light touch. Did they have what it takes to reach out and save his life? He grandly declared the only way out for him to keep his worthless life in this place. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of light suddenly unleashed an earth-shattering pressure to manipulate all of Woojin's movements. He violently forced his knees to smash hard into the bedrock. With a voice full of utmost disdain, the god of light ordered him to obediently bow down and kowtow in apology. The moment his words dropped, Kim Woojin's arms were pinned down to the ground by an invisible force. His body was completely stripped of its control, strictly following the arrogant god's commands. The downward bow carried such a terrifying force that it shattered the ground within the surrounding radius into pieces. Despite his physical body being manipulated and tormented, Kim Woojin stubbornly shot fiery, vindictive glares at his enemy. The god of light ignored that gaze that wanted to eat him alive, continuing to force him to squeeze out humiliating pleas for his life. Just when his body was not his own, Kim Woojin's genius brain began to piece things together, noticing his figure flickering in the blink of an eye. Could it be that the thing standing right over there wasn't actually the original body? Having grasped the core of the issue, he immediately used his remaining strength to resist and stand up straight. Kim Woojin boldly pulled the corners of his mouth into an arrogant smile, telling himself to add fuel to the fire and provoke him one more time. This unusual expression quickly caught the god of light's attention. He frowned in confusion, asking in a mocking tone if he was baring his teeth to smile and if he had finally been tortured into insanity. Falling right into the scripted trap, Kim Woojin stretched his neck and shot back sarcastically, raising his voice to say he just found this whole thing unimaginably hilarious. An existence with power capable of shaking the heavens and earth like him, yet ultimately unable to completely bury a mere mortal like him. From earlier until now, he had only stood there howling and clapping in excitement all by himself, behaving exactly like a petty, ordinary human. The bait of provocation seemed to have successfully caught fire. The god of light slowly stood up straight, growling that if this bastard wanted to be stubborn until death, then he would gladly grant his wish. Hovering in front of him, a pair of brilliant light swords wrapped in overwhelming bloodlust instantly materialized. The god of light aggressively issued an ultimatum, declaring that right now, even crying and begging would be beyond saving. He swore to gift him a cyclical death, endlessly repeating what had just happened. The threat had barely flown into the air when Kim Woojin's body was sent flying far away by the two swords. His eyes rolled back, proving that he had just returned to the afterlife once again. A while later, Kim Woojin's body drifted aimlessly in the void, keeping company with a jarring, blood-red notification panel. A few seconds passed, and he groggily opened his eyes again. Kim Woojin's pupils dilated to their limits, as if he had just witnessed something earth-shattering. It turned out the thing that caught his eye was the text saying player Kim Woojin had died on that crimson panel from earlier. In a flash, the system alarms blared loudly about a critical error occurring. Instantly, the system's glass interface shattered into 100 pieces, scattering everywhere. From the distant horizon, a blinding streak of light caught Woojin's eyes. He strained his eyes, staring intently, afraid of missing any valuable detail. The dark, empty void was suddenly lit up brilliantly, just like a galaxy had engulfed the entire space. That mysterious light zoomed forward and condensed at a single coordinate. The next second, the god of darkness majestically manifested. At the same time, the system obediently announced the arrival of the representative of the dark world. She maintained a cold expression, silently examining Kim Woojin from head to toe. As if he had foreseen the script, he immediately spoke up to scold the representative for picking a golden hour to appear way later than expected. The god of darkness raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking back how he could be so sure she would show up, and if his brain was still ticking even after being beaten to a pulp by that guy. Kim Woojin's tone exuded boundless confidence as he answered succinctly that with that crazy lunatic outside frothing at the mouth and running amok like that, then how could the halo backing him up just turn a blind eye? Hearing that, the god of darkness chuckled softly, praising the kid for being truly interesting, truly worthy of being the one she personally chose to entrust things to. Right after, he dropped his joking attitude, cutting straight to the chase and asking what kind of toy she could assist him with right now. As soon as Kim Woojin finished his sentence, she decisively waved her hand without a hint of hesitation. It turned out the god of darkness was channeling her supreme energy straight into his heart. She calmly announced that she was deeply sorry, but in these tight circumstances, this was all she could do to help. It seemed that Pile of Power had solved Kim Woojin's problem, and he nodded, saying this was good enough. This is more than enough to beat that guy to a pulp. He could focus on taking down the god of light. She hastily urged him to put aside his curious questions for now. The urgent matter was to go out and extinguish that guy's arrogant flame first, saving the chit-chat for later. Kim Woojin also gave a firm nod in agreement with this plan. The camera shifted back out to the battlefield, where the god of light was currently smugly enjoying the sight of Kim Woojin evaporating once again. He swore and cursed at him for being low-class trash, daring to have such a crooked attitude to provoke him so ridiculously. The next second, he complacently snapped his fingers to cast a spell. However, he suddenly realized his hand felt useless, unable to squeeze out a single drop of power like before. The god of light stood dumbfounded like an idiot, stammering to ask himself what the hell was going on, why his technique had fizzled out like this. He choked and stared blankly, internally panicking as he wondered if his power source had been depleted to the point of hitting rock bottom. Having just wrapped his head around it, the god of light angrily slammed his hand onto the throne and cursed loudly. At the same time, a dark and familiar surge of black magic fell into his line of sight. It turned out young man Kim Woojin had pulled a U-turn and risen from the grave, his badassery increasing exponentially. The god of light sharply scrutinized that mutated form, guiltily wondering if that troublesome figure had also meddled in this game. All the chess pieces moving exactly according to plan made Kim Woojin even more arrogant, mocking if he was panicking, because the situation had derailed from the script. Despite being exposed, the god of light didn't reveal even half a hint of panic. Instead, he smirked and squeezed out a very wicked laugh. His savage laughter grew more and more exaggerated, echoing terrifyingly through every corner of the dungeon. Tired of laughing, he finally gritted his teeth and exposed that he had just received a lifeline from his representative, hadn't he? No wonder he dared to bark so loudly in front of him, but he also affirmed right away that even so, nothing would change. The ending remains exactly the same. Turning a deaf ear to the god of light's ironclad declaration, Woojin nonchalantly replied to see if it would truly be as he asserted. Finishing his words, he immediately channeled and compressed the surging power into his palm. The pitch-black mass of energy quickly took the shape of a sharp sword, in no way inferior to his weapon. The next second, the god of light aggressively dashed forward, delivering a lethal strike toward Woojin. His aura expanded more violently than ever before. He didn't tremble in fear in the slightest, decisively swinging the sword in his hand to pierce right through the eye of the storm of the attack. Kim Woojin's recklessness bore fruit, cleaving the god of light's power surge into two shattered pieces. At this point, his face officially twisted in extreme astonishment. Kim Woojin excitedly declared that this moment was finally worth unleashing his full fighting power. His arrogant, challenging attitude made the god of light's blood boil, grinding his teeth. Losing control, he roared and demanded to know if it was really worth a try. Without a second thought, he shot forward, tearing through the wind like a blinding flash of lightning. The god of light madly engaged in a bloody hand-to-hand combat with Kim Woojin. The two massive powers continuously clashed with a ringing sound, creating deafening sound waves beyond imagination. His evenly matched showdown ultimately sowed clear unease in the guy's mind. The crisscrossing wounds on his body could no longer heal themselves as quickly as before. Even while engrossed in his swordplay, Kim Woojin astutely seized this fatal weakness. He knew he hadn't misjudged. The guy's healing cycle was dropping disastrously. The god of light was completely clueless that Kim Woojin was plotting a spectacular trick. He yelled in a deep voice, cursing him for just being a cunning little mouse, getting a little lucky, and suddenly raising his face to act recklessly. He swore a vicious oath to personally send him to the grave. His rapid-fire attacks, like a downpour, forced him to squeeze out every last drop of strength to dodge and avoid taking damage. Standing at a safe distance, he casually crossed his arms, watching his endless combo batter Kim Woojin to a pulp. In just a single breath, a barrage of skills had plowed the dungeon into a blinding sea of smoke and dust. At this moment, the god of light stealthily wiped his sweat, wondering to himself if his power level had really plummeted this pitifully. While he was still scratching his head in frustration, Kim Woojin's icy voice rang out right by his nape. Exactly as I expected. The god of light's eyes widened, utterly shocked as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Before he could even turn his head, he generously gifted him a smooth, clean slash. The god of light's shoulder was instantly severed. He had to grit his teeth and expend a considerable amount of internal energy to barely reattach the ruined body part. At this very moment, fear truly invaded his mind. He panicked, telling himself that if he drained any more power, he would lose his life. Though fearful inside, his mouth remained stubborn, yelling that this was utterly ridiculous. In just the blink of an eye, the severed shoulder was perfectly reconstructed, returning to its intact state as if there had never been a separation. Ignoring the god of light who was trying hard to boast, Woojin quickly pieced together the facts about the aura leaking from the wound and the guy's guilty demeanor. Coupled with the countless times he used the time rewind trick with the pile of corpses lying around, every mystery was finally brought to light. Having nailed down the fatal weakness, he showed no mercy and stabbed straight into his black heart, pointing fingers at him. Don't even dream of using infinite skills. Your power limit is plummeting and about to run dry. The mask of concealment entirely peeled off by Woojin made the god of light choke and stare blankly, falling into a soulless silence. His miserable change in expression fell entirely into his sights, confirming to himself that his guess was spot on. As if wanting to land a few more punches on the god of light's ego, Kim Woojin followed up with mocking provocations, admitting that even if he wore the halo tag, manipulating space and time took a hell of a lot of effort. No joke, especially if his energy source had a ceiling limit. Then I would be absolutely thrilled. Just as he dropped the sarcastic remark, he decisively summoned a gate completely made of stark white bones. From the crack of the door, sharp iron chains shot out at lightning speed. They aimed straight for their target, the god of light rushing over to tightly bind him into a knot. Even though he frantically resisted and growled, there was still no way to escape the strict grip of the chains. Piercing through the cold gaps in the iron chains, his eyes glared with malicious resentment, wanting to eat his enemy alive. In just a split second, the god of light's entire body was tightly sealed without a single gap. Kim Woojin reminded himself to grit his teeth and stand firm until the guy squeezed out his last drop of power. Right the next moment, the god of light's savage roar shook the entire space. The abundant amount of power surging from him left Kim Woojin astounded. In the blink of an eye, the entire layer of imprisoning chains was crushed to dust by the god of light's brutal magic. As he looked up, what caught his eyes was the silhouette of the god of light exploding with an aura that overwhelmed everything. He sneered, praising that he had to admit he had quite a sharp, observant pair of eyes. He bitterly confessed that he wanted to crush him with his own hands for daring to throw cold water on his fun, but sadly, he was stuck with a few damn hurdles. So he had to bite the bullet and descend to Earth with a spiritual body of this size. Originally planning to grab his head and toy with him to his heart's content before sending him to heaven. But now screw all that, he decided to send him logging out before he ran out of power. Witnessing this display of power, Kim Woojin silently praised his momentum this time for being overwhelmingly better than the previous times. Not giving him time to react, the god of light lunged forward. Carrying the flame of fury, he plunged his spear blade clean through Kim Woojin's abdomen. This lethal blow forced him to spit fresh blood in flesh-tearing pain. It seemed that wasn't enough to satisfy the god of light's sadistic nature. He clicked his tongue in regret, intending to pierce straight through his heart to make him stop breathing immediately, but his life was still very tenacious. Saying that, he frantically used more strength to twist the spearhead deeper into the ground. This bone-deep torture made Woojin furrow his brows and grit his teeth in endurance. On the brink of life and death hanging by a thread, the familiar sound of salvation from the system suddenly chimed in, exposing this situation. The text box just popped up, and he immediately used all his remaining strength to firmly grab the handle of the god of light spear. Immortal Warrior warmly welcomes you. Immortal Warrior has generously transferred a great source of energy to you. Kim Woojin lightly pulled the spearhead out of his body without leaving a single scratch behind. Witnessing the unimaginable magic trick, the god of light gritted his teeth, unable to hide his arm trembling violently from shock. He roared bitterly, wondering how a peasant nobody like him could exhibit such an anomaly in his aura. Not letting him finish his rambling, he raised his face and shot back fiercely that it seemed our allies were growing in numbers. Hearing Kim Woojin's sarcastic remark, he was bewildered, his jaw dropping as he asked, "What the hell?" A tick later, Kim Woojin tightened his grip on the god of light's weapon. With just a light but decisive yank, he hoisted him up to hover in midair. He put all his strength into a heavy, crushing punch. Unable to react in time, the god of light flew far away like a doll with broken strings. Instantly, Kim Woojin smirked and taunted that lately he had been putting on a rampant show a bit too excessively. Like a duck listening to thunder before his lecture, he still wore a clueless expression, not understanding a thing. In just the blink of an eye, the system popped up again, reporting that Silent Hunter had just glared sideways at Pure Light Protector with eyes full of utmost contempt. Silent Hunter has pumped a portion of power into you. Kim Woojin's tone increasingly carried the gunpowder smell of mockery, roasting him that if he hadn't acted like a jerk, how could he end up boycotted, abandoned, and shunned by his entire lineup of Halo colleagues like this? The god of light was tongue-tied, unable to squeeze out any excuse, only able to pin a resentful, furious glare onto his face. Following that, Woojin suddenly spun his body and dashed away like a sweeping hurricane. Seeing this, he raised his guard, glaring as he tracked his every single move. In the blink of an eye, Kim Woojin swooped down from a towering height, his hands tightly gripping the razor-sharp greatsword. With just one godly chop, he sliced the god of light's precious spear into 2 shattered pieces. Half of the ruined weapon clattered onto the stone floor, ringing out with deafening sounds. While he was still desperately clutching the crippled spear shaft, the system panel blatantly appeared again, reporting that he who listens to all things had just shot Pure Light Protector a scathing glare. He who listens to all things has transferred a portion of power to you. Kim Woojin stroked his chin, concluding with extreme satisfaction that if all the Halos pulled a U-turn and joined as our allies, then it would indeed be wonderful news. Without a single hesitation, he waved his hand, immediately activating the power of he who listens to all things. From deep underground, massive thorny vines massively shattered the bedrock and spectacularly rose up. The flora frantically constricted the god of light, forcing him to scream and roar in soul-piercing agony. The god of light choked with indignation, screaming himself hoarse to accuse his treacherous colleagues who dared to humiliate him like this. It seemed this boss was still hiding a bit of internal energy to bust open the siege of these stubborn vines. Although he managed to forge a brand new makeshift spear, the system's notification bells kept ringing endlessly. He who holds knowledge despises pure light protector. He who holds knowledge has forcefully transferred a portion of power to you. Ignoring him twisting his body to struggle free, Kim Woojin maintained his poised and confident attitude, mocking that this play was still far from over. The God of Light's brain stalled, muttering without understanding what the hell was going on. It turned out, while he was busy stargazing with a blank face, the ground beneath the God of Light's feet had long been locked down by a magic array. An inferno erupted from the center of the array, burning him and making him shriek in utmost agony. That magical fire licked and lashed out more and more fiercely under Woojin's indifferent, nonchalant gaze. A while later, the fire burned out completely, leaving only thick, blinding black smoke lingering throughout every nook and cranny of the dungeon. The God of Light's miserably collapsed figure gradually revealed itself after the smoke dispersed. With a tone as cold as millennium ice, Woojin slowly approached, starting his lecture. "Let me tell you this." He paused for about 2 seconds to scan and assess his ruined state. The next second, Kim Woojin roughly grabbed the top of the God of Light's head. He ruthlessly yanked his head back, forcing him to wake up from his dream. Witnessing the God of Light's dazed, half-dead appearance, Kim Woojin clicked his tongue and shook his head, criticizing him for being too much of a piece of trash. As if wanting to collect the blood debt for himself and his comrades, he swung his hand and delivered a fatal slash to his mangled body. Kim Woojin's vengeful strike made the God of Light howl loudly again like a slaughtered pig. He lowered his voice to mock, rolling around already when it was just a scratch. Sounds incredibly absurd, doesn't it? How should the esteemed God respond now? Does it feel good tasting the blade of death right at your neck? Oh wait, this must be your first time, right? In complete contrast to his arrogant, nose-in-the-air attitude when they first met, the current God of Light could only tremble and stammer out pleas, begging him to be merciful and spare his life. He cried pitifully, saying that if he kept getting battered like this, he would really lose his life, pleading with him to open his merciful heart and let him go. The sheer shamelessness of him kneeling and begging for his life suddenly made Kim Woojin pause, sinking into a brief moment of thought. Disregarding his darkly annoyed expression, the cowardly God of Light clasped his hands and bowed repeatedly, swearing a vicious oath that he would never ever show his face and step foot into this area again. Despite his smooth-talking pleas, Kim Woojin kept his mouth shut, not bothering to utter a single word. He furrowed his brows in disgust, clicked his tongue, and grumbled that his mood was completely ruined. "Oh, esteemed Halos, how should I deal with this pile of trash now?" Right away, a circle of void tore through space and manifested following Kim Woojin's summoning call. From the darkness behind him, the guest lineup of Halos all showed their faces at once. Immortal Warrior quickly volunteered to speak up, suggesting they let them clean up this eyesore. While at it, he also warmly greeted him, praising that it really had been a long time since he last reunited with Kim Woojin. Catching those intensely familiar words, Kim Woojin blinked and recognized him instantly, asking in doubt if this old guy was indeed Immortal Warrior. Hearing him guess perfectly, the brilliant light enveloping him slowly peeled off its disguise. Right after, Immortal Warrior burst into hearty laughter, nodding and praising his sharp eyes for seeing through him immediately. He sighed, saying dying young in his past life was a bit regrettable, but in this life, he really got to properly let loose and fight. Clashing with a brat like him truly made him feel incredibly refreshed. Kim Woojin indifferently replied with a calm attitude, thanking him for lending a hand anyway. His unbothered attitude pleased him even more. He chuckled, judging that his temperament was still exactly as stubborn as ever without a miss, and if he was okay with it, just throw that piece of trash to them to handle. Are you guys finding him an eyesore too? It turned out it wasn't just 1 or 2 people. The reason was because he had made a complete mess of unforgivable, rotten things. We swear to bring down the most brutally severe punishments possible upon his head. Upon hearing about taking care of the God of Light, Kim Woojin lowered his voice and calmly dropped a sentence. "Oh, is that so?" After glancing sideways at his miserably tied-up state, he shrugged and clicked his tongue to pave the way. "Feel free to do as you please with him." A moment later, Immortal Warrior tilted his chin and pointed at the person standing behind, concluding that if he wanted to dig into the details, he would have to listen to this one. It turned out the one speaking all along was the God of Darkness. She raised her voice to declare that the endgame was here. Immediately, she shed her outer shell, exposing her true appearance and portrait right in front of Kim Woojin. The god of darkness leisurely spoke up, absolutely certain that the boy was bursting with curiosity. She smacked her lips, wondering where to even begin explaining to make it easiest to understand. Hearing that, Kim Woojin didn't even bother to reply, silently sinking into a deep pit of contemplation. Right at that moment, the immortal warrior tactfully spoke up to break the ice. "Well then, you two take your time catching up, we'll be slipping away now." Continuing the story, the god of darkness slowly turned back the pages of time, suggesting they start from the exact moment he lost his life at the hands of Lee Sejun. Saying so, she waved her hand to summon a giant holographic screen, asking if starting from there would be all right with him. The god of darkness began rewinding the tape of history, assuming he probably already knew the whole truth anyway, that there was a time when this entire earth was crushed in the palm of Lee Sejun's hand. He acted as a dictator manipulating power, leaving the dungeons to rot, and naturally, hoarding all the items for himself. Anyone who dared to utter a word of defiance, even the powerless commoners, would be mercilessly slaughtered without exception. The brutal footage of Sejun in the past came rushing back through her articulate storytelling, his arrogant and conceited demeanor making him look like a king, no, more like the god of this rotten world. Naturally, our faction was also deeply disgusted by his filthy actions. Except for that lunatic on his side, who called himself the Guardian of Light. After racking our brains in endless round-table meetings, our faction finally decided on 2 moves to restart this damn game one more time. And it was the luck of the draw that chose a player to hunt down Lee Sejun in order to completely shut down this game. Hearing this, Kim Woojin, itching with curiosity, immediately pried and asked for the exact reason why his name was on the golden board. His blunt question made the god of darkness curl her lips into an incredibly profound, enigmatic smile. Continuing the story, she began to explain that it was because he was the one boiling with the fiercest will to tear Lee Sejun apart, and moreover, a rare player who possessed all the necessary qualities to clear and end the game. The absolute certainty in the god of darkness's tone visibly astonished Kim Woojin, confirming that the one to bear that mission was indeed him, Kim Woojin. She sighed, recalling that setting up that gamble at the time was truly an exhausting, grueling ordeal. Even with the title of a halo, preserving an individual's memories intact while distorting and turning the entire spacetime axis upside down was no easy feat. Kim Woojin's brain worked at lightning speed, immediately catching the loophole and asking how the hell that crazy halo guy could spam the time rewind trick continuously. Without even blinking to cover it up, she snapped her fingers and leisurely replied, "Oh, that's because his privilege to manipulate spacetime is strictly confined to this little corner of the dungeon. He absolutely couldn't extend his tentacles to affect the outside world. After all, the scale of power is poles apart." This whole messy incident also left us wide-eyed in shock. Out of nowhere came a halo who rolled up his sleeves to directly throw hands with a player. And to top it off, he shamelessly interfered with the spacetime system like there was no tomorrow. But it was exactly thanks to his addiction to hitting the time rewind button that a crack in the system was created. And taking advantage of that loophole, we managed to sneak a bit of power over to you. Otherwise, if this scheme had fallen apart, we would have had to descend and raise hell just to stop his chaotic mess. But it seems your cool head was already more than capable of predicting that we would intervene in this chess match, huh? Kim Woojin bowed his head in a display of fake humility, replying that it was just one of the many theories popping into his head, and he only hit the jackpot out of pure luck. A moment later, being a bit nosy, he voiced his wonder, asking where the miserable fate of that esteemed guardian of light would drift to now. Pausing to calculate for about 2 seconds, the god of darkness casually declared that, after squeezing out his very last drop of mana and stripping him completely of his halo title. Following the goddess's words, Kim Woojin widened his curious eyes and stared intently at the ground beneath his feet. As it turned out, the god of darkness had quietly dug a bottomless, pitch-black abyss right under the floor of this dungeon without anyone noticing. In a single breath, she smoothly continued, "We decided to lock him up in this bottomless pit. Do you think this ending is barbaric enough?" Hearing such a happy ending, Kim Woojin rubbed his chin, nodding in satisfaction, saying that was perfect. "If the cards are officially on the table, then how do you guys plan on cleaning up the battlefield of this world?" The god of darkness let out a charming laugh and replied, "Deal with it. We don't have the free time to plan that out. Wouldn't it be better to just let it run its natural course the way you humans always do? Rewinding back to the time before we stuck our hands in to mold things, isn't this development already perfectly fine? He immediately ran a hand through his hair, messing it up, and grumbled complaints. Oh, this is seriously annoying to the absolute core. Kim Woojin's unreserved criticism didn't offend her in the slightest. On the contrary, the god of darkness burst into a hearty, refreshing laugh, saying halos have always been irresponsible like that, just muddying the waters for the fun of it without ever racking their brains over cleaning up the aftermath. But don't bother bringing unnecessary worries upon yourself. Humanity will naturally grope their way to a bright path, just like how they've always survived up until now. He lowered his voice and asked skeptically, just to confirm, is that really so? Suddenly, the god of darkness flipped her expression back to dead serious, calling Kim Woojin directly by his name and pressing him with a question. Would you feel heartbroken with regret if all these overpowered abilities vanished into thin air? This unexpected ambush of a question hit straight at his psyche, leaving Kim Woojin frozen and speechless for a beat. However, just a few seconds later, he boldly and firmly declared without a shred of hesitation, "How the hell is that even possible? I myself have already satisfied my thirst for revenge. And on top of that, in this life I've gained incredibly reliable colleagues, so what the hell is left to linger on or regret?" Exactly as the god of darkness had anticipated in her script, she nodded in satisfied praise. "Excellent. Now that's the true arrogant essence of yours. It's time for me to go. Is there anything else you want to say?" Just as the heels of her shoes turned away, preparing to retreat, Woojin spoke up, shattering the atmosphere throughout this long journey. "Thank you all so very much." The face of the god of darkness was clearly etched with astonishment at the unexpectedly sincere words of gratitude from him. Without even waiting for her to part her lips to reply, Kim Woojin followed up immediately. "Even though I know this life was nothing more than a pawn in your little game of entertainment, without that goodwill-filled hand, how the hell could I have gotten my revenge so smoothly and easily? There, I've spilled my heart out. Since you guys are done here, hurry up and get out of my sight." His attitude of showing gratitude while ruthlessly kicking out his guests hit the exact spot of the god of darkness's amusement. She smiled and said, "Very well." Instead of disappearing, she waved her hand, summoning her power, and left a message for Kim Woojin, saying, "Then consider this the final gift of compensation." The gentle stream of magic from the god of darkness caught his eye, radiating a brilliant light that thoroughly cleansed every nook and cranny of the dungeon. The very moment she departed, sparkling grains of mana rained down upon the ground. They gently weaved their way through, then slipped right into the cold bodies of the players who had just passed away. In just a single heartbeat, Kim Woojin's entire crew of comrades spectacularly rose from the dead. Witnessing the miracle, he was so astounded that he silently called out everyone's names. Just as he lifted his head and sat up, young one scratched his head in confusion, blurting out, "What the hell just happened?" Even though his brain hadn't yet updated to the current situation of the world, Lee Jin-ah's booming, frantic voice shrieked out, "Boss." The guy frantically darted his eyes around, calling out, "You aren't missing any pieces, right? Where did that lunatic disappear to?" Before Lee Jin-ah could even finish venting, the system's speaker blasted loudly right into their eardrums. His complexion instantly shifted to a shade of utter panic. The other members of the team wore jaw-dropping expressions that were just as stunned. Even the veteran Park Young-won stammered out the word "game" in terror. It turned out that on the system's glaring electronic notice board, a seal had been stamped, confirming that the game had officially come to an end. He kept staring wide-eyed, not daring to believe his own vision, muttering in shock, "Is it really over?" Right after that, Park Young-won turned to look toward Kim Woojin. He secretly wondered if that person who wielded power like a beast had truly fallen at the hands of Kim Woojin. A moment later, a notification popped up, signaling that all the functions of their equipment had vanished. Every single item in use had lost its effect. In a flash, Kim Woojin reverted to his familiar original form. Witnessing this, Park Young-won's face turned pale with indignation. Isaac Ivanov was actually Kim Woojin all along. In just a fleeting moment, the entire dungeon became noisy with countless chaotic sounds. Countless pairs of eyes stared wide open in stunned disbelief. No one could have imagined the scene unfolding before them. Lee Jin-ah roared out loud, his voice cracking from sheer shock. "What the hell is going on here?" Even so, Kim Woojin silently walked away, ignoring the desperate shouts from behind. "Hey, are you listening to me?" Francois Chero choked on his anger, unable to utter a single word in time. The young man casually said, "I have a favor to ask of you." His cold pupils pinned straight onto the other person, his mind a tangled mess, hesitating on how to make a flawless decision. After a moment of contemplation, Francois Chero also made up his mind. He slightly adjusted his glasses, his gaze exuding an unwavering steadiness. Francois Chero spoke up, "If that is what you ask, then I agree." Outside, as the teleportation gate flashed brightly, cheers immediately erupted in waves. The 9th-floor dungeon is cleared. The press snapped their cameras continuously to capture the historical moment. One excited person shouted out loud, "It's the Dragon Hunter." The guy next to him questioned, "Then where is Isaac Ivanov?" Right at the podium, he gently adjusted the microphone. Francois Chero solemnly declared, "The past journey was truly arduous, but thanks to the effort, blood, and bones of so many, we were able to take down the final boss of the 9th floor, and simultaneously put an end to this game of life and death." Francois Chero lowered his voice. "However, the benefactor who guided us, Isaac Ivanov, along with his teammate Spaziba, have fallen in exchange for this victory." Those words made the entire press corps freeze in their tracks. A few instinctively swallowed their saliva, beads of sweat breaking out on their foreheads. At a bustling diner, the liveliness suddenly died down, every gaze locked onto the television on the wall. Francois Chero continued, "Right before drawing his last breath, he entrusted me with the following message. Once this battle closes, humanity will undoubtedly sink into massive chaos, so we must prepare a contingency plan in advance." At the scene, Francois Chero maintained his speech, and he had also found the suitable candidate. Immediately after, O Sechin stepped up to the podium and spoke, "Greetings everyone, I am Director O Sechin, the one operating the Pandora organization." He continued, aiming to prevent the seeds of disaster from threatening the world when the game comes to an end. O Sechin's speech left Kim Woojin and Lee Jin-ah, who were watching from afar, feeling extremely satisfied. Everything was going exactly according to plan. He raised his voice to affirm, honoring the final wishes of director Lee Jin-soo from the Hansung Corporation, who passed away in a tragic incident. At the same time, in a quiet room, Park Shin-hye was miserably drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Hearing her father's name from the TV, she gasped in shock, staring blankly at the screen as she heard the mention of the late Chairman Park, John Ho of Hansung. "We joined hands to build this organization." O Sechin fiercely pledged, "We are committed to devoting all our power to protect the peace of humanity." Right at this moment, the corners of Kim Woojin's lips curled up in a stroke of contentment. Then he silently turned his back and vanished into the shadows. Half a year later at the Pandora headquarters, the sky was crystal clear, and gentle streaks of sunlight shone down on the grandiose glass structure, painting a rare, peaceful scenery. Inside the reception area, the moment the number 102 flashed, a man hurriedly stepped forward. He furtively wiped away the sweat pouring down, trying hard to look calm, though his restlessness was still stamped clearly on his face. The female clerk smiled amiably. "You must have waited a long time, huh? We've just finished reviewing your job assistance application for players." She slid the card toward him. "The relief funds will be dispersed into your account sometime today." He tightly gripped the card, his eyes tearing up, choking with emotion. "Really, is that really so? My powers vanished along with the dungeons. All this time I've been living a living hell because no place would hire me." The man suddenly sprang up, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. "Thank you, I truly, truly thank you." The girl was startled and waved her hands frantically. "Please, don't do that." She awkwardly clarified, "Pandora was born from the community's joint effort to support situations like yours. I hope you step forward firmly on your upcoming journey." Suddenly, a deafening slam on the desk rang out from the side, making both their hearts skip a beat as they turned to look. "No, how the hell is it not allowed?" Jai-ho demanded aggressively, "Are you guys looking down on a jobless guy like me, huh? Who said just showing my face here means I get the allowance?" He delivered another thunderous smash onto the desk. "You clearly said that handing in equipment would get compensated." The male clerk turned pale with fear, awkwardly trying to pacify him. "Sir, that is not the case." He explained, for cases with a criminal record, the procedure is a bit more complicated. Jai-ho, furious, roared, "Shut your mouth." He arrogantly commanded, "Shut up and fork over the cash." Right at that moment, Lee Jin-ah lightly patted Jai-ho's shoulder, calmly advising him, "Don't cause a scene in a crowded place." Let's head over to that corner and we'll sort this out slowly. He snapped his neck around, barking, "What the hell is it now?" Jai-ho immediately raised his fist. "Who gave you permission to touch me?" That unruly reaction played perfectly into his hands, as the corner of his mouth immediately drew a faint smile. In a flash, Lee Jin-ah twisted his body slamming Jai-ho flat onto the floor. The guy was bitter, veins bulging on his forehead, grinding his teeth and yelling, "Is this how you treat your customers?" He grinned with a friendly smile. "I did advise you to go have a little private chat, didn't I, my dear guest?" In a passing moment, peace had returned to envelop the main lobby of Pandora. Lee Jin-ah knocked on the director's office door, and an echoing voice from inside called out, "Come on in." He swiftly pushed the door open and entered. "Are you still keeping up that habit of munching while handling paperwork?" Looking at the mountainous pile of files, Lee Jin-ah's face turned pale. "Well, just take your time going through this pile, okay?" Lee Jisoo nonchalantly asked back, "Is it time to change shifts already?" She continued diligently reviewing the documents, the scratchy sound of her pen rubbing against the paper filling the air. "Is the customer service department peaceful and unharmed?" He pointed a finger at his own chest, his tone full of pride. "There was a little scuffle, but I smoothed it out. Without me, who else would step up to do righteous deeds and protect this world?" Lee Jin-ah waved his arms and legs around to illustrate. "Let me tell you, this tall, lanky guy, about this big." I grabbed his arm and just lightly flipped him, and he was sprawled out on the floor. Powers really are gone, but my muscles and bones feel just as limber as they used to back in the day. It makes me so intensely nostalgic for the days of clearing dungeons. Lee Jisoo paused her pen, placing it neatly to the side, and threw out a sarcastic remark, "Is that all you have to brag about?" He looked dumbfounded, rolling his eyes. "What? That's just because Director Lee didn't witness my heroic prowess with her own eyes." She indifferently offered a suggestion. "Then how about I put in a word with that person that Lee Jin-ah is itching to join the cleanup of the remnants?" Lee Jin-ah frantically denied it. "Nah, forget it, I was just joking." He nosily asked, "By the way, let me in on some gossip. Where is that guy wandering off to anyway?" Lee Jisoo gently interlaced her 10 fingers, "At the very least." She slowly continued, "He is burying his head in tasks that drain 10,000 times more energy than yours." Lee Jin-ah's face fell. "I'm working my ass off too, you know." Shifting the scene to a desolate junkyard, the engulfing night made the place feel even more bleak and somber. A man was violently tossed onto the ground, a miserable groan escaping from his throat. Over in the other corner, Johann Jorg had smoothly cleaned up all the tailing pursuers. He pulled down his face mask, beaming a radiant smile. "Boss, my part of the job is all neatly handled." Right next to them, a series of wooden crates were swiftly pried open, exposing a myriad of weapons and equipment inside, of all types and sizes. Johann Jorg turned around, his eyes flashing with excitement. "This batch of flies has hoarded quite a lot of gear, boss." He sneered. "Whether they are the buyers or sellers of these monodepleted scraps, they're all just a bunch of absolute morons." Johann Jorg ruffled his hair. "We've basically cleared out the whole nest, let's pull out. I'll call some people over to clean up the rest of the mess." Kim Woojin nodded instantly. "Let's do that, time to head back." The next morning at the Pandora headquarters, the sunlight reflected off the layers of glass, sparkling like a myriad of emeralds. At this moment, the entire team was gathered in the meeting room. Osechin spoke in a gentle tone. "The brothers out scouting for news have worked tirelessly." He pointed a finger at the stack of photographic evidence. "Lately, this group has truly collected a massive amount of equipment." Osechin frowned in question. "I have no idea where they dug up this sweat-inducing pile of goods." Lee Jin-ah loudly chomped on his chips, sluggishly replying, "It's gotta be because of the rumors that some magical artifacts still retain their functions." Lee Jisoo analyzed further. "There's also a faction within this gang eyeing Pandora's relief funds, which is why they are swarming to hunt down these antiques." The exhausted old man let out a long, drawn-out sigh. "These eyesores, even without them, I already have way too much to worry about." Osechin grimaced and groaned. "The corporation is still bearing a mountain of expenses. This is truly draining." Kim Woojin spoke up with an icy voice. "How much money are you short on?" He went wide-eyed and looked over at him, replying in astonishment, well, the thicker the funds the better, of course." Kim Woojin's chair was immediately pushed back as he abruptly stood straight up. Kim Woojin smirked and proposed, "Then let me go hustle up some cash for you." In Park Yangwon's office, An array of certificates and commemorative trophies were proudly displayed on the shelves, spotlessly clean without a single blemish. He sat blankly by his desk, his gaze lost in deep thought. Suddenly, Secretary Kim's panicked voice rang out, instantly snapping Park Yang-won back to reality. "I already told you, you cannot brazenly barge in here like this." Immediately, the door was burst open, accompanied by the ear-piercing screech of the hinges. Kim Woojin strode in composedly, cheerfully speaking up. "Long time no see, Mr. Park Yang-won." Coming face to face with him, the guy couldn't help but tremble, his voice cracking with terror. Kim Woojin, how did you find your way all the way here?" She trembled as she explained, "Director, I deeply apologize, these people suddenly." Park Yang-won growled, "That's enough, step outside." Secretary Kim meekly replied, "Yes, excuse me." He glared fiercely at the uninvited guests, his face dark with rage, his jaws clenched so tight it looked as if he wanted to chew and swallow his boiling fury. Kim Woojin arrogantly dropped the words, "It's no big deal, it's just that I'm strapped for cash." Park Yang-won was dumbfounded. "What the hell, you dragged your entire gang here to extort money from me?" He picked up the commemorative photo of the Phoenix Foundation's charity signing ceremony, exploiting the label of the hero, who cleared the 9th floor to rally the establishment of the Phoenix Foundation. He unhurriedly continued, "Under that glamorous facade, organizations didn't hesitate to throw in their sponsorships. Yet, our noble hero here cooked the books and embezzled the relief funds." Every word of Kim Woojin's exposure made him squirm restlessly, his already contorted face becoming even more deformed. "Stuffing your greedy pockets full, how will your philanthropists react when this truth is brought to light?" Park Yang-won screamed in a frenzy, "What the hell kind of nonsense is this brat barking? Where did you get the evidence?" He flicked his eyes backward, his voice overflowing with absolute certainty. "And what if I have you by the throat?" At this moment, a ripple of doubt arose in the depths of his mind. He vanished without a trace, and then just popped up out of nowhere like this, surely. Park Yang-won reassured himself. Where on earth could he have dug up the location of the secret safe? That's right, this little punk is just flapping his gums to scare me. As if reloaded with recklessness, he immediately snapped back, "This little brat sure has a lot of nerve. I'll acknowledge your competence, Kim Woojin." Park Yang-won stealthily pressed the alarm button hidden under the desk, his tone full of disdain. "But stripped of your powers, you're nothing more than a cheap, worthless mortal." He roared furiously, "You dragged 2 pieces of trash here thinking you could scare me." Hearing that, Lee Jin-ah and Yohan Jorg had their hot blood rush straight to their brains, roaring in unison, "What do you mean accomplices, huh?" Abruptly, the sound of hurried, pounding footsteps echoed from the corridor. Park Yang-won's henchmen, having received the distress signal, rushed over frantically to provide backup. In just the blink of an eye, the trio was completely surrounded inside and out by a swarm of lackeys. Kim Woojin let out a soft sigh. "Your true nature really hasn't changed a bit." He aggressively barked out the order, "Chop them to pieces for me." The catch was, just a moment later, the scene laid out before his eyes left Park Yang-won dead in his tracks, his face turning entirely pale. In less than half the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the swarm of henchmen had been beaten to a pulp, lying sprawled and groaning across the floor. In a flash, his invisible safe was dug out. Yohan Jorg hollered gleefully, "Boss, I found the treasure." Eyeing the massive mountain of stuffed cash, Lee Jin-ah clicked his tongue. Just how much did this guy end up pocketing, good lord? He waved around a leather-bound notebook. "Hey, Kim Woojin, the accounting ledger was hidden right here." Kim Woojin immediately issued an order, "Excellent, gather all the money, and as for the documents, save them by taking pictures." Staring wide-eyed and helpless as his fortune was swept clean, Park Yang-won could only scream out in vain attempts to stop them, "No, my money." In the blink of an eye, they looted everything clean without leaving a single cent. Over the following days, the press aggressively reported that the head of the Phoenix Foundation, Park Yang-won, generously transferred his sponsorship funds to Pandora. "I yearn to spread this noble gesture to all citizens." Swiping past the headline on his phone, Kim Woojin smirked in triumph. Right at that moment, Yohan Jorg was already sitting proudly right in front of him, calmly reporting, "Boss, the coordinates for the upcoming mission have been locked in. 0 hour is at midnight, but we can make a few minor adjustments." He leaned his arm on the table, "About to get incredibly busy again, I see." Finishing his sentence, Kim Woojin hurriedly walked away. "I'm caught up with something, I'll see you at the rendezvous point shortly." Shifting the scene to the late afternoon. the sunset casting a faded golden hue over everything, Lee Jin-ah's booming voice echoed out of a high-rise building, once again warmly welcoming you to the great Pandora family. Inside the hall, a bustling press conference was taking place, the flashing camera lights flickering continuously, blending with the chaotic scramble of reporters to mold a suffocating, incredibly busy atmosphere. Eventually, the media event came to an end. Right after stepping off the podium, he immediately caught sight of Kim Woojin's familiar silhouette. Lee Jin-ah eagerly inquired, "Is it something urgent that you're looking for me?" He replied curtly, "Are you done with work? If you're done, let's gear up and go feast." He ran his hand through his hair, his voice brimming with suspicion. "Deceitful, you're planning to set me up and make me wash the dishes like last time, aren't you?" Kim Woojin's face darkened, turning his heel as if to leave. "If you're that paranoid, then pretend I never opened my mouth." Lee Jin-ah scrambled to hold him back. "Hey, now I'll go, of course I'll go." However, at that exact split second, his gaze halted. Down by the rows of seats, Miss Sen was smiling radiantly, chatting with a man, her eyes gleaming with overflowing happiness. The corners of Kim Woojin's lips slightly lifted, painting a strangely relieved smile. Right after that, he decisively turned his back and walked away. He hastily trotted after him, tagging along, "So what exactly are you treating me to?" In a flash, the two guys were seated at the Hwangseal barbecue restaurant. He glared in exasperation at the guy across from him. "Hey, don't you think you're eating like a destructive bottomless pit?" Kim Woojin flipped the grill grate, generously saying, "Order whatever you're craving, and don't you dare look at the price." Lee Jin-ah pressed on, half doubting, half believing, "Are you for real?" He nodded in confirmation, "For real." In just the blink of an eye, dozens of overflowing meat platters were swept straight into his stomach. Kim Woojin grabbed his phone and abruptly stood up. "I'm stepping out to take a call for a bit. I'll be right back in." Lee Jin-ah didn't even bother to reply, his mouth still loudly chewing, his hands swiftly picking up food without a care for the world. Suddenly his eyes widened to the max, and only at this moment did Lee Jin-ah realize something was terribly wrong, an ominous premonition welling up that made his chest drum wildly. Lee Jin-ah furiously jumped up. "Wait a minute, is this guy planning to pull the take a call and ditch trick again?" He scrambled madly to the checkout counter. "Excuse me, did you see the guy with the menacing face who just bolted outside?" The cashier stammered a reply. "Yes, I did see a customer walking away while holding a phone to his ear." He fumed and growled angrily, "Kim Woojin, this son of a bitch set me up again," when suddenly the employee reached out a hand. "Oh wait, that customer left behind a note." Lee Jin-ah was dumbstruck. "A what?" He hurriedly opened the folds, and the clear handwriting caught his eye. "I have an emergency, so I'm slipping away first. I've already paid for all the beef in the restaurant today. Whatever is left, you can pack it up or deal with it however you please." Lee Jin-ah welled up with tears, choking back his emotion. "Boo-hoo, Kim Woojin." At the exact same time, at the Pandora headquarters, a pale yellow beam of light shone out from a top-floor room, lighting up a corner of the thick night sky. At this moment, Lee Jisoo was still submerged in her pile of paperwork, losing all concept of time. Abruptly, the door cracked open, making her flinch slightly. Lee Jisoo strained her eyes toward the corridor, raising her voice, "Who's out there?" Immediately, a figure slowly presented itself. Park Shin-hye kept her face bowed down. "Long time no see, Lee Jisoo." Her voice rose hesitantly. "Have you been doing well lately?" Park Shin-hye awkwardly began speaking. "I know you're busy with thousands of tasks, yet I suddenly came to visit without prior notice. I am sincerely sorry." She unconsciously rubbed her fingertips together, averting her gaze. "Lee Jisoo, I truly appreciate your offer from the bottom of my heart, but I carry within me an anxiety, unsure if everyone." Park Shin-hye's face was clouded with torment, her voice timid. "Will they ever forgive the sins I've committed in the past?" Lee Jisoo sprang up to her feet, Park Shin-hye, bowing one's head to admit guilt, repenting and attempting to turn over a new leaf, no matter who it is, will always be fraught with countless hardships. And you have bravely dared to take the first step on that thorny path. Lee Jisoo placed a hand on her chest, sincerely giving her response. "With just that much inclination towards good, I am willing to open my arms and take you in. As long as you can prove that you know how to serve others and that you've awakened, that is enough." She slowly stepped closer. "A day will come when the world will truly feel your sincerity." Lee Jisoo tightly squeezed the other woman's hands, "Exactly the way I am empathizing with you." Park Shin-hye froze, Her eyes inadvertently locked onto the hands that were currently warming her own. In that overwhelming moment, streams of tears tumbled down her cheeks. Thank you, Lee Jisoo. The next morning, warm sunlight draped golden silk across the entire Pandora building. In the general director's office, Oh Sechin sat majestically behind his imposing wooden desk, his sharp eyes rapidly scanning every line of the reports. Suddenly, the door was thrown open, its deafening creak tearing through the tranquil atmosphere. He immediately raised his head, staring intently at the person who dared to interrupt. "Director Lee, what's the matter?" Lee Jisoo calmly replied, "I brought along someone who wants to introduce themselves to you." Right away, Park Shin-hye timidly stepped forward, her face pointing downwards, avoiding all eye contact. Witnessing the figure in front of him, Oh Sechin was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out of his head. She awkwardly tucked a strand of hair caught on her forehead, and with a polite demeanor, spoke up, "Greetings, I am Park Shin-hye. I hope you will look after me from now on." He still hadn't regained his senses, blurting out an unsure mumble, all right. Following that, she swiftly stepped forward, throwing a stack of files onto Oh Sechin's desk. "Here are the documents that need your approval signature for the month." He muttered, "It seems you've smoothly resolved everything, haven't you, Director Lee?" Lee Jisoo coldly turned on her heel and walked away. "You'd better review them express speed and stamp them for me by this afternoon." Oh Sechin looked utterly dumbfounded, silently cursing in his mind, "You cold-blooded monster." Seeing Lee Jisoo dragging Park Shin-hye away, he frantically yelled after her, "Wait a second, Director Lee." Oh Sechin hastily flipped open the file folder, letting out an exhausted sigh, truly as heartless as ever. The moment his eyes caught a glimpse of the figures striking his sight, he froze in sheer shock. Oh Sechin fiercely pounded his finger onto the desk phone's keypad, his voice exploding with blinding rage. "Lee Jin-ah, drag that bastard's neck up here for me right now." A short while later, Lee Jin-ah swaggered into the middle of the room, his mouth still littered with half-chewed sausage crumbs. "Did you call me up 'cause there's some drama?" The moment he finished his sentence, a stack of papers flew straight into his face without any holding back. The old man bellowed in fury, "Hey, who was the one making bold vows about grinding away to earn money, huh? What the hell is this food and drink expense? Are you a walking slop bucket?" Oh Sechin screamed, 20 million won a month just for food, does that even make sense? He stroked his cheek and shamelessly talked back, "So what, it goes into my belly, it's not like I'm throwing it away." Lee Jin-ah bent down to pick up a fallen piece of paper. "When you work your fingers to the bone, you're obviously going to be starving." He yelled, "Or is it that your magic power hasn't dissipated yet? Why on earth is your appetite getting more and more monstrous?" He dropped the stack of papers back onto the glass desk, wearily complaining, "I get it. I've learned my lesson. I'll cut my food intake in half." However, Oh Sechin's verdict pierced right through Lee Jin-ah's heart like a dagger. "Half my ass. Cut it down to a quarter." He furiously pointed his index finger at the door. "Get out." Midst that suffocating atmosphere, a sharp phone ring broke the silence. Oh Sechin picked up the receiver, his expression flipping as fast as a pancake. With a sugary sweet tone, he said, Well, how long has it been? You've been swamped with work lately, haven't you?" Francois Chero laughed brightly. "Compared to the director, I still have plenty of free time." He tactfully inquired, "How is the situation over in France?" He happily replied, "Thanks to the manpower and resources from Pandora, France is finally back on track. The classified intel Woojin leaked to us has also been incredibly effective." Francois Chero added, "It's only with his backing that I managed to seize the equipment smuggled across the border. I'll be shipping it back to you soon. The intel this time seems highly reliable, doesn't it?" Oh Sechin chuckled, "We internally owe Kim Woojin quite a lot too, but let me vent for a second. Sometimes I find it completely surreal." He perked up his ears in surprise. "Oh, is there an issue?" Oh Sechin confided his lingering doubts. "How should I put this clearly? The intelligence he digs up is just too dead on, exactly as if he had planted cameras right at the scene." Francois Chero was dumbfounded. "Excuse me, shouldn't we be glad to have the enemy figured out so accurately?" He pondered deeply. Initially, I figured the kid wasn't bad at heart, so I let my guard down, but my gut tells me he's hiding some earth-shattering secret." He joked, getting old has turned Oh Sechin into a paranoid mess. Just let it go, leave those trivial matters for Kim Woojin to handle himself. Whenever we're free, let's grab a drink together." Catching those words, the old man's eyes lit up like headlights. "You're treating right." Francois Chero shouted in exasperation. Fine, it's on me, happy now, you penny-pinching cheapskate. Don't forget to send my regards to Woojin. Osechin hung up, muttering under his breath, yeah, he definitely knows how to weigh the pros and cons himself. At that exact moment, a helicopter tore through the pitch-black forest canopy, its blades shredding the dead silence and leaving behind an ear-splitting roar. Inside the cabin, Johann Jorg asked curiously, "Boss, what kind of sick karma did these bastards rack up that we actually have to step in?" Kim Woojin summed it up: smuggling contraband, kidnapping for ransom, torture, and using human lives for inhumane experiments. Suddenly his pupils turned as sharp as daggers, a pack of sadistic animals. Tonight, we pull them out by the roots. In the blink of an eye, the duo touched down at the transaction coordinates. Taking cover behind an ancient tree trunk, Kim Woojin whispered his command, "Watch my six." Johann Jorg cocked his weapon with a sharp click, "Copy that, boss." Immediately after, two dark silhouettes broke away and plunged into the night. Johann Jorg squeezed the trigger relentlessly, unleashing volleys of bullets that tore through the air with an ear-piercing, unceasing roar. Caught entirely off guard by the sudden ambush, the bandits up ahead had no time to react. Their bodies riddled with bullets, they dropped like flies, sprawling across the ground in sheer terror. The nimble survivors scrambled behind the cargo crates, laying down returning fire while spewing venomous curses, turning the scene into a chaotic mess reeking of death. Sensing the Grim Reaper's scythe at the back of his neck, one thug whipped around in a panic, eyes wide with horror, but before he could even flinch, a chilling sound ripped through the night, a razor-sharp slash that snuffed out his life. In a flash, he had completely wiped out the stragglers, leaving their lifeless bodies strewn across the freezing ground, entirely extinguishing any chance of a counterattack. Kim Woojin swiftly kicked the door open and stormed straight into their lair. The scene that laid bare before his eyes made him stop dead in his tracks. Time seemed to freeze in the face of such unforgivable atrocities. A group of captives was huddled together inside iron cages, shivering in sheer panic. In a dark corner, another group was being subjected to barbaric torture. Corpses were piled up into mounds, and pools of blood flowed everywhere, dyeing a large patch of the drab floor a gruesome red. The firearm in Kim Woojin's hand unconsciously slipped from his grasp. He immediately unsheathed his blade, his teeth grinding together in pure fury. "I can't let you bastards die with your bodies intact." Kim Woojin lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, his afterimage tearing through the air as he pierced through every layer of their defenses, leaving behind nothing but the shock and absolute, despairing impotence of the beasts. In a heartbeat, the scumbags collapsed, their fresh blood spurting out and painting the air with blinding crimson streaks. He loomed over one of the men, his pitch-black shadow engulfing the man's trembling body. Kim Woojin hoisted the body up by the neck, his eyes utterly cold and devoid of any humanity. Johann Jorg scanned the room, scratching his head as he remarked, "Quite a decent haul, isn't it?" He pulled out his walkie-talkie and announced firmly, "I've swept the place clean, requesting backup and extraction." Catching a glimpse of the dying captives behind the iron bars, he quickly changed his tune. "Hold on, dispatch a medical team here immediately." Suddenly, his gaze inadvertently fell behind him. At that very moment, dense streams of black aura were violently surging around Kim Woojin's body. A moment later, he violently hurled the corpse onto the concrete floor. Kim Woojin spoke up, "Johann Jorg, it looks like we'll have to bust our asses again. I found these bastards' main headquarters. Are you warmed up yet?" Johann Jorg replied solemnly, "I've been ready for ages, boss." He praised in a low tone, "Excellent." Kim Woojin's pupils sparked with ruthless intent, a murderous darkness billowing from the depths of his eyes. "Then let's go hunting." He was momentarily taken aback, freezing in place as he witnessed the familiar omen. Johann Jorg's face lit up, his heart leaping with excitement. Following the boss truly has never been a mistake. He growled, "Let's go exterminate this utter scum."